After the college entrance exam ended, Suchun found himself unemployed, burdened by a crushing mortgage. He placed his last hope on the virtual reality game Lingjing. At the start, he awakened a reverse-breaking talent called Heart of the Hunt. Killing marked targets grants a permanent +1 true damage to normal attacks. Permanently increases attack range. Permanently adds volley arrows. While others struggled with level 1 slimes, he had already begun ruthless hunting with infinitely stacking true damage and ultra-long range. This hunter had no limits. As the exam bell rang, Suchun sat in his seat, feeling heavier than during the test. His parents had passed away, leaving behind an unpaid mortgage and a few tens of thousands in savings. The closed management of senior year cut off his income from game boosting, and now the mortgage had been unpaid for 4 months, with only 8,773 yuan left in his account. The future looked bleak. College tuition and the mortgage loomed like two mountains. Back to the old trade. Suchun decided to resume game boosting to save up for the mortgage. He had been a skilled player of League, confident in his skills as a master of Kiana. However, when he arrived at the familiar internet cafe, he found the League posters replaced by Lingjing. The cafe owner, Fat Joe, greeted him warmly and enthusiastically recommended the Lingjing server opening tomorrow. This game is guaranteed to explode. I saved you a helmet, they're sold out everywhere. Old friendship price, 8,500 yuan. Suchun knew about Lingjing, with a billion global reservations, 100% realism, touted as a second world. He sensed a huge business opportunity and saw it as his only hope to pay off the mortgage. Although 8,500 was nearly all his savings, and failure meant starvation, he was confident in his gaming talent. In MMORPGs, a single top-tier item could sell for a fortune. Boss Joe, I'll buy it. With the unopened game helmet in hand, Suchun immediately bought enough instant noodles and bottled water to last several days, preparing for the server launch battle. He lay down to rest before 7 p.m., conserving energy. At 7:55 a.m. The next day, 5 minutes before the server opened, Suchun put on the helmet and pressed the button. After a brief dizziness, he appeared before an endless road and a pale blue gate wide open. A grand cutscene displayed Lingjing's epic world where monsters ran rampant and spirit energy intertwined with technology. Warrior, mage, engineer, priest, shield guard, assassin, and ranger. Welcome to Lingjing World. Identity binding successful. Bank account binding successful. Name, Suchun. Race, human, pure blood. Please create your character nickname, Qingfeng. Meaning gentle breeze Suchun. Naming successful. Loading complete. Please select your initial profession, ranger. Suchun chose without hesitation, his heart set on the bow. Congratulations on becoming a ranger, about to draw your profession talent. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Heart of the Hunt. Heart of the Hunt? Sounds good. Suchun thought with anticipation. Entering newbie village, no. 10037, would you like to adjust your face? To avoid trouble, Suchun chose slight parallel adjustments, keeping a handsome base with a touch of mature sternness, ensuring he wouldn't be recognized in real life. Please enjoy your adventure. After a buzzing sound, Suchun found himself in the crowded newbie village square, noise all around. Players marveled at the game's realism, some taking photos, others rushing to form teams. This game really is popular. Suchun smiled secretly. More players meant a bigger market and more chances to make money. He struggled to a quiet corner and silently recited, check attribute page. Nickname, Qingfeng level, 1 class, Ranger HP, 50-50 MP, 50-50 physical attack, 12, +1, attack speed, +7% physical resistance, 2, +1, magic resistance, 1 movement speed, 107 accurate attack range, 10, +5, meters strength, 6 constitution, 5 agility, 7 spirit, 5 talent, Heart of the Hunt, expand to view, equipment. Novice bow, attack +1, novice cloth armor, defense +1, basic attributes fit the ranger role, high agility, novice gear better than nothing. Suchun thought, check talent. Heart of the Hunt, mark target, generate visible bloodline trail. Killing targets grants permanent buffs. Effect 1, each solo kill of a normal bloodline target permanently adds +1 true damage to normal attacks. Effect 2, attack range +5 meters. Stacking true damage to a certain level, currently 0 out of 10, permanently increases attack range. Effect 3, each kill of a boss bloodline target, damage greater than 50%, permanently adds +1 volley arrow to attacks. Wow, isn't this my destined Shenjue? Suchun was ecstatic. The word permanent is priceless. 3 permanent buffs, true damage, range, and attack count, all can stack infinitely. If I develop this, won't I be invincible? Closing the panel, a faint red bloodline appeared before his eyes, extending outside the village. Bloodline target refresh after kill/manual refresh every 12 hours. Not bad, just in time to leave the village for a look. Su Chen followed the bloodline. Outside the village on the plains, many players were struggling to siege LV1, Slime, 70 HP, 15 attack, with splitting skill. Occasionally players were surrounded and killed by the split little slimes, even dropping equipment that was stolen. Players complained about the difficulty and low experience, only 3 points, 120 needed to level up. Su Chen was secretly shocked by the game difficulty, but he had a talent advantage. Skirting the slime area, he entered the forest. The bloodline trail grew stronger. In the woods, a team that looked like a studio was cautiously dealing with LV2, Spiny Rat, 120 HP, 25 attack, with rolling dash skill. Su Chen glanced at the stats and cursed the designers for being cruel. The bloodline pointed deeper into the forest. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then decided to check it out. Since I'm here, he quickly climbed over a small dirt mound and found the target, a clearing where 20 or 30 LV3, great antlers, were grazing on grass fruits, each marked with a bloodline. Great antlers level, 3 HP, 230 physical attack, 30 physical defense, 8 movement speed, 140 skill, charge dash, 12 meters, 150% physical attack damage, 30 attack, 12 meter high damage dash. Su Chen looked at his 50 HP and felt a chill. A direct fight meant death. Kiting was hard too. But he noticed the key. Talent grants plus 5 meters range, total 15 meters. Terrain advantage. He quickly found a sturdy oak nearby and nimbly climbed onto a branch. From above, several great antlers entered his 15-meter attack range. Locking onto the most lively deer, he drew his bow and aimed. Whoosh! -5. The great antlers winced, then spotted Su Chen in the tree, lowered its head, and charged. Bang! The deer's head hit the tree trunk. The tree shook slightly, but the deer was stunned for a few seconds. Good opportunity. Su Chen took the chance to shoot continuously. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The great antlers had no chance to fight back and soon turned into light particles. Congratulations on killing. Great antlered deer experience gained, 10 points, 20% extra experience for exceeding level 2. Heart of the Hunt activated, permanently increases true damage by 1 point. Current damage, 1 point range upgrade progress, 1/10 awesome. Su Chen felt invigorated. The feeling of a permanent buff was amazing. He immediately locked onto the next deer. With the experience from the first kill, Su Chen repeated the tactic from the tree, using terrain and range advantages to pick off the great antlered deer one by one. As the true damage stacked, his kill efficiency increased. Soon, the second effect of the Heart of the Hunt was achieved, having killed 10 in total. Current true damage, 10 points range upgrade, this reward plus 5 meters, total 20 meters, next full level, 50 layers, plus 5 meters at the same time, a golden light flashed, and Su Chen leveled up to LV2. All attributes plus 2, strength and agility plus 1 extra, gained 5 free points, 2 strength, 3 agility, and 1 skill point, stored. Also, a deer antler ring, white grade, plus 1% attack speed, plus 2 attack power, dropped on the ground. So great! 20 meters range. Su Chen equipped the ring and continued hunting the remaining 20 plus great antlered deer. True damage kept stacking, 11 points, 12 points, up to 31 points. Kill speed grew faster, taking only 5 or 6 arrows to take down one. When clearing the last deer, Su Chen decided to try on the ground. He ran and shot at the 20-meter max range. -12, physical damage, -31, true damage. Nearly 1/5 of its health with 1 arrow. The great antlered deer quickly closed in and activated its charge skill. Su Chen calmly stood firm, predicted its position, and fired the final arrow. Whoosh! Hit! The great antlered deer's health bar emptied mid-charge, collapsing into light. Congratulations on killing. Great antlered deer experience gained, 10 points, 10% extra experience for exceeding level 1, Heart of the Hunt activated, true damage plus 1, current damage, 32 points range upgrade progress, 32/50ths. You have cleared all great antlered deer in this area alone, unlocking the hidden world treasure chest, antler treasure chest, hidden treasure chest. Su Chen was overjoyed. At the center of the area, a rusty iron box appeared. He happily ran over. Antler treasure chest, black iron grade open to receive random black iron grade equipment and materials. Black iron equipment. Jackpot. Su Chen rubbed his hands eagerly and opened the chest. You have opened Antler treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Antler bow, black iron level, deerskin gloves, normal level, copper coins *30, large antler deer musk *1. The treasure chest contains 2 pieces of equipment. In addition to a black iron level bow, there is also a pair of gloves. Su Chen happily put on all the equipment, replacing the negligible attribute boosting novice bow and placing it at the very end of his backpack. Deerskin Gloves, normal level, effect, attack speed plus 1%, health plus 20 applicable classes, all classes level requirement, none Adler Bow, black iron level, effect, attack plus 15, attack. Speed plus 5%, agility plus 5, strength plus 5 applicable classes, ranger level requirement, none. Suchen felt pleased, picking up the antler bow and unable to put it down. The light brown color, smooth lines, and just the right curvature of the bow body were beautiful. The increased attributes were even more impressive, not only adding so much attack and attack speed but also directly providing 10 attribute points. It truly deserved to be a black iron level weapon. The deerskin gloves also increased maximum health, adding a bit of survivability. Not bad at all. I must say, this upgrade could be described as trading a bird gun for a cannon. Besides that, what caught Suchen's attention in the treasure chest was a large piece of musk. Large antlered deer musk description. The precious large antlered deer musk can be used as a medicinal material. It is said that Hunterly, located to the west of the novice village, is in great need of this material and can exchange it for valuable rewards. Suchen picked up the musk and examined it closely, taking a careful sniff. Indeed, it had a very complex fragrance. No wonder so many people in reality love musk perfume. However, he didn't expect it to be a quest item, something that could be exchanged directly for rewards. Why not take it? Suchen placed the musk in his backpack, secretly noting this information to return to the novice village later, to find the hunter and claim his reward. Just a moment ago in the slime area, there were hardly any dropped equipment, so this felt like a big score. Suchen thought to himself, originally, large antlered deer were not easy to deal with, and with the scale of thousands of players in a novice village, if he hadn't jumped 2 levels directly to confront the large antlered deer, it would have been impossible for him to solo an entire herd. This was indeed a stroke of luck, having obtained such a wave of rewards. Suchen happily opened his attribute panel to check his current status. Nickname, Jingfeng class, ranger level, 2 experience to level up, 242/500 health, 90/90. Mana, 70/70 physical attack, 49 attack speed, plus 25% physical resistance, 3 magic resistance, 1 movement speed, 118 precision attack range, 20 meters strength, 16 constitution, 7 agility, 18 spirit, 7 talent, part of the hunt. True damage stacking, 32 equipment, antler bow, black iron level, novice cloth, normal level, deer skin gloves, normal level, deer antler ring, normal level, skills, none skill points, 1 TSK. TSK, this attack speed. Looking at his attributes, Suchen couldn't help but smile. He had to admit that his current attack power was truly monstrous. If he added the stacking true damage, he estimated that other players wouldn't be able to withstand even a single arrow from him. Suchen's hands itched with impatience. He wanted to find an opponent to practice against. However, there were no bloodline targets left in this area. Just as Suchen was curious about how to find new targets, as if hearing his thoughts, new bloodline traces reappeared. Unlike last time, this time, in addition to dozens of red bloodline traces, there was also a golden line. The golden line was thicker than the red ones and appeared more distinguished, instantly giving off an extraordinary vibe. Suchen quickly realized that if the red bloodline represented ordinary targets, then the golden line must indicate a boss target, the kind that would directly add arrows upon being killed. Coincidentally, the red and golden bloodlines pointed in the same direction, so Suchen got ready to take a look. But before that, he couldn't forget to collect the loot dropped by the large antlered deer. Once he got his hands on it, it would be real money. Suchen wandered around the area, and with what he had picked up earlier, along with the loot from the treasure chest, he had a total of 54 copper coins. According to the usual MMORPG pattern, he guessed that by now, a bunch of wealthy players had already flooded into the game, spending lavishly. His copper coins would be a good choice for buying equipment and items from the indigenous people of the spirit realm or exchanging them for cash from wealthy players. In addition, there were also a dozen dropped deer antlers, which he estimated could be exchanged for some copper coins from the natives. After gathering all the loot, Suchen followed the trajectory of the bloodline westward. The world of the spirit realm synchronized with reality, so at this point, the sun was high in the sky. Logically, it should have been bright and sunny, but the further west Suchen walked, the more he felt an eerie chill. The trees grew denser, and there was an inexplicable coldness in the air. The denser the forest, the better. If I encounter someone who can't climb trees, I can try my terrain karting technique again. The trees in the forest became increasingly thick, and the traces of the bloodline grew stronger. After walking in the direction of the bloodline for about 10 minutes, Suchen finally spotted the target connected to the traces. However, the moment he saw the monster, Suchen inwardly cursed. This time, he probably couldn't fight from the trees. In front of Suchen were more than 30 large lynxes, commonly known as bobcats. However, compared to the bobcats in the real world, these 30 or so creatures were 3 to 4 times larger, almost the size of a small tiger. Oh no, he had encountered a climbing expert this time. Lynx level, 4 health, 500 physical attack, 45 physical defense, 15 movement speed, 150 skill, pounce. The lynx pounces forward, tearing at the enemy to deal 2 physical attacks at 80% damage, with a maximum pounce distance of 5 meters. Suchen stared at the lynx in front of him, caught in a dilemma. Damn it, should he fight or not? After calculating, his attack power was 49, plus an additional damage increase of 33 points, minus the giant lynx's 15 points of defense. One arrow could deal about 67 points of damage, so to kill one he would need about 8 arrows. However, Suchen firmly believed that with the lynx's attack power, if he got close, his small frame would be as fragile as paper and he wouldn't last even 3 seconds. Sigh, the health bar. The eternal pain of archers. Suchen was not in a hurry. He rested his chin on his hand and thought carefully. At a distance of 20 meters, if he were a kite monster shooting while retreating, he should be able to shoot 5 arrows before the lynx pounced. There would still be a gap of 2 arrows, and if he took a hit, he might just be able to take it down. Damn! Let's do it! It's just a little kitty, right? Easy prey, just watch me take it down. Suchen rubbed his hands together and looked up and down at the group of monsters. Although strategically one should look down on the opponent, tactically one must take them seriously. Suchen did not recklessly charge in. Instead, he turned left and right, finding a relatively sparse area of trees. This way, he had a clearer line of sight, making it harder for his arrows to be blocked by the trees. Moreover, it was also a precaution on Suchen's part. He didn't want to accidentally run into a tree while trying to kite the monsters. Suchen crouched in the bushes just at the edge of his attack range, drew his bow, and aimed for the left eye of a giant lynx. In the setting of the spirit realm, once a ranger selects a target, their accuracy when shooting arrows is very high unless the opponent uses an evasion skill or is in a high-speed movement state. Otherwise, it's basically a guaranteed hit. However, aiming for a specific spot requires a certain amount of time to lock on. The smaller the target, the longer the lock-on time. Of course, this lock-on time can be reduced by leveling up and improving archery proficiency. In Suchen's current situation, it took him a full 3 seconds to lock onto the giant lynx's left eye, but the effect was quite remarkable. After locking on, Suchen released the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow plunged directly into the lynx's eye socket, bright red blood gushing out. Got it! A wolf. The lynx, which had been grooming itself, suddenly had its eyeball shot out, causing it to roll on the ground and howl in pain. If Suchen could understand the lynx's words, he would surely frown and say, "This beast curses really badly." At this moment, damage numbers appeared. -49, weak hit, ignores defense, -33, additional true damage. Oh wow, a pleasant surprise. Weak hit, ignores defense. Looking at the giant lynx in pain, Suchen felt a twinge of compassion, thinking to himself, poor lynx, it must hurt so much. Don't suffer anymore, let me help you pass on. He drew his bow again, locking onto the lynx's right eye. However, at that moment, the lynx had also reacted, enduring the pain and baring its teeth as it charged at Suchen, vowing to take revenge for the previous arrow. Suchen immediately stood up and quickly ran back, drawing his bow and shooting back as he ran. Whoosh, -34, physical damage, -33, additional true damage, whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Suchen had anticipated, even though the lynx was injured, its speed far exceeded his. In just a few seconds, Suchen shot a total of 5 arrows. At this point, the lynx's health was down to 83 points, meaning he needed at least 2 more arrows to finish it off. But just then, he heard a howl. The lynx was already upon him. 2 sharp claws left deep marks on Suchen's body. -33. -33. Suchen's health plummeted, leaving him with just over 20 points, barely holding on. At this moment, the lynx's attack was not over. Its drooling mouth opened wide, turning to bite Suchen's neck fiercely. But while bracing for the attack, Suchen steeled himself, grabbing the lynx's neck with one hand while the other pulled an arrow from the bowstring and plunged the arrowhead deep into the lynx's flesh. He struck twice in quick succession. -34, physical damage, -33, additional true damage, -34. Physical damage, -33, additional true damage. Hearing a whimper, the lynx's health bar hit 0, and it transformed into a burst of light before disappearing. Congratulations! You have killed lynx. You gained experience, 20 points. Killing at level 2 grants an additional 20% experience, 4 points. Hunting Heart activated, permanently adds 1 point of true damage. Current damage, 34 points. Range upgrade cumulative, 3350th stam. This level 4 monster is really hard to deal with. Thank goodness I reacted quickly, or I would have really been done for. Suchen felt a wave of fear. Luckily, he had reacted fast enough to not foolishly draw his bow when the lynx got close, but instead pulled out an arrow and stabbed the lynx. Otherwise, he would probably be back in the novice village soaking in the resurrection hot spring by now. Damn it, even though I know my health will regenerate over time, these wounds really hurt. Suchen complained, covering the 2 wounds on his body, gritting his teeth. The pain sensation in the game was only partially activated, but even that small portion was enough to make many players suffer. But complaints aside, Suchen still stood up and collected the 2 copper coins that had dropped. At this moment, he also cleared his thoughts, deciding to put off dealing with the lynx for now. After the lynx's pounce, he had reacted quickly enough to grab its neck. If he had been even a moment slower, the outcome of the battle would have been completely different. No, I need to find a way to improve my skills and be more confident before tackling these guys. First, let's go see what rewards the hunter has. Hunters use bows too and often go hunting. Maybe he has some ideas. Suchen turned and walked away, not out of cowardice, but rather a strategic retreat. However, after arriving here, the golden bloodline had thickened significantly, and he estimated he was not far from his destination. Before returning to the novice village, Suchen planned to check out what was happening over there. As he followed the golden bloodline, Suchen felt the temperature around him drop, with sunlight barely penetrating, creating a more airy atmosphere. Damn, this game has a fantasy background. There won't be ghost monsters ahead, right? Suchen tightened his grip on the deer antler bow, his heart racing. The immersive experience of Lingjing was light years ahead of other online games. Other games relied on computer mice, achieving at most a 15% immersion, but Lingjing offered a full 100%. If a ghost or zombie jumped out to attack, it would surely cause Suchen significant mental distress. After walking anxiously for over 10 minutes, Suchen finally saw the target connected by the golden bloodline. This is a tree? Suchen examined it. Before him stood a thick, massive tree with lush branches but few leaves. What was chilling was that this tree had a human face growing on it, which was quite terrifying. At the base of the tree, there was a ring of light brown rust-like markings, indicating it was a black iron-level boss. Suchen checked the opponent's attribute panel, and upon seeing its health and attack power, he silently cursed in his heart. This damn planner really is something else. Twisted Tree level 5 rank, Black Iron level BOSS health 30,000/30,000 attack, 150 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 15 speed, 0 skills, whip, Twisted Howl, explosive fruit whip, extracts roots to whip enemies. Within range, dealing 100% of attack power is damage and knocking them back. Attack range, 22.5 meters. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Twisted Howl. The Twisted Tree emits a mournful howl, causing a 3-second confusion effect on all enemies. Within range. Attack range, 22.5 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Explosive Fruit. The Twisted Tree throws an explosive fruit, which has 75 health points, automatically tracking enemies after landing, exploding when its health reaches 0 or when close to a target, dealing a fixed 150 damage. Attack range, 22.5 meters. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Seeing the health and attack stats, Suchen gasped, thinking to himself, this is ridiculous. 30,000 health and only 150 attack? Is this really a Black Iron level boss? Not to mention now, even if players reached level 5, it would take dozens of people to handle such a terrifying boss. However, when he saw the speed, Suchen's eyes lit up. Speed of 0? Does that mean this thing can't move? As long as my range is far enough, I can farm the boss without taking damage? Suchen continued to read through the boss's skills quickly, noticing that each skill had an attack range of only 22.5 meters, and he couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. Good, 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 good. With 6 goods in a row, Suchen's excitement was uncontrollable. This boss was practically tailor-made for him. At this stage, everyone had not learned any skills and relied solely on normal attacks, with the attack range of ranged classes generally not exceeding 10 meters. In fact, according to the 100% realism of the Spirit Realm, even if the range was only 10 meters, pulling the bow to the max and aiming by hand could still break the range, but at that point, accuracy was almost non-existent and damage would be significantly reduced beyond range. But he was different. His current attack range was already 20 meters. Once he stacked it to 50, and the attack range increased when it exceeded 22.5 meters, the Twisted Tree, this Black Iron level boss, would be within easy reach. After defeating the Twisted Tree, his Hunting Heart talent level 3 would trigger, and at that time, damage would double. Only then could he truly say he was invincible in the novice village. However, I still need to stack the true damage layers to 50, otherwise, thinking about it is pointless. Suchen's next goal was clear. First, check with the hunter to see if there was a way to deal with the lynx. After dealing with the lynx, he would farm the lynx group, stack it to 50, and then directly confront the Twisted Tree. After figuring it out, Suchen prepared to return to the novice village along the original path to hand in the quest to the hunter. On the way back, he looked at the situation of the surrounding players. The Twisted Tree was so eerie that Suchen hadn't seen a single adventurer here. There were some adventurers in the Lynx and Elk area, but upon checking their information, they were all level 1, just sightseeing, not farming monsters, merely wandering around like curious babies. Suchen even saw 3 guys looking for something to eat, daring to shove any fruit into their mouths. One person started losing health after eating a mushroom, and the people around quickly took notes. The nicknames of these 3 people all have the prefix Moonslayer. Suchen guessed they should be from some club, trying things out everywhere to gather first-hand information. It makes sense. With the vastness of the spirit realm comparable to the second world, it would definitely attract a bunch of clubs or studios. This also served as a reminder for Suchen to speed up, maintain his first mover advantage, and get ahead of others. Otherwise, if the targeted boss he locked onto was snatched by someone else, he would be in for a tough time. Being alone, he certainly couldn't afford to slack off compared to these clubs, with thousands or tens of thousands of members. With this in mind, Suchen quickened his pace and headed straight for the novice village. On the other side of the novice village, 7 or 8 people were attacking a spiny mouse. Among them, the most noticeable was a chubby little boy. The spiny mouse was being beaten so badly that it was dizzy and had no chance to counterattack. Of course, when it was left with just a sliver of health, everyone except the chubby boy hurriedly retreated from the experience sharing area. The chubby boy raised his shield high and banged it hard against the spiny mouse's head. In no time, the spiny mouse turned into light spots and disappeared. Young master, you're so brave. Quickly drink some potions to replenish your health. Seeing the chubby boy finish the battle, a mage player who looked like a butler rushed over and took out a bottle of basic life potion. These basic life potions were bought with copper coins at a high price from the novice village pharmacy, costing 20 copper coins each. As for the copper coins, they were all exchanged for cash by the chubby boy. At this stage, 1 copper coin was worth 20 yuan, meaning a bottle of basic potion was worth 400 yuan. However, the chubby boy was the young master of the Muyan group, so he naturally wasn't short on money. Moreover, exploring this game was a task assigned by his father, and all expenses could be reimbursed. The chubby boy chuckled, took the potion, and drank it down, waiting for his health to recover. Uncle Wu, if I kill 5 or 6 more monsters, I'll reach level 2. This game is really interesting, much better than the ones I played before. It's so exhilarating, no wonder Dad wants to shift the business here. Young Master Xiao, you're right. President Xiao has always been very visionary. You are also incredibly brave, and your operations are exceptionally smooth. President Xiao will definitely be pleased when he sees this. The chubby boy scratched the back of his head and grinned. Although he was a rich second generation, he didn't have any bad habits, he just loved playing games and spending money. Now, not only could he enjoy playing games in the spirit realm, but he could also help his dad, so why not? But Uncle Wu, this game is really hardcore. With so many people helping me, I still haven't reached level 2. I wonder how the other players are doing. It's just a pity that the drop rate in this game is too low. I just took a look at the trading system and everything listed. There is novice equipment, with only a few slime rings occasionally. But the attributes of those equipment can only be said to be barely useful, and as for skill books, there isn't a single one. Uncle Wu, please keep an eye on the trading system for me. If there are suitable equipment or skill books, help me buy them as soon as possible. As for the funds, there's no need to worry. I still have over 4 million in pocket money left this month, which is enough to spend. Alright, young master, I'll follow your orders. Hehe, as long as I can make a name for myself in the spirit realm, Dad will definitely be happy, and I won't have to be mocked by my older brother every day. At this moment, Su Chen had just returned to the novice village. The map of the spirit realm was too vast, even the area of the novice village was ridiculously large. It took him over half an hour to travel back from the twisted tree. Before reaching the crowded area, Su Chen put away the eye-catching deer antler bow into his space backpack and switched to the novice bow and arrows. It was better to keep good things hidden for himself, otherwise, attracting a bunch of envious players would not be a good thing. However, it was user-friendly that after obtaining the deer antler musk, there would be a cursor guiding him upon entering the novice village. A faint yellow beam of light, visible only to Su Qian, marked the location of the hunter's house. Pretty user-friendly. I thought I would have to ask around, but with this light beam, it saves a lot of trouble. Su Qian leisurely made his way to the hunter's house, but just as he knocked on the door, he heard the sound of a woman inside yelling and smashing things. You useless thing, marrying you is like living as a widow. How can you call yourself a man? Are you even capable? Oh, why am I so unfortunate? I thought I found a strong man, but instead, I'm living as a widow. Shoo, family matters should not be aired. Shoo, keep it down. Oh, are you still embarrassed? Then why don't you act like a man? Useless eunuch. Madam, the village doctor said that just one more musk will cure this problem. Just wait a little longer. Someone's knocking at the door, madam. Shoo, let me handle this first. Su Chen touched his nose, thinking to himself, is my timing just unfortunate? Walking in on a couple's quarrel? However, he couldn't help but marvel at how intelligent this NPC was. The tone of their argument was so vivid, just like the quarrels he heard downstairs. Su Chen had already imagined the couple rolling on the ground in a fit. No wonder this hunter needed musk. It turned out he had problems in that area creek. In Su Chen's awkward expression, the hunter opened the door. Who are you? What do you want? I don't have any hidden quests. You adventurers should stop coming to me. Ugh, damn, this woman is killing me. The hunter held the door with one hand while the other covered a bleeding scratch, grimacing in pain. Su Chen quietly watched the hunter, unhurriedly pulling out a large piece of deer antler musk from his backpack. Mr. Hunter, I think you might need this. The hunter's eyes lit up immediately. Musk. It's musk. He reached out to grab it, but Su Chen quickly put it back into his space backpack. Then he smiled and asked, didn't you say there are no hidden quests? So this musk shouldn't be for you, Mr. Hunter. The hunter grinned. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to say? I saw you. We're only level 2 and didn't expect you could actually get deer antler musk. Rewards are fine, copper coins are easy to talk about. How about 100 copper coins? Brave adventurer, quickly give me the musk. Su Chen looked at the hunter with amusement, secretly thinking that such a big guy, looking so strong, actually had problems in that area. If the NPCs in the spirit realm were this intelligent, could he extort a little more from them? After all, the hunter's house was nicely decorated, and since he was a hunter, he must have some skills, right? It would be normal for him to have some equipment too, right? He sighed, half complaining and half hinting, Brother Hunter, you don't know how hard it is for me. This piece of musk was obtained after I went through great efforts, facing countless hardships and risking my life. I understand your difficulties. After all, we can't let your wife live as a widow, can we? But even so, the reward of copper coins is a bit meager. The hunter raised an eyebrow, understanding that Su-chen wanted something. But feel free to speak, any problems can be discussed, I will definitely help where I can. Just now, I was scratched by that damned lynx from the north, but that group of beasts was too fast. And I can't deal with this now. The hunter pondered for a moment, took out 2 skill books from the room, then thought for a while, seeing the novice bow and arrow Su-chen was holding, and finally handed him a skill book titled Hunting Traps. Here. This is my specialty in hunting. This skill can release a trap that slows down enemies after being triggered, very useful against lynxes. With this, even a little lynx will be easy to catch. So, can you give me the musk now? Su-chen happily took the skill book, glanced at it, Hunting Traps, skill book, applicable classes, Ranger, Engineer. Quality, 1-star effect, releases an invisible trap lasting 180 seconds. When enemies step on it, it triggers, dealing 75% of attack power as physical damage and slowing the enemy by 30% for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 15 seconds, mana cost, 10 according to the introduction of the Spirit Realm world. Obtaining skill books in the Novice Village is extremely difficult. Ordinary monsters do not drop skill books, and they can only be obtained by defeating bosses or asking NPCs. Su-chen suppressed his joyful expression, discreetly placed the skill book in his backpack, and continued to complain. Thank you, hunter brother, for the skill book, but my family is poor. For this musk, the only decent clothes I had were ruined by a bighorn deer, and now I only have this plain linen outfit. Seeing how splendid and sturdy your clothes are really makes me envious. How great it would be if I could have one too. The hunter frowned slightly, feeling like he was being taken advantage of, but the temptation of the musk was indeed too great. What this kid said didn't seem like a lie. The linen clothes were indeed shabby. Anyway, he just happened to have a leather jacket at home, so he decided to give it to him. Here, take this leather jacket, but this is the last time. If you ask for anything else, I'd rather spend my time hiring someone else. After saying that, the hunter took out a leather jacket from his home and handed it to Su-chen. Hunter's leather jacket, normal level, effect, health plus 60, physical defense plus 5, health recovery plus 1 per second. Applicable classes, all classes required level to equip. None. Su-chen hurriedly took the leather jacket. Although it was also a basic item, its quality and attributes were much stronger than the novice linen clothes, plus it had health recovery, which would save him money on potions. He quickly stored it away, and only then did Su-chen hand over the musk from the bighorn deer to the hunter. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest. Unspeakable pain. You have received rewards, copper coins *100, reputation *20, experience *150. Hunter's favor. Since the skill book and leather jacket were obtained through Su-chen's own efforts and not through the common hidden quest, they were not mentioned in the rewards. After receiving the musk, the hunter treated it as a treasure, immediately placing it in the house. Preparing to go to the physician to make medicine after some time. Once the unspeakable pain had a chance to be resolved, the hunter visibly became more cheerful and did not pursue the matter of Su-chen taking advantage of him. After all, compared to a lifetime of happiness for a couple, what is a leather jacket or a skill book worth? The hunter looked Su-chen up and down, thinking to himself that this adventurer seemed quite extraordinary. Being able to obtain the musk of a moose surely indicated some level of strength. Who knows, perhaps he could take revenge for himself. Let's take a gamble. After all, even if I lose, I won't lose much. But if I win, not only will I avenge myself, but I might also be able to get a reward from the village chief. With this in mind, the hunter cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, brave adventurer, are you willing to help me with one more thing?" "Yo, is this another hidden quest?" Su-chen perked up at these words and quickly replied, "I'm more than willing, Mr. Hunter. How can I assist you?" The hunter paused for a moment before saying, "To be honest, the injury I have in this difficult situation is for a reason. It's all because of that damn twisted tree." Su-chen's attention was instantly captured by the words twisted tree, thinking to himself, could this so-called hidden quest be to eliminate that twisted tree? The hunter's next words confirmed his suspicion. Originally, that tree demon was not called the twisted tree, but the tree of vitality. Previously, many children in the village would play and go into the forest to pick some fruits. However, due to an unknown force, the tree of vitality underwent a mutation, becoming irritable, and many village children inadvertently provoked it, leading to their untimely deaths. I was invited by the village chief to deal with the tree demon, but I ended up being whipped in the private parts, sustaining serious injuries, and I still have lingering effects. As long as you eliminate the tree demon, both I and the village chief will reward you handsomely. The hunter has issued you a hidden quest, the Curse of the Tree Demon quest. Content: Kill the Twisted Tree quest. Failure penalty: none. Quest success reward: 300 experience, 200 copper coins, 50 reputation, 1 choice of black iron level equipment, 2-star adaptive profession. Skill book, trial key. Will you accept the quest? Su-chen's eyes lit up. That sounds great. He was already planning to find a way to deal with that guy, and accepting the quest would mean he could earn an extra reward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A choice of black iron level equipment plus so much experience and copper coins, why not take it? Moreover, the trial key and skill book mentioned in the rewards must also be good items. Although Su-chen wanted to accept it immediately, he held back his impulse, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the skill book the hunter had tucked into his clothes. He had only received 1 skill book, but if he could get both, oh no, I mean if it was voluntarily given, that would be wonderful. After all, it was a no-cost deal, why not take it? Brother Hunter, this matter, well, it's not really a big deal, but it does have a little bit of a matter. If we discuss it properly, it won't be a big deal anymore. The hunter saw the familiar smile on Su Chen's face and felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no, this kid is starting to negotiate again. His face darkened. Alright, stop with the nonsense. Just say what you want. Pointing gently at the skill book in the hunter's arms, Su Chen said cheekily, Brother Hunter, it's not a big deal, it's just that this skill book of yours is. The hunter's face darkened. This kid really wouldn't let anything go. How come he feels like he has a thicker skin than me at 40? Forget it, it's better to avoid trouble. Since this kid has his eyes on my skill book, I'll have to give it away. Sooner or later anyway. With that thought, adhering to the idea of out of sight, out of mind, the hunter turned and tossed the skill book over. Su Chen quickly caught it. Alright, Brother Hunter, I accept. You have accepted the quest, the curse of the tree demon. You have obtained a 1-star skill book. Rock smash. Just as Su Chen was about to check the new skill book, he heard a bang as the hunter slammed the door shut. The hunter thought to himself, I can't stay with this kid any longer. The longer I stay, the more I'll lose. This kid has such thick skin, he really wants everything. His voice came through the door. After you kill the twisted tree, just go directly to the village chief's house at the west end of the village to collect your reward. No need to look for me. Su Chen wasn't angry. After all, it was just an NPC, and this was a benefactor who had given him quite a few advantages, so there was nothing to be upset about. Humming a little tune, he walked towards the links area while checking his gains from this trip. 2 skill books and a hunter's leather jacket. When the area became less crowded, Su Chen immediately put on the hunter's leather jacket, which significantly increased his health and defense. Now my margin for error is much higher. I won't drop to 0 health just from a lynx's pounce. Then Su Chen took out the hunting trap skill book and silently chanted to use it. You have consumed 1 skill point and learned the skill hunting trap plus 0 compatible classes. Ranger engineer effect deploys an invisible trap that lasts for 180 seconds. When an enemy steps on it, it triggers, dealing 75% of your attack power as physical damage and slowing the enemy by 30% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Mana cost 10. After admiring the skill effect, he clicked his tongue. It was indeed good. Although the damage wasn't high, the slowing effect was very useful. The lynx's movement speed was 150, and after a 30% slow, it would be 105, while his own movement speed was 118. This meant he could gain an extra 5 seconds of output time, and with those 5 seconds, he could definitely kill the lynx without taking damage. Next, Su Chen immediately checked the next skill book, Stone Smash, but unfortunately, he couldn't learn the skill. Stone Smash skill book, compatible classes, melee class types, assassin, guardian, warrior, quality, 1-star effect, raise your weapon in charge for 0.5 to 3 seconds, then deliver a heavy blow to the enemy, dealing 100% to 300% damage based on the charge time. Cooldown 7 seconds. Mana cost 10. Damn, I can't use it? Su Chen's face stiffened. Didn't that mean he had just shamelessly asked for it for nothing? But then he thought, wait, that's not right. Even though he couldn't use it, he could sell it. There was a trading system in the spirit realm, and it supported transactions in either game currency or real currency. Su Chen stroked his chin and thought, at this stage, if he could pull out a skill book, someone would definitely want to buy it. While thinking, he opened the trading system. At the beginning, when the main city was not yet open, only people within the same novice village could trade with each other. The trading system displayed various items, but looking around, they were all novice equipment. He quickly realized that these novice items were probably dropped by others after being killed by monsters and then picked up by quick hands to sell in the trading market. However, those who picked up the items were quite merciful. Each piece of novice equipment was priced around 50 coins, which was indeed not expensive. Of course, only the unlucky ones who dropped the equipment would buy these items. Su Chen opened the search system, filtered out all novice equipment, and then found that the originally 40+ pages of trading items had all disappeared, leaving only 14 slime rings. Su Chen curiously checked them out. Slime ring attributes, +1 attack power. So trashy? Su Chen's blunt assessment was spot on. After all, it was a level 1 monster, and the items dropped by the slime were indeed trash. Yet, even so, someone dared to sell a slime ring for $200. And the most ridiculous part was that someone actually bought it? Just as he was checking, the number of slime rings had decreased from 14 to 13. Su Chen couldn't help but glance at his own equipment, especially the black iron level antler bow. He swallowed hard. If that broken trash can sell for 200, then this thing in my hands must be worth over 10,000. Su Chen felt a strong temptation, even considering selling the antler bow, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The long-term benefits the antler bow provided far outweighed 10,000 bucks. He could always sell it later when he upgraded his gear. However, Su Chen noticed that in such a large trading system, there wasn't a single skill book for sale. It made sense. There probably wasn't anyone in the entire novice village besides Su Chen who had a skill book. Su Chen pondered. He didn't know the market price for skill books. What if he ended up losing money? But the trading system had an auction mode, so if he was unsure of the specific price, he could just put it up for auction. Forget it, let's save some trouble, no need to stress over pricing. At least with an auction, I won't lose too much. The trading system in Lingjing charged a 5% commission for selling items, while auctions took a 10% commission, which seemed reasonable and not overly greedy. As for the starting bid, Suchen thought, in such a popular game, there must be quite a few wealthy players, and he had just noticed that there were also people from guild clubs. Those who made a living from gaming would surely invest, especially since this was a precious skill book in the early stages. Setting a higher price wouldn't be a problem. Alright, it's decided then. I'll set the starting bid at 1688, a lucky number. Those rich players will definitely like it. You are using the auction feature. Selected auction item, Rock Smash, 1 star. Skill book, set starting bid, 1688 yuan. Set auction mode, anonymous auction settings, item display for 30 minutes, bidding time 5 minutes. Newbie village, at the edge of the forest, in the spiny mouse area. An assassin nicknamed Moonslayer Red Dragon swiftly slashed the throat of a critically injured spiny mouse. In an instant, the spiny mouse transformed into a burst of light and vanished, while at the same time, a flash of light enveloped Moonslayer Red Dragon, signaling his level up to 2. Red Dragon, not bad. You've leveled up so quickly, praised a female mage nearby nicknamed Moonslayer Bluefish. Moonslayer Red Dragon bent down to pick up the fallen copper coins, his brow slightly furrowed. It's a pity that the drop rate in this game is too low. Right now, aside from a slime ring, I have no other weapons. At this rate, I can't differentiate myself from the others in the club, nor can I gain any resource support. Bluefish, I heard from Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu that there's a small area ahead with signs of battle. Judging by the region, it should be a level 3 monster area, and the monster density there is very low, with only a few remaining. It should have respawned after being cleared. I suspect there's a strong force in our newbie village that can already handle level 3 monsters. Moonslayer Blue Fish shook her head, disagreeing with Moonslayer Red Dragon. The Daylight Guild and the Holy Wave Guild have no presence in Newbie Village 10037. In this newbie village, aside from our Moonslayer Guild, there are basically no players capable of dealing with level 3 monsters, and as for solo players, that's even less likely. I guess it might be due to NPCs or infighting among monsters. You know, the spirit realm is far more intelligent than any online game we've encountered, so we can't rule out that possibility. Moonslayer Red Dragon fell silent, tacitly agreeing with Moonslayer Bluefish's view, gazing into the distance. Maybe, perhaps I'm overthinking it. By the way, is there anything good in the trading system? Our group has applied for quite a bit of funding this time, nearly 3 million this period. We must seize every opportunity to grow stronger, only then can we apply for more funding and snowball it. Oh, there really is something, and it's a skill book. Moonslayer Bluefish kept searching the trading system, and when she saw the name Stone Smash, her eyebrows raised in interest. Upon hearing her words, Moonslayer Red Dragon immediately opened the trading system and found the entry for Stone Smash. The moment he saw the effect, Moonslayer Red Dragon pondered, charging up for 300% damage. This could greatly enhance his burst damage capability. Whether in the early or mid-game, this skill could be considered a divine skill. He quickly instructed, prepare the funds and watch the auction time. We must secure this skill book. On the other side, in Newbie Village, a flash of golden light signaled that Xiao Pang Pang had also leveled up. Just as Xiao Pang Pang was about to show off, he saw Uncle Wu laughing joyfully and immediately called out to Xiao Pang Pang, young Master Xiao, quickly check the trading system. Someone is selling a skill book. I looked it over, and it's just right for you. Xiao Pang Pang gulped down a bottle of health potion and curiously opened the trading system. Upon seeing the name Stone Smash, he immediately exclaimed, great! That skill name is cool, I like it. Uncle Wu, buy it. Uncle Wu's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing Xiao Pang Pang's words. Young master, that's not how you buy things. You need to check the skill effects and the cost effectiveness. Xiao Pang Pang scratched his head in confusion and asked innocently, huh? Cost effectiveness? Is it important? Well, I don't know. My dad told me that if I like it, I should just buy it. The price is just a number. Uncle Wu chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that the young master was right. The little young master truly lived up to his reputation as a foolish rich kid. Young master, this skill book is set to auction mode. You need to bid to purchase. It's... Xiao Pang Pang waved his hand dismissively. Auction? I know, my dad told me that every time you bid, just offer 500 more than the other party. That way you can get what you want without losing too much. Uncle Wu rubbed his forehead when he thought about what young Master Xiao said. It actually made some damn sense. On the other side, Su Chen was unaware that the skill book he casually uploaded had attracted so much attention. He just wanted to happily hunt lynxes. Before leaving, he stopped by the pharmacy in the novice village and spent 40 copper coins to buy 2 bottles of stamina potions. Stamina potion, after use, increases stamina recovery speed by 25% for 1 hour. With the stamina potions, he could significantly extend his running time and increase his travel speed. In the following time, Su Chen felt like the wind beneath his feet, remaining in a constant state of running, greatly increasing his speed. In less than 20 minutes, he returned to the lynx area, saving 40% of the time compared to before. When Su-chen arrived, he specifically checked the vast majority of players were still fighting slimes, and a group of players had started trying to hunt spiny mice, but no one was hunting big-horned deer or lynxes yet. Of course, other level 3 monsters like giant squirrels and golden monkeys were also untouched. Su-chen shook his head and refocused on the lynxes. Good little lynx, stacking true damage, here I come. Su-chen approached the lynx area, found a convenient spot to lure monsters, and released a hunting trap. In the next second, a 20-centimeter diameter iron trap appeared in front of Su-chen. After another second, the trap's color faded and finally disappeared from view, only visible to the caster or those with stealth skills. Immediately, Su-chen ran back, adjusted his position to ensure that the lynx, the trap, and himself formed a straight line, guaranteeing that the lynx would step firmly on the trap while chasing him. He drew his bow and shot an arrow at the rear of a nearby lynx. Whoosh! Awo, -34 physical damage. -34 additional true damage. The lynx yelped in pain and ran towards Su-chen. Su-chen turned and ran, retreating while shooting back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the lynx pursued, a crisp sound of a mechanism being triggered rang out, and Su-chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Hey, gotcha! -22. The trap clamped tightly onto the lynx's leg, and as the lynx howled in agony, it dragged its injured leg forward, its speed instantly reduced by 30%. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Su-chen continued running for 2 more seconds, creating some distance, then turned and stood firm, drawing his bow and shooting in one smooth motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in quick succession. And the lynx's health was instantly depleted, its body turning into light spots and disappearing. Congratulations, you have killed lynx. You gained experience, 20 points, killing 2 levels. Higher grants an additional 20% experience, 4 points. Heart of the Hunt activated, permanently adds 1 point of true damage, current damage 35 points, shooting range upgrade cumulative 35/50ths. Awesome. This skill is really useful. With high deceleration, combined with the increased range from my talent, even though the lynx is so fast, it still can't touch me. At this rate, I'll soon be able to stack up to 50 layers. Just as Su-chen was happily grinding monsters, he was unaware that the skill book he had listed on the trading system had caused a huge stir in the novice village. In the entire 10037 novice village, many people had noticed this newly appeared skill book in the trading system. Skill book? Aren't they only dropped by bosses? I haven't heard of anyone grinding bosses. Not sure, maybe it's a quest reward. Hey, can we see who is auctioning it? Let's go get some insights. Can't see, the seller set the auction to be anonymous, we have no idea who the seller is. Hey, look, there's only half a minute left until the auction starts. I wonder how much this skill book will sell for. Anyway, it will definitely be higher than the starting price. I bet it will go for around 4,000 to 5,000. Indeed, the first skill book gives a huge advantage in the early stages. The crowd was buzzing, and many melee class players were preparing to spend money to snatch the skill book. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yuqilong's side, he asked his teammate eagerly, Changyu, are you ready? We must get this skill book. Zhang Yuqilong gave an okay sign. She was an experienced bidder, best at acquiring target items with the lowest budget. Previously, she had handled the bidding in other online games for their group. Don't worry, I've calculated its approximate value, and besides that, you still don't trust my grasp on the other bidder's psychology? Zhang Yuqilong nodded, and at that moment he refocused on the spiny mouse grinding monsters to calm his anxious heart. On Xiao Pangpang's side, things were less formal. He thought to himself, how much could a skill book cost? It's not even as expensive as his set of figurines. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the auction began. Neither Xiao Pangpang nor Zhang Yuqilong rushed to bid. It was now the time for other players to compete. However, everyone was well aware of the skill book's value. Within just a minute of the auction starting, the bidding price had already risen from the initial 1688 to 5,000, and only after reaching 5,000 did the upward trend pause, finally stopping at 5,009, with no one else willing to bid higher. Xiao Pangpang sat on the grass playing with some dogtail grass, and seeing that no one was buying, he casually offered a price of 6,500. Zhang Yuqilong smiled slightly, quietly waiting for the countdown to end, not in a hurry to make a move, until the trading system chimed with a notification, 6500 yuan once, 6500 yuan twice. At this moment, the auction price updated, and Zhang Yuqilong directly offered a high price of 9,500, raising it by 3,000 in one go. In the last second, increasing the bid by 50% would leave most bidders stunned, and within those 3 seconds, the auction had already ended. Perhaps in a real auction house, this was just a small trick, but in the online game equipment auction, it had proven effective time and again. However, this time, she was disappointed. The moment 9,500 was called out, Xiao Pangpang directly raised the bid to 10,000. Zhang Yuqilong was slightly taken aback, not expecting someone to have such financial power, but she wasn't anxious. She immediately offered 11,000. She thought that if the other party could easily afford 10,000, they should know the value of this skill book, and naturally also knew that unless it was linked to a specific player's talent, the value of this skill book would be hard to exceed 10,000. Zhang Yuqilong felt that if she were in the other party's position, she would have stopped bidding by now. But what she didn't expect was that the other party didn't hesitate for a second and directly raised the bid to 11500. Zhang Yuqingyu hesitated a bit. Although this skill book was good, its value wasn't that high. After all, skill books could be obtained from killing bosses and completing quests, and a 1-star skill book would soon become common in a few days. At this moment, Zhang Yuqi wiped the blade and approached her, his expression solemn. Continue to raise the bid, report 13,000. If we lose a bit, we lose a bit. The other side only added 500, which should mean their financial capacity has been pushed to the limit. Xingyu nodded and continued to bid 13,000, raising it by 1,500, also hoping to deter the opponent. However, Xiao Pangpang was not someone who would be deterred by a mere thousand. In less than a second, he reported 13,500. Zhang Yuqilong's face turned ashen. He realized that the other side was humiliating him, adding only 500 each time. Continue to raise the bid. However, Zhang Yuqingyu hesitated. Looking at Zhang Yuqilong's expression, a sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Qilong, you're getting too emotional. The biggest taboo in auctions is getting emotional. Let me handle this next. I'll bid myself. I'll cover the part over 13,000 out of my own pocket. No public account. Xing Yu wanted to persuade him again, but seeing Zhang Yuqilong's grim face, she knew that someone who was emotionally charged couldn't be reasoned with, so she could only let him continue to raise the bid. 14,000, 14,500, 15,000, 15,500, 17,000, 17,500, 20,000, 20,500, 22,000, 22,500. This skill book had already skyrocketed far beyond its own value, but Zhang Yuqilong was now emotionally invested, fixated on the price, wanting to continue raising the bid. Zhang Yuqingyu blocked him. Alright, Qilong, that's enough. 22,500 is really too much. It's not worth it. You might as well focus your energy on taking on tasks. Although the money isn't much, if the boss finds out about your behavior, he will definitely reassess our group's value. If funding is reduced later, it would be a loss. Also, don't forget that arrogant guy Zhan Yu Guangshi has been eyeing your position for a long time. If you make a big mistake, the club might replace you with him. Xing Yu's words made Qilong stop, and after taking a deep breath, he returned to rationality. Yes, although 20,000 isn't a lot of money, if he let his emotions get the better of him and the boss found out, he would definitely doubt his abilities. If Zhan Yu Guangshi took his place, the consequences would be severe. After 3 seconds of silence, Qilong held back and did not continue to raise the bid. 22,500 yuan once. 22,500 yuan twice. 22,500 yuan 3 times. Congratulations to Jiba Tianxia for winning Shattered Stone Strike. Xiao Pangpang was very happy to see his successful bid. After obtaining the skill book, he immediately spent skill points to learn it. As for the more than 20,000 yuan, Xiao Pangpang said he didn't care at all. It wasn't a waste, as he was thinking of his father's great enterprise, which was worth it. On Su Chen's side, he was handling the monster grinding with ease. However, the only downside was that his mana was too low, only 70 points. Every time he ran out of mana, he had to disengage from combat and wait for it to slowly recover. Even so, Su Chen's efficiency in grinding monsters far exceeded that of other players. In just 15 minutes, he had already killed 16 lynxes, leveling up to level 3 while stacking up to 50 layers. The distribution of free attribute points was the same as before, 2 points in strength, 3 points in agility. During this time, he also looted a lynx fur hat. Lynx fur hat equipment quality: white ordinary level attributes, health plus 20 points, physical defense plus 2 points, spell resistance plus 2 points applicable. Class types: all classes. Su Chen happily put it on, and his health reached 170 points, even more robust than the shield warrior who focused entirely on vitality. However, the only downside is, this lynx hat is a bit ugly. From the outside, it looks as if a real lynx is lying on his head. Oh well, ugly is ugly, as long as it's useful. Then Su Chen checked his talent panel. Heart of the Hunt. The Heart of the Hunt will mark targets on the map and generate bloodline traces visible only to you. Killing targets will grant permanent enhancement. Effects: Effect 1. Each time you kill a normal target alone, your normal attack permanently increases by 1 point of additional true damage. Current damage 50 points. Effect 2. Attack range increases by 5 meters. Stacking additional true damage to a specific level will permanently increase attack range. Current level 50 out of 100. This reward range plus 5 meters. Current total range 25 m. Next full level reward range plus 10 meters. Effect 3. Each time you kill a designated boss target and your damage exceeds 50% of its maximum health, your attack will permanently increase by 1 volley. Arrow can fully trigger attack. Effects: current increased arrow count 0. The range increased by another 5 meters, and the current range has reached 25 meters. With this, I'm absolutely confident in dealing with the twisted tree. Su Chen couldn't help but shoot an arrow at the nearby lynx, which yelped in pain. However, Su Chen's current range was already far enough, and the true damage had stacked to 50 points, with each arrow dealing 84 points of damage. 6 arrows could take down the lynx without needing hunting traps to slow it down. At that moment, a notification sound from the trading system suddenly rang in his ears. The item skill Bookstone Smash U auction has been successfully traded with a transaction amount of 22,500 yuan. After deducting a 10% auction fee, the actual amount received is 20,250 yuan, which has been credited to your bound bank card. Suchun was momentarily stunned, not even having time to pick up the copper coins dropped by the monsters, and immediately checked the trading system. Damn, it really sold 20,000? Is this for real? To ensure its authenticity, Suchun even logged off for a moment to check his bank account on his phone. When he saw the text message from the bank indicating an increase of 20,250 in his account balance, he finally felt at ease. This is more than I made from power leveling before. Ha, one word, awesome. Suchun happily clenched his fist and swung it forward vigorously. Damn, now the mortgage has a solution. Just that one skill book. Not only did it cover the cost of the helmet, but I also have an extra 12,000 left. Where can I find such a good conscience game? Dog. Planner. Oh no, dear planner of the spirit realm, I will never curse you again. Ha ha ha. Now, with the economy outside in a downturn, even if Suchun worked illegally in a factory, he would only make about 4,000 a month. Life is tough, and these few pieces of silver are indeed hard to earn. I've watched a lot of videos online, and sometimes I feel that hundreds of thousands or even millions are just small change. However, when those 20,000 yuan really hit my card, the joy and satisfaction are hard to put into words. Keep it up. Let's earn another wave. Suchun, filled with joy, took advantage of the downtime to snack on some bread and sausage, had a sip of water, and made a quick trip to the bathroom, not wasting a minute before reconnecting to the spirit realm. After playing the game for so long, he knew one thing very well: every minute and second in the early stages is precious. Being ahead once means being ahead every time. Only by staying at the forefront of the players can one gain more benefits. Moreover, the 20,000 yuan he just earned was obtained through an auction in the 10037 Novice Village, where the auction items were already limited and could sell for tens of thousands. Once the main city opens and wealthy players gather more, the prices will inevitably rise. Back in the game, Suchun chose not to continue farming the links but headed straight for the Twisted Tree. Now that my range is sufficient, I need to take down the Twisted Tree as quickly as possible. According to the introduction, the first kill of the boss will have extra rewards. I haven't seen any announcements about someone getting the first kill, which means if I'm fast enough, I can get the first kill for the whole server. Haha, there will definitely be a lot of good stuff, each one worth money. Houses, cars, cash, here I come. 5 minutes later, Suchun arrived at the territory of the Twisted Tree. After roughly estimating the area, Suchun positioned himself at the very edge of the Twisted Tree, pondering the best way to attack. Twisted Tree level 5 rank, Black Iron level BOSS health 30,000/30,000 attack, 150 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 15 speed, 0 skills. Whip, Twisted Howl, explosive fruit. After all, with 30,000 health points, if Su Chen were to attack, his basic attack damage would be nearly useless, only dealing 1 point of force damage, relying solely on the 50 points of true damage to fill the gap. Su Chen scratched his head as he looked at the 30,000 health points. Currently, his attack speed while standing still was 1 arrow every 1.5 seconds, and if he needed to dodge, it averaged out to 1 arrow every 2 seconds. This meant that if he kept attacking non-stop, it would take at least 20 minutes, which was certainly not an easy task. Fortunately, he had used a stamina potion, otherwise, shooting for more than 10 minutes would indeed be unsustainable. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling the fragrant scent of the trees around him. He had to admit that, based solely on feeling, he could no longer distinguish between the spirit realm and the real world. In front of Su Chen, the towering Twisted Tree was enveloped in swirling emerald energy, with green liquid flowing between its trunk and branches. Looking further up, hundreds of branches hung with red fruits, each bearing a furious human face. Aside from not being as bright red, they bore some resemblance to the cherry bombs from Plants vs. Zombies. That must be the explosive fruit, he thought. I need to be careful. Although the Twisted Tree's maximum attack range is only 22.5 meters, who knows how far the explosive fruit can track? I should be extra cautious. While pondering, Su Chen reminded himself that this was a Black Iron level boss. Normally, wild bosses required a dozen or even dozens of players to tackle. Not only was his level 2 levels lower than the boss, but he was also soloing it, so he had to be extremely careful. However, the benefits of starting early are quite obvious. There aren't many people around, so I don't have to worry about the boss being stolen. This was the advantage of being one step ahead. If he waited until other players leveled up, this boss might not belong to him anymore. At this moment, Su Chen took a deep breath, drew his bow, and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! In the next instant, he aimed at the Twisted Trees tightly. Shut eyes and shot an arrow. -1 physical damage, -50 additional true damage. Indeed, the Twisted Tree's defense was incredibly thick. Even attacking its eyes couldn't break through the defense, and he could only rely on true damage to wear it down slowly. TSK, this tree has quite a thick skin. At that moment, the Twisted Tree opened its eyes and turned to see who was disturbing its sweet dreams. However, upon seeing Su Chen, its eyelids drooped again, clearly not taking Su Chen seriously. It thought to itself, just a weak and fragile adventurer daring to show off here? Whoosh crack! At the moment the twisted tree closed its eyes, it pulled a root from the ground and fiercely whipped Su Chen. However, the awkward part was that the root wasn't long enough. It stretched forward until it reached 22 meters, where it was completely restricted, falling straight to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Chen smugly said to himself, "Look at you, trying to show off?" At this moment, Su Chen thought to himself, "Damn, that just scared the life out of me." The sound of the whip was so intense, and the tree roots were so thick, I really thought I could break through the attack range limit. Ha, now I can relax a lot. Just watch me blow you up. Su Chen positioned himself right at the edge of the attack range, constantly adjusting his position to shoot at the twisted tree. During this time, the twisted tree attacked several times, but all were in vain. It couldn't reach Su Chen with its whip. At this moment, the twisted tree seemed to realize this, stopping its whip attacks and instead opening its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a twisted howl. To be honest, the flailing branches combined with that terrifying treeman face were quite intimidating. In the next second, the twisted tree released its twisted howl, and Su Chen hurriedly covered his ears. Although this effect might not necessarily affect him, who would want to listen to a monster howling? Tears. Even with his ears covered, the piercing demonic sound still penetrated Su Chen's eardrum, causing sharp pain. Su Chen looked up at the twisted tree's surroundings. Good grief, the grass was standing up as if struck by the twisted howl, and a few small rabbits running nearby were directly stunned by the howl, fainting. Damn, is this control effect really that outrageous? TSK. The players from other novice villages attacking the twisted tree are in for a treat. Su Chen couldn't help but gloat. He felt secretly pleased. If it was hard to fight, other players would progress even slower, and if their progress was slow, his advantage would be greater, meaning more money from selling equipment. Ha ha ha. After 3 seconds of howling, it finally passed. Su Chen shook his head, picked up his bow and arrow, and continued shooting. One arrow after another, the boss's health bar dropped rapidly. However, as the twisted tree's health decreased, he noticed the explosive fruits hanging from its branches. Their furious expressions became increasingly apparent, and their colors grew more vibrant. When the twisted tree's health dropped below 50%, it let out a roar, and its previously solemn expression turned to rage, causing the explosive fruits to shake continuously. Seeing this, Su Chen stopped shooting, retreated 4 or 5 meters, and observed the situation, not in a hurry to output damage. In the next moment, the twisted tree shook its trunk and directly hurled 3 explosive fruits in Su Chen's direction. Unfortunately, the attack range was still insufficient, and the explosive fruits landed at the edge of the area, unable to reach Su Chen. Before Su Chen could feel relieved, the explosive fruits sprouted 2 legs and stood up on their own. They wobbled towards Su Chen. What the hell? This tree even has offspring. Su Chen saw the health bar appear above the explosive fruit and quickly shot an arrow. -45 physical damage, -50 true damage. Thank goodness. The defense of these explosive fruits isn't as outrageous as the twisted tree. 1 arrow can take them down. After the health bar hit 0, the explosive fruit didn't disappear into light but instead began to swell. Oh crap, it's going to explode. Su Chen put away his bow, patted his backside, and turned to run without a second thought. In the next second, boom, smoke billowed, and the explosive fruit detonated, creating a small shallow pit. Damn, cough cough cough, why does this plant fruit still have smoke coming out? Su Chen turned his head and shot arrows at the other 2 explosive fruits that were farther away. After 2 explosions, 2 new shallow pits appeared on the ground. The cooldown time for the explosive fruits is 15 seconds, and there are still 11 seconds left. I need to hurry up. Seizing the downtime of the explosive fruits cooldown, Su Chen ran back into range and continued to output damage. But at this rate, the efficiency has slowed down quite a bit. Fighting this boss will probably take at least half an hour. Forget it. Ensuring safety is the most important thing. If it takes some time, then so be it. There's no rush anyway. With this boss being so abnormal, no one will be able to snatch the first kill from me. Su Chen proceeded steadily, and during the subsequent battles, aside from the last unfortunate incident where 2 explosive fruits were too close together, resulting in the second one exploding and hitting Su Chen in the face, causing him to lose over 140 health points, everything else went smoothly without taking any damage. After a few minutes, looking at the empty health of the twisted tree, Su Chen shot his final arrow, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he plopped down onto the grass. In front of him, the massive twisted tree's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. On the other side of the novice village, although Zhang Yuqi did not manage to obtain the skill book, he did not waste too much time and continued to immerse himself in leveling up. However, due to the lack of other combat power boosts, he still had to rely on his teammates to pull monsters while he harvested, ensuring that his experience would be greater than that of others. Xingyu, according to the calculations, how long until we can go farm that group of lynxes? Xingyu pulled out a small notebook from somewhere, jotting down notes and sketches. According to the information gathered by the Scouts, that group of lynxes is too fast and they have high attack and high health, making them difficult to deal with. We can only farm monsters at maximum efficiency when you reach level 3 and the others in the team reach level 2. Based on the calculations, it should be another 2 or 3 minutes. By then, we can go tackle the level 4 monsters together. Zhang Yuqi nodded, but he was still quite unhappy. Without the skill book, no matter how good his gaming skills were, he couldn't solo a level 3 monster without taking damage. He needed his teammates' cooperation. This significantly reduced their farming efficiency. However, he didn't feel a sense of urgency. After all, according to the shared data within the Zhanyu Guild, being close to level 3 from level 2 was already considered fast leveling. Most players at this stage were still struggling in the slime area, grinding slimes. Yet, he felt that there seemed to be a super expert hidden in his novice village. Whether it was the traces of monsters being farmed in the bighorn deer area or the auction of skill books, all supported his thoughts. Could it be that in this small novice village number 10037, besides Zhanyu Guangshi, there were other characters with such strong combat power? If there was such a powerhouse in his novice village, the resources would probably be completely farmed by that person and Zhanyu Guangshi, leaving nothing behind. Zhanyu Qingyu seemed to see through Zhanyu Qilong's thoughts and comforted him. Alright, Qilong, don't have level anxiety. I know what you're doubting. Maybe it's just that some players are lucky. After all, there's no real evidence to prove anything, right? Not everyone is like that guy Zhanyu Guangshi. Zhanyu Qilong frowned and nodded, thinking that there was no other way to see it now. However, just as they were resting and preparing to continue farming monsters, a broadcast sound suddenly echoed in their minds. Huasao server announcement: Black Iron level boss first kill, Twisted Tree level 5, achieved BOSS kill time. 00:31:04 killer. Qingfeng the first killer achieved the kill solo and has received an upgrade reward. Please check. In Novice Village number 10037, deep in the forest, a young player with a sickly smile was wielding a dagger, dealing astonishing damage. With each swing, noticeable white critical damage numbers appeared. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, just 4 strikes, and a level 4 golden monkey was killed on the spot. Then, while the golden monkey's corpse had not yet turned into light and disappeared, he took out a pitch-black scroll and pressed it on top. Immediately, a mournful scream was heard, and the light points from the corpse were directly absorbed by the scroll. This person was none other than Zhanyu Guangshi, the genius player of the Zhanyu Club, known for his high level of skill, hailed as the club's strongest assassin. His awakened talent in the spirit realm was the top-tier assassin talent Violent Authority Slaughter, which caused 100% critical damage to enemies when his attack power exceeded theirs, ignoring physical defense. In the early stages, relying entirely on full power points, the speed of monster farming was extremely fast, and he was very proud, completely ignoring the commands of the Moonslayer Red Dragon, going off as a lone wolf as soon as he entered the game. By chance, he picked up a scroll in the wild. As long as he collected the souls of the defeated monsters, he could exchange them for various rewards. Now, his combat power was incredibly strong. After putting away the scroll, he heard a broadcast voice in his mind and revealed a fierce smile. Qingfeng. Ha! If I kill such a famous guy, I'll definitely become more famous than him. On Su Chen's side, the continuous reward notification sounds kept ringing. You have killed Twisted Tree. Congratulations. Hunting Heart activated. Number of simultaneous arrows +1. Current number of simultaneous arrows 2. Congratulations, you have gained experience *3500, reputation *40, level increased to level 5, gain free attribute points *10, skill points *2 dropped. Twisted Tree's Black Iron treasure chest. Congratulations on completing the first kill of the Black Iron level boss. Reward copper coins *5000, reward selectable type pet egg *1, reward unique title Lone Pioneer. After leveling up, Su Chen's fatigue was completely swept away and his body felt light. That was really dangerous just now. If it weren't for my high health, that close-range explosion would have blown me away. This realism has its downsides. Who would have thought that the explosion fruit would cause mutual damage? But speaking of which, this reward is really satisfying. Ha! 3,500 experience points, leveling up twice. The first kill also had extra rewards. Not to mention the 5,000 copper coins. Su Chen was very interested in the pet egg and title that followed. But then Su Chen noticed something. Damn! This announcement actually revealed his nickname. Damn! He was planning to make a fortune quietly. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Su Chen opened the settings and changed his nickname to Hidden. This way, only players over 10 levels higher than him could see his information. Given Su Chen's leveling speed, let alone exceeding 10 levels, other players wouldn't even catch up to his current level. Su Chen didn't blur his appearance because his looks had already been adjusted. His in-game appearance was different from his real-life appearance. There was no need to worry about being identified offline due to appearance issues. After making the adjustments, Su Chen refocused on the rewards for the first kill. Lone Pioneer. Type: unique title effect. When killing monsters alone, item drop rate will double and there will be a greater chance of dropping usable equipment. The effect was simple but exceptionally powerful. Su Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It felt like Qin Sure, Huang touching the electric switch, he was winning big. With such a low drop rate in the spirit realm, even killing over 10 ordinary monsters wouldn't yield anything. Now, with this title, the situation will be much better, and increasing the probability of dropping suitable equipment makes it even better. Ha 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 ha. As for the previous lone effect limitation, it didn't affect Suchen much, mainly because he didn't need any teammates, his talent limited that. If he were in a team, true damage couldn't stack, so being a lone wolf was much better, right? Of course, besides that, there was also a dropped pet egg. Suchen looked around and found that there were no egg-like items nearby, and finally found the reward in the system's mail. With a thought, he said, claim, and the pet egg appeared in his backpack. Selectable type pet egg quality, black iron level, can be evolved. Selectable types, physical attack / spell attack / defense / healing support. Description, a customizable pet egg within a certain range. With high growth potential, please choose freely. This is nice, I can choose the type myself. Suchen thought carefully. Based on game experience, pets are generally meant to compensate for a profession's shortcomings. For example, a mage class would likely choose a physical attack pet, so even when facing enemies with high magic resistance, they would still have a fighting chance. On the other hand, warrior classes prefer healing support, which can significantly extend a warrior's combat endurance and save some health potions, right? Suchen rested his chin on his hand, thinking, although I mainly deal physical damage now, due to the existence of true damage, I don't really need spell damage. So, I should choose between defense and healing support. The healing support type isn't very useful at this stage, potions can cover that. However, the defense type is different. If I have a tank type pet, wouldn't that make grinding monsters much easier? It's decided then. Defense type. You have chosen defense type pet egg. Congratulations, you have obtained Stone Armor Beast pet egg hatching countdown 00:29:59. Oh, it needs to be hatched? Well, that's fine, I'll just put it in my backpack for now. The time isn't long, and I estimate that after I go back to the village to collect the village chief's quest reward, it should be about ready to hatch. Next up is the most anticipated part, the treasure chest opening. Suchen rubbed his hands together and jogged over to the black iron treasure chest dropped by the twisted tree. This is the first boss treasure chest in the spirit realm. I wonder what good things are inside. Suchen silently chanted good luck in his mind and opened the chest with a creak. The announcement of the first kill of a black iron level boss not only stirred up a storm in the newbie village number 10037 but also across the entire human server. Because if no filters were set, such a significant announcement would automatically be delivered to everyone's ears. Now, as long as players entered the spirit realm, whether they were the great gods of the club or the casual newbies fighting slimes, they all knew that a great god had killed a black iron level boss at this stage when everyone was farming slimes. World chat channel OMG. Did you all hear? Someone got the first kill of a boss. No way, I'm only level 1 and I just got my experience up to 75%. This damn slime is too hard to fight. This game is so difficult and someone got the first kill so early? I saw that twisted tree while enjoying the scenery before. It had 30,000 health. That's 30,000 health. And it has 150 physical attack and 50 defense. It's practically unbreakable. Must be some big club sending dozens of people to pile up with lives. Which professional club's big shot did it? Are clubs really that powerful now? I'm curious. Wait, no. Listen to the last part. This is a solo kill. Holy crap. Solo kill. Who the hell is this Qingfeng? Soloing a boss? This can't be a joke. Everyone gasped. 2 hours after the server opened. Soloing a black iron level boss? Did they modify the game? Was it some kind of cheat? However, joking aside, no one doubted the existence of cheats in the spirit realm. After all, such cross-era super technology was at least 200 years ahead of humanity's current stage. Forget about cheats, no one even understood how to execute code. It could only be said that this Qingfeng either had extraordinary skills or extraordinary opportunities. Besides the regional chat channel, discussions had also exploded on the Spirit Realm forum. Everyone was curious about how this great god Qingfeng soloed the black iron level boss. Various clubs also took notice of the ID Qingfeng and began assigning tasks to their members to report immediately if they saw this ID. However, although they felt a bit regretful for not getting the boss first kill, the major clubs didn't seem to care too much about it. They thought it might be some casual player who discovered a special technique that just happened to counter this boss. After all, such things had happened in other online games before, like terrain kills, mechanism kills, and so on. They also urged their members to level up quickly, become stronger, and gain an advantage. In newbie village number 10037 in the Twisted Forest, Suchen opened the black iron treasure chest. You have opened Twisted Tree's black iron treasure chest. Lone Pioneer effect activated. You gain extra drop probability and a greater chance to drop equipment suitable for you. Congratulations. You have obtained 17 silver coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 50 copper coins. Twisted Crown, black iron level. Vitality Staff, black iron level. Vitality Fruit *5 copper coins *300. Tree Heart Ring, black iron level. Twisted Certificate, basic life potion. *5 Wow, 3 black iron level items dropped at once. According to the stingy drop rates in the spirit realm, it shouldn't be this generous, it must be the effect of my unique title. Awesome. Ha ha ha. 3 black iron grade items, this definitely boosts my combat power. TSK. But I wonder what the drop rate is like when fighting ordinary monsters. If it's the same as this time, then that would be really awesome. Su-chen was very excited, swiftly collecting all the dropped items into his backpack, then happily checking each one's effects. He first took out a vitality fruit to check its effects. This vitality fruit looked like a dragon fruit without scales, but it was yellow. When he brought it close to his nose and sniffed, there was a faint fragrance. To be honest, it smelled quite nice. Vitality fruit quality. No quality effect. Permanently increases maximum health by 30 points, with a maximum health increase of 150 points. Description: an ugly tree can still bear sweet fruit. Don't judge a tree by its appearance. Oh, permanently increases health? Good stuff. I have to eat it. Anything related to permanence was a good thing. Since he had just dropped 5 vitality fruits, eating them all would increase his health by 150 points. Su-chen immediately opened his mouth wide and started munching. The spirit realm has 100% realism in this world. Eating food provides the same taste feedback as in the real world. After consuming 5 vitality fruits, he didn't feel full at all. Here, eating was just about enjoying the food without worrying about the burden on the body. Truly a blessing for those trying to lose weight. Juicy, sweet, and crunchy. The texture of the water chestnut, the moisture of watermelon, and the freshness of lychee made him want to eat more. After finishing, Su-chen's maximum health directly increased by 150 points, making him even tougher than a shield warrior. The Twisted Proof was a quest item used to prove to the village chief that he had killed the twisted tree. Next, he looked at the remaining 3 pieces of equipment. Crown of Distortion, black iron grade, equipment slot, head effect, health plus 50, spirit plus 5, constitution plus 5, physical defense plus 5, spell resistance plus 5. Compatible classes, all classes wearing level requirement. None. Description: contains the endless hatred of the twisted tree, providing balanced attributes. Vitality staff, black iron grade, equipment slot, main weapon effect, spirit plus 5, health plus 50, mana plus 100, healing effect increased by 10%. Compatible classes, priest, mage wearing level requirement. None. Description: the twisted tree contains the power of vitality, which condenses into the vitality staff heart of the tree ring. Black iron grade, equipment slot, ring effect, physical attack plus 10, attack speed plus 5%, maximum mana plus 50, mana recovery plus 2 per second, health recovery plus 2 per second. Compatible classes, all classes wearing level requirement. None. Description: made from the very center of the twisted tree, containing the magical power of restoring vitality. 2 of the items replaced the whiteboard equipment he originally had. He immediately swapped them out. To be honest, Su-chen had long found that Link's fur hat unsightly. It was just too ugly and truly unappealing. The newly acquired crown of twisted power is indeed much more imposing. It is a headband twisted from branches, with a symbol of the twisted tree embedded in the center. Among these 3 pieces of equipment, Su-chen is most satisfied with the new ring. Not to mention the other additional attributes, just the 2 effects of mana regeneration per second are strong enough. Now, the problem of insufficient mana is solved. With 50 points of maximum mana and mana regeneration per second, TSK. This is really nice. Of course, there is also a staff of vitality, but this equipment is not suitable for Su-chen. It is more suitable for priests, as it is a shared item for mages and priests. Su-chen took a glance and didn't think much of it. After all, it's better to have a drop than not, and since he can't use it, he directly listed it along with the white gear he replaced on the trading system. Making some money from it is also a good thing. As for the newly acquired free attribute points, according to the introduction of the spirit realm, there are basically no requirements for equipping items. During the novice period, they are all class locked. However, for bronze level and higher advanced equipment later on, there will be requirements for attribute points. If the base attribute points are lower than the required points, it cannot be used. So Su-chen allocated them in the same ratio as before, giving 2:3 to strength and agility. Jumping from level 3 to level 5 all at once, with many equipment updates, Su-chen happily checked his attribute panel to assess his overall combat power. Nickname, Clear Wind. Level 5 Profession, Ranger. Health 460. Mana, 230. Physical attack, 87. Attack speed, plus 47% physical defense, 20 magic resistance, 15 movement speed, 136 strength, 31 constitution, 18 agility, 36 spirit, 18 skills, hunting trap, 1 star plus 0 remaining skill points. For equipment, hunter's leather armor, whiteboard level, deerskin gloves, whiteboard level, antler bow, black iron level, heartwood ring, black iron level, crown of twisted power, black iron level, talent, heart of the hunt, true damage stacking, 50 out of 100, number of arrows fired simultaneously, 2 experience to level up, 536/5000. TSK. These attributes are truly pleasing to the eye, Su-chen couldn't help but praise. With 460 health, he is higher than players of other classes, like the shield guard, and his physical attack has reached an astonishing 87. Coupled with true damage stacking, he can definitely be said to shoot through the wind with one arrow and see ancestors with two. However, it feels quite uncomfortable to have an empty boot slot. Fortunately, he will go to the village chief to turn in a quest soon, where he can choose a piece of equipment to fill that empty boot slot. With a significant boost to his attributes, Su-Chen walked cheerfully towards the Lynx area that he hadn't finished clearing yet. As he walked, he pondered that after defeating the Twisted Tree, no new golden bloodline had refreshed. He guessed that once he cleared the red bloodline, they would refresh together. Never mind, he thought, let's take care of the lynxes in front of him first. In just a few minutes, Su-Chen arrived at the lynx area, and at this stage, the level 4 monster zone still had no other adventurers participating. This saved him a lot of trouble in competing for kills with others. Su-Chen spotted a lynx and felt an itch to shoot, thinking, I wonder how the newly acquired rapid fire arrow effect works. I'm really looking forward to it. He immediately took out his deer antler bow and shot an arrow. As the arrow left the bow, a phantom arrow appeared above it, maintaining the same speed and direction, shooting towards the target lynx. Whoosh, -72, physical damage, -50, true damage, -72, physical damage, -50, true damage. The damage from one arrow totaled 244 points. The lynx's health dropped by more than half. To think this was just one arrow. At this rate, Su-Chen could kill a lynx with just 2 arrows, which was more than 3 times faster than the original 7 arrows. Ha, now this little lynx really has turned into a little kitty, Su-Chen couldn't help but think. While shooting arrows, he adjusted his angle. There were still 17 lynxes left, and with the speed of 2 arrows per lynx, he finished them all in just a few minutes. After gaining 340 experience points, his true damage stacked up to 67 points damage per arrow. Moreover, due to the effect of Lone Pioneer, these 17 lynxes dropped 3 pieces of white gear, lynx leather armor, plus 40 health, plus 1 physical defense, plus 1 magic resistance, lynx dagger, plus 8 attack power, lynx ring, plus 4 attack power, plus 2 spirit. Considering Su-Chen's previous experience, getting 1 piece of white gear from 17 monsters was already considered good luck. Thinking of this, Su-Chen felt fortunate again for obtaining the title of Lone Pioneer. However, compared to the few pieces of equipment he had, those white items weren't particularly useful. Just right, I'll sell them along with the previous vitality staff on the trading system. Su-Chen opened the trading system, briefly checked the equipment information, and found that besides the slime ring, there were other pieces of equipment, but in terms of attributes, they were all inferior to the white gear dropped by the lynxes, at most on par with the deer antler ring. Even such white gear was marked at a high price of 500, while the previous slime ring had gradually lost its value, with a market price around 40. It seems that like other online games, the earlier you are, the higher the price of equipment. As other adventurers' strengths increase, low-level equipment gradually becomes worthless. Su-Chen calculated and directly listed the 3-piece lynx white gear set and the previously replaced whiteboard equipment at a price of 1,000 each on the trading system. For auctions, there had to be at least a 15-minute public notice period, during which the value of white gear depreciated. To be honest, the attributes of the white gear dropped by the lynxes weren't much better than other white gear, and the longer the time passed, the less valuable they became. However, the dropped black iron level vitality staff didn't follow this logic. Black iron level weapons were still quite rare. At least, apart from himself, Su-Chen hadn't seen anyone else with one. So for the life staff, Su-Chen directly listed it in the auction area. A starting price of 5,000 isn't too expensive, right? After all, a skill book sells for 20,000, and a black iron level staff can't be worse than that. It's settled then, 5,000. He set the display for 20 minutes, the bidding for 5 minutes, with a starting price directly set at 5,000, and each bid must increase by no less than 500. While Su-Chen was setting up the trading system, the Heart of the Hunt refreshed, revealing a new bloodline. After finishing the setup, he immediately closed the trading system to check the bloodline situation. The red bloodline looked quite normal. Based on the direction, it should indicate a slightly higher level monster. However, the golden bloodline was indeed a bit strange. What? Pointing to the novice village? What the hell is this? Su-Chen was a bit confused. The direction of the golden bloodline was exactly opposite to that of the high-level monster area, directly pointing to the novice village. Su-Chen felt a murmur in his heart. This wouldn't mean I have to kill NPCs and players to stack arrows, would it? Actually, players are fine. If I have to kill them, so be it. But if it points to NPCs, what can I do? Whether being hunted or losing reputation, just thinking about it is quite uncomfortable. Su-Chen frowned slightly, but not long. After, he thought it through. Forget it, thinking too much is useless. I should just follow the bloodline and see what's going on. Coincidentally, he also planned to return to the novice village to turn in a quest, so it wasn't a waste of time. What Su-Chen didn't expect was that the weapon he casually listed in the trading system would cause a huge uproar. Especially in the novice village's chat channel, it instantly became lively like a boiling pot. In fact, a black iron level weapon wouldn't normally cause much of a stir because, firstly, only mages and priests could use the life staff, and secondly, most people couldn't afford it. What truly shocked him was the introduction of the life staff description. The twisted Tree contains the power of life, which condenses into the life staff. It actually dropped from the twisted tree. This meant that the recently shocking player, Master Qingfeng, was right in the 10037 novice village, right beside them. No way, it's actually from our novice village. Who is this god? Can someone tell us? Worship. Is there anyone who can find out who it is? Teach us the methods and skills for defeating the boss. We're all from the same novice village, so we should help each other. Can't find out, even if we know the ID, it's impossible. There are so many people in the novice village. If Master Qingfeng showed up, he would have been discovered long ago. It seems he's hiding his ID. But with so many people hiding their IDs, no one knows who is who, let alone find Master Qingfeng. At this moment, Zhang Yuqilong furrowed his brows tightly, staring blankly at the life staff in the auction house. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh and said lightly, as expected, the most troublesome situation has arisen. I'm afraid the legendary god Qingfeng is from our novice village. Just like the Black Iron level boss, it seems that hidden quests and resources will be hard to obtain now. Xingyu, have you bought the equipment from the links? Xingyu immediately replied, I bought it all. The seller is also anonymous, but based on deductions, it's probably also from Qingfeng. After all, not many can deal with the links. Zhang Yuqilong looked complexly at the link set, although it was quite ugly, its attributes were definitely not low. Since Qingfeng sold all this equipment, he must have had better gear to replace it. I really don't know if I can catch up with Qingfeng. Xingyu, that staff is very suitable for you, you must bid for it. I've finished updating my equipment. If we get our hands on this life staff, just the two of us can handle level 4 monsters. That way, we can let the others grind levels, which is more efficient. Alright. By the way, send a message to that guy, the Moonslayer Lion, to keep an eye on Qingfeng's presence. If necessary, we should dampen his spirits a bit. You mean dampen Qingfeng's spirits? The Moonslayer Red Dragon smiled slightly and looked into the distance. Not necessarily. If the Moonslayer Lion wins, even if it dampens Qingfeng's spirits, it will help us gather resources in the novice village. If he loses, that's fine too. Let this guy know that there are always people better than him and stop making a fuss every day. On the other side of the novice village, Xiao Pangpang landed a rock smash directly on the head of a level 4 white snake, the powerful blow leaving the white snake dazed. The others seized the opportunity and rushed in, each delivering a strike, and before long, the white snake fell to the ground with a whimper. Ha, this rock smash is indeed satisfying. I didn't expect an extra benefit. Hitting the monster on the head can also cause a stun effect. If the fallen white snake were conscious, it would surely spit at the little fatty. Damn it, a heavy iron lump smashing on its head, of course it would be dazed. The spirit realm world is 100% realistic. Some things, although not marked with data, still follow the physical laws of the real world, and being stunned after a heavy blow to the head is one of them. At that moment, they suddenly heard Uncle Wu calling out, Young Master Xiao, new items have appeared in the auction house, black iron level weapons, but it's just a staff. The little fatty picked up the novice giant shield and walked towards another white snake without looking back, shouting, Uncle Wu, I remember you're a mage, right? If you can use it, just buy it directly, the price isn't an issue. If you're stronger, it'll be easier for me to level up. As for the bill, keep a record. I'll have my dad reimburse it, you don't need to worry about the money. Alright, young master. As both sides were eager to try their hands on the life staff, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the village chief's house in the novice village. At this moment, he felt an immense inner conflict. Damn. No way. This health line is really pointing at the village chief's house. This is really pushing me to my limits. Su Chen glanced at the 6 patrolling magical puppets surrounding the village chief's house, each at level 15, holding steel knives with solemn expressions. Although the magical puppets were limited to the area around the novice village, their level 15 combat power was quite real. If it weren't necessary, Su Chen didn't want to engage these guys in a direct fight right now. Damn it, no matter what, I need to collect the reward first. If it really doesn't work, I'll just have to wait for a while until the refresh count resets and then manually refresh. Su Chen thought to himself, then knocked on the village chief's door. Knock knock knock, adventurers, stop bothering me. I really don't have any hidden quests. Before Su Chen could say anything, the village chief's voice came from inside the house. Su Chen rubbed his nose. It seemed the village chief had been tormented by adventurers quite a bit. After all, with tens of thousands of players in a novice village, even if just 1% came asking for quests, it would be enough to annoy the village chief. The hunter sent me to deliver a quest regarding that matter you had him do before. Su Chen cupped his hands around his mouth in a megaphone shape and shouted inside, but he was careful not to mention the twisted tree. Otherwise, it would definitely raise suspicions among those nearby. Sure enough, after hearing Su Chen's words, footsteps sounded from inside, and a few seconds later, the door opened, revealing a short old man peeking out. Where's the evidence? Su Chen took the twisted evidence out of his backpack and handed it to the village chief. The village chief examined it under the sunlight, and after confirming it was real, he immediately changed his expression and cheerfully welcomed Su Chen inside. Young adventurer hero, please come in. Su Chen followed the village chief into the house, which was clearly more impressive Then the hunters. Brave adventurer, thank you for ridding our village of a menace. The village chief tucked the twisted evidence into his pocket and a notification sound rang in Su Chen's ear. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest. The Tree Demon's Plate. Congratulations, you have received 300 experience, 200 copper coins, 50 reputation, a choice of black iron level equipment *1, a 2-star ranger skill book *1, and a trial key. The village chief then took out 10 life fruits and some copper coins from inside the house and handed them to Su Chen. Adventurer, what equipment do you need? I still have some stored here. Su Chen understood that he had to choose his equipment. I want boots, preferably with higher movement speed and attack speed bonuses. Alright, brave adventurer. The village chief went back inside to find the corresponding equipment and skill book for Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the trial key, where he saw bloodlines entwined around it, shimmering and unyielding. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed he wouldn't have to confront the NPC. With the bloodlines wrapped around the key, it should allow him to go inside and take a look, right? Curiously, Su Chen took out the key to play with it. It was an ancient bronze key, with several incomprehensible runes engraved at the tip. Key of Trials BOSS level 10 effect. After use, enter the trial ground. After passing the trial, you can gain a large amount of attribute boosts, a large amount of experience, and obtain Master Reforger first tier *1 Master Reforger first tier. Description: after use, it can advance the quality of equipment. The first tier Master Reforger can upgrade a weapon to silver grade at most. What the hell? Level 10? Is it really that insane? Monsters in the spirit realm are this strong. Who knows how many attributes a level 10 monster has? However, the rewards are quite tempting. Not to mention the attribute points. Just this Master Reforger is very enticing, able to directly upgrade weapons. That means a plain weapon can become black iron can become bronze can become silver. TSK, really nice. At this moment, the village chief also took a pair of boots and a skill book from the inner room and handed them to Su Chen. Heroic leather boots, black iron grade, equipment slot, boots effect, physical defense +5, speed +25, agility +5, compatible classes. All classes wearing level requirement, none. Description: a treasured item of the novice village chief, given to the bravest adventurer. With the addition of agility and the basic movement speed bonus, speed increased by 30 points all at once. For a ranger, as long as their speed is faster than the opponents, they can kite indefinitely, and with an extremely long range, they can take off directly. Su Chen immediately put on the boots and then took the skill book to check its effects. Dodge assault compatible class, ranger quality, 2 stars effect, roll to evade enemy attacks, and the next attack will deal physical damage *120%, cooldown time 5 seconds, mana cost 5. This can be considered a divine skill. First, it has a displacement, and it can also enhance the next attack. Don't underestimate the damage, it's not high, but the cooldown time is short, only 5 seconds. 5 seconds for a skill. What more do you need? Su Chen immediately used the skill book and learned the skill right away. The 2-star skill costs 2 skill points, leaving Su Chen with 2 skill points remaining. After simply bidding farewell to the village chief, Su Chen prepared to go farm the monsters connected to the red bloodline, adding true damage first. At this moment, a prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, the life staff auction has ended. Auction price 27,000 yuan, commission 10%, actual amount received 24,300 yuan. The remaining equipment has been sold out, totaling 5,700 yuan, commission 5%, actual amount received 5,415 yuan. This round of sales, total amount 29,715, has been directly deposited into the corresponding bank account through the Spirit Realm platform. Another 30,000? Nice! Another wave of money has arrived. Adding the skill book sold earlier, just this morning, the income has exceeded 50,000. The actual benefits from selling equipment really give a surreal sense of satisfaction. At this rate, it won't be long before all the mortgage debts can be paid off in one go. Thinking of this, Su Chen was full of motivation and dashed straight towards the target of the red bloodline. On the other side of the novice village, Zhan Yuqingyu looked at the staff in his hand with fondness. This was the first black iron level weapon. Besides the Qingfeng, and its attributes were quite good. Although it cost 27,000, it was still a great deal. Zhan Yuqilong had just wanted to give the life staff to Qingyu when he heard a voice that was both arrogant and somewhat mocking. Yo, big brother Qilong, you really are cherishing the fairer sex, huh? You don't even have a black iron weapon yourself, yet you got one for your little secretary. Zhan Yuqilong frowned slightly and looked back, catching sight of a lazy figure. Sure enough, it was him. He tossed the dagger in his left hand into the air, performing a flourish, then with a sudden jab of his right hand, the dagger was firmly sheathed. Qilong's pupils constricted, not in admiration of his flashy move, but in shock at the dagger in his hand, which was actually a black iron level weapon. Not only the weapon, but even the leather armor and boots were glowing with a faint black light, all of them black iron level gear. Zhan Yuquang, sure, don't be too arrogant. At least 4. Now, I'm still your boss, Zhan Yuqilong said, somewhat blustering. To be honest, this guy had too much talent in the game, especially when entering the spirit realm. He Didn't need any support from the club at all, and it was unclear where he had gotten 3 pieces of black iron level equipment. Shilong, what are you pretending for in front of me? If you're capable, let's have a fight. My entire set of equipment and skill books were all obtained by myself, unlike some people who can't even farm skill books and equipment and have to spend the club's money to buy them. Yo, my boss really has some skills. Zhanyu Qilong's veins bulged, and just as he was about to explode in anger, reason held him back. Why get angry with this guy? He was the club's recognized madman, not a normal person at all. Then, as if he thought of something, he reined in his anger and changed his tone to encourage. I won't hold it against you. The club has spoken. We need to suppress the Qing Feng's development. Xing Yu and I need to continue leveling up with most of the people. If you really think you're invincible, go try dealing with Qing Feng. This is also the boss's intention. Once it's done, the reward is 100,000. Zhanyu Guangshi scoffed. You don't need to tell me. I've wanted to test that Qing Feng's skills for a long time, but I just haven't found him. Useless boss, send a few people to help me find his location and let me know when you do. With that, he walked away without looking back, one hand in his pocket, the other raised in a casual wave, arrogantly saying, Qing Feng? Perfect, let him be my stepping stone to fame in the spirit realm. In the next second, he vanished, disappearing into the air. The crowd was shocked. This guy, did he actually have a stealth skill? It was hard to tell who was stronger between him and Qing Feng. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the chubby boy complained slightly. Uncle Wu, if we're going to buy it, just buy it. We're not short on money. You always save these few coins, and your dad doesn't care about this little bit of money. Uncle Wu smiled silently, slightly bowing, and said, Young master, if this equipment were for you, I would definitely buy it without a second thought. However, young master, if it's for myself, it's indeed a bit expensive and not worth it. Young master, I just told the master that this Qing Feng person is probably from our novice village. The master instructed me to find Qing Feng himself and offered a high annual salary for the job. You see this? The chubby boy waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Oh, just do what dad asked you to do. I'm curious, who is so impressive? Alright, young master, I understand. The target of the red bloodline was to head west along the forest. On the way, Su Chen encountered level 5 and level 6 monsters, but none of them were the targets marked by the red bloodline. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to waste time grinding low-level monsters, as his current damage was sufficient to deal with higher-level monsters. Grinding low-level monsters would only waste time. Following the bloodline, he walked on and soon found himself out of the forest, arriving at a patch of saline alkali land. There were almost no trees or cover, and the desolate saline alkali land was dotted with sparse grass. Su Chen fixed his gaze in the distance and discovered the target connected by the red bloodline. There were as many as 60 or 70 earth lizards. Gripping his deer antler bow, he slowly approached the earth lizards. At that moment, the attribute panel of the earth lizard appeared before Su Chen. Earth lizard level 7 health, 1500 physical attack, 90 physical defense, 45 movement speed, 155 skill. The earth lizard secretes toxic saliva, which will add poison upon hitting the target, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 30 seconds. Seeing the attribute panel, Su Chen couldn't help but complain. A level 7 monster with 1500 health? The strength of monsters in the spirit realm was growing too fast. Compared to the lynx, which was only 3 levels higher, its health had more than tripled. Moreover, this earth lizard was so ugly, if it got its sticky saliva on him, it would truly be a mental attack. However, on the other hand, the earth lizard's speed was quite average, just a bit higher than the lynx. Su Chen's current movement speed was 166, surpassing the earth lizard's 155, making it easy to kite. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, found a suitable angle, and prepared to shoot. Just as the arrow was on the string, he heard a prompt sound in his mind. Congratulations, your pet egg has hatched, and you have obtained a pet, stone-armored beast. Please name it. Oh, had half an hour already passed during his journey? Su Chen was immersed in the spirit realm, feeling as if time was flying by. Mainly, it was because this hyper-realistic game was too captivating. However, the newly hatched pet also piqued Su Chen's curiosity. This was probably the first pet in the spirit realm, and it was quite meaningful. Su Chen opened his backpack and took out the hatched pet egg. He saw the eggshell crack, revealing a round-headed, round-brained stone-armored beast. It was indeed a bit cute. Holding this little guy, looking left and right, its smooth stone skin looked tough, and its pair of big, watery eyes seemed a bit lazy, as if it hadn't woken up yet. After thinking carefully, Su Chen made a decision. For the name, let's call it Titan. Although the stone-armored beast was only level 1 and barely over a meter long, which had nothing to do with the word Titan since it was naming, he might as well choose something grand. It sounded imposing and could intimidate enemies. Naming successful. Please check the pet panel. Pet Titan, stone-armored beast, level 1 health, 300 physical attack, 10 magic attack, 0 physical defense, 20 magic resistance, 10 speed, 80 skill, none, to be obtained at level 5. Talent, heart to heart, transfers 20% of the damage taken by the owner to itself, and restores 10% of the damage caused by the owner as health. Bloodline quality, ordinary evolution points, 0 out of 100. Oh, This attribute is not bad, with 300 health points at level 1, both physical and magical resistance are decent, though the speed is a bit low, but that's normal for a frontline tank. As long as it can take damage, it's fine. What pleased Su-chen was that this pet's talent was really good. Heart to heart, simply put, the damage I take will be partially borne by the pet, and the damage I deal can heal the pet. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Wonderful, wonderful. This talent is just right for a ranger. Now he finally has a tank to absorb damage. Of course, at this stage it won't work, the level is too low. He'll level up first before anything else. Little Titan, move back a bit, just watch from the side while your master takes you to level up. Awo Titan, being intelligent, understood Su-chen's words and slowly backed up a couple of steps with its head down. Su-chen re-aimed at the earth lizard, and with a whoosh, he shot an arrow. 2 arrows flew out, hitting the earth lizard right in the head. -42 physical damage. -67 true damage. -42 physical damage. -67 true damage. One arrow dealt 218 points of damage, and the earth lizard roared in pain, dragging its body towards Su-chen, but its speed couldn't compare to Su-chen's. While running and shooting arrows, in just 10 seconds, he took down an earth lizard. Congratulations on killing the earth lizard. Hunting heart activated. True damage increased by 1 point. Current true damage 68 / arrow killed the earth lizard, gained 50 experience. Killing at level 2 grants an additional 20% 10 points experience. Pet Titan gained 20% experience 12 points. The level 7 earth lizard provides significantly more experience than the lynx, and what's more humane is that the pet seems not to share the owner's experience but instead gains an additional 20%. That's great. Raising a pet doesn't slow down the leveling pace. It's worth noting that in the spirit realm you can unlock the novice village teleportation portal at level 10, and if you level up first to enter the main city, there will definitely be more good things waiting for Su-chen. After calculating, killing 1 earth lizard yields 60 experience, so over 60 earth lizards means a bonus of 4,000 experience. Estimating that after killing these 60 or so earth lizards, Su-chen would definitely level up, and if he shares 1,000 experience with Titan, its level would also increase significantly. After finishing off the lizards, Su-chen found a piece of scale and 2 copper coins under the vanished body of the earth lizard, guessing they were materials for crafting weapons or completing quests. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he picked up all the dropped items. Feeling confident after killing the lizards, Su-chen didn't hesitate and continued on his journey to slay monsters, accumulate experience, and stack true damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Wu sent 7 or 8 people from the team to search for Qingfeng's location, wanting to convey the idea of working for Boss Xiao. After all, they had spent a lot of money hiring a second-tier gaming expert. Although they couldn't match Su-chen's top-tier combat power, their gaming skills were still quite reliable. Based on gaming experience and the traces left along the way, 2 people quickly found Su-chen's location and crouched down to watch the battle. Because Su-chen opened anonymously, they couldn't confirm that Su-chen was Qingfeng, but after seeing Su-chen easily deal with a land lizard in just a few arrows, they made a definitive judgment: this is definitely the Qingfeng. No doubt about it. It was a joke. During this time, most players were still battling with the spiny mouse and the horned deer. Who else could handle a level 7 monster so easily, if not the great god Qingfeng? The two didn't act rashly and immediately contacted Uncle Wu and the chubby guy. Uncle Wu, boss, we seem to have found Qingfeng. They then sent a video of Su-chen farming monsters to Uncle Wu. On the other side, in the forest, at that moment, the chubby guy took a hit from a lynx, losing a fifth of his health. But then a heavy stone strike sent the lynx reeling. Everyone rushed in and quickly took down the lynx. The chubby guy wiped the sweat from his forehead and sincerely praised, refreshing. Young Master Xiao, we have news about Qingfeng. Should we go take a look? The chubby guy also checked the information sent by the two and, after seeing the video of Su-chen farming monsters, his eyes widened. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Over 200 damage in one hit? The chubby guy was a shield warrior but had allocated 40% of his free attribute points to strength, and with a full set of basic equipment, his attack power reached 42 points. A heavy stone strike would deal just over 100 damage, but all that damage was traded off with agility and speed. How could anyone like Qingfeng deal such high single-hit damage while also maxing out attack speed and movement speed? The chubby guy didn't have many hobbies, just loved playing games. With his family's financial power, there weren't many people he envied or respected. However, when he saw Su-chen killing monsters, he genuinely felt a bit envious. That damage was simply outrageous. He turned to Uncle Wu and said, Uncle Wu, let's go. Didn't you say Dad wanted to communicate with the great god Qingfeng? There's no time to lose, let's go. I want to join too. The chubby guy didn't have any bad intentions towards Su-chen, he simply wanted to learn from him and make a friend. Of course, it would be even better if he could buy some high-level equipment from him. Uncle Wu certainly wouldn't oppose this and immediately called out to the hired game experts to continue leveling up, preventing most of the team from losing their rhythm. Uncle Wu himself led 4 or 5 people, running alongside the chubby guy towards the salt and alkali land. In the Salt and Alkali Land, Suchin discovered that grinding monsters wasn't as simple as it seemed. The main issue was that this area of Salt and Alkali Land was quite large, and these silly earth lizards were scattered around. Continuously picking up dropped items while walking also took a certain amount of time, plus he had to pay attention to adjusting the Titan's position to prevent it from being attacked by the earth lizards. So, it took nearly 30 seconds to kill one earth lizard. However, even so, it was still much better than other players who took 5 to 6 minutes to kill a monster. After 20 minutes, Suchen had killed 37 earth lizards, and the stacked true damage had reached 104 layers. Now, even if Suchen's physical damage was 0, relying solely on true damage, 1 arrow would deal 208 points, which was terrifying. Besides that, his level had increased from 65% at level 5 to 31% at level 6, and just like before, he evenly distributed 2 points in strength and 3 points in agility, which was not a loss. And the range of the hunter's heart has also increased. Suchen happily looked at the growth of his talent effect, feeling quite pleased. After stacking to 100 layers, the range directly increased by 10 meters. Now the range had grown from the original 25 meters to 35 meters, more than double that of other ranged professions. With my plus 54% attack speed in ranged situations, I'm simply invincible. Suchen was very confident with his range and damage. As long as the position was right, dealing with dozens of small karamis alone was a piece of cake. However, Suchen soon noticed a slight change in the description of Effect 2. Effect 2 has changed? The next reward isn't a range reward? Effect 2, current range 35 meters, layers 104/200. This full layer reward, Sniper Effect. The Sniper Effect could be clicked to view, and Suchen curiously checked the newly appeared effect. Hunter's Heart derived effect, Sniper, when dealing damage to distant enemies. For every 1 meter of distance from the enemy, an additional 1% damage is added. Current amplification cap 50%. Wow. Upon seeing the effect, Suchen exclaimed in his heart, "This effect is amazing." To be honest, for an average player, the damage increase from this effect might not be very high. After all, players' ranged attack distance is only about 15 meters, at most a 15% damage increase. But for Suchen, it was different. His current range was 35 meters, which meant he already had a 35% damage increase. This was a precious percentage damage increase, an absolute treasure effect. If I activate the Sniper Effect and combine it with the increased range, wouldn't that be fantastic? Suchen gave a positive evaluation of the Sniper Effect. Happily closing the talent panel, Suchen began to sort through the gains from his equipment. After the bonus from the Lone Pioneer, the drop rate during monster grinding had significantly increased, directly yielding 7 pieces of whiteboard equipment and 1 crafting scroll. The 7 pieces of whiteboard equipment varied, but all were slightly worse than the black iron level equipment Suchen had, with only a lizard glove able to replace the original deer skin gloves. Lizard gloves, whiteboard part, gloves attributes, health plus 40, defense plus 2, attack speed plus 3%. Of course, what intrigued Suchen the most was the dropped crafting scroll. Scale armor crafting scroll effect. Using the scroll, consume 50 pieces of lizard scales and 25 pieces of scorpion claws to craft black iron level armor. Hard scale armor. I said it was better to save a bit usually. Didn't the scales I picked up come in handy? Just right, Suchen's leather armor is still basic equipment. If he could change to black iron level armor, he would surely have more confidence in dealing with the boss in the trial land. Just as he was about to continue clearing the remaining earth lizards, Suchen heard footsteps behind him, stepping on dry branches. He turned his head and saw a fat man and an old man approaching with 5 or 6 others. Suchen glanced at the earth lizards and immediately became alert, thinking, damn, am I going to encounter monster stealers? These lizards are my stacked treasures, I can't let them kill them. So he tightened his grip on the deer hornbow, muscles tense, and immediately asked, who are you and what do you want? However, the group in front of him was very friendly. The old man nodded and greeted him warmly. It's the first time meeting the great god. Xingfeng, I've long admired you. Suchen was a bit confused, thinking to himself, didn't I hide my nickname? How was I found out? Following the old man's gaze, Suchen suddenly realized something. Damn, I forgot, this crown of distortion is too obvious. It's clearly equipment dropped by a tree-type boss. I'm the only one in the novice village who has fought a boss, so it's normal to be recognized. Forget it, if I'm recognized, then so be it. Although I wanted to keep a low profile, I can't not wear my equipment, right? That would be self-defeating. Suchen paused and said in a deep voice, do you have something to say? Uncle Wu quickly introduced, hello, Mr. Qingfeng, I am the deputy head of the Spirit Realm Market Department of Yunsheng Group and also the housekeeper of General Manager Xiao of Yunsheng Group. This is the second young master of Yunsheng Group, young master Xiao. Suchen looked at the little fat man beside him, who was about 1.7 meters tall and looked away around 180 pounds, chubby. It's known that in the spirit realm, one can only adjust their appearance, not their body shape. Looking like this, he must also be a little fat man in the real world. Yunsheng Group. Could it be that huge commercial group spanning real estate, finance, education, and many other fields in Ludong province? Damn, this is a colossal entity. Although I've been in high school, I've still heard of Yunsheng Group's great name. Hello, my name is Xiao Tianba, but of course, I prefer to be called by my domineering game nickname, Extreme Domination of the World, the little fat man said, while raising his head, resting his elbow on his neck, showcasing non-existent biceps, striking a pose that screamed middle schooler, looking a bit silly. Su Chen propped his chin and silently said, Xiao, extreme domination? Hearing Su Chen's words, the atmosphere became awkward for a few seconds. Xiao Tianba's face turned red, and Uncle Wu also held back his laughter. He had long wanted to make a joke, but no one around dared to mock the second young master of the Xiao family. Uncle Wu cleared his throat a couple of times to change the subject. Well, speaking of which, we are contacting you on behalf of Yunsheng Group with a task from General Xiao. I wonder if you, Mr. Qingfeng, would be willing to work for Yunsheng Group? Our group is gradually transferring its industries to the spirit realm, and we need professionals like you. As for the salary, it's negotiable. The annual salary is 2 million after tax, and during your tenure, we will provide a luxury talent apartment and a company car. Your task is to continue to showcase your skills in the game and, when needed by the group, help with leveling and such. The little fat man quickly added, That's right, great. God Qingfeng, come work for our group. Don't think the money is too little. If it's not enough, I'll supplement it with my pocket money. I just saw your battle process against the monsters you killed. The level 7 lizard with just a few arrows. It was simply too cool. Take me along, great God Qingfeng. If you work for our group, we'll set you up with a dedicated esports room, complete with a high-end gaming pod, and we'll dominate the game together. How about it? Su Chen heard the conditions offered by Yunsheng Group, and to be honest, it was hard not to be tempted. After all, it was a 2 million annual salary, after tax, with an apartment and a dedicated car provided directly. Who wouldn't be moved by that? However, after a moment's thought, Su Chen hesitated. Although Yunsheng Group was such a large company, it wouldn't be likely to take advantage of him in such a small way. But one should always be cautious. If he were to expose his true identity as a helpless orphan, he could easily be taken advantage of, and if someone set a trap for him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the other hand, he had already earned quite a bit of money. Just today, he made 50,000. As long as he maintained his initial advantage and continued, going solo might not be a bad choice. After careful consideration, Su Chen replied, Sorry, I'm still used to being alone. Clearly, Su Chen's refusal was expected by both of them. The chubby guy wasn't in a hurry either and was the first to say, If the deal doesn't go through, we still have our friendship. Our group is right here. If you want to join, you can contact us anytime, Qingfeng. Oh, what's this? The chubby guy's eyes lit up as he spotted a few pieces of lizard gear on the ground that Su Chen hadn't had time to put back in his backpack. He continued to ask Su Chen, Qingfeng, are you selling this dropped gear? Sure, why? Do you need it? Su Chen replied. The chubby guy nodded. With so many people in his team, they had a significant equipment shortage. Qingfeng, sell me these 7 pieces of gear. How about a bundled price of 25,000? Uncle Wu, hearing the chubby guy's words, quickly interjected, Young master. Xiao, that's far above market price. The chubby guy waved his hand to silence Uncle Wu and smiled at Su Chen. What do you think, Qingfeng? Raising an eyebrow, Su Chen thought, as Uncle Wu said. The market price for these white items wouldn't reach 25,000, especially the antler gloves, which at this point were only worth about 500. It was a business that was practically giving away money. Deal. Su Chen prepared to hand the gear to the chubby guy, who grinned and said, Qingfeng, let's add each other as friends, and I'll transfer the money to you. Friend transfers don't incur the transaction system's percentage fees. Naturally, Su Chen had no objections to reducing the transaction fee. 5% of 25,000 was still 1,250. He wasn't from a wealthy family, and over 1,000 was still a significant amount. You have received a friend request from Extreme Domination. Request accepted. You have received a transfer from Extreme Domination via Lingjing official bank account credited with 25,000 yuan. Qingfeng, if you have any gear suitable for shield guards, remember to call me. Don't worry, we're all family here. I won't let you lose out. The chubby guy winked at Su Chen with a knowing look, then, understanding the situation, took the contact information and left with his team after greeting Su Chen, who was still busy defeating monsters. Su Chen looked at the 25,000 that had just arrived and felt a wave of disbelief. The young master of Yunsheng Group had to ask him for contact information, and in just half an hour, he had flipped the gear for 25,000. If this were a beautiful dream, Su Chen truly hoped he would never wake up. Shaking his head, Su Chen cleared away the extra thoughts. He still hadn't finished defeating the earth lizards, and thinking about these things was pointless. He needed to keep working hard, keep grinding, sell the gear, and spend the money. Good days were still ahead. On the way back, Uncle Wu hurriedly asked the chubby boy, Young Master Xiao, this is too much, 25,000, it's not worth that price. According to the market price, it should be at most 15,000. The chubby boy quickly explained, Uncle Wu, sometimes you're too stingy. You have to look at things from a long-term perspective. My dad told me that occasionally taking a loss can actually lead to a big gain. Things that can be solved with money aren't really a problem. If money can buy friendship and make Qingfeng remember our kindness, then let's just exchange it without hesitation. Alright, Uncle Wu, I know you're worried about me losing out. You and Dad both think I'm foolish, not as good as my older brother, but sometimes I hope you can trust me a little. Xiao. Tianba scratched his head and chuckled, hee hee, in the real world I'm not as good as my older brother, but in the spirit realm this is my home ground. Okay, Uncle Wu, let's get the gear ready, we're about to hunt monsters. Uncle Wu looked at young Master Xiao for a long time, as if he was about to get to know this second young master who had always been overlooked by President Xiao all over again. Hiss 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 roar, a land lizard met its end under Su Chen's arrow, accompanied by a golden light from Titan who leveled up to 5. It's so hard for players to level up, yet pets level up so easily. No wonder some say humans are worse than dogs, Su Chen lamented. The experience required for pets to level up is significantly less than that of players, which is why Titan reached level 5 after defeating less than 40 monsters. After reaching level 5, Titan's attribute panel saw a substantial increase, and it also learned its first skill. Pet Titan, Stone Armored Beast, level 5 health, 2500 physical attack, 50 magic attack, 0 physical defense, 70 magic resistance. 35 speed, 100 skill, spiked armor, increases its own physical defense by 50% and forces enemy units within a 5-meter range to attack it. When it receives a normal attack, it deals spell damage equal to its physical defense value to the enemy, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time 15 seconds. Talent, Heart to Heart, transfers 20% of the damage taken by the master to itself, and it will recover 10% of the health from the damage dealt by the master. Bloodline quality, Ordinary. Evolution points, 0 out of 100 awesome. Isn't this just a pure meat tank? This game is incredible, pets level up faster than players and have better attributes. Damn, if I raise one of these, who needs teammates? This tank is perfect. Su Chen now had reason to doubt whether humans were the weakest beings in the spirit realm. Any creature, be it a monster or a pet, had absurdly high attributes, while humans were still struggling to manage their 5 free attribute points per level. Forget it, no need to complain, it's a good thing for him to have such an impressive meat shield pet. No need to watch from the back anymore. Su Chen directly sent Titan to the front to tank damage. When fighting, he didn't even need to take action. Those land lizards couldn't break through Titan's defense at all. A few bites from the lizards would end up killing themselves due to the rebound damage, and the kills made by the pet were counted as Su Chen's, allowing him to stack true damage layers. It was truly satisfying. Titan occasionally lost some health during skill cooldowns, but thanks to Heart, Su Chen's arrows, dealing over 300 damage, would restore about 30 health to Titan with each shot, which was more effective than using health potions. Since Titan joined the battle, Su Chen no longer had to adjust the distance to the monsters every time, and the efficiency of farming monsters increased. Together, they fought, and within 10 minutes, all the remaining land lizards had fallen to Su Chen's arrows. At this point, the true damage layers had reached 124, and his experience was at 97% for level 6, just a few monsters away from leveling up to 7. Titan also reached level 6, with health increasing to 3000, physical defense to 90, and magic resistance to 45. I must say, the combination of a frontliner and a ranger is truly enjoyable. At this stage, Titan was stronger than any shield guard, and with Su Chen's exceptionally high true damage, he transformed into a ruthless monster farming machine. As for the 3 pieces of white gear that dropped, Su Chen directly listed them on the trading system for auction. He initially thought about asking the chubby guy if he wanted to buy them, but after some consideration, he chose not to. Not selling to the chubby guy was due to social considerations. If someone offers a cheap deal, then take it. However, to keep an eye on every little benefit after taking advantage would seem too petty. If selling the equipment dropped by the shield guard to the little fatty was not a problem, the issue arose when these 3 pieces of equipment were duplicates of what had been sold to him before. Contacting him again would only diminish his value. However, since these were items dropped by a level 7 monster, they were directly auctioned off at an average price of 3,000, resulting in a total profit of 9,000 yuan, with 8,550 yuan received after deducting fees. After handling the equipment, Su Chen called over the little Titan, who stumbled towards him, happily calling out twice, seemingly wanting to take credit. Good boy, retract your spikes and lie down, Su Chen said with a smile, issuing a command that puzzled the little Titan. But despite the confusion, it was still the master's words, so the Titan, over a meter long, lay down in front of Su Chen, who then sat down on it. Nice. Not too high, not too low, just right, and the texture is cool and smooth, comfortable. What a pity, it's too slow, otherwise, I could have a mount. This ungrateful Su Chen actually thought of using the Titan as a mount. The Titan was speechless, stuck with such a master, but being mild-tempered, it wasn't angry, it just lay there, closed its eyes, and prepared to sleep. These two, one big and one small, honestly matched quite well in their current mental state. After finishing off the earth lizard, the red bloodline refreshed again, still thick, indicating that the target was not far away. Su Chen opened his backpack, drank a stamina potion, and waited for his stamina to slowly recover. After resting for about 10 minutes, Su Chen made a decision. Since I've come this far, I might as well go all out. Damn it, if I'm tired, let's go for the new target. Stacking up to 200 layers as soon as possible, getting the sniper effect early, who knows, I might be able to deal with the boss and the trial key. Walking deeper into the saline alkali land, the surface became increasingly desolate, which was strange. Such a large area had no monsters respawning. Soon, Su Chen discovered where the group of monsters had gone. In front of him appeared a large hole with a radius of 5 meters, slanting down at a 45-degree angle into the ground, dark and murky inside, with no visibility of what lay within. The only thing he knew was that the direction of the faint bloodline led straight into the cave. Damn it, please no, I don't have any lighting tools, it's pitch black inside. I can't just blindly enter the cave, that would be suicide. After thinking for a while, Su Chen decided not to go in, it was too dangerous, and once inside, he would lose his range advantage. Who knows what was in there? He found a stone and threw it in with all his might, wanting to gauge the depth by the sound feedback. Thud thud thud, the sound of the stone hitting echoed through the cave, continuing for a long time. Just as Su Chen was about to throw another stone to test it, he felt a slight tremor in the ground. The next second, a hissing sound came from the cave, along with a muffled sound similar to stones colliding. What the hell? What is that? Su Chen felt something was off, quickly recalled the Titan into his space backpack, and ran without a moment's hesitation. Immediately, he heard a loud crash behind him as a gigantic scorpion emerged from the cave, swinging its pincers and smashing down onto the ground, creating a massive crack. Oh my god! This is a tough opponent. Behind the giant scorpion were dozens of smaller scorpions, densely packed, which were the targets linked to this red bloodline. At this point, there was no time to examine the giant scorpion's attributes. Su Chen steadied himself, not knocked over, and focused all his attention on the giant scorpion. Seeing the bronze glow emanating from the giant scorpion, Su Chen was certain of one thing: this time, he was genuinely facing a bronze-level boss. Wasteland Giant Scorpion Level 8 rank, Bronze Tier BOSS Health 10000/1000000 Attack 300 Physical Defense 100 Magical Defense 40 Speed 160 Skills Boulder Toss Earthquake Shield Fearless Charge Boulder Toss. The Desert Giant Scorpion lifts a boulder and hurls it at the target, dealing area damage equal to physical attack asterisk 120% attack range 40 meters cooldown 15 seconds Earthquake Shield. The Desert Giant Scorpion violently shakes the ground, dealing 300 points of magical damage to surrounding enemies and providing itself with a shield equal to 10% of its maximum health, lasting 5 seconds attack range 25 meters cooldown 40 seconds Fearless Charge. The Desert Giant Scorpion raises its large pincers and charges at a target for 5 seconds, gaining a 30% movement speed boost during the charge, dealing physical attack asterisk 150% damage upon hitting an enemy cooldown 30 seconds. Upon seeing the specific attributes and skills, Su Chen did not feel intimidated. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Seems like it's not impossible to fight? Su Chen calculated in his mind that the Desert Giant Scorpion's movement speed was only 160, lower than his own. Its skills had a casting time for the throw, and now with Dodge Assault he could easily evade it, while the second skill's range was not far enough to reach him. Although its health and attack power were indeed formidable, with 100,000 health being quite scary, if handled properly, it might not be unmanageable. Moreover, this was a bronze tier boss, capable of dropping bronze tier equipment. He estimated that the treasure chest after defeating the boss would also contain plenty of good items, which could be sold on the trading system for a hefty sum. Damn it, no risk, no gain, high risk, high reward, let's do it. Little Titan, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Go attract the aggro of those small monsters, I'll handle this boss. Roar, the Titan let out a roar and steadily stepped towards the group of ordinary scorpions. Hey, big guy, look over here. Su Chen locked onto the Wasteland Giant Scorpion and shot an arrow with all his might. -1 physical damage, -124 true damage, -1 physical damage, -124 true damage. Su Chen's current attack power was still under 100 points, so relying solely on his base damage wouldn't break through its defenses. However, the additional true damage was high, and with the volley bonus, one arrow was equivalent to 2, easily dealing 250 points of damage. The Wasteland Giant Scorpion roared in anger and lifted a boulder with its tail, hurling it fiercely at Su Chen. Whoosh! Just as it happened, the previously learned Dodge Assault came into play. Su Chen rolled away, although the distance was only 2 meters. It was enough to evade the boulder's damage. While shooting arrows backward, Su Chen kited the Desert Giant Scorpion. Although the scorpion was furious, it couldn't keep up with Su Chen's speed. The Earthquake Shield skill was practically useless. Even though it was a large area attack skill, its attack range was far less than Su Chen's shooting range. While it could provide a shield of 10% health, which was 10,000 points, during the shield period, Su Chen didn't attack at all. He turned and ran, creating distance, and only after 5 seconds, when the shield disappeared, would he continue to attack. During this time, Su Chen darted around, setting up hunting traps everywhere to deal with what he felt was the most troublesome skill. The Wasteland Giant Scorpion stopped, its pincers clicking ominously, and its 6 legs tensed up. It's coming. Su Chen's heart sank. He finally had to face it. This was the skill that gave Su Chen the most headaches. Skill 3, Fearless Charge. The Wasteland Giant Scorpion swung its pincers and charged straight at Su Chen. Originally at 160 movement speed, boosted by 30%, it surged to 208, far surpassing Su Chen. He put away his bow and arrow and turned to run, heading towards the hunting traps he had set earlier. Damn! This is so thrilling. What does it feel like to be chased by a giant scorpion over 3 meters long and more than a meter high? To put it inappropriately, It's like driving a Wuling on the highway with a Volkswagen truck tailgating you. Suchen felt the wasteland giant scorpion closing in behind him. He could even clearly hear the sound of its pincers snapping, chilling him to the bone. If he got hit now, he would go from full health to zero in an instant. Finally, he reached the hunting trap area, leaping over the trap just as he heard the activation sound. Click, the hunting trap was triggered, and Suchen looked back to see the wasteland giant scorpion's speed suddenly drop back to its original pace. However, the giant scorpion was clever. Seeing its speed decrease and realizing it had no chance to hit its enemy, it immediately released a ground shield. Because they were too close, Suchen couldn't dodge the area effect even with a quick evasion and had to take the damage head-on. Fortunately, with the 20% damage reduction from the Titan and his own 15 points of magic resistance, the damage from the ground shield wasn't too painful. Minus 228. Suchen quickly drank a bottle of basic health potion and continued attacking the desert scorpion, setting traps, dodging boulders, and guiding the wasteland giant scorpion into the traps with its fearless charge. The damage efficiency was still terrifying. In less than 10 minutes, the giant scorpion's health had dropped to 20%. Suchen drank another basic health potion to replenish his status. It seems that as long as I grasp the method, dealing with a bronze-level boss isn't difficult. It's a small case during these 10 minutes. The Titan was also having a tough time. Although the scorpion couldn't break his defense, being pressured and beaten was still quite miserable. In the last few minutes, Suchen prepared to unleash all his power, aiming to take down the wasteland giant scorpion in one go to prevent any unforeseen complications. But at this critical moment, Suchen glanced to the left and suddenly noticed something was off. When the desert giant scorpion threw a boulder, it suddenly tossed it backward, and when Suchen looked in the direction of the throw, he saw no one else around. Could it be that this boss cramped up? How could it throw the boulder so crookedly? No, this spirit realm world is so intelligent, it can't make such a low-level mistake. I can't let my guard down, something feels off around here. While Suchen was puzzled, he also became more vigilant, keeping an eye on his surroundings. This feeling was familiar, like playing a marksman in a MOBA game, always sensing something was off in the bushes. Perhaps it was a sixth sense or a subconscious warning. In any case, it was wise to stay alert. -1 physical damage, -124 true damage, -1 physical damage, -124 true damage. Suchen continued to shoot arrows at the wasteland giant scorpion. At this point, the scorpion's health bar was down to 5,000. In less than a minute, he could finish it off. But then, the wasteland giant scorpion threw another boulder in a different direction, and just like before, it clearly wasn't aimed at Suchen. The feeling of something being wrong intensified in Suchen's heart, and he boldly made a hypothesis. There must be other enemies lurking around, either other NPCs or perhaps an assassin wanting to make a last-minute play. Suchen's guess was correct. There was indeed an assassin lurking around the desert giant scorpion, and it was the Moonslayer lion. The Moonslayer lion hurriedly dodged the falling boulders, its grotesque face showing bulging veins, eyes filled with defiance. Damn, I forgot the boss has an anti-invisibility field. Although that guy doesn't have an anti-invisibility skill, the boss can see me. Why isn't this kid attacking? Keep going. On Suchen's side, he thought to himself, better safe than sorry. If that old six really snatched his boss, it would be a huge loss. So, he had to ensure there were no threats around. With the boss having an anti-invisibility field, he treated the desert giant scorpion as a scanner to clear the threats in the area. Suchen wandered around with the desert giant scorpion while preparing himself. If the scorpion showed any signs of movement, he would be ready to respond with an attack. Right here. 2 minutes later, the desert giant scorpion hurled a boulder at an empty space again, and Suchen quickly shot an arrow. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot steadily towards the boulder. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, a slender figure appeared from the air, slicing through one of the arrows while swiftly rolling to dodge the other. Interesting. You actually managed to find me? I thought you would just stand there like a fool, waiting for me to snatch the boss. Ha ha ha. Suchen didn't respond. He knocked another arrow, ready to lock onto that assassin. Sure enough, his previous worries were not unfounded. This was not an easy opponent, with such quick reflexes that he could slice through arrows with a dagger. Suchen silently complained. The realism was indeed 100%, and such maneuvers were unexpected. But he was well aware that this guy definitely had no good intentions towards him. If he wanted to snatch the boss, it could only be said that he was on a narrow path. Whoosh! After locking onto the target, 2 arrows were shot simultaneously. The Moonslayer lion, holding a dagger, repeated its old trick, slicing through one arrow while rolling to evade the other. Suchen clearly saw that as he rolled, his body became ethereal, indicating some special skill that allowed him to be in an untargetable state for a short time. Looking again, the assassin's figure vanished into the air once more. Titan, come back! Roar! The little Titan lowered its head, enduring the damage from the small giant scorpion, rushing towards Suchen. When facing unknown dangers, concentrating all combat power together was Suchen's universal tactic, especially in situations where the enemy was hidden and he was exposed. Without any anti-invisibility skills, he could only rely on the desert giant scorpion to lock onto the target or see if he could use Titan's taunt to draw the enemy out of invisibility. Who are you? Are you here to snatch the boss? Su Chen shouted around while keeping his ears alert to the surroundings, knocking his bow. Kid, listen up, your father is the Moon Slayer. Before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted. Su Chen didn't hesitate. After judging the general direction by the sound, he shot 2 arrows simultaneously. This move was called drawing the snake out of its hole. Whoosh whoosh thud, the 2 arrows firmly struck the ground, their fletching still slightly shaking. After all, Su Chen was not a professional archer. Without a target lock, it was quite difficult to hit purely by feel. Damn! This guy has no sense of martial ethics. The Moon Slayer lion quickly rolled to dodge, narrowly avoiding the arrows, cursing inwardly. Damn! This kid is too cunning, playing mind games with me. Moon Slayer something, sorry, I just slipped my hand, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue, Su Chen said while remaining vigilant. As long as that kid dared to respond, he would shoot 2 more arrows. Unfortunately, this time the Moon Slayer lion was not fooled. It silently entered stealth mode and approached Su Chen, calculating in his heart that this kid was too cunning, and he couldn't fall for his tricks again. It was better to remain silent. But he was just a ranger, moving so fast that he must have allocated all his attribute points to agility, so his constitution probably wasn't that strong. Once I get close, the one in trouble will be you. Su Chen saw that the Moon Slayer lion was no longer being fooled. It just tightened its grip on the weapon and waited quietly. However, the desert giant scorpion in the distance was not just a decoration. After the assassin disappeared, the desert giant scorpion aimed at Su Chen and began to attack again. This entire complicated situation made Su Chen's scalp tingle. He couldn't attack the boss first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if someone else snatched it away, but he couldn't find the assassin either. What to do? If the assassin and the boss attacked him together, the burst damage could potentially take him out in an instant. Damn, this is a bit tricky. But in the next moment, he looked at the little titan and suddenly thought of a good idea. Right, I have teammates. Su Chen gently patted its stone armor. Little guy, I'm counting on you. Work hard this time, and I'll treat you to something delicious later. The little titan didn't understand Su Chen's meaning but still affectionately rubbed against his leg to show its fondness. At that moment, the attack from the desert giant scorpion was about to come, and Su Chen felt a chill behind him. Sure enough, that assassin was planning just that. Su Chen immediately commanded the little titan, spike armor, taunt the surrounding units. Roar, the little titan let out a roar, and spikes reappeared on its body. The desert giant scorpion was taunted and redirected its hatred, slamming its pincers down on the titan. Behind him, the figure also emerged from the air, raising a dagger and uncontrollably attacking the titan. Clang, -194. True damage critical hit. A large white number appeared on the titan's back. Got you. Su Chen immediately drew his bow and shot 2 arrows in quick succession, one hitting the back and the other hitting the rear. -83 physical damage, -124 true damage, -83 physical damage, -124 true damage. In just one hit, the assassin went from full health to 0, dying on the spot and turning into a burst of dark light that disappeared. On the ground, a piece of black iron equipment dropped. Phew, finally dealt with it. Damn it, old six, you still wanna kill me? Dream on. But this damage is a bit outrageous. Su Chen was shocked to see the damage popping up from the titan. He had such high damage because of his talent bonus. How did this assassin manage to deal nearly 200 true damage with a normal attack? It seems one really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Thanks for your hard work, little titan. Hold on for a bit longer, I'll take down the boss right away. After giving the titan instructions, Su Chen walked and shot, quickly eliminating the low-health desert giant scorpion before those dozens of smaller giant scorpions could get close. Half a minute later, a mournful cry was heard as the desert giant scorpion's health bar was depleted, and it fell to the ground. In the novice village number 10037, the Moon Slayer Crazy Lion emerged from the resurrection spring with a gloomy expression. The arrogance on his face had vanished, replaced by unwillingness and anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! So close! If it weren't for that damned stone-armored beast, the ambush would have succeeded. The surrounding players looked bewildered, silently retreating to the side, watching this seemingly troubled guy. The Moon Slayer Crazy Lion was extremely furious. Not only had he failed to kill anyone, but he also lost a level in his boots. He had truly lost both the lady and the soldiers. Although he was a member of the Moon Slayer Red Dragon team, he was quite dissatisfied with the Moon Slayer Red Dragon and had gone out as a lone wolf right after entering the spiritual realm. He had always wanted to prove that his abilities were stronger than those of the Moon Slayer Red Dragon. To seize the captain's position, and killing Qingfeng was also a way to demonstrate his capabilities. Now that he had been killed by Qingfeng, he was at a disadvantage in momentum, and the captain's position was even more out of reach. No, I still have a chance. I refuse to believe that he can deal with just me, but not with 10 people? With this thought, the Moon Slayer Crazy Lion calmed his heart, suppressed his anger, and logged off to make a phone call. Huasao server announcement: bronze level boss first kill. Desert Giant Scorpion, level 8, achieved BOSS kill. Time 00:16:04 killer. Qingfeng, the first kill was achieved solo. First kill rewards have been upgraded. Please check. Su Chen saw that the Desert Giant Scorpion had dropped a treasure chest, but he had no time to pick it up as the surrounding small scorpions began to gather and attack him, surrounding the treasure chest in swarms. Suchen had no choice but to kill the small scorpions while checking the first kill rewards. Congratulations, you have killed Desert Giant Scorpion, gain 12,800 experience points, reputation *80, you have leveled up, current level 8, 12%, gain free attribute points *10. Skill points *2, your pet titan has leveled up, current level 7. Congratulations, you have completed the first kill of the bronze level boss, reward, copper coins *15000, reward, 30 free attribute points, reward, hero's badge *1, wow, 30 free attribute points? Alright, so this is how the rewards are given? 30 free attribute points truly surprised Suchen. At level 1, it was only 5 free attribute points, so the value of these 30 points was evident. Adding the 10 free attribute points gained from leveling up twice, that made for 40 free attribute points, still maintaining the original distribution ratio of 16 points in strength and 24 points in agility. As for the awarded hero's badge, Suchen checked it and saw that it only mentioned that he could receive amazing rewards from the ranger mentor in the main city, without specifying what those rewards were, which was quite tantalizing. Since it's a first kill reward, it must be something good, at least it can't be worse than a pet egg or a title. Let Titan lure the monsters while I check what's in the treasure chest. Suchen stared at the bronze chest, itching with curiosity about what was inside. Unsurprisingly, the forum and chat channels were flooded with Qingfeng is awesome. Now, those who had doubted Qingfeng's strength had fallen silent. Qingfeng is awesome. Qingfeng is awesome. Qingfeng is awesome. Let the haters speak. Where are those who doubted Qingfeng's skills, claiming he relied on luck? Come out and speak. To kill a black iron level boss can be explained by luck or skill, but what about killing a bronze level boss? I declare something, from now on, I am a fan of the great God Qingfeng. Great God Qingfeng, could you V50 me for the sake of your fan? Of course, besides the casual players discussing this, major clubs also focused their attention on Qingfeng. If they previously regarded Qingfeng as just an ordinary player with good luck, this time, they completely viewed him as a formidable opponent. Shanyu, Yaoyang, Shenglan, the three major clubs, along with various entities wanting to enter the spirit realm, were all very interested in Qingfeng's information. Different factions either wanted to befriend him or suppress him, each with their own ideas, and they had already begun gathering relevant personnel to prepare for an online meeting to discuss. But all of this had nothing to do with Suchen at the moment. Opening the bronze treasure chest of the Desert Giant Scorpion, Suchen stared at the two bronze-level weapons in front of him, and he knew that he had struck it rich this time. Opened, bronze treasure chest of the Desert Giant Scorpion. Congratulations! You have obtained 37 silver coins, 60 copper coins, scorpion tail bow, bronze level, sturdy stone shield, bronze level, scorpion scale gloves, black iron level, scorpion scale dagger, black iron level. As expected of a bronze treasure chest, it directly dropped 2 bronze level equipment, and 2 black iron equipment is also not bad. Suchen was most interested in the scorpion tail bow. Although the antler bow was also good, it was a black iron weapon and its main level was only 3, so its attributes were gradually falling behind Suchen's needs. Suchen needed both the scorpion tail bow and the scorpion scale gloves, so he directly replaced the antler bow and the lizard gloves. Scorpion tail bow, bronze level, effect, attack plus 35, attack speed plus 15%, agility plus 10, strength plus 10, critical hit rate plus 2%. Compatible profession, ranger equipping level. Requirement, none. Scorpion scale gloves, black iron level, effect, health plus 100, attack speed plus 10%, physical defense plus 10, constitution plus 5. Compatible profession, all professions. Equipping level requirement, none. The remaining bronze level heavy shield could just be sold to the chubby guy. I estimate that this chubby guy will be wide-eyed when he sees the heavy shield. His family doesn't lack money, and just this one heavy shield could sell for a good amount. As for the dagger, I'll just put it on the trading system to sell as well. The sooner I sell it, the less worry I have, and every bit of extra income counts. Suchen was initially thinking about what to do if the dagger was sold and ended up in the hands of that assassin. Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? But then he thought that guy's dagger was originally black iron level, so selling it wouldn't have much impact, and it would also provide an extra income. So Suchen still chose to sell it, just like the boots dropped by that assassin, and listed it on the trading system. In the novice village number 10037 in the Twisted Forest, a new black iron level equipment has appeared in the auction house, a dagger and a pair of boots. Chilong, you should take a look. Zhanyu Chilong paused his monster farming rhythm, focused his gaze, and his expression shifted from curiosity to confusion, then morphed into schadenfreude. This pair of boots looked somewhat familiar, as if they belonged to Zhanyu Quanshur? He naturally thought that Zhanyu Quanshur must have gone to challenge Qingfeng, but ended up losing and had an item dropped. Ha ha, idiot, you thought you could be arrogant? When you're arrogant, someone will take you down. Ha ha, how satisfying. Zhanyu Quanshur, relying on his slightly better skills and being the direct relative of the Zhanyu guild leader, always stirred trouble in their team, and seeing him suffer was more satisfying than picking up money. However, before Zhanyu Chilong's laughter could fade, he suddenly felt a figure quietly appear from the air, with a dark face cursing angrily. Zhanyu Chilong,
Who are you calling an idiot? Be careful or I'll slice your throat. Whoever responds, I'll call them out. You.
Zhang Yuqingyu, seeing the situation was not right, hurriedly acted as a peacemaker. All right, stop arguing. Now that it has come to this, Chilong, mocking him is pointless, and Quanxer, stop opposing the captain all the time. We are all in the same guild.
Captain, should we spend money to buy the boots back?
Zhang Yu Chilong glanced sideways at Zhang Yu Quanxer and snorted coldly. Looks like our young master. Quanxer doesn't need us to spend money, he has his own ways.
Zhang Yu Chilong, don't push your luck. I don't need you to buy for me, I will get my things back myself. Oh, how will you get them back? Can you beat him? Be careful not to lose your pants in the process.
Zhang Yu Quanxer did not respond to Zhang Yu Chilong's words. Instead, he sneered and turned to the other club members who were confused behind him, shouting, "Brothers, this kid Qingfeng is provoking the Zhang Yu guild, killing our vice captain for no reason. We must take revenge."
No way. Zhang Yu Quanxer, it's the exploration period. We can't afford to waste a single moment.
If you want to see death, no one will stop you, but don't drag the brothers down with you. You don't need to worry about that. I'm not here to find you. If you have time to argue with me, why not log off and check the message your boss sent you?
Upon hearing this,
Zhang Yu Chilong's expression changed and he hurriedly logged off to check the information. 3 minutes later, he logged back in, but his face was dark, clearly unhappy. Zhang Yu Quanxer, you want to take the brothers to deal
with Qingfeng? You want to use guild resources to settle your personal grievances?
Zhang Yu Quanxer, do you still deserve to be a member of the Zhang Yu guild? Then you don't need to care, the boss has spoken and you have to listen.
Right?
You. Zhang Yu Chilong wanted to retort but was pulled by Zhang Yuqingyu, who acted as a mediator again.
Quanxer, since it's the boss's intention, we can't do anything about it, but we still have exploration work to complete. How about this, you take 10 people with you, and the rest of the team continues with the exploration tasks. How does that sound? Our novice village team has over 50 people, it's too conspicuous to mobilize everyone. And it wouldn't look good externally. Besides, you trust your own skills, don't you? 10 is fine, but I want to choose them myself.
Zhang Yu Quanxer thought for a moment and agreed. Having too many people would be harder to manage, and he felt that the only tricky one was that stone armor beast. As long as he forced Qingfeng away from the stone armor beast, dealing with him would be easy. He picked 10 ranged classes from the team, all of whom were above level 4. Now, with 10 people firing at him simultaneously, I don't believe he will still dare to stay next to his pet.
Qingfeng, let's wait and see. After saying this, the group headed towards the wasteland. Zhang Yuqingyu frowned, a bit uneasy as he asked Zhang Yu Chilong, "Chilong, do you think the Mad Lion can make it?"
Zhang Yu Chilong spat, his eyes filled with disdain. Make it? What a joke. With that brainless look of his, he thinks he can deal with
Qingfeng? The twisted tree just respawned. Did you see the attribute introduction? At this stage, our whole team might not even be able to handle it. Qingfeng just soloed a bronze-level boss stronger than the twisted tree. What does he have to fight with? Just a fool handing over his head. So, should we still buy the boots? Buy them, why not? Raise the price, we must secure them in this auction. In Newbie Village. Number 10037 in the Saline Alkali Wasteland, Suchen put on a full set of equipment and was very happy. 179 attack points. With the bonus from free attribute points and the equipment upgrade, Suchen's attack power at level 8 had risen to a terrifying 179 points. With this attack, even without additional true damage, the damage was definitely high enough. Let's clear the scorpions around first, that way the true damage can increase a lot. Wasteland Scorpion level 8 health, 2500 attack, 110 defense, 55 movement speed, 165 skill, stab, attempts to attack enemies with a poisonous stinger, dealing 110 damage upon hitting and applying poison. That deducts 3 health points per second for 30 seconds because Suchen killed the Wasteland Giant Scorpion. All the level 8 giant scorpions were aggroed to him. To be honest, when a large group of scorpions over a meter long came rushing with their pincers, it was quite scary. But Suchen thought to himself, these giant scorpions were just paper tigers, slow like ground lizards, with a small attack range, just thick-skinned sandbags. Now Suchen directly skipped over the attributes of the monsters and looked only at their movement speed and skills. As long as their movement speed was lower than his and they didn't have long-range skills, he treated them all as sandbags. An arrow shot out, whoosh, minus 124, physical damage, minus 124, true damage, minus 124, physical damage, minus 124, true damage. One arrow dealt nearly 500 points of damage, and Suchen felt great, wanting to shout, who else? 6 arrows per monster. Even if he had to constantly adjust his position to avoid being surrounded by the giant scorpions, he could still achieve a speed of 1 level 8 monster every 15 seconds. It took only 15 minutes to eliminate all 60 giant scorpions, a leveling speed that could only be described as abnormal. On the other side, Zhang Yu Chilong, although he was already level 5, still needed the cooperation of teammates to kill a level 5 monster in half a minute. However, he didn't know if it was because of his previous good luck, but these 60 giant scorpions only dropped 4 pieces of white gear. But it wasn't a big deal, Suchen couldn't use white gear anymore, so he dumped them all into the trading system to sell. As for the price, since the giant scorpions were high level, the dropped white gear had better attributes, so he sold them all for 4,000 each. Looking at his talents, the layers of additional true damage had stacked to 184 layers, just 16 layers away from triggering the sniper effect. In addition, he had also collected dozens of crab shells, enough materials to use for crafting scrolls. Scale armor crafting scroll effect. Using the scroll, consuming 50 pieces of lizard scales and 25 pieces of scorpion carapace, can forge the black iron grade armor hard scale armor. Su Chen took the scroll out of his backpack and the material text on the scroll changed from red to green. Lizard scales, 64/50ths scorpion carapace, 60/25ths. Do you confirm the consumption of materials to craft hard scale armor? Confirm. Su Chen rubbed his hands, looking forward to the new equipment. After he issued the command, the scroll transformed into a shadow of a hammer, striking the materials in front of him. After a little while, a golden light flashed and a set of armor that shimmered like graphite appeared before him. Hard scale armor, black iron grade, effect, health plus 200, physical defense plus 15, constitution plus 10, compatible classes, all classes required level to equip, none. Awesome, this armor. It's several levels cooler than the hunter's leather. Armor. Armor truly is the highest equipment for enhancing survival ability, with a direct increase of 15 points in physical defense, and the constitution translates into health, adding up to a total of 300 points. After the equipment was renewed, Su Chen looked at his attributes. Nickname, Qingfeng level, 8 class, ranger health, 890 mana, 290 physical attack, 179 attack speed, plus 108% physical defense, 51 magic. Resistance, 21 movement speed, 213 strength, 67 constitution, 39 agility, 88 spirit, 24 critical rate, 2% critical damage, 200% skills, hunting trap, 1 star plus 0, evasion strike, 2 stars plus 0, remaining skill points, 5. Equipment, hard scale armor, black iron grade, scorpion scale gloves, black iron grade, scorpion tail bow, bronze grade, heartwood ring, black iron grade, twisted crown, black iron grade, boots of the brave, black iron grade. Talent, heart of the hunter, true damage stacking, 184 to 200, number of arrows fired simultaneously, 2 tisk tisk tsk, 890 health points. While not exactly a tank, at least I don't have to worry about being one-shot by monsters anymore. While Su Chen was admiring his attribute panel, he suddenly heard a beep 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 sound. Pulling up the panel, he found that the rich second-generation chubby guy had sent him a message. Extreme domination, Master Qingfeng is too awesome. Bro. Bowing in worship. That's a bronze-grade boss. Master is indeed different from us mortals. Qingfeng, just a small feat, I was lucky to kill it. Su Chen quickly replied, feeling a bit smug inside, but he didn't show it. Alright, I also got a giant shield, I was planning to sell it to Extreme Domination, might as well ask him. That way I won't have to use the trading system and direct friend trading avoids the transaction fee. Su Chen rummaged through his backpack space and found the giant shield. Shield of solid stone, bronze grade, effect, attack plus 35, health plus 300, constitution plus 5, strength plus 5, physical defense plus 40 compatible. Classes, shield guardian required level to equip, none, physical defense of 40 points, tsk. I have to say, this attribute is really top notch, even Su Chen was tempted, considering his current physical defense was only 51 points. After sharing the attributes of the shield of solid stone with the chubby guy, Su Chen quietly waited for his reply, but after 5 or 6 seconds, the other party still hadn't responded, and Su Chen couldn't help but send a message. Qingfeng, oh? Why aren't you talking? Is this equipment not appealing? Soon, Su Chen saw a continuous stream of messages, all from the chubby guy expressing his excitement. Extreme domination, no, bro. No. I was just stunned by the attributes of this equipment. Extreme domination, bro. Sell it to me. Hurry and sell it to me. It's perfect for me, hahaha. Extreme domination, how about this, bro? Look, 50,000, oh no, 70,000, is 70,000 okay? Bro, dear bro. Su Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Selling black iron equipment for 20,000 is reasonable, and selling bronze level equipment for 70,000 also makes sense. Moreover, there aren't many players who play as shield warriors, so if it goes to auction, it might not even fetch such a high price. But after all, it's business, one should still be a bit reserved, right? With that thought, Su Chen replied to the chubby guy's message. Gentle breeze, Just now when I was fighting the boss, luckily I had good luck, otherwise, I probably wouldn't have gotten the equipment and my level would have dropped. It was very dangerous when I was fighting the boss and I took a lot of risks. It took a lot of effort to take down this boss, I almost didn't make it. Extreme domination, brother gentle breeze, you worked hard. How about this? Let's be straightforward. A flat price. 100,000. What do you think? Su Chen was naturally happy to oblige, but he also realized that the chubby guy was trying to sell his favor at a premium. However, if there's money to be made, why not take it? Su Chen immediately agreed and felt a bit better about the chubby guy. He thought to himself, given this straightforwardness, if this chubby guy asks for help in the future, it wouldn't be too much to agree. On the other side, Uncle Wu was also watching the chat transaction between Su Chen and Xiao Tianba. Seeing the price proposed by the chubby guy, he couldn't help but frown. 100,000 is indeed a bit much. Although this bronze level weapon is rare, it probably only worth around 50,000, so 100,000 is seriously overpriced. However, he looked at the chubby guy beside him who was preparing to transfer the money without any hesitation. Uncle Wu swallowed the words he was about to say, thinking that seeing young Master Shell like this, he clearly knows the actual value of this equipment. It seems that his young master is still using money to buy affection. Your bank account has received 100,000 yuan, please check. Su Chen saw the message prompt appear at the top of his view, and the shield of solid rock was automatically sent over. I have to say, making money is just exhilarating. Su Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face. 100,000. That's a whole 100,000. If he worked a black job at the factory, he wouldn't earn this much in a year. Now, he made it in less than an hour. Adding to the money he earned before, he made nearly 200,000 in just this short time. The mortgage still has over 700,000 left, and at this rate of making money, he could settle it in a few days. After the money was in hand, Su Chen felt light and sent a polite message to the chubby guy. Gentle breeze, payment received, pleasant transaction, handshake. Extreme domination, hahaha, received. The feel is really good. With this equipment, I feel like I can withstand the damage from level 6 monsters. Brother Gentle Breeze, be sure to contact me if you have suitable equipment in the future. Su Chen thought to himself. If there's suitable equipment, he would definitely sell it to him. After all, he offered a high price and there are no middlemen taking a cut. This is the benefactor. His future wealth and prosperity all depend on this chubby guy. After receiving the earnings, Su Chen decided to log off first. After digesting the instant food like bread and milk he had eaten earlier, he was now hungry. This time, he planned to eat something to replenish his energy while logging off. You have exited combat mode. Your character will temporarily disappear after logging off and will reappear upon logging in. After logging off, Su Chen took out the bread and milk he had prepared earlier but suddenly found himself in a dilemma. This bread and milk are too dry. No way, I have money now. I need to eat something better. When he was poor, he could make do with it and didn't think the bread and sausage were that dry. Now that he had money, eating those just didn't satisfy him anymore. He called the barbecue restaurant downstairs and ordered a small serving of crayfish noodles, 3 servings of crayfish to be exact. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat something better, but higher-end options took time, and today was the crucial first day of the server launch. Su Chen didn't want to waste too much time going out. After placing the order, Su Chen lay on the living room sofa, sipping cola while scrolling through his phone to regain some energy. Playing games was entertaining for a short time, but after a while, his head started to hurt. If only I could get a gaming pod. I heard gaming pods not only don't cause discomfort in the brain but also provide some nutrition and physiological support, allowing you to stay online for over 10 hours without any problem. But the price is too high. Even the lowest configuration costs 980,000. I, a commoner, can't afford that at all. I guess I'll have to save up. There's no other way. That's how it is for a poor guy. Su Chen shook his head, still troubled by money. The white gear he had just put on the trading market had sold out, and several pieces of white gear had dropped significantly in price. Even though their base attributes weren't low, each piece only sold for around 1,500 yuan. The total from the dropped white gear and replaced equipment was over 17,000 yuan. Su Chen opened his bank account and the number displayed was a staggering 176,492. A full 176,000. Moreover, he also had black iron equipment listed on the auction market, which would definitely sell for a good price. In just half a day, Su Chen had transformed from a poor student with only a few hundred yuan to a small tycoon with 170,000 in savings. The future looked promising. It seemed that buying a gaming pod was not a big issue. In half a day, he had nearly 200,000, and in a few days, he could buy one to try out. After closing the banking app, Su Chen opened the browser to check the forum. As soon as he opened the browser, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Is this game that popular?" The top 10 trending topics were all about the spirit realm. However, Su Chen thought about it and found it normal. After all, it was a groundbreaking game, so high popularity wasn't surprising. He searched the official website and entered the official forum, initially intending to see the progress of other players in the novice village and whether there were any wild treasure chests for him to pick up. However, upon looking at the hottest discussion threads, he found they were all about himself. No way. I only killed 2 bosses. How can it be so popular? Server launch kills bronze level boss? Moon Slashing Club president refuses to comment. Heavy recruitment of Qingfeng. President Yao Yang praises, "This kid is really awesome." Saint Lan Club requests contact information for Qingfeng, offering a generous reward. In these threads, a familiar term appeared to Su Chen. Saint Lan Club? They've entered the spirit realm world too? But it makes sense. Such a big cake as the spirit realm would definitely want a piece. This Saint Lan Club was involved in other games besides MMORPGs, including League of Legends. Su Chen had interacted with them before when he was doing boosting. Previously, the Saint Lan Club held a one-on-one competition in the city with 1,000 yuan prize for each win. Su Chen had won 3,000 yuan and had a good impression of the club. At least they paid out quickly. However, Suchen had no intention of joining other clubs, the reason being the same as his refusal of the chubby guy. Online strength is one thing, but in the real world, it's better to keep a low profile and not be exposed. But the Moonslayer Club doesn't seem to have a good attitude towards me? Suchen recalled that when he was fighting the bronze-level boss, it was also a member of the Moonslayer who ambushed him and got killed in return, raising his vigilance. I need to be careful. When encountering members of the Moonslayer in the future, I might fall into their next trap. Ding dong! Just as Suchen was deep in thought, the doorbell rang. Hello, your extra portion of crayfish noodles has arrived. Coming. Upon hearing that the crayfish noodles had arrived, Suchen temporarily set aside his other worries and hurried to the door to receive the food. Opening the lid, he saw bright red crayfish intertwined with golden noodles, steaming hot, each crayfish coated in fragrant spicy red oil, and the noodles soaked up the delicious broth, the rich aroma of chili and Sichuan pepper wafting up, making one drool. It's really tempting, but it's also really expensive. Just this little bit costs say $100. Forget it, I'm not short on a little money right now, let's eat. Suchen's appetite surged as he prepared to enjoy this sumptuous meal. In the spirit realm, Newbie Village number 10037, Saline Alkali Wasteland. The Moonslayer Mad Lion led 10 selected individuals to seek revenge on Suchen. Beside him, a short and worried person said, Brother Mad Lion, can we handle this? That person can deal with bronze-level bosses. The Moonslayer Mad Lion glanced at him with disdain. Coward, stop talking nonsense. That Qingfeng boss has high burst damage, but he's just a mere ranger, high attack but low defense, easy to be killed. In terms of damage, I'm not much worse than him, and in terms of skill, I'm far superior. He just got lucky with a good pet. As long as you can force him out from behind his pet, I can definitely kill him in one hit. But, brother, he's an archer, a ranged class, and his damage against bosses must be very high. It should be easy for him to deal with us. I still feel. Hearing this, the Moonslayer Mad Lion's expression clearly changed, even showing some impatience. Alright, after the job is done, each person gets $1,000 as a reward, and an extra 800 for being killed. No one complained. The few people behind him, under his intimidation, had no choice but to shut their mouths. They couldn't do anything. The Moonslayer Mad Lion had connections with the club's boss, and if they offended him, it would be hard to get by in the future. As for the 800 compensation for being killed, they could only think to themselves, heh. However, after arriving at the Saline Alkali Wasteland, the Moonslayer Mad Lion couldn't find Suchen's figure. Where is he? Did he leave after finishing the boss? That can't be right. There should be some commotion even if he's farming nearby. The Moonslayer Mad Lion was puzzled, suddenly realizing a serious problem. He had brought people to seek revenge, but he couldn't find the opponent's location. Behind him, a tall, skinny level 4 player named Moonslayer Ali reminded him, Brother Mad Lion, why don't we ask them? Moonslayer Ali pointed to a group of scenery enthusiasts who were sketching and occasionally taking photos nearby. When Suchen was fighting the wasteland giant scorpion earlier, these scenery enthusiasts had long been scared away by the furious scorpion swarm. Now, the only one brave enough to stay was him. Brother Mad Lion, everyone else has run away, leaving just this one passerby. He must know something. Let's go ask him. Maybe we can figure out where that person went. The Moonslayer Mad Lion raised an eyebrow, feeling it made sense. Alright, let's go, brothers, and ask him. After saying that, the 11 people aggressively walked towards the passerby. Hey, that's right, you. Don't run. If you do, I'll cut you. The Moonslayer was extremely arrogant and rude, whether towards teammates or strangers, and the 11 surrounded the passerby with the ID observer Wang Shaoli. What do you want? I haven't provoked you. Are you targeting the scenic players? After being surrounded, observer Wang Shaoli instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing his reaction, the Moonslayer became even more arrogant. Haha, don't be afraid, I'm from the first guild of the spirit realm, the Moonslayer Guild. I see you have some guts. Did you know there was a boss battle here just now? Observer Wang Shaoli nodded. He had just seen Suchen's battle from a distance and regretted not recording it, but because he was too far away, he didn't notice the Moonslayer's presence when Suchen quickly killed him. Where did that monster killer go just now? I don't know, he was just here, but after opening the treasure chest, he disappeared in an instant. I have no idea where he went. Observer Wang Shaoli shared everything he knew. Brother Lion, given the situation, he might have logged off, said a tall, thin guy. At this stage, players didn't have any teleportation equipment or items, and with blink skills, it was impossible to disappear from sight instantly, so logging off was the most likely scenario. Hey, where did he disappear from? Under pressure, observer Wang Shaoli had no choice but to take them to the place where Suchen had vanished and explained. The location. Right here. I don't know anything else. Alright, you're done here, scram. The Moonslayer waved his hand to shoo away observer Wang Shaoli, focusing all attention on the footprints on the ground. From the treasure chest to this spot, the footprints vanished into thin air. After some deduction, the Moonslayer said fiercely, looks like this is the place. Haha, even the heavens are helping me. You guys, get ready, spread out, and form a circle. Wait for that kid. As soon as he logs in, take him out immediately. The Moonslayer took out a dagger, hiding to the side, ensuring he could kill Suchen the moment he logged in. He had stacked all his attribute points into strength, and with the boost
from his equipment, his attack power was nearly 100 points. He was confident that with his talent, Violent Authority Slaughter, taking down a ranger would be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the earlier observer Wang Xiaoli surprisingly didn't leave immediately. Instead, he hid nearby, eager to document what was about to happen. This was his job, game news reporter. Affiliated with the largest news media in the gaming field, Game Observer Network.
Oomph, Moonslayer, the Moonslayer Guild, huh? You dare threaten me? Threaten the scenic players? Just wait and see how I ruin your reputation.
But before that, I'm also very curious if they can deal with Qing Feng. This is big news. On the other side, the Moon Slayers group was tense, waiting for about 5 minutes, when suddenly a golden light appeared at the spot where Su Chen had logged off.
Everyone, prepare. It's coming. Attack with all your
might. Anyone who dares to retreat, I guarantee there will be no place for you in the Moon Slayer.
In the next second, a figure appeared in the golden light. Su Chen had logged in. Qing Feng, it's time for you to pay your debts. You exposed my equipment before, now let me return the favor 100-fold. Now's the time. Attack.
Zhan Yuquangshu saw Su Chen log in and immediately commanded 10 teammates to start attacking, while he himself lurked in the shadows, preparing to backstab Su Chen. Su Chen had just logged in after a hearty meal when he heard a loud shout from behind, startling
him greatly. What the hell? Is someone being dishonorable? Before he could react, Su Chen's figure flickered, swiftly executing an evasion skill like a ghost.
However, the danger was not yet averted, as those 10 enemies were all ranged classes, and when he rolled to the other side, a rain of attacks continued to pour down on him.
Ding-ling-dang-lang. A series of crisp metallic clashing sounds echoed around, accompanied by jaw-dropping numbers floating up. -1, -1, -1. Su Chen had just logged in and was not yet fully adapted to the combat rhythm.
Coupled with the fact that these 10 were attacking him from all directions, he was caught off guard and found it difficult to
dodge all the assaults.
Nevertheless, the damage from the attacks landing on Su Chen was not significant, even negligible.
It should be noted that at this moment, Su Chen's physical defense was as high as 51. In other words, unless a single attack could deal more than 51 points of damage, it was impossible to break through his indestructible defense, resulting only in a mandatory deduction of 1 hit point. Faced with such an absurd situation, the 10 enemies responsible for ranged attacks were all dumbfounded, frozen in shock. Although they had long heard of Qing Feng's formidable strength, no one expected him to be this powerful. They were all level 4, not the top tier among players, but still among the earlier batch, and many of them had invested all their points in strength, so their attacks were not much lower than a warrior's. Yet even so, they couldn't even break Su Chen's defense? The 10 of them instantly felt their mental state crumble. It felt like they were not playing the same game as the opponent. Meanwhile, Zhan Yuquangshu also hid in the shadows, pondering how strange this kid was, with such high defense. He focused on the hard-scale armor Su Chen had just crafted, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. Could it be because of this equipment? It seems so. This kid is really lucky, having so many black iron level equipment without any forging scrolls. But as long as I kill him, I can loot his equipment. If I keep killing, I can take all his gear. Although everyone was only dealing 1 point of damage to Su Chen, Zhan Yuquangshu realized that his plan had gone slightly awry. However, at this moment he knew it was too late to retreat. He could only brace himself and go all in. Su Chen glanced at the 10 people around him, still feeling a bit annoyed. Damn, I just logged off and someone is already blocking me? Look at these nicknames, they're all from the Zhanyu Club. I haven't even gone looking for you and you've come to find me? Isn't this bullying the honest person? Just as he was about to prepare for an attack, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Chen, raising a dagger and stabbing straight at him. Clang, -45. Su Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind and couldn't help but frown. Although he usually had a good temper, at this moment, facing such a vicious ambush, even the best temper would be hard to maintain. However, that assassin seemed to have timed their attack right after the cooldown of their invisibility skill, disappearing again the moment they struck. The one who had just attacked seemed to be the same assassin he had encountered earlier, who possessed the invisibility skill. He had to think of a way to deal with this. In that split second, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Su Chen's mind. He had an idea. Since that was the case, he would use the same strategy as last time against the assassin, exploiting their fatal weakness of showing off. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. He deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "You Moon Slayers are being a bit too arrogant. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Not only did you fail to take the boss, but now you even want to block my respawn point." As he spoke, Su Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, his body tense and ready to attack at any moment. Less talk, today we Moon Slayers. It seemed he had forgotten how Su Chen had dealt with him before. Hooked. The arrow was knocked, and Su Chen roughly estimated the position of the Moon Slayer's crazy lion, immediately summoning a little titan in the target area and commanding it to use its skill. The little titan roared and used its taunt skill, forcing the Moon Slayer's crazy lion to attack it, thus breaking its stealth. The crazy lion realized the Titan's presence in an instant, cursing inwardly, and hurriedly tried to dodge. But it was too late. The Titan's taunt had already landed on him, and the crazy lion's body uncontrollably raised its dagger and began to attack the Titan. The moment his figure appeared, Suchen seized the opportunity and shot an arrow. 163. Physical damage -184, true damage -163, physical damage -184, true damage. The massive damage instantly killed him. The 10 people nearby were stunned. One hit, killed? Just like that, killed? Little Lee from the observation network, who was eagerly watching, was also shocked. He had thought there would be some grand battle, but the assassin barely showed his face before taking such little damage and getting killed? How pathetic. Little Lee immediately decided that he had to post this embarrassing incident of the Moonslayer Guild on the forum. After Suchen killed him with one shot, he noticed a black scroll had dropped next to the Moonslayer's crazy lion's corpse. What is this? It's not a weapon. Could it be some kind of item? Suchen wondered, but now was not the time to check the loot, so he didn't look closely. He then raised his bow and arrow again, looking at the group of people around him, all of whom had red names. No need to say, they had all participated in the attack, and there were no innocents among them. You guys, why pick a fight with me when you could have chosen anyone else? Here, have some free revival water. BBB brother, we didn't mean to. It was him, the one you just killed, who insisted we come. We had no choice. But Suchen couldn't be bothered to listen to their explanations. Whether voluntarily or forced, the fact remained that they had attacked him. Did they expect Suchen to be a saint and forgive them? In their dreams, he raised his bow and aimed at one of them. Run! Run fast! We can't beat this guy. The person targeted reacted and started to run back, but it was too late. All 10 of them were within 10 meters of Suchen, and his shooting range was a full 35 meters. Before they could escape his attack range, Suchen shot them down one by one. Whoosh 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 whoosh. -168 physical damage, -184 true damage, -168 physical damage, -184 true damage. Looking at the equipment scattered on the ground, Suchen glanced over. Aside from one unlucky guy who dropped a hard-earned white item to avoid waste, Suchen picked it up, while the others dropped only novice gear, which wouldn't sell for much, so he couldn't be bothered to pick those up. Cut it out, so boring, with such little skill still trying to play the murder and smuggling game. The people from the Moonslayer Guild all brain-dead? Can't win and still come to fight? Ridiculous. Suchen's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of disdainful smile, letting out a cold laugh of contempt. Those 10 guys just came to deliver their heads. But that assassin had some skill. His physical attack power was indeed quite high, but during the battle just now, there was no real damage. Compared to the damage I dealt to the Titan, it was simply worlds apart. Maybe there's some kind of trigger condition involved. Well, no need to think too much. When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it with earth. With these little karami, they're not even worth mentioning. The Moonslayer Guild, fine, I'll remember you. Suchen silently noted this down in his mind, then shifted his attention to the item dropped by that assassin. He quickly walked over, focused his gaze, and saw a black scroll lying on the ground, shimmering with a strange blue-silver light, looking particularly mysterious. Hey, I have to say, this thing really looks high-end and cool. Suchen happily picked up the scroll, carefully stored it in his backpack, and casually checked its information panel. Black Soul Scroll, damaged quality, black iron level usage count, 6/10 effect, can gain black soul power when killing monsters, can consume a certain amount of black soul power to exchange for equipment/skill books. Equipment quality cannot exceed black iron. Skill books can be at most 1-star. Description: a damaged scroll containing space and black soul power seems to carry an ominous aura. If it can be handed over to the mentor in the job change hall, perhaps some important information can be obtained. Damn, I thought it was something good. This is so trash. Black iron level equipment, 1-star. Skill book and limited usage count, really not good. After seeing the content of the Black Soul Scroll, Suchen couldn't help but complain. If he had this before, he was fully equipped in black iron, he would have definitely treated it as a treasure, but now he can only say it's better than nothing. However, the last sentence is quite important. Could it be that this thing can unlock some hidden quest? It should be. The hint is so obvious, there must be good stuff. If that's the case, it's still acceptable, at least it's not a total loss. Suchen thought to himself after seeing the last sentence. He needed to recover quickly and find a way to level up. Whether it was the hero's badge dropped by the wild giant scorpion or this Black Soul Scroll, both required entering the main city to be useful, so leveling up was definitely the right move. Moreover, the Spirit Realm has always offered generous rewards for achievements like first kill. If he could be the first to reach level 10 and enter the main city, the rewards would surely be plentiful. I remember the introduction of the trial key mentioned that a lot of experience can be gained after completing the trial. Although the possibility of other players leveling up faster than him is low, with so many players, it's better to be safe than sorry, so he should hurry to grind. Furthermore, the boss in the trial area has a golden thread wrapped around it. After defeating this target, The number of arrows shot could increase from 2 to 3, which is a significant boost in combat power. Let's get to it. Time to grind the boss. After organizing his mood, the wonderful gaming time couldn't be spoiled by an idiot. After picking up the valuable loot, Suchen immediately took out the trial key, silently reciting to use it, and entered the trial area. Little did he know, the scene of him slaying 11 members of the Moon Slashing Guild was captured by the observer Xiao Li, who was recording nearby, and uploaded to the forum, causing a huge uproar. On the forum, an account named Online Game Observation Network posted a thread. The title of this post wasn't flashy, but its popularity was skyrocketing. Spirit Realm Times, Jingfeng and Moon Slashing Guild clash, over 10 killed. Video attached. The Online Game Observation Network officially reports, according to our game reporter Xiao Li's observation, a player conflict occurred in the 10,037th Novice Village. According to Xiao Li's report, more than 10 players, all with the ID prefix Moon Slashing, ambushed in the Novice Village, targeting an anonymous player. According to reliable sources, these players claimed that the anonymous player was Qingfeng, who had previously achieved first kills on Black Iron level and Bronze level bosses. However, according to the reporter's observation, these players, suspected to belong to the Moon Slashing Guild, were quickly defeated in less than a minute during the conflict with the anonymous player. In addition, reporter Xiao Li also observed that the leading player of the Moon Slayer Guild, Moon Slayer Mad Lion, exhibited aggressive and threatening behavior towards bystander reporters during the conflict, and publicly expressed disdainful remarks towards the Scenery Party players. Moon Slayer Mad Lion also claimed that the Moon Slayer Guild is the #1 guild in the Spirit Realm game. Our website will continue to monitor the developments of this incident and provide further reports. This post has gone viral, and the number of comments is increasing. Wow! I just watched the video. It's real. Someone was attacked. Is it definitely the great god Qingfeng? Not sure, it was too far away to see clearly, and the ambushed player had hidden their information. I could only see the other 11 people with the Moon Slayer ID. It must be the great god Qingfeng. Who else could survive being surrounded by 11 people and then counter kill? I'm from the 10037 newbie village. I can confirm that our village's trading system really had an item called the Vitality Staff. It must belong to our newbie village. The Moon Slayer Guild is just a clown, ambushed by 11 people and still got counter-killed. 1 arrow, 1 kill. So cool. And the great god Qingfeng's range is so far, it must be a talent. And the damage is super high. I really don't know how he does it. So envious. If only I had that kind of damage. Don't get your hopes up. Go back to sleep. You can dream about anything. I wasn't sure which guild was the strongest among Moon Slayer, Radiant Sun, and Holy Wave, but now I can't determine which is the strongest, but it's clear that the Moon Slayer Guild is the weakest. TCH, I was thinking of applying to join them, but now it seems that Holy Wave and Radiant Sun are better. Trash Moon Slayer, what's up? Did the Scenery Party eat your rice? Still dare to attack bystander players? I represent the Scenery Party to condemn you. Just wait, when our Scenery Party changes to life professions in the future, when selling things, we'll give others a 20% discount, but for the Moon Slayer Guild, an 80% discount. Everyone, don't join the Moon Slayer Guild, let's boycott them. +1. +1. Yunhai City, Moon Slayer Building, in a single-player esports room. Moon Slayer Mad Lion angrily logged off from the Spirit Realm world, and after coming out of the high-end gaming pod, he smashed a glass cup on the ground. Crash, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. My black soul scroll. Qingfeng, I will not rest until I take you down. His veins bulged, and he could only rely on this impotent rage to release his frustration and anger. And his impotent rage was not over yet when the phone suddenly rang. He frowned and looked at his phone, but upon seeing the caller's number, he froze for a moment. It was his boss. He hurriedly calmed himself down and took a deep breath before answering the call. Hello? Brother-in-law. Bastard. What the hell are you doing? Do you know how big of an impact this has? Now. Immediately. Come to my office. The voice on the phone was loud and clearly angry. Moon Slayer Mad Lion, bewildered by the scolding, arrived at the office of the Moon Slayer boss, Li Xinli. As soon as he entered, a book was thrown at him. He had never seen Boss Li this angry, but he quickly understood the reason. What the hell are you doing? Tell me, if you want to take revenge, just go ahead. Can't you at least go anonymous? You wouldn't have to be anonymous if you could actually win, right? Now the whole Spirit Realm knows that the 11 members of Zhanyu were ambushed by a single player, and all of them were killed within a minute. You really made our guild famous. I'm here trying my best to recruit people, and with this incident, 2 out of 10 newcomers will want to leave us. 2 out of 10. Do you know how many people that is? Do you know how much revenue that could bring to the club? The person leaned closer to Zhanyu Guangshi and gently slapped his own face. You've completely embarrassed me. Completely. Zhanyu Guangshi remained silent, far from his previous arrogance, not daring to say a word, being scolded like a grandson. After scolding for a good 5 minutes, Li Xianli finally calmed down, and the secretary hurriedly handed him a glass of water. Li Xianli took a sip of water, trying to soothe his mood, and said, Do you know what to do next?
Hearing this, Zhanyu Guangshi hesitated and quickly replied, "From now on,
I won't provoke him anymore."
bullshit.
Can't you learn from your sister? Listen to the sounds. When did I say you shouldn't provoke him?
Zhanyu Guangshi clearly couldn't keep up with Li Xinli's rhythm, looking a bit confused.
Ha!
Zhanyu has already made an enemy of him, and the whole spirit realm knows that Qingfeng has overshadowed Zhanyu this time.
If you want to wash
away the shame of this incident, you must publicly kill Changfeng once, so that the players know that Zhanyu is stronger than Changfeng.
Do you understand?
Li Xinli's veins were bulging. He was genuinely getting angrier the more he looked at this brother-in-law. If it weren't for his strong gaming talent and his wife nagging him every day, he would want this guy to leave right now. Zhanyu Guangshi quickly responded with oh, and the fire of revenge reignited in his eyes.
So what should I do next, brother-in-law?
Level up, build your strength. I will have the members of Zhanyu in the 10037 newbie village prioritize helping you level up. In addition, I've already notified other newbie villages. Once you all reach level 10 and have more people, then go deal with Qingfeng.
Make sure
you have complete control and don't let another incident like this happen. We don't have many other professions in Zhanyu, but we have plenty of assassins.
Are we really afraid of a squishy ranger?
Zhanyu Guangshi was excited and rubbed his hands together upon hearing this.
With his brother-in-law backing him up,
the odds were much higher. Qingfeng, no matter how strong you are, you're just a lone player.
How can you compare to our entire Zhanyu? Once we're fully prepared this time, we will definitely take you down.
Alright, go back and level up. Just seeing you annoys me. Li Xinli waved his hand to send him off to level up, then with a pained expression, began to investigate how much the stock price of the Zhanyu group had dropped because of this incident. Suchen took out the trial key and held it tightly, his mind stirring. You have trial key. It is recommended that your level reach 10 before challenging the trial grounds, otherwise the success rate is extremely low. Warning, the trial boss is extremely dangerous. It is not recommended to challenge above your level. Do you wish to start? Remaining challenge attempts 3/3 start.
Suchen immediately replied, level 10 before fighting? Wouldn't that take forever?
He had been fighting monsters above his level regularly and it didn't feel like much.
You have activated the trial key. You are about to enter the trial
grounds. Your status has been fully restored. The trial grounds can accommodate a maximum of 10 players in a team. Checking team status. No team status confirmed for solo entry. Not exceeding 10 players can enter.
Warning again, the current trial boss difficulty is extremely high. It is highly discouraged to challenge solo. Do you confirm to continue? Confirm. Challenge confirmed. Wish you success in the trial. Current trial boss,
Shen Zhonggui difficulty 1-star. Suchen was quite curious. This thing was pretty advanced and it limited the number of players to no more than 10.
Looks like it suits me. Well, I've always been soloing, never teamed up.
But looking at this introduction, a 1-star monster shouldn't be too difficult.
Soon, Suchen's figure instantly disappeared from the wasteland and entered an ethereal space,
seemingly inside a transparent box with the backdrop of the cosmic starry river outside. Wow, this artistic effect is nice, quite beautiful. Suchen still had the leisure to observe his surroundings.
In an instant,
the starry river flowed, and the scene before him suddenly changed from the galaxy to lush mountains.
Roar! From the mountains, a gigantic black turtle emerged from the ground. Holy crap, it's so big! Suchen was
stunned by its size. It was even larger than the giant scorpion in the wasteland. Just looking at its shell, the radius was about 5 or 6 meters, and counting its head and tail, its length was nearing 10 meters. Shen Zhonggui level 10 rank, bronze tier boss, trial, health 150000/150000 attack, 350 physical defense, 120 magical defense, 80 speed, 130 skills, rock shield, earth pulse, slow crawl, rock shield. The Shen Zhonggui has a layer of rock shield on its shell which reduces damage, including physical and magical, that hits the rock shield by 50% attack range, none, cooldown, none. Earth Pulse. The Shen Zhonggui uses the power of the earth veins to deal 500 points of magical damage to enemies in a straight line, stunning them for 2 seconds attack range, 50 meters cooldown, 30 seconds rock. Shatter. The Shen Zhonggui uses the power of the mysterious rock to manipulate 3 nearby rocks, attacking distant enemy targets, each dealing 300 points of physical damage attack range, 30 meters cooldown, 20 seconds. What the hell, village chief, are you messing with me?
Is this something a newbie can handle? Suchen couldn't help but curse after seeing these stats. Originally, I thought a beginner village's reward would have a boss that was easy to deal with, but here we are, with 150,000 health, 350 attack, and 120 defense. No matter how you look at it, this thing doesn't seem like something a newbie can handle.
Now Suchen understood why he had been warned twice. It was simply because this guy in front of him was too tough to deal with. A 50-meter area attack. Honestly, it was the first time Suchen had seen one.
His own
range was now 35 meters. He thought that was far enough, but it turns out there are always stronger opponents out there. It seems that on the path to becoming stronger, one must make rapid progress, or else they won't
keep up with the pace. Thinking too much is pointless.
Since I'm here, I might as well take a shot at him first.
Little Titan, what do you think? After the boss appeared, Suchen summoned Little Titan. Roar, Little Titan happily responded to Suchen. Because of their shared thoughts, Suchen could even sense that upon seeing the Xianzhong turtle, Little Titan was feeling hungry. Hungry? With your little frame of over a meter. You see someone 10 meters long and you feel hungry? You can't possibly want to eat it, right? Don't joke around, the boss would eat you for sure. Could it be related to evolution points? Since raising Little Titan, his experience had been steadily increasing, but the last column of evolution points had never gone up. Suchen still couldn't figure out how this worked. Could this thing evolve like in Digimon? Is it related to the boss in front of him? Hard to say. Roar! A roar pulled Suchen back from his thoughts. There was no time for him to think any longer. The Xianzhong turtle had recovered from its locked health state and officially entered battle. Little Titan, go! Use spiked stone armor. Suchen commanded Little Titan to attract aggro while he turned and ran back, preparing to attack at the limit of his 35-meter range. Whoosh! In an instant, an arrow was shot out. Clang, -30 physical damage halved, -184 additional true damage, -30 physical damage halved, -184 additional true damage. Physical damage was halved, but true damage was unaffected, which was fine. Suchen thought that any extra damage was better than none. Since physical damage was reduced when hitting the turtle shell, he decided to try aiming for the turtle's head instead. However, Suchen also cursed the planner for not being reasonable. Luckily, he had true damage, otherwise other players would definitely be in trouble. No wonder they suggested a 10-person team. With talent stacking, even with his high damage, it might not be enough to deal with such a tough opponent. If it were other players, it would probably take 10 of them to barely manage. Taking the hit head-on, the Xianzhong turtle focused its attention on Suchen. However, upon seeing his level, the Xianzhong turtle displayed a disdainful look, even yawning. Damn, this boss is so smart. Hey, is having 150,000 health really that impressive? Just watch how I take you down. For the first time, Suchen felt looked down upon by a monster in a game. Anger surged within him, and he aimed directly at the Xianzhong turtle's head with another arrow. Whoosh whoosh, -59 physical damage, -184 additional true damage, -59 physical damage, -184 additional true damage. With 2 arrows fired, he managed to take away nearly 500 health points. After testing, Suchen confirmed that although the exposed skin was rough like stone, it didn't seem to have a 50% damage reduction. Now that's more like it, otherwise this boss would be a bit too much. As long as there are weaknesses, little turtle, dare to look down on me? Just watch how I punish you. With a painful hit, the Xianzhong turtle let out a roar, but because its hatred was still temporarily focused on the Little Titan, it only intensified its attacks on the Little Titan. The massive head of the Xianzhong turtle suddenly thrust forward, and the Titan was knocked back 2 meters like a bowling ball. -185 physical damage. A bright red damage indicator appeared on the Titan's back. It was astonishing, although this damage meant nothing to the Little Titan, whose health was high-end. Defense thick, it didn't care about this little damage. But that was based on the Little Titan having an extremely high defense and the bonus from its spiked stone armor. If a unit without spiked stone armor were hit, the effect would be unimaginable. Even the toughest tank couldn't withstand 3 hits, right? At this moment, Suchen had no time to think. After being knocked away, the boss had now directly locked its hatred onto Suchen, who had dealt the most damage to it. However, due to the distance, the Xianzhong turtle chose not to run over and attack Suchen physically but instead raised its feet high and then stomped down heavily. Bang, boom, boom, boom. A shockwave of earth shot straight towards Suchen in a linear form. Suchen's pupils constricted, and he immediately sensed something was wrong, turning to run back, only to feel a rumble behind him. He quickly used a dodge attack to the side. However, he found that the damage area of the earth wave was larger than he had imagined. Even though he rolled to avoid it perpendicularly to the direction of the earth wave, he still couldn't evade this hit and took damage. -383 magical damage. Hiss! As a wave of intense pain hit him, Suchen couldn't help but gasp. Just from this one hit, his health had already dropped by nearly half. There was no helping it. Who told him to choose to be a ranger? Unlike the shield warriors who excelled in defense, rangers only gained 2 points of magical resistance with each level up. Moreover, in this novice village, there were very few items that could increase magical resistance. Even with numerous equipment advantages, he only had a mere 21 points of magical resistance. Faced with boss damage that often reached hundreds, this resistance was simply a drop in the bucket. If it weren't for the Little Titan's heart-to-heart effect, the damage from that last attack would have likely soared above 500. Little Titan, keep it under control. I refuse to believe. I can't handle you. Suchen gritted his teeth, quickly drank a bottle of basic life potion, and then turned back to rejoin the fight. Upon hearing the master's command, the Little Titan's eyes flashed with determination and it unhesitatingly cast the spiked stone armor skill, successfully attracting the boss's attention and forcing it to attack only itself. Suchen seized the opportunity to strike the boss fiercely, continuing to recall the panel from earlier. The first skill was a passive defense. As long as he didn't attack the shell and instead targeted the skin, he could cope. The third skill had too short a range, only 30 meters, which was still out of his range. The only real threat to him was the second skill, the one just used, which had a long enough attack range and wide enough area, making it difficult to deal with. He remembered that the boss's panel stated a cooldown of 30 seconds, meaning he was absolutely safe during the 30 seconds after it used the skill. Moreover, it seemed that there was a noticeable wind-up before the boss used its skill. If he could quickly dodge during this wind-up time, he might just avoid it. Suchen thought to himself, but the bow and arrow in his hands never stopped. During this time, although the Xianzhonggue wanted to use stones to throw at Suchen, the distance was too far. The stones lost precise control after flying 30 meters, and Suchen could easily dodge the incoming stones with a slight sidestep. In the 30 seconds of the cooldown for Xianzhonggue's second skill, Suchen was able to shoot more than 20 arrows, which translated to over 11,000 points of actual damage. This was a terrifying output. Achieving over 10,000 damage in such a short time required the stacking of true damage talents and the presence of the little titan to absorb damage. Both were indispensable. In the entire spirit realm, although there were many strong players, at this moment only Suchen could achieve over 10,000 damage in half a minute. However, Xianzhonggue was not foolish enough to just take hits. Once the 30 seconds were up, it immediately refocused its attention on Suchen, clearly intending to unleash another earthquake wave attack. Suchen stopped attacking at this moment, constantly observing every move of Xianzhonggue, ensuring he would dodge in a direction perpendicular to the wave the moment it was released. Hold your breath, concentrate, observe the wind-up, and jump sideways at the first sign of movement, Suchen silently chanted in his heart. Just then, Xianzhonggue indeed began to raise its front foot again. Suchen decisively rolled to the side. A booming sound erupted behind him. Boom! -383. Spell damage. Unfortunately, the speed of the earthquake wave was too fast. Even though Suchen noticed the wind-up of Xianzhonggue's spell and immediately dodged, he still couldn't avoid the attack of the earthquake wave. Damn it! The damage range is so large. Is it trying to wipe out the players in one hit? Suchen stood up and glanced at the area just affected by the earthquake wave, a zone with a diameter of 50 meters, and the horizontal range had a radius of 5 meters. He could only roll 2 to 3 meters to evade the ambush, and with the step he took before dodging, he could at most avoid 3 to 4 meters. He couldn't escape the 5-meter range at all. If he relied solely on movement speed, without using the dodge skill, it would be even more impossible to get away. From the moment Xianzhonggue cast the spell to the damage judgment, it took less than a second. Running away? Absolutely impossible. My current health potions are not enough to sustain me to grind it down. I must think of a way. Is it really just about taking it head-on? Or will I have to rely on learning blink-type skills in the future to deal with it? No, there must be another way. Suchen rubbed his chin, carefully thinking about any flaws in the previous attack. He drank a bottle of health potion, not rushing to continue attacking, but instead looking at the area affected by the earthquake wave, studying the effects it caused. This seems related to the terrain. The range of softening the ground is large, but the marks left on the stone ground behind seem to have only affected less than 3 meters. There's hope. Let's try it next time. Suchen noticed the changes on the ground and seemed to have some inspiration. After making a bold guess, he continued to attack. However, in this round of attacks, he consciously moved his position towards the stone ground, so even if it meant reducing some output, it was necessary. Time flew by, and soon, the 30 seconds of output were over. As the 30 seconds approached, Suchen had already moved to a patch of stone ground, which was over 50 square meters, providing enough space for him to roll and dodge. Shen sheathed his weapon, watching Xianzhonggue's movements. It's coming. With the experience from the previous 2 times, this dodge was now very proficient. As Xianzhonggue raised its front foot, about to land, he immediately took 2 steps to the side and used the dodge skill before its foot even touched the ground, completing a 3-meter displacement in 1 second. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound came from behind, and debris flew everywhere. However, what surprised Suchen this time was that, indeed, the skill of the Xianzhonggue had not been successfully judged, and he had not received any damage. Great! It worked! Ha ha ha! Suchen was delighted. As long as he dodged the second skill, the first form of the Xianzhonggue posed basically no threat. He seized the opportunity and immediately got up to continue attacking the rough skin exposed on the Xianzhonggue. Suchen found that as long as he mastered certain techniques, dealing with the boss was not as difficult as he had imagined. After all, his damage was indeed high, with each arrow dealing nearly 500 points of damage, which meant that one arrow could take away 0.325% of the boss's health. Moreover, the Xianzhonggue had no means of recovery, so this damage efficiency was still quite considerable. It's just a pity that I can only dodge on the rocky ground. I need to constantly adjust my position to ensure I won't get hit by the boss's skills on the muddy ground. This way, the effective number of attacks every 30 seconds is only between 12 to 15 arrows. Forget it, it's better to play it safe. Fighting a boss is like this, it's not like fighting a wooden dummy. But this also reminds me that the spirit realm is too realistic, so real that the terrain can affect the boss's effects. I need to pay attention. to this when encountering other bosses in the future. In fact, it can't be said that this boss is not strong, it can only be said that Suchen's talent just happens to counter these melee bosses. The advantage of a 35-meter range is too significant for a ranger. No matter how painful the Shin Jong-gue's melee attacks are or how thick its skin is, if it can't reach Suchen, it's just a live target. If it were other players, they would probably not even think about clearing the trial land before getting a full set of black iron and bronze equipment. However, as the saying goes, high investment leads to high returns. With the difficulty of the trial land being so great, the rewards must also be substantial. A large number of free attribute points, masterpiece reforge items, and a lot of experience. These are all very tempting. Thinking of this, Suchen felt a bit excited and quickened his shooting speed, wanting to obtain the rewards for clearing the trial land as soon as possible. Thus, under Suchen's continuous attacks, the boss's health steadily decreased. After about 15 minutes, a helpless wail was heard and the massive creature in front of him collapsed with a crash. Congratulations, you have killed the bronze level boss, Shin Jong-gue, level 10, please collect your rewards. Finally managed to kill such a huge Shin Jong-gue. In front of Suchen, after the Shin Jong-gue died, it transformed into a massive amount of experience. Light points that infused into Suchen and the little titan. Suchen's experience bar rose at a visibly rapid pace. You have killed Shin Jong-gue, level 10 bronze boss, congratulations, the heart of the hunter is activated, number of simultaneous arrows +1, current number of simultaneous arrows 3. Congratulations, you have gained experience * 15,000, level up +20%, reputation * 120, level increased to level 9, gained free attribute points * 10, skill points * 2 dropped, bronze treasure chest of Shin Jong-gue, congratulations, you have passed the trial of Shin Jong-gue, gained experience * 20,000, gained masterpiece reforging tool * 1, level 1, gained free attribute points * 38, total of 38,000 experience points directly boosted Suchen's level from 8 to 10. Wow, so much experience. Suchen felt delighted. The experience given in this trial ground was truly abundant, much higher than grinding small monsters. It required 20,000 experience to level up from 9 to 10, and now he had directly leveled up twice. Besides himself, the little titan also benefited, leveling up 2 levels to 9, rolling around happily beside him. Leveling up was a great joy. Reaching level 10 meant he could enter the main city. Wouldn't that allow him to find a job instructor first, clear dungeons first, and step onto the peak of life? House, car, money, rich women. Here I come. Just as Suchen was lost in his fantasies, the game's announcement pulled him back to reality. Congratulations, your level has reached 10. You are qualified to enter the main city and can use the teleportation array at the center of the novice village server announcement. Congratulations to player Chingfeng for being the first to reach level 10, gaining qualification to enter the main city. Players have reached level 10, officially opening the player level leaderboard. Players at level 10 and above will be recorded. What? Another broadcast? Can't this game system be a bit more user-friendly and let players choose whether to remain anonymous? Suchen felt a bit speechless upon hearing the announcement and could only silently complain. However, the Spirit Realm world did not care about Suchen's thoughts and continued to announce his achievement of reaching level 10 3 times. Now, any player playing in the Spirit Realm would truly remember the nickname Chingfeng. First kill of a black iron level boss, first kill of a bronze level boss, and now the first to reach level 10. Players even began to think, since it's Chingfeng, that's quite normal. Since I'm here, I might as well accept it. Fame is fame. Anyway, the nickname can be anonymous, the game appearance can change, and the bank transfer goes through the official channels, so they can't find me in real life. Suchen was quite open-minded about it and quickly shifted his focus back to the rewards. He allocated the 30 free attribute points he just received in a 2:3 ratio to strength and agility, raising his strength from 67 to 79, an increase of 12 points, and his agility from 88 to 106, an increase of 18 points. Thus, his agility officially broke the 100 mark. Suchen felt a bit proud. It was now 2 p.m. The game had only been live for 6 hours, and his main attribute had surpassed 100. Anyone who saw it would have to praise him. Of course, there was also the masterpiece reforging tool rewarded from the trial ground, which Suchen had always coveted, and now it was finally in his hands. Master reforging tool, Tier 1, description, after use, it can advance the quality of equipment, with the highest Tier 1 master reforging tool upgrading a weapon to silver grade. He originally wanted to use it directly, but then thought again. The treasure chest of the Shin Heavy Turtle had not been opened yet. What if there were stronger equipment? So he temporarily stored it in his backpack, planning to make a decision after opening the chest. As he looked at the distant Shin Heavy Turtle treasure chest, some were happy while others were worried. The members of other guilds, now looking at Chingfeng on the level leaderboard, had different thoughts. In the 10,037 Novice Village, the Moonslayer Lion returned to the Moonslayer team. Seeing Suchen on the broadcast, he surprisingly did not mock him this time. He merely snorted coldly and continued to focus on grinding monsters. He no longer tried to solo. Instead, he called on his teammates nearby to deal damage for Him, while he only delivered the finishing blow, all to level up quickly and into the main city as soon as possible. However, from the bulging veins on his neck, it was clear that he was not as calm inside as he appeared. Beside him, the Moon Slayer Blue Fish raised an eyebrow and gently nudged the Moon Slayer Red Dragon, whispering, "Has this guy changed his ways? Or has he given up and doesn't want to go against Qingfeng anymore?" Hearing this, the Moon Slayer Red Dragon sighed helplessly. "I wish he had, but unfortunately, you should take a look at the orders the boss sent to each team leader." After a brief offline check, Bluefish's eyes revealed confusion and concern. What is the boss thinking? He directly issued orders to deal with Qingfeng and even instructed each squad to concentrate their efforts on supporting the assassin's development even at the cost of delaying the progress of other classes? Sigh. It's probably because of the big mess caused by the Moon Slayer Lion before. Now all the Lingjing players are watching Moon Slayer's joke. If they can't dampen Qingfeng's momentum, it seems Moon Slayer will really lose face this time. The Moon Slayer Red Dragon sighed again and replied, "But I always feel this is self-destructive. Forget it, forget it. We can't interfere with the club's matters. The other two guilds, the Yao Yang Guild and the Shanglan Guild, are closing in, and besides that, many corporate groups are advancing into Lingjing. Having someone like Qingfeng to stimulate them isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's like the catfish effect. Having such a strong opponent forces Moon Slayer to improve and develop, which might not be a bad thing as long as they don't go too far. What we need to do is to protect ourselves and not get involved." In the 6712 Novice Village, a small team of dozens was hunting their Novice Village's unique level 7 Black Iron boss, the Mamba Snake. Among them, the most eye-catching was a big-wave beauty wielding revolvers in both hands. Facing this boss, she remained calm and composed, methodically directing the team. In battle, coupled with her top-tier talent, dual-wielding firepower, she could manipulate two firearms simultaneously, doubling her output efficiency. The beauty stood tall, her wavy long hair gently swaying in the aftermath of the battle, her shooting movements elegant and skilled, each pull of the trigger hitting the target accurately. Soon, the Mamba Snake fell to the ground under their siege, its health depleted. "Boss. Awesome. As expected of you. Long live the boss." Seeing the boss fall, the other dozens couldn't help but praise the leading beauty. After the battle, the one nicknamed Shanglan Hongyan gently blew away the smoke from the gun muzzle, then sat on a nearby boulder to recover. After the fight, her proud figure rose and fell with her breath, her body slightly sweating, making her even more enchanting. However, even in such a seductive scene, the few male players in the team avoided it, their eyes not daring to reveal any wicked thoughts. Instead, the closer it got to this moment, the further they hid, fearing any misunderstandings. They were well aware that the big sister in front of them was a thorny black rose, not only skilled in the game but also, as they heard, a retired special forces soldier in real life, and the big boss of the St. Lon Club, a true strong woman with both economic and physical prowess. If any man were to provoke her, not only would he face a chase in the game, but in reality, if it came to a real fight, her skills could easily turn him into a grandfather in no time. Only 4 or 5 female players from the same team dared to approach at this moment. "Sister Hongyan, so cool. I wish I could be as strong as you. Sister Hongyan, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the boss without you." St. Lon Hongyan merely smiled slightly without speaking. Just then, an announcement echoed in everyone's minds. A player has reached level 10, officially opening the player level leaderboard. Players at level 10 and above will be recorded on it. She curiously opened the newly appeared leaderboard and saw a player with the ID Qingfeng standing alone at the top position. Only the level was visible, other information could not be checked. Qingfeng, huh? What an intriguing guy. At this moment, St. Lon Hongyan's curiosity about Qingfeng piqued. Unyielding, she wanted to know which man was so strong, appearing 3 times in the Lingjing announcements. However, at this moment, Su Chen was completely unaware of the outside world's opinion of him. In his eyes, there was only the enormous treasure chest in front of him, taller than a person. This was even bigger than the treasure chest dropped by the desert giant Scorpion. Could it be that there were even more good things inside? So big? If it drops a few more pieces of equipment, I could strike it rich. Su Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together, then propped up the treasure chest with one hand while gripping the handle with the other. With a creak, the treasure chest opened in response. "You have opened the bronze treasure chest of the Heavy Tortoise Lone Pioneer effect activated. You gain an additional drop rate and a greater chance of obtaining equipment suitable for you. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 gold coin and 17 silver coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. Heavy armor, bronze level. Heavy ring, bronze level. Mountain splitter greatsword, black iron level. Tortoise shell helmet, black iron level. Tortoise shell armor, black iron level. Heart of the Heavy Tortoise *1, basic life potion *15, heavy shield scroll *1, night vision potion *1. The money dropped is 1 gold coin plus 17 silver coins, which converts to 11,700 copper coins. The current copper coin exchange rate has dropped a bit from the original 120 to 110, but even so, if these gold coins were converted to cash, it would be nearly 12,000. 12,000. Su Chen was surprised after calculating. this amount, but he didn't want to convert the gold coins into cash just yet. He was about to enter the main city, and the usefulness of gold coins would likely become apparent, so he couldn't afford to lose sight of the big picture over small gains. Moreover, regarding money, can't he sell equipment for it? There's no rush. This time, the treasure chest yielded 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment and 3 pieces of black iron-level equipment, along with 3 brand new items: a strange stone in the form of a heart, a bottle of potion, and a scroll. Whatever, it dropped from a boss, it must be good stuff, let's just collect it first. Su Chen gathered all these items together and immediately checked the attributes of the 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Heavy armor, bronze. Level, effect, health plus 400, physical defense plus 30, spell resistance plus 15, constitution plus 15. Compatible classes, all classes required level. To equip, none. Heavy ring, bronze level, effect, health plus 100, mana plus 150, physical defense plus 20, spell resistance plus 15. Compatible classes, all classes required level to equip, none. It seems that the heavy series of equipment focuses on physical defense and spell resistance. After seeing the effects of the equipment, Su Chen made a preliminary judgment. Indeed, it matched the characteristics of the Great Tortoise boss, tough and resilient. Although the heavy ring had 10 less physical attack and 5 less attack speed compared to the tree heart ring, it wasn't a big deal. These 2 pieces of equipment could improve his tankiness, which was quite good. If both of these bronze-level pieces are for increasing tankiness, then I'll use the Master Reforging tool on the Scorpion Tail Bow, achieving a perfect balance between offense and defense. Without much hesitation, Su Chen made his decision. He opened his backpack, selected the Master Reforging tool, and set the reforging target to the Scorpion Tail Bow. Then, 2 small hammers appeared above the Scorpion Tail Bow in his spatial backpack, clanging away as the bow transformed from its original copper color to a bright silver, with its attributes undergoing significant changes. Scorpion Tail Bow, silver level, effect. Attack plus 35 plus 105, attack speed plus 15% plus 30%, agility plus 10 plus 20, strength plus 10 plus 20, critical rate plus 2% plus 4%. Applicable class, ranger required level. To equip, none. What the hell? This is outrageous? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the attribute panel of the silver level Scorpion Tail Bow, unable to help but let out a gasp. He carefully examined the other attributes, such as attack speed, agility, strength, and critical hits, and found that these increases were reasonable, not much different from the upgrade from the black iron level Deer Antler Bow to the bronze level Scorpion Tail Bow. However, when his gaze fell on the attack attribute, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The original attack value was a mere 35 points, but now it skyrocketed to an astonishing 105 points like a rocket. This increase was simply beyond imagination, not just a small increment, but more than tripling in one go. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart and sighed, if I sell this thing, I guess I could trade it for half a small house in Yunhai City. Just based on this supermodel attribute, exchanging it for hundreds of thousands in cash would be completely feasible. Of course, Su Chen was just thinking about it. The Spirit Realm world is a treasure game that can be endlessly explored, and good equipment is the shovel for digging treasures. As for selling equipment for money, he would only sell what he didn't need or outdated secondhand gear. The best equipment should always stay in his hands. This was his consistent principle. After equipping the 3 new items, Su Chen's attribute panel was also refreshed. Nickname, Qingfeng level, 10 class, ranger health, 1280 mana, for 30 physical attack, 303. Attack speed, plus 168% physical defense, 90 magic resistance, 55 movement speed, 253 strength, 99 constitution, 48 agility, 128 spirit, 28 critical rate, 4% critical damage, 200% skills, hunting trap, 1 star plus 0, evasion strike, 2 stars plus 0, remaining skill points, 7. Equipment, Xian Heavy Armor, bronze level, Scorpion Scale Gloves, black iron level, Scorpion Tail Bow, silver level, Xian Heavy Ring, bronze level, Twisted Crown, black iron level, Hero's Boots, black iron level, Talent, Heart of the Hunter, accumulated true damage, 184/200, number of arrows fired simultaneously, 3. The above is a table used in Excel to calculate data, proving that the author did not make up the data. Every number is designed. If I calculate a bit, 184 points of additional true damage, plus the base 303 physical attack, that means a single arrow deals 487 damage. 3 arrows fired simultaneously would be 1,461 points of damage. What the hell? My damage can break 1,000 with one shot. Not realizing until he calculated, Su Chen's current damage could only be described as terrifying. Although this is calculated under the ideal condition of the enemy having no defense, if the enemy has high defense, the actual damage would be significantly lower. However, even so, this terrifying damage should not be underestimated. Haha, with this damage, going to kill monsters and stack attributes will be a piece of cake, right? Su Chen happily closed the attribute panel and then checked the 3 other special items from the treasure chest. He took the Heart of the Xian Heavy from his backpack and held it in his hand. Heart of the Xian Heavy effect, feeding it to a level 10 Earth-type pet can awaken the bloodline of the
Xian Heavy Tortoise, granting attribute enhancement and new skills description. The energy core of the Xian Heavy Tortoise capable of bringing unexpected changes to Earth-type pets. Oh, no wonder Little Titan reacted that way just now. The target was this. Little Titan immediately gathered around, even trying to stand up to reach for the heart of the Xian Heavy. Su-chan saw this and put it back into his backpack. Little Titan, be good, it's not time yet. I'll give it to you when you reach level 10. He then shifted his attention to the remaining two items, the Xian Shield Scroll and the Night Vision Potion. The Night Vision Potion had a simple and direct effect. After drinking it, one could gain night vision for 3 hours. Su-chan estimated that this would be very useful in underground areas or dungeons in the future. As for the Xian Shield Scroll he just obtained, Su-chan was pleasantly surprised after checking it. Using it grants a shield that can withstand 20,000 points of damage for 5 minutes. This is a good item. Withstanding 20,000 points of damage at this stage was almost equivalent to 5 minutes of invincibility. If he encountered a mob of monsters or faced a tricky enemy in the future, he would have a trump card. He needed to keep this item safe. After finishing with the treasure chest, he couldn't waste the replaced equipment, so he decided to sell the 2 black iron pieces he had obtained as well. If it's black iron grade armor, that little fatty should need it too. I'll ask him if he's willing to pay extra for one. Su-chan thought of extreme domination and exited the combat focus mode to check his friend list for him. Just as he exited the combat focus mode, he heard a series of beeping sounds, all messages from the little fatty, more than a dozen in a row. What's going on? What happened? Su-chan was puzzled and opened the chat interface to find out. Opening the chat box, there were several messages from Extreme Domination. The general meaning was quite simple, just some flattery and a video link. Previously, I didn't know which passerby had recorded the process of me slaying the moon-slaying lion, but now the forum was going crazy discussing it. Su-chan was speechless, thinking it was something important. However, it was fine. He could just ask this rich second generation if he wanted any black iron gear or something. Su-chan had just checked the trading system and black iron level equipment had already appeared. Although the value of black iron equipment had depreciated a bit, it wasn't much. A suitable piece could sell for around 10,000. He currently had 4 pieces of black iron equipment: the Heartwood Ring, hard-scale armor, mountain-splitting greatsword, and turtle shell helmet. He sent all the equipment information to Extreme Domination and then typed interested, guessing that this rich second generation had given Su-chan special attention. As soon as he sent the message, Extreme Domination replied immediately, interested. Bro, interested? I want everything. Except that mountain-splitting greatsword. Su-chan didn't hesitate and directly said, then it's 20,000 for one piece. His intention was to set a price that was double the market value, although it was a bit expensive. That's how buying and selling worked, right? He could always let him haggle. Su-chan's bottom line was 10,000 for one piece. However, he clearly underestimated the characteristics of the rich and foolish. Without any hesitation and without saying a word, Extreme Domination directly transferred 60,000. This left Su-chan speechless. Damn, people really are different. Could it be that rich kids think like this? Don't they know how to bargain? Although he thought this in his heart, Su-chan didn't hesitate in his actions. He immediately clicked the payment button and then sent the Heartwood Ring, hard-scale armor, and turtle shell helmet to Extreme Domination all at once. Pleasure doing business, handshake, Su-chan replied politely. He originally thought the transaction would end there and was about to close the chat interface, but at that moment, Extreme Domination suddenly said something. Out of the blue. Extreme Domination, be careful, Chingfeng. Could it be that this kid realized he lost in the transaction? But that wouldn't lead to enmity and threats, right? Su-chan pondered for a moment and replied calmly. Xingfeng, oh? What do you mean? Be careful of whom? Extreme Domination, did you check the forum link I sent you? There are a lot of people fanning the flames in there. It's not a good thing. Xingfeng, are you saying, be careful of the moon-slaying people? Extreme Domination, yes, Xingfeng, my dad has had some dealings with the moon-slaying boss due to business cooperation, and I've often heard him mention this person during family dinners. Extreme Domination, he said this person is quite ruthless and holds grudges using very underhanded methods. Xingfeng, although it looks great in the video, you must be careful. I estimate that the moon-slaying people have already started targeting you. Xingfeng, thanks for the reminder, but speaking of which, I only know that the moon-slaying organization is quite large, but I'm not clear on the specifics. Can you tell me about it? Extreme Domination, of course, I'm a gaming enthusiast and pay the most attention to the situations of these clubs. Plus, my dad has business dealings with them, hee. I also know some information they don't publicly disclose. Extreme Domination, there aren't many people in the moon-slaying organization. If we talk about those who actually receive a salary from them, there are only about 2,000 people active in various large games. However, now it is said that due to the emergence of the spirit realm, moonslaying has almost invested all its manpower into the spirit realm world. And that's not all. It is said that John Yu is significantly expanding its recruitment and vigorously developing online memberships. Although they don't pay salaries, only commissions or bonuses, they do offer protection or priority trading.
The first batch alone has over 20,000 people. Xingfeng, if we can't communicate in the novice village, it's not a big deal, but if we enter the main city, you must be extra careful. Seeing the information provided by Heba Tianxia, Suchen was somewhat surprised. A guild with over 20,000 members is indeed an impressive number. He read the message again and committed it to memory. Xingfeng, okay, I understand. Thank you for the information. Heba Tianxia, hehe, no problem. I've never liked them anyway. Xingfeng, although our Yunsheng group hasn't been in the gaming field for long, the main body of the Spirit Realm department has always been led by my dad and older brother. But I still have my ear to the ground. If anything happens, I'll be the first to let you know. Alright, bro. Suchen didn't expect this little chubby guy to be quite righteous. Feeling a bit guilty, he wondered if selling equipment and making money off others was really that good. He thought that if he could help out in the future, he would. Miswording his response, he quickly replied, then thank you. In the future, any guard equipment I craft will be prioritized for you, as long as the price is right. He then closed the chat interface, put the unsold mountain-splitting greatsword up for auction with starting price of 10,000 and left it at that. After handling the equipment, Suchen exited the trial grounds and returned to Novice Village number 10037. At that moment, he noticed that after killing the Xianzhong turtle, the red and gold health bars did not reappear. Was this a bug? No way. Confused, Suchen opened his attribute panel to check the talent effects, and as soon as he thought about it, a prompt panel appeared. You have reached the level cap for the current area. There are no targets left in this area. Please proceed to a higher level area. What the hell? You're forcing me to fight monsters above my level, huh? Alright, you clever planner, you really know how to push it. Suchen felt helpless but could understand. If the hunting heart kept marking monsters lower than his level, the difficulty would be too easy. Now, with high risk comes high reward, which is more reasonable. However, it wasn't a big problem. Suchen was brimming with confidence after stacking his arrows to 3 layers. Even fighting above his level wouldn't be an issue. Just right, he had also wanted to go to the main city, as he hadn't turned in the hero's badge and the mysterious scroll that had dropped earlier. He figured he could probably get a wave of good stuff, which excited him. Suchen didn't linger and hurried to the center of the novice village at the teleportation array. The gray-robed scholar guarding the teleportation array was quite surprised by Suchen's leveling speed. While most players were still around level 4 or 5, he had already reached level 10. However, he still coughed a couple of times and said, "Brave adventurer, congratulations on reaching level 10. You can now pass the teleportation array's inspection. Each teleportation costs 50 copper coins." After saying this, the gray-robed scholar extended his hand, asking for money. Suchen's face showed clear exasperation. It was indeed a case of spending money in the village where you earn it. 50 copper coins, which at this exchange rate equated to 500 bucks. This game was indeed of high quality, unique in the market. If it were any other game, with this monster difficulty and such a ridiculous fare, it would probably be criticized into shutting down. He reluctantly handed over 50 copper coins to the gray-robed scholar, who then allowed him to step into the 6-pointed star formation of the teleportation array. You have entered the teleportation array and are about to teleport. Please select your destination. After Suchen entered the teleportation array, a flash of bright light passed before his eyes, and a projection map appeared in front of him, which, at first glance, bore a great resemblance to a world map. However, it wouldn't be accurate to say they were the same. In fact, there were significant differences. Although the outlines of the various continents remained, there was almost no ocean between neighboring continents, resembling the supercontinent mentioned in geography class from hundreds of millions of years ago before continental drift. For instance, the Huaxia region and the Eagle Nation region, which in the real world are separated by the vast Pacific Ocean, were depicted on this map as only being separated by a thin strip of ocean. The Island Nation area was almost adjacent to the Huaxia region. Suchen chuckled at this. The Island Nation was so close? If a national war broke out without the protection of the ocean, wouldn't the Spirit Realm players from the Huaxia region swallow the Island Nation players whole? In addition, all the continents were crammed together, and at the edges of the continents it seemed to connect with other regions which were vast and boundless, with an area dozens of times larger than the known continents, but all shrouded in darkness, devoid of any information. Wow, is the Spirit Realm this expansive? Such a grand worldview. I'm really looking forward to it. Since Suchen had entered the Huaxia server, he could only choose cities within the Huaxia region. On the map of the Huaxia region, there were a total of 12 cities, 3 of which were in a gray state and could not be selected. Suchen could only choose from the 9 cities available: Jinyang City, Changkong City, Yin City, Liren City, Yueying City, Xinghua City, Fengyu City, Lindong City, Yunmeng City. Oh, can I only choose a secondary main city? Suchen scrolled back and forth on the map, finally selecting Fengyu City. The reason was quite simple. It was a matter of personal preference, as his ID was Qingfeng, and he chose Fengyu City simply because he liked it. Unlike the 3 main cities, secondary main cities did not have regional bonuses, so it didn't matter which one he chose, and there was no need to hesitate.
You have selected Fingyu City. Teleportation is about to commence. A faint golden light flickered, and within the glow, Suchen was filled with anticipation for the Fingyu City he was about to enter. I wonder what Fingyu City is like. As a main city, it should have a lot of NPCs, right? I also wonder how intelligent these NPCs are. Hopefully, I can pick up some hidden quests. After entering the city, I'll first exchange for the hero's badge, then use the Black Soul Scroll to start a hidden quest. Yes, that's the plan. As Suchen mentally mapped out his next steps, he was filled with longing and expectation for the main city. However, the moment the light of the teleportation array vanished, what greeted him was not the welcome of NPCs, or the serene beauty of the city, but a gleaming blade. Hey ha! Swish! -90. The blade struck Suchen solidly, and a bright red damage number appeared behind him. Damn! Is this how you play, you dog of a planner? Suchen felt pain in his back and caught sight of other blades flashing from different directions. He reacted quickly, immediately using a dodge to evade the attack, then summoned the little titan to use its spiked stone armor. Regardless of who had attacked him, he needed to control the situation first. Without looking back, after the little titan had secured control, he dashed to a nearby open area, ensuring he had some distance before he could catch his breath and turn to see what was happening. As a result, he was shocked to find scattered around the teleportation array 2 or 3 dozen small green-skinned monsters. Inferior Goblin. Warrior level 12 health, 5000 physical attack, 180 physical defense, 50 speed, 210 skill. Roar. The inferior goblin warrior lets out a roar, increasing its attack speed by 50% for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Indeed, the monster attributes in the main city are quite abnormal. With 5000 health and 180 attack power, if this panel could be given to players, they would be overjoyed. Suchen had a dark expression. If it weren't for his mobility skill and pet, he would probably have been beaten to death by this group of guys. It was bad enough that the teleportation point wasn't inside the city, but couldn't they at least clear the surrounding monsters? Just as he was about to curse a few times, his attention was drawn to the red bloodline that appeared in his field of vision. After entering the main city, the red bloodline from the hunters' heart talent had refreshed, and the target connected by this bloodline seemed to be that group of goblins. The dark expression on his face vanished, and Suchen felt a surge of joy. Red bloodline target? That's good. The dog planners are actually doing something right. Just as all 20 or so goblins were killed, his true damage could break through the 200 mark, and at that time, the sniper effect in his talent would also be triggered. Forget it. Being ambushed is just part of the game. It's not all bad. After adjusting his mindset, Suchen knocked an arrow and went straight into action. Whoosh! -253*3 physical damage -184*3 true damage. A single arrow dealt a total of 1311 damage. Even with 5000 health, the goblin lost more than a quarter of its health with one shot. It would take 4 arrows to deal with a single goblin. Ha! Roar! The goblin cried out in pain. Unlike the beasts he had encountered before, these goblins were slightly smarter. A few of them that hadn't been taunted ran straight towards Suchen. Oh, little guy? Quite clever, but you're just too slow. Go eat dust at the back. The goblins had a speed of 210, while Suchen's speed was a full 253. They were all melee fighters with no ranged attack skills, so Suchen toyed with them like it was a game. Congratulations, you have killed inferior goblin warrior hunter's heart activated. True damage stack +1. Current additional true damage is 185 points. Congratulations. You gained experience *510. Killing at level 2 grants an additional 20%, 102 experience. Kiting them. Suchen took less than 10 seconds to kill a goblin. Even with more than 20 goblins, he cleared them all in under 5 minutes. After the battle, the red bloodlines all disappeared and new ones refreshed, pointing to the west. The bloodlines were quite thin, indicating that the targets were not very close. Suchen also focused on his talents. At this point, the true damage stacks had reached 207, successfully unlocking the sniper talent. He opened the talent panel to check the specific effects of sniper. Effect 2, current range 35 meters stacks, 207/300 full stack reward, increase range by 5 meters. Derived effect of hunter's heart sniper. When dealing damage to distant enemies, for every 1 meter of distance from the enemy, an additional 1% damage is added. Current amplification cap 50%. I finally saved up enough. That wasn't easy, but this effect is really powerful. As the distance to the enemy increases by 1 meter, damage increases by 1%. My current maximum range is 35 meters, which means the maximum damage increase effect is 35%. Oh my, this is a precious percentage damage increase. It's really satisfying. Indeed, the power boost from talents is the most obvious. Suchen happily closed the talent panel and began to pick up the dropped items on the ground. Although he was a bit richer now, he couldn't forget his original intention. Saving is glorious, wasting is shameful. 2 copper coins here, a piece of white gear there, that's all shiny silver. These inferior goblins are just scattered soldiers, so naturally, they don't drop anything good, not even a piece of black iron gear. Bah, no wonder they're called inferior goblin warriors, they're all broke. Suchen cursed inwardly.
However, while scavenging, Suchen also discovered 5 human corpses. Judging by the armor and standard long swords, it was easy to determine that these two were likely soldiers from the main city's guard. Could it be that this small teleportation array was originally protected by someone? Suchen made a mental note but didn't delve deeper. After all, regardless of the situation, the people were already dead, and the monsters had been killed, so it didn't matter whether they were there or not. He looked towards the northwest and could already see the city walls of Wind Whisper City, estimating it to be just 1 or 2 kilometers away. Damn, am I walking again? No way, I really need a mount. Otherwise, one day I might just die walking in the spirit realm. Although he said that, there were no other living beings around. Suchen glanced thoughtfully at the little titan, who seemed to sense something and curled up into a ball, not making eye contact with Suchen at all. Seeing the little titan like this, Suchen understood that riding a pet was out of the question. Forget it, I'll just walk. Let's hit the road. However, he didn't know if it was because the surrounding monsters had been cleared out by the city guard NPCs or if monsters didn't respawn in the plains area, but he encountered no obstacles on the way. After more than 20 minutes, he had already arrived at the foot of Wind Whisper City. When Suchen passed through the gates of Wind Whisper City, the view before him suddenly opened up. So this is the main city in the spirit realm? How magnificent! The architectural style of Wind Whisper City blended classical and modern elements, with towering spires and wide streets showcasing the city's prosperity and advancement. On either side of the city gate stood armored guards, giving a sense of safety and reliability. Huaxia server. Announcement: congratulations to player Qingfeng for arriving at Wind Whisper City, becoming the first player to enter a secondary main city reward. Reputation *50, 100 silver coins. Title: Explorer in the wild, increases the chance of encountering dungeons/chests/hidden monsters. Suchen was quite speechless. He really didn't want to stand out anymore. This system announcement was becoming like his own home. But then he thought, it didn't matter since his notoriety was already high enough. Perhaps what he felt was showing off was something others had already gotten used to. This Explorer title is a good thing. Titles aren't equipment, they can stack with different titles. The Lone Pioneer increases monster drop rates, and the Explorer increases the chance of finding good things in the wild. They complement each other quite well. Not bad. Just as Suchen was feeling pleased, the news of Qingfeng entering Wind Whisper City spread throughout the Huaxia server. Just as Suchen had guessed, because he had become famous too many times in one day, many players felt it was quite normal. In fact, if they didn't hear good news about Qingfeng for a while, it would feel a bit strange. The forum was buzzing with discussions. Level 8 Gale, sigh, comparing people just makes me mad. I'm still here grinding lynxes, and the great Qingfeng has already entered the main city. QQ Xiaobing. Looking for strategies. Seeking help. Need a carry. Great Qingfeng, take me with you. 360 Authentic. Great Qingfeng, I'm a priest, look at me, I guarantee plenty of healing. Moonslayer Tofu. Isn't it just going to a secondary main city? As long as your level is high enough, anyone can go. What's so impressive about it? Level 8 Gale caught a clown upstairs. What's Moonslayer even worth? Not only does he camp for people to log in, but he also mocks the scenery party. Ugh. 360 Authentic. Exactly, everyone ignore him. He's probably just jealous, just a clown player from the Clown Guild. QQ Xiaobing already reported, suggesting to kick him out of the forum at Spirit Realm Official. On the forum, everyone was discussing Suchen's entry into Wind Whisper City. It was foreseeable that Suchen's appearance would have a profound impact on the players in the Spirit Realm. In Newbie Village number 10037, a chubby player who had just acquired new equipment was grinding monsters with ease. Although he didn't have the absurd talent effects like Suchen, he made up for it with his financial power. Thanks to the purchased equipment, the chubby player was consistently fighting monsters above his level. Plus, the players he hired were giving him all the major experience, and his level had surprisingly reached 8, rivaling many guilds' top-tier combat power. After hearing the announcement, he wiped the sweat from his face and couldn't help but exclaim, I'm afraid, in the spirit realm, Brother Qingfeng is already a household name. Wushu, let's speed up. Once I reach level 10, I want to choose Wind Whisper City too. Alright, young master. On the other end, the Moonslayer Lion also heard the announcement. His eyes revealed a hint of jealousy, but he remained silent, quickly reaping the lives of monsters. But what can a lone player do against an entire guild? With the support of numerous players from the Moonslayer Guild farming monsters, the upgrade speed of the guild's top-tier combat power was something a lone player could hardly match. After all, the experience of dozens of people farming monsters was being consumed by one person, making the upgrade speed rocket-like. Now, the level progress of the Moonslayer Lion was already approaching level 9, and the entire Moonslayer Guild was not just him, many other strong players in the novice village had also reached level 8 and were striving for level 9. Qingfeng, oh Qingfeng, your time of reckoning is also approaching. In Novice Village number 6712, Shanglan Hongyan scored 2 headshots, claiming the life of an 8-level monster. Then she heard the system announcement but said nothing more, only gently asking, Xiaoying, have you asked the village chief? What is the cost of using the teleportation array between the main cities? The girl assassin known as Xiaoying immediately replied, Sister Hongyan, the cost to teleport from the novice village to the main city is 50 copper coins, and the cost between main cities is 1 silver coin, which is 100 copper coins. Shanglan Hongyan nodded, skillfully shooting 2 more shots at the monster's corpse, and slowly said, we should be the fastest to level up. Once we reach level 10, let's make a trip to Wind Whisper City. Xiaoying was suddenly a bit confused. Is it because Sister Hongyan wants to see Qingfeng once? But the 3 major guilds agreed before that our guild would take Yunming City, Xinghua City, and Yin City. Wind Whisper City is the territory of Moonslayer. If we go, I'm afraid. Shanglan Hongyan raised her right hand, stopping Xiaoying's words. Xiaoying, do you think we are afraid of Moonslayer? Of course not. Among the 3 major guilds, in terms of individual member strength, the other 2 guilds are simply not as good as us. If it weren't for you always saying that quality matters more than quantity, we would have left them far behind. Xiaoying immediately retorted. Then that's it? Don't say just a trip to Wind Whisper City. Even if I killed a few of Moonslayer's people, that old fox Li Xinli wouldn't say anything. At most, he would just grumble a bit, wanting to use it as leverage in future negotiations. But that Qingfeng, I'm really curious. If we could become allies, it wouldn't be a bad thing. However, all of this had no effect on Su Chen. He had just bought a map of Wind Whisper City from a merchant and was now identifying directions and locations. The outer city is all NPC residential areas. In the inner city, the southeast is the deathmatch arena, the north is the Lord's Mansion, and the south is the player trading market, with the NPC trading guild at the very center. Let me take another look. Found it. The job change temple is directly to the west of the Lord's Mansion. I wonder what good things this hero's badge can be exchanged for. According to this, I need to find the ranger mentor in the job change temple. Following the map's guidance, Su Chen found the job change temple where the ranger mentor was located. Since he was the only one in the entire main city, the job change temple was particularly quiet, with only a few NPCs working inside. Upon entering, Su Chen discovered 7 teleportation portals, each marked with symbols representing different professions above the doorways. This shield should represent the guardian, the dagger is for the assassin, the heart should be the priest, the spear is probably for the engineer, the great sword is for the warrior, the hexagram symbol should be for the mage. Oh, found it. This bow must definitely represent the ranger. Su Chen stepped directly into the corresponding portal after finding it. After Su Chen entered the portal, he arrived at a campsite in the woods. In the center of the campsite, there was a female ranger seemingly practicing archery. Above her head, the title Ranger Mentor Xingyu was displayed, making her identity clear at a glance. Su Chen looked around and saw that there was only this one person in the campsite. So this is the Ranger Mentor. There's no way to check her attributes. I wonder how strong she is. Let's go find her to exchange for rewards. Su Chen thought for a moment and walked straight up to the Ranger Mentor. As he got closer, Su Chen couldn't help but praise inwardly. He wondered who the artist behind the spirit realm was. Their aesthetic was quite good. The NPC mentor before him had a beautiful face and a curvaceous figure, giving off a heroic vibe. Upon hearing the noise behind her, Xingyu put her arrows back in the quiver and looked Su Chen up and down. I didn't expect adventurers to arrive here so early. Your attributes are quite impressive. You are very good. Speak up. What do you want from me before you reach level 15? Xingyu asked Su Chen directly. Su Chen didn't hesitate and took out the hero's badge from his backpack, handing it over. Mentor Xingyu, this badge seems to be meant for you. Please take a look. A hint of surprise appeared in Xingyu's eyes, and her gaze towards Su Chen held a bit more admiration. Only the most outstanding adventurers are granted the hero's badge. I didn't expect it to be obtained by a ranger this time. Not bad, not bad. Thank you for the compliment. So about this reward, what do you think? Su Chen wasn't here just to seek praise. He thought to himself, Mentor Xingyu, let's have some actual rewards, not just words. Xingyu cleared her throat and said seriously, brave adventurer, your hero's badge brings honor to the ranger profession, proving the bravery of rangers. As the ranger mentor of Wind Whisper City, I grant you the reward you deserve. As Xingyu's words fell, a system notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Reward for exchanging the hero's badge has been redeemed. Congratulations, you have received Ranger Profession Semi-Selectable 2-Star Skill Book *1, 3 gold and 50 silver coins. You have gained the recognition of Ranger Mentor Xingyu from Wind Whisper City and received an additional reward, Xingyu's Shadow Crystal *1. The Semi-Selectable 2-Star Skill Book has been opened. Please choose one from the following 3 skill books. Swift Shot. Applicable Profession, Ranger Quality, 2-Star. Effect, shoot 3 special pocket arrows in rapid succession within a very short time. Each arrow deals 70% physical damage to the target. Suitable for quickly suppressing a single target. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Mana cost, 12. Rain of Arrows. Applicable Profession, Ranger Quality, 2-Star. Effect. Select a circular area with a radius of 3 meters within the shooting range and continuously shoot multiple arrows into the air, dealing 150% physical damage to the target area. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 30. Eagle Eye Insight. Applicable Profession, Ranger Quality, 2-Star. Effect, activate Eagle Eye to scout enemies within a 20-meter Range, level 2 anti-stealth, able to see invisible units for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 20. Suchen first ruled out the first rapid fire. Skill. The pocket arrow shouldn't be considered a basic attack for Suchen. This skill might be good for others, as it has a total physical multiplier of 210%, but for Suchen, who already has 3 arrows firing simultaneously with his basic attack, it feels a bit redundant. To be honest, learning it wouldn't be very useful. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, so now I have to choose between the last 2 skills. The Scattered Arrow Rain is an area attack skill, while Eagle Eye Insight is an anti-invisibility skill. Honestly, I want both. I'm really torn. However, in the end, Suchen chose the Eagle Eye Insight skill. He had noticed this shortcoming when dealing with Moonslayer before. Logically, the Ranger class is supposed to counter assassins in other games, but since he didn't have an anti-invisibility skill before, he could only rely on wits to deal with Moonslayer. But even the dullest person should learn from their mistakes after 2 tries. With this skill, he would have some counter ability against invisible units. As for the Scattered Arrow Rain, although it was a bit regrettable to miss out on an AoE skill, it wasn't too much of a loss. Even though it was AoE and had a decent range, to be honest, the damage was too low, and since the skill wasn't a basic attack, it wouldn't trigger the damage increase from his talents. If he missed it, he missed it. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Eagle Eye Insight, consuming skill points *2. Besides that, gold and silver coins are also good things, so he collected them all. However, when he saw the Shadow Crystal, Suchen became curious. According to the hints in his mind, this item was a reward from the Ranger Mentor. Checking the information didn't reveal its effects. He curiously asked, Mentor Qingyu, what is this Shadow Crystal? Qingyu replied softly, this is something I reward you with. Its function is simple, as long as you shatter this crystal, you can summon a shadow of me to join your party as a teammate and help you fight for 5 minutes. The shadow possesses 1/10 of my original strength. You can roughly understand it as the strength of a level 30 adventurer. Suchen's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. The strength of a level 30 adventurer? That means he now has an extra trump card. Whether facing a tricky boss or encountering an insurmountable problem, this is a life-saving ticket. Thank you, Mentor Qingyu. You are truly the youngest, most beautiful, and most graceful person I've seen since entering the spirit realm. After putting the item into his backpack, Suchen casually complimented her. Since she was giving him something for free, it was only polite to say a few nice words, right? Based on Suchen's past life experience, complimenting a woman on being young, beautiful, and graceful is always a safe bet. Sure enough, when he looked back, he saw Qingyu's expression of I don't buy this, but the corners of her mouth turned up, proving she was still pleased to hear those words. Suchen thought to himself, as expected, no matter what world it is, women love sweet talk. Speaking of which, the NPCs in this spirit realm are too intelligent, right? If it weren't for the attribute bar reminding him in his field of vision, he would really think he had soul transcended into another world. After exchanging the hero's badge, Suchen took out the Black Soul Scroll. According to the hints on it, this item seemed to need to be shown to the mentor at the job change temple to trigger a hidden quest. Sister Qingyu, I also obtained a Black Soul Scroll earlier. Can you take a look at it for me? Suchen took the opportunity to get closer, dropping the formalities and calling her sister directly. Qingyu glanced at Suchen and didn't show any signs of disgust. She took the Black Soul Scroll from his hand and examined it carefully. About a minute later, there was still no response. Suchen glanced over and saw Qingyu frowning tightly, as if she had seen something unpleasant. The number of times on this has decreased. Have you used this thing? Qingyu's voice suddenly turned cold as she questioned Suchen. Suchen sensed something was off and hurriedly replied, No, I got this from another player. I haven't used it yet. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's expression softened. Sorry, I was a bit harsh just now. This thing seems to have some connection to the Black Abyss sect. In any case, it's not a good thing, so it's good that you haven't used it. But I still don't know the origin of this. It would be great if the energy state of this scroll was full. In any case, thank you for bringing this here. I will give you the reward you deserve. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received the reward Reputation *50, Experience *8000, Gold *5. Suchen felt secretly pleased. He didn't expect to gain experience just for handing over something. The Moonslaying Lion, this was originally yours, but unfortunately, now it belongs to me. Hearing Qingyu's earlier words, it was clear that there were more follow-up tasks waiting for him. He immediately asked, Sister Qingyu, is there anything else I can help with? Qingyu glanced at him and said lightly, Actually, there is. As time goes on, adventurers will be coming. I need to stay here and can't go out to grind monsters. Besides, I only have a basic understanding of scrolls and magic. I'm not an expert in this field. If you can replenish its energy to full and bring it to the Scholar's Tower in the city center, I believe the learned sage will give you a generous reward. Are you willing? The Ranger Mentor has issued you a task. The secret of the Black Soul Scroll task content. Collect energy, deliver the Black Soul Scroll time limit, 2 days delivery target, Scholar of the Tower. Delivery reward. Unknown Suchen felt a surge of joy. Wasn't this task just what he needed? Regardless of whether he had this task or not, he would have to grind monsters anyway, and after finishing, he could conveniently recharge this item. Moreover, from Qingyu's tone, it seemed she held great respect for that sage. Just hearing the name indicated he must be an extraordinary figure, which meant the reward would definitely be substantial. Low difficulty, high reward, only a fool wouldn't take it. You have accepted the task, the secret of the black soul scroll. Then I'll take my leave for now. Sister Qingyu, take care of your health. Next time, I'll bring you the snowflower cream from the North City Chamber of Commerce, Suchen said. Before leaving, Qingyu revealed a slight smile, thinking to herself that this adventurer was quite different from her expectations and rather interesting. Okay, I look forward to your good news. After leaving the job transfer hall, Suchen contemplated his next plan. He couldn't neglect his passive talents while also balancing the task. He planned to grind for passives while conveniently recharging the energy of the Black Soul Scroll, then return to the city to deliver the task. No problem, this arrangement is quite reasonable. Let's get to it. Su Chen walked westward along the bloodline direction. Although there weren't many players in the city, there were quite a few NPCs bustling about, making it lively. He saw some stalls selling items by the roadside and casually bought 5 red potions and 5 blue potions for emergencies. However, it was a pity that none of these NPCs sold return scrolls or mounts, which was somewhat frustrating. After asking around, he learned that those 2 items were only sold at the Southern Chamber of Commerce, but it was too far from the west of the city, and running back and forth would definitely take longer. Let's wait until we return to complete the mission before going. Su Chen shook his head and steeled himself to embark on the path of hunting monsters on foot. The main city area was too vast, and the monster zones were extensive as well, with targets far away. After exiting the city gate, he climbed over a small hill to the west and entered a large forest marked on the map as Flowing Forest. Along the way, he encountered other monsters like Mud Monster and Big Mouth Beast, but since they weren't part of his bloodline target, Su Chen didn't want to waste time and took a detour instead. Ultimately, it took him an hour and a half from leaving the job transfer temple to finding this red bloodline target. Damn, I'm exhausted. I can't take this anymore. I must get a mount this time, no matter how expensive it is. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, as he finally found the target. It was a group of humanoid monsters with disheveled hair, flexible tails, and sharp claws. Of course, their most striking feature was their cat-like faces and bodies. Su Chen checked their attribute panel, and the words Cat Demon prominently appeared on the first line of the panel. Cat Demon level 13 health, 4500 physical attack, 250 physical defense, 40 spell resistance, 30 speed, 250 skill 1, claw tier. The cat demon swings its sharp claws, dealing 120% physical damage to a single enemy, ignoring 30% of physical defense, cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2, Agile Dodge. The cat demon uses its agile body to dodge, with a 50% chance to evade the next enemy attack, lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. What the hell? Dual skills? The monsters I've encountered before only had one skill. This is the first time I've seen a monster with dual skills. It seems that as levels increase, monsters aren't just stacking attributes. They also have other ways to grow. Moreover, what's tricky is that this cat demon is an agile type monster, and its speed is ridiculously high. Su Chen thought his 253 points of speed were already high, but it turns out he only exceeds the cat demon by 3 points. However, with gains come losses. Although the cat demon has high speed and attack, its health and defense are lower than those of a level 12 inferior Goblin Warrior, which can be seen as a different form of balance. Su Chen summoned the Titan but didn't let it take damage up front. He just had it stand by to gain experience and level up. The reason is simple. Su Chen planned to pick off enemies from a distance this time, unlike the previous encounter with the goblins, which was a melee battle that required a tank. Roughly looking at the situation, there were estimated to be over 100 cat demons in front of him, which translates to over 100 points of true damage. Su Chen felt a bit restless and eager to try. Just right to test the sniper effect on the cat demon. I haven't tried it since I got it. Su Chen shot an arrow at the limit distance of 35 meters. 355*3 physical damage 279*3 additional true damage. Damn, a single arrow dealt a total of 1902 points of damage? Su Chen calculated in his mind, somewhat surprised. Although he knew the damage boost was high, the general feeling and the intuitive sense of the numbers were still quite different. However, before Su Chen could celebrate, trouble arose. He didn't expect the cat demon's aggro mechanics to be different from the monsters he encountered before. Once this cat demon was attacked, a dozen nearby cat demons all started screeching and howling, charging towards Su Chen like a pack of wild beasts in the forest. The wind was tight. Su Chen wasn't foolish. There was no need to face this group of cat demons head-on. His speed wasn't slow either, so he could just kite them slowly. Thus, in the flowing forest, a beautiful scene emerged, a ranger with a bow and arrow running ahead, occasionally taking shots at the pursuing cat demons behind, who were screeching but unable to keep up with the ranger's speed. In the center of their chaotic chase, a dazed stone-armored beast curiously watched everything, its gaze following the ranger around, soon becoming dizzy. Even with the kiting tactic, there weren't many opportunities to shoot, but Su Chen's damage was so high that he easily took down one monster with 3 arrows, and the systems Notification sound kept ringing in his mind. Congratulations on defeating Cat Demon, gained experience. Asterisk 600, killing at level 3 grants an additional 30% experience, 180 points. Congratulations, your pet titan gained 156 experience points. Hunting Heart activated, additional true damage +1, current true damage 208 points, more than 100 night cat demons didn't actually take much time. Kite, lure, and travel combined only took half an hour. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, damn it, such precious time wasted on the road. If only there were endless red healthline targets for him to farm, he wouldn't have to run around wasting so much time every day. With a mournful cry, the last monster fell under Su Chen's arrow. A total of 104 monsters directly boosted Su Chen's experience bar from 10 level 14% to 11 level 55%, and the distribution of free attribute points remained unchanged. The layers of true damage also increased from 207 to 311 layers. After reaching 300 layers, the effect of the talent updated as well. Effect 2. Current range 40 meters. Layers 311/500 full layer reward. Increase range by 10 meters. The range increased again, which meant Su Chen's sniper effect could now trigger up to 40% increased damage, further enhancing his farming efficiency. Ah, now I can easily break 2000 damage with one arrow? Su Chen was in a great mood, humming a little tune as he strolled through the forest. When he returned to Little Titan that day, his mood was even better. He saw that Little Titan's level had already reached 10, qualifying it to devour the heart of heavy weight. Oh, leveling up so fast, already at level 10. Just right, after fighting with me for so long, you must be hungry. Let me treat you to something good. Squatting down, Su Chen patted Little Titan's head, and Little Titan naturally rubbed against Su Chen's hand, then lay down exposing its stone-skinned belly just like a puppy or kitten, expressing trust and affection in this way. Su Chen took the heart of heavy weight out of his backpack, and Little Titan's eyes immediately lit up. The previously lazy and dazed look vanished in an instant. It flipped over and stared at the heart of heavy weight, not blinking at all. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore, it's meant for you. Su Chen patted Little Titan's head and directly fed the heart of heavy weight into its mouth. A crunching sound followed as Little Titan chewed the stone-like heart of heavy weight to pieces. Su Chen thought to himself, this guy has such good teeth, why is its physical attack so low? Could it be because it usually just uses its body to ram and never bites? No, I must let Little Titan try biting next time I get the chance. At that moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Your pet titan has devoured the heart of heavy weight. Evolving countdown 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds. Great time to sleep. After swallowing the heart of heavy weight, Little Titan's body emitted a faint yellow glow, which then transformed into solid stone blocks surrounding Little Titan completely, reforming into a pet egg shape. Ha! I wonder if I can find out what it evolves into. Su Chen was a bit curious and checked the panel. Titan, Stone Armored Beast, Xianyu Beast, Evolution Resource, Heart of Xian Heavy, Bronze Quality, Evolution Direction, Defense. Description: after devouring the heart of Xian Heavy, your pet seems to awaken a trace of noble bloodline, becoming a stronger existence. Looking at this description, it seems not bad. Evolving from Stone Armored Beast to Xianyu Beast. Let's not mention the effects for now, just the name alone raises the prestige quite a bit. Forget it, let's just sleep. If the evolution goes well, the attribute bonuses will be higher in the future, and it will have a greater impact in battles. Su Chen shook his head, recalled Titan back into the pet space, and prepared to clean up the battlefield. It's time for the happiest harvest. Because he had been changing places to kite, the corpses of the cat demons were scattered, spread over a kilometer in all directions. But it wasn't a big deal. He didn't know if it was due to the increased drop rate in the main city or because of Su Chen's Lone Pioneer bonus, but he was getting a lot. Over 100 cat demons, and just the white gear alone dropped more than 10 pieces. Moreover, surprisingly, 2 pieces of black iron level equipment dropped. One was black iron level boots, and the other was a black iron level longsword. Su Chen couldn't use the longsword, so he put it away for now. As for the boots, Su Chen examined them carefully and found that they had slightly better attributes than the ones he was currently wearing. Cat Demon leather boots, black iron level, equipment slot, boots effect, physical defense +10, speed +40, agility +15. Compatible classes, all classes required level to equip 10. It was the first time a level requirement for equipping appeared. Su Chen speculated that it might be because they had left the novice village to prevent players from selling high-level equipment in the novice village, which would imbalance the combat power there and disrupt the normal game progression. He glanced at the black iron level longsword and the dropped white gear and found the same, only players above level 10 could equip them. So Su Chen decided not to rush to sell them, waiting for those wealthy players to reach level 10 before selling. Soon, Su Chen had picked up everything that had fallen. Over 100 cat demons had dropped more than 500 copper coins, along with some materials, like cat demon claws, which Su Chen also stored in his space backpack. These materials should be accepted by the merchant guilds. I can exchange them for some copper coins later, Su Chen said thoughtfully. It is worth mentioning that after finishing off the cat demons, new red and golden bloodlines refreshed, and they were heading directly towards the north of Wind Whisper City. However, the distance was too far, so Suchen decided to return to the city to submit the quest first, then head north to find the boss of the Golden Bloodline. He then took out the Black Soul Scroll, preparing to start collecting the energy emitted by the cat demon corpses. How do you use this thing again? Sensing the energy from the surrounding corpses, the Black Soul Scroll began to tremble, exuding a chaotic aura. As a result, Suchen didn't even need to figure out how to use it. The scroll floated directly to the corpses to absorb energy. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the cat demon's body was sucked dry, then transformed into black light spots and vanished. The entire process had an indescribable eerie and disgusting feeling, causing Suchen to frown and reaffirm that this was not a good thing. This thing looks a bit gross. I suddenly feel that not using it before was wise. Who knows what kind of trouble it might bring. Then, Suchen endured his discomfort and began to search for energy with the Black Soul Scroll. Since the cat demons were level 12 monsters, the energy they contained was much greater than that of the monsters in the novice village. Therefore, after absorbing just over 10 corpses, the Black Soul Scroll was already full of energy. Seeing that the energy was abundant, Suchen immediately put it back into his space backpack. Done. After completing the task, Suchen felt a bit tired. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly saw the title Explorer in his attribute panel glowing. Explorer in the wild increases the chance of encountering dungeons/chests/hidden monsters. What does this mean? Is it effective? I've always had a question. Does this increased encounter probability mean that dungeons, chests, or hidden monsters are generated directly? If that's the case, that's a bit low. It doesn't make sense. Suchen thought to himself. Since obtaining this title, he hadn't figured out how it worked or in what form it increased the probability of encountering these rare rewards. However, the next second, a prompt sound in his mind directly revealed the secret. Explorer title effect activated. There are hidden chests around you, and their locations have been marked for you. A yellow arrow appeared in Suchen's field of vision, pointing towards 4 trees not far away. So this is how it increases the probability of encountering hidden rewards? That's hardcore. Suchen was somewhat speechless. He certainly didn't expect that the way to increase the probability of encountering hidden rewards was to skip the search process entirely and directly mark the locations of hidden rewards in the spirit realm. But overall, it was a good thing. Suchen stood up, patted his backside, and followed the indication to the area around the 4 trees, suddenly noticing different symbol markings on the trees, seemingly containing some significance. At this moment, the Explorer title continued to function. As Suchen approached, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Please attack the 4 trees in order. Then, the arrow marked the order of attack. Alright, no need to think for the decryption. I like it. Suchen was too lazy to decrypt and was happy to comply, attacking the tree trunks in the order indicated by the arrow. Following a burst of light, a silver chest appeared before him, flanked by 2 giant cat demon statues. Congratulations on completing the decryption task. Discovering a silver-level chest. Cat demon disaster. Damn! A silver-level chest. Suchen's eyes widened. He truly did not expect the rewards to be this good. It seems that arriving early in the main city really has its advantages. No one is competing for monsters, and all the resources and opportunities in the wild belong solely to Suchen. He rubbed his hands together, secretly thinking he was about to get rich, as this was a silver-level treasure chest which guaranteed at least 1 piece of silver equipment. Moreover, besides silver equipment, the silver chest should also contain other bronze equipment, which all translates to money. He immediately prepared to open the silver-level treasure chest but found that it was different from the chests he had encountered before. At the lock opening, there was a cat face mask which was missing 2 gem-like eyes. Suchen looked around and happened to find that the eye sockets of the 2 cat demon stone sculptures nearby each had a dark purple gem perfectly sized. He reached out to take the cat eye gem but paused, pulling his hand back. No, something's off. These 2 statues must have a problem. Based on his years of gaming experience, Suchen decided to play it safe, changing his posture and moving slightly further away, ready to make a run for it. After preparing to retreat, he reached out again to take the cat eye gem. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Just as Suchen touched the cat eye gem, the anticipated event occurred. The surface stone of the 2 statues quickly peeled away, and health bars began to appear above their heads. When he saw that the health bars of the 2 cat demon statues were bronze-colored, he felt a sense of foreboding and immediately dodged the ambush and ran away. During his escape, he heard 2 cat demon screeches and the sound of dry branches snapping underfoot behind him. After running over 100 meters, Suchen felt the sounds behind him gradually fade away. He cautiously looked back and found that the 2 cat demon statues had left the hate range and returned to the side of the treasure chest. Taking advantage of this moment, Suchen quickly checked their attribute panel. Cat demon statue, twin, level 13 rank, bronze tier, BOSS health per statue 130,000/130,000 attack for 50 physical defense, 100 magic defense, 70 speed, 280 skills, claw assault, phantom step, wild instinct, claw assault. The cat demon statue locks onto a target location quickly pouncing to grab, dealing 450 points of physical damage with sharp claws, and has a 20% chance to cause bleeding, inflicting a total of 100 points of damage over 5 seconds. Attack range 5 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Phantom step. The cat demon statue uses its agility to move quickly on the battlefield. Dashing 15 meters can be used when its speed exceeds 300 points. Attack range 20 meters, cooldown 180 seconds. Wild instinct. The lower the cat demon statue's health, the higher its movement speed. For every 5% health lost, its movement speed increases by 1%. Attack range none, cooldown none. After seeing the panel, Suchen frowned slightly. How should he put it? The attributes on this panel weren't that high. In terms of health and defense, these two statues were even harder to deal with than the Xian heavy turtle. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that this was a twin boss, and having two made it much harder to handle. Moreover, monsters related to cat demons were generally quite fast, not to mention that these two bosses had charge skills. If they managed to flank Suchun from both sides, things would indeed become quite troublesome. Little Titan, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you devour the heart of Xuanzhong so early. If there had been a tank in front to draw the fire, it wouldn't have been too difficult to fight. Unfortunately, it's too late to think about it now. All that's left in the pet space is that one big egg. Forget it, it's only 2 hours. Anyway, no players are likely to come here anytime soon, and even if they do, they won't be able to defeat these two bosses. Let's wait for Little Titan to evolve. I'm quite tired myself, so I'll take a break. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. Young people do have a big appetite. Despite having eaten so much crayfish noodles at noon, he was hungry again. Su Chen immediately prepared to log off for dinner, but this time he was more cautious. Before logging off, he made sure not to leave any trace that could be tracked, then found a tree to climb up before preparing to log off. Taking off the helmet, Su Chen planned to log back in 2 hours later. By then, Little Titan would have completed its evolution, saving time. In these 2 hours, he could not only solve the problem of eating but also take a short nap to recharge his energy for the upcoming battle. Since he had ample time this time, Su Chen directly placed an order on the delivery platform, ordering a pound of roasted lamb chops, an extra serving of lamb hooves, and a portion of chive flour sauce scheduled for delivery in an hour and a half. Payment 107 yuan. Done. Ah, life should be this enjoyable. Thank you, Lingjing. Thank you, little fatty. In the past, Su Chen wouldn't have dared to spend money like this, but now that he was financially stable, it was only natural to treat himself a bit. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming. An hour and a half later, Su Chen was awakened by a call from the delivery person. Ah, a little sleep feels so good. My head is much clearer. Su Chen stretched lazily and opened the door to receive the delivery. With one hand, he scrolled through the forum on his phone, while the other hand, gloved, picked up the meat. A bite of chive flowers followed by a bite of lamb. The rich aroma of fat spread in his mouth, paired with the refreshing and unique taste of the chive flowers. It was a great enjoyment of life. Glancing through the forum, Su Chen noticed that his popularity had indeed decreased a bit, and many other useful pieces of information had emerged in the hotposts. It had been 4 hours since Su Chen arrived at the secondary main city, and according to the forum, there were already scattered players reaching level 10 and entering the teleportation array, but most of these players were well-resourced, strong frontliners from various guilds, or wealthy individuals who could afford to hire gaming experts. Su Chen silently complained in his heart, those with resources are indeed different. They can keep up just by leeching off others' experience. But there's nothing to be done about it. Having resources is their advantage, and complaining about being poor is meaningless. It's only meaningful to surpass them with one's own talent and opportunities. I guess it's a good thing, at least the equipment I grind out will have buyers. Anyway, these people don't lack money, so their offers will definitely be high. Continuing to scroll down, there were posts from various groups and guilds recruiting newcomers, and among these posts, Su Chen noticed a familiar term. Yunsheng Guild is widely recruiting talents from all over the world. Welcome to sign up. Generous treatment. Yunsheng? Isn't that the guild of the chubby guy? Wow, the chubby guy is doing well, even starting a guild. Su Chen clicked in to check the poster, but found that the nickname was not Extreme Domination, but a player called Feng Yun Xiuxiong. Could it be that he sent someone to post? Strange. Su Chen didn't think much of it and continued scrolling. Below were some posts that were not very nutritious, with different professions arguing and a bunch shouting for CPDD, giving a vivid sense of a chat channel. Just like that, while scrolling through his phone, Su Chen finished his meal and re-entered the realm of the game. As soon as he returned to the game, he heard the system's prompt sound. Your pet Titan has completed its evolution. Please check the detailed attributes. Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly summoned Titan from the pet space. The result of Titan's transformation startled him. What the hell? Why has it gotten bigger? And it looks cooler. If the original stone-armored beast resembled a dull gray stone, the current Xianyu beast appeared somewhat imposing. The originally rough stone-textured shell had now turned into a glossy black hard armor, and two hard horns had sprouted on its head, though they were still quite short and lack lethality. Its overall size had increased significantly. It was originally over a meter long, and now it was nearly 2 meters, with a completely different aura, giving a sense of having transformed from a minor monster into a boss. Suchen eagerly checked its panel attributes. It looked so impressive on the outside. The actual attributes surely couldn't be lacking, right? Pet Titan Xianyu Beast level 10. Health 15,000 physical attack, 250 magic attack, 200 physical defense, 200 magic resistance, 150 speed, 200 skill 1 spiked stone. Armor increases its own physical defense by 50% and forces enemy units within a 5-meter range to attack itself. When it receives a normal attack, it deals spell damage equal to its physical defense value to the enemy, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time 15 seconds. Skill 2, Guardian Rock Shield, summons the power of rocks to provide the master with a shield equal to 10% of their maximum health, lasting for 10 seconds. While the shield is unbroken, the master gains an additional defense value equal to 50% of their physical defense. Cooldown time 1 minute. Talent Heart to Heart transfers 20% of the damage taken by the master to itself, and it will restore 10% of the damage dealt by the master as health. Bloodline quality Bronze with a health of 15,000. It's definitely a boss panel. As expected, not only have the attributes significantly increased, but a new skill has also awakened. Moreover, with this health, this defense, and this physical attack, it's simply outrageous. It can now be confirmed that even if Su Chen doesn't take action himself, just relying on the attributes of Little Titan can easily take down the group of Moonslayers. And the newly awakened skill is excessively useful. With 10% of the pet's health, there is now a shield of 1,500 points. Su Chen's total health is still less than 1,500, and this shield is thicker than his health bar. After the Titan's return, dealing with the cat demon will be a piece of cake. Little Titan, go up and draw the fire. Su Chen patted Little Titan's back armor, sending it to tank the damage. Roar. Although it has evolved, Little Titan's loyalty and intimacy towards Su Chen have not diminished. In fact, they have increased a bit, so it also roared lowly at the stone statues and slowly approached. The two cat demon stone statues sensed the approach of other creatures and awakened, rushing towards Titan to pounce. Su Chen made a quick decision. When the boss entered the attack range, he immediately drew his bow and shot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 298 3 physical damage plus sniper bonus 435 3 additional true damage plus sniper bonus. With the sniper bonus, 3 arrows were fired simultaneously. One of the cat demon boss's health bars dropped directly by 2,199 points. Due to the excessive damage, the cat demon's aggro immediately locked onto Su Chen, but Su Chen remained calm, aiming at the boss that had locked onto him, shooting arrows continuously while quickly retreating. Titan could hold off one monster, and dealing with a single bronze-level boss at the same time was completely within his capabilities. Don't be fooled by the cat demon stone statue's high speed of 280 points. Su Chen's movement speed was slightly better at 284 points, just right. This boss has a skill that increases its speed as its health decreases, otherwise it wouldn't need any other means, just kite it to deal with it. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. As the cat demon stone statue's health gradually decreased, its cat eye stone began to change from a crystal-like color to an increasingly crimson hue, and along with this change, the boss's speed also increased. Su Chen felt that kiting was becoming somewhat strenuous. The cat demon stone statue's health had been worn down to 60%, and at this point, the boss's speed had exceeded 300, continuously closing in on Su Chen's position. During this time, Su Chen also tried using hunting traps to reduce the cat demon stone statue's speed to create distance, but unlike dealing with the wasteland giant scorpion, this boss was constantly pouncing and jumping while running, making it difficult for the hunting traps to hit. Even if he occasionally hit once, it didn't create any distance. However, it seemed that the cat demon stone statue was aware that its second skill had a long cooldown time, so it kept its distance from Su Chen without closing in. When Su Chen wore the cat demon stone statue's health down to 50%, the boss was already very close. Su Chen gradually heightened his vigilance. He knew very well that below 50% health, the cat demon stone statue could unleash its second skill, directly dashing 15 meters. With the addition of the 5-meter short-range pounce from the first skill, it means that the danger radius of the cat demon statue is 20 meters. He intentionally changed the direction of the kite, circling around the little titan, to coordinate with each other and also benefit from the shield provided by the pet. Who'd get ready? Let's see if we can dodge the ambush. He held his breath, focusing all his attention on the cat demon statue. 22 meters, 21 meters, 20 meters. Just as he said it, in a flash, there was a whoosh of air, and the cat demon statue suddenly exerted force with its hind legs, leaping directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen steadied his stance, fixating intently on the direction of the attack, not making any rash moves. The reason was simple. The cat demon's first leap was 15 meters, which only closed the distance between it and Su Chen. However, the direction of the boss's second pounce, a 5-meter skill, was still unclear. If he used his dodge attack now, it would be futile, saving it for the second pounce was the best choice. With a swish, the cat demon statue completed its first leap, elegantly turning around to unleash its second pounce directly at Su Chen. Suchin kept his eyes on the cat demon, and the moment it moved, he instinctively judged the direction of the boss's attack. Left leg bent for support, right leg pushing hard, it's going to attack from the left. A thought that seemed to come from nowhere made Suchen react instinctively. He dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the pounce. Phew, that was close. It seems this game's mechanics aren't just random. The cat demon statue's jumping moves are exactly like those of the two black cats fighting next door. Suchin patted his chest, feeling a strange sensation in that moment, as if he had developed a sense of combat awareness, something he had never experienced before, only starting to feel it after his agility attribute broke 100. Could it be? Are there other hidden effects after breaking 100 in attributes? A thought flashed through Suchen's mind, but he quickly realized he was still in battle and refocused his attention. After rolling back to his feet, he swiftly shot an arrow at the cat demon statue. -275*3 physical damage, -311*3 true damage. All three arrows benefited from the dodge attack bonus, dealing a total of 1,764 points of damage. The cat demon howled in pain, turning to glare fiercely at Suchen. Although its pounce skill was on cooldown, its speed was still considerable, and it quickly resumed its pursuit of Suchen. Seeing that escape was impossible, Suchen steeled himself and stood his ground. Titan, Guardian Rock Shield. Suchen commanded the little titan to unleash its skill. Roar! The pet and master were in sync. Almost the moment Suchen issued the command, the little titan released the Guardian Rock Shield. In the next instant, Suchen saw a thin layer of pale yellow shield appear around his body, and when he looked at his health bar, a white shield thicker than his health bar had materialized. At the same time, his defense skyrocketed from 97 points to 247 points. Truly worthy of being a mystical beast. This skill's effect matched its flashy name. Now, let's see how much damage you can deal in 10 seconds. Chen taunted the cat demon statue from a distance. With the white shield of the Guardian Rock Shield on him, Suchen felt calm, drawing his bow to unleash a flurry of arrows, as he no longer needed to dodge, allowing him to deal damage much faster. This scene thoroughly enraged the cat demon statue, which rushed to Suchen's side and raised its claws to scratch. However, the next moment left the boss dumbfounded. -162. Shield reduction. Although the cat demon statue had 450 physical attack, it couldn't overcome Suchen's incredibly high defense bolstered by the Guardian Rock Shield. With 247 points of defense, the damage was halved. Then, with the effect of the heart-to-heart talent, the damage was reduced by another 20%, leaving only 162 points of actual damage. Given the cat demon's clawing speed of once every 2 seconds, it truly couldn't break through the shield in 10 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Suchen unleashed a barrage of arrows. If it weren't for the fact that arrows couldn't trigger the volley bonus without being shot from a bow, he would have wanted to stab directly with the arrows, but without the need to dodge and with full output, his attack speed was maximized, delivering a satisfying onslaught. At this moment, as time passed, Suchen's stone shield began to weaken gradually. After all, the protective stone shield could only last for 10 seconds, and once the time limit was exceeded, it would shatter and disappear. Taking advantage of the last second, Suchen placed a hunting trap directly under the cat demon's feet, causing the boss to be slowed down. Then, without looking back, he rushed towards the little titan. Suchen had intentionally controlled the path of the attack kite, so he was not far from the little titan, only about 30 meters away. With Suchen's current speed of 284 points, he quickly reached it. However, it was inevitable that during the run, the shield disappeared and the physical defense bonus also vanished. The cat demon statue behind him dealt a claw attack that took away 282 points of Suchen's health, which was quite painful. After taking that hit, Suchen turned his head to look, and the cat demon statue had already entered the titan's taunt range. He immediately commanded the titan to use spiked stone armor, transferring the cat demon statue's aggro from himself to his pet. At this moment, he finally breathed a little easier. Damn it, that was really dangerous. Luckily I have a pet, otherwise I wouldn't be able to deal with these two things at all. Suchen unscrewed a bottle of basic life potion and gulped it down. I thought my speed was fast enough, but encountering an agile boss still almost caused trouble. Suchen shook his head, silently complaining. However, this worry was probably something only a lone wolf like him, who soloed, would encounter. Generally, dealing with such wild bosses required a small team, with shield warriors, priests, mages, and various professions working together to handle them. It was rare for someone like Suchen to single-handedly take on a whole team. After mastering the output rhythm, the subsequent battle had no suspense. Chen first killed the low-health cat demon statue, then similarly took down the other cat demon statue. It seemed that because these were guardian bosses, no extra treasure chests dropped. Congratulations, you have killed the cat demon statue, twin-born bronze level boss, gaining experience *40,000 and an additional 20% 8,000 experience for defeating it at a higher level. Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level is 12. Your pet titan gains 20% experience 9,600. Congratulations, you have obtained Cat's Eye Gem, can open silver level treasure chest. Cat demon disaster. Suchen thought to himself that it was a pity that these two bosses weren't marked with A golden line, but he had roughly figured out the nature of his health line. The first golden line target was the black iron level twisted tree, which was slightly stronger than he was at that time. The second mark was the bronze level Xian heavy turtle, which was also slightly stronger than him, manageable but not easy to deal with. He estimated that the boss marked in the northern part of Wind Whisper City would be the same. Following this pattern, he guessed it would be a silver level boss. Forget it's not a big deal. I have confidence in my stats. Suchen smiled slightly. Let them be strong. I'll just stack true damage. However, seeing that he had taken down 2 bronze level bosses in 20 minutes, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It must be said that the Talon Hunting Heart was a bit of a dog, as marking monsters was quite challenging, but the effect was indeed strong. Combined with the Little Titan, soloing bosses was a piece of cake. Looking at the silver treasure chest, shimmering with silver light, Suchen silently prayed for some good items to drop. Now many players have entered the city and the buyers are all ready. Let's hope for some good loot so I can earn more. Suchen took out the cat's eye gem and directly pressed it into the corresponding slot of the treasure chest. With a click, a prompt sound echoed in Suchen's mind. You have opened the silver level treasure chest. Cat Demon's Curse. Please check the treasure rewards. Suchen's eyes lit up as he stuffed all the loot from the chest into his space backpack, eagerly sorting through the spoils. Just the game currency amounted to 3 gold and 21 silver coins, which is more than double the currency drop from the previous Xianzhong turtle treasure chest. As for the equipment, there were 2 pieces of silver gear and 3 pieces of bronze gear, in addition to 5 pieces of black iron gear. Suchen couldn't wait to click on a few pieces of equipment to check their specific effects. Among these pieces, he indeed found 3 that could be replaced: a pair of silver gloves, a pair of silver boots, and a bronze helmet. Swift finger gloves, silver level, equipment slot, gloves effect, attack speed plus 40%, physical attack plus 40, evasion plus 1%, compatible classes. All classes required level 10 speed boots, silver level, equipment slot, boots effect, movement speed plus 80, agility plus 20, evasion plus 1%, compatible classes. All classes required level 10 cat's eye crown, bronze level, equipment slot, helmet effect, physical resistance plus 20, spell resistance plus 20, spirit plus 10, compatible classes. All classes required level 10 without hesitation. Suchen directly replaced the 3 pieces of black iron gear he was wearing. Now, he felt completely renewed. Suchen was secretly delighted. While most players still regarded black iron weapons as treasures, he had already phased out his black iron gear, now equipped with 3 pieces of silver gear and 4 pieces of bronze gear. As expected of the silver level treasure chest dropped by the cat demon, both silver level pieces of equipment that dropped enhance evasion. I've struck gold. Although his total evasion rate was only 2% now, Suchen, with his experience from other online games, knew that evasion attributes were extremely valuable, and regardless of level or base health, the effect of evasion would never be diluted, making it very worthwhile. As for the other black iron gear, there was nothing suitable for the shield guard, and the little fatty probably wouldn't need them either, so Suchen was too lazy to check their effects one by one. He would just list them all on the trading system to exchange for money later. Then Suchen shifted his gaze back. Besides the equipment, there were also 2 2-star skill books, 3 bottles of green potions, and a strange scroll that had dropped. Suchen checked the effects of the 2 skill books. Whirlwind Strike compatible classes. Ranger, Engineer, Assassin quality, 2 stars effect, rush towards the enemy, dealing 120% of physical attack as physical damage to the target upon making contact with the target. A small distance knockback will occur, followed by a backward somersault with a maximum distance of 5 meters. Cooldown 20 seconds. Mana cost 50. Reinforced attack applicable classes: Ranger, Engineer, Assassin, Warrior quality, 2 stars effect. After using the skill, sacrifice 100 points of movement speed, and the next normal attack will ignore 30% of the enemy's physical resistance, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 60. Suchen carefully considered the value of these 2 skill books. Although he could learn both skills, he felt that learning the second skill would actually lower his combat power. Relying on true damage output, he didn't lack for armor penetration, but the downside of reducing movement speed by 100 points was quite significant. If he really used it in battle, the reduced speed would be a real burden. The first skill book, however, was quite good. It allowed him to quickly create distance after being approached by an enemy, essential for kiting. After careful consideration, Suchen only learned the first skill book. As for the second one, he would treat it like equipment and auction it on the trading system later. Congratulations! You have learned the 2-star skill Whirlwind Assault, consuming skill points *2. After learning the skill, Suchen turned his attention to the 2 remaining items. This green potion is called Swift Potion. Let me see the effect. Drinking it can increase movement speed by 15% for 5 minutes. Hiss, what a good item. I'll keep it. It will definitely be useful for monster hunting in the future. Anything with a percentage is never weak, and the percentage potion is no exception. Suchen then checked the strange scroll, Shadow Veil Scroll. Using it will grant a maximum of 15 minutes of invisibility, level 2. Invisibility. The invisibility effect will disappear after actively attacking or being detected by a counter-invisibility effect, level 2 or above. Invisibility? Wow, not bad. Previously he had been quite troubled by the invisibility of the Moon Slayer, and he didn't expect to have a means of invisibility himself now. After putting the Shadow Veil scroll into his backpack, Suchen could say that his combat power had significantly increased. He checked his attribute panel and all attributes had grown, especially movement speed and attack speed, which had increased dramatically. Nickname Qingfeng level 12 profession, Ranger health 1070 mana 520 physical attack 363 attack speed plus 225% physical defense 94 magic resistance 74 movement speed 335 strength 109 constitution 42 agility 155 spirit 37 critical rate 4% critical damage 200% dodge rate 2% skills hunting trap 1 star plus 0 evasion assault 2 stars plus 0 spin backslash 2 stars plus 0 eagle eye insight 2 stars plus 0 remaining skill points 7 equipment heavy armor bronze level swift finger gloves silver level scorpion tail bow silver level heavy ring bronze level cat's eye stone crown bronze level boots of swiftness silver level talent heart of the hunter true damage stacked 311/500 number of arrows fired simultaneously 3 range 40 meters pet titan mystic beast level 10. Additionally, if this is a subscription site, the word count is what readers pay for, and I will try to control the word count. However, this is a free novel, so if any reader does not like seeing the attribute panel, they can skip it without affecting their reading. I write in detail so that readers who wish to see the panel can better understand the protagonist's current data. After finishing the equipment replacement, Suchen was ready to pack up and head back to Wind Whisper City. The energy of the Black Soul Scroll had also been fully accumulated, so it was time to return and complete the quest. Suchen held the Black Soul Scroll, looking left and right, but could only see a few options on it, along with some incomprehensible runes, unable to discern any clues. This thing looks a bit sinister, doesn't it? I wonder what the reward will be after submission. However, the name White Tower does sound quite prestigious. Suchen recalled the serious expression of Mentor Qingyu when she mentioned the White Tower. The reward must be substantial. He hummed a little tune as he walked back, noticing quite a few players along the way. However, unlike the novice village, those who could enter the main city were no longer just sightseers. All the players present were trying to fight and level up. Wow, more and more people are showing up, just in time to sell some equipment, Suchen thought. As the increase in people meant more users for the trading system, he opened the trading system and found that the trading range had expanded from the original novice village number 10037 to Wind Whisper City. However, it was disheartening to see that with the expanded trading range, the trading tax had also increased. Fixed price trading now had a 7.5% commission, and auction trading had a 15% commission, each rising by half. Damn, this is outrageous. A 15% trading tax? It feels like players have become slaves. Suchen was exasperated. But despite the complaints, Suchen could understand. After all, an expanded trading range meant a larger trading population, and compared to the novice village, the money earned from auctioning each piece of equipment would definitely be higher. Overall, the prices obtained from auctions would certainly be more than in the novice village. But this isn't a long-term solution. I need to find some wealthy friends to sell directly to when the price is right, which could save a significant amount of money. However, there was no rush. Suchen didn't want to indiscriminately add friends, at least he needed to filter out those who were wealthy and trustworthy. Next, Suchen listed the black iron and bronze grade equipment he had previously dropped, as well as the heavy armor attack skill book on the auction house, while for the white equipment, he directly referenced the prices of others in the trading system and listed them in the regular market. However, he didn't expect to sell the white equipment for much, as he had noticed while wandering that the NPC equipment shop in the city had already started selling white equipment at a price of 50 copper coins each, meaning the maximum price for a piece of white equipment would be 500. The black iron and bronze grade equipment couldn't be sold directly, they would gradually become available as players' average levels increased. But Suchen estimated that at this stage, anyone who could enter the city should already have black iron grade equipment, and the higher tier bronze grade equipment would definitely still hold its value. So this time, unlike his previous auction strategy, Suchen planned to list his items in the auction house for a longer public display time, hoping to attract more potential wealthy buyers who hadn't reached level 10 yet. These items should earn me at least tens of thousands, right? Not knowing the current market conditions, Suchen could only guess a rough figure. After closing the trading system, Suchen continued walking towards Wind Whisper City. On the way, he saw 3 people blocking the only main road. A tall, thin person stood in the middle, flanked by 2 much shorter, chubby individuals. At first glance, they looked like 2 eggs sandwiching a cucumber, especially since the tall, thin one had a round face, resembling a certain type of head. Before Suchen could get closer, he heard the 3 of them shouting at him, "Stop! Stop! You!" Suchen was a bit confused and pointed at himself. "Me?" The thinner one stepped forward, slightly disdainful, and directed Suchen, "Yes, you. Go around to the side, our guild is farming monsters in this area, so no idle people allowed." As Suchen approached, he discovered that the 3 had nicknames starting with Moon Slayer, and suddenly everything became clear. Oh, no wonder. They were so arrogant, they were the underlings of Moon Slayer. Su Chen was also a bit curious about what kind of guild could cultivate such a group of exceptional talents to gather together. Was there not a single normal person in this guild? He had initially thought that if they were strangers just with a slightly bad attitude, there was no need to be hostile, a good negotiation could avoid conflict. However, since it was confirmed they were from Moonslayer, they were enemies, and Su Chen no longer hesitated. Ignoring their shouts, he strode forward. Su Chen had already calculated that as long as they attacked him first, he could counterattack without triggering any evil value. To prevent them from being too scared to attack, he didn't even summon Little Titan, nor did he take out his weapon. He simply walked forward with his arms open, wearing a look that dared them to come at him. This wasn't Su Chen being arrogant, just a glance at their equipment made it clear they were all in white gear, with maybe a couple of black iron pieces. He estimated that even if they were allowed to hit him, they wouldn't take off a layer of health. However, to Su Chen's surprise, as he moved forward, the three of them actually shrank back, glancing at each other, wondering if they had encountered someone a bit mentally unstable. Why were they not afraid? Instead of attacking, they took 2 steps back, and the skinny one in the middle forced himself to shout, Don't come over. I have a black iron long sword, it's very sharp." Su Chen glanced at the black iron long sword, smiled slightly, and continued to walk forward, thinking, a black iron long sword? When I take it from you later, let's see what you have to brag about. As the distance between them and Su Chen closed, the skinny one, though a bit cowardly and unable to see through Su Chen, felt pressured by his teammates watching. Not wanting to retreat, he steeled himself and swung his sword. Clang, -8. With a sound of metal clashing, Su Chen only lost 8 health. At the same time, the three were marked as attackers. In their bewildered expressions, Su Chen drew his bow and shot an arrow straight through the heart of the skinny one. -322*3 physical damage -317*3 physical damage. With a total of 1900 damage, no player at this stage could withstand that. The skinny one even owed Su Chen over 1000 health. The other two were instantly stunned when they saw the damage appearing over the skinny one's head. One of them trembled and said, "High physical resistance, Ranger, extremely high damage. Although we can't judge his appearance from the previous videos, these 3 points confirm it. Qingfeng, you are Qingfeng." The person's pupils instantly constricted, his expression froze, and he turned to run. Before he could finish, the two of them didn't even bother to pick up their fallen companion's white gear and sprinted off in opposite directions. They both cursed themselves for only having 2 legs. However, Su Chen wouldn't give them a chance. He drew his bow and shot 2 arrows, piercing through the fleeing duo, turning them into wisps of residual souls that floated back to the main city. Su Chen looked at the 3 pieces of white gear that dropped. They were all worthless equipment, but adhering to the principle of not wasting, he collected them into his space backpack to later list on the trading system. It seems that during my few hours of rest, the players have developed quite rapidly. I didn't expect such lowly characters could reach level 10 and enter the main city, Su Chen thought to himself. However, it wasn't that the 3 were too weak. If it had been other players, they might not have gained the upper hand against them. The skinny one in the middle had an attack power of over 100, which was already considered quite high among players. It was just that, in Su Chen's eyes, everything was equal. They were all just fodder to be taken down in an instant, so there was no difference. After killing 3 people, Su Chen followed the path to Wind Whisper City. This path was the only way back to the city. Taking a detour would add half an hour to his journey. He wasn't afraid of the Moonslayer's people showing up. He had just learned Eagle Eye Insight and was looking for a place to use it. If that old 6, the Moonslayer's Mad Lion, dared to show his face, he would teach him a lesson. While walking down the path as if nothing had happened, Su Chen also carefully observed the movements of the surroundings. At the first sign of anything unusual, he would immediately use Eagle Eye Insight to locate the Moonslayer's Mad Lion and shoot that old 6 through in the shortest time possible. However, after nearly an hour of walking, he had not found any trace of the Moonslayer's Mad Lion. Just as he was about to reach the city gate after crossing a small hill, he spotted 2 unfamiliar faces not far away. Were they greeting him? Su Chen squinted his eyes and took a closer look, confirming that he had indeed never seen these 2 people before. However, as he got closer and saw their nicknames, he felt a bit more at ease. Another pair from the Moonslayer, huh? Sigh. Whatever, let's just deal with them together. Su Chen noticed that one was called Moonslayer Red Dragon and the other Moonslayer Blue Fish. He didn't hesitate, just waited for the 2 to attack first, then he would take them down and be done with it. If they didn't attack, Su Chen didn't want to bother with them. They were almost at the city, and there was no need to waste time here. However, what Su Chen didn't expect was that these 2 didn't mock or show any hostility. Instead, they approached Su Chen respectfully, and the man even bowed deeply. This whole act left Su Chen baffled. He thought to himself, what kind of game is this? Could it be a trap? He didn't let his guard down. Instead, he stopped and quietly observed the 2. The first to speak was the man with the nickname Moonslayer Red Dragon. Qingfeng, just now, 3 blind fools blocked your way and even attacked without permission. I'm here to apologize on their behalf. After saying this, he bowed again, and his attitude seemed quite sincere. However, Su Chen remained vigilant. He had a natural hostility towards the term Moonslayer, especially after being ambushed twice and having his path blocked once. Anyone would be cautious in his position. Seeing Su Chen's wary expression, Moonslayer Red Dragon could only smile wryly and said helplessly, "I understand why you don't trust me. Besides those three useless guys, it's mainly because of that idiot Moonslayer Mad Lion. I admit, there are quite a few people in the Moonslayer Guild who look down on you and want to suppress you. I used to be one of them. However, it seems that I was just being narrow-minded. I know my own strength, at least in terms of combat power in the spirit realm. I can't compare to you." Beside him, Moonslayer Bluefish tugged at Moonslayer Red Dragon's sleeve and quickly said, "Red Dragon, there's no need to belittle yourself like this." Moonslayer Red Dragon shook his head, sighed, and said, "Bluefish, you know what it means to solo a bronze-level boss. Someone who can reach that level of power half a day ago and enter the main city first, I naturally can't compare to him." Su Chen quietly watched the two converse, his vigilance never wavering. Their words sounded quite nice, but he couldn't tell what they were really thinking. He just coldly stared at Moonslayer Red Dragon, making him feel a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, regardless of what the two were thinking, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to complete his task quickly. So he said indifferently, "There's no need for flattery. I don't know you. If you want to fight, then hurry up. If not, get out of the way." After saying this, he turned to leave, wanting to head straight into the city. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Moonslayer Red Dragon quickly said, "It just so happens that I know Qingfeng. You're here, it must be fate. I have only one purpose for coming this time, to team up with you against Moonslayer Mad Lion." Hearing the name Moonslayer Mad Lion, Su Chen paused, feeling curious. He thought to himself, teaming up against Moonslayer Mad Lion? What kind of nonsense is this? Aren't they from the same guild? Could it be that there's infighting? If that's the case, it really fits the old saying, in a big forest there are all kinds of birds. Su Chen simply responded with a casual "oh" and said, "Cooperate? What's the point? Teaming up with you doesn't help me at all, and if it's against Moonslayer Mad Lion, I don't need to find anyone to join forces. To put it bluntly, I don't even take him seriously." Hearing this, the Moonslayer Red Dragon forced a smile. He understood that Su Chen's words were true. To the other party, a Moonslayer Mad Lion might just be a minor character. However, he still wanted to strive to connect with Su Chen, as he was well aware that if nepotism continued within the Moonslayer, his position as captain would eventually be replaced. He needed to secure a future for himself. "It's fine, Wind God, I don't expect to cooperate with you. You can see my request as a simple exchange of interests." Raising an eyebrow, Su Chen curiously asked, "Exchange of interests? Oh, what can you offer me?" The Moonslayer Red Dragon looked around, ensuring no one was watching, and revealed his bargaining chip to Su Chen. "Wind God, although I can't compare to the Moonslayer Mad Lion in terms of combat power, and I certainly can't be mentioned in the same breath as you, I've been in the Moonslayer for so many years, and I still have some brothers who are close to me. I have a piece of information about the Moonslayer Mad Lion, a hidden dungeon's information, which I will give to you as a sign of sincerity. After it's verified to be true, if you think I still have some value, we can discuss further cooperation. I can provide you with accurate information and can also offer some rewards. My only goal is to eliminate my competitors, such as the Moonslayer Mad Lion. Make him fear for his life." Su Chen became interested upon hearing this, looking closely at the Moonslayer Red Dragon. The Moonslayer Guild truly had a wealth of talent. Not only was there an arrogant Moonslayer Mad Lion, but now there was also a traitorous Moonslayer Red Dragon. Interesting, truly interesting. He pondered that if that were the case, the issue of exchanging interests might not be impossible. After all, why not take the information for free if there was no cost involved? Of course, if the Moonslayer Red Dragon had any tricks up his sleeve, Su Chen wasn't afraid. With 3 pieces of silver equipment and the rest all bronze gear, his talents stacked so many layers, and his pets just evolved if there were any ambushes. It was uncertain who would be dealing with whom. "I can consider it, but I need to know the information first," Su Chen said calmly, staring into the eyes of the Moonslayer Red Dragon. "There's hope." The Moonslayer Red Dragon felt a surge of joy in his heart. If he could connect with this line, dealing with a mere Moonslayer Mad Lion would be a piece of cake. To the north of Wind Whisper City, cross the corrupted marsh, then head west along the mountain pass. There's an entrance to a hidden dungeon. I heard it's a relic of the Black Abyss cult. I don't know what kind of opportunity the Moonslayer Mad Lion encountered before, but he was able to follow the aura to find that place. The Moonslayer Red Dragon disclosed all the information he knew to Su Chen without any concealment. Su Chen looked at the Moonslayer Red Dragon with a playful expression, roughly guessing his thoughts. If the information this kid provided was true, then he wanted to use me as a gun against the Moonslayer Mad Lion. However, Su Chen didn't reject being that gun, it was just a matter of mutual benefit. If it really was a hidden dungeon, there would surely be good things to be had. "Alright, I understand." Su Chen nodded, agreeing to the Moonslayer Red Dragon's request. As for the cooperation afterward, upon hearing Su Chen's willingness, the Moonslayer Red Dragon's face showed joy, and he seized the opportunity to ask. "No rush, wait until the information is verified. If it's true, after I finish my business, meet me at the north gate of the city at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying this, Su Chen turned and walked towards the city. On the road, Suchen was also pondering the whole situation. The mention of the Black Abyss cult's dungeon by the Moonslayer Red Dragon was likely true. He had heard that term from Mentor Qingyu. However, an exchange of interests is just that, an exchange. For someone like the Moonslayer Red Dragon, their friendship was limited to this. Suchen wouldn't fully trust someone capable of betraying others. Speaking of the Black Abyss cult, Suchen naturally thought of the Black Soul Scroll and the hidden quest from the White Tower. I guess it must be related to this hidden quest. Guessing aimlessly won't help. I just need to submit the Black Soul Scroll and review the information about the hidden quest, and things will become clear. Before long, Suchen arrived at the White Tower within the city. As the name suggests, the White Tower had a spiral design entirely jade white with a huge blue gem shining brightly at the top. As Suchen approached, a panel of information appeared before him. White Tower, high-level area of Wind Whisper City, the highest knowledge hall for professions, with a Grand Magus stationed here where various skills can be learned or scrolls purchased. Wow, high-level area, Grand Magus, it's quite intimidating. Seeing that the doors of the White Tower were wide open with only a thin barrier, and noticing that other NPCs could pass through the barrier to enter the first floor, Suchen stepped forward to go in. However, just as he stepped through the door, the barrier suddenly shook violently, sending Suchen stumbling back. At the same time, the color of the barrier changed from transparent to a warning bright orange, accompanied by a buzzing roar. While Suchen was still in a daze, a dozen NPCs armed with various weapons surged out from the White Tower. The leader rushed to the barrier, shouting, "What's going on? What's going on? Why is there suddenly a barrier alert?" Information feedback indicates the presence of the Black Abyss cult. He instinctively turned his gaze to Suchen, who was standing there with a great sword, his eyes filled with vigilance. "Tell me, who are you?" Suchen stood there, a bit bewildered. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? He was just trying to enter a door, and not only was he inexplicably bounced back, but now there were a bunch of high-level NPCs? Hearing the leader's words, he quickly reacted, took out the Black Soul Scroll from his backpack, and hurriedly said, "I came here according to Mentor Qingyu's arrangement from the job Change Temple. I'm here to submit a task to the White Tower Sage. The presence of the Black Abyss cult you mentioned should be due to this task item." The leader of the guards looked skeptical and turned to the others, saying, "You guys, keep an eye on the door. I'm going to consult the sage." After 5 minutes, the leader of the guards came out from the door, accompanied by an old man in a white robe with white hair. When he arrived, he quickly instructed the guards to put away their weapons. "Put away your weapons, it's a misunderstanding. They are not enemies. The ranger of Qingyu has informed me that there is no danger, so everyone disperse." The guards exchanged glances. Since the sage had given the order, they returned to their posts. Suchen helplessly glanced at the White Tower Sage. This NPC was overly jumpy, wasn't he? He was just a level 12 little Karami, and they sent out a dozen level 30 guards? Even if it were just one, he couldn't handle it right now. Sigh, life is tough. He sighed silently. For the sake of the hidden quest's reward, he would endure it. "Sage, this is the Black Soul Scroll that Mentor Qingyu asked me to deliver to you. It has gathered enough energy, please take a look." Suchen handed the Black Soul Scroll to the White Tower Sage. "I'm really sorry, adventurer. Recently, the Black Abyss cult seems to be showing signs of revival, so the guards have been on edge regarding this matter. I apologize on their behalf." The White Tower Sage apologized awkwardly and then began to examine the scroll carefully. After scrutinizing the Black Soul Scroll for about 7 or 8 minutes, the old man with white hair took out a feather pen to write and draw, his brow furrowed. After a long time, he sighed. "Alas! As expected, what should come will come." The White Tower Sage then looked at Suchen and continued, "In any case, I am very grateful that you were able to bring this scroll. Moreover, I noticed that there is no trace of the Black Abyss sect within you. You actually resisted the temptation of this scroll. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's truly commendable that you understand this principle so well." Suchen glanced at the Black Soul Scroll, feeling a bit guilty. He hadn't resisted any temptation, it was simply because the scroll's introduction was too terrible that he didn't use it. However, since the other party had said so, if he didn't say a few righteous words, wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity to gain favor in front of an NPC? Ahem, I fully understand that everything in this world has a hidden price. As a righteous adventurer, I would never indulge myself in using something with such a strong evil aura. Suchen patted his chest and said loudly, his gaze firm and without any flaws to pick apart. The White Tower Sage nodded, his gaze toward Suchen becoming friendlier, and then said, "Brave adventurer, you have fulfilled the request of Lightfeather, and on her behalf, I reward you. Hidden task completed, congratulations. You have received 10 gold coins, 10,000 experience points, and the favor of the White Tower Sage. Oh, just for bringing something, I get 10 gold coins and 10,000 experience? That's quite a generous reward." Suchen quickly said, "To relieve the worries of Wind Whisper City and the White Tower, it is my duty. I only hope that one day I can also be like the White Tower Sage, guarding the peace of this place." The White Tower Sage was quite pleased to hear Suchen's flattery, and his gaze toward Suchen grew increasingly warm. "In that case, good, brave adventurer, I wonder if you have the courage to take on another task from me?" Suchen instantly became interested. It seemed like there was another task coming. He had to accept it. Please, Sage, go ahead. The White Tower sage shifted his gaze elsewhere and said lightly, as the number of adventurers increases, the Black Abyss sect is also stirring. We now know that there is a group of Black Abyss sect followers hiding in some corner around Wind Whisper City, looking for opportunities to tempt ignorant adventurers. They will use various means to coerce and entice adventurers, with the goal of pulling them into the depths of corruption. Although their overall strength is not strong, this group of scoundrels is like hyenas in the night, with a keen sense of smell. As soon as they detect the presence of a strong individual, they will tightly close the gates of the ruins, making it impossible for us to find them. And you, adventurer, possess a brave and steadfast belief, and you will not be detected by them. If you can find the heart of the Black Abyss sect and eliminate them all, I will reward you handsomely. The White Tower Sage has issued you a task. Eliminate the followers of the Black Abyss sect. The White Tower Sage has issued a task to you. Eliminate the followers of the Black Abyss cult. Task content: find the ruins of the Black Abyss cult and eliminate the followers within. Task reward: unknown task. Duration: 3 days. Ruins of the Black Abyss cult? Hiss, it seems I know where this is. He recalled what the Moon Slayer Red Dragon had said before entering the city. To the north of Wind Whisper City, cross the corrupted marsh, then head west along the mountain pass. There is an entrance to a hidden dungeon. This place seems to be the ruins of the Black Abyss cult. If I can figure out the location, wouldn't that mean I've completed most of the task? Next, it's just a matter of eliminating all these followers. With this thought, Su Chen immediately chose to accept. Congratulations! You have accepted the task. Eliminate the followers of the Black Abyss cult. After accepting, Su Chen rubbed his hands and leaned in to ask the White Tower Sage for more details. Sage, what level are these followers of the Black Abyss cult? The White Tower Sage patiently replied, this is just a small faction. Their overall strength is not strong. Most of the followers are level 15, and the more troublesome one is a silver tier priest along with 2 bronze tier servants beneath him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression stiffened. 1 silver level and 2 bronze levels? And they're all level 15? Su Chen cursed inwardly. Damn, isn't this difficulty a bit too high? This is what he calls a small faction. In the eyes of the White Tower Sage, it may be small fry, but isn't it a bit too challenging for me? Su Chen cleared his throat twice, suppressing his urge to complain, and seriously said to the White Tower Sage, Sage, this is a bit difficult to handle. Could you provide some support first? After saying this, he extended his hands, wanting something good. He realized that the freedom in this game world was too high. Previously, he could get good items from hunters, and now with the obviously richer and stronger White Tower Sage, he couldn't let him leave empty-handed, right? You do have a point. Here, take this scroll. It might just help you. The White Tower Sage thought carefully and finally pulled out a spell scroll from somewhere and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen thanked him and happily took it. As soon as he checked the effect, he couldn't help but marvel. One must have a thick skin and ask for what one needs. Look, he really got something good. Daylight Holy Light one-time spell scroll effect releases a continuously glowing holy light sphere, dealing 500 damage per second to enemies within a 50-meter radius, quadrupling damage to undead creatures and ignoring resistances, lasting for 30 seconds. Damn, what a good item! Absolutely a good item. Lasting 30 seconds, with a radius of 50 meters, dealing 500 damage per second, and quadrupling damage to undead creatures. It's a clearing artifact. Su Chen already envisioned a horde of monsters gathering together, tossing out a scroll, and dozens or hundreds of monsters turning into experience orbs in batches. Thank you, White Tower Sage. With this spell scroll to assist me, I will not let you down. After accepting the task, Su Chen prepared to head directly to the target location. Alright, I wish you all the best. Take this Black Soul Scroll with you. With this, the people of the Black Abyss cult will come looking for you. After you succeed, just come back to the White Tower to return it. In the envious gazes of the guards, Su Chen left the White Tower. As for going to the Black Abyss ruins, there was no rush. First, he needed to get a mount. Walking every day was just too slow. Following the signs within the city, Su Chen soon arrived at the Merchant Guild. After selecting for a while, he ultimately decided to buy a basic undead horse as his mount. It wasn't that he didn't want something better, the key was that the prices were just too damn high. The most basic undead horse cost 3 gold coins, while the slightly better Crimson Blood horse was 20 gold coins, and the top-tier Iceflame horse Fast and Flashy cost a whopping 100 gold coins each. That was 100 gold coins. When Su Chen saw that price, he couldn't help but complain. Was this horse made of gold or silver? Damn it, it was ridiculously expensive. However, even though it was just the most basic undead horse, its performance was still quite good, with a full speed running capability of 1,500 points, nearly 5 times Su Chen's current movement speed. Although it couldn't participate in battles, it was still a decent means of transportation. With his mount, Su Chen hurried along the road at a rapid pace. In less than half an hour, he had crossed the hills and passed through the rotting swamp, arriving at the mountain pass. Having a mount feels really good. Although my butt is a bit sore, it's way better than sore feet. The mountain pass was too steep, and the road to the west was very rugged. If he wasn't careful, he could easily fall into the valley. I've arrived, I can't rely on the mount here, better go on foot. Su Chen recalled the undead horse into his mount space and began to feel his way along the mountain path to the west. On the way, Su Chen took out the Black Soul Scroll. Holding the scroll in his hand, he could even feel a force emanating from it, as if it was indicating for him to go right. Su Chen glanced at the Black Soul Scroll in his hand, then looked at the red end. Gold bloodlines floating along the valley path, lost in thought. No way, is it possible to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Bloodline target, hidden dungeon, and the issued quest, the targets overlap? That's great. I hope there are more jobs like this in the future. I love doing this. Su Chen continued to follow the guidance of the Black Soul Scroll along the mountain path. Fortunately, there weren't many monsters in this area. The narrow path on the cliff was just over a meter wide, and the wind was strong. If he were attacked and lost his balance, there was a high chance he would fall into the valley and die. As he walked along the rugged mountain path, he heard voices coming from not far away. Ha! There are people ahead? Su Chen immediately reacted to the sound, moved forward a bit, crouched down in the blind spot around the corner, and listened carefully to the commotion ahead. There were many people in front, gathered at the entrance of a cave, conspiring and discussing some plan with at least 50 individuals. At a cursory glance, although more than half of them were anonymous, it was easy to deduce from the other players' nicknames that this group was likely from the Moon Slayer Guild. Perhaps not everyone among them was a member of the Moon Slayer Guild, but since they were able to collude, it wouldn't be unfair to consider them as such. Su Chen steadied his breath and listened carefully to their conversation. Everyone came here guided by the Black Soul Scroll, so why should we let a guy who doesn't even have a scroll take the lead? Who is he? Isn't that right? But there's nothing we can do, their influence is too great. Besides, I heard the one leading them is called the Moon Slayer Mad Lion, and he used to have a Black Soul Scroll, but later he got into trouble with Qingfeng and was killed by him. Heh, serves him right. So that means Qingfeng took the scroll? Has he come? I doubt it. Everyone knows he and the Moon Slayer people don't get along, and the Moon Slayer members have seen him. If he were here, they would have probably fought by now. I actually want to have a fight with that guy called Qingfeng. If I lose, I lose. If I win, it would be a huge profit. With this kind of momentum, if we advertise to other guilds, wouldn't we make a fortune? Are you dreaming? Do you think you can beat him? He can handle 10 people easily. Not necessarily. I didn't say it would be a one-on-one fight. There are more than 50 of us, and more than half have Black Soul Scrolls, with equipment and skills. It's hard to say who would win. Su Chen noticed a few people looking in his direction, so he quickly pulled his head back to avoid exposing his hidden state. He frowned and began to think, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion has seen my face, so it's unlikely I can blend in. But if this group gets into the dungeon, it will be even harder to deal with. Moreover, before dealing with them, I need to figure out how to open this dungeon, otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Just then, he heard the Moon Slayer Mad Lion calling from a distance, everyone, if you have a Black Soul Scroll, step forward. Each Black Soul Scroll can bring 10 people into the dungeon, and I roughly calculated that the number is just right. Upon hearing the Moon Slayer Mad Lion's words, 6 people stepped out from the crowd, including anonymous players and members of the Moon Slayer Guild. The few gathered together and took out their Black Soul Scrolls in unison. Several Black Soul Scrolls flew from their owners' hands, spiraling toward the cave entrance, and a booming sound echoed from within the cave as a layer of purple membrane appeared at the entrance. It was unclear if it was because Su Chen was too close, but even the scroll in his hand slipped away. Damn it! This scroll is screwing me over. Su Chen reached out to grab it, but the scroll seemed to have a mind of its own, swaying left and right, making it impossible to catch. In the end, it flew toward the cave entrance along with the other 6 scrolls. The scrolls, flying out from behind, clearly caught the attention of the more than 50 people. Who is it? The Moon Slayer Mad Lion was the first to react, tracing the path of the flying scrolls back to Su Chen's position. Everyone scatter. Where's the mage? Mage, aim at that corner and cast fireball to flush him out. Su Chen secretly cursed the game designers for their poor planning. What kind of ridiculous scroll could fly on its own? But now that it had come to this, there was no choice but to reveal himself. If he stayed hidden, he would probably be bombarded by a bunch of fireballs. Although his physical and magical defenses were not low, and he could withstand damage, the terrain was not favorable. Fireballs had a knockback effect, and if he accidentally fell into the valley, it would be a real problem. There were ways to avoid it, like using the Shadow Stealth Scroll he hadn't used yet, but it felt like a waste to use a scroll against this ragtag group. After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to jump directly onto the large open space next to the valley, exposing himself to everyone. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on narrow roads. The moon-slaying Mad Lion recognized Su Chen at a glance after seeing him. Gritting his teeth, the moon-slaying Mad Lion glared fiercely at Su Chen. Xingfeng, what do you want again? One must reason when it comes to being a person. I didn't provoke you this time. Su Chen naturally took 2 steps forward and said lightly, what? Just because you don't provoke me, I can't kill you? Is being killed twice not enough? I heard the entire moonslaying is gathering strength to deal with me now? Upon hearing this, the moonslaying Mad Lion hadn't spoken yet, but the people around began to shout. Brother Mad Lion, is this the guy who opposed us before? He's quite arrogant. What do you say, should we take care of him? Behind the moonslaying Mad Lion, a hook-nosed mage made a gesture of cutting his throat. When this reached the moonslaying Mad Lion's ears, the hook-nosed mage thought he would gain the Mad Lion's approval. But unexpectedly, he shot himself in the foot. The moonslaying Mad Lion's expression changed. Although he was mad, after 2 previous experiences, he had developed a physiological fear of the words Qingfeng. If he were to deal with Suchen, with the few guys he had under him now, he didn't think he would have a good outcome. Controlling his facial expression, the moonslaying Mad Lion feigned calmness and said to Su Chen, "Our moonslaying guild has important matters to attend to, so we won't hold it against you today. You go back where you came from and we won't interfere with each other." Su Chen looked at the moonslaying Mad Lion's expression and his cowardly yet smug words, unable to help but laugh. "Ha, interesting. It's the first time I've heard someone put cowardice in such a grandiose way." Immediately after, Su Chen leaned back against the wall in a provocative manner, looking disdainfully at the moonslaying group. "I won't leave. What can you do about it?" At this moment, whispers began to emerge from the moonslaying Mad Lion's group, and Su Chen could vaguely hear words like arrogant, "Don't be afraid of him," and more. Against one. The moonslaying Mad Lion's face turned from green to red, seemingly suppressing his inner anger. Seeing the emotions of the people around him being stirred up, Su Chen added fuel to the fire, trying to provoke them into attacking first, so he wouldn't be judged as a red name. "If you really are cowards, that's fine too. Moonslaying Mad Lion, come over and apologize to me, then immediately roll out of here. This dungeon, leave it to me." At this moment, the crowd of over 50 erupted in an uproar, their voices growing louder. If someone had noticed the moonslaying Mad Lion's hands at this time, they would have clearly seen him clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging, clearly furious to the extreme. He looked up and saw Su Chen's disdainful expression, and his anger could no longer be contained. "Mages, archers, release the restrictions, damn it, use skills to bombard him. Shield guards, hold the front. All battle expenses will be covered by me, the moonslaying Mad Lion. Remember, this guy has high dual resistances. If you can't hit him, force him to the edge of the cliff. Use the terrain to deal falling damage and kill him." At the same time, just as the words were spoken and the crowd began their attack, the Moonslayer Lion entered its stealth state after only a few scattered hits. However, its stealth skill was only level 1, and the concealment effect was also at level 1. If it had been the previous Su Chen, it might have posed a challenge, but now, well, let's just say times have changed. As soon as the Moonslayer Lion entered its stealth state, Su Chen directly activated Eagle Eye Insight, slightly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a sharp glint flashed in his gaze. The phantom of the Moonslayer Lion in stealth appeared clearly before Su Chen. Drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion, he instantly shot an arrow. -360*3 physical damage, -313*3 additional true damage. 6 damage numbers floated behind the Moon Slayer Lion. Without a doubt, it was another one-shot kill. The Moon Slayer Lion only realized as it was dying that its once invincible stealth state had been easily countered by Su Chen. The remaining 50 or so people watched in shock as the Moon Slayer Lion's corpse transformed into light points and vanished, leaving behind a black iron-level dagger. What? Wasn't this supposed to be a team battle? How could the main commander be shot down right at the start? They hadn't even cast a single fireball yet. Su Chen looked at the crowd, smiled slightly, and continued to aim at the others, then said calmly, "Shoot, don't move. Whoever moves, I will kill." Clearly, among the 50 or so people, there were always a few who didn't believe in evil, especially the burly man at the front. Holding a shield, he hadn't clearly seen Su Chen's damage and thought that with his full health points and black iron level shield defense, he couldn't possibly be one-shot. Ignoring Su Chen's words, he continued to push forward. Unfortunately, what awaited him was only the arrow of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. -344*3 physical damage, -313*3 additional true damage. Once again, it was a one-shot kill with no ambiguity. Now, no one dared to move. Even the tankiest shield guard could be one-shot. Who could withstand such damage? Su Chen took a step forward, causing dozens of people to retreat in unison. Now, in terms of momentum, Su Chen had perfectly controlled the situation. You all pay 200 copper coins each. If you don't have enough copper, leave behind equipment worth 2,000 coins. Black iron or white gear is fine. Oh, and the white gear should have high attributes. After paying, get lost quickly. Su Chen glanced at the crowd and stated his terms for letting them go. This price had been carefully considered. Originally, Su Chen wanted to demand a black iron level piece of equipment from each person, but considering that most of these people only had 1 or 2 pieces, he thought better of it. If he asked for too much, a few hot-headed ones might risk leveling down to fight Su Chen, and if they dropped a white gear upon death, that would be a huge loss. So after much thought, Su Chen felt this price was just right, neither too much nor too little. To prevent the crowd from taking the opportunity to escape, Su Chen also released the Little Titan at this moment. Its 2-meter-wide body blocked the mountain path, and without Su Chen's permission, no one could escape. Hearing Su Chen's words, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. To be honest, at this stage, those who could enter the main city and were brought over by the Moonslayer Lion to fight dungeons were not weak. Frankly speaking, if this group of people banded together, they could potentially fill the gap with lives, as the Moon Slayer Lion had said. Even if Suchen fell into the valley, the only outcome would be death and level loss. However, it was clear that this group was not like that. Each had their own little schemes. Moreover, the price Suchen demanded was not excessive. Compared to losing a level, they could accept a loss of 2,000 coins. I go, 200 copper coins, that's too expensive. A teleportation only costs 50 copper coins. Are you guys going to pay or not? I don't have enough copper coins. I can only use equipment to cover it. Luckily, I still have a piece of black iron level equipment in my backpack, which I got from opening a treasure chest. I was planning to sell it since it doesn't match my class, but now it comes in handy. Me? I don't have copper coins and I don't want to pay with black iron level equipment, but I do have quite a few white items dropped from monsters before. I calculated that handing over 4 pieces would be enough. Really? You guys are actually going to pay? He's just one person, he might not be able to kill us all. Should we do something about him? If you want to go die, go ahead. I don't want to take that risk. Damn Moon Slayer Guild, I should have known better than to listen to them and come here. After some discussion, soon someone who knew the situation appeared. A fair-skinned, voluptuous female priest stepped out of the crowd and huffed at Suchen. Too much bullying. Saying that, she directly threw a pair of black iron level boots hard on the ground and turned to leave gracefully. Suchen was speechless, thinking he had encountered a troublemaker. But it turned out to be a cowardly tsundere. They say big breasts mean no brains, and it seems to be true. After checking the black iron level boots and confirming they were worth at least 2,000, he waved his hand at the little titan, letting the priest walk past. The remaining 50 or so people, seeing someone take the lead, looked at each other and then lowered their heads obediently to pay Suchen the protection fee. So embarrassing. In other online games, I'm the one who kills people, and if I see someone I don't like, I just go for it. I didn't expect to be asked for protection money here. Shoo, don't say that. If he hears, we'll lose levels. Plus, we're in a red name state now, which means we'll drop equipment for sure. I don't want to lose both the lady and the soldiers. If we have to pay the protection fee, then so be it. Just avoid Qingfeng in the future. 10 minutes later, the 50 or so people left the cave entrance in an orderly manner. As they were leaving, Suchen didn't forget to remind them, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Let's collaborate again if we have the chance. He watched as those people gradually walked away, then happily checked the items he had just acquired. From the 50 or so people, he had collected 9 pieces of black iron level equipment, 24 pieces of decent white gear, and 6,000 copper coins. Although it wasn't a lot, Suchen was satisfied. If converted to cash, it would amount to about 100,000, which is quite a fortune. Suchen looked at the array of equipment in his inventory and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Getting things for free really lifts the spirits. Although the attributes aren't great and I can't use them myself, it's free after all, so I won't be picky. I wonder if those little fat guys want these scraps. I'll ask him later, and if the price is right, I'll sell them. But that was a matter for the future. What Suchen was most looking forward to now was the hidden dungeon in front of him. He didn't know what was inside, but since the entrance was already open, and the red and gold health lines around him had already entered the dungeon, it was just perfect. Not only could he gain true damage for his talents, but he could also conveniently complete the hidden quest. Perfect. Suchen aimed at the cave entrance and checked the dungeon information. Hidden dungeon, Black Abyss Cult Ruins. Recommended level 15. Recommended number of people 30. Description: the stronghold of the Black Abyss Cult's followers can only be opened with the Black Soul Scroll. If you do not possess the Black Soul Scroll, be careful, as the followers inside do not welcome outsiders. Oh, looks like this is an intelligent dungeon? If you don't possess the Black Soul Scroll, you'll be treated as an enemy. Does that mean if you do have it, you'll be treated as an ally? Suchen looked at the 7 scrolls floating at the entrance of the dungeon and thought of the Holy Light Scroll in his backpack. Unable to suppress a smile. If I lure that group of monsters together and then unleash the Holy Light Scroll, wouldn't that be amazing? The more Suchen thought about it, the more he felt that the success rate of this plan was quite high. He quickly gathered the 7 black soul scrolls floating in the air into his spatial backpack. Now, the black light radiating from him was very eye-catching. At a glance, he looked even more like a villain than the actual villains. This should be enough. No time to waste. Let's hurry into the dungeon. Upon entering the instance, what came into view was a dilapidated underground ruin, the entire place shrouded in darkness, with the only light source being the faint blue ghost fire floating not far away. Wow, I have to say, this scene is quite eerie. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to use it as a setting for a horror film. Suchen looked around. This area was indeed too dark, severely limiting visibility. The night vision potion I dropped earlier is just what I need. Suchen opened his backpack, found the night vision potion, and gulped it down. Gradually, his vision became clearer. Before him, a group of figures clad in black robes was circling a faceless statue. They held faint blue ghost fire candles in their hands, worshipping devoutly. On the altar beneath the statue, various bizarre items were offered, including slime goo, spider eyes, and the most grotesque of all, 2 green goblin fingers that made one feel nauseous. Upon seeing them, Suchen touched the wall and quietly approached, stopping only when he was close enough to gather information. Cultist of the Abyss level 15 health, 7000 physical attack, 100 magical attack, 250. Physical defense 50 magical resistance, 60 speed, 200 skill 1 curse ray. The Cultist of the Abyss fires a black ray at an enemy within 30 meters, dealing magical damage equal to 100% of magical attack. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2 Black Mist. The Cultist of the Abyss releases black mist in a 60-degree angle with a radius of 15 meters, dealing area magical damage equal to 70% of magical attack. Cooldown 15 seconds. Oh, a magic attack monster? This is the first time encountering one. Although it has area attack skills, the damage isn't particularly high. However, there are over 100 of these monsters. If I clear them one by one, who knows how long it will take. Besides, I'm not familiar with the layout of the ruins. Kite tactics would be difficult, and getting surrounded would be troublesome. Just right, this group of Abyss cultists is currently worshipping the statue. If I could silently blend in and then use the Sunlight Holy Light Scroll, wouldn't that solve everything at once? With this thought, Su Shen began to ponder. I'm already at the maximum distance. If I get any closer, I'll surely be spotted by the other Abyss cultists. The statue they are worshipping is located at the center of a pool inside the cave, and there are only 2 bridges leading to it. Moreover, the bridges are occupied by the worshippers, making it nearly impossible to approach silently. Even though I have the Black Soul Scroll, if I get exposed, I might not necessarily be deemed an enemy. However, as an outsider, I would definitely raise some suspicion. On the contrary, if I remain in the shadows, all actions would be much easier. Suchen took out the Shadow Veil Scroll from his backpack and checked the attributes of the Abyss cultists again, confirming that they had no skills to counter invisibility. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Using the Sunlight Holy Light Scroll from this distance won't reach the other Abyss cultists. It's safest to release it right at the center. Forget it, being able to eliminate over 100 red health targets at once makes using this Shadow Veil Scroll worth it. Suchen stopped dwelling on it and tore open the Shadow Veil Scroll. In the next second, his figure became increasingly transparent, disappearing into the darkness. He curiously looked at his invisible self and couldn't help but think, this is so magical. If only I could bring this to the real world, it would be amazing. At that moment, the followers in the center of the altar began to sing a strange and eerie song, which carried a hint of chill. Suchen noticed that all the followers of the Black Abyss sect had relaxed their guard, sitting cross-legged on the ground. It would take them some time to run away, and this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He slowly approached the crowd, aware that the realism in the spiritual realm was very high. Even if he was invisible, it didn't mean he wouldn't leave traces. If he bumped into other followers of the Black Abyss sect, he would still be discovered. So he tiptoed deeper inside, carefully avoiding the guards on the bridge. Having only 2 paths isn't bad. I'll have the little Titan block one, and I'll keep an eye on the other. That way, it'll be like catching a turtle in a jar. After crossing the bridge, Suchen was calculating his next tactics. However, as he got closer, he noticed another problem. It seemed that among this group of people, there were not only ordinary followers of the Black Abyss sect but also 2 burly masked servants. Black Abyss sect servants, Twinborn, level 15 rank, bronze BOSS health, per unit 150000/150000. Physical attack, 250 magical attack, 500 physical defense, 100 magical defense, 120 speed, 230 skills, Voodoo Curse. Claw of Night, Dark Devour Voodoo Curse. The Black Abyss sect servant casts a Voodoo Curse on an enemy, dealing 50 points of magical damage per second for 10 seconds. Attack range 30 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Claw of Night. The Black Abyss sect servant summons a Claw of Night from behind the enemy, scratching them from a distance and dealing 450 points of magical damage. Attack range 30 meters, cooldown none. Dark Devour. The Black Abyss sect servant randomly extracts the soul of a follower, reducing their health to 0 and using their remaining health to restore their own. Effect range 0 meters, cooldown 25 seconds. These 2 servants were constantly patrolling the surroundings, and Suchen felt a bit nervous as he saw them approach. Damn, this is harder than I imagined. Not only do I have to deal with the small monsters, but I also have to face 2 level 15 bronze bosses, and the most critical part is that they are not even the Golden Line targets. Suchen looked along the path of the Golden Line. It pointed to a stone door on the other side of the bridge, which was tightly closed. Undoubtedly, there must be something like a secret chamber inside. Based on previous patterns, the Twisted Tree is Black Iron level, the Shen Heavy Turtle is Bronze level, so I estimate that this time the Golden Line target should be a Silver level boss. Since he was in an invisible state and the introduction panel of the servants didn't show any anti-invisibility skills, he didn't have to worry about being discovered. However, Suchen roughly calculated in his mind that with his small frame, he couldn't withstand that explosive damage. Near the statue in the center, at least 20 followers were gathered within a radius of 15 meters. If he positioned himself well, he might dodge the curse rays from the followers, but that Black Mist spell was area damage. It would be nearly impossible to avoid it. With 20 followers, if each one cast the Black Mist spell once, that would be 175 points of damage. Subtracting his own 74 points of magical resistance, that would be 101 points of damage. After deducting 20% for shared damage, it would still be 80 points. With 20 followers, that's 1600 points. Even a shield warrior couldn't withstand that. Damn, this design is really terrible. Su Chen's face was filled with resentment, but he couldn't really blame anyone else. Normal people would be grinding monsters by the 2 bridges next to the pond. Who would think of challenging over 100 monsters alone like Su Chen? It wasn't that he had no way out, he still had a mystic shield scroll in hand, which, when activated, provided 20,000 points of shield. With that, it was completely manageable to withstand this level of damage. However, using it like that felt a bit wasteful. You never knew when it might come in handy. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen finally set his sights on the Titan in his pet space. He decided to let it appear first to draw fire, attracting most of the monster's attention. Then he would cast a shield on himself. As long as he could withstand the first wave of group attacks, the group of Abyss Cult followers would be done for during the cooldown period, and the problem would naturally be resolved. Sigh, little Titan, you're tough and resilient, so just bear with it and draw some fire for a while, okay? I believe in you, you can take it. Su Chen stealthily lurked 10 meters away from the center, patiently waiting for the 2 bronze-level bosses to patrol back and forth. When the 2 bronze-level bosses were at their farthest distance from him, he released the little Titan towards the bridge. As expected, the moment the little Titan appeared, it attracted the attention of the vast majority of the cultists. Who is it? Someone has trespassed into the forbidden area. Level 1 alert. Prepare to attack. The cultists of the Black Abyss stood up from the ground, surging towards the little Titan. Those at a distance used spells to attack, while those closer waited for the spell attacks to finish before starting to strike with their staffs. A series of damage numbers appeared on the back of the little Titan. -1 physical damage, -1 physical damage, -100 magical damage, -25 magical damage. Due to the little Titan's high resistance, despite the large number of cultists, the individual hits didn't hurt much. The 2 bronze-level bosses were also charging up from a distance, preparing to attack the little Titan. At this moment, Su Chen took advantage of the cultists' distraction and moved to the densest part of the crowd. He immediately took out the Sunlight Sacred Light Scroll and tore it open in an instant. In an instant, countless light points appeared around the scroll, gathering and flying into the air, forming a massive sphere of light. Buzz, -2000, -2000, -2000. The entire area resembled a battlefield, with countless damage numbers popping up. Su Chen had every reason to believe that in this situation, if it were any other online game, it would have started to lag. Su Chen glanced at the little Titan's condition as the scroll began to deal damage. The little Titan's health instantly filled back up. Oh, the scroll's damage can trigger the heart-to-heart talent? That's great. I was worried the little Titan couldn't hold on, but now I have no such concerns. After releasing the Sunlight Sacred Light Scroll, Su Chen's stealth state also disappeared. However, Su Chen had been overly cautious. With the momentum of the Sunlight Sacred Light Scroll, the scattered Black Abyss cultists had no intention of counterattacking. They had been tainted by too much black energy and were classified as undead creatures. The moment they were illuminated by the holy light, they caught fire and were now busy fleeing, completely ignoring Su Chen. However, with 2,000 health points lost per second, they couldn't escape. In just 4 seconds, the Black Abyss cultists were wiped out completely. At the same time, Su Chen's experience bar surged upward, and in those 4 seconds, he jumped from level 12 to mid-level 13. The talents. True damage stacking increased from 313 layers to 477 layers, a rise of a full 164 layers. As for the white gear, it truly dropped all over the place. Roughly speaking, there were more than 20 pieces, including 4 or 5 pieces of black iron. Equipment. Is this the drop rate of the dungeon? It's definitely much higher than farming small monsters. The Sunlight Sacred Light Scroll was indeed exhilarating for farming monsters, leveling up quickly, and gear dropping like crazy. However, he wondered if in this game, such hidden outdoor dungeons could only be accessed once. Would the monsters inside respawn? Just as Su Chen was considering whether to go back and ask the Sage of the White Tower for more Sunlight Sacred Light Scrolls, the 2 bronze-level bosses regained their composure, their eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. With their intelligence, they were already very clear that the black turtle lying there was just a decoy, and the real culprit behind this commotion was the little guy in front of them. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The 2 Black Abyss cult gods shouted in unison, their momentum fierce. Su Chen glanced at the 2 bosses' attribute panels. With 150,000 health points, they were decent enough. But these 3 skills are really a bit too overpowered, right? 2 have an attack range of 30 meters, and 1 can devour the Black Abyss cultists to regain health. Now that all the Black Abyss cultists have been killed, what health can he recover? With a maximum attack range of 30 meters and a speed of only 230, isn't this just a pure punching bag template? With previous experience dealing with the cat demon statue, Su Chen now knows how to handle the 2 bosses. He communicates with the little Titan, hold one down, I'll take care of the other. Roar. The little Titan is not hesitant. There is a boss within its taunt range, so it directly pulls the aggro over. The remaining one is easy for Su-chen to deal with. Just right. To test my damage on you, Su-chen draws his bow and shoots an arrow. 368*3 physical damage 668*3 true damage. Because of the distance, he receives a 40% damage bonus from the sniper skill, making this arrow's damage terrifying, totaling 3108, breaking 3000. Coupled with the Daylight Holy Light Scroll dealing 2000 damage per second, this bronze level boss's health can't hold up at all. Moreover, the sadder part is that these two bronze level bosses can't even touch Su-chen. His attack range is now 40 meters, while their skills only reach 30 meters, and their speed is completely crushed. After being treated as a moving target for less than 2 minutes, the two bronze-level bosses are dead. Until they fall, both Su-chen and the Little Titan are still in perfect condition. Su-chen's experience bar also rises from 53% at level 13 to 94%, just a step away from leveling up to 14. He is thinking about leveling up quickly, according to the introduction when he first entered the Spirit Realm. Once he reaches level 15, he can go to the Temple of Job Change for a second job change, which is quite exciting. However, that's a matter for later. The most pressing thing now is to see if the boss has dropped anything good. Su-chen approaches to take a look. Since this is not the final boss, there are no treasure chests dropped, only direct items. He picks up all the equipment dropped by the small monsters and the bronze-level boss, and after a quick summary he finds that the haul is indeed substantial. In total, converting the dropped copper coins, gold coins, and silver coins, it amounts to 7 gold coins, 11 silver coins, and 52 copper coins. There are 23 white items dropped, 6 black iron level equipment, 2 bronze level equipment, a black soul scroll, and a key. Su-chen glances at them. The white and black iron items are undoubtedly not worth his attention. As for the 2 bronze level equipment, they don't suit a ranger. These 2 bronze level items are a spellbook with high spirit and a ring with fast mana recovery. The spellbook can only be used by priests and mages, and although the ring is universal, Su-chen really has no need for its mana recovery effect, so Su-chen doesn't even bother to look at them and directly puts them in his backpack, planning to sell them after leaving the dungeon. There are also 2 other items. The Black Soul Scroll goes without saying, as it is no different from the others. The key, however, only has one line in its description. It can open the stone door, which is the location of the final boss in this dungeon. This dungeon's final boss is quite broad-minded. I wonder what he's busy with inside. It's been so long with all the shouting and killing outside, and his little brothers have been wiped out, yet he still hasn't come out? Su-chen checks for any missed items while walking, glancing towards the stone door, contemplating how to deal with the silver-level boss later. At that moment, Su-chen suddenly notices that the Explorer title icon in his field of vision starts to light up. Explorer title judgment activated. There is hidden information around you, and the location has been marked for you. Oh, what's this? More good stuff? Su-chen followed the arrow provided by the Explorer title and ended up behind the statue that the followers of the Black Abyss sect had just worshipped. What does this mean? Is the mystery appearing on the statue? There was no need for Su-chen to solve any puzzles. As soon as he approached the statue, a bright yellow arrow, visible only to him, pointed to a brick on the platform below the statue. Su-chen pressed it, and with a click, the brick was pressed down. Immediately, the statue turned halfway around, facing Su-chen instead of turning its back to him. To be honest, this statue was quite distinctive, with a single large eye in the center of its face, lacking eyebrows, a nose, mouth, or ears, exuding a sense of horror mixed with awkwardness. Is the design of this statue in the spirit realm really that simplistic? I have to say, it's a bit ugly, like a chicken eye on a boiled egg. I don't even know its name. Seriously, the spirit realm could at least provide an introduction text or something. Forget it. Let's just call it the god of chicken eye boiled egg. Looking down, he noticed a hole in the platform beneath the statue. At the same time, a prompt sound from the system appeared in front of him. Please insert the Black Soul Scroll to receive a reward. Rewards will be distributed based on the number inserted 0/9. Full layers will receive a mysterious reward. Then, looking around, this statue was quite interesting, with the prompt indicating that sacrificing Black Soul Scrolls could yield rewards. However, Su-chen only had 8 in hand, just 1 short of the 9 needed. Since the bronze-level divine servants can drop Black Soul Scrolls, it's possible that the silver-level boss might drop some too. Su-chen pursed his lips, not in a hurry to insert the 8 Black Soul Scrolls he had. After all, the dungeon was already open, and no one else could enter before Su-chen either succeeded or died in his challenge. A small dungeon is quite mysterious. It doesn't even say what the mysterious reward is. Alright, let's take down the silver level boss first and see if any Black Soul Scrolls drop. Little Titan, let's go deal with the new boss. Su-chen greeted Little Titan and then strode towards the stone door. Roared Little Titan, upon hearing the news, followed eagerly. Before long, Su-chen arrived at the stone door. The stone door was carved with the recently encountered god of chicken eye boiled egg, with 3 people kneeling below it. 2 of them, slightly shorter and holding staves, Su-chen recognized at a glance as the 2 bronze-level divine servants. The one in front was a muscular man in a robe, wielding a giant sword in one hand and a staff in the other, looking somewhat out of place. Could this thing be a priest of the Black Abyss sect looking like that? So muscular, like a gorilla, and still called a priest? Su Chen, filled with curiosity, inserted the key into the groove beside it. Hearing the rumbling sound of the stone door moving to the left, the dim light from the cave illuminated the stone room, revealing the true form of the boss. Under the effect of the night vision potion, Su Chen clearly saw the boss sitting with its back to him, although its shape was different. From what was depicted on the stone slab, it was noticeably much thinner and shorter, draped in a large black robe, with its exposed limbs being dry and emaciated. Each hand held a staff and a giant sword, raising doubts about whether such a small frame could wield the giant sword. The ultimate goal of the golden line was him. As long as he was killed, the arrow stacking could go up another level. Taking advantage of the boss not reacting yet, Su Chen quickly checked his panel information. Black Abyss Cult Priest level 16 rank, Silver Tier BOSS health 300,000/300,000 physical attack 500 magical attack 500 physical defense 150 magical defense 150 speed 230 ranged/300 melee skills Nightclaw Malevolent Spirit usable in ranged state Fallen Frenzy usable in melee state Dark Spirit Sacrifice Nightclaw usable in ranged state. The Black Abyss Cult Priest summons a Nightclaw from behind the enemy, scratching from a distance, dealing 600 points of magical damage. Attack range 30 meters, cooldown 5 seconds. Malevolent Spirit usable in ranged state. The Black Abyss Cult Priest summons 5 Shadow Souls from the shadows, lasting up to 30 seconds. The Shadow Souls can move and wield sides to attack, each dealing 300 points of area magical damage. Summoning range 100 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Fallen Frenzy usable in melee state. The Black Abyss Cult Priest swings a giant sword, continuously slashing at the enemy in front, each swing dealing physical attack * 120% physical damage. Attack range 3 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. Shadow Leap usable in melee state. The Black Abyss Cult Priest performs a spatial leap using dark power, instantly reaching behind the enemy. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. Dark Spirit Sacrifice when the Black Abyss Cult Priest's health drops to 50%, it will increase its magical and physical defense by 100%, switching to melee state. Effect range 0 meters, cooldown 60 minutes. As expected of a Silver Tier boss, the stats are indeed formidable, with both attacks at 500 and a health of 300,000. What's refreshing is that this boss is actually a dual form boss. I estimate that the burly men on the stone door should be the boss's form when it enters melee state. However, I have to say, Su Chen feels that the seemingly stronger melee state is actually easier for him to handle. Mainly because the 100% increase in dual defenses in melee state is useless. He relies on true damage, and if the boss switches to melee state, its speed won't keep up with him, plus it loses 2 annoying ranged skills. Although it has a Shadow Leap skill to ambush him, it's not a big deal, his returning strike can just counter it. In just a few seconds, Su Chen had roughly formulated his battle plan. However, before Su Chen could say anything, the priest in the room, with its back to him, angrily started shouting, "I am in meditation. Do not disturb me unless it's important. Also, I hate brightness the most. If you have something to say, hurry up, if not, close the stone door and get lost." Su Chen was speechless. Are bosses this confident nowadays? The stone door is wide open, and it's still acting tough, not even turning its head? Perfect, let's shoot an arrow at its head and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He stored the little titan in his pet space and quietly stepped into the room, stopping only when he reached the 40-meter attack range limit. He drew his bow, aimed, locked onto the neck. With a whoosh, 3 arrows shot into the Black Abyss Cult Priest's neck. 3 bright red physical critical damage and 3 white true critical damage appeared. -806 * 3 physical critical damage -1336 * 3 additional true damage. Unexpectedly, the first arrow fired at the boss actually crit. He had a great start. I don't know if Su Chen was just unlucky, but when dealing with the bronze level boss before, his 4% critical hit rate didn't trigger at all, yet this time his first arrow was a critical hit. Su Chen pondered, it might be because he attacked a weak spot while in stealth mode. Previously, when facing the bronze level divine servant, he had aimed at the torso, and not a single arrow had crit. He secretly etched the pattern he deduced into his mind, preparing to look for another opportunity to test it out later. However, that critical hit was truly powerful. Even the additional true damage could crit, which was a delightful surprise. With the critical hit, the sniper bonus, and 3 arrows fired simultaneously, this one shot dealt an astonishing 4,284 points of damage. At that moment, the boss, in pain, let out a furious roar, picked up its weapon, and turned around, glaring angrily at Su Chen. "The intruder! Damn you! How dare you disturb my meditation! I will chop you into pieces for sacrifice!" Bang! The stone door closed automatically, and in the pitch-black chamber, Su Chen faced off against the priest of the Black Abyss cult, the battle ready to erupt. The first to strike was Su Chen, who ignored the shouts of the Black Abyss cult priest and continued to shoot fiercely. Continuous output damage maxed out. Whoosh, 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 298 3, physical damage 668 3, additional true damage. At the same time, the Black Abyss cult priest rushed towards Su Chen, wanting to get close and attack with the Claw of Night, but soon realized that his speed couldn't keep up at all. The boss had only a mere 230 speed in ranged mode, while Su Chen now had 335 speed, more than half over him. Even when he was almost cornered, Su Chen directly summoned a small titan to draw some aggro, while he leisurely ran to the other side to start attacking again. "Ah, kid, I'm going to skin you alive." The Black Abyss cult priest also realized this and simply stopped chasing. This underground natural chamber, although spacious, was only about 100 meters in diameter. Since the Claw of Night couldn't reach him, it was time to unleash a big move. The Black Abyss cult priest stopped his pursuit and began to wave his staff, muttering obscure and noisy incantations. Then, shadows wielding scythes appeared from the darkness. Shadow of the Malignant level 15 health. 4000 spell attack, 300 physical defense, 0 spell resistance, 60 speed, 300 trait, ethereal, immune to physical damage skill, Dark Slash. The Shadow of the Malignant swings its scythe to strike forward, dealing 300 spell damage. Attack. Range, 1.5 meters, cooldown, 1 second. What the hell? Immune to physical damage? How disgusting. Su Chen secretly complained after seeing this panel introduction. These shadows were perfectly distributed around Su Chen, surrounding him, making it difficult to kite. Among them, 2 shadows appeared right next to Su Chen. Su Chen reacted quickly. The moment the 2 shadows raised their scythes, he directly commanded the small titan to use a skill to put a shield on himself. -181 shield reduction, -181 shield reduction. With 2 sides coming down, it was neither painful nor itchy. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen first used a dodging strike to break out of the encirclement of the 5 shadows, then aimed at the nearest shadow to use a sweeping kill. After rushing close, he jumped and kicked, then, under the effect of the recoil, leaped into the air, finally landing steadily 5 meters away on the ground. That move looked quite cool at first glance. If I can kick it, it seems that this shadow is only immune to physical damage, not an entity. After seeing the shadow being repelled, Su Chen concluded in his heart, if that's the case, doesn't that mean arrows can hit? If it can be immune to physical damage, it surely can't be immune to true damage. Thinking of this, he immediately acted. After landing and stabilizing his stance, Su Chen aimed at the nearest shadow and shot an arrow. -0*3 physical damage reduction, -501*3. Additional true damage. The deduction was correct, it indeed couldn't immune the additional true damage. In that case, the remaining shadows posed no difficulty. Each had 4000 health, and with 3 arrows, he took down one. In just 10 seconds, all 5 shadows were hunted down. At this moment, the Black Abyss cult priest, at least in his ranged state, had no way to deal with Su Chen. The Claw of Darkness couldn't reach him, the shadows summoned by the malignant spirit couldn't touch him, and with his slow speed, he could only be a live target. An arrow dealt nearly 3000 points of damage. Even with the extra effort needed to deal with the summoned shadows, it only took a little over 2 minutes to bring the Black Abyss cult priest's health down to 50%. It was at this moment that a furious roar from the boss echoed, as he waved his staff and summoned a mass of black substance to envelop himself. At the same time, the health bar above his head turned gray. Health locked, time to enter the next phase. Su Chen stored the little titan in the pet space, waiting for the right moment to release it to control the enemy. Before him, the Black Abyss cult priest's body gradually filled with blood from its previously withered state, and his muscles began to swell. Su Chen quietly observed the changes, stepping back to maintain a safe distance, nocking an arrow and aiming for the boss's left eye, ready to enter output mode at the first opportunity. 10 seconds later, the boss picked up the giant sword from the ground, roared again, and the health bar above his head shifted from gray to red, signaling the completion of his transformation. At the same time, the sound of slicing through the air rang out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, clang clang clang, -148*3 physical damage, -668*3 additional true damage. To Su Chen's surprise, he missed the eye. After transforming into melee mode, the Black Abyss cult priest clearly had enhanced movement and reaction speeds. All the arrows aimed at his left eye were blocked by his hand. What the hell? Do I really need to practice my skills? A boss reacts this quickly? Su Chen was somewhat astonished. Previously, when dealing with assassins, one of his arrows had been cleaved, but he hadn't expected that shooting during the boss's transformation would still be blocked. Roar! You scum! I will kill you! The Black Abyss cult priest roared and instantly vanished. Su Chen immediately sensed something was wrong and used a dodge attack to move sideways. However, the dodge attack only covered 2 meters, and he still couldn't evade the Black Abyss cult priest's attack. The sound of the giant's sword swinging behind him was deafening, and Su Chen was caught off guard, receiving 2 slashes that brought his health to the brink. -405. Physical damage, -405. Physical damage. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly. As he realized something was off and released the dodge attack, he summoned the little titan and had it cast a shield on him. Otherwise, he would have been forced to return to the main city to soak in a hot spring. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Su Chen braced against the Black Abyss cult priest's attack with his shield, then unleashed a spinning kick to the boss, retreating 5 meters to escape disaster. Suchen thought to himself, this damn silver tier boss truly lived up to its reputation. The damage was no joke. Even a level 15 shield warrior wouldn't be able to withstand such a fierce blow. However, after using 2 skills, the boss seemed to be out of tricks, much like Chang Yaojin after using his 3 signature moves, leaving Suchen with the upper hand. Suchen's current movement speed was 341 points, just a bit higher than the boss's 300 points. During the boss's skill cooldown, it was just like dealing with him in ranged mode. Suchen kite while shooting arrows. If he got cornered, he would have the little titan taunt, create some distance, and continue kiting. The boss's health was dropping rapidly, although it had a 100% increase in dual resistance. That didn't matter to Suchen, as he was dealing true damage. A boss that was difficult for others was quickly worn down to empty health. In Suchen's hands. Watching the Black Abyss cult priest, Suchen silently prayed for a piece of equipment he could use. Although he had the unique explorer's drop rate bonus, giving him a higher chance of obtaining usable gear, he felt uncertain. Facing the Black Abyss cult priest, who wielded 2 weapons, a staff and a giant sword. No matter how it dropped, it didn't seem likely to yield a bow. Suchen just hoped to get some protective gear or a ring or helmet. Anything useful would be fine. He didn't ask for more. The priest of the Black Abyss roared in anger while helplessly swinging his weapon, but his speed was too slow and the attack range too close. A minute later, in endless rage, he was harvested of his life by Suchen. In the Wind Whispers city, on the outskirts, Shanglan Hongyan had just closed the trading panel and let out a long sigh. Beside her, Shanglan Meiying quickly asked, "So, how is it, Sister Hongyan? Did you buy it?" Shanglan Hongyan nodded slightly. "I bought it. Heavy attack, 2-star skill book, a total of 50,000. She extracted the skill book and immediately used it. After hearing the system prompt announcing the completion of the learning, she continued, as expected, the prices of auction items have changed significantly after entering the city. The prices are becoming increasingly polarized. Now all the white gear and some lower quality black iron gear can't fetch a price. But at the same time, there are more bidders in the main city, and the rarer the item, the higher the price. Fortunately, there aren't many classes that can adapt to the heavy attack skill, so I only spent 50,000 to get it. A 2-star skill book, but it's just a 2-star skill book. I guess that person called Qingfeng probably looks down on this 2-star skill book by now." Both Shanglan Hongyan and Shanglan Meiying were quite certain of this. They had just seen a message in the channel that Qingfeng faced over 50 people alone, killing 2 and intimidating the rest, not only escaping unscathed but also making each of them leave behind a ransom. "Sister Hongyan, this Qingfeng is so arrogant." Shanglan Meiying's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. On the first day of the server, facing over 50 people alone? That seemed a bit too far-fetched. However, Shanglan Hongyan shook her head. If arrogance exceeds one's actual strength, that's called hubris, but his strength is enough to support his actions. Shanglan Meiying still held a skeptical attitude. In her eyes, how could anyone compare to Sister Hongyan in the game? Even if the previous boss' first kill was taken by him, once Sister Hongyan developed a bit, she would far surpass Qingfeng. "Sister Hongyan, you are the president of our Shanglan Guild. Not the smooth-brained, reckless president of the Yaoyan Guild, nor the old fox president of the Zhanyu Guild who only knows how to chase profits and doesn't even play the game. In other games, you are recognized as the leader of the strongest faction, the strongest female player. Why are you always boosting others' confidence while diminishing your own? If that Qingfeng really has the ability, then let him kill a silver-tier boss for us to see." Just as Shanglan Hongyan was about to speak, a system prompt echoed in her mind. Huaxiao server announcement: first kill of silver-tier boss, Black Abyss cult priest, level 15. Achieved time taken to kill boss, 00:06:04 killer. Qingfeng, the first kill was achieved solo, and the first kill reward has been upgraded, please check. The announcement resonated across the major cities, and the term Qingfeng reappeared in the public eye. First kill of a black iron boss, first kill of a bronze boss, and now another first kill of a silver boss. It really seemed like all the first kills of bosses were monopolized by Qingfeng. Alright guys, have you finished listening to the announcement? If you're done, go back to farming lizards. He's on a completely different level from us, no need to envy won't help. That said, Qingfeng is really impressive. I'm level 11 and just happened to go to Wind Whisper City. Previously, there was a frenzy in the channel about Qingfeng planning to solo a hidden dungeon. I don't know what the situation is. Maybe this silver level boss is in the dungeon. What dungeon? I'm also in Wind Whisper City. Do you have any news on where it is? Let me go join the fun and see if I can find a master or something. You want to be taught by the great Qingfeng? Dream on. I'm different. I don't seek a master, I seek a sugar daddy. At Qingfeng, great Qingfeng, I bow to you, please take me along. One shouldn't be too shameless. In Wind Whisper City, the chubby boy also heard the announcement. Hey, brother Qingfeng has finished the boss again. After smashing a nearby goblin with a couple of hits, he turned and shouted, "Hey guys, stop for a moment. Uncle Wu, let's stop hunting monsters for now, let's go to the valley and wait for brother Qingfeng to come out and collect a gear." Uncle Wu nodded. He now understood why the young master spent money to maintain relationships. As long as he kept a good relationship with Qingfeng, he could continuously obtain first-hand equipment. Sigh, no wonder he has the blood of a businessman. His vision is indeed unique, but the master is still a bit biased. Thinking of this, he let out a barely noticeable sigh and said, "Alright, young master, let's hurry and set off." The chubby boy walked over to Uncle Wu's side, seemingly sensing his mood, and casually handed him a fruit. "Here, Uncle Wu, try this fruit. I just picked it from the bushes. I saved 2 for you. It has a fragrant taste of lychee mixed with grapes, really delicious." Uncle Wu hesitated for a moment. "Young master, this." "Oh come on, Uncle Wu. Why are you being polite? Just eat it. You've taken care of me for so long, we're like family now." "Thank you, young master." Sigh. Uncle Wu took the fruit, took a bite, and had to admit that the taste realism in the spirit realm was spot on. He could really taste the sweet and sour flavor of the fruit, very sweet and fresh. He glanced at the cheerful chubby boy, and a warm current surged in his heart. When he was by the eldest young master's side, he was only coldly assigned tasks and had never experienced this kind of treatment as family. Uncle Wu hesitated for a long time but finally spoke up. "Young master, the master is really a bit unfair to you. Clearly, you have a higher level in the spirit realm and were among the first to enter the main city. According to the previous agreement, it should have been you leading the Yunsheng Guild." The chubby boy's expression didn't change. He was still cheerful, just offering a piece of fruit to Uncle Wu's mouth, interrupting him. "Uncle Wu, I know you're looking out for me, but please don't say such things in the future. I understand everything you said. Let's just chat between the two of us. If someone with ulterior motives hears it and it reaches my dad's ears, I don't mind, but your job won't be secure. I know my dad doesn't like me giving all the main resources to the company promoted Yunsheng Guild, and I can only get 10% of the resources to establish my own small guild. But it's okay, Uncle Wu. Trust me. A guild is about quality, not quantity. I have the support of the great Qingfeng. Even with 10% of the resources, I can make it work at 100%. Trust me. My Beixiang Guild will definitely surpass my brother's Yunsheng Guild." The chubby boy still had a carefree demeanor, as if he wasn't the one being targeted in the group or ignored at home. However, the more Uncle Wu saw this, the more he felt sorry for the young master. He just hoped that the great one named Qingfeng could bring a glimmer of hope to the young master. In Su Chen's mind, the system notification sound after killing the boss kept ringing continuously. "Congratulations! You have killed the level 15 silver tier boss, Black Abyss Cult Priest, gaining experience *70,000. And an additional 20% experience 14,000 for killing 2 levels higher. You have leveled up, current level 14. Congratulations! All attributes increased by 2 points, ranger agility and strength attributes increased by an additional 1 point gained. 5 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Your pet titan gains 16,800 experience, leveled up, current level 13. Hunting heart activated, number of arrows fired +1, current number of arrows fired 4. Drop silver treasure chest, Black Abyss Cult chest. First kill of silver tier boss, rewards, reputation *100, gold *50, faceless mask *1, space crystal *5. Bloodline target has been refreshed, please check. The original golden bloodline disappeared, replaced by a new red bloodline and golden bloodline pointing to the exit of the Black Abyss Cult dungeon. When receiving the rewards for the first kill, Su Chen was very interested in the faceless mask and space crystals, having never seen them before. Faceless mask, after wearing, actively attacking others will not enter the red name state. After killing humanoid creatures, it can record their information and change appearance and information to that of the creature. Supplement, units exceeding your level by 10 can see through the disguise of the faceless mask. I'll be damned. A killing mask. This effect is awesome. With this thing, I won't have to worry about the red name state lowering my reputation when dealing with others in the future. The faceless mask is a special piece of equipment as it does not provide any attribute bonuses and does not occupy an equipment slot, so Su Chen immediately equipped the faceless mask. The effect of disguising as someone else will definitely be effective in specific situations. He thought that perhaps in future dungeons he could use this feature to play many tricks. Su Chen suddenly thought of the moonslaying mad lion, planning to kill him once more to record his information so that in the future, if he encountered someone he offended, he could change into that guy's appearance. Moreover, having the faceless mask is equivalent to having several more aliases. It's never a bad thing to have more aliases while wandering the world. As for the remaining space crystals, they were also good items. Space crystal, using it can increase the storage of the space backpack by 10 slots. Just when he had collected so many white items, his space backpack was almost full. If he opened a silver tier treasure chest next, he might not be able to fit it all in, so these 5 space crystals would come in handy. Su Chen held the 5 space crystals in his hand and silently chanted to use them. The crystals transformed into a blue energy that entered Su Chen's body. At that moment, the space backpack expanded from the original 50 slots to 100 slots, which would be sufficient for a long time. The reputation and gold rewards from the first kill were also quite good. 50 gold coins could indeed be considered a fortune. As for the reputation reward, Su Chen didn't know what it was for yet. The novice village didn't have any introduction. He planned to ask the NPC when he turned in the quest. Indeed, soloing boss gives experience quickly. I'm already at 14 level with 89% experience. Once I go back and receive the quest experience reward, I estimate I'll reach level 15. Honestly, it's quite exciting. Suchen rubbed his hands and focused his attention on the silver chest, hoping that the first kill reward wouldn't give any equipment and that the silver chest would contain something useful. He jogged all the way to the front of the silver treasure chest and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, a dozen pieces of equipment were neatly arranged. Suchen examined each one to assess their quality. After a round of appraisal, he concluded that this treasure chest opening was a small profit. Although there were 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment, a staff and a ring, he could use the ring. But he would have to find a way to deal with the staff. As for the others, there were 4 pieces of bronze-grade equipment and 7 pieces of black iron equipment, which was a bit more generous than the rewards from the last treasure chest he opened. In the wild, likely due to the fact that this time it was a boss. Aside from the silver-grade ring, Suchen didn't find the other equipment appealing and thought he would find a way to sell them later. He put all the equipment into his backpack and then began to carefully examine the ring's effects. Priest ring, silver grade, equip slot, ring effect, health plus 200, mana plus 500, physical resistance plus 25, spell resistance plus 25, mana regeneration plus 3 per second. Compatible classes, all classes required level 10 500 points of mana and a 3-point mana regeneration per second. This is a mage's divine ring. But the other attributes are also decent, so it can be used. At least I won't have to worry about running out of mana for a long time. Suchen extended his hand to take a look, and indeed, silver-grade equipment was different. This ring was still sparkling, quite beautiful. In addition to the equipment, the treasure chest also dropped 2 scrolls and a skill book. One of the scrolls was a black soul scroll, which was no different from other black soul scrolls, so Suchen directly put it together with the other 8 black soul scrolls. Sure enough, it dropped. Just right, now I have enough 9 scrolls. I'll go see what exactly is hidden under that statue later. There was also a Summon Evil Spirit Scroll. Summon Evil Spirit Scroll, upon use, summons 15 Shadow Souls that last up to 300 seconds. Shadow Souls are immune to physical damage, can move, and can wield scythes to attack, each attack dealing 300 area spell damage. 15 shadows? Lasting 300 seconds. This is definitely a great item for group battles. Put it away, put it away. Although Suchen's single target damage was terrifying, he indeed lacked certain means for dealing with groups. Just like when facing over 50 players earlier, if it weren't for the fact that the opponents had their own agendas and were disorganized, it would have been quite difficult to handle. However, if he had this item, dealing with that group would be a piece of cake. Being immune to physical damage in the early stages when mages hadn't fully developed was quite terrifying. Lastly, there was a skill book. Dark Spirit Sacrifice compatible classes. Shield Guardian, Warrior Quality, 2 stars effect, consumes 15% of maximum health, increases dual resistance by 50 points and attack power by 30 points. Lasts for 3 minutes cooldown, 10 minutes. The attributes gained from this skill were quite good. 50 points of dual resistance and 30 attack power were comparable to an entire piece of bronze-grade equipment, making it very useful in the early stages when everyone's attributes hadn't risen yet. However, the side effect was also significant, directly consuming 15% of maximum health. Overall, the strength was average, just right for the Shield Guardian, and he believed the chubby guy would want it too. He immediately sent the effect of the Dark Spirit Sacrifice skill book to the little fatty, asking if he needed it. Before the little fatty could respond, Suchen suddenly noticed that the 9 black soul scrolls in the spatial backpack began to tremble, as if they were responding to some kind of summoning. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the statue outside the stone door. Could it be that the hidden treasure chest is about to appear? Suchen brought 9 black soul scrolls to the statue, extracting all 9 scrolls from his spatial backpack in one go. Next, without needing to stuff them one by one into the hole beneath the statue, all 9 black soul scrolls flew in at once. Sacrifice scrolls, reward, +9 to all attributes, +9 to physical and magical resistance. Sacrificing 9 scrolls triggers hidden conditions, opening a concealed entrance for adventurers to explore freely. This reward is quite good. No other flashy stuff, just a direct increase of 9 points to all attributes and both resistances, equivalent to the attributes of an additional piece of bronze-level equipment. However, what on earth is this concealed entrance mentioned earlier? In the next moment, a clicking sound of gears echoed from within the statue, and the base of the statue shifted to the left, revealing a hole wide enough for a single person. The hole was very deep and extremely winding. Even with the effect of night vision potions, the details inside were indiscernible. The conditions to trigger this statue's entrance were quite harsh, requiring the collection of 9 black soul scrolls. If it weren't for the large gathering of people before the dungeon, it would have been impossible to gather them. I estimate there must be quite a few good things inside. Suchen heightened his vigilance and curiously entered the hole. After walking through 2 or 3 bends, what initially seemed like a naturally formed hole revealed stone bricks, and the walls began to glow with a faint blue light from the fluorescent stones, dazzling and beautiful. There were no dangers encountered along the way, and after walking down for a few minutes, he saw a half-person high exit not far away. Suchen approached the exit and discovered that behind it was a secret chamber. Does this mean he has reached the end? Why is there so much black mist in this secret chamber? It looks quite eerie. He leaned in to take a look. This secret chamber was much smaller than the area behind the stone door, but the ceiling was very low, only 2 meters high, giving a sense of oppression. Moreover, the low ceiling allowed the black mist to completely fill the chamber, eliminating the possibility of bypassing the mist by climbing or flying. At the end of the room, amidst the black mist, there was a box that looked very luxurious and emitted a faint glow, more splendid than any box he had encountered before. Logically, anything above silver level should be gold level, but this box didn't seem to have the texture of gold level, which was a bit strange. Whatever it is, hidden so deep and requiring such effort to find, it surely can't be bad. I need to find a way to get my hands on it. However, the black mist blocking the way is indeed a problem. I don't know what effect this thing has. I need to let Titan try the reality of this black mist. After thinking for a moment, Suchin decided to send Titan in to test it. After all, there were no enemies around, and there was no indication of entering combat mode. If there really was a problem, he could just recall his pet. In the next moment, little Titan appeared in the black mist, looking bewildered. In an instant, the floating black mist began to corrode little Titan's shell like sulfuric acid, and a damage number of -805 appeared on his back. The damage hit twice per second. Little Titan's current magical resistance was 195 points, so without the magic resistance calculation, the damage should be 2000 points per second. What the hell? Is this thing's damage really that insane? Seeing the situation was dire, Suchen immediately recalled little Titan. From the moment he appeared to being recalled, it only took 3 seconds, and little Titan had already lost 3000 health points. Suchen secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had let little Titan test it first, otherwise, with his own frail body, he would have been done for in 2 seconds. He looked at the treasure chest not far away and began to complain. This dungeon is really something else. The conditions to open the concealed entrance are so harsh, and they even placed a bunch of black mist here. What? New player can withstand this damage? Hee, but I'm the exception. Suchen pulled out a scroll from his spatial backpack. Mystic Shield Scroll Effect grants a shield that can withstand 20,000 points of damage for up to 5 minutes. He had originally thought this scroll would be used for fighting monsters, but he didn't expect to use it here. Well, for a scroll with a fixed value, the earlier it is used, the more effective it is. Suchen tore the scroll apart in one go, and with a hum, a layer of earthy yellow membrane appeared around him, looking very reassuring. The distance from the cave entrance to the chest was 20 meters. If he moved quickly, it shouldn't be a problem. He prepared himself at the edge of the cave and dashed straight for the chest. The surrounding black mist continuously eroded the shield, but it was all blocked. After grabbing the chest, Suchen sprinted back toward the cave entrance. Just as the shield was about to give way, he returned to the safe zone. At that moment, the shield had only a little over 1,000 points left. Phew! Exciting! Suchen patted his chest, taking a deep breath to calm his heart rate. Looking at the dazzling chest that radiated light, Suchen could only hope that the quality of the items inside was high enough, otherwise he would have wasted a mystic shield scroll. He placed the chest on the ground, held his breath, and focused, only to hear a creak as he opened the treasure chest. Inside the chest, there was only a plain, unremarkable flag. Mysterious flag, unnamed, type, special item, master status, awaiting master, once bound, cannot be dropped, stolen, or snatched. Effect, killing any unit allows the accumulation of soul energy, no limit, which can be consumed at the right time to deal devastating damage to a wide area of enemies. Supplement 1 soul energy equals 100 points of damage. Damage range is related to soul energy. Supplement 2. The soul energy gained from killing units is related to the unit's combat power. Killing players will grant additional soul energy bonuses. Description: a special flag containing the power of destruction. Shoo, listen, it's the sound of souls wailing. After Suchen carefully examined the effects of this item, 1,000 grass mud horses ran through his mind. Damn it! This is definitely a godly artifact. Anything related to unlimited stacking is never weak. Although this flag provides no attributes, with this effect, what more could you want? Killing monsters can accumulate energy, and consuming energy can produce wide area damage. Normally, just grinding monsters is fine, but if he encounters an insurmountable problem, he can unleash all the accumulated energy at once. With this thing, it's like holding a nuclear bomb in his hand. Do you recognize the mysterious flag? Note: once recognized, the item cannot be traded. Confirm. Such a good item, Suchen certainly wouldn't sell it to others, not in the early stages, and not later either. As long as there is a continuous supply of soul energy, this thing is useful at any time. Congratulations, the mysterious flag has been recognized. Please modify the item name. 10,000 souls, no. Human Emperor Banner. Suchen thought for a moment and named it directly. It was both a monster-killing energy stacker and a flag. Suchen couldn't think of a more suitable name than this. Thus, the greatest treasure of the Black Abyss Sect dungeon completely belonged to Suchen. Done, all set. I'll clear out the junk equipment and sell it after exiting the dungeon. Suchen thought to himself, checking to ensure there were no overlooked treasures, and then exited the dungeon. Just as he came out of the Black Abyss Sect dungeon, he heard a familiar voice. Xingfeng Gu. I'm here. At the exit of the cave barrier, Suchen saw the little fatty waving from afar on the mountain path. Suchen was a bit curious and waved back. Oh? Little fatty, how did you get here so quickly? Xingfengge, the wind is strong on the mountain path, let's talk when I come down, the little fatty shouted, then only brought Uncle Wu with him as they made their way down the mountain road to the entrance of the Black Abyss sect. Just in time. For you to come, I sent you a message earlier, I happen to have a few items for sale. See if you can take these. Su Chen said calmly. Xingfengge, you're better than my real brother. I just established a small guild and really need equipment. I'll take anything. The little fatty quickly replied upon hearing this. Oh, I see, the Yunqing Guild, right? I've seen it on the forum, quite a big deal, and the treatment for recruits is good. Su Chen recalled seeing the Yunqing Guild on the forum and politely said a few words. However, this sentence clearly struck a nerve with the little fatty, who bitterly smiled and said, Sigh, the Yunqing Guild is my brother's guild. The guild I established is called the Overlord Guild. Oh, sorry. By the way, did you look at the Dark Spirit Sacrifice skill book I sent you earlier? Su Chen felt a bit awkward and changed the subject. Mentioning the skill book, the little fatty quickly nodded. It's very suitable for me. Xingfengge, just name your price. Su Chen paused for a moment and then said, No rush, you said you opened a guild, so let me show you all this equipment first, and then we can settle the total with the skill book at the end. With that, Su Chen took out a total of 7 bronze level equipment, 13 black iron level equipment, and over 30 white items that had dropped from the dungeon and were replaced. The bronze and black iron equipment that others treated as treasures were piled up like junk in front of Su Chen. As for the dropped silver tier staff, it was listed separately. After all, it was silver tier, more valuable than those broken bronze and black iron items. Here, take a look, old friend, check the market price and give me a rough price, I'll sell it all to you in a bundle. Su Chen said casually, completely ignoring the astonished expressions of the two. Xingfengge, are you selling all of these? The little fatty closed his gaping mouth and asked Su Chen, slightly in disbelief. Su Chen looked a little fatty up and down, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes, thinking, wasn't this supposed to be the young master of the Yunsheng group? Surely he could afford this. After entering the main city, as players' strengths increased, the original black iron and bronze bosses were also being defeated. Consequently, the value of the equipment dropped significantly. Now the market price for ordinary bronze level equipment was around 40,000 each, black iron was just a few thousand, and white items were even less valuable, not exceeding 500. Even with the silver level staff and skill book included, it was estimated to be worth just over 500,000. Could it be that this chubby kid, a proper young master of the Yunsheng group, couldn't even come up with over 500,000? That seemed impossible. Well, yes, you make an offer. You're the one in charge of the office, so the equipment can be used by the people below. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to let the chubby kid make the first offer. As a result, the chubby kid and Uncle Wu began to discuss, with the chubby kid looking very determined, especially when he saw the silver level staff. His eyes widened. Their voices were not loud while they discussed, and Su Chen politely turned aside so he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, seeing Uncle Wu's constant hand gestures, it seemed they had differing opinions. After a minute or two, the chubby kid directly ignored Uncle Wu's advice and made an offer to Su Chen. Brother Xingfeng, 70,000, I'll cover all the equipment, how about that? The chubby kid's tone was very firm. Uncle Wu repeatedly tried to dissuade him. Mr. Xingfeng, let's not take that staff for now. Young master, I really can't use that silver level staff. I'm getting old, and I haven't had much exposure to games before, so there's no need to spend this unnecessary money. Brother Xingfeng, 70,000 has been transferred to you through the official channel. The chubby kid made a series of operations, and Uncle Wu couldn't stop him. Su Chen checked and indeed saw 70,000 had arrived. This, young master, that's over 10,000 more, that's not a small amount. And you are a young master, still using bronze level weapons. If I directly use silver level weapons, this. Uncle Wu was somewhat at a loss. Wu Shu, aren't you treating yourself as an outsider? Your increase in combat power is equivalent to my increase in combat power, right? And although you are a butler, you are also considered an elder. What's wrong with having a higher weapon specification than mine? I, Xiao Tianba, don't care about these trivial matters. The chubby kid said, carefully persuading Uncle Wu. Su Chen couldn't help but look at the chubby kid with new eyes. This kid was quite protective of his own. Although he was a rich second generation, he was never arrogant and treated his own people well, spending over 10,000 just like that. After persuading Uncle Wu, the chubby kid smiled at Su Chen and scratched his head. Brother Xingfeng, it was a pleasure working together. If there are good things in the future, continue to contact me. Su Chen extended his hand and made an okay gesture. By the way, Brother Xingfeng, we all heard about your glorious feat of blocking over 50 people by yourself here. Really cool. But according to spies from the Zhanyu group, a few of them are still harboring ill intentions. They are now spreading the word that you are extremely arrogant, using force to bully the weak. They are currently uniting a bunch of rabble and preparing to gather 300 people to put a citywide bounty on you. Brother Xingfeng, although your combat power is strong, after all, it's 300 people and there's strength in numbers. How about you lay low for a while? Or come to my guild? Although my guild doesn't have many members, if you blend in, it won't be noticeable. The chubby kid expressed his concern. He believed Su Chen's combat power was very strong, but he also felt that it was difficult to take on so many people. However, Suchen glanced at the evil spirit summoning scroll and human emperor banner in his backpack and thought about those 300 low-level players, falling into deep contemplation. In the outskirts of Wind Whisper City, the Moon Slayer Lion was feeling both frustrated and uncomfortable. There was no need to elaborate on the discomfort. This was already the third time he had died at Suchen's hands. Originally supposed to be at T0 level, his current level was even lower than that of the Moon Slayer Red Dragon. Frustration? Yes, because he really couldn't fight back. That guy Qingfeng was just too strong. His talent was inherently one that bullied the weak, having a significant advantage against enemies with lower attack power, but against those with higher damage he had no advantage at all. However, it was clear that this situation was beyond his control. Not just him, but the entire Moon Slayer guild, with so many people, all knew that their guild was losing face terribly. Just after logging off, he was scolded by the boss again. To be honest, although he was stubborn, he also understood that in a one-on-one duel he was just looking for death. To defeat Qingfeng, he could only rely on a strategy of overwhelming numbers. With the boss's order, the Moon Slayer guild managed to organize around 300 people. But the Moon Slayer Lion still felt a bit scared at the thought of Qingfeng, always feeling it wasn't enough, so he applied to the headquarters to see if they could gather 500 people before going to confront Qingfeng. Outside the city, Shanglan Hongyan and Shanglan Meiying noticed the movements of the Moon Slayer group and easily deduced that organizing so many people was likely aimed at dealing with Qingfeng. Xiaoying, let's go, we'll follow them, Shanglan Hongyan whispered, then trailed behind the team, pretending to explore the map and fight monsters while actually following the group. After all, with so many people, even if Qingfeng is strong, he can't withstand a strategy of overwhelming numbers. If we follow them, if Qingfeng really is in danger, with my face as Shanglan Hongyan, I can still mediate. This way, we can have Qingfeng owe us a favor, which will be useful in the future. Xiaoying, you're an assassin faster than me. Go ahead of the team. Gather intelligence and we'll communicate online, Shanglan Hongyan instructed Shanglan Meiying. Outside Wind Whisper City, at the mountain pass, at the entrance of the hidden dungeon of the Black Abyss cult. So you mean to say they sent people to encircle me? Su Chen confirmed the news again. The chubby guy was a bit confused. Why wasn't he panicking? That was hundreds of people. Even if each one dealt a bit of force damage, the shield guard wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone Qingfeng, a ranger. Qingfeng, why aren't you worried? That's 300 people. They claim they want to beat you back to the novice village. Su Chen wasn't anxious, but the chubby guy was getting anxious, trying to find ways to persuade Su Chen to lay low. Su Chen was calculating in his mind, if it was really as the chubby guy said, 300 people, it would indeed be a bit tricky. If a fight broke out, it would probably cost not just the evil spirit summoning scroll, but even the shadow crystal that Qingyu had given him before. The evil spirit summoning scroll didn't matter much, he figured he wouldn't need it later, but he didn't want to use the shadow crystal just yet. At the very least, he needed to keep one trump card. If he didn't use the shadow crystal, things would get tricky. His damage was high, but his health wasn't enough. Taking on 300 was still a bit difficult, and he needed to prepare well. His level was already at the late stage of level 14, and after turning in the quest at the White Tower, he would probably reach level 15. At level 15, he would have the opportunity to redistribute his points. Right now, he didn't lack damage or attack speed, so if he could allocate the extra free attribute points to health, his tankiness would at least double. In addition, he could ask the sage at the White Tower if there were any extra scrolls available, preferably defensive and area damage ones. Once he was well prepared, he figured dealing with these people wouldn't be a problem. Qingfeng, how are you considering it? Do you want to mix in with our Overlord Guild? I can have a few people sandwich you in the middle. With so many people, they shouldn't be able to recognize you. Su Chen shook his head and then asked the chubby guy, how much does your guild compensate if someone dies while on duty? The chubby guy was a bit confused by this abrupt question. It depends on the level. If it's above the average level, dying once costs 2,000, if below, it costs 1,500. All dropped equipment is fully compensated, and T0 level combat power gets extra compensation. What's up, Qingfeng Ge? Su Chen took out 10 silver coins and handed them to the chubby guy. Could you help me find a brother to kill? Of course, just to drop a level. If any equipment drops, it goes back to the original owner. These 10 silver coins are the compensation, no level requirements, you decide. Ha? Oh, okay, just a moment. The chubby guy was a bit puzzled but still followed Su Chen's instructions and brought over a tall warrior. 10 silver coins for a level drop, are you willing? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of the 10 silver coins, that's equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Unlike Su Chen, who received rewards daily, ordinary players really didn't have much currency saved up, so these 10 silver coins were quite a sum. I'm willing. Su Chen nodded, handed the silver coins to the man, then put on the previously rewarded faceless mask and shot an arrow directly at the man's heart. After the kill, there was indeed no red name status, and the attribute panel of the faceless mask displayed a new description. Faceless mask, wearing it and actively attacking others will not trigger red name status. After killing humanoid creatures, it can record their information and transform into their appearance and information. Stored information. 1/10 Su-chen silently thought to switch, and then his figure began to stretch and change. His face first became blurry, then gradually became clear, and he had transformed into the appearance of the man he just killed. Even if outsiders checked the information panel, it would be identical, with no flaws. Now I can't be recognized. Why you are Qingfeng Go? The chubby guy, witnessing the entire transformation process, was completely stunned. It's me, Su-chen replied. The chubby guy's eyes sparkled. Wow, this game can be played like this? Qingfeng Go, how did you achieve this effect? Can you get one for me too? I'll pay 1 million. No, 2 million. Su-chen glanced at the chubby guy, thinking that this thing was probably only obtainable as a first kill reward in the early stages. He wanted to sell it too, but he needed it for himself. With this effect, it was definitely worth more than 2 million. I'll keep an eye out, and if I get another one, I'll bring it to you. Alright, I need to head into the city now, we'll talk later. Okay, safe travels. Qingfeng Go. Su-chen, in the guise of the tall warrior, strolled back to the city. Leisurely. On the way, he indeed encountered the Zhanyu team, a crowd of 300 to 400 people. They spread out, checking the faces and photos of players returning from the mountain pass, only letting them through after confirming they were not Su-chen. With the faceless mask, Su-chen easily blended in. Once inside the city, Su-chen quickly arrived at the entrance of the White Tower. The guard at the entrance reported that he needed to deliver a task to the White Tower sage and was preparing to submit the task for a reward. Phew, finally back. I wonder what the reward is. With such a brutal dungeon difficulty, and it being a task directly issued by the White Tower sage, the reward surely can't be worse than a silver treasure chest. Su-chen waited silently for a while, but the result of his wait surprised him. This time, it was not the White Tower sage who greeted him, but the mentor of the Job Change Temple, Xingyu. Upon seeing Su-chen, Xingyu smiled gently, as if she had anticipated his arrival. What's wrong? Surprised to see me? A little adventurer has some skills, and a rather peculiar mask. Interesting. Xingyu's level was much higher than Su-chen's, so the effect of the mask was ineffective against her. Su-chen reacted quickly and replied with a grin, well, it's just that seeing the beautiful and graceful sister Xingyu has really touched my heart. It's been a while, and you've become even more beautiful. You little brat, always with the flattery, Xing. You seemed quite familiar with Su-chen this time, even able to share a few jokes. Alright, let's get down to business. There's been a situation deep in the ruins of the southern city's underground dungeon. The White Tower sage went to handle it. Since the adventurer's levels are quite low right now, no one needs to change jobs temporarily. Other assistants have come over, and I've sent them to help me out while I cover for the White Tower sage. What? Did something go wrong with the task? Aren't you going to find your teammates? This task isn't easy. If you delay, it won't be completed within 3 days. Xingyu was a bit curious, as the White Tower sage had entrusted the task entirely to her, and she was aware of Su-chen's task details. Su-chen grinned and took out the abyssal proof he obtained after slaying the abyssal cult priest from his backpack, handing it to Xingyu. I've just successfully completed the task. Upon seeing the abyssal proof, Xingyu's pupils suddenly constricted, and she examined it closely. It really is the abyssal proof. She scrutinized Su-chen, her eyes filled with admiration. Level 14, clearing the abyssal cult dungeon was no simple feat. Did other adventurers team up to help you? Xingyu asked skeptically. Su-chen replied firmly, no, I cleared the dungeon by myself. Hearing this, Xingyu's skeptical gaze did not diminish. How could a level 14 adventurer handle a dungeon of the abyssal cult alone? According to the records on the abyssal proof, there was only one person who cleared it, which meant what he said was indeed true. So there were only 2 possibilities behind this Qingfeng. There might be a local powerhouse aiding him, helping him grow stronger, and that person must be very strong. Perhaps even a 4th or 5th job transfer powerhouse. The second possibility was that Qingfeng was an exceptionally talented genius, clearing the abyssal cult dungeon and exterminating the remnants of the abyssal cult by his own ability. Thinking of this, Xingyu couldn't help but look at Su-chen with newfound respect. Regardless of which possibility it was, this adventurer was worth her investment, and it wouldn't be a problem to increase his reward a bit. Moreover, since he could clear the abyssal cult dungeon, perhaps he could also handle the job change token of that profession that she had treasured for a long time. With that thought, she said lightly, since the task is completed, I will issue your reward on behalf of the White Tower sage. A notification sound echoed in Su-chen's mind. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Eliminate the Black Abyss cult followers. Reward 50 gold coins, 50,000 experience, class adaptation 2-star skill book *1, selectable silver tier equipment *1, White Tower free pass, cold lens scroll. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your current level is 15. Please go to the job change temple mentor to prepare for your job change. Su-chen quickly checked his rewards. The 50,000 experience points had directly brought him to level 15, and the 50 gold coins were a substantial amount, making his total gold exceed 100 now, allowing him to unlock higher level merchant guild ranks and purchase more advanced items. However, he glanced at his space backpack and even searched through his mailbox, but he couldn't find the class adaptation 2-star skill book and the silver tier equipment. Ahem, no need to look, I didn't give you the equipment or the skill book, I intercepted them, Xingyu reminded him with a light cough. Because I appreciate you, I used my mentor privileges to upgrade the 2-star skill book reward to a 3-star skill book. This time, I only brought one skill book with me, and you don't get to choose, Xingyu said, pulling out a skill book that still had a milky scent and shaking it. In addition, the silver tier equipment is a bit lacking. I happened to obtain a piece of golden tier armor while hunting monsters earlier, and it's quite good, suitable for rangers. Now that you're level 15, you can equip it. Take a look at the effect. After that, Xingyu snapped her fingers, and a light, shimmering golden leather armor appeared on the ground. Suchen felt a surge of joy upon hearing Xingyu's words, thinking to himself that this was great. It seemed that building a good relationship with the job mentor really paid off, as even task rewards could be upgraded. The 2-star skill book became a 3-star skill book, and the silver tier equipment turned into golden tier equipment. When did the spirit realm become so generous? Or was this a hidden benefit for standing at the forefront of all players? But who cares? If there's a bargain, one should take it. There's no reason to refuse good things that come knocking at the door. Thank you, Sister Changyu. Sister Chang. You is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. Alright, stop with the flattery. Try it on and see the effect. Okay. Suchen checked the panels for the skill book and armor. Explosive arrow class. Adaptation, Ranger quality, 3-star effect. For the next 10 seconds, replace normal arrows with explosive arrows. Each explosion will deal 3m*3m physical damage. Physical attack *100%. Supplement, explosive arrow damage will be considered. Normal attacks can crit and add attack effects cooldown. 30 seconds mana cost, 100 light spirit armor, golden tier, equipment slot, armor attributes, health plus 1500, physical defense plus 100, spell resistance plus 100, constitution plus 50, evasion plus 2% special effect. Each normal attack will increase your movement speed by 1%, up to a maximum of 15% movement speed, lasting until the end of combat. Class adaptation, assassin, ranger, warrior required level. To equip, level 15. Closing the attribute panel, Suchen's heart was filled with joy. This truly is equipment of the golden tier, with a base health of 1500 points plus 50 points in constitution that totals a full 2000 health points. With this piece of equipment in hand, my tankiness has tripled. Moreover, the special effect is quite useful, as it grants an additional 15% movement speed as long as I remain in combat. In a boss battle, sometimes, what can determine the outcome of the fight is indeed movement speed. Besides the golden tier armor, that 3-star skill book is also extremely compatible with Suchen. Explosive area damage, and it even comes with attack effects. This is a perfect match for my talent. After defeating the Black Abyss cult priest, Suchen's one arrow now effectively counts as 4, all capable of triggering the explosive effect, and they all deal true damage. Although the 4 arrows can't scatter, even so, it's already quite terrifying. With these 2 items, Suchen, feeling a surge of excitement, suddenly wanted to find someone to kill. Those 300 to 400 people outside the city seem like a good target. By the way, you've reached level 15. Just wait for another hour. After the Sage of the White Tower returns, you can go to the Temple of Job Change to find me. I'll arrange your job change. There will be something good for you to see then. That's something I've treasured for a long time, a precious token that only exists in the entire Wind Whisper City. As for now, I need to return to the White Tower first. After saying this mysteriously, Xingyu gave Suchen a kind smile, and then returned to the White Tower. Good thing? What good thing? It's surprising that even a powerful professional mentor would call it precious. You have to know that when Xingyu just gave Suchen the golden tier equipment, she didn't even blink, which means the value of this item must far exceed that of golden tier equipment. With the support of golden tier armor and a 3-star skill book, Suchen no longer needed to wait until level 15 to deal with that group of lowly opponents from Jianyu. Now, he was the hunter, and the others were merely prey. However, since he was a hunter, it was better to catch them off guard. Jianyu's people were scattered, making it difficult to catch them all at once. If they spread out too much and a few escape, it's not a big deal if the Emperor's banner has a few less energy stacks, but the key is that if they spread out and form a good formation, it will be hard to deal with. It's better to reduce some risks if possible. After thinking for a moment, Suchen relaxed his brow, a plan forming in his mind. After leaving Wind Whisper City, Suchen followed the trail of the crowd and found Jianyu's group. He saw Jianyu's Mad Lion in the distance, recruiting troops while sending people to look for Suchen. Since obtaining the Emperor's banner, he still didn't know how much energy he could gain from killing someone, so it was just right to test it on this group. Suchen maintained the appearance of others and approached, pretending to be in a hurry, shouting, "I found Xingfeng's location." Jianyu's team was too scattered now, and this terrain was just right. The Mad Lion of Jianyu immediately stopped what he was doing, rushed over to Suchen in a few steps, and hurriedly asked, Where is Xingfeng?" Suchen felt a surge of joy. Sure enough, this fool Jianyu's Mad Lion could be easily tricked, just as the forum had commented. Truly a low point in Jianyu's intelligence. It's on the slope of Luocheng Mountain to the west of the city. I just saw him leveling up there. The monsters he was fighting were all one-hit kills. It must be him, Suchen said decisively. However, although Jianyu's Mad Lion was a bit foolish, he wasn't so easily convinced. He asked several details about Suchen, such as the appearance of his equipment and weapons, and how many arrows he shot during an attack. Suchen naturally answered fluently.
Although Zhang Yu's Mad Lion still maintained a skeptical attitude, he thought that since there was news, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. After all, the money for recruiting troops had already been spent, and it felt a bit wasteful to let this group of temporary personnel do nothing. Moreover, he had originally planned to investigate the northern mountain area, so going there was no problem. Zhang Yu's Mad Lion, although lacking confidence in himself, was absolutely confident in this group of hundreds of people. No matter how capable the opponent was, they couldn't possibly take down 300 or 400 people alone. Who did he think he was? Yi Wen? Alright, you lead the way. If you can catch Qingfeng, I'll reward you 5,000. Zhang Yu's Mad Lion glanced at Su Chen and casually pushed him aside, not taking this level 11 guy seriously. The other 3 and 4 teams take the assassins, fewer in number but faster, go around and block the mountain road exit so Qingfeng can't escape. Su Chen smiled cheerfully on the outside, but inwardly he was cursing, thinking, let you be arrogant, let's see how you can be arrogant later. Thus, Su Chen led Zhang Yu's ragtag group towards the northwestern mountain of the city. All the way, it was quite a spectacle. The entire Wind Whisper city, even the whole spirit realm, knew about it. Su Chen also had a speechless expression. He couldn't understand, was this what a sneak attack looked like? They didn't even try to hide. With this level of intelligence, how could he be in charge of such a large guild as Zhang Yu? If it were Zhang Yu's Qilong, it would be somewhat understandable. But even a brain-dead fool like Zhang Yu's Guangshi could hold power. Could it be that he was the boss's brother-in-law? Meanwhile, Shanglan Hongyan and Shanglan Meiying quietly followed along the edge of the team. Of course, because Shanglan Hongyan was too famous, they didn't dare get too close, just following at a distance. Xiaoing, I don't quite understand, can they really encounter Qingfeng like this? Shanglan Hongyan was somewhat speechless, not knowing what that old fox Li Xian Li was thinking, to send such a fool to manage things. Sister Hongyan, but this is also a good thing. At least with Qingfeng's abilities, he should be able to know the direction in advance and have already retreated, Shanglan Meiying said. Because of the announcement, it was a bit awkward for her to mention Qingfeng, but there was no disdain, only respect and caution. That should be the case. Let's keep our distance and observe the situation. We're about to enter the mountain pass, and the terrain is narrow, making it hard to blend in. Shanglan Hongyan nodded at Shanglan Meiying's words, choosing to hover at a distance. But we need to have the scouts observe closely. If they encounter Qingfeng, they must report immediately. What Shanglan Hongyan didn't know was that her decision spared her from an unforeseen disaster. In the northern part of Fengyu City, at Luochang Mountain, on the hillside, they had been walking the mountain path for a while, but apart from monsters, they hadn't seen anything. Because the monster levels here were relatively high, there were hardly any passing players. Hey, where are the people you mentioned? We've been walking for ages and haven't seen a single hair. Zhang Yu Guangshi frowned and shouted fiercely at Su Chen. Su Chen ignored Zhang Yu Guangshi's words and instead climbed onto a large rock to look down. The 300 to 400 people in the team had already entered the mountain through a narrow opening, and in the distance, there were a few scattered players who were just fishing for money, but there were only a few. Already negligible. A smile crept onto his lips. In this place, both sides were steep cliffs, and there was only one narrow opening 2 to 3 meters wide for both entrance and exit, making it the best place for an ambush. Fortunately, he had previously bought a high-spec map for 50 silver at the Merchant Guild, which allowed him to know about this terrain. Hey, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Zhang Yu Guangshi saw that Su Chen, a mere pawn, was ignoring him, and his anger flared up. In his rage, he pulled out a bronze dagger he had bought at a high price, pointing the blade at Su Chen, swinging it down a couple of times, his eyes filled with anger and a hint of disdain. It seemed he was saying, if you know what's good for you, come over and admit your mistake, or I'll kill you. At that moment, a sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. A fool who had already entered the trap dared to be so arrogant? Let's see how you get beaten. With a foul mouth, one deserves a beating. Su Chen raised his bow and arrow under the astonished gaze of the Moonslayer lion. The mask concealed his face completely. Not only had his appearance and clothing changed, but even the weapon in his hand had transformed into an ordinary white bow and arrow, appearing utterly harmless. Seeing Su Chen like this, the Moonslayer lion looked at him as if he were a joke and disdainfully said, "Oh, who do you think you are? Qingfeng? Strutting around with a broken white bow and arrow, pretending to be a big shot?" He knocked on his bronze-grade armor twice. See this? I specially bought bronze-grade armor to deal with Qingfeng, plus 40 physical resistance. With your white bow and arrow, you probably can't even break my defense. Come here, admit your mistake, and maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you until you quit the game. Because Su Chen was currently using someone else's appearance. The Moonslayer lion didn't expect that Su Chen had a special item that could change his appearance on the first day of the game. He still thought Su Chen was just an unnamed rookie angered by his words. That's right, hurry up and admit your mistake, or I'll kill you until you quit. Brother Lion, kill him. How dare he make fun of us? Kill him back to the newbie village. Kill him. Kill him. The closest people to the Moonslayer lion were all his trusted subordinates, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. Meanwhile, the only calm ones were Su Chen's 2 acquaintances, the Moonslayer Red Dragon and the Moonslayer Blue Fish, who remained silent and watched Su Chen warily, instinctively taking 2 steps back.
They seemed to sense that this situation was somewhat unusual. The seemingly ordinary guy in front of them gave off an air of confidence. Suchen smiled slightly and silently activated the explosive arrow skill, the tip of the energy arrow glowing with a fiery red light. If you have the guts, don't dodge. After saying this, Suchen no longer gave the Moonslayer lion time to react. He shot an arrow, and 4 arrows were fired simultaneously, all exploding. Whoosh 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 whoosh, bang 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 bang, -342 4, physical damage -501 4, additional true damage. Although the explosion was fired from a close distance and didn't benefit much from the sniper effect, no one could withstand the simultaneous 4 arrows. The 3-meter by 3-meter explosion area took down 7 people, including the Moonslayer lion. The surrounding crowd was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? How did the health bar just disappear? Where's Brother Lion? Brother Lion. Brother Lion was blown up dead. Meanwhile, the Moonslayer Red Dragon and the Moonslayer Bluefish's pupils constricted as they immediately looked towards Suchen. Although Suchen had maintained someone else's appearance for a long time, that extraordinary damage and the characteristic of rapid-fire arrows had already proven his identity. It's Qingfeng. I didn't expect that. Besides having exceptional martial prowess, he also has the means to change his identity. Only a friend, not an enemy. The Moonslayer Red Dragon reaffirmed his thoughts. Not far away, although Shanglan Hongyan only heard an explosion and was unclear about what had happened. Sister Hongyan, the scout, has sent word that the Moonslayer lion was directly killed by that leading player. And it seems that the leading player, like Qingfeng, is also a ranger and has similarly high damage, with multiple arrows appearing with each shot. Shanglan Meiying's eyes widened in surprise. There's been a change. Don't approach recklessly, let the scout continue to gather information. Shanglan Hongyan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Back to Suchen's side, after killing the Moonslayer lion, the remaining people, no matter how dull, realized it was an enemy attack. A few remaining elite members of the Moonslayer shouted, "Enemy attack! Form up! Form up!" The shield guards pushed forward, while the mages retreated. Stab! Whoosh, bang 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 bang. However, Suchen was not foolish enough to let these people prepare. He struck unexpectedly. First, he summoned the little titan to block the path up the mountain. Then while running on the flank, he shot arrows into the crowd. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. Capture the thief. First capture the king. Suchen's arrows were all aimed at those elite Moonslayers who wanted to organize a resistance. Once these organized elites were killed, and with the fact that they were on the move and hadn't formed a proper formation, the remaining scattered soldiers instantly fell apart. So terrifying. So terrifying. Brothers, the ones leading and paying have already died. Let's hurry and run. But how could Suchen let the soul energy he had just obtained slip away? He directly took out 2 scrolls from his backpack space and tore them open. Evil Spirit Summoning Scroll. After use, summon 15 shadow souls that last up to 300 seconds, immune to physical damage, can move, and can wield sides to attack, each attack causing 300 points of area spell damage. Cold Ground Scroll. After use, summon wind and snow in a radius of 50 meters, reducing enemy movement speed by 25% and attack speed by 25%, lasting 3 minutes. In an instant, the wind and snow and shadows appeared simultaneously. The center of the wind and snow maximally slowed down the overall movement speed, greatly hindering both those preparing to counterattack and those preparing to flee. Suchen assigned 2 shadows to guard the entrance at the foot of the mountain to prevent anyone from escaping, while the rest were evenly distributed around, slaughtering while preventing anyone with special talents from escaping over the steep cliffs. Everything was in place, and the next scene completely turned into Suchen slaughtering 1 against 400. Under the influence of many factors, these untrained soldiers completely lost their combat discipline. Seeing the shadows were troublesome, they gathered their strength and ran towards the little titan. The archer had explosive arrows, and the other 3 directions were either ghostly phantoms or steep cliffs. It seemed that this dark turtle was the easiest to bully. However, they could only say they chose the wrong opponent. The ranger, taking advantage of his ranged attack, aimed at the little titan and began to attack. However, the little titan merely lifted its eyelids, not even glancing at those unfortunate souls, and directly activated its spiked defense, instantly raising its physical resistance to 390 points. A series of numbers appeared on the turtle's back. -1 physical damage. -1 physical damage. Except for a few talents that had armor penetration or true damage, the rest couldn't break through the defense at all. Moreover, the spike defense could reflect damage. In the next second, those archers' health plummeted. The slow ones shot 1 arrow and were left with low health, while the fast ones shot 2 arrows in succession, their health dropping to 0. Now, those surrounded were completely in despair. What the hell is this godly being? In front was a turtle, behind were ghosts, and it was snowing heavily from the sky, plus there were explosions from time to time. We just wanted to grab a bit of money and cling to a big guild's thigh. Is it really necessary? In this rampant slaughter, in just a few minutes, nearly 70% of the people had already been killed. This was a one-sided massacre. For the players inside, whether they wanted to run or fight back, it was all meaningless. Zhan Yuqilong and Zhan Yuqinyu had been hiding relatively far away from the start, and with their agility and awareness, they were still alive now. Zhan Yuqinyu panicked and tugged at Zhan Yuqilong's sleeve, asking, "What?" Should we do, Qilong? Should we go talk to Qing Feng and ask for a pass as allies? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhenya Qilong shook his head. Qingyu, you're panicking. In this situation, we have to die. Even if Qing Feng doesn't kill us, we have to take the initiative to die. Did you see? Someone next to us has started recording. I guess it will be uploaded to the forum. If only we survive, Zhan Yuquang sure will definitely be suspicious. Moreover, to be honest, with our current strength, Qing Feng might not even care about us. Zhanya Qilong took a deep breath, looking at Su Chen, who was slaughtering everyone with a complex expression. On the other side, outside the city, Shanglan Hongyan and Shanglan Meiying were also a bit bewildered. Sister Hongyan, is that person really Qing Feng? How does he have every skill? Could he be an NPC? Shanglan Meiying was somewhat confused. Wasn't it said that Qing Feng was a ranger? How come he had necromancy, wind and snow spells, and all sorts of other skills? Is it really something a player at this stage could do to take on 400 opponents? Shanglan Hongyan was also uncertain. Based on the information from the scouts and logical deductions, it was undoubtedly Qing Feng, but she was puzzled about how someone could have so many tricks up their sleeve, as if their trump cards were endless. Let's wait and see. At this speed, those few hundred people will be killed soon. We can check it out then. It wasn't just Shanglan Meiying and Shanglan Hongyan who were confused. The video was uploaded to the forum, sparking a heated discussion. One post after another emerged. 400 against 1 getting beaten up? Is the Zhanyu Guild losing face? A mysterious figure appears on the hillside, suspected to be Qing Feng in disguise. In a quiet valley, a man battles 400 strongmen in a thrilling fight. After the video was released, netizens came up with increasingly harsh titles. But when clicked on, the content was mostly the same, essentially videos from a first-person perspective of a ranger slaughtering opponents. Watching it, the scene was truly heart-stopping. A giant turtle blocked the way, shadows wielding sides slaughtered, and in the icy world, explosive arrows occasionally appeared. Touching meant death. Brushing against meant injury. If it weren't for knowing this was a game, many netizens would have started criticizing the attacker for being too cruel. So cool. Wow. Is there a new ranger powerhouse besides Qing Feng in the spirit realm? I don't think so. Look at his attack patterns. The rapid-fire arrows and true damage are just like the great Qing Feng. I think it might be a skin-swapping item. The entire spirit realm is almost being played like a single-player game by the great Qing Feng. What a monster, simply a monster. Sigh, Zhanyu is really losing face for big guilds. A guild with tens of thousands of members is being beaten down by a solo player. No, it can't even be said to be beaten down. This is simply a massacre. Who says it isn't? The leader seems to be called Zhanyu Quangshi. I've seen him on the forum so many times. He's nothing but a clown. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Damn, I just went to join the ranks to make some money. I thought it would be easy with a few hundred people against one, but now not only am I dead, I've lost my gear, and that bunch from Zhanyu isn't even saying a word. Give me back my hard-earned money. Return my hard-earned money +1. Return my hard-earned money +1. Hundreds of people, at the cost of losing levels, had completely turned into the Qing Feng that once again echoed through the spirit realm after spreading online. At the same time, the Zhanyu Guild had become a laughingstock in the eyes of all players in the spirit realm. On the slope of Luochang Mountain, Su Chen continued to deal with the remaining defeated soldiers. He silently wondered how much soul energy he could gain after taking care of this group. Over 300 people, surely not everyone would only yield a little, right? He drew his bow and aimed, and amidst the smoke of explosions, he encountered two familiar faces. Ha! Aren't these two the traitors from the Zhanyu Guild? Should I spare their lives? But when Su Chen's gaze locked onto the two, he saw the leading man gesture a slash across his neck. Su Chen was slightly puzzled, but then he realized these two guys didn't want to be exposed. Alright, then I'll be a bit merciful and give them a quick end. He seized the opportunity and shot an arrow at the two. With 4 consecutive explosions, they fell to the ground, their bodies disappearing, leaving only black energy points. 5 minutes later, as the last standing shield guard let out a wail, only Su Chen remained on the slope of Luochang Mountain. He looked at the ravaged land and felt a sense of emotion. Although he had used scrolls and various disposable means, he could barely consider himself a 100-man enemy. However, it was a pity that since this time Su Chen had taken the initiative to attack the enemy, he was not in a red name state when most of the enemies died. The average equipment drop rate was 25%, meaning that out of more than 400 people, over 100 pieces of equipment dropped. It was an unexpected windfall. He opened the chat panel, found the video recording function, and spun around 360 degrees, capturing the entire battlefield to send to the chubby guy, along with a message. Qing Feng, video transmission in progress. Video transmission successful. Qing Feng, remember you told me before that you started a guild? I have some goods here, see if you can take them. About half a minute later, the chubby guy quickly replied. Ji Ba Tianxia, brother Qing Feng. My god, that's insane. 400 people. You killed them all just like that? Qing Feng just used some small tricks, nothing more. Let's not talk about that. Are you taking the equipment? From a friend's perspective, I remind you to think carefully. If you take these items, there's a high chance you'll be targeted by the Zhanyu Guild. Ji ba tianxia, take. With brother Qingfeng backing me, what's there to fear from a mere Zhanyu? Besides, my Bawan guild is part of the Yunshang group, a small Zhanyu is really no problem. Qingfeng, that's good. I'll transfer them to you in batches, you can price them according to the market. Ji ba tianxia, alright, thanks for the feed, big brother. Su Chen closed the chat interface and began to collect the scattered equipment on the ground one by one. However, while gathering the spoils, Su Chen found a pet skill book. It seemed that with a larger crowd, there was still a chance to get some good items. At this stage, unless players encountered some fortuitous events or completed hidden achievements, most players wouldn't need a pet skill book. Su Chen held the pet skill book in his hand, focused his thoughts, and checked its information. King's Exchange type pet skill book effect causes spatial distortion within a 200 m range, swapping the positions of the pet and the owner, entering a non-targetable state for 0.25 seconds during the swap. Cooldown time 30 seconds. The skill is pretty good. It can definitely be considered a long-distance displacement. Su Chen exclaimed in surprise, not expecting an additional benefit. This King's Exchange is a godly skill whether in the early, mid, or late game. Whether it's the ultra-long distance displacement within 200 meters or the 0.25 seconds of non-targetable state, it has a significant effect in actual combat. Just imagine if an enemy manages to bypass the blockade of Little Titan and rushes to Su Chen's side, then with a King's Exchange, not only is the distance reopened, but they also directly enter Little Titan's taunt zone, getting controlled right on the spot. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Su Chen called Little Titan to his side, then took out the pet skill book, aimed it at Little Titan, and silently chanted to use it. In the next moment, the pet skill book in his hand transformed into light points and merged into Little Titan's body. Congratulations, your pet Titan has successfully learned the skill King's Exchange. Since he had obtained the skill, he naturally had to try it out. Su Chen let Little Titan move a bit further away, and when it reached the edge of 200 meters, Su Chen clearly saw a dashed line appearing with Little Titan at the center at a radius of 200 meters. This should be the maximum release distance. Su Chen stood at the edge of the dashed line and silently chanted King's Exchange. In an instant, both Su Chen and Little Titan transformed into two clusters of light points, quickly swapping positions at an extremely fast speed, only taking 0.25 seconds, while their bodies appeared in a semi-transparent state, meaning they were non-targetable. Once he regained his senses, Su Chen had already arrived at Little Titan's original position. So useful. Whether it's pulling a boss or fighting in a team battle, it's a godly skill. After using the skill, Su Chen recalled Little Titan into the pet space. Now that the equipment had been collected, he handed everything over to the chubby guy, who directly transferred the money. Since the dropped equipment this time was not in good condition, with many white items and significantly fewer black iron and bronze ones, they only sold for 200,000, and that was with the chubby guy rounding up the price. However, Su Chen didn't complain. After all, these were just drops from a team battle, and he didn't expect these minor enemies to drop any good equipment. Earning money was already good enough. Moreover, even 200,000 is not a small amount. Su Chen had earned over $1 million throughout the day, something he wouldn't have dared to imagine just yesterday. No rush to pay the mortgage after being poor for so long. If I pay it off rashly, it might raise suspicions. Tomorrow, I'll directly buy a game pod through the official Lingjing website. That way I can spend most of my time in Lingjing. After a brief thought, Su Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with the chubby guy and then refocused his attention on the clusters of black dots in front of him. Soul energy can be absorbed through the Emperor's banner and stored within, ready to be activated to unleash terrifying energy. He took the Emperor's banner out of his space backpack, seemingly already able to feel that this strange flag in his hand had a strong desire for the scattered soul energy on the ground. This thing feels a bit creepy, but I like it, ha ha ha. After releasing his hand, the Emperor's banner floated directly into the air, instantly emitting a thick wave of black energy. The soul energy was being drawn towards it. Su Chen could clearly see the soul energy contained within the Emperor's banner rising steadily. Soul energy storage 10, soul energy storage 20, soul energy storage 30, soul energy storage 857, soul explosion radius 85.7 m. After soaring to 857 points, the rising trend finally came to a halt. Over 800 points, not bad. On average, each person can provide more than 2 points of soul energy, with 1 point of soul energy equating to 100 points of damage. That means this single explosion could deal 80,000 damage. And it's a super large explosion with a radius of over 80 meters. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Not realizing until now, at level 15, a single explosion could deal 80,000 points of damage, and a radius of 85.7 meters. To be honest, Su Chen was tempted, thinking about whether he should turn back and unleash an explosion in the crowded area of the Transmutation Temple. Just imagine how much soul energy he could collect. However, as much as he thought about it, Su Chen certainly wouldn't actually do it. If he really went, he would probably be turned into a public enemy in the spirit realm by the players, not to mention that the NPCs guarding the city wouldn't let him off either. But then again, if he waited for the guild to issue the guild order and the Moon Slashing Guild established its territory outside the city, then it would be fine to unleash an explosion there. After clearing the battlefield, Suchen specifically used the faceless mask to record information about a few people. This included the 3 he was familiar with: moon-slashing Mad Lion, moon-slashing Red Dragon, and moon-slashing Blue Fish, along with a few randomly selected individuals to make a total of 10. After all, the information recorded by the faceless mask could be deleted at any time, and leaving empty slots would be a waste. In the world of martial arts, having a few alternate accounts is always a good idea. When something troublesome happens, he could simply switch to another appearance. Wouldn't that be wonderful? With that, Suchen hummed a little tune, transforming into the appearance of an unnamed soldier preparing to return to the city to accept the transmutation task. He estimated that by this time, Xingyu had already returned to the transmutation temple. Earlier, she had mysteriously mentioned having good things, but he still didn't know what they were. The scenery of Falling Green Mountain was beautiful, suddenly resembling the landscape of Mount Tai in late spring, but the only downside was that after the battle, there were quite a few broken trees and trampled grass around. Suchen sat on his undead horse, leisurely exiting the valley, only to find 2 dashing figures waiting for him in the distance. Suchen focused his gaze, noticing that both women in front of him had outstanding qualities. The one slightly ahead had large, wavy hair and a tall, proud figure, her eyes filled with confidence, giving off a strong and determined vibe. The one behind, while slightly less impressive in demeanor, had an even taller stature, her gaze a bit colder, holding a dagger in her hand, always in a state of readiness, only lowering her guard slightly when near the woman in front. The people from the St. Lan Guild seemed to have come for an unknown purpose. "Qingfeng, may I dismount for a chat?" The clearly more assertive and charismatic long-haired woman stepped forward and said, "This is our first meeting, let me introduce myself. I am Shanglan Hongyan, the president of the St. Lan Guild and also the actual power holder of the St. Lan Club." Upon hearing this, Suchen couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. The president of the St. Lan Guild? How did she end up in the territory of Zhanyu? As far as he knew, on the forum, the 3 major guilds each occupied their own territory, and it seemed that Fengyu City did not belong to the influence of the St. Lan Guild. Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Thinking of this, Suchen asked with interest, "The presidents of the 3 major guilds are undoubtedly influential figures in the spirit realm. May I ask why you have come to seek me today?" His gaze fell on Shanglan Hongyan, trying to find answers in her expression and demeanor. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Shanglan Hongyan's mouth as she gently shook her head. If someone else had said such a thing, she might not have found it inappropriate. After all, with her strength and status, being called a big shot was well deserved. However, when the same praise was directed at Qingfeng, it struck her as oddly ironic. Compared to the renowned and formidable Qingfeng, I, as the president of the guild, really cannot dare to belittle myself by calling myself a big shot. Shanglan Hongyan's tone carried a hint of self-mockery and helplessness. Then, she got straight to the point. "Let's be frank, I came all the way to Fengyu City specifically to meet you and sincerely invite you to join our St. Lan Guild." Faced with such a straightforward invitation, Suchen replied without hesitation, "Sorry, I'm not interested." His refusal was crisp and clear, without any hesitation. It was absurd. He wouldn't even consider joining the Yunsheng Group, let alone the St. Lan, which was merely a gaming industry company. How much could they offer? It was completely unnecessary. Suchen's response seemed to be entirely within Shanglan Hongyan's expectations, and she continued, "It's just a matter of you joining the guild in a nominal position. You won't need to manage any actual business, and there will be no constraints on you." At this point, Shanglan Hongyan paused slightly, then, as if making a significant decision, continued, "As for the compensation, I can offer you the position of vice president, along with an annual salary of 5 million. And we can pay you a year's salary up front." Hearing the figure of 5 million, Suchen was genuinely surprised. It wasn't because the number itself was particularly enormous, but for a gaming club, 5 million was definitely not a small sum. Even some large professional esports clubs might not have their core players earning that much annually. It seemed that St. Lan was truly investing heavily to recruit a talent like Suchen. Generally speaking, a club valued in the hundreds of millions would be lucky to have a cash flow of several tens of millions, as most of the money would still need to be invested in equipment to ensure the combat effectiveness of the guild members. Unlike the wealthy Yunsheng Group, which offers a 2 million annual salary, merely considering Suchen as a talent with some technical skills, the Shanglan Guild boldly proposed 5 million, which is quite a gamble. This shows how much the Shanglan Guild values him. However, after careful consideration, Suchen still chose to decline. "I'm sorry, I prefer to be alone. A team isn't suitable for me," Suchen replied seriously to Shanglan Hongyan. Upon hearing this, Shanglan Hongyan felt a bit disappointed but quickly adjusted her mood and continued speaking. "Well, I anticipated this outcome. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree, perhaps. This little tree of Shanglan isn't worthy. However, I have a second proposal. A one-time payment of 200,000 to buy a friend slot." Shanglan Hongyan extended her hand, holding up 2 fingers, and said firmly. Suchen felt a mix of emotions. Is this how the wealthy play these days? A friend slot costs 200,000? Was it a bargain when the little fatty added him directly before? Forget it, they are considered big clients, so he wouldn't nitpick over such trivial matters. Alright, then add me. You can send the request. Free money? Only a fool would refuse. With a friend slot costing 200,000 Su, Chen could only think, is there more? It would be great if there were more of these rich folks. Mr. Qingfeng. Just call me Qingfeng. It feels awkward when you address me so formally. Okay, Qingfeng. By the way, if you have any assassin or engineer equipment or skill books, could you prioritize offering them to us? We can pay more. Shanglan Hanyan said. That's fine, I'll remember the engineer and assassin. Alright, I'll take my leave if there's nothing else. The two nodded, and as Su Chen mounted his horse, Shanglan Hanyan hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Qingfeng, as the president of the Shanglan Guild, I must remind you that the power holder of the Zhanyu Club, Li Xinli, won't let this go easily. From what I understand, they will lie low for a while, but when they strike again, it will be even more ruthless. If you need help from the Shanglan Guild, you can go to Yunmeng City, bypassing Zhanyu's influence. In Yunmeng City, there will definitely be no large-scale infiltration from Zhanyu. Of course, if you want help from the Shanglan Guild, we would be more than willing. Shanglan Hanyan knew very well that befriending Su Chen now was a surefire investment. However, Su Chen, who was at a distance, simply waved his hand and said lightly, "Don't worry, it's just Zhanyu. I won't run away. If I did, how would all those fools deliver things to me?" The undead horse accelerated, galloping freely. In less than half an hour, Su Chen arrived at the job change temple. Along the way, he specifically stopped to buy some small items like snowflake cream and rose essential oil from the local NPCs. Although these things weren't worth much, the thought behind them was important. In this highly realistic spirit realm, NPCs had their own genuine feelings, so putting in some effort was always good. Unlike when he first arrived, the job change temple was now crowded with people. Although there were hundreds of branch temples in Wind Whisper City where one could learn skills and change jobs, everyone who came to Wind Whisper City wanted to visit the central job change temple, just like visiting a tourist attraction. Even if they couldn't change jobs due to their level or didn't have any special achievements to claim rewards, they still squeezed inside. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's face fell. If he had to queue to get in, when would it ever end? Just as Su Chen was feeling dejected, a melodious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Adventurer Qingfeng, what a coincidence. Turning around, he saw Qingyu right behind him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately wanted to thank Qingyu profusely. But considering that would likely earn him a beating, he had to suppress the thought. Sister Qingyu, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the job change temple? Su Chen leaned in and handed the snowflake cream and rose essential oil he had bought to Qingyu. Sister Qingyu, this is a little something I got for you. I smelled it, and the rose essential oil has a particularly nice fragrance, fresh and pleasant. You already look so stunning, and with this, you'll be even more beautiful. Qingyu held back a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor, but she carefully placed the items Su Chen gave her into her arms, revealing that she appreciated this gesture. There are too many adventurers, so I had a few assistants handle things for me, which allowed me to find some time for other matters. Look, I just happened to run into you. So, are you ready to change jobs? Su Chen thought to himself, wow, I didn't expect NPCs to slack off too. It seems that slacking off is quite common in any world. Yes, Sister Qingyu, I just finished dealing with some trivial matters, and I'm already at level 15. Do I need to go to the job change temple? Su Chen asked, puzzled. No need, it's too crowded there. Let's go to the nearby branch temple, it's much less crowded. After saying this, Qingyu whistled, and a giant eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters appeared in the sky, flapping its wings and landing in front of Su Chen. This creature was way cooler than the undead horse. Su Chen glanced at its attribute panel. Both its level and attributes were question marks, looking quite formidable. Alright, get on. I'll take you there, Qingyu said, performing a graceful maneuver to sit steadily on the giant eagle's back, holding the reins with both hands. Ha, me, isn't that inappropriate? Su Chen looked at the giant eagle, which could only see 2 people at most, and to maintain stability, they would have to sit very close together. This felt a bit awkward. Stop. Hesitating, get on. Respecting her command, Su Chen climbed onto the giant eagle in a few quick movements, sitting somewhat awkwardly in the back seat. Hold on to me, Qingyu said softly as she pulled the reins. Ha, what are you thinking? Hold on to my waist. The mount is fast, be careful not to fall off. Qingyu flicked the reins, and the giant eagle spread its wings, gradually taking off. Su Chen felt his body start to sway uncontrollably, and instinctively he reached out and tightly embraced Qingyu's slender, soft waist. As he leaned forward, his entire body pressed against Qingyu's back. At that moment, Su Chen's heart raced. After all, he had just finished his college entrance examination. In the 19 years of his life prior, he hadn't even held a girl's hand, let alone been in a relationship. Although he knew deep down that this was just a game, the immersive feeling was so vivid that it left him somewhat at a loss. Qingyu was wearing leather armor, and whether it was for aesthetics or agility, it exposed her abdomen and fragrant shoulders. Her skin felt cool, smooth, and soft, and it emitted a faint fragrance. However, beautiful moments are always fleeting. The giant eagle flew quickly, and within 5 minutes, they had arrived at a branch of the job change temple located in the south of the city. Indeed, there were hardly any adventurers in this area, so there was no crowding. Su Chen and Qingyu dismounted from the giant eagle and headed straight to the ranger. Job change area. Due to it being a branch temple, it was noticeably smaller than the main temple, but the other facilities were just as good. Statues, training rooms, skill libraries. Just right. During this trip, Xingyu introduced everything to Su-chen one by one. This is the job change statue. Except for a very few adventurers who possess tokens, the vast majority need to pray at the statue to change jobs. The deity that rangers pray to is the Eternal Forest. Yes, the name is the Eternal Forest, known as the god of eternity and nature, and its essence is a vast, boundless forest. Oh, this statue is just a representation. It definitely doesn't look like the real thing. Su-chen nodded and took a closer look at the statue. He hadn't noticed before that the statue was made up of intertwined branches, giving it a solemn and mysterious appearance. He thought to himself that the game's background setting was quite well developed and the deity was quite original. Unlike other games, he didn't expect this deity's essence to be a forest rather than a humanoid figure, which was interesting. He wondered what characteristics the other 6 deities had. This is the training room where you can practice combat skills. Inside, there are various combat dummies for you to train with. I haven't seen you fight, so I don't know how skilled you are. If you need to hone your skills, just come here. Xingyu continued to introduce Su-chen. Before him was an open area surrounded by magic circles, and as for the combat dummies Xingyu mentioned, Su-chen guessed they were the wooden figures in various armors in the center of the field. Su-chen kept this in mind. To be honest, he really needed to improve his skills. Previously, he had relied on equipment and talent to dominate, and while he had some experience from playing League of Legends, his understanding of equipment and overall control was stronger than that of the average player. He still had a gap in details compared to top MMORPG experts. You don't need to know about the skill library, just tell me when you need to buy skill books. The best batch is with me, and there's none in there. Oh, let me remind you, quality over quantity with skills. Don't learn too many redundant skills. As for the reason, I'll keep you in suspense, you'll find out later. You can explore the rest on your own. I'll take you to see some things you've never seen before, Xingyu said mysteriously, then walked ahead, leading Su-chen down a small path. After about 2 minutes, Xingyu brought Su-chen into a hidden room. She gently snapped her fingers, and the blue crystals in the room lit up. Then, she took out a scarlet gem from her bosom, cradling it in her hands. Under the glow of the blue crystals, the scarlet gem appeared even more magnificent and mysterious. The moment Xingyu took out the gem, Su-chen suddenly felt an intense, uncontrollable urge to snatch it away. He shook his head to suppress the impulse within. At this moment, Xingyu finally spoke. This is what I mentioned to you before, the most mysterious item, a token that allows for a job change without needing to pray to the gods. It is also an opportunity to awaken and change to a hidden profession. Hidden profession? Su-chen took the scarlet gem, as red as blood, and examined it up and down before speaking. Yes, that's right. This is also a token I obtained by chance. By passing the test of the token, you can change to a hidden profession. But the specific strength of the profession still depends on your own efforts, Xingyu said seriously to Su-chen. Generally speaking, hidden professions have 5 levels of tests. Each time you pass one, the combat power of the hidden profession will become stronger. There's no need to aim too high. Being able to pass 3 levels is already impressive. In addition, if you want to change to a hidden profession, the experience required for leveling up will also be greater. Of course, correspondingly, the attribute points gained with each level up will also be higher, meaning that both the difficulty of leveling up and the upper limit of combat power will increase. Moreover, after becoming a hidden profession, your innate talent will also be enhanced to a certain extent, awakening new effects. Think about it, whether you are willing to accept a change to a hidden profession. Su-chen nodded and curiously checked the panel of the gem in his hand. Blood of the Divine Wrath. Item type, class change, token description, blood left on the earth during the Divine War, possessing immense power, and hiding a rugged path to the peak supplement. After use, you will undergo the test of the Ancient God. Success in the test allows you to change to a hidden profession. Does this thing have such a big name? The blood of the Divine Wrath. Anything related to the word divine is definitely not weak. Moreover, it says it can awaken a hidden profession. Although according to Xingyu's description, leveling up will slow down after changing to a hidden profession. At the same time, the upper limit of combat power will also be higher. Once he realized this, Su-chen firmly said to Xingyu, I am willing to become a hidden profession. This answer was within Xingyu's expectations. After all, Su-chen was considered the best among adventurers. If he didn't have this bit of courage, he naturally wouldn't have been the first to reach the main city. Xingyu nodded and then said, once you pass the test of the token and gain its recognition, I will let you enter the class change formation. Su-chen held the blood of the Divine Wrath in his hand and silently thought, activate. Then, Su-chen felt the previous aura of wrath again, as if there was a surge of anger in his heart with nowhere to vent. Calm your mind and guard your spirit. This is also one of the tests of the inheritance token. As Su-chen's eyes turned crimson, Xingyu's reminder pulled him back from the edge of anger. Once Su-chen returned to his senses, he pondered inwardly, what the hell? Is this thing really that sinister? Speaking of which, why do I feel like I'm walking further down a dark path? The Emperor's banner and now this blood of the Divine Wrath both seem quite ominous. However, people often say that going dark makes you 10 times stronger, while turning white weakens you by 3 points. Sinister things generally aren't weak. He steadied his mind, resisting the erosion of the blood of the divine wrath, and then a portal appeared before him. Behind the portal, the sky was blood red, the ground littered with corpses and ruins, and further away, everything was shrouded in red mist, obscuring the distance. In his field of vision, only a 5-story tower stood tall in this boundless darkness. Moreover, what surprised Suchen the most was that there were red lines pointing directly at the tower. Oh, climbing the tower can also increase my talent? Since the last time he cleared the Wan Hei Yuan teaching dungeon, it had been a while since he had brushed the true damage levels. He only remembered that his true damage level had reached 477. Just right, now he could climb the tower and brush true damage at the same time. Xingyu, I'm going in first. Just at that moment, Xingyu took out 2 talisman papers, handing one to Su Chen, explaining, this is an escape talisman. If you encounter danger and can't avoid it, remember to tear it open. Once torn, you will be transported to my side. However, if you use it, it will automatically be deemed a failure of the trial, so you must act according to your abilities and not be overly ambitious. Su Chen nodded heavily, indicating he had memorized it, then took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation portal. After a dizzying spin, Su Chen arrived in this blood-red world. You have entered the land of divine rage, gaining debuff, damage taken plus 20%, stamina consumption plus 20%. Damn, does it have to be so perverse? Right after entering, I get a debuff? An increase of 20% in damage taken? If it weren't for the golden tier armor, it would really be tough. Su Chen walked to the front of the tower, observing it slightly. The tower appeared very dilapidated, looking as if it hadn't been renovated for hundreds of years. The carvings on the main door, as well as the reliefs on the walls and beams, all gave off a chilling feeling. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. You are about to challenge the Tower of Divine Rage, first floor. Do I need to prepare for anything? Su Chen muttered softly. But unexpectedly, the tower actually responded. A voice, ancient and weathered, echoed from all directions. The Tower of Divine Rage can only be challenged once per person each day, and is only open to untransformed adventurers. No additional preparation is needed. What the hell? That scared me. Su Chen looked around but couldn't find where the voice was coming from. However, since it had said no extra preparation was needed, Su Chen didn't hesitate and pushed the door open to enter the first floor of the tower. Once inside, he found the space was vast, much larger than it appeared from the outside. Su Chen guessed there might be some spatial formation at work. Soon, a dozen blood-red figures gradually materialized before him. Su Chen immediately heightened his vigilance, preparing for battle while checking the attributes of the figures. Battlefield Remnant, level 15, health 8000, physical attack 250, physical defense 75, magic resistance 60, speed 220, skill 1 slash. The battlefield remnant suddenly slashes at the enemy, dealing physical attack * 150% physical damage. Skill 2, bloodthirst. Passive skill, the battlefield remnant will recover 20% of the damage dealt as health. Wait, why do I feel this thing is a bit weak? This thing is even easier to fight than the Black Abyss cultists. Su Chen scoffed slightly, thinking it was some high difficulty dungeon, but it turned out to be just these 10 or so little karami. Only 8000 health, a few arrows and they were gone. He guessed that the higher levels should be a bit tougher. Su Chen raised his bow, aimed at the distant battlefield remnants, activated the explosive arrowhead, and shot it out with a whoosh. Bang 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 bang, - 422 * 4, physical damage, - 668 * 4. Additional true damage. The 4 consecutive explosive arrows caused all the battlefield remnants within a 3m * 3m range to lose over 4,000 health. The 10 or so little karami were cleared in less than a minute. At this difficulty, if an ordinary player were to solo it, it would indeed be a bit tricky, but for Su Chen, it was hardly a challenge. First layer completion time. 00:00:33. Congratulations, you have passed the first layer of the trial and can enter the portal to the second layer. Outside the land of divine rage, Xingyu was also waiting for the results. She couldn't see the specific scenes of the land of divine rage directly, but she could hear the announcements from within through the gem. When she heard that it took just over half a minute to clear the first layer, she couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Although she thought that with Su Chen's combat power, reaching the third layer shouldn't be a big problem. Clearing the first layer in half a minute at level 15 was indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, Su Chen had just finished off the 10 or so battlefield remnants, looked around to confirm there were no drops, and cursed out loud. Damn! So stingy, not even a piece of equipment drops, ugh. However, Su Chen discovered an additional gain. When he took out the Emperor's banner to absorb the energy from the battlefield remnants, he found the absorption was unusually strong. Previously, when dealing with the Moon Slayer, he averaged 2 points of soul energy per person, but for some reason, each of these remnants could absorb 10 points of energy. A total of 15 battlefield remnants directly absorbed 150 points of energy. At the same time, the true damage stacking also increased, rising from 477 layers to 492 layers, just 8 layers short of being able to enhance effect 2. A new red health line appeared, extending into the teleportation array, and Su Chen didn't hesitate much, stepping into the second layer. Upon reaching the second and third layers, he found the difficulty hadn't increased much. It was still a bunch of battlefield remnants, just with a change in quantity. The second layer had 30, and the third layer had 50. Su Chen sliced through them like cutting vegetables, and after a few minutes, the battlefield remnants in the second and third layers were slaughtered completely. The true damage stacking reached 572 layers. Phew, finally over 500 layers. Su Chen hurriedly checked the enhancement of Effect 2. Effect 2, current range 50 meters, layers 572/750, full layer reward, sniper effect cap increase 50%, 100%. A 50-meter attack range far exceeded other players. Just earlier, during the job change temple, according to Qingyu's introduction, ordinary players would see their range increase as they leveled up after changing jobs. However, that kind of growth speed was naturally incomparable to Su Chen's. Having a 50-meter range at level 15 was simply unimaginable. As for experience, since he hadn't gone through a job change, he couldn't level up, and the extra levels were stored in the experience jar to be distributed uniformly after the job change ended. Additionally, the soul energy had also reached 1797 points, and if he unleashed it fully, he could deal 180,000 damage within a radius of 180 meters. It was practically comparable to a nuclear bomb. At this moment, Su Chen thought to himself that with this thing in hand, he would dare to take on even a golden tier boss. After restoring his stamina, Su Chen continued to step into the fourth level of the Tower of Divine Fury. News of clearing the first 3 levels had also reached Qingyu. Qingyu was both surprised by Su Chen's speed in clearing the levels and worried at the same time. Qingfeng truly has limitless potential, clearing the first 3 levels in just a few minutes. It seems my previous assumptions were not wrong. In this situation, it's likely that someone is supporting him from behind. However, I wonder if that person has ever told him to always be cautious. In the trial of the inheritance token, each level cleared would result in a higher quality of the final job class. The difficulty of the first 3 levels was not significantly different, but the difficulty of the 4th and 5th levels would increase dramatically. She just hoped that after Su Chen cleared the first 3 levels, he wouldn't let his guard down so as not to be caught off guard by the sudden increase in challenge at the 4th level. On the other side, in the real world, at the Moon Slashing building, the boss of Moon Slashing threw the magazine in his hand right at the face of the Moon Slashing lion. 400 people. A full 400. You tell me you can't beat a lone player? Aren't you supposed to be the #1 assassin in the game? Aren't you supposed to be able to handle anything? The money I gave you, you must have used it all to pay those useless fools level compensation. Right. Li Xinli angrily sat down on a chair, clutching his chest, trembling as he pointed at the medicine on the table. After hearing the news of the 400 people returning in defeat, he was so furious that his high blood pressure flared up. The Moon Slashing lion stood there timidly, receiving a scolding, and seeing Li Xinli like this, hurriedly poured water and offered medicine. At the same time, he muttered softly in explanation, "This isn't my fault." Who knew Qingfeng would disguise himself and launch a sneak attack? Upon hearing this, Li Xinli was even more furious, pointing at the magazine that had fallen on the ground, making the Moon Slashing lion pick it up, and after taking it in hand, he threw it back at his face. Slap! A red mark appeared on the Moon Slashing lion's face. Idiot! Do you believe everything others say? Can't you have a bit of your own judgment? Qingfeng, it's always Qingfeng. What were you thinking? Why provoke him for no reason? If it weren't for you, Moon Slashing wouldn't have gotten into such big trouble. Upon hearing this, the Moon Slashing lion felt quite wronged. Although he had a grudge against Qingfeng, he never intended for it to escalate this much. Moreover, how could he have known that Qingfeng was so abnormal, not only with exceptional combat power but also with a variety of methods? Whether it was the scroll that could summon shadows, the pure black giant turtle, or the continuous explosive damage, the Moon Slashing lion was puzzled. A guild as large as Moon Slashing didn't have so many strange things. How could a lone player have so many resources? You, stop it, pack your things and get out. Moon Slashing can't accommodate you, this big Buddha. Li Xinli was directly considering firing the Moon Slashing lion. Upon hearing this, the Moon Slashing lion immediately wilted, quickly becoming like a little dog, hastily making promises. Brother-in-law, we're all family. What big Buddha nonsense? You can't just abandon me. My sister loves me the most. If she finds out I've been fired, she will definitely cause a scene. Won't it be chaotic again? Just give me one more chance, just once. If I mess up again, you don't have to say anything. I'll just leave myself. Li Xinli looked at the Moon Slashing lion, and after a long time, he sighed. Damn it, I shouldn't have let this kid join the guild in the first place. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. This time, I won't give you a single cent. Ha! Zhan Yuquang sure was left speechless. How could he deal with Qingfeng without money? Hiring people required real funds. How what? Don't play dumb with me. After so many years in the guild, haven't you earned enough? Although I haven't given you any real position, don't think I don't know about The money you made from private endorsements and match fixing in other games. This time, take out all your savings. The guild can help make connections, but all the labor costs are on you. If you succeed and eliminate the impact, the company might consider reimbursing the labor costs. If you fail, then you can just get lost. Zhan Yu Guangshi lowered his head, not daring to say another word. He secretly pondered that. This time, he must succeed at all costs. 400 people aren't enough, then 1,000. If 1,000 isn't enough, then 1,500. As long as he could kill it, there would still be room for recovery. Xing Feng, this time, I have no choice but to go all out against you. Inside the Tower of Divine Wrath, Su Chen naturally had no idea of the moonslaying Mad Lion's thoughts. Even if he did, he would welcome them. Who wouldn't like free soul energy? Su Chen followed the markings of the golden thread and moved forward, only to find that it seemed to lead to the 5th floor. The entrance to the 5th floor was blocked by a door shimmering with magical light. On either side of this door stood 2 imposing knight statues. Su Chen cautiously approached. Just as he intended to check the door's information, the 2 statues suddenly sprang to life. Without a word, they raised their long spears and aimed to stab Su Chen. Bang! Su Chen reacted quickly, immediately dodging the ambush. However, when he looked back, he was shocked to see that the stab had actually cracked the marble floor. Su Chen was secretly alarmed. Thankfully, he had reacted fast. As his small frame couldn't withstand such a stab, he almost turned into a candied hawthorn. He quickly turned and ran back, and when he reached a safe distance, Su Chen checked the attributes of his targets. Warrior Knight's Remnant Soul level 17 rank, Silver Tier BOSS health 350000/3500000 attack 600. Physical defense 250, magic defense 150, speed 350, skills Soul Blade, Shadow Charge, Indomitable Will. Soul Blade. The Warrior Knight's Remnant Soul wields a giant sword formed from condensed souls, dealing 600 physical damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front, with a 15% chance to instill fear in the target for 3 seconds. Attack range, fan-shaped 5 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. Shadow Charge. The Warrior Knight's Remnant Soul transforms into a shadow and instantly charges at the target, dealing 1000 physical damage to enemies along the way and slowing the target by 20% for 5 seconds. Attack range, straight line 15 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Special effect, Fury of the Remnant Soul. When the Warrior Knight's Remnant Soul's health drops below 50%, it enters a state of fury, increasing attack power by 20% and lifesteal by 15%, lasting until the end of the battle or until health is restored. Damn! 2 silver tier bosses? Isn't the difficulty spike a bit too much? Just a moment ago on the 3rd floor, there were only dozens of small karami, and now, just one more floor up, the difficulty has increased so much? No wonder before, Xing Yu estimated that he could barely clear the 3rd floor but would struggle to clear the 4th. The trial could only be participated in by those at level 15, and it had to be solo, directly facing 2 silver tier bosses. Exceptional talent, fortuitous encounters, and top-notch equipment were all indispensable. Moreover, Su Chen had just seen that within the Tower of Divine Wrath, he couldn't directly use the Shadow Crystal, making outside assistance impossible. If these 2 silver tier bosses continuously unleashed their skills, each could deal 1600 physical damage, totaling 3200 damage, there was no way he could withstand that even with golden tier armor. However, high risk meant high reward. The higher the number of floors cleared, the stronger the awakened hidden class. Su Chen steeled his heart, activated the explosive arrow, and immediately drew his bow, preparing to attack. Whoosh 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 whoosh, bang 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 bang, -241*4, physical damage, -858*4, additional true damage. The 2 warrior Knight's Remnant Souls were very close together, allowing the explosive arrow to hit both bosses simultaneously. Taking advantage of the boss's momentary confusion, Su Chen launched 5 consecutive attacks within 3 seconds, dealing over 20,000 points of damage. Kill! Roar! The 2 War Knight Souls had gained some intelligence compared to the ordinary souls before, and they had also developed some tactics. They seemed to know that being together would only make it easier for Su Chen to attack, so they actually split up. Su Chen's movement speed was higher than that of the boss, so he didn't linger in battle. After summoning a small titan to distract one boss, he began to kite the boss on the left. While kiting, Su Chen increasingly felt that this boss was something special. He didn't know if it was the remnants of its fighting will and experience from its past life, but Su Chen's arrows were deflected by the long spear quite a bit. Moreover, this knight boss was very familiar with the battlefield terrain, constantly pursuing and cornering Su Chen. Although in these 10 seconds, Su Chen had attacked the War Knight Soul over 30 times, dealing more than 130,000 damage, he found that his space for movement was being compressed smaller and smaller with each kite. Su Chen glanced at the other War Knight Soul in the distance and thought to himself that it was not good. Once the other War Knight Soul broke free from the taunt, the 2 sides would encircle him, and with his fragile body of just over 2,000 health points, he would be done for. Damn! Are the monsters in this broken tower really that strong in combat awareness? Can't they go easy on me a bit? Su Chen cursed while attacking the boss. Complaining was useless. In moments like this, he needed to stay calm. As time passed, the distant War Knight Soul also broke free from the taunt, and the 2 sides charged at Su Chen with great momentum. Behind him was a dead end, nowhere to hide. When the two bosses were still 15 meters away from Su Chen, they both roared in anger, and the horses beneath them neighed, transforming into a massive shadow, charging at him like hellish demons. Su Chen held his breath and focused, staring intently at the two sides charge. When the shadows were less than a meter away from him, he whispered softly, "King's car exchange." In an instant, Su Chen and the small titan transformed into two pure energy masses and swapped places. Because the King's car exchange came with a 0.25-second invulnerability state, Su Chen used this 0.25 seconds not only to escape the danger but also to keep both himself and the small titan from taking damage. "Phew, my skills are getting better and better," Su Chen said proudly after escaping the danger. Of course, while he was boasting, his attacks didn't stop. Taking advantage of these few seconds while the two bosses were still recovering from their charge and distracted by the small titan's taunt, he launched 20 consecutive attacks, directly taking down nearly 90,000 health. The subsequent battle had no suspense. Through continuous kiting and adjusting positions with the King's car exchange, it wasn't long before the two bosses turned into light spots and disappeared. The door to the 5th floor creaked open. Su Chen collected the scattered soul energy. The two bosses had yielded a total of 200 points of soul energy, which was quite a lot. Soon after, a prompt sound rang in his mind after clearing the 4th floor. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 4th floor of the Tower of Divine Rage and received a reward chest, full set of silver tier equipment. You can choose to leave and extract the equipment/continue to challenge the 5th floor. The chest will upgrade, and the reward will be a full set of gold tier equipment." Oh, a full set of silver equipment? Su Chen originally thought that, like the first 3 floors, nothing would drop, but he didn't expect there would actually be equipment to obtain. Moreover, according to what was displayed above, it meant that if he cleared the 5th floor, he would get a full set of gold tier equipment. A full set of gold tier equipment? If that's the case, then I won't be sleepy at all. Su Chen rubbed his fists together, waiting to recover his state before striding boldly into the door of the 5th level. Before entering the 5th layer, Su Chen was quite nervous, fearing that he would be ambushed the moment he showed his face. So he left Little Titan outside, ready to switch places immediately if there was any danger. However, once inside, he found that it was much quieter than he had imagined. There was none of the chaos of the wreckage from the first 4 layers. In fact, it had a somewhat sacred tranquility. The 5th layer was a grand hall with walls covered in a deep red as if stained with blood. The ceiling soared high into the clouds, adorned with intricate murals depicting ancient wars and mythological tales. In the murals, there were 7 figures in the sky, but they were all blurry and hard to make out. The ground was a sea of blood red, with countless generals and warriors raising their swords to the heavens. This should be the story of mortals rebelling against the gods. Perhaps the background of the Tower of Divine Wrath, he thought. Looking down, in the center of the hall, a massive coffin lay quietly. Its surface was similarly adorned with red gems in metal, complementing the surrounding walls. The coffin appeared ancient and sturdy, engraved with Western fantasy-style reliefs depicting dragons, griffins, and other mysterious creatures, their eyes seemingly glimmering in the darkness. Surrounding the coffin was a circle of black marble flooring, scattered with ancient relics such as broken shields, rusted swords, and some unknown magical scrolls. The air in the hall was filled with a chilling atmosphere, as if the sounds of distant battles and cries could be heard. Occasionally, a cold breeze would sweep through, causing the torches in the hall to flicker, casting long shadows that added to the mysterious and terrifying ambience. The golden bloodline pointed directly at the coffin, meaning the final boss was inside it. Su Chen swallowed hard and cautiously approached the coffin, not rushing to open it but first collecting the nearby magical scroll. Natural purification technique scroll effect. After use, purifies one's negative status and grants immunity to control for 3 minutes. Being able to appear next to the coffin likely meant it would be useful soon. Su Chen tucked the scroll into his waist, ready to use it immediately if something went wrong. Once prepared, he called out, "Little Titan, come here and stand in front of me." After waiting for a while, he heard no footsteps from Little Titan. Little Titan? Su Chen turned his head and discovered that a magical barrier had appeared in the passage from the 4th layer to the 5th layer, preventing Little Titan from coming up the stairs. Damn! I forgot to collect it. He walked over to Little Titan, wanting to store it in his pet space, but found that the prompt indicated it was not operable. Damn! How is this so inhumane? Su Chen felt a bit panicked. The 4th layer had 2 silver-level bosses who knew what was in that coffin. If he didn't have his pet to tank the damage, how could he fight? Was he supposed to take it head-on with his fragile body? Su Chen looked left and right but couldn't find any button to disable the magical barrier. Attacking the barrier yielded no results. All attacks were completely blocked with no effect. He tried every method he could think of, but nothing worked. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Su Chen silently chanted, "King's car exchange." But to his surprise, the King's car exchange actually took effect. Su Chen and Little Titan swapped places, with Su Chen returning to the passage of the 4th layer, while Little Titan entered the 5th layer. However, the problem still wasn't solved. Little Titan couldn't get out, and Su Chen couldn't get in. Damn! This barrier is such a pain. Su Chen angrily shot an arrow at the magical barrier. He thought it would be blocked like on the other side. But dramatically, the arrow just passed through? Su Chen rubbed his eyes. Did I just see that wrong? The attack went through? He shot a few more arrows in quick succession to test it, and to his surprise, all the attacks passed through. This meant that the barrier was something like a semi-permeable membrane, allowing attacks from the 4th layer to the 5th layer to pass through, but not the other way around. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, doesn't this count as a BUG? In other words, he could fight the boss from outside the 4th layer? After realizing this, Su Chen immediately reacted. If this could be implemented, then dealing with the boss would definitely be no problem. Ahahaha. Once the cooldown for the King's Exchange was over, Su Chen switched places with Little Titan again. Then, he counted down 30 seconds and waited for the cooldown of the King's Exchange to end once more. Next, he approached the coffin, took a deep breath, and prepared to push it open. However, after trying a couple of times, he found he couldn't move it. Come on, is it really this hard to fight a boss? Su Chen's face fell. He was all set to be ambushed by a zombie, and this happened? Meanwhile, the title he had previously obtained continued to take effect. Explorer title activated. There is a hidden boss nearby, and the puzzle steps have been marked for you. 4 arrows marked with numbers appeared in his field of vision, pointing to the 4 pattern tiles around the coffin. Su Chen sighed. Having a title is great, otherwise it would take even more time. Following the numbered arrows, he pressed each one in turn, and with a click, the coffin trembled slightly. After getting closer, Su Chen thought to himself, this should be okay now. Then, he held the natural cleansing scroll in one hand and pushed the coffin open with the other. As he pushed open the heavy coffin lid, a dull echo reverberated in the empty hall. Inside the coffin lay a soul in armor, quietly resting. Although his body was partially decayed, he still maintained a dignified posture. Suddenly, the soul's eyes slowly opened, and 2 cold beams of light pierced through the darkness. This oppressive force was heavy and irresistible, almost making it hard to breathe. Su Chen felt a sense of fear rising from the depths of his heart, as if the corpse before him was a divine being descending, leaving no thought of resistance. At that moment, he immediately realized something was wrong, gritted his teeth, and tore open the natural cleansing technique scroll. As a surge of green energy flowed into Su Chen's body, he regained his senses and immediately recited King's Exchange, switching places with Little Titan. That's way too damn scary. Open coffin control. I knew that damn planner would pull something like this. After calming his mind, Su Chen finally had the chance to check the boss's attribute panel. Upon seeing it clearly, he couldn't help but gasp in shock and immediately cursed. Damn planner. You really gave me a golden tier boss. The boss stood in the center of the hall, the armor draped over him gleaming with a cold light in the dimly lit space. As he appeared, the lights on the 5th floor dimmed slightly, causing a sense of tension to rise. Soul General level 17 rank, golden tier BOSS health 1000000 physical attack 1200 magical attack 1200 physical defense 450 magical defense 350 speed 380 skills soul impact shadow translocation meteor barrage war glory soul impact. The Soul General uses powerful soul energy to inflict area control on the target, causing a soul shock effect that prevents the target from performing any actions for 10 seconds. Attack range 10 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Shadow translocation. The Soul General utilizes his shadow-like speed to instantly move across the battlefield, rapidly advancing 50 meters and dealing 1500 physical damage to all enemies in his path. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 45 seconds. Meteor barrage. The Soul General draws his bow and unleashes a series of shots 10 times at the target, each hit dealing 500 physical damage and igniting the enemy in a burning state, causing them to lose 100 health per second for 10 seconds. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 60 seconds. War glory. The Soul General displays the honor of a knight in battle. For every 10% of health loss, his attack power increases by 10%, while also gaining 5% damage reduction. Attack range, none, cooldown, none. Description. The fallen general sealed in the Tower of Divine Wrath, though dead and lacking the power he had in life, still possesses an unparalleled physique and muscle memory and combat skills, making him a formidable opponent. Su Chen's gaze fell on the attributes of the Soul General, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. He cursed inwardly. These attributes are simply outrageous. The developers clearly don't want players to win. The Soul General's level was prominently displayed as 17, with both physical and magical defenses astonishingly high at 350 and 250 respectively, and a health value that reached a staggering 1 million. Don't even think about soloing. Even a group of people would need dozens to stand a chance. Just then, the boss turned his head towards Su Chen, his mouth slightly opening, exhaling a decayed breath. Outsider, huff, pass the test, or die. The Soul General's eyes pierced through the solid barrier, his cold gaze shooting towards Su Chen like an arrow, the disdain and contempt in his eyes seeming to penetrate Su Chen's body, making him feel deeply uncomfortable. A low, eerie sound rolled from deep within his throat, like the groan of a malevolent spirit from the underworld echoing in the desolate battlefield. Before Su Chen could regain his composure, the Soul General's figure flickered, his movements swift and decisive, instantly drawing back his bowstring. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he suddenly released his fingers, the arrow soaring like a burning meteor cutting through the dark night sky with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Su Chen with the force to destroy the heavens and the earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. This earth-shattering strike was overwhelming. shaking the very ground. The sheer force of the attack startled Su Chen. However, Su Chen soon realized that this attack was all show, loud but ineffective. It seemed impressive, but it was completely blocked. Doesn't that mean that no matter how strong this boss is, it can only be a live target? Oh, it really worked. Damn it. Let me show you how to punish you. Su Chen jogged to the edge of the magic barrier, watching the ripples on the barrier caused by the attacks, feeling quite pleased. Looking at the boss's skill damage, even with over 2000 health, he couldn't withstand a full burst, estimating that this dog planner never intended for players to defeat this thing. But there's always a way out. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a solution. Since the boss was solo, there was no need to use explosive arrows. Outside the barrier, Su Chen drew his bow fully and aimed 4 arrows at the head of the Soul General. Whoosh 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 -1*4 physical damage -858*4 additional true damage. The boss's physical resistance was simply too high. Even though Su Chen's physical attack was nearly 400, he still couldn't break through its defense. Su Chen had anticipated all of this, but it didn't matter. If physical damage wouldn't work, then true damage would do. A single attack dealing over 3000 damage was enough to make this guy drink a pot. The Soul General, in pain, continued to frantically attack the magic barrier, but found it had no effect on Su Chen outside. Confused, he scratched his head and actually gave up the attack, starting to walk towards the coffin. Damn! Don't! You're a golden tier. Boss, can't you have a little patience? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. This boss was really laid back. But he couldn't let this guy return to the coffin. Fortunately, he made up his mind. Even though he was outside the barrier, his pet was still inside. Little Titan, use taunt on the boss. Hold it down. Take it down. Su Chen commanded Little Titan, who let out a low growl and quickly climbed towards the Soul General, then bit down on it. The Soul General was somewhat annoyed. After all, he was a golden tier boss, and now some random creature was blocking his way. Gathering his bow and arrows, he drew out his battle knife and with a clang, struck Little Titan's back. Little Titan howled, and damage numbers appeared on its back. -960. Just a single normal attack dealt 960 points of damage. However, Su Chen seized the opportunity and attacked continuously. -1*4 physical damage -858*4 additional true damage -1*4 physical damage -858*4 additional true damage. Thanks to the heart-to-heart effect, Su Chen was able to restore over 300 health to Little Titan with each attack. Su Chen silently calculated his attack speed was about 2.5 times that of the boss, meaning the damage dealt by the boss was still higher than the healing effect of heart-to-heart. Although Little Titan had high health, it couldn't withstand the damage from a golden tier boss, and the Soul General's attack power increased as its health decreased. In this situation, when the Soul General's health dropped to 70%, Little Titan was already out of health. The boss seemed not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. How do I fight this? Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He originally thought that with a magical barrier outside, he would easily be able to deal with the boss. But who would have thought this guy could return to his coffin by himself? Though Little Titan couldn't withstand it alone. Moreover, the boss's speed was far greater than that of the Little Titan, making it impossible for the Little Titan to disengage and recover health. Now, the Little Titan's health was at its limit. If it took 2 more hits, it would be completely finished. However, Su Chen was unwilling to give up. If he could defeat it, it would mean a full set of golden tier equipment. This was beyond just getting rich overnight. Just this full set of golden tier equipment, Su Chen estimated, could be worth tens of millions. At this critical moment, Su Chen gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I'm going for it. He silently chanted King's Position Exchange, and in the next second he directly swapped places with the Little Titan. Su Chen had actually entered the battlefield. The general spirit was filled with doubt and confusion. Huh? What happened to that big black stone? Instead, there's a fragile ranger. However, this did not affect the general spirit's actions at all. He raised his massive, sharp blade high above his head, exuding an overwhelming aura, and prepared to strike down fiercely. The blade glimmered with a cold light, and at that moment, the atmosphere around them was extremely tense. Not good. Su Chen's heart tightened. As he truly began to engage in close combat with the boss, he realized how risky it was to fight up close with a 3-meter-tall guy wielding a giant blade. The general spirit raised his battle knife, emanating an incredibly fierce bloodthirsty aura like a frenzied beast, and charged at Su Chen with a ferocious slash. Without any need for thought, it was clear that if he were hit by such a terrifying blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it! Watch me dodge! Su Chen was unafraid, suddenly activating his side dodge skill, instantly moving 2 meters away from his original position. Just at that moment, the fierce attack from the general spirit had already descended, striking down hard where Su Chen had just stood. A crisp, loud sound echoed, clang. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, as if it could tear through one's eardrums. To Su Chen's astonishment, the originally solid ground was split open by this strike, creating a massive crack over a meter long. Su Chen swallowed hard, unable to control himself, and thought, this is way too scary. If I got hit, wouldn't I just die here from the pain? However, there was no time for Su Chen to Think further, as the general spirit's next wave of attacks was already about to come. Damn! Here it comes again. Suchen had just straightened up without even launching a single attack when he hurriedly dodged to the side. At this moment, his dodge skill was still on cooldown and could not be used again. With no other choice, he had to use the return strike skill. Suchen suddenly flipped over, pushing off with his legs, successfully pushing the general spirit back a bit, and then, using the recoil, he floated back to a distance of 5 meters, just avoiding the general spirit's fierce strike. At this point, Suchen finally learned his lesson. The moment his feet hit the ground, he immediately turned and ran. Fortunately, with the speed boost from the agile armor, otherwise, his original speed of 362 points would indeed be outmatched by the general spirit's 380 points. But with a 15% speed increase, Suchen's speed reached 416 points, gradually pulling away from the general spirit. However, Suchen knew very well that this was only temporary. The general spirit still had a shadowy teleportation skill that could instantly close a distance of 50 meters. Just now, I was caught in cooldown while fighting the little titan, so I didn't use it right away. Suchen took advantage of the boss's shadow shuttling cooldown to unleash a flurry of attacks. In just these short 20 seconds, Suchen kite while shooting back, managing to fire off 40 arrows. He dealt over 110,000 points of damage, and thanks to the heart-to-heart effect, the little titan also recovered over 10,000 health points. At this moment, although the boss's shadow shuttling cooldown wasn't over yet, the boss suddenly stopped, pulling out the bow it had on its back. Suchen's heart tightened. Damn, not good. This is going to be a ranged attack. Sure enough, as Suchen expected, the boss drew the bowstring full, and the arrowhead ignited in fierce flames. Is it meteor shower? Suchen's expression changed. He had seen this move outside the magical barrier before, and he could only say it truly lived up to the name meteor shower. Each arrow fell like a meteor. Now, with 4 seconds left on the cooldown 4 kings exchange, Suchen could only brace himself for this attack. Whoosh, 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 the arrows came flying, and Suchen first dodged to the side, avoiding 3 arrows. Boom, 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 he could even feel the heatwave coming from behind him. The arrows continued to come, and this time it was 3 arrows fired simultaneously, 1 blocked the front, 1 blocked the back, and 1 shot straight at Suchen. This time, there was no way to dodge, he could only take it head-on. Minus 325. Physical damage. Minus 100. Burn damage. Minus 100. Burn damage. Although this arrow didn't hurt much, the burn was excruciating. Suchen had no fire resistance right now, and every time he was burned, the damage was maximized. Moreover, the spiritual realm had pain feedback, and Suchen felt a piercing pain where the arrow struck his chest, along with a burning sensation all over his body. If it weren't for the pain feedback having a limit, Suchen might have been left blank-headed from the pain. Fortunately, 4 seconds had passed and King's Exchange was ready. Use it immediately. In an instant, Suchen and the little titan transformed into 2 energy forms and teleported to each other. During the exchange, Suchen didn't forget to have the little titan cast a guardian rock shield on him to mitigate the burn damage. Phew, that was intense. After the King's Exchange, Suchen gasped for breath, one hand pressed tightly against his chest to calm his wildly beating heart, while the other hand unhesitatingly raised a recovery potion to his lips, trying to restore his stamina and mental state as quickly as possible. Once he regained his composure, he didn't dare to delay for a moment, immediately raising his bow and arrow, focusing intently on his target, unleashing round after round of dense and precise shots. With the experience from the earlier fierce battle with the boss, Suchen was no longer as panicked as he had been at the start. He became increasingly steady and calm, carefully observing the boss's every move, cleverly seizing the brief gap after it had just used a skill to quickly swap positions with the little titan. This way, not only did he successfully use his displacement skill and high movement speed to maintain a safe distance from the boss, but he also bought precious time for the little titan to recover. As time passed, the boss's health continued to decline, but its attack power also rose sharply. However, facing Suchen's agile and varied tactical strategies, along with the perfect cooperation with the little titan, it remained helpless. In this tug-of-war, the scales of victory gradually tipped towards Suchen. Finally, with a piercing wail from the boss, its massive body crashed down, its health reaching 0. He was seen kneeling on one knee, his long sword weakly supporting his body, and finally, it transformed into countless specks of light, gradually dissipating into the air. A golden-tier boss thus came to an end. In the northern part of Lethal Blade City, a warrior nicknamed Heavenly Gift of Royalty was leading a team of hundreds, besieging a silver-tier boss that had already been worn down to critical health. Priest group, keep up and provide instant healing from the back. Shield guard group, go up and draw aggro. As long as we kill this boss, I will reward each person from the Yunshen group with 3,000 bucks, and those who die in battle will be compensated 5,000 bucks. The leading warrior calmly commanded. Oh, long live young Master Shao. Brothers, charge. With benefits in sight, the members of the team fought even more fiercely, charging forward recklessly, because they knew that the leader, young Master Shao, was none other than Shao Tianxi, the eldest son of the Yunshen group, which had extremely abundant funds, even better than the treatment offered by the old 3 major guilds. It was precisely this kind of generous spending that gathered enough experts to deal with the silver-tier boss. Young master, I think in less than 10 minutes we can take down this silver tier boss. Here, I wish to congratulate you in advance. Beside him, a priest nicknamed Wandering in Dust flirtatiously stroked Xiao Tianxi's arm while flattering him. Xiao Tianxi seemed unimpressed by such temptations, gripping the priest's hand, causing her to tremble and her chest to rise and fall. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he said, but even so, I still won't be the first to achieve it. Have you found out about that person named Qingfeng? The wrist of Wandering in Dust was gripped painfully, yet she still dared not meet Xiao Tianxi's gaze directly. Nor could she directly speak ill of him, so she lowered her head and softly said, Why, young master, we found out he is in Wind Whisper City. Besides having conflicts with the Moon Slayer Guild, he has also had interactions with the young master. I heard he sold a lot of equipment to the young master. Oh, is that so? My useless brother actually managed to collaborate with such a person? Upon hearing news about his brother, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Tianxi's eyes, and he tightened his grip a little more. It hurts. Young master, it hurts, it hurts. Xiao Tianxi's talent was considered extraordinary. He could double all the attribute values he obtained. Moreover, he had allocated all his free attribute points to strength, making his hand strength unimaginably immense. Faced with such divine power, how could Wandering in Dust endure such excruciating pain? Sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down her forehead, sliding down her cheeks like broken pearls, instantly soaking the area of her chest that was as white as snow. Xiao Tianxi coldly watched Wandering in Dust's agonized expression, still disdainful. He snorted coldly and finally released his grip on her hand. However, unexpectedly, despite enduring such cruel torment, the admiration and affection in Wandering in Dust's eyes for Xiao Tianxi only grew stronger, as if this torment had become a special baptism, making her even more infatuated with Xiao Tianxi's dominance. One wonders what kind of thoughts Wandering in Dust harbored, as her feelings for Xiao Tianxi only intensified? Perhaps only she herself knew the reason behind it. However, Xiao Tianxi felt no pity for Wandering in Dust. To him, everyone around him was merely a pawn in his hand. While Xiao Tianxi was contemplating whether to curb the development of his useless brother, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Huaxia server announcement: first kill of golden tier boss, hidden boss, information not disclosed, achieved BOSS kill time 00:33:11 killer. Qingfeng, the first kill was done solo, and the first kill reward has been upgraded. Originally, Xiao Tianxi was still hesitating, but after hearing this announcement, he immediately made up his mind. Golden tier boss? They actually killed a golden tier boss. Xiao Tianxi's expression darkened. He needed hundreds of people to deal with a silver tier boss, yet Qingfeng could solo a golden tier boss. He couldn't help but think, if his cheap younger brother received help from someone like this, he might really be able to surpass him. By then, if the old man noticed this matter, the assets of Yuncheng Group might not necessarily belong to him. He quickly sorted out the logic of the situation and said in a deep voice to Wanpan Fengchen, You go to Fengyu City and negotiate with Qingfeng. Tell Qingfeng that as long as he is willing to cooperate with us, our Yuncheng Guild is willing to offer a higher price than the Overlord Guild. If the negotiation fails, I don't care what methods you use, whether it's sowing discord, seduction, or threats. There are two tasks. One is to extract Qingfeng's real information, and the other is to cut off his connection with my cheap younger brother. If he still insists on helping the Overlord Guild, then let's resolve him in a real sense. Yuncheng Group can only belong to me, Xiao Tianxi. Yunmeng City. Outside the city, Shanglan Hongyan heard the system's announcement and her eyes were a bit dazed. Is he really that strong now? That's a golden tier boss, it seems. Qingfeng is stronger than she had anticipated. Hongyan Jie? Shanglan Meiying waved her hand in front of Shanglan Hongyan, pulling her attention back. What's wrong? Xiaoying. Just now, other members of our guild discovered a special relic in the underground cave of Yunmeng City. It looks like a hidden dungeon. This relic seems to be from some prehistoric civilization, an old spaceship, and it requires an engineer to enter. Upon hearing Shanglan Meiying's news, Shanglan Hongyan immediately came to her senses. Based on her years of gaming experience, being close to the city, underground relics, and having job requirements, there must be good things. It might even be a chance for a hidden job transfer. Alright, Xiaoying, issue a guild order for all engineers in Yunmeng City to gather towards the relic. Let's go take a look. After sending the message, Shanglan Hongyan gazed towards Fengyu City, hoping that in terms of strength, she wouldn't fall too far behind that person. Inside the Tower of Divine Fury, Su Chen's mind was filled with continuous reward notification sounds. You have killed Soul of the General. Congratulations. The Heart of the Hunter is activated. Number of arrows fired +1. Current number of arrows fired 5. Congratulations, you have gained experience *150000. Reputation *150. Experience has been stored in the storage tank and can be retrieved after class change. Congratulations on completing the first kill of the golden level boss. Rewards: 1 property in the main city, 1 Crimson Spirit Core, unique title, Treasure Hunter. Meanwhile, the blood red hue that had originally permeated every inch of the 5th level of the Tower of Divine Rage began to gradually fade. As if being drawn away by an invisible force, this crimson aura converged towards the same direction like rivers returning to the sea. In the blink of an eye, all the blood energy coalesced into one place. forming a mysterious treasure chest that shimmered with a scarlet glow. This chest appeared exquisitely crafted, its surface intricately carved with complex and ancient patterns, faintly emanating a pressure that made one's heart race. Suchen did not rush to check what treasures were hidden in the treasure chest. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the first kill reward he had just received. That was a complete set of properties located within the city. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune. It should be noted that even the most ordinary property was worth thousands of gold coins. With his own property, he could choose to open a shop in Wind Whisper City. Of course, if he found it troublesome, he could rent it out to others in need and easily earn rental income. After reaching level 15, many scenery enthusiasts could change their profession to become a lifetime player, bidding farewell to days filled with slaughter and conflict, and instead immerse themselves in the study of various life professions such as alchemy, blacksmithing, potion making, or farming. However, regardless of which life profession one chose, if they wanted to sell their crafted items on a large scale, they would first need to rent a shop. In other words, they would have to pay rent to Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. In the real world, he was still burdened with heavy mortgage pressures, living the life of a house slave. Yet who would have thought that after arriving in this mysterious spirit realm, he would have the opportunity to transform into an enviable landlord? However, that was a matter for later. Su Chen shook his head and focused on the two rewards below. Treasure Hunter type, unique title effect. When you kill an adventurer alone, there is a greater chance of dropping their highest quality equipment/materials/items. This title was similar to the previous two. The Lone Pioneer increased monster drop rewards, the Explorer increased map rewards, and this time, the Treasure Hunter increased the rewards dropped after killing adventurers. Now, it was all set. After obtaining this title, Su Chen even looked forward to whether the Moonslayer and his group could come more frequently. The Moonslayer was such a good person. Not only did he previously give Su Chen a black soul scroll, but he also brought along a couple of old friends to deliver equipment and soul energy. He truly hoped that the kind Moonslayer could continue to promote this self-sacrificing spirit and lead more aspiring youths into our 10,000 souls. Emperor's Banner. Then, Su Chen continued to examine the Golden Scarlet Gold Spirit Core. Scarlet Gold Spirit Core type, special item, pet evolution, grade, gold grade effect, allows pets to awaken hidden bloodlines, significantly enhancing attributes, awakening new skills, and elevating the bloodline to gold grade. After seeing the effect description, Su Chen was somewhat astonished. Although this item sounded ordinary by name, its effect was quite powerful. It could directly elevate a pet's grade to gold grade. Originally, the little titan that had devoured the heart of the profound weight was only at bronze grade, but unexpectedly, it had obtained an item that could directly elevate it by 2 grades. Looking back, after finishing off the soul of the kill, the magical barrier had also disappeared, and now the little titan was slowly crawling towards him. Su Chen held the Scarlet Gold Spirit Core in his hand and waved it in the direction of the little titan. From a distance, he could see the little titan's eyes suddenly brighten and its speed increased by a third, developing a desire to consume the pet evolution stone. I knew you greedy turtle would like this. It's a reward for you. You've performed well in these battles, you've worked hard. As the little titan approached, Su Chen patted its head and handed the Scarlet Gold Spirit Core into the little titan's mouth. All that could be heard was the crunching sound as the Golden Scarlet Spirit Core was ground into pure energy by the little titan's teeth and swallowed. Su Chen thought to himself that after the battle with the soul, he had already noticed that the bronze tier little titan could no longer withstand the damage. However, Su Chen did not consider switching to another pet. Firstly, it had been a companion all along, and he had developed some feelings for it. Secondly, although there were high-tier pets available for direct purchase in Wind Whisper City, including bronze and silver ones, such pets had already fixed potential and could not evolve through other items. The little titan was hatched slowly from a pet egg by Su Chen, and as long as there were advancement items, he could continuously cultivate and upgrade the little titan. This time, having obtained the Scarlet Gold Spirit Core, it was just right to use it directly. He was looking forward to what changes the little titan would undergo after upgrading to the gold tier. At that moment, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Your pet titan has devoured Scarlet Gold Spirit Core, gold tier, and is evolving. Countdown, 4 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds sleep. After all, it had endured a whole day of beatings, both physically and mentally exhausted. Just like the last evolution, the little titan was enveloped in a faint layer of golden metal, gradually condensing into an unusual pet egg that presented a golden hue overall, with intertwining crimson veins on its surface. This egg looked extremely cool, much more handsome than the original black stone appearance. Titan, Mystic Beast Scarlet Gold Rock Beast, Evolution Resource, Scarlet Gold Spirit Core, Gold Quality, Evolution Direction, Defense, Physical Damage Description. After your pet devoured the Scarlet Gold Spirit Core, it gained a gold attribute enhancement effect, becoming stronger in defense while seemingly also possessing considerable group combat damage capability. Scarlet Gold Rock Beast, dual attributes of gold and earth. Not bad, not bad. Quite impressive, I like it. I wonder what the final appearance will be like after hatching. It better be handsome, whether following behind or being led. It should be quite flashy. Su Chen stored the little titan, which had transformed into a pet egg, back into the pet space. Then, he used the Human Emperor banner to collect the scattered soul energy, not knowing until He was shocked. This soul was indeed worthy of being a gold tier boss, providing a full 1000 points of soul energy. This was almost catching up to the total he had collected before. Checking the information on the human Emperor banner, he found that he had now collected a total of 2207 points of soul energy. Calculating, that meant an explosive damage of 220,000 within a radius of 220 meters. Su Chen could only think to himself, the human Emperor banner, terrifying indeed. This Black Abyss teaching instance actually hid such a thing. It seemed that this force was probably not something to be trifled with. Back to the point, there was still a chest to open. According to the previous prompt, it contained a full set of gold equipment, which was quite exciting. Su Chen jogged to the coffin, rubbed his hands, held his breath, and with a creak, opened the golden treasure chest. Volume 1 Summary, explanation of some issues. This chapter is unrelated to the plot, so if the readers are not interested, they can skip it directly. This is a suggestion post. Readers can write their suggestions and doubts here, and I will try to respond. Of course, I hope the readers can finish this chapter, as it serves as an online communication with all of you. Relax a bit, those who can see this are old friends, so consider this my one-sided reminiscing when I was writing this summary. It happened to be the Dragon Boat Festival, so first, I wish everyone a healthy and happy Dragon Boat Festival. May everything go smoothly. The first question, let's start with the length. This book is my third serious work. Previously, I had a book about universal job changes, which is my second work, and it has been completed with 1.1 million words, so readers need not worry too much about me not being able to write long. Oh, and another reason is that this book's performance is actually quite good, with a 24% completion rate for 100,000 words. Generally, for male-oriented books, a 15% completion rate for 100,000 words is considered passing, so mine should be acceptable. However, I don't know if it's due to the theme or the book title and cover, but the delivery volume from Tomato is not much, and the money earned is also limited. The author is writing with a burst of enthusiasm. I hope that as I write longer, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change, and Brother Tomato can give more. Delivery volume. Please take care of the child. Based on the story's rhythm, you can also see that my time arrangement is very tight. I wonder if everyone has noticed that it is now 170,000 words, and not even a day has passed yet. This is my writing habit, haha. I used to read many online game novels where the protagonist clearly knows that time is precious and that having a head start is important, yet still wastes time on useless tasks. It feels very frustrating. If I were to write, I definitely wouldn't do that. After entering the main city, the pace should gradually quicken, and the worldview will slowly unfold. I will gradually lay some groundwork and foreshadowing, filling in these gaps by the end of the volume. For example, the terms human bloodline and this time's adventurers mentioned at the beginning, the Black Abyss cult, Tower of Divine Rage, and the movements of the White Tower Sage, etc. In fact, the most time-consuming aspect for the author right now is the setting of the worldview, especially the setting of the gods. Currently, there are 7 professions corresponding to 7 deities, and the stories behind them have already taken shape. What the author can guarantee is that I will do my utmost to conceive a sufficiently exciting and interesting world. 4. Instance, among the 7 deities, besides the eternal forest, there are 4 non-human forms of deities, each of which fits its profession's setting yet is sufficiently novel. As for the specifics, I won't spoil it now. Oh, and to mention, these deity settings are neither Eastern nor Western deities, they are from the author's own fictional world, so I kindly ask readers not to accuse me of being unpatriotic. Mainly, this is a fantasy background with magic and steampunk elements and forcing in a background of ancient myths or fantasy deities like the 3 pure ones, Pangu, or the 12 ancestors of sorcery, feels very discordant. In my view, the story I want to write is not just an online game, or rather, it is not merely an online game, but more like an adventure story with many participants. The upcoming plot will continue the online game writing style while speeding up the pace. Please look forward to it. The second question is about the setting. Many readers have previously asked why the number of arrows shot in a volley does not increase after defeating a boss. To this question, I can only say, let's not talk about the Crimson King. Only when targeting the golden line will there be a volley bonus. Consequently, some readers have also asked me whether this counts as pressure on combat power. My consideration on this is that the excitement of a story does not depend on how invincible the protagonist is or how large the numbers are, but rather on the overall rhythm and plot design of the story. For example, at the beginning, some readers might say that selling a skill book to a rich second generation for 20,000 is too petty, especially when other books sell for hundreds of thousands. To that, I can only apologize. That is indeed how I set it up. If one were to start with hundreds of thousands or millions, then later on, gaining tens of thousands or over 100,000 would feel insignificant. We can't continue writing, selling black iron weapons for 1 million, bronze weapons for 5 million, or silver weapons for 10 million, right? If we don't do it this way, we would lose the layered sense of satisfaction, and the overall experience would be poor. So, my approach is to set it at 20,000. By the way, I'll quietly
Mention that selling a not-so-strong 1-star skill book for over 20,000 in a novice village with only 2 wealthy competitors is quite normal. Similarly, damage numbers are the same. Numerical inflation is a common issue in online game literature. My approach is that in the mid to late stages, numbers gradually become less important and there will be more interesting combat methods. However, in the early stages, it is still very important to ensure that numbers do not inflate, which is also a lesson I learned from my last book. In any case, the protagonist will always be the top player, that is beyond doubt. In the later part of this volume, the pace of the protagonist's growth will gradually accelerate, becoming stronger. The third question is about the equipment attribute panel. I will still write a detailed attribute panel every once in a while. In fact, when writing online game literature, simply writing battle scenes or dialogues is really fast, like 2,000 words in an hour. But when it comes to conceptualizing data, it requires a lot of editing, and calculating battle numbers is like pressing a calculator, which takes a lot of time. Really, writing the equipment attribute panel is not just filling up word count. This takes even more time and effort. In the next book, the author wants to write about high martial arts and urban supernatural abilities. The attribute panel is really hard to manage. The fourth question is about the dividing line. Yes, it's the line above. Dear readers, please don't say I'm padding the text. This is just a dividing line that the writing software, Manhwa, comes with. I was too lazy to type a period to separate it, so I just used it directly. Lying on the sofa, being lazy. Lying. The fifth question is about updates. The author is currently in the first year of graduate school and will be in the second year when school starts. Writing is considered a side job, but generally, I will ensure at least 4,000 words a day, and I will take a day off each month. If I can write more, I should be able to write more during the holidays, but after school starts, it will depend on how busy the school schedule is, as I will have to write both the manuscript and my thesis, along with internships and such, so time will be quite tight. However, I will definitely maintain a baseline of 4,000 words. Otherwise, I won't get perfect attendance. The goal for these days is to quickly update to 200,000 words, with a chance to change the book title and cover. When the time comes, we will also test new book titles and covers. If any readers have a favorite cover or recommended book title, feel free to leave a comment here. I hope everyone can leave more comments, whether it's chapter comments or paragraph reviews. The author will definitely read them. Finally, I wish all the readers who see this good health and all the best. Thank you for your support. You have opened the God's Tower treasure chest, gold tier. Congratulations. You have obtained God's Mark boots, gold tier, God's hard armor, gold tier, God's edge bow, gold tier, God's ring, gold tier, God's gauntlets, gold tier, God's crown, gold tier, a full set of gold. Awesome. Suchin opened the treasure chest and a soft and mysterious glow emanated from inside. Each piece of equipment was wrapped in exquisite golden satin, quietly lying on the velvet lining of the chest. Moreover, all these pieces had the same prefix name, suggesting they might be a complete set. After putting the 6 pieces of gold tier equipment back into his backpack space, he carefully examined the attributes of these items. Divine Mark boots, golden level, equipment position, boots wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped, normal attributes, movement speed plus 120. Physical defense plus 75, magic defense plus 75, agility plus 25, constitution plus 25, special attributes, evasion plus 2%, critical hit chance plus 3%, additional effect, can absorb other golden level boot. Attributes, maximum number of attributes, 1, note, collecting all 6 pieces of the Divine Mark set can trigger set effects, Divine Mark bow. Golden level, equipment position, weapon attributes, physical attack plus 350, attack speed plus 50%, strength plus 35, agility plus 35, special attributes, physical penetration plus 20%, critical hit chance plus 5%, physical penetration, ignores part of physical defense, wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped, additional effect, can absorb other golden level weapon attributes, maximum number of attributes, 1, note, collecting all 6 pieces of the Divine Mark set can trigger set effects, Divine Mark ring, golden level, equipment position, ring wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped, attributes, health plus 500, mana plus 700, physical defense plus 35, magic resistance plus 35, spirit plus 35, special attributes, mana recovery plus 5 per second, health recovery plus 25 per second, additional effect, can absorb other golden level ring attributes. Maximum number of attributes, 1, note, collecting all 6 pieces of the Divine Mark set can trigger set effects, Divine Mark gauntlets, golden level, equipment position, gloves wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped, attributes, physical attack plus 150, attack speed plus 40%, strength plus 35, constitution plus 35, special attributes, cooldown reduction plus 10%, evasion plus 2%, cooldown reduction, shortens cooldown time, additional effect, can absorb other golden level glove attributes. Maximum number of attributes, 1, note, collecting all 6 pieces of the Divine Mark set can trigger set effects, Divine Mark crown, golden level. Equipment position, head wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped, attributes, health plus 900, physical resistance plus 40, magic resistance plus 40, strength plus 20,
Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 40 special attributes, Mana recovery plus 5 per second, Control reduction plus 10% additional effect, can absorb other golden level helmet attributes. Maximum number of attributes. 1. Note, collecting all 6 pieces of the Divine Mark set can trigger set effects. Divine Mark armor, golden level. Equipment position, armor wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped. Attributes, health plus 1200, physical resistance plus 120, magic resistance plus 120. Constitution plus 40 special attributes, control reduction plus 10%, health recovery plus 125 per second, control reduction, shortens controlled time, additional effect, can absorb other golden level. Armor attributes, maximum number of attributes. 1. Note, collecting all 6 pieces of the Divine Mark set can trigger set effects. It's out. This time it's really happening. A full set of golden tier equipment, each piece with solid attributes. However, while Suchen was happy, he noticed one thing: although these pieces had strong attributes, none of them had special effect tags. Looking at this description, it means they can absorb the tags of other golden equipment? That's not bad. If I encounter tags that are suitable but the equipment isn't, I can directly replace them. Suchen put on all 6 pieces, replacing the equipment he originally needed to discard. Although the light spirit armor was also good, it wasn't part of the set, so it was replaced as well. After putting on this equipment, Suchen felt completely renewed, not to mention, the dazzling golden glow all over him was already impressive enough. At the same time, a prompt appeared in his mind. You have equipped Divine Fury set, 6 pieces, activated set effect, Frenzied Ascension. Suchen hurriedly checked the effects that appeared in the status bar. Divine Fury set, 6/6, activated effect, Frenzied Ascension effect. After activating Frenzied Ascension, the Divine Fury set can absorb attributes from other equipment of the same tier and accumulate Ascension energy. Once fully accumulated, the equipment can ascend, improving its quality supplement. Each time an ascension is performed, a new layer of set effect will be activated. Damn. Suchen stared blankly at this effect for half a minute. No wonder, this set effect is indeed a bit awesome. Absorbing attributes from equipment, and it can even advance. So it can grow. Suchen's heart raced. He knew exactly what this meant. No wonder the 5th level of the Tower of Divine Fury was so difficult. The rewards were this explosive. Then let's try the effect of absorption and fusion. In the backpack, the light spirit armor began to gradually emit a faint glow. Soon, the light grew brighter until it finally transformed into a pure energy sphere, merging with the Divine Rage Heart armor. A prompt sound echoed in Suchen's mind. Fusion complete, attributes absorbed, please check. With a heart full of anticipation, Suchen opened the attribute panel of the Divine Rage Heart armor. Divine Rage Heart armor, golden grade. Equipment position, armor, attributes, health plus 2000, physical resistance plus 160, spell resistance plus 160, constitution plus 70, special attributes, control reduction plus 10%, health regeneration plus 125 per second, evasion plus 1%, additional effect each. Normal attack increases movement speed by 1%, up to a maximum of 15% movement speed, lasting until the end of combat. From light spirit armor, advanced energy, 23/100, it really works. Damn. I'm taking off. The additional attributes from the light spirit armor successfully applied to the Divine Rage Heart armor, and both the special and normal attributes were enhanced. Although it wasn't 100% absorption stacking, it was still quite good. After all, it could absorb more than one piece of equipment. Suchen felt that even before the equipment advanced to platinum, its attributes would already be comparable to platinum. Next, I need to collect more golden grade weapons. On top of stacking passives, the advancement speed feels really fast. It probably won't be long before I can advance again. At this stage, the vast majority of players are still stuck with black iron and bronze gear, while I already have a full set of gold, and even the prospect of advancing to platinum, truly a step ahead. Suchen clarified his next plan and turned to ask Qingyu how to quickly obtain golden grade equipment. However, what he was most anxious about now was to change his class. Having already cleared the 5th level, the new class better not disappoint. After closing the panel, Suchen focused his gaze on the teleportation array inside the coffin. Enter the coffin, close the sliding cover, and you can teleport out of the Divine Rage Tower. He inwardly grumbled that this damn spirit realm was designed like a hell, with the teleportation array placed in a coffin, truly something. Suppressing his discomfort, Suchen lay in the coffin and silently closed the lid, plunging into darkness. Immediately, a strong sense of dizziness hit him, making him feel as if the entire world was spinning wildly. Within just a few seconds, a faint light seeped through the gap in the coffin. Lit gradually, the light grew brighter, illuminating the entire space. The coffin emitted a dazzling glow, then transformed into countless flickering points of light that dissipated into the air. At the same time, Suchen's figure reappeared, returning to Qingyu's side. I'm back. Sister Qingyu, Suchen greeted her. However, he found that Qingyu was looking at him with the eyes of someone observing a monster. Even Shengyu, who had seen many grand scenes, began to doubt her life at this moment. Just when Suchen cleared the 4th level, she had already felt it was incredible, and now, having just heard the news of Suchen clearing the 5th level, her shock deepened. Although she had never entered the Divine Rage Tower herself, after being a mentor for so many years, she understood very well how difficult it was to completely clear such a trial of inheritance. Among the entire human race, aside from the so-called strongest combat force, the third generation of the Emperor, at least on the surface, she had never heard of any other adventurers being able to completely clear the trials of the inheritance tokens. Does this mean that the adventurer in front of me has the potential to become the next strongest force? The more I think about it, the more I feel that my decision to befriend Qingfeng was the right one. Whether it's Qingfeng's extraordinary talent or the support of someone behind him, it's worth my bet. Su Chen waved his hand in front of Qingyu. Sister Qingyu? Hello? Why are you suddenly lost in thought? Did the server crash? Su Chen looked confused, and Qingyu came back to her senses. What did you say? It's nothing. I was just asking, did I pass the test? Can I start my job change now? Qingyu nodded. The job change array is ready. Just place the inheritance token on your chest, enter the array, and silently chant the job change. Su Chen followed Qingyu's guidance to the job change temple and entered the array according to the instructions. At this moment, night had fallen in this mysterious spiritual realm. All was silent, with only the crystal ball at the center of the job change array emitting a soft blue glow. However, the entire array was tinged with a faint red hue due to the presence of a scarlet gem, revealing a peculiar beauty. Standing beside the array, Qingyu's gaze was fixed tightly on Su Chen. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the air around them became heavy. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly reached out to the job change crystal ball. As his fingertips touched the surface of the sphere, a weak electric current instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to shiver slightly. At the same time, the blue light within the crystal ball began to fluctuate violently, gradually transforming into various strange patterns and symbols. Buzz, after Su Chen placed his hand on the job change crystal ball, the ball began to tremble continuously, and its color changed rapidly. Scarlet light slowly spilled from Su Chen's palm and spread outwards at an astonishing speed. This eerie red light, like burning flames, quickly engulfed the entire crystal ball. As time passed, the originally clear blue crystal ball was gradually dyed a vivid blood red. Then, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the crystal ball shattered. At that moment, a notification sound rang out. Congratulations, job change successful. You have transformed into the hunting arbiter based on your inheritor profession and talent. Job change successful, all skills gained +1 enhancement. You have transitioned to a high-grade hidden profession with experience required for leveling up increased by 500% and attribute points gained from leveling up increased by 500%. Initial talent Heart of the Hunt upgraded to Crown of the Hunt. Congratulations! You are the first ranger adventurer to successfully change jobs in the Huaxia server, and you have received a reward Fragment of Reality *1. Hunting Arbiter? Not bad. I like this name. Su Chen was very satisfied with the profession name on the attribute panel. It sounded prestigious. Moreover, after changing to a hidden profession, the difficulty and rewards for leveling up have also increased. He stroked his chin and thought. Anyway, his current leveling speed was definitely fast enough. Even if the experience required for leveling up was multiplied by 5, he would still level up faster than other players. Moreover, at the same time, the attribute points gained from each level up had also increased 5-fold, greatly enhancing Su Chen's combat power ceiling. In short, this was a good thing. Besides, what Su Chen was most concerned about was that his talent had also been enhanced after the job change. It should be noted that Su Chen's core combat power all the way to now was the talent Heart of the Hunt. I wonder what effect this talent upgrade will have. With anticipation and curiosity, Su Chen opened to check his talent effects. Second job, Hunter's Arbiter, break through the level 15 experience shackles. Second job level cap, level 40, Crown of the Hunter. The Crown of the Hunter will mark targets on the map and generate bloodline traces visible only to you. Killing targets will grant permanent enhancement effects. Effect 1. Each individual kill of a red bloodline target permanently increases normal attack damage by 2 points. Effect 2. Attack range increases by 5 meters, and stacking true damage to a specific level will permanently increase attack range/sniper effects. Effect 3. Each kill of a golden bloodline target, and if your damage exceeds 50% of its maximum health, your attack will permanently gain an additional volley arrow, which can fully trigger attack effects. New Effect 4. Killing a red bloodline target will permanently grant 5 points of maximum health, while killing a golden bloodline target will permanently grant 500 points of health. New Effect 5. Gain a 5% judgment effect. When an enemy's health is below 5% of their maximum health, each attack will deal an additional 99,999 true damage. Supplement. Each kill of a golden bloodline target will increase the judgment cap by 1%. Su Chen silently looked at the talent effects after his job change. Compared to the original Heart of the Hunter, the new talent effects not only doubled the speed of stacking true damage but also added 2 new effects. Effect 4. Killing grants permanent health. Killing a red line target gives 5 points, while killing a golden line target gives as much as 500 points. Moreover, like true damage, it can stack permanently. If Su Chen originally had weaknesses in tankiness, this weakness was directly smoothed out by the effects of the Crown of the Hunter. Of course, there was also Effect 5, which was extremely powerful. When dealing with enemies, if their health is below 5%, each attack can deal an additional 99,999 points of true damage. Su Chen silently scoffed in his heart. Isn't this just the effect of the collector? A full 100,000 points of additional true damage, at least at this stage. As long as he encounters a unit with health below 5%, he could easily one-shot them. Moreover, like other talents, this talent can also stack. Killing a golden line target increases the execution threshold by 1%. Su Chen's mouth almost curled into a crooked smile. It wasn't until he realized that Qing Yu was still present that he dared not be so reckless. As for the virtual and real fragments from the first job change reward, Su Chen also wanted to check the specific information. However, strangely, this virtual and real fragment only had one description, which read, the ability to traverse the virtual and real, connecting all realms. There were no other effect descriptions, not even how to use it. How strange. Logically, the first job change reward should be impressive. Why? Does it not enhance anything? Su Chen was a bit curious, thinking that the mentor was still nearby. He then held it in his hand and asked Qing Yu beside him, Sister Qing Yu, can you help me take a look at what this is? Qing Yu only glanced at the fragment and recognized it, her eyes revealing a complex expression, only saying something that left him puzzled. You got this so early. Don't worry, when you return to your world, you'll soon know the effect of the virtual and real fragment. Su Chen felt even more confused upon hearing this. Isn't she an NPC? How could she say something like, return to your world? The designers of the spirit realm are really unprofessional. Poor review. However, he didn't delve deeper. Since Qing Yu said he would know the effect later, he would just wait. After all, this time he had already gained enough, so he wasn't missing this little bit. By the way, how did you get through the 4th and 5th levels? Can you tell me? Qing Yu asked with curiosity. Well, Su Chen scratched his head. It wasn't that he couldn't say, but the 5th level was kind of a bug he had exploited, right? He had to come back to the Tower of Divine Rage for the test when he changed to a hidden class and continued to the 3rd and 4th transfers. At that time, he still wanted to exploit bugs. What if it got reported to the officials and got fixed? Besides, exploiting bugs to skip levels wasn't exactly honorable. It's a secret. In the end, Su Chen chose not to say anything. If he lost some favorability, so be it. Exploiting bugs was the most important. However, what Su Chen didn't expect was that after he refused, although Qing Yu seemed a bit disappointed, she didn't distance herself. Instead, she humorously gave him the middle finger. To outsiders, it looked like the two had a very good relationship. Su Chen awkwardly smiled and laughed it off. After checking his talents, Su Chen realized that now, after the job change, he could redistribute his points. Originally, he had allocated quite a few free attribute points to strength for the transition, but now that he had stacked so many true damage layers, he didn't lack damage anymore. It was time to redistribute. He mustered his courage and asked, Sister Qing Yu, how can I redistribute my points? Oh, you just readjust your free attribute points. Qing Yu proudly pointed to the statue in the Eternal Forest inside the job change temple. Just put your hand on the platform and pray. Sincerely. Su Chen approached and mimicked what Qing Yu said, asking curiously, is that how I can readjust? What should I pray for? Is there a fixed prayer or something? Seeing Su Chen's silly expression, Qing Yu's previously cold demeanor broke and she burst out laughing. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Here, take this. Qing Yu pulled out a gold coin from somewhere, flicked it with her thumb, and it landed steadily in Su Chen's hand. This is a gift from your sister. Do you see the coin slot under the statue? Just put it in. Su Chen was a bit speechless. These NPCs in the spirit realm were really intelligent, and they liked to mess with people. Would you like to redistribute your free attribute points? Cost 1 gold coin, cooldown time 24h confirm. With various upgrades and miscellaneous rewards, he had a total of 176 free attribute points. As for the choices, he didn't lack mana for now, and he definitely wouldn't add to spirit. With true damage, he didn't need to add strength points either. Before the job change, Su Chen had considered adding to constitution since it could increase his tankiness, but now with effect 4, he wouldn't lack health in the future. Su Chen simply dumped all these attribute points into agility. As the saying goes, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. Attack speed and movement speed had always been very important attributes. But speaking of which, it only cost 1 gold coin to redistribute points. He had to say, the spirit realm was quite merciful in this regard. Although there was a cooldown of 1 day, it wasn't a big deal. As for now, he hadn't properly looked at his attribute panel yet. Su Chen was looking forward to it, wondering how monstrous his attribute panel would be with all his golden tier equipment. Of course, before that, Su Chen first extracted all the experience he had accumulated in the storage tank. Even though the hidden class upgrade consumed 5 times the experience, it still allowed Su Chen to level up from level 15 to level 16. All attributes increased by 10 points, Ranger class strength and agility increased by an additional 5 points, physical defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 5 gained 25 free attributes. And 1 skill point. I have to say, the 5-fold increase in attribute points is really outrageous. Su Chen, as usual, allocated all the free attributes to agility. Then, he opened the attribute panel to check the specific attributes. Nickname Qingfeng level 16, class Hunter's Arbiter, Ranger type, health 5480, mana 1880, physical attack 812, attack speed plus 432% physical. Defense 350, magic resistance 330, movement speed 562, strength 156, constitution 193, agility 342, spirit 118, critical rate 8%, critical damage 200%, dodge rate 4%, control reduction 20, physical penetration 20%. Cooldown reduction 10%, skills hunting trap 1 star plus 1, evasion strike 2 stars plus 1, whirlwind kill 2 stars plus 1, eagle eye insight 2 stars plus 1, explosive arrow 3 stars plus 1, equipment divine fury hard armor, golden tier divine fury gauntlets, golden tier divine fury longbow, golden tier divine fury ring, golden tier divine fury crown, golden tier divine fury boots, golden tier talent crown of the hunter, effect 1. Stacking true damage 572/750, stacking health 0, range 50 meters, sniper effect up to 50%, number of arrows fired simultaneously 5, arbiter effect 5%, special items faceless mask, illusory fragment, emperor's banner 2207. Soul energy titles lone pioneer, explorer, treasure hunter, pet, titan, mystic beast, crimson rock beast. Suchen took a rough glance and gained an overall understanding of his attributes. It is no wonder that with a full set of golden tier equipment, Suchen's tankiness and damage are on a different level compared to other players. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. This reward is worthy of the insane difficulty of the Tower of Divine Fury. With that thought in mind, Suchen felt a sudden urge to act, and just so happened that both the golden bloodline target and the red bloodline target had respawned. I don't know if it's due to the evolution of the crown of the hunter, but this time there were actually 2 golden bloodline targets? One of them was relatively fixed, with no change in its trail, while the other golden bloodline target was constantly moving, and it was unclear why. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. The red bloodline was also densely connected to many targets, and a rough glance revealed at least over 100 lines. The golden bloodline was relatively sparse, indicating it was far away, but the red bloodline targets were quite dense, not far from the city. Sister Qingyu, I'm leaving now, it's fine. After completing the job change, there was no need to stay here any longer. He had to hurry up and get stronger. Don't rush, now that you've changed jobs, you can improve your range by practicing in the training ground. At your current level, you can increase your range to a maximum of 32 meters. Although training will take some time, it is essential. Suchen shook his head. No need, Qingyu Jia, I know what I'm doing. Qingyu wanted to persuade him further. Range is one of the most important attributes for a ranger. In the future, whether it's leveling up by grinding monsters or dealing with bosses, it will be crucial. Before she could finish her sentence, Suchen casually drew his bow and shot an arrow that hit the dummy's forehead 50 meters away. Seeing this result, Qingyu was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. How much talent does he still have hidden? Suchen smiled slightly. Don't worry, Qingyu Jia, I have confidence in myself, trust me. He then strode towards the door. Qingyu watched Suchen's retreating figure and couldn't help but admire him. Truly, each generation is stronger than the last. After leaving the Transcendence Temple, Suchen headed towards the western part of the city following the bloodline targets. He noticed that the sun in the spirit realm was gradually dimming. It wasn't the kind of dimming that happens when the sun rises in the east and sets in the west in the real world, but rather, the brightness was directly decreasing without any change in position. Suchen thought to himself, could it be that the coders of the spirit realm were slacking off? Is this setting meant to reduce their workload? Or is there some deeper meaning? He shook his head. Putting these thoughts aside for now, it was better to speed up. Who knows what kind of trouble might arise in the wild after dark. There was still some time before it was completely dark, so clearing out the nearby red bloodline targets was still feasible. With plenty of gold on hand, Suchen directly bought the highest level mount, the Ice Flame horse. He had to admit, it was indeed impressive. The blue ice flames flickered, and the pure silver horse armor and stirrups were very eye-catching. Of course, Suchen was now fully equipped in golden gear with exceptional combat power, so he wasn't worried about lowly creatures like Moonslayer having any designs on him. If they came, it would be just right. Drop equipment collected in the Emperor's banner. The Ice Flame horse was incredibly fast, covering a journey that would normally take half an hour in just over 10 minutes. At this time, Suchen also encountered the red bloodline target for this round. Two-headed snake level, 17 health, 10,000 physical attack, 350 physical defense, 115 magic resistance, 100 speed, 290 skill 1, venomous fangs. The two-headed snake attacks, causing the target to become poisoned, dealing 50 poison damage per second for 7 seconds, with an attack range of 30 meters, cooldown time of 30 seconds. Skill 2, Symbiosis, passive skill in melee. The two-headed snake can attack twice with each attack. Weakling. Suchen succinctly evaluated this level 17 monster. To others, this might be a troublesome poison monster, but in Suchen's eyes, with such low damage, it barely broke his defenses. Oh, this monster does have some advantages, at least it's densely distributed, suitable for grinding. He switched to explosive arrows. One arrow shot out, -1045*5, physical damage, -858*5, additional true damage, 5 explosions, totaling 9,515 points of damage. Then, he triggered the 5% judgment effect, and at minus 99,999 true damage appeared on the two-headed snakes, instantly killing them. You have killed two-headed snake. Crown of the Hunter activated. Additional true damage +2, maximum health +5. At this moment, Suchen suddenly realized something. The higher his combat power, the faster he could grind for talents, which in turn increased his combat power even more, allowing him to grind for talents even faster. The rate at which his combat power increased was something even Suchen himself couldn't estimate. Next, it was a pure slaughter. With a single arrow, I could take down 3 or 4 two-headed snakes. There were a total of 140 two-headed snakes in front of me, and within 2 minutes, they were all defeated. Each two-headed snake dealt 2 points of true damage and 5 points of health, so 140 meant 280 points of true damage and 700 points of health. These attribute points felt like they were given away for free. However, the experience points were rising much slower. Defeating 140 two-headed snakes only raised Suchen's experience bar from 22% to 34% at level 16. With true damage reaching 750 points, the sniper effect also increased from a maximum of 50% to a damage increase cap of 100%. The effect's second layer was refreshed. Effect 2. True damage layers 852/1500. Full layers increase range by *15m. After finishing the kills, Suchen began to collect the equipment one by one. I don't know if it was because the monster levels were higher, but the quality of the dropped equipment was also better. The two-headed snakes were considered ordinary monsters, neither elite nor bosses, yet they started dropping black iron equipment. Although the drops were still not many, with over 140 monsters only yielding 7 or 8 pieces of black iron, Suchen could already foresee that soon the equipment would depreciate significantly. Well, to be honest, Suchen wasn't too concerned about 1,000 or 800 coins now. If he really wanted to make quick money, he could unbind his golden equipment and sell it. Enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Of course, Suchen wouldn't be so short-sighted. After all, only a fool would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. While picking up the equipment, Suchen also collected all the dropped soul energy. Each two-headed snake dropped slightly less soul energy than the battlefield remnants, but in total, there were 700 points. Little by little, it would add up. After gathering his spoils, Suchen prepared to check on the unmoving golden line target. The golden line target was to the west, a bit far away, but fortunately, he had the ice flame horse, which was quite fast. After running for about 5 or 6 minutes, he arrived at the edge of a cliff with a suspension bridge. What a high cliff! It was bottomless, and between the cliffs was a seemingly precarious suspension bridge. At one end of the bridge, there were 2 barracks stationed. The barracks were surrounded by strong fortifications, with flags flying, exuding a solemn atmosphere. At that moment, a team of soldiers was busily working. Their task was to raise the suspension bridge and completely cut off the road. Suchen hurriedly dismounted, and as he approached, 2 soldiers with long knives blocked his way, their expressions serious. Suchen chuckled, and as he got closer, he looked around to see that no one else was watching, and casually gave each of them a gold coin. Excuse me, gentlemen, why are you raising the suspension bridge? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Seeing Suchen's thoughtfulness, the 2 had a better attitude and sheathed their long knives. They looked Suchen up and down, then said, "You must be a new adventurer. Don't go any further. There is no barrier set by my emperor beyond the suspension bridge. Once night falls, the monsters will go berserk, their strength will surge, and nightmarish creatures will appear. With the current strength of adventurers, going over would be tantamount to seeking death. While nightfall hasn't fully arrived, hurry back to the city, or if you wish, you can find some monsters to practice within the barrier. In any case, the suspension bridge won't reopen until dawn. Please turn back." Hearing the soldier's words, Suchen pondered to himself. There were several new terms he hadn't heard before. Who is my emperor? What is a nightmare? Suchen handed over 2 more gold coins and asked, "Gentlemen, could you elaborate on the barrier set by my emperor and what the nightmare situation is? Also, when will the suspension bridge be lowered again?" The 2 heard Suchen's words and exchanged a glance. When the taller man nodded, the shorter soldier finally spoke. "It's normal for newcomers to be unaware. My emperor is naturally the Book Emperor, the foremost among the 3 emperors of the human race. To protect the prosperity of our people, he has established barriers around the major cities to prevent the invasion of the abyss. The monster's frenzy is also due to the abyss's incursion. As for the nightmares, any intelligent life that dies in the abyss will transform into an undying nightmare. They are immune to physical damage and have a high resistance to most magical damage in great numbers and of considerable level, making them quite troublesome. We are stationed here to prevent the abyss from invading. If the bridge opens again, it will probably be about 6 hours later when the sun brightens again." Suchen nodded. 6 hours wasn't too long, but was the night in the spirit realm really that short? Just 6 hours? Alright, adventurer, I've answered your questions. We need to continue our patrol, so you should head back. Suchen said goodbye and left the military camp's restricted area, quickly processing the information in his mind, estimating it was the background setting of the spirit realm. The Book Emperor? Quite a literary name, sounds impressive. Didn't they say there were 3 emperors of the human race? I wonder what the other 2 are called. Also, the Abyss, wasn't the dungeon I cleared before called the Abyss Cult? One of my trump cards, the Human Emperor banner, was also obtained from under that chicken-eyed, boiled egg god's platform of the Abyss Cult. Anyway, it seems like I won't be able to pass through until nightfall. Just right after dawn, the little titan will have completed its evolution. Starting from 8 o'clock until now, it's already past 11 at night. I only slept a little in between, and I'm really exhausted. I can clearly feel my stomach growling, and my trigeminal nerve is throbbing with pain. Grinding monsters doesn't seem meaningful anymore. It's time to rest. He walked a bit further away, found a secluded spot, cleared the traces around him, and then logged off. After logging off, Suchen, feeling both sleepy and tired, was too lazy to order takeout. He rummaged through the bread, ham, and canned food he had bought earlier, preparing to make do with that as a late-night snack. However, Suchen noticed that his appetite was growing larger. He ate 3 bags of bread, 7 or 8 small sausages, and drank 2 bottles of iced water before finally feeling full. How strange, he had eaten quite a bit for dinner, so why was he so hungry so quickly? Moreover, while eating, Suchen felt a burning pain in his chest. After going to the bathroom and taking off his shirt, he suddenly discovered a small triangular red patch on his chest. No way, although it's a bit hot, I turned on the air conditioning while playing the game. How could I get heat rash from that? He carefully took a shower and applied some rash powder before returning to bed and falling into a deep sleep. However, while he slept soundly, he was unaware that the red patch on his chest was emitting a faint glow. Waking up from a deep sleep, Suchen felt drenched in sweat. Even the summer blanket was soaked through. At the same time, a wave of hunger hit him. Although he felt refreshed mentally and had a sense of rejuvenation, the sticky feeling all over his body was quite uncomfortable. Why am I sweating so much? Am I that weak? Suchen mumbled to himself as he sleepily made his way to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he was washing his face, his stomach grumbled. In response, it shouldn't be, he thought, he ate so much last night, how could he be hungry again? Could it be that he was about to grow taller? However, a person is like iron, and food is like steel, no matter how eager he was. To enter the spirit realm, he had to fill his stomach first. Suchen was extremely hungry and glanced at the overly sweet bread with some disdain. After all, he had earned quite a bit of money, it felt unnecessary to be nibbling on bread. Checking the time, it was just past 6 in the morning, and the breakfast shop had just opened. Suchen stepped out, planning to go to the breakfast shop downstairs to fill his stomach first, remembering the amount he ate. Yesterday, he ordered a bowl of soy milk, 5 fried dough sticks, and 2 braised duck legs, then began to eat while browsing the Spirit Realm forum. There were indeed many new posts on the forum. First of all, the news about his job change had spread throughout the forum, just as he expected. However, the reaction was not significant, or rather, when everyone saw that the first person to change jobs was Qingfeng, they thought it was normal. If it had been someone else, it would have been strange. There were also quite a few posts reporting on his battles in Falling Green Mountain. He found a highly popular post with a video and, while munching on a duck leg, clicked to play the video. The sounds of fighting filled the air, and Suchen watched with great interest. To be honest, the first-person perspective of the escape looked quite immersive. The breakfast shop owner, hearing the sounds from Su Chen's phone, stretched the noodles and casually remarked, "Oh, this video is from the spirit realm, right? The person in it is, let me think, is it Qingfeng?" This surprised Su Chen. Even the breakfast shop uncle knew about him? Uncle, do you play the spirit realm too? The uncle shook his head. Do I look like I have time for that? But with all the overwhelming promotions a few days ago, it's hard not to know. Plus, my useless son likes this. Let me tell you, just yesterday morning he sold some equipment and made several thousand. But yesterday afternoon he was cursing about something called Moonslayer, saying it stole his equipment. It was this Qingfeng who said he avenged him, taking on hundreds of people, always saying how Qingfeng is his idol. I don't really understand young people's games, but seeing my son say that, Qingfeng must be quite a character. Suchen smiled awkwardly. It was the first time he experienced this feeling? Yeah, but honestly, he seems like an ordinary person. Who knows, he might be out buying fried dough sticks right now. The uncle shook his head upon hearing this, muttering softly, a frog at the bottom of a well. My son can earn several thousand a day, and Qingfeng must earn even more. How could he still be buying soy milk and fried dough sticks? He must be having steak and lobster. Suchen silently continued to munch on the duck leg, not responding. In his heart, he scoffed, steak and lobster? Is that really delicious? It doesn't seem to be as fragrant as the braised duck leg. After finishing his meal, Suchen returned to his apartment building, only to find a yellow notice in front of the elevator saying it would be under maintenance in the morning, asking residents to take the stairs. Suchen's face darkened instantly. He lived on the 27th floor. But there was no choice, he had to climb up one floor at a time. However, Suchen noticed that his stamina seemed to have suddenly improved. Normally, he would need to rest after climbing 7 or 8 flights of stairs. This time, he climbed all the way to the 27th floor without feeling out of breath, not tired at all. In fact, he seemed quite relaxed. He felt that something was a bit off. Am I going through a second development? Or did I rest well yesterday and my stamina has increased today? At that moment, a line of text suddenly flashed in his mind, which was the introduction to the virtual reality fragments, the ability to traverse between the virtual and the real connecting all realms. Could it be related to this? However, he shook his head randomly. This was indeed too unbelievable. Had he been so engrossed in gaming lately that he was losing his mind? How could this be possible? Just as Su Chen was doubting and entangled in his thoughts, the red spots on his chest began to burn with a hot pain again. Su Chen took off his shirt, wanting to apply some baby powder. As a result, he discovered that the originally red patches were now flickering with a faint light. Su Chen tried to touch it, and then the light flashed and disappeared. He hurried to the mirror, looking at the shape of the red spots in the reflection. The red scar on his chest was actually identical to the shape of the virtual reality fragment. His eyes widened suddenly, his mouth slightly agape, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The expression on his face shifted from calm to shock, his brows furrowed, seemingly struggling to digest what was happening before him. No, it can't be. Is this for real? Su Chen still found it hard to believe. After all, such occurrences were truly mind-boggling. Thinking back to the web novels he had read, this situation seemed to be called game integration with reality. Having just climbed the stairs, his endurance had undoubtedly improved, so what about strength? Su Chen placed one hand on the sofa's base and with little effort he lifted it straight up. It was known that this was an old-fashioned sofa made of solid wood. It must weigh over 100 pounds, yet he felt no weight at all, as if he were lifting a cardboard box. With this thought, his heart raced. Does this mean that the stronger I get in the game, the stronger I will become in reality? Although he was unclear about the principles and conversion ratios involved, there was no doubt that this was astonishing news. He quickly contemplated the matter. First, reporting to the authorities was definitely out of the question. This was too unbelievable. Although he believed the authorities wouldn't use him for research, he was an orphan with no parents or background. Recklessly exposing himself to others might not be a good thing. If he had to reveal it in the end, it must be when his strength allowed. As for now, he should first figure out the reason behind the game's projection into reality and try to make himself stronger in the spiritual realm. He had a vague feeling that the world was about to change, and it would be a monumental upheaval. There's no rush to pay the mortgage. Starting now, making money isn't the top priority. The most important thing is to become stronger. Perhaps this is the path for me, Su Chen, to reach the peak. Originally, I was torn between paying off the mortgage or buying the gaming pod, but now I'm no longer conflicted. I immediately placed an order for the gaming pod and 2 months' worth of nutrient solution. I bought the basic model for 980,000 and the nutrient solution costs 5,000 a month. All these purchases totaled 990,000 and my once ample account balance suddenly shrank significantly. Phew, if this game can really translate my abilities into reality. Paper money is not important for now. But these are just my speculations. I don't know if this is a personal phenomenon or a general one. I recalled what Xingyu had vaguely said before about how I would know once I returned to my own world. I was certain that Xingyu must know something. After some contemplation filled with doubt, I reconnected to the spiritual realm. As soon as I returned to the game, I heard a notification sound. Your pet Titan has completed its evolution. Please check the detailed attributes. While I was sleeping, Titan had already evolved. Its appearance had changed significantly. The most notable change was its size. It was now a full 5 meters long, and its originally pure black shell now had many golden red patterns. In addition, many golden red spikes had appeared on the joints of its shell, glinting coldly and looking quite imposing. If Titan's health bar were replaced with a boss health bar, anyone would probably consider Titan a high-level boss. Little Titan, Titan. At this size, calling it Little Titan was no longer appropriate. It was definitely not small at all. Upon hearing my words, Titan affectionately rubbed its head against me, which startled me. Its head was covered in metallic spikes, and getting scratched by them wouldn't be pleasant. Alright, Titan, be good, don't move for now. I shook my head helplessly. Such a large beast still acted like a child, while avoiding the metal spikes. And carefully petting Titan, I casually checked its attribute panel. Pet Titan, Golden Red Rock Beast, level 15 health, 150,000 physical attack, 750 magic attack, 750 physical defense, 1500 magic resistance, 1500 speed, 450 skill 1, spiked golden armor, increases own physical defense and magic resistance by 50%, immune to continuous damage, and forces enemy units within a 25-meter range to attack itself. When receiving normal attacks, deals magic damage equal to its own physical defense value to the enemy, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 45 seconds. Skill 2, Golden Red Rock Shield, summons the power of Golden Rock to provide the master with a shield equal to 15% of its maximum health, lasting 10 seconds. If the shield is not broken, the master gains an additional defense value equal to 50% of its own physical defense and additional magic resistance. Cooling time 1 minute. Skill 3, Crimson Gold Rock Spike. The Titan stops moving, summoning the power of Crimson Golden Rock to envelop itself, gaining a 100% reflection damage effect, lasting up to 15 seconds. When the effect ends, it will shoot 36 crimson spikes from the rock towards the enemy, each spike dealing spell attack * 100% spell damage, which ignores 50% spell resistance. Special Skill 1, King's Exchange effect. within a range of 200 m, causes spatial distortion, swapping the positions of the pet and the owner, entering an unselectable state for 0.25 seconds during the exchange, cooldown time 30 seconds. Attack range 100 meters, cooldown time 10 minutes. Talent heart to heart transfers 25% of the damage taken by the owner to itself and recovers 12.5% of the damage dealt by the owner as health. Bloodline quality gold. Damn. Even Suchen thought that a titan that could evolve to the golden tier would definitely not be weak. However, the intensity of this evolution truly surprised Suchen. With 150,000 health, 1,500 dual resistances, and 750 dual attacks, what kind of boss stats are these? The original two skills and the talent have been enhanced, and in addition, there's a new skill. The third skill clearly interacts with the first skill. It's really a case of hitting back more than being hit. After the sustained state ends, there's also an effect that can control the golden spikes to attack, totaling a damage multiplier of 3,600%. Even a mage would drool at this. Chen felt that, just with the little titan now, he could easily deal with bosses of the level of the abyssal cult priest. After the titan evolved, its support for him increased significantly, which meant he had a greater chance of challenging the golden line target. Titan, come back first, return to the pet space, you're too big, it's hard to cross the bridge. Suchen waved to the little titan but found it didn't respond at all. The titan's eyelids drooped as if it hadn't heard. Titan? Little titan? What's wrong? Suchen tried to call out, and only when he said the words little titan did the silly thing finally lift its eyelids. Suchen immediately understood and laughed while scolding, you silly thing, being so big and still only recognizing the words little titan. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Little titan is fine, just hurry up and come in, silly. Suchen followed the golden line and walked ahead. By this time, the bridge was already open, and Suchen crossed the bridge to the other side of the cliff. The morning light began to appear, with sunlight barely penetrating the thick clouds, and the forest on the other side of the cliff was shrouded in a hazy darkness. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, quite eerie and terrifying. As soon as he stepped onto the cliff, he heard a prompt sound in his mind. You are about to enter the dangerous area Grey Wasteland. There is no regular protection outside the barrier, with randomly scattered high-level monsters. Please choose to enter with caution. Suchen had a dark expression. What could he do? The golden line was right here, and he also wanted to go back to farm bosses like the cat demon, but unfortunately, it wouldn't increase his levels. However, scolding aside, he still had to get to work. Among them, the stationary golden line had an exceptionally obvious and rich trace, feeling like the target shouldn't be too far away. However, there was another golden line, and its situation was completely different. This golden line was in a state of constant movement, sometimes bright and dazzling, sometimes dim and dull, constantly changing its position. What's wrong with this boss? Why can't it stay in one place and keeps running around? As he walked further, he discovered a group of monsters, 10 goblin tribes, with a total of more than 10 goblins, none of which had a red line mark on them. There were all kinds of goblins, some wielding sharp swords, some holding longbows, and others carrying magical tomes. However, the most bizarre aspect of this tribe was their use of bones as decorations, and in the center of the tribe, there were 2 rotting, stinking beast corpses displayed on a high platform. A dozen goblins were dancing around these corpses in a ritual dance, which was quite similar to the sacrificial ceremonies Suchen had seen before in the Black Abyss sect. Normally, dancing and rituals were not unfamiliar to Suchen and could be considered quite normal. But what shocked him was that while dancing, these creatures actually used knives to pick maggots from the corpses and then chewed them after dipping them in the foul blood. This behavior was truly nauseating, and Suchen couldn't help but frown, feeling a wave of discomfort rise within him. He finally understood the source of the floating stench of blood and decay. It was indeed quite gruesome and disgusting, nearly making him retch. While he could respect the differences between monsters, this was just too perverse. Damn it! Die! Suchen forced himself to endure the discomfort, quickly glancing at their levels, which were all a bunch of level 18 and 19 little karamis. He couldn't even be bothered to look at their attribute panels. He just unleashed a barrage of arrows, followed by a series of booming explosions, and within seconds, they were all killed. The entire goblin tribe was reduced to ruins. The 2 white items that dropped were also covered in goblin green blood. Suchen was initially ready to leave, but just as he was about to go, he suddenly felt a vibration coming from his spatial backpack. Opening the backpack, he saw that the previously dormant human emperor banner seemed to have encountered some treasure, conveying a feeling of great joy to Suchen. He took off the emperor's banner and thought to himself, could it be that these goblins have a lot of soul energy? After absorbing the energy from each corpse, the 14 goblins had only absorbed a total of 103 points. That's not much. However, Suchen noticed that the tremors of the emperor's banner were growing stronger. At that moment, the long silent title of Explorer continued to take effect, and the icon lit up. A prompt appeared directly in Suchen's mind, saving him the trouble of searching slowly. Explorer title effect activated. There is hidden information around you. Location marked for you. The arrow pointed to the center of the platform. Suchen moved the stinking corpses and the broken table aside, and finally discovered that the arrow pointed to a stone brick. With over 150 strength, Su Chen's hands gripped the edge of the stone brick, and with a forceful pull, he directly lifted the 7 or 8 centimeter thick stone brick. However, Su Chen did not notice that at the moment the stone brick was lifted, a few wisps of faint black gas slipped away from the gap, drifting towards the sky, and one wisp of black gas wrapped around Su Chen's neck, leaving a faint mark. Su Chen felt a slight itch on his neck, absent-mindedly touched it, felt nothing unusual, and ignored it. Light shone through the opening, clearly revealing a statue below, which looked vaguely familiar, resembling the outline of the god of chicken eye and marinated egg he had seen before in the Black Abyss sect. Just as Su Chen was considering whether there would be danger inside, the Emperor's banner slipped from his hand and directly adhered to the statue. The scene was like a refugee who had been starving for 2 or 3 days pouncing on a delicious roasted chicken. The Emperor's banner greedily absorbed the energy emanating from the statue, and Su Chen waited at the cave entrance, waiting for a full 10 minutes before the energy from the statue was completely absorbed. Congratulations, you have gained soul energy 3000, accumulated energy reached 5000, Emperor's banner has evolved, gaining the second activation effect, endless life. Second activation effect? What does that mean? Su Chen really didn't expect that his luck was quite good, and the tribe he had cleaned out happened to hide good things. He curiously checked the new effect of the Emperor's banner. Emperor's banner, type special item, master status, bound, Qingfeng effect. After killing any unit, you can accumulate soul energy, no upper limit, which can be consumed at appropriate times to deal devastating damage to a wide range of enemies. Supplement 1 soul energy equals 100 points of damage. Damage range is related to soul energy. Supplement 2 the soul energy gained from killing units is related to the combat power of that unit. Killing players will gain additional soul energy bonuses. Second activation effect, endless life, converts damage into healing. 1 soul energy equals 100 life. Healing can be used on friendly units. Can be used in fixed amounts. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Current soul points 5317. Description: a special banner containing the power of destruction. Listen, it is the sound of souls wailing. Damn! A healing artifact. It really was a case of finding a pillow when you were sleepy. If Su Chen had any shortcomings now, it was his lack of sustainability. Previously, he could only rely on potions for sustainability, and the problem was that low-level potions only restored a fixed amount of health and took too long to take effect. With this effect, it was equivalent to having 530,000 healing points on hand, as long as he wasn't killed in 10 seconds. It was almost infinite sustainability. After finishing the absorption, Su Chen put the Emperor's banner back into his backpack and prepared to continue walking towards the Golden Line. As he walked for a short while, just as he was getting close to his target, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air, shaking the heavens. The sound was like a thunderclap, striking fear into the heart and making one tremble involuntarily. At the same time, the trace of the golden thread that had been moving became thicker and thicker. Su Chen was startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the golden thread. In the air, a massive shadow quietly emerged. This shadow started as a tiny dot, but as time passed, it gradually grew larger and clearer. Slowly, the outline of the shadow began to take shape, and it was unmistakably a magic dragon. Worse still, this magic dragon seemed to be flying straight towards Su Chen, continuously spewing forth raging black flames from its mouth, as if it intended to turn everything to ashes. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Su Chen's expression changed instantly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Damn it, I'm going to die. What the hell is this thing? Su Chen's body instinctively reacted, turning around and running. He saw the magic dragon open its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees ignited, and the fire spread rapidly. Su Chen ran desperately, the sound of rushing wind and the crackling of burning trees filled his ears. Behind him, a wave of heat surged, and sweat trickled down his forehead as he checked the magic dragons. A tribute panel. Corpse Dragon rank, Golden rank, Lord Bloodline boss, level, health, 32%, physical attack, magical attack, physical resistance, magical resistance. Skills? What the hell is this monster? Aside from the name, everything else is a question mark. Even the health value isn't specified, only that it's at 32%. This means its level is definitely more than 10 levels higher than his. And looking at this description, Lord Bloodline boss? It must be pretty formidable. How am I supposed to fight this? I need to run. Wait, how can I encounter a random high-level monster? I was just lucky. And now it's biting back? Su Chen dodged left and right, but it seemed useless. This corpse dragon was clearly coming straight for him. Damn it! I don't even know how I provoked it. Run! An anxious voice came from the sky. At that moment, Su Chen noticed that besides the corpse dragon, there was a guy in a white robe hurriedly following behind the dragon, but it was clear that his speed was significantly slower than that of the dragon. However, at this moment, Su Chen just wanted to complain. Damn it, he wanted to run too. This thing was clearly forcing him into a dead end, driving him to the edge of a cliff. Looking at the bottomless abyss behind him, he realized that if he fell, he would definitely be shattered to pieces. Rather than being killed by a fall, he might as well take a gamble. Su Chen gritted his teeth and stopped, facing the corpse dragon head-on. Damn it! There was no running now, he had to take it head-on. Su Chen summoned the little titan and then cast a scarlet gold rock shield on himself. With a total of 22,500 in shields, it was almost 4 times his health. Looking at the faintly golden patterned rock elemental shield that appeared beside him, Suchen felt a slight sense of safety. And in front of him was the terrifying black flame. Now, the only question was how high the damage of this black flame was and whether it was enough to kill him in one hit. The scorching heat wave burned through the rock elemental shield, searing his body, and the front of his entire body felt the intense heat of the flames. Suchen watched as damage numbers floated up from the shield. Minus 3,784. Minus 3,788. Minus 3,786. A total of 6 damage numbers appeared, dealing a whopping 22,710 points of damage. With a clang, the scarlet gold rock shield shattered into pieces. Only then did the searing dragon breath come to an end, and the corpse dragon flew close to the ground, turning around and returning to the sky. Thank goodness for the protection of the little titan, or I would have been killed instantly. What the hell is this? Is it that terrifying outside the barrier? Suchen patted his chest. He still couldn't figure out how he had provoked this corpse dragon. He was just attacking. Also, Suchen wanted to complain a bit. Wasn't this talent a bit off? How could he mark something like this? Although it was indeed a golden tier boss, how could this so-called Lord Bloodline boss compare to an ordinary golden boss? Its attributes were a string of question marks, marking this to make himself fight the crown of the hunt. Was he overestimating himself? As Suchen pondered, he hurriedly fled. The edge of the cliff was too dangerous, with no chance to maneuver. At that moment, the voice that had just reminded him echoed again from the sky. Adventurer, this is not the time to rest. Run! This time the voice was much louder, and the old man in a white robe floated about 50 meters above the ground. Suchen focused and recognized him. It was indeed a familiar face. White Tower Sage? The white-robed elder squinted his eyes. Even in such a chaotic battle, his beard remained neatly groomed. Who else could it be but the White Tower Sage? Adventurer, there's no time for old stories. The corpse dragon is coming again. Upon hearing this, Suchen was startled and looked up. The corpse dragon that had just flown away was coming back. He couldn't care less about whether the White Tower Sage was wise or not. Now the little titan's skill was on cooldown, and if he didn't run, he would lose his life. Wind's blessing, the White Tower Sage waved his staff above Suchen, granting him a speed boost. Then, he waved his hand and threw out 3 holy light orbs, trying to slow down the corpse dragon's assault and give Suchen time to escape. Suchen felt moved and ran for his life, but there was no cover at the edge of the cliff, and even with the speed boost, he couldn't outrun this flying creature. He quickly thought of 2 possibilities: either he would be burned to death by the black flames, or he would jump off the cliff and die. After only a moment of thought, Suchen chose the latter. Let the levels drop, damn it! The spirit realm had pain feedback. Dying from a fall would be instantaneous and painless, much better than being burned. Besides, all his truly precious equipment was soulbound, so it wouldn't drop. As for the other gear, there was nothing he could do. He recalled the little titan into his pet space, closed his eyes, and jumped off the cliff with a face full of despair. The wind howled past his ears, and Suchen no longer wanted to struggle, silently waiting to be reborn at the resurrection spring. However, things did not unfold as he had imagined. During his fall, he suddenly felt a gentle force lifting him up. Opening his eyes, Suchen saw himself being cradled by a swarm of white light butterflies. Then, the butterflies slowly moved him toward a cave in the cliff wall, and as they transformed into starlight and vanished, Suchen landed with a thud on the ground, rubbing his joints from the fall. Suchen stood up and curiously looked around, eventually focusing his attention on the place where the light butterflies were swirling and flying. In the haze, a figure emerged from the light emitted by the butterflies. It was an elf. Pure white long hair cascaded like a snow waterfall, the loose robe danced lightly in the wind, and her pointed ears trembled slightly. Her eyes held a hint of natural innocence, revealing a kind of transcendent tranquility. Even Suchen, who had seen countless filter-enhanced beauties on short video platforms, couldn't help but be stunned by the beauty before him, a surge of surprise and admiration welling up in his heart. He had never seen such a graceful and beautiful being. Her beauty lay not only in her appearance but also in the extraordinary aura that radiated from within. Her features seemed almost excessively delicate. Are the elves in the spiritual realm all this beautiful? The only flaw in her beauty was that her figure appeared somewhat ordinary. There were no curvaceous lines, and she lacked a touch of the unique softness and charm that women possess. However, this did not detract from her overall beauty. Instead, it gave her a fresh, ethereal, and innocent charm. At the same time, the attribute panel of the other party unfolded before Suchen's eyes. Shuiyu race, half-elf, human/elf hybrid, level, attributes, skills, description. An unknown mysterious half-elf of noble identity and formidable strength. Half-elf, could this be considered an NPC? Damn, another one at least 10 levels higher than me. The world outside the barrier is terrifying. Everyone seems stronger than me. Just as Suchen was lamenting, he shifted his gaze to the left and saw the staff in her hand, his heart suddenly tightening. It was actually a purple gold level weapon. Above gold is platinum. Above platinum is black gold, and above black gold is purple gold. This means the weapon in her hand is 3 tiers higher than his. Although he didn't know the specific attributes, there was no doubt that this Shui Yu was much stronger than him. Shui Yu looked at Su Chen as he stood up and slowly uttered 2 words, "Don't move." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carried a hint of stubbornness. Seeing her approach, how could Su Chen truly remain still? He instinctively took 2 steps back. He wondered to himself what Shui Yu was trying to do. However, before he could figure it out, Shui Yu gently shook her head and began to chant, "Binding spell." As her incantation rang out, she waved her staff, and a beam of light shot from the tip, landing directly on Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen felt his whole body stiffen, as if he were bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. He watched as white crystals rapidly formed around him, and after several attempts, he found he couldn't break free. Meanwhile, Shui Yu had already walked up to him. "What do you want?" Su Chen was somewhat at a loss. She definitely wasn't here to kill him, otherwise there would have been no need to save him just now. Since she wasn't going to kill him, what was her intention? Equipment? That didn't seem likely. She looked like a wealthy lady with a purple gold staff. How could she be interested in his shabby gear? No face mask? Blood of the divine? Emperor's banner? Golden set? All were soulbound, he couldn't take them off. Su Chen quickly brainstormed but still couldn't come up with an answer. Then, an even more confusing scene unfolded. This half-elf named Shui Yu actually lightly rose onto her toes, her body slowly leaning forward, gradually getting closer to him, her soft form completely pressed against his chest. At this moment, he could even clearly feel the faint breath coming from the other person's neck, that warm breath brushing against his skin like a spring breeze, bringing a strange tingling sensation. Su Chen's mind was blank. He didn't understand how it had suddenly turned into this. Is this going to be a case of being robbed of his virtue? Su Chen stood frozen in place, only able to feel the warm breath beside him. He glanced down and saw a small wisp of black mist rising from his neck, disappearing into Shui Yu's mouth. Then, with a light tap of her toes, Shui Yu gracefully stepped back 2 paces, simultaneously releasing Su Chen from his immobilization spell. You took something from the corpse dragon. That was its mark just now," Shui Yu said. "This?" Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, as it seemed he had misunderstood something. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, so that's how it is, thank you. I am Qingfeng, an adventurer from Wind Language City. May I ask who you are, sir?" Not knowing why the other party helped him, Su Chen thought that at least she had saved his life and removed the mark. He felt inclined to befriend this mysterious being who had done him a favor. Shui Yu looked up at Su Chen and softly said, I am Shui Yu, guest from afar. As for other things, I can't tell you too much. I helped you because I sensed a familiar aura." Su Chen was a bit confused. He had just logged in the day before and hadn't had any dealings with the elven race. Shui Yu pointed to Su Chen's heart and then to her own, saying, "It's that fragment." Su Chen instantly understood what Shui Yu meant. "You mean the void fragment?" She nodded and said, "In your language, that's what it's called. Our name is different. My people call it the world fragment, but it seems to be the same thing." After saying this, Shui Yu paused for a moment, thought for a while, and finally asked, "You are not from this world, are you?" Hearing this, Su Chen's confusion deepened, but he still nodded. "Then it's correct, the old man's prophecy was indeed accurate. I really could meet you here, the first awakened one of the 3rd great calamity. The place shrouded in black abyss is not suitable for conversation. Come find me in Wind Language City. I am temporarily staying at the main city inn." With that, Shui Yu didn't wait for Su Chen to respond and transformed into a flurry of light butterflies flying towards Wind Language City. Hey, don't leave in the middle of a conversation. Finish what you were saying." Su Chen had just wanted to ask what this fragment was and what an awakened one was, but she had already left. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have triggered the World Line Side Quest, Mystery of the Fragment quest content. Follow Shui Yu, learn the secret of the fragment, and help her fulfill her wish quest rewards. Upgrade Void Fragment, compatible profession 4-star skill book *1 a hidden quest." "That's fine, riddle me this, riddle me that, I forgive you." Although he said this, Su Chen's curiosity had never waned. After all, this so-called void fragment was something that could awaken his powers in the real world. It was a bit strange to think about. He even doubted himself. This mysterious elf was so much stronger than him, asking him to help her fulfill her wish? That seemed a bit difficult. However, the reward was also quite tempting. Upgrading the void fragment meant that his real-world strength could also be enhanced, right? After Su Chen figured this out, he gradually became excited. Although he didn't know about other matters, he was very clear that being strong was the real strength. A quest related to the void fragment was definitely not to be missed. Su Chen kept this matter in mind, then leaned down to look into the cave. After the mark disappeared, the corpse dragon had already gone far away, and the golden thread traces were becoming fainter. This meant that this storm had been avoided. He climbed up along the hanging vines and returned to the edge of the cliff. In front of Su Chen was a vast sea of fire ignited by black flames. He was secretly alarmed. This damn lord-blooded monster was terrifying, far beyond the level of an ordinary golden tier boss. With such destructive power, if it were in the ancient real world, a single corpse dragon could slaughter an entire city. Suchen looked at the raging black sea of fire and thought that there was no way to return directly to Fengyu City, so he had to take a detour. Glancing westward, the black flames burned all the way to the edge of the swamp, and he could bypass the sea of fire from that side. Moreover, coincidentally, another immobile golden thread boss was pointing directly at that swamp wetland. Suchen did not hesitate or dwell too much. It was fate. He had come this far, so he would first collect this golden thread target before returning to Fengyu City to find Shui Yuyu. As for that corpse dragon, if it came to it, he would use a refresh opportunity. Damn it, he really had no confidence in dealing with that thing. Walking along the edge of the sea of fire, he saw no monsters along the way. Either they had been burned to death by the flames or scared away by the spectacle. His speed was quite fast, and soon he arrived at the edge of the swamp wetland. The swamp wetland was not as dangerous as he had imagined. There were no monsters distributed around. Instead, the tall shrubs growing in the swamp were dense and flourishing, with intertwining branches and leaves. Light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting large patches of mottled shadows on the wetland, giving a sense of tranquility and peace. However, Suchen had no thoughts of relaxation or comfort. Instead, he became even more vigilant. Any golden tier monster was not to be trifled with. He had only managed to defeat the General Soul by exploiting a bug back then, and even though his equipment had been updated now, he still had to be cautious. He was most afraid of encountering a monster on the same level as the corpse dragon. Suchen summoned the little titan, and the two of them split up, maintaining a distance of 50 meters. If he were ambushed, he could directly switch places, sacrificing the vehicle to protect the commander. You have entered the swamp wetland area. Movement speed reduced by 30%. The ground was sticky and wet, and Suchen's movement speed dropped from the original 562 to 393 points, noticeably slower. He cautiously moved forward along the golden thread target, and the further he went, the more he noticed a faint stale odor in the air, as if it were the smell of clothes worn for a long time by an old person, but heavier. Suchen heightened his vigilance, and finally heard rustling sounds coming from ahead in a patch of shadow. Holding his breath and concentrating, he quickly hid behind a bush while controlling the little titan to continue moving forward, drawing the boss's attention. Suddenly, Suchen heard a strange shriek, and then the ground around the wetland began to tremble. Right in the center of this tremor was the position of the little titan. The boss was about to emerge. From a distance, two enormous snake heads abruptly emerged from the ground. Looking down from the snake heads, it was discovered that they shared the same body. Seeing this, Suchen recalled the enlarged version of the two-headed snake he had encountered before. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary golden tier boss. Suchen hid behind the bushes and quietly checked its panel. Swamp Serpent King level 18 tier, golden tier BOSS health 1-200-000 physical attack, 1300 magical attack, 1300 physical defense, 500 magical defense, 400 speed, 450 skills, venom spray, double-headed strike, body entanglement, poisoning. Venom spray. The Swamp Serpent King sprays venom from its two heads, dealing 1000 magical damage within a radius of 5 meters. Attack range 55 meters, cooldown 35 seconds. Double-headed strike. The Swamp Serpent King uses its two heads to attack in coordination, dealing 1500 damage to a single target, with a 30% chance to cause a stun effect, preventing the target from performing any actions for 2 seconds. Attack range, single target, melee, cooldown 40 seconds. Body entanglement. The Swamp Serpent King burrows underground to advance on enemies, wrapping its body tightly around them, preventing movement. The longer the entanglement lasts, the higher the damage, dealing 500 to 10,000 physical damage per second over time until the target is strangled. Attack range 50 m, cooldown 60 seconds. Poisoning. Passive. The Swamp Serpent King's attacks and skills inflict a poisoning effect, causing enemies to lose 250 health per second, ignoring magical defense for 10 seconds. Description. Deep in the marshy wetlands, the Swamp Serpent King is known for its massive size and powerful strength. It can perform strong melee attacks and inflict continuous damage through long-range venom sprays. Is that it? Suchen glanced at the panel, feeling that this golden tier boss wasn't that strong. It couldn't be said to be weak, whether it was the body entanglement skill that could steadily strangle a single person or the combination of poisoning with venom spray for large area continuous damage. It would be enough to give a monster hunting team a run for their money. However, this boss's skills were just right for Suchen to counter. Suchen smiled quietly, having figured out the opponent's details, and was too lazy to hide. Little Titan, hold it down. Hearing Suchen's command, the little Titan directly released spikes to taunt. The two heads of the Swamp Serpent King huffed and puffed, aiming directly at the little Titan's iron shell. While the little Titan suffered physical damage, it also received continuous -250 purple poisoning damage. From a distance, Suchen began shooting arrows. -618*5 physical damage, -1278*5 additional true damage. True damage is true damage. Even with an extra 20% armor penetration from physical damage, the total damage still couldn't compare to true damage. Although one arrow didn't reach 10,000 damage, it wasn't far off. After 10 consecutive attacks, the Swamp Serpent King's health visibly decreased. The little Titan had a heart-to-heart effect, and the health that had just dropped was restored in a second. Of course, after all, it was a golden tier boss, not to be underestimated. The Earth Swamp Serpent King opened its mouth to spray venom at Su Chen, but unfortunately, when it had just shot its arrow, Su Chen had intentionally moved closer to the little titan, and now he was within the protective shield's range, directly receiving a massive shield of 22,500. Minus 173 magical damage. Minus 250 poison damage. Minus 250 poison damage. The venom splash damage from the Earth Swamp Serpent King hit Su Chen, but even with the poison, his shield didn't even drop. While the shield was active, Su Chen was too lazy to move and just stood there, taking it head on. Whoosh 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 boom boom boom. After a round of damage, he lost a total of 130,000 health. The Earth Swamp Serpent King watched its health drop rapidly and felt anxious, directly burrowing underground to use Serpent Body Entwine. Oh, going for the big move? When Su Chen saw the Serpent King burrow underground, he didn't hesitate to run wildly in the opposite direction of the little titan. In the eyes of the Earth Swamp Serpent King, Su Chen's action was undoubtedly extremely foolish. Although this human had astonishing attack power, he only had a mere 5,000 health points, and the previous shield was granted by that strange stone beast. However, at this moment, this arrogant human actually chose to move away from the stone beast, which was akin to walking into a trap. The Earth Swamp Serpent King swiftly moved underground, fully focused on sensing the enemy's life fluctuations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At that moment, the Earth Swamp Serpent King seized the opportunity and burst forth from the muddy ground. His two mud-covered snakeheads viciously wrapped around Su Chen's body. However, it did not realize that all of this was actually under Su Chen's control. Su Chen remained calm. Although his body was tightly entangled and unable to move, it did not hinder his offensive. At this moment, his shield value was still quite sufficient, and there was no need to rush to escape. Thus, he allowed the Earth Swamp Serpent King to wrap around his chest and abdomen, leaving only his arms exposed, and then he unleashed a barrage of shots. 412*5 physical damage 852*5 additional true damage 412*5 physical damage 852*5 additional true damage. The Earth Swamp Serpent King's health plummeted, and at the same time, the strangulation on Su Chen grew tighter. Minus 304. Minus 942. Minus 1551. The damage from the strangulation increased every second, and the shield value provided by the little titan continued to decrease. The Earth Swamp Serpent King's fierce gaze intensified. It seemed to foresee that once the shield was broken, Su Chen's health would drop to 0 in an instant. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. When the shield value was down to the last 1/5, a thought flashed through Su Chen's mind: King's Exchange. In the blink of an eye, he and the little titan completed a position swap, and Su Chen teleported dozens of meters away, while the giant stone-armored beast appeared in the embrace of the Earth Swamp Serpent King. In that instant, the Earth Swamp Serpent King felt unprecedented pain. Judging by size alone, the little titan and the Earth Swamp Serpent King were not much different, and in terms of volume, the little titan even had a slight advantage. Just moments ago, the Earth Swamp Serpent King was using its entangling grip to strangle the human, wrapping tightly around him. However, when it switched to the little titan, the Earth Swamp Serpent King seemed to turn into a rubber band, forcibly stretched open. Not only that, but the little titan was not to be underestimated. It immediately unleashed its spiked golden armor skill, piercing several blood holes in the Earth Swamp Serpent King's body. This poor golden tier boss was in so much pain that tears welled up in its eyes, and it immediately loosened its tight grip on the little titan. However, it had no time to catch its breath and regain its strength, as Su Chen's arrows rained down upon it like a torrential downpour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow carried a fierce momentum, whistling in from 50 meters away, each attack capable of inflicting 10,000 points of damage. Just like that, the life points of the Earth Swamp Serpent King plummeted like a deflated balloon. 8%, 7%, 6%, 5%. At the critical moment when the Earth Swamp Serpent King's life points dropped to 5%, Su Chen's next round of attacks arrived once more. This time, along with the arrows, a bolt of black lightning struck down upon the massive body of the Earth Swamp Serpent King. 618*5 physical damage 1278*5 additional true damage minus 99,999 execution damage. In an instant, the Earth Swamp Serpent King's life points dropped to 0. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding air seemed to be shaken by this immense power, filled with a strong aura of death. Su Chen stood quietly in the distance, the bow and arrows in his hand still shimmering with a faint light. This battle, victory. You have killed the golden tier boss, Swamp Serpent King, and received the Swamp Serpent King's golden treasure chest. Hunting crown activated. Congratulations. You have gained plus 500 maximum health, plus 1 volley arrow count, and a 1% increase in judgment. Effect cap. Current maximum health increase 1200, volley arrow count 6, judgment effect 6%. Su Chen looked at the enormous golden treasure chest, which was almost half his height. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the golden treasure chest from the Tower of Divine Wrath, it was still dropped by a golden boss, so it must be quite valuable. Without hesitation, Su-chen inspected the items in the chest. There were plenty of coins, with a direct drop of 51 gold, and this was just from the boss drop, not counting the first kill reward. Next, there were 2 pieces of golden tier equipment, 4 pieces of silver, and 7 pieces of bronze, which Su-chen stuffed into his space backpack. In addition to the equipment, there were also 2 scrolls, 10 green-purple fruits, and an ugly pet egg. After seeing this, Su-chen felt very pleased. The golden equipment could be directly fused, and the rest could be sold to the chubby guy. As for the 2 scrolls, fruits, and pet egg, he would wait to see their specific effects before deciding what to do with them. With an expectant heart, Su-chen checked the panels of the 2 golden tier equipment. Corrosion ring, golden tier, equipment slot. Ring, normal attributes, health plus 700, mana plus 300, physical resistance plus 40, spell resistance plus 40, special attributes, mana regeneration plus 15 per second, poison damage increase plus 5%, spell attack plus 100, additional effect, acid, your damage gains an acid effect, reducing the target's physical and spell resistance by 2% with each hit, stacking up to 5 layers. Wearing requirement, level greater than 15, spellcasting class, swamp cloud gloves, golden tier. Equipment slot gloves, attributes, physical attack plus 200, constitution plus 40, strength plus 40, spirit plus 40, special attributes, evasion plus 2%, critical resistance plus 5%, critical resistance, reduces damage taken when critically hit, additional effect. Swamp cloud, when your health drops below 1%, instantly transform into a swamp cloud, entering an untargetable state for 2.5 seconds, during which you cannot attack and your movement speed is increased by 100%, cooldown, 180 seconds. Wearing requirement, level greater than 15, physical class. The first piece of golden equipment was quite ordinary, with no special features and the special effect lacking presence. Although it was for spell casting classes, Su-chen didn't need to wear it, it was just material for fusion. What interested Su-chen was the second piece of golden equipment, especially its additional effect. Wow, this effect is pretty good, it's like having a final life-saving charm. It feels a bit like the famous Sword of Destiny? Combined with the healing effect of the Human Emperor banner, it's like having a second life. Naturally, these 2 pieces of equipment would not be wasted on others. Su-chen fused them both, absorbing all the effects. According to the introduction at the time of fusion, he could always switch to stronger effects if he encountered them. Fusion complete, absorbed entries and some attributes gained. By the godly ring, health plus 300, mana plus 200, physical resistance plus 10, spell resistance plus 10, mana regeneration plus 5 per second, poison damage increase plus 2%, additional effect gained by the godly ring, acid liquid attributes gained by the godly gauntlets. Physical attack plus 50, constitution plus 10, strength plus 10, spirit plus 10, evasion plus 1%, critical resistance plus 2%, additional effect gained by the godly gauntlets, swamp cloud. The attributes of the godly ring and godly gauntlets have both been enhanced, and they have also gained the additional effects of the 2 pieces of equipment. The remaining silver and bronze equipment, Su-chen couldn't be bothered to check the specific effects. There are still 10 green-purple fruits. Fruit of the Serpent, permanently gain 1% resistance to poison damage after use, can stack up to 5%. Not bad, a permanent damage reduction, just right for both himself and Little Titan to have 5 each. Although Little Titan can become immune to continuous damage after activating the spiked golden armor, which basically counters poison damage, skills aren't always available, and poison damage can also have explosive damage. Eating more certainly won't hurt. Little Titan, I reward you with some good food. Hearing Su-chen's call, Little Titan came over happily, but the momentum was a bit much. Such a large figure running towards him was indeed a bit scary. Su-chen patted Little Titan's head and fed him the 5 fruits, then turned his attention to the remaining 2 scrolls and that ugly pet egg. Earth Escape Scroll, after use, gain the ability to burrow into the ground for 30 minutes, able to freely traverse through the earth. Earthwalker, a standard spell. Scroll, which might have miraculous effects when used at the right time. Su-chen placed the scroll in the back of his backpack and left it alone. There was another scroll, which was different from all the previous scrolls encountered. The other scrolls looked like ordinary parchment, while this one had 2 blue gems embedded in the edges. Recharge return scroll effect, after 1.5 seconds of chanting, can teleport back to the main city spring within 200 kilometers, can only be used in the Great World Supplement. This scroll is a recharge scroll. After use, it allows a mage who controls spatial magic to inject energy to restore its effect. Recharge 1/1. Return scroll, this is great. Saves time. And it's rechargeable. Wow, not bad. Aside from the golden equipment, this scroll is the biggest gain. Combined with the swamp cloud he obtained earlier, when near death, he can become untargetable for 2.5 seconds, and after chanting for 1.5 seconds, he can teleport back to the city. That greatly reduces the danger of dying outside the city. Just don't know where to find this mage who controls spatial magic. The White Tower should have won. Finally, Su-chen focused on this ugly egg. To be honest, the green base color, mixed with a hodgepodge of gray and purple, really isn't very appealing. It pales in comparison to the initial pet egg of Little Titan. 2-headed snake pet egg. Pet quality, whiteboard, can evolve. Pet egg type, spell attack. Description, with careful nurturing, it can hatch into a 2-headed snake *1, possessing a certain spell output effect. The second pet slot only opens after reaching level 40 and completing the 3rd transfer. For now, Su Chen wouldn't use such a whiteboard pet to replace the little titan. Selling it to the chubby guy might be a good idea, as a shield warrior having an output-type pet would definitely be a boost. Moreover, Su Chen was thinking that in the spirit realm, the chubby guy could be considered half a friend. If the spirit realm really could lead to something like Ames descending into reality, his family, the Yunsheng Group, is at least a large corporation and would surely have more channels for information than an ordinary person like him. Building a good relationship while trading is also important for obtaining first-hand information. With this in mind, Su Chen opened the message panel, ready to send the extra items to the chubby guy. However, as soon as he opened the message panel, he saw that Saint Lan Hongyan had sent him 5 messages in a row, along with a location. Su Chen opened the chat window with Shang Lan Hongyan and saw the message she had sent. Shang Lan Hongyan, hello, Shengfeng, I just cleared a tricky relic dungeon and obtained a strange cube that can be used to enter a trial level. Shang Lan Hongyan, send image, message, matrix cube, Shang Lan Hongyan, I led my team to try it, but we were powerless. Shang Lan Hongyan, the reason I'm contacting you this time is to ask for your help. If we succeed, I will offer you 1 million. Shanglan Hongyan, location, Yunmeng City, Shanglan Hongyan. If it's inconvenient for you, I can also lead my team to find you. Please reply when you receive this, thank you. Originally, Su Chen had no interest, but he couldn't deny that the price offered by Shanglan Hongyan made him tempted. 1 million. Wow, is this rich lady really that wealthy? Although Su Chen had earned quite a bit of money that day, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw such a number. This annoying rich lady really knows how to play with people's hearts. However, if the game were to descend into reality, would money still hold much significance? I shouldn't think that way. What if it's just my own case? If the world hasn't changed, this money is still very appealing. Su Chen casually clicked on the information Shanglan Hongyan sent and glanced at the introduction of the Matrix Cube. Matrix Cube item type, key to inheritance level description, a level left behind by the god of machinery and creation, 0. Those who pass the trial will receive generous rewards, and a special class transfer token for engineers. Supplement, the inheritance level allows a maximum of 5 players in a team, limited to adventurers, and prohibits natives from entering. Recommended level is 10 to 20, exceeding the level limit will significantly increase the dungeon's difficulty. Oh, generous rewards? 0? Is the name that big? Now, Su Chen was indeed interested. From the previous Blood of the Divine, it was clear that anything related to God, even just a little, would yield pretty good rewards. Although he wouldn't need this engineer class transfer token, if he were to help, taking the other rewards for himself shouldn't be a problem, right? With that thought, Su Chen replied to Shanglan Hongyan. Xingfeng, I took a look and understand the situation. Just as Su Chen finished typing, he was still pondering his next sentence when the message notification chimed. Shanglan Hongyan, how about it, can you accept? Shanglan Hongyan, if it's inconvenient for you, I can come to see you, just send me your location and I'll go right away. Shanglan Hongyan, if you don't accept, I won't force you, after all, this is my own matter. Su Chen sighed. The strong woman from Shanglan Group was quite polite, and why was her typing speed so fast? It made him feel a bit impolite. Xingfeng, I can accept, but I have a condition. Shanlan Hongyan, sure. Just state your condition. Xingfeng, I want 70% of the relic rewards, and I want to choose first. In Yunmeng City, Shanglan Meiying was watching the chat panel with Shanglan Hong Yan. When she saw the message from Xingfeng, her eyes widened. Sister Hongyan, isn't that asking for too much? Should we negotiate further? She had initially wanted to hold back but couldn't help but remind Shanglan Hongyan when she saw her type OK on the chat panel. However, Shanglan Hongyan was unaffected and directly sent a message to Su Chen. Sister Hongyan. Shanglan Meiying stomped her foot, looking quite angry. In her eyes, her current position as president felt like being a sycophant. She would be eager to reply 10 times for every one message sent. The previous president was not like this. During negotiations, it was normal to go back and forth who would just agree without saying a word. Shanglan Hongyan slowly closed the chat panel and said lightly, actually, I have given it serious thought. Xingfeng is a lone wolf without a guild. So what? Someone with his personality would never join our guild. Didn't you ask Sister Hongyan about this before? It's not about joining the guild. Think about it, Xiaoying. He doesn't have a guild. What's the use of having so much equipment? Well, obviously, to sell it. Then, Xiaoying, don't forget, what I have the least of is money. Shanglan Hongyan smiled slightly, answering Xiaoying's question. At that moment, Shanglan Meiying also came to her senses. Right, who is Sister Hongyan? The president and boss of Shanglan. Moreover, it was said that Sister Hongyan's father was one of the top domestic tycoons who made his first fortune in the 1980s. After all these years, the company had not had many profitable projects, yet the salaries were always high with good benefits, and they even donated money from time to time. She had never heard of the company lacking money. Forget it, the guild belongs to her and the money is hers. As a mere employee, it was better not to meddle too much. While the two were chatting, Su Chen's message arrived. Xingfeng, alright, it's settled then. Xingfeng, I'll message you when I'm done. See you in Fengyu City. Outside Fingyu City, after sending a message to Shanglan Hongyan, Suchen also sent the equipment and pet egg information to the chubby guy, asking him to give a price. After finishing these tasks, Suchen closed the chat panel. Then, he prepared to bypass the burning forest through the swamp. At this point, he could have used a scroll to teleport back, but Suchen thought it was just a short distance, so he might as well ride back. He still didn't know where to find a mage with spatial power, so he thought he would keep it as a trump card for when he really encountered danger. He strolled leisurely forward, not encountering any monsters along the way. The 2 or 3 he did come across were easily dealt with. However, just as Suchen thought the journey was going smoothly, misfortune struck. Ha! The golden line, it's changing again. Suchen stopped and looked closely at the golden line, noticing it was becoming thicker again. A sense of foreboding arose, and he quickly dismounted, hiding behind a tree, looking up along the golden line. To his shock, that massive shadow reappeared. Moreover, in the distance, he heard the roar of a corpse dragon. The corpse dragon was coming again. Suchen slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the vast, boundless sky above. There, a massive and majestic black dragon gradually came into view. His expression darkened as he took out the return scroll. He couldn't tell if the approaching target was himself. If it was indeed him, he would have to expend the energy of the scroll in his hand. Roar! The undead dragon drew closer, but Suchen noticed that this time, the undead dragon seemed less arrogant than before, and without a mark, it was clear that the undead dragon was not coming for him. He wasn't in such danger after all. Moreover, and more importantly, its flight trajectory was unusually unstable. Sometimes veering sharply to the left, sometimes making a sudden turn to the right, sometimes lunging upward, and at other times diving rapidly downward, as if its physical condition was extremely poor. As the undead dragon swayed and stumbled down once more, Suchen was now able to see the undead dragon's health bar clearly. 7%. Upon seeing the health value, Suchen's heart jolted. A bold idea sprang to mind. 7%, only a little bit left for the judgment effect to trigger. Could it be a heaven-sent opportunity? Perhaps I really can take it down. This thought just emerged and quickly expanded in Suchen's heart. Indeed, dealing with a boss that was over 10 levels higher than himself and marked with the Lord's bloodline was truly difficult. However, at the same time, if he could really slay it, the rewards would be immense. Suchen pondered silently, and just then, a loud bang echoed from afar, shaking the ground. It turned out that the undead dragon had crashed straight down to the ground under the force of gravity. With this deafening roar, Suchen clearly saw the boss's health drop from 7% to just over 6% in an instant. Seeing this change, Suchen was instantly filled with excitement. Damn! The heavens have served the meal right in front of me. If I don't eat it, I'll be punished. Moreover, I have the Swamp Cloud Return Energy Scroll. If I really encounter any danger, I can escape. Just go for it. Suchen followed the golden line forward, and after crossing a small hill, he could see the nearly lifeless undead dragon. This massive undead dragon lay on the ground, its life force as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, yet with every breath, fierce flames still surged forth. The scorching flames easily turned the surrounding trees into charred blackened wood in an instant. With the undead dragon's gasps, a wave of heat rolled in, distorting the air. Its body, though battered and broken, with scales peeling off to reveal stark white bones, emanated an increasingly intense aura of death and destruction. As before, with a level difference of over 10, Suchen still couldn't detect the undead dragon's attribute panel, only able to see the percentage of its life. A Lord-level boss. According to the appendix of the map he bought from the merchant in Wind Whisper City, a boss of this level would require at least 500 players, or even a 1,000-man team, to dare to engage if they were of the same level. The difference between a Lord Bloodline boss and the ordinary bosses he had encountered before was qualitative. Of course, the rewards were also extremely generous. Chen, not far away, gently knocked an arrow, aiming it at the undead dragon, while also summoning the little titan. In the next moment, without hesitation, he released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out like lightning. All that could be heard was a sharp whistling sound. Whoosh-1*6 physical damage -1278*6 additional true damage. As Suchen expected, the corpse dragon's armor was impenetrable, and he could only rely on true damage to hit it. An arrow dealt 7,668 points of true damage, which was indeed not low. However, when it struck the corpse dragon, its health bar dropped from 6.250% to 6.225%, a mere decrease of 0.025%. It could even be said to be imperceptible. Suchen frowned slightly, unable to suppress his curse. By this calculation, the so-called corpse dragon had a life worth a full 30 million. Damn it! On the second day of the server opening, he dared to shoot arrows at this thing. Suchen felt quite brave himself. After feeling the attack, the corpse dragon merely swayed its massive body slightly, then slowly turned its enormous head, casting a glance at Suchen with an utterly disdainful expression. Its gaze seemed filled with contempt. With you, a mere level 16 insignificant human, you dare to provoke me? It wore a completely indifferent expression, then slowly opened its gaping maw. Before him, a crimson fireball was gradually forming in its mouth. Suchen's heart sank. He immediately made a decision and ran to the right without hesitation, wanting to quickly distance himself from the little titan. However, just as he took a step, the fireball in the corpse dragon's mouth had already finished charging, shooting straight towards Suchen like a meteor engulfed in flames, trailing a long tail of fire. Little Titan, swap positions, spike gold armor, crimson rock spike, triple strike. Suchen commanded calmly while running. Roar! In that instant, the little Titan and Suchen switched places, significantly boosting their defenses, and the entire beast transformed into a spiked stone ball. Boom! The fireball struck the little Titan with tremendous force. The shockwave from the explosion rapidly spread, affecting an area of 5 meters around, turning everything in its path into a charred wasteland. Minus 4,211. The damage hit the little Titan, and a bright red number appeared. The crimson rock spike took effect, reflecting a spike of rock back at the corpse dragon, which simultaneously lost 4,211 points of health. What caught Suchen's attention was that the damage reflected by the crimson rock spike was actually a white number, meaning it was true damage and not subject to reduction. At the same time, the spike gold armor took effect, but the damage from the spike gold armor was only magical damage, which was negated by the magic resistance, causing the corpse dragon to lose just over 300 health, which could be considered negligible. Suchen roughly figured out the boss's attributes. Its total health was 30 million, and now it only had between 1,850,000 and 1,900,000 left. Its maximum health was very high, but its attack was relatively normal. If not considering resistance, the single damage per second was about 50 to 60. The only uncertainty in the entire battle was the skills. Besides that, as long as he operated properly, even a lord-level boss could be defeated. Seizing the opportunity during the corpse dragon's attack, Suchen quickly shot 5 more arrows. -1*6 physical damage -1278*6 additional true damage -1*6 physical damage -1278*6 additional true damage. The corpse dragon's health continued to drop, reaching 6.1%, just 0.1% away from triggering the judgment effect. However, to the corpse dragon, Suchen's injuries were still insignificant. In its eyes, Suchen was still a bug that could be easily crushed. The corpse dragon was furious to see its guaranteed strike dodged. It opened its massive maw, beginning to gather 3 blazing fireballs. Suchen certainly wouldn't sit idly by. He immediately had the little Titan cast a shield for him, then steadied himself, preparing to face the corpse dragon's attack. The damage from that huge fireball was only about 5 or 6,000 points, and Suchen estimated that with the strength of this shield, it should be enough to withstand these 3 smaller fireballs. With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease, but his hands did not slacken in their movements. He took a deep breath, focusing his attention on the weapon in his hand. 3 arrows in quick succession. -1*6 physical damage -1278*6 additional true damage -1*6 physical damage -1278*6 additional true damage -636*6 physical damage critical hit -2556*6 additional true damage critical hit. A critical hit. The corpse dragon's health dropped below 6%. At the same time, a sinister skull icon suddenly shone above the corpse dragon's terrifying health bar, indicating that it had reached the critical point to trigger the judgment effect. At that moment, 3 blazing fireballs shot forth like meteors. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With 3 loud explosions, the entire space was engulfed in raging flames. At the critical moment, Suchen used a spinning return strike aimed at the ground, leaping 5 meters away, and then executed a dodging assault, narrowly avoiding one of the fireballs. However, all 3 fireballs dealt explosive damage, and despite Suchen's quick reflexes, he still took some damage. -4,253. In an instant, Suchen was blown backward by the force of the explosion, stumbling unsteadily before finally managing to stop. For monsters of this level, the attack power was no longer just about damage. Suchen estimated that without the shield, the shockwave from that explosion would have caused internal bleeding. After enduring 2 consecutive attacks, Suchen understood why it was said that dealing with this thing required hundreds or even thousands of people, and why the map suggested that even with so many players, their average level needed to be higher than the boss's level. With such nearly costless AoE attacks, players with fragile builds simply couldn't withstand many hits. Only those who could endure the damage had room to deal damage. If they were instantly killed, no matter how high their output, they would be like glass cannons, with no chance to inflict damage. But, fortunately, I have the little Titan. Although Suchen looked a bit disheveled from the fireball explosion, he was actually not much affected. The shield still had nearly 20,000 shield points left. While the shield was still active, Suchen prepared to stand firm and unleash his output. Just as he steadied himself, he knocked another arrow onto the bowstring. His gaze was intense as he re-aimed at the corpse dragon, whose health was below 6%. At this moment, he wanted the corpse dragon to know. At this moment, the roles had reversed. Whoosh! The arrow struck the corpse dragon, tearing open a wound. At the same time, a black lightning bolt appeared from the void, striking the corpse dragon's wound. -1*6 physical damage -1278*6 additional true damage -99,999 execution damage 1 arrow 100,000. This was the power of the judgment effect. the corpse dragon's health dropped directly to below 5.7%. At this rate, it would take less than 20 arrows to take down this nearly dead corpse dragon. Clearly, Suchen's damage surprised the corpse dragon as well. It didn't expect that the recent insignificant attacks from the little bug would suddenly cause such high damage. However, no matter how the corpse dragon thought, Suchen's attacks came one after another. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another 5 arrows in quick succession, and the corpse dragon's health dropped directly to 4.3%. At that moment, the corpse dragon was in a state of panic. It knew that if it allowed this tiny human to continue attacking, it would likely meet its end. Thus, it let out a deafening roar, trying to intimidate its opponent, and quickly adjusted its form to prepare for escape. However, due to its severe injuries, the wings it originally used for flying were now difficult to spread. Nevertheless, it did not give up on the thought of escaping, desperately flapping its 4 sturdy claws and turning to run wildly into the distance. Suchen was taken aback by the sight of the corpse dragon. What the hell? A lord-level boss is like this? Just a moment ago, it was so arrogant, and now it's about to run away. Damn! Although it couldn't fly, the corpse dragon's speed was still astonishingly fast, at least much faster than Suchen. It stumbled deeper into the mountains. Damn! Can you have a bit of pride? As a lord boss? Little Titan, come back to me. Ice Flame Horse, come out. Suchen cursed while recalling Little Titan back into the pet space and quickly summoned the Ice Flame Horse to chase after it. Thus, a perplexing scene unfolded, a golden tear. Corpse Dragon of Lord Bloodline was running ahead, burning and crashing through the forest as it went. A level 16 adventurer was chasing behind on horseback. It must be said, the Corpse Dragon truly lived up to its name. Even in this state, unable to fly, it still managed to run faster than the Ice Flame Horse. If it weren't for the trees blocking its path, slowing it down, Suchen might not have been able to catch up. And so, it fled. He chased, pulling back and forth for over 10 minutes. Of course, along the way, the Corpse Dragon continuously spat fireballs backward, but Suchen dodged them all. Everywhere the Corpse Dragon passed, countless innocent monsters were ruthlessly crushed, blood and remains scattered everywhere, forming a bloody path. Suchen, riding behind, found that even the hooves of the Ice Flame Horse were stained red with blood. Gradually, the corpse dragon even lost the strength to spit fireballs, its entire body drooping, almost devoid of combat capability. Finally, upon reaching a deep valley, it disregarded its bleeding wounds, as if it had found a savior, flapping its 4 legs and rushing into the valley, clearly accelerating its speed. At the same time, a prompt sound appeared in Suchen's mind. You have entered a dangerous area, Fallen Dragon Cave. Please remain vigilant and evacuate as soon as possible. Huck, his expression turned cold, and he halted the Ice Flame Horse, beginning to survey the cave. The entrance of the cave was large, with simple defensive structures built outside, and a sinister aura emanated from within. This aura felt somewhat familiar to Suchen, reminiscent of what he encountered in the Black Abyss sect before. The ground was littered with bones, both animal and human, of various kinds, resembling a hell on earth. Inside the cave, there were many flickering lights, and through them, a massive statue could be vaguely seen, but the light was still too dim to make it out clearly. As the corpse dragon approached, many goblins, dressed in black robes, emerged from the cave, each small in stature, ugly in appearance, and wielding various weapons. Upon seeing the corpse dragon approach, they hurriedly gathered together, chattering at Suchen. Oh, Lord Corpse Dragon is injured. Quick, 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 help Lord Corpse Dragon with the statue's healing. The goblins' shrill voices echoed in the valley, carrying an urgent and noisy tone, like a flock of sparrows incessantly chattering in his ears. Wah-aha! Others, don't just stand there. Hurry, 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 prepare to face the enemy. The goblin who seemed to be the leader was waving a large club in his hand, directing the other goblins. That sharp voice converged into a noisy clamor, filled with tension and excitement. What the hell? Did I escape to the lair? Suchen didn't expect to find an unexpected game. This place wasn't marked on the map and seemed to be a hidden area. The Fallen Dragon Valley, it must refer to this corpse dragon. But I wonder how this corpse dragon is controlling the goblins. They actually seem to be cooperating. There were a huge number of goblins, at least 500 by rough estimate. Suchen took a distant look at the attributes panel of these goblins. Ordinary Goblin Warrior level, 18 health, 18,000 physical attack, 500 physical defense, 150 magic resistance, 120 speed, 300 skill. 1 battle roar. The ordinary Goblin Warrior lets out a deafening roar, increasing its attack speed by 50% and attack power by 30% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 45 seconds. Skill 2, grouping, passive. When ordinary goblins gather together in an organized manner, they gain a 20% damage bonus. Besides the Goblin Warriors, there were others like Priest Goblins and Shield Goblins, etc., each with some differences in attributes, but overall their combat power was similar. Hiss, that's quite a number. Although these level 20 monsters weren't difficult to deal with individually, about 1 arrow each, at most 2, the sheer number was indeed tricky, and these monsters were organized. The Shield Warriors were in front taking hits, the priests were hiding behind to heal, and the mages and archers were sneaking in attacks, making them more troublesome than ordinary scattered troops. Hey! How dare you besiege me, the corpse dragon's messenger? Priests, hurry back to heal the master. The rest of you, let this guy see our power. Just as he said this, the leader arrogantly shot an arrow at Su Chen. Clang, -1. Su Chen remained calm and summoned a small titan in front of him to block the arrow. Oh, still wanna help the corpse dragon recover health? He heard the goblin leader's words, and noticed that the priests had already started moving into the cave. If these guys really managed to heal the corpse dragon, it would be tough to fight. Su Chen originally planned to shoot the priests first to prevent any unforeseen changes, but at that moment the priests had already entered the cave. Meanwhile, the goblins outside pulled down a lever, and with a loud crash, a thick stone wall immediately rose at the cave entrance, sealing it off completely. Not only that, but several mysterious runes were also engraved on the stone wall, and as a brilliant light flashed by, a powerful magical protective shield instantly appeared outside the stone wall, forming a layer of light blue ripple barrier. What the hell? Seeking death. Su Chen felt a bit anxious upon seeing this. There were nearly 100 goblin priests that had gone inside. It wouldn't be long before the corpse dragon state would quickly recover, but in a short time it would indeed be difficult to take down the remaining nearly 400 goblins. Su Chen gritted his teeth and took out the human emperor banner from his backpack. Since obtaining the human emperor banner, he hadn't used it yet. After raising troops for 1,000 days, it was time to use them. Su Chen looked up and roughly estimated that these 300 goblins were distributed around the cave entrance. He thought to himself, if he took the area in front of the cave entrance as the center and drew a circle with a radius of 100 meters, he could basically cover all the goblins. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to take immediate action. He first had Little Titan put on a shield for him, then without hesitation, he rushed straight towards the cave entrance. At that moment, the goblins that had been scattered in various places seemed to receive some kind of signal and swarmed over. The shield-bearing goblins formed a line in front, holding massive shields to create an impenetrable defense. The warrior goblins nimbly moved among them, constantly looking for opportunities to attack, while the assassin goblins stealthily entered a state of invisibility. The remaining archer goblins, mage goblins, and goblins armed with firearms stood at a distance, continuously launching various attacks at Su Chen, and in an instant arrows and magical projectiles rained down on him. However, as Little Titan donned the shield, it also granted Su Chen an additional 750 in dual resistance. Coupled with his own dual resistance, Su Chen's total had now exceeded 1,000. Whether it was magical damage or physical attacks, they all inflicted various -1 force damage on Su Chen, posing no threat at all. At this moment, Su Chen moved at lightning speed and had already reached the cave entrance in the blink of an eye. He grasped the human emperor banner and waved it gently. In front of him, a panel appeared. You have activated the human emperor banner. Please select the number of souls to consume. Tip: consuming soul energy is related to range and damage. 1 soul energy equals 100 points of spell damage equals radius of 0.1 m selected. 1000 soul energy effective range radius 100 m spell damage 100,000. The human emperor banner flew into the sky, trembling continuously in the air. Subsequently, a stream of wailing, agonized soul energy surged forth from the banner. These soul energies took various forms, some humanoid, others beast-like, but all exuded a heart-pounding aura. Su Chen seemed to be able to recognize some familiar faces among them, such as the soul state of the moon-slaying Mad Lion and the soul state of the War Remnant. These souls scattered at an astonishing speed, like dandelion seeds blown away by the wind. They surrounded the human emperor banner, forming a circular area with a radius of 100 meters, drifting in the sky. The entire scene was eerie and spectacular, leaving one in awe. Buzz! Suddenly, a deep buzzing sound erupted, like the war drums of ancient times, deafening. The tremor frequency of the human emperor banner suddenly increased, as if resonating with this mysterious power. In the next moment, the expressions of the many floating souls became increasingly agonized, their bodies rapidly expanding within half a second until they reached their limit. Just then, a breathtaking explosion occurred. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire sky, as if daylight had arrived. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, these souls detonated completely in the light. The shockwaves from the explosions swept through the surroundings, stirring up a fierce storm. The howling winds, carrying endless might, pulled everything around into its grasp. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Within 100 meters, all units were engulfed by the soul explosions. Damage appeared on those goblins. -99,870. -99,843. Even the goblin leader, with its thick health, could not withstand such terrifying damage that easily reached 100,000 points. The houses and fortifications built by the goblins around were directly swallowed by that white light, with continuous heart-stopping cracking and collapsing sounds echoing around. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, the human emperor's banner was intelligent enough not to cause friendly fire, so both the little titan and himself remained safe. However, being in the midst of it all, personally experiencing the explosion of those souls, was still a heart-pounding affair. For no other reason, just the feeling of being at the center of a nuclear explosion was enough to make one's blood race. After just a few seconds, the aftershocks of the soul explosions gradually dissipated, leaving the ground riddled with deep holes, a sight too tragic to behold. And at this moment, outside the cave, All the goblins instantly perished. Congratulations, your level has reached level 17. All attributes increased by 10 points, ranger class, strength and agility increased by an additional 5 points, physical defense plus 10, spell resistance plus 5. You have gained 25 free attribute points and 1 skill point. As before, all free attributes were added to agility. Then, Su Chen focused his attention on the scene after the explosion. He discovered that the so-called soul explosion was not like an ordinary bomb, with flames shooting up and thick smoke billowing everywhere. Instead, it resembled a tremor-inducing explosive. Despite the lack of obvious flames, the power generated by this pure energy explosive was still quite considerable. Su Chen looked around and saw that the surrounding houses had all turned to dust and debris, as if completely destroyed by a powerful force. The once sturdy walls had now become fragile, crumbling into countless tiny particles with the slightest touch. The ground was covered with deep and shallow pits, clearly caused by the massive energy shock released from the soul explosions. In this wasteland, it was nearly impossible to find any intact items or building structures. Everything was utterly unrecognizable. At a glance, the ground was a scene of devastation, reduced to powder. Wait, powder? Su Chen suddenly realized something and hurriedly ran towards the nearest goblin, only to see a mass of blood and flesh from a distance. And on the mush, weapons and equipment shattered into scattered parts. Damn! No way! Su Chen looked around at other goblins and found many pieces of equipment in similar shattered states. Fortunately, Su Chen also found a surviving piece of equipment, a bronze-level firearm. He put it in his backpack but discovered that this firearm was marked with a special entry. Equipment damaged, can spend a certain amount of gold at the blacksmith to repair. In the end, Su Chen concluded, damn, this soul explosive is powerful, but the key is that it even blows up equipment. Damn! What the hell? What's the point of playing like this? Su Chen was speechless. The white gear and black iron equipment that had fallen, along with the soul energy, were all blown away. Although white gear and black iron weren't worth much now, it was still money. Moreover, the soul energy was also destroyed, cutting off the mechanism for farming soul energy by exploiting high-level monster bugs. After recalling the little titan into his pet space, Su Chen cursed this stupid mechanism while angrily walking towards the cave entrance. He reassured himself, it's fine, just think of it as the corpse dragon owing him. Didn't they say dragons love to collect treasures? Who knows, there might be even better treasures inside the cave. Well, a corpse dragon, this big lizard, should count as a dragon, right? Soon, he arrived at the cave entrance, and at that moment, Su Chen noticed that the original magical barrier had been blown away, and even the thick stone wall had been riddled with cracks. Su Chen switched to explosive arrows and aimed at the stone wall, shooting fiercely. Whoosh, boom, 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 boom. 6 loud explosions echoed deafeningly as the stone wall crumbled under such powerful impact, instantly collapsing into a pile of ruins, fully exposing the interior of the cave to Su Chen's eyes. Thanks to the illumination from torches and glowing fluorite, the cave was not as dark as expected. On the contrary, the environment here was quite pleasant, with dark springs flowing and an incredibly spacious area. This cave could actually accommodate the massive corpse dragon, and there was even a gigantic statue standing within. Su Chen was not unfamiliar with this statue. It was the chicken-eyed boiled egg statue he had encountered multiple times before. However, upon closer inspection, a nauseating scene appeared. Various kinds of meat and bones were piled up in the cave. Particularly eye-catching were 2 hams hanging at the entrance, with pale yellow fat, evenly shaped long bones, and those obviously rare paw prints that did not belong to any other animal, all indicating that this meat was very likely sourced from humans. Su Chen's face darkened, a wave of nausea rising in his heart, instantly feeling that these goblins deserved to die, and he had no regrets about just killing them. Looking further inside, the corpse dragon was coiled beside the statue, receiving treatment from nearly 100 goblin priests. After the stone wall collapsed, the corpse dragon and the priests also saw Su Chen. However, from their shocked expressions, it was clear they had not anticipated this situation. A few hundred level 20 goblins had just been killed by a mere level 16 adventurer? In less than a minute? Neither the corpse dragon nor the priests had expected this. Su Chen continued to observe the corpse dragon's status. Fortunately, in this minute, it had only recovered 1% of its health, remaining below 6%. He didn't hesitate. Seeing the corpse dragon in a dying state, completely unable to retaliate, Su Chen unleashed a series of 15 shots at it. He attacked each of its 4 legs 3 times to ensure it couldn't escape again. Then, Su Chen quickly adjusted his angle and shot 3 arrows at the corpse dragon's gaping maw, aiming to disable its ability to attack, preventing it from spewing flames or gathering fireballs. After this round of fierce attacks, the corpse dragon's health plummeted, leaving it with only 2%. As a result, the corpse dragon fainted, completely losing its ability to resist. Su Chen was sure that with one more round of shots, he could completely end its life. It was a pity that he couldn't deal over 50% of its maximum health and damage, missing out on the golden line target reward. However, at that moment, Su Chen had a flash of inspiration and suddenly thought of something. Wait, it might not be impossible to get it after all? Su Chen focused his attention on the dozens of goblin priests. What if I let these guys keep healing the corpse dragon while I hold on to the bloodline myself?
Common Goblin Priest level 18 health, 20,000 mana, 1200 spell power, 500 physical defense, 150 spell resistance, 120 speed, 300 skill 1 priest healing. The Common Goblin Priest heals up to 5 teammates, restoring 300 health points per second for 5 seconds, consuming 50 mana. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Skill 2 Priest Inspiration. The Common Goblin Priest provides mana regeneration to up to 5 teammates, restoring 50 mana per second for 5 seconds, consuming 50 mana. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Goblin Priests are different from Adventurer Priests. Adventurer Priests also learn some offensive spells and can at least fight barehanded. However, these Goblin Priests only master healing spells and various buff spells, lacking any independent combat ability. Thus, when they witnessed Su Chen successfully breach the stone wall, the rebellious emotions in their hearts instantly vanished, replaced by endless fear and panic. They began to flee like headless flies, trying to find a safe hiding place, with some even contemplating escape. Faced with this situation, Su Chen unhesitatingly summoned the little titan and ordered it to guard the cave entrance, to ensure no one could escape. Immediately afterward, Su Chen quickly took out his bow and arrows, drew the bowstring fully, and aimed the sharp arrowhead directly at the Goblin Priest wearing a necklace and dressed more luxuriously. "You, come here." The Goblin Priest turned pale with fear, his legs trembling like chaff, completely unwilling to defy Su Chen's wishes. He could only brace himself and cautiously approach Su Chen, his voice trembling as he asked, Master, do you have any orders?" Su Chen expressionlessly redirected the arrow in his hand, pointing the arrowhead straight at the distant corpse dragon, and coldly said, "You lead the other goblins to heal that corpse dragon." Upon hearing this, the Goblin Priest was utterly bewildered. He incredulously pointed at himself, stammering, "Huh? Me?" Clearly, he was very confused and terrified by this sudden task. However, Su Chen no longer had the patience to explain much to these guys. Without hesitation, he raised his bow and shot an arrow into the wall. With a loud bang, an explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire room. The Goblin Priest was so frightened by the sudden explosion that he collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Worse still, due to overwhelming fear, a yellowish-brown liquid even flowed between his legs, emitting a foul odor. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of disgust, but he did not show it. He merely looked coldly at the Goblin Priest and commanded in a low voice, "Go now." The goblin hurriedly scrambled to his feet, trembling as he shouted, "Cece, come, everyone. Listen to this great lord. Heal the corpse dragon, heal this evil dragon." As if to make this call more intimidating, Su Chen shot several more arrows into the air. With a series of explosions, the Goblin Priests who had been hiding on the side now emerged, covered in dirt and trembling. "If I tell you to heal, then heal. Anyone who doesn't put in effort will face the consequences." Just then, Su Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a Goblin Priest trembling behind the statue, seemingly thinking that if he hid, he could escape disaster. Seeing the Goblin Priest hiding behind the statue, Su Chen would not let any disobedient fellow off easily. Without a word, he raised his hand and shot out an explosive arrow. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and the shockwave from the explosion sent the Goblin Priest flying. The poor guy didn't even have time to let out a scream before meeting his end. The remaining Goblin Priests, witnessing this, all shuddered in fear, no longer daring to hesitate, and desperately began to heal the corpse dragon. Su Chen took a few steps back, raised his bow, and coldly supervised these Goblin Priests. To be honest, these Goblin Priests were quite efficient at healing. They could cast a skill every 15 seconds, which could restore 1,500 health points to the corpse dragon. A single Goblin Priest could restore 6,000 health points to the corpse dragon in a minute, and with about 90 Goblin Priests, they could heal 540,000 health points in a minute, which was nearly 2% of the maximum health. Of course, Su Chen had no intention of letting the corpse dragon recover so easily. What he needed to do was ensure that his output to the corpse dragon exceeded 50% of its maximum health, which meant dealing 15 million damage. Just as the Goblin Priests had restored 1% of the corpse dragon's health, the corpse dragon awoke from the brink of death, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it saw a barrage of arrows shooting towards it. The next second, the corpse dragon fell into a coma again. Through this method of controlling health, Su Chen kept the corpse dragon's health fluctuating between recovery and consumption, maintaining it at around 2%. According to his calculations, as long as he kept this up for over 20 minutes, he would be able to claim the reward for this golden line target. Just over 20 minutes was something Su Chen could wait for. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen felt satisfied with his brilliantly devised plan. However, in the eyes of the Goblin Priests, Su Chen's actions were more demonic than the demons themselves. Who tortures a dragon like this? Just kill it. And what happened? Just as it was healed, it was bombarded again, and after a minute, it woke up to another round of explosive arrows. These Goblin Priests witnessed it all, seeing the so-called ferocious and cruel corpse dragon shedding tears of resentment and grievance. Each time the corpse dragon woke up, it would whimper softly. Su Chen couldn't understand the corpse dragon's words, but the Goblin Priests could. The corpse dragon kept repeating, kill me, please, don't heal me anymore." This undoubtedly cast a shadow over the hearts of these Goblin Priests. What kind of beastly person could do such a thing? Thinking of this, the Goblin Priests couldn't help but glance at Su Chen, only to receive a scolding from him. "What are you looking at? Focus on
Healing. If you space out again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Su Chen threatened these goblin priests fiercely. After a while, Su Chen realized that he couldn't let all these goblin priests use their healing skills at once. They should only use their blue skills when low on mana, as that was too slow. He roughly planned to have these goblin priests take turns, alternating between restoring mana and healing, ensuring that each goblin priest could release skills while maintaining sufficient mana. Not bad, not bad. Assembly line work, automated production. 25 minutes passed like this, and as Su Chen silently counted, he saw that his damage bar was nearing 15 million, meaning he had already surpassed the threshold of 50% of the boss's maximum health. However, since Su Chen was not exactly sure what the boss's total health was, just in case, he stopped after dealing 17 million damage. Then, Su Chen looked at the dying corpse dragon. During this half hour, it had suffered greatly, its tears had dried up, and its eyes had lost their luster. Sigh, how tragic. Just think about it, if you hadn't burned me that time and had just run away, none of this would have happened. In your next life, be born into a good family and become a good dragon. Su Chen shook his head and launched 5 consecutive attacks at the corpse dragon's head. Accompanied by a heavy dragon's roar, the corpse dragon painfully left this world. Congratulations on defeating Corpse Dragon, Golden Tier Lord level boss, gained reputation *500, received Corpse Dragon Lord's treasure chest. Congratulations, your level has increased from level 17 to level 18. Congratulations. Your level has increased from level 18 to level 19. All attributes increased by a total of 20 points. Ranger class profession, strength and agility increased by an additional 10 points. Physical defense plus 20, magic resistance plus 10. You have gained 50 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Your pet titan has leveled up. Current level 18. Crown of Hunting is activated. Congratulations, you have gained maximum health *500. Number of volley arrows plus 1. Judgment effect cap increased by 1%. Current maximum health increase 1700. Number of volley arrows 7. Judgment effect 7%. 3 golden lights flashed, and Su Chen's level jumped directly from 17 to 19. It should be noted that Su Chen now needs 5 times the experience to level up, to be able to jump 2 levels at once like this. Moreover, even the experience bar from level 19 to 20 has already accumulated more than half. One can only say that it is indeed a lord-level boss. The experience given is abundant. Also, as Su Chen expected, the total damage exceeded 50% of his maximum health, and he indeed received the reward for the golden line target, with health increasing and damage also rising. At the same time, a loud and clear voice echoed throughout the main city districts. Huaxia server announcement: first kill of Lord Bloodline boss, Corpse Dragon, Golden Tier. Level 30 has been achieved. Achiever Xingfeng first kill reward granted. Sent to mailbox Spirit Realm Forum. Wait, did I just hear another first kill notification? Oh, I just heard it. It was from the Great Xingfeng, saying it was the first kill of the Lord Bloodline boss, probably similar to the Silver Tier and Bronze Tier bosses, maybe just a higher tier. Wait, something's not right. Lord Bloodline boss? Did you just say it's a Lord Bloodline boss? What's wrong? The Great Xingfeng has gotten so many first kills. Why are you acting so surprised like you've never seen the world? No, dude. That's a Lord Bloodline boss. And it's level 30. Check the monster encyclopedia bought in the shop. Flip to the section on Lord Bloodline. Fine, I'll flip. What the hell is a Lord Bloodline? Is it really that scary? What the F *****? Significant health increase. Even the lowest level Lord Bloodline boss has over 10 million health, can awaken hidden skills, and has its own territory. Recommended to challenge with a team of 500 people? Damn. A boss that requires a team of 500 to challenge. And it's level 30, killed by the Great Xingfeng. Although these people have heard of the name Xingfeng to some extent, and there are indeed videos of Xingfeng defeating a 100-man team, however, killing a boss with over 10 million health still on the second day of the server opening is indeed a bit exaggerated. In Wind Whisper City, 700 people were brought from the Yuncheng headquarters, all game experts hired by Shao 10C. The average quality of these experts is much stronger than those random players organized by the Moonslayer Crazy Lion before. Not only are their skills top-notch, but they also understand teamwork and tactics, and their levels and equipment are not bad either. If it were a serious confrontation, the 700 hired men would be able to match the 2,000 scattered soldiers. Wanban Fengchen brought these people to Fengyu City, firstly to quickly search for news about Changfeng, and secondly, if the negotiations with Qingfeng really broke down, these people would be the backbone to curb the development of Qingfeng and the overlord guild in Fengyu City. However, it was clear that during this time she had gained nothing. She was now preparing to have people guard the city gate, waiting for Qingfeng to appear. Just then, the announcement sounded, and Wanban Fengchen's expression suddenly fell. She was obviously well aware of the value of the Lord's Bloodline boss. The stronger Qingfeng became, the more unfavorable it was for her negotiations and recruitment. If Qingfeng could reach such terrifying combat power, the people she brought would probably be a bit precarious. After thinking for a moment, she ultimately sent a message to Xiao Tianci. Wanban Fengchen, young master, did you hear the announcement? Tianci Wanquan, yes, I saw it. Shang Feng is indeed a formidable opponent. Wanban Fengchen, so, young master, what should we do next? I'm afraid Qingfeng won't cooperate if he doesn't agree. On the other side, Xiao Tianxi's expression was grim. Su Chen's combat power clearly exceeded Xiao Tianxi's expectations. Tianxi Wan Quan, such strong combat power can only belong to our Yin Shang guild. If we can't obtain it, we must destroy it. Tianxi Wan Quan, you negotiate with him, the price can be raised. As long as he is willing to turn back to my side, a one-time reward of 20 million. After that, an annual salary of 10 million. Tianxi Wan Quan, tell him that everything Xiao Tianba can offer, I can give him too. What? Xiao Tianba can't offer, I can also provide. Wan Ban Fengchen, alright, young master, but if he doesn't agree, we might not be able to handle it. Xiao Tianxi paced back and forth, conflicted for a while, and finally seemed to make a decision before replying. Tianxi Wan Quan, well, how about this? Isn't Qing Feng also at odds with Zhan Yu? Tianxi Wan Quan, I'll hand over the matter to Li Xianli, that miser, and you contact the Zhan Yu people in Feng Yu's city. Bring as many people as you can from him, keep the cost within 10 million, and I'll discuss the rest with Li Xianli. Tianxi Wan Quan, also, remember to incorporate the elites of Zhan Yu into the team. Those who come to fill the numbers can be used as a suicide squad to wear down Qingfeng's state. Wan Ban Fengchen, understood, young master, I will follow your orders. In the Fallen Dragon Valley, Su Chen had just finished off the corpse dragon, and the bloodline target refreshed again. The red bloodline target was precisely these dozens of goblin priests inside the cave. Even without the bloodline, Su Chen would not spare this group of goblins. Regardless of the setting of the spirit realm or whatever, it was evident from the dried meat hanging at the cave entrance and the human bones on the barbecue rack inside that this group of aliens had definitely engaged in cannibalism, which truly disgusted Su Chen. Since these goblin priests had no ability to resist, Su Chen easily cleared all the goblin priests in the cave. He killed a total of 92 goblin priests, stacking 184 layers of true damage and 460 points of health. He stuffed all the dropped equipment into his backpack. As for the soul energy, the goblin priests dropped a total of 306 points of energy, while a corpse dragon dropped a whopping 5,000 points of energy, more than what he had collected at the statue before. After tidying everything up, Su Chen finally turned his attention to the chest in front of him. What is this? A treasure chest dropped by the Lord's bloodline boss? Come on, give me something good. Su Chen opened the Lord Boss treasure chest and was pleasantly surprised to find that, indeed, the loot was plentiful. A full 1,000 gold coins. There were also 6 pieces of golden equipment, 20 pieces of silver equipment, and over 100 pieces of bronze equipment. As for black iron and whiteboard equipment, it was probably because the boss's rank was too high, so they didn't drop at all. In addition, there were dozens of various potions for health and mana recovery, a large pile of materials needed for equipment crafting, a token imprinted with the image of a corpse dragon, and a dark, mysterious egg. However, seeing so many pieces of equipment and items, Su Chen felt a bit troubled. There were just too many items, and he only had 100 equipment slots. He couldn't fit them all. If others heard Su Chen's thoughts, they would surely curse. With such trash drops in the spirit realm and not enough backpack space? He hadn't collected the bronze and black iron equipment yet, so he left them in the treasure chest and first checked the 6 pieces of golden equipment. These 6 pieces of golden equipment formed a complete set, 1 piece each of armor, helmet, gloves, ring, weapon, and boots. He glanced at the additional effects and selected suitable replacements. Corpse Dragon Armor. Additional effect, Toughness, increases physical defense by 200 points after taking damage, lasting for 10 seconds. Su Chen's evaluation of this equipment was mediocre. Just 200 points of physical resistance? That's barely enough. A little titan can boost its own dual resistance by 1,000 with a shield. It was definitely not as good as the original speed increase attribute, so Su Chen didn't change the attribute and directly absorbed the equipment's properties. God's Wrath Armor has absorbed Corpse Dragon Armor equipment gains attribute increase, health plus 1000, physical resistance plus 50, spell resistance plus 50, constitution plus 20, strength plus 20, critical resistance plus 2% current. Equipment upgrade progress, 69/100 Corpse Dragon Helmet. Additional skill, Shock Roar, causes a continuous 1-second stun effect on enemy units within a 5-meter radius, cooldown time 180 seconds. This skill is decent, although it's more suitable for warriors. Su Chen can still make use of it. After absorbing the attributes with the Crown of God's Wrath, he also absorbed the additional effect. Crown of God's Wrath has absorbed Corpse Dragon Helmet equipment gains attribute increase, health plus 500, physical resistance plus 20, spell resistance plus 20, constitution plus 10, strength plus 20, spirit plus 20, control reduction plus 5%. Equipment gains additional skill, Shock Roar. Current equipment upgrade progress, 40/100 Corpse Dragon Boots. Additional effect, Swift Walk, increases movement speed by 500 points for 10 seconds after leaving combat, can stack with mounts, becomes ineffective when taking damage or initiating an attack. Oh, this additional effect is pretty good. It significantly boosts out of combat movement speed, a great tool for traveling. It can be kept. Divine Wrath Boots have absorbed Corpse Dragon Boots equipment Attribute enhancement: physical resistance plus 30, spell resistance plus 30, movement speed plus 80, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, critical hit chance plus 1%, evasion plus 1%. Equipment acquired additional. Skill: haste. Current equipment upgrade progress 39/100. Corpse Dragon Bow. Additional effect: illusory weapon. All your damaging skills will have attack effects. Trigger cooldown time 0.5 seconds. Wow! Divine effect. Su Chen's heart raced upon seeing the equipment effect. Being able to add attack effects means that skills can trigger true damage. Previously, Su Chen didn't choose large area skills like Arrow Rain because, compared to skills, normal attacks could add true damage, yielding greater benefits. Now, with the illusory weapon, area effects can also add true damage, which is indeed great. What's there to hesitate about? He immediately completed the effect change. Divine Wrath Bow has absorbed Corpse Dragon Bow equipment attribute enhancement. Physical attack plus 150, attack speed plus 25%, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, critical hit rate plus 2%, physical penetration plus 5%. Equipment acquired additional skill, illusory weapon. Current equipment upgrade progress 41/100. As for the remaining rings and gloves, Su Chen glanced at the additional effects. The Corpse Dragon gloves have an additional effect of soul penetration, allowing 20% of initial damage to be dealt to targets with physical immunity. If it were another physical class, it might be considered a treasure, but unfortunately, Su Chen has true damage, so he doesn't need this effect much. In comparison, the survival effect of the Swamp Cloud is more important. Divine Wrath Gauntlets have absorbed Corpse Dragon Gloves equipment attribute enhancement. Physical attack plus 75, attack speed plus 20%, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, critical hit rate plus 2%, cooldown reduction plus 5%, critical resistance plus 2%. Current equipment upgrade progress 41/100. However, the inconspicuous Corpse Dragon Ring has an additional skill that grants a fireball dealing spell damage based on one spirit value. The value isn't high and doesn't have much effect on Su Chen, so he retained the acid effect and only absorbed the attributes. Divine Wrath Ring has absorbed Corpse Dragon Ring equipment attribute enhancement. Health plus 300, mana plus 500, spell resistance plus 50, spirit plus 25, mana regeneration plus 15 per second. Current equipment upgrade progress 38/100. After absorbing these 6 pieces of equipment from the Divine Wrath set, Su Chen's combat power increased, especially in terms of attributes. At this point, Su Chen's health had reached an astonishing 10,640, officially breaking the 10,000 mark. Of course, his physical attack also reached 1,407 points. Even without the true damage bonus, this physical attack is already terrifying. In addition, his dual resistances are at 500 points and his movement speed has exceeded 800. A pure numerical monster. Subsequently, Su Chen satisfiedly closed the attribute panel and focused his attention on that dark egg. According to the description, it's a Mount Egg. Extreme Flame Dragon Egg, Mount, quality, gold, Lord Bloodline. Description: an egg that can hatch into an Extreme Flame Dragon. The Extreme Flame Dragon with the Lord Bloodline can fly, is incredibly fast, has a natural affinity for fire attributes, and possesses considerable combat power. Yo, this thing is pretty good. Although my pet slots are full, I can change mounts anytime. Why? Is it an Extreme Flame Dragon instead of a Corpse Dragon? Su Chen speculated that it might have been an Extreme Flame Dragon before being transformed by the Black Abyss, and only became a Corpse Dragon afterward. Anyway, this Lord Bloodline has been inherited, which is very exciting. He imagined that once the Mount Egg hatches into an Extreme Flame Dragon, riding it up into the sky would be incredibly pleasant and impressive. He directly started the hatching process for this Mount Egg, and according to the description, it would be completed in an hour. In the end, there was still that Blood Red token left. Blood Kill Order type special item effect marks a player, shows their location. Killing that player will cause them to permanently lose 10% of their current attributes and drop one piece of equipment/material/item with 100% certainty. Supplement: the mark remains after the player respawns. Supplement 2: players marked by the Blood Kill Order will not be able to enjoy city protection effects. When Su Chen saw this description, his eyes lit up. This thing is a good item. A weapon for killing and looting. Plus, it pairs well with the title he obtained earlier, Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter type, unique title effect: when you kill an adventurer alone, there is a greater chance of dropping their highest quality equipment/material/item. 100% drop rate after marking, plus a higher chance of dropping the highest quality items. If any blind players show up again, Su Chen will let them know what it means to lose both life and wealth. Su Chen collected all these good items and found himself in a dilemma with the dozens of low-tier equipment in front of him. Roughly estimating, with so many bronze equipment, he definitely couldn't take them all, so he might as well sell them all here. With that thought, Su Chen opened the chat panel and found that the chubby guy had already replied. Extreme Domination. Bro, I've looked at the equipment, and they're all great. If we can make a total of 1.2 million for all these pieces, I can transfer the money right away. Su Chen compared it with the market price and found that silver and bronze equipment had depreciated a bit. The second-hand equipment and pet egg he sold to the chubby guy were worth about $1 million in the market, and the chubby guy had added a 20% markup to ensure Suchin prioritized supplying him. After feeling it was fine, Suchin transferred the money to his bank card, and at the same time, the previous equipment was sent out. Clear wind, no problem, send it. By the way, I have a large batch of goods on my side, not sure if you can handle it. The chubby guy replied immediately after receiving the goods. Extreme domination, sure thing, bro. What goods? Are they from a lord-level boss drop? I want them all. Extreme domination. Just in time to tell you some good news, brother Chingfeng, my overlord guild has now recruited 400 members, all of them top-notch players. Just now, we found a hidden silver boss in the east of the city, and with teamwork, we managed to take it down. Although many brothers lost levels because of it, it was worth it. Extreme domination. I told my dad about the guild's situation, and now he's allocated more resources to me, giving the company's Spirit Realm department 15% of the resources. Extreme domination. Right now, the funds are quite sufficient. If you, brother Chingfeng, have any other equipment, I will also buy it at a higher price. Suchin didn't expect this little fatty to be quite capable, actually managing to take down a silver boss. Although it relied on the equipment and numerical advantage provided by Suchin, it was still quite an achievement. Just right, he was originally worried about whether this little fatty had enough funds and whether they needed to auction separately, but now he didn't have to worry about that anymore. Chingfeng, okay, take a look. Chingfeng, equipment list. About a minute later, the little fatty replied. Extreme domination, no problem, brother, I can buy everything on my side, same as before, 20% above market price. Roughly calculated, a piece of silver equipment is between 50,000 to 100,000, while bronze equipment has dropped significantly, with a market price of only about 10,000. Altogether, 250,000 sounds a bit off. How about 268,000? Chingfeng, I'm fine with that. Extreme domination, great, brother. Payment has been made. After Suchin received the money, he transferred the equipment from the treasure chest to the little fatty one by one. While receiving the money, he pondered. Ever since the appearance of the virtual reality fragments, he often thought about what would happen if the game descended into reality. Just like an apocalypse, wouldn't the money obtained be useless? But now, it couldn't be confirmed whether it would really descend into reality. If it was just a special ability that he had, or if only a few humans possessed supernatural powers, then the currency in reality would still hold value. Suchin stroked his chin, contemplating this matter. With the previous incident of the virtual reality fragments, Suchin felt that this game was not as simple as he had imagined. The equipment he crafted didn't really have much use for himself, and if he sold it, he thought it would be best to sell it to someone he was familiar with. If he could help a trustworthy ally without harming his own interests, that would be quite good. Regardless of the situation, if the game didn't descend into reality, he could enjoy the money he earned himself. If that day really came, it would be like using these discarded pieces of equipment to support an ally, which wouldn't be bad either. The little fatty seemed to be a pretty good candidate for that. After thinking for a while, Suchin decided to do the little fatty a favor and provide him with some information. Of course, it definitely wouldn't be about the virtual reality fragments. Unless the little fatty knew the inside story, he would never expose it. Chingfeng, I remember, you're a shield guardian, right? Once you reach level 15, you can change jobs. Do you want to change to a hidden class? Under the shade of a big tree in the wild, the chubby boy suddenly felt a stir in his heart and hurriedly replied. Extreme domination, hidden profession. Bro. Real bro? Think about it. Gentle breeze, I can't be 100% sure. This method will work, but trying it out can't hurt. Gentle breeze, once you return to Wind Whisper City, find a way to gather information about the Transfer Temple's Shield Guardian mentor, build a good relationship with him, and then showcase your value. Gentle breeze, by the way, what's your talent again? Of course, I'm just asking casually. If you want to keep it a secret, that's your business, I understand. In the game, everyone's initial talents are different, and if someone knows your talent, it's like exposing a weakness to them. Suchin wanted to know the chubby boy's talent, thinking that if he came across any items suitable for his talent in the future, he could sell them to him. However, Suchin didn't expect the chubby boy to be so straightforward and just tell him. Extreme domination, my talent is called Oath of Steadfastness, and it converts all incoming damage into 5 segments of 20% bleeding damage endured over 5 seconds. Then, these damages are individually mitigated by physical defense and magic resistance. Extreme domination, so, brother Gentle Breeze, I'm not a weakling. I can take a hit. In the guild, I'm a top-tier main tank. Suchin raised an eyebrow at the message from the chubby boy. What the heck? This chubby boy's talent is pretty strong. According to what he said, if his physical resistance is 350, then if he takes 2000 burst damage, it would turn into 5 segments of 400 bleeding damage, which would then be mitigated by 350 points of physical resistance. This means he would only endure 250 points of damage over 5 seconds. This level of damage reduction is definitely a top-tier talent among Shield Guardians. Gentle Breeze, very good, a strong Shield Guardian talent. With your talent, I believe the Shield Guardian mentor at the Transfer Temple will appreciate you. Level up to 15 quickly, then go find him. Extreme domination. Alright, bro. I won't disturb you any longer. You get back to work. Once the equipment was transmitted one by one, Suchen closed the chat panel. At this point, he finally had time to check the rewards for the first kill of the Lord. Opening the mail, he saw that this time there were two items, one called the Giant Slayer title, and another virtual real fragment. Giant Slayer, deal up to 50% additional damage, base increase, to enemy units larger than you, based on size difference. Titles can stack, so the more, the better. This title's effect is simple and direct, it increases damage, and the increase is outrageous. Although it's a base increase, meaning it's based on the initial damage increase and not additive with other damage increases, 50% is indeed too outrageous. It's definitely a weapon against large enemies. What intrigued Suchen the most was the latter item, the other virtual real fragment. Suchen carefully took this virtual real fragment out of his backpack, gently cradling it in his palm and examining it closely. This virtual real fragment looked exactly the same as the ones he had obtained before, all presenting a crystalline substance in an inverted triangular arc shape. From its appearance, they seemed to fit perfectly together to form a larger whole. Previously, I could just use this thing directly by putting it in my backpack. Could this one be the same? I should ask that half-elf about the virtual real fragments later. Just as he was about to leave the fallen Dragon Valley, Suchen noticed that the previously dormant Emperor's banner had begun to tremble again. At the same time, the Explorer title also started to flicker. In Suchen's field of vision, a long-lost arrow symbol appeared. Oh, there are still good things? To be honest, wherever this dark, mysterious statue is present, I have indeed gained quite a bit of benefit. If we were to discuss it seriously, the ranger at the transfer temple, the true god of the eternal forest, hasn't provided as many rewards as this chicken eye marinated egg statue. Suchen followed the arrow to the back of the statue, where the arrow pointed to a magic circle on the pedestal of the statue. Following the instructions, he took out the Emperor's banner, which transformed directly into 9 black soul scrolls, each sticking to the magic circle. Then, he heard a series of clicking sounds, and a secret passage appeared below. This secret passage was quite similar to the one he had seen in the Black Abyss church dungeon. I hope there isn't any poisonous gas inside, Suchen thought to himself. Just in case, he summoned the little titan to give himself a shield before descending into the passage. After walking for a while, Suchen indeed discovered a secret chamber similar to the previous one, filled with poisonous gas, and hidden within the gas was a treasure chest. However, unlike before, just as Suchen was pondering how to retrieve the treasure chest from the poisonous gas, the Emperor's banner, which had transformed into 9 black soul scrolls, reverted back and flew directly to the chest, beginning to absorb the energy within. Alright, not bad, this makes things easier for me. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Suchen sat in a non-toxic area and waited for a while. Time slowly passed, and about 20 minutes later, the Emperor's banner finally completed this absorption process. After this refinement, the original Emperor's banner had grown slightly larger, and the 7 gems on the flagpole had 3 glowing faintly, emitting a soft light. In addition, many gilded patterns had appeared on the banner, and the black mist emanating from the entire flag was so thick it seemed like it could drip with water. Suchen reached out, and the fully absorbed Emperor's banner obediently flew into his hand. He checked its panel again, Emperor's banner type. Special item master status, bound Qingfeng effect, accumulate soul energy, no limit, after killing any unit, which can be consumed at the right time to deal devastating damage to a large area of enemies. Supplement 1. Soul energy equals 100 points of damage. Damage range is related to soul energy. Supplement 2. The soul energy gained from killing units is related to the unit's combat power. Killing players will yield 10 times the soul energy. Second activation effect, endless life, converts damage into healing. 1 soul energy equals 100 life healing, can be used on friendly units, can be used in fixed amounts. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Third activation effect, breaking 10,000 laws, activates soul energy, continuously affects all surrounding enemies, increasing their skill. Cooldown time to 1000%. Supplement, consumes 10 soul energy per second. Effective range is a radius of 10 meters. Range can be changed. The larger the range, the more soul energy consumed. Current soul points 11317. Description, a special banner containing the power of destruction. Listen, it is the sound of souls wailing. What the hell? There's a new effect again? Besides the soul energy increasing by a full 3000 points, the soul energy bonus for killing players has also skyrocketed to 10 times. Moreover, the most important thing is this breaking 10,000 laws effect. It increases skill cooldown time to 1000%. Isn't this just another form of silence effect? To be honest, this effect is no weaker than silence. In the spirit realm, skills often have cooldowns of dozens of seconds, and some more powerful skills can have cooldowns of 3 to 5 minutes. If the cooldown time increases to 1000%, then a small skill that originally had a cooldown of 3 to 4 seconds would turn into 30 to 40 seconds, and a skill that originally had a cooldown of 3 to 5 minutes would probably not be usable again until the battle is over. As long as one can withstand the first wave of damage, this breaking 10,000 laws effect is stronger than silence for 10 seconds. The only downside is the cost, which is a painful 10 soul energy per second, and only within a 10-meter radius. If the range increases, the consumption will also increase. However, everything has an inherent balance. Strong effects naturally come with high costs, which is normal. After circling around the fallen Dragon Valley to check for any missed treasures, Suchen finally set off on his way back to the city. He was very curious about what secrets the virtual fragments were hiding. According to the panel's hints, once he found Shui Yuyu, the mystery would be partially unveiled. Of course, the 4-star skill book as a quest reward was also something to look forward to. Thus, Suchen emerged from the fallen Dragon Valley riding his ice flame horse at a rapid pace. I must say, the effect of the boots of haste is indeed quite good. The ice flame horse itself has a movement speed of 1300, and with the 500 speed increase from haste, it was quite fast. In half an hour, he had already rushed back to the outskirts of Wind Whisper City. As he approached the densely populated area, Suchen continued to switch to a passerby appearance. When out and about, it's safest to use a low-profile account unless absolutely necessary. Just as he arrived at the city gate, Suchen noticed a group of about 10 people sitting there, neither farming monsters nor entering the city. He initially thought it was members of the Moon Slayer Guild trying to cause trouble again, but upon checking their nicknames, he saw they were quite scattered, without a unified prefix. From Suchen's understanding, the Moon Slayer Guild has strict restrictions in this regard. Basically, formal members of the Moon Slayer Guild would have the prefix Moon Slayer in their names. Since none of these 10 people had that prefix, Suchen felt it was strange but didn't provoke them. After all, they hadn't bothered him, and it was better to avoid trouble. He would collect his quest reward first. Thus, Suchen brushed past the guards at the city gate. Once inside the city, Suchen took out his map to find his way. Main City Inn. Main City Inn. Found it, right here. He had thought that this place called the inn would be in the residential or commercial area of Wind Whisper City, but to his surprise, it was right next to the Lord's Mansion in the very center of Wind Whisper City. After a quarter of an hour, Suchen arrived at the main city inn mentioned by Shui Yuyu. The entire inn was grand, yet not extravagant, dignified yet not stiff. He was astonished to find that the security personnel stationed at the entrance of the main city inn were of a level he couldn't discern, but judging by their aura, they were at least level 40 and had undergone their second-class change. Even the security at the entrance is this strong. Suchen realized that this so-called main city inn should be similar to a state guesthouse in the real world, specifically catering to distinguished guests from outside. It seems that this person named Shui Yuyu is quite valued in Wind Whisper City. He then recalled the description panel of Shui Yuyu. Description: an unknown mysterious half-elf of distinguished identity and formidable strength. Half-human, half-elf bloodline. Could this be some NPC Big Shot's romantic debt left behind while sweating outside? Just as Suchen was silently pondering this, a figure in a white gauze dress walked out from the main city inn. It was Shui Yuyu. This time, Shui Yuyu was like a different person compared to when they first met. She had changed into a completely new outfit, wearing a pure white dress with lace edges, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. Compared to her previous solemn and dignified appearance in a robe, she now felt more approachable and friendly, like a girl next door, making one feel at ease. However, as Shui Yuyu stepped out of the hall, she slightly furrowed her brows, as if sensing something unusual. She then gently approached Suchen and cautiously sniffed the scent on him. You have the aura of a corpse dragon? No, it's not a corpse dragon. It doesn't smell that decayed. It's a blazing dragon. What happened? Upon hearing this, a thought popped into Suchen's mind. Isn't this girl half-elf? How can her nose be so sensitive? You mean the blazing dragon egg? Suchen said as he took the hatching blazing dragon egg out of his space backpack. This left Shui Yuyu astonished, her mouth slightly agape. She seemed quite surprised. Golden patterns, red flame lines, vermilion base. It's definitely a blazing dragon egg, and it's from a lord bloodline. How did you get this? It dropped from killing a corpse dragon, Suchen said nonchalantly, and then seeing that the hatching progress bar for the blazing dragon egg had stopped, he tossed it back into the space backpack. Shui Yuyu still found it hard to believe. Suchen was only in his teens. How could he handle a level 30 lord boss? Even for herself, if she were to fight such a fast and flying blood cow of a lord boss, it would take considerable effort. However, looking at the level of this Qingfeng, it had jumped directly from level 16 to 19, and it had also obtained a blazing dragon egg. Besides killing the corpse dragon, she couldn't think of any other explanation. Thinking of this, her evaluation of Suchen rose another level. To be able to harvest the fragments of reality among so many new adventurers, he truly had some skills. You really have great potential. Very strong, qualified to know the secrets of the fragments of reality, she said seriously to Suchen. Hearing this, Suchen immediately perked up and said, I would like to hear more. Shui Yuyu looked around, summoned her staff, and tapped it on the ground. In the next second, the two were instantly transported to an elegant and ancient room. Suchen looked around. The curtains were tightly drawn, and only the spiritual energy lamps emitted a faint light, creating a very mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. Not only that, but a layer of gray-black isolation shield also appeared around them. Suchen stared at this protective shield, secretly speculating about its purpose. Perhaps it was to block external detection or to serve as soundproofing. Indeed, it was formal and detailed. It seemed that Shui Yuyu was quite cautious. He wondered what secrets the fragments of reality held. She had mentioned before that She knew he wasn't from this world. Could it be that she wasn't either? But why was her level so high and her strength so formidable? It shouldn't be like that. However, just as Su Chen was secretly speculating, an unexpected and bewildering scene suddenly appeared before him. Shui Yuyu stood in place, her face flushed, and began to slowly unfasten her exquisite dress. As the clothing slipped away, her snow-white skin gradually revealed itself to the air, smooth, soft, and glistening. In front of him, Shui Yuyu's face turned slightly red as she turned her head to the side, avoiding eye contact with Su Chen. Her graceful figure, though still partially covered by her underwear, was still alluring enough. Of course, what attracted Su Chen the most, aside from Shui Yuyu's enchanting form, was the circular emblem that lit up at her heart. This circle was made up of 10 fragments, and at its center, a silvery light flickered gently. Familiar? This is the world fragment. You have one too, right? Shui Yuyu whispered softly. Yeah, but I only have one piece, Su Chen replied. Take off your clothes, Shui Yuyu said after a moment of silence. That's not good, is it? Su Chen was a bit bewildered. Were NPCs in this spirit realm a bit too open? A man and a woman, alone in a room, and taking off clothes? What kind of nonsense was that? If I say take it off, then take it off. Why are you being shy? Shui Yuyu said with a hint of annoyance. She, a young fairy, was being so open. Why was this young man being so coy? Hearing this, Su Chen stopped hesitating and immediately selected the concealment effect for his divine armor, allowing him to retain his attributes, while temporarily turning his physical form in the spirit realm into a semi-transparent state. Shui Yuyu approached and gently stroked Su Chen's chest with her slender fingers. Su Chen instantly felt a cool, tingling sensation on his chest, but this feeling only lasted for a moment before warmth began to spread. Looking down, the scar-like red spots that were merely blemishes began to flicker with a faint light, just like the circular emblem on Shui Yuyu's chest. However, while Shui Yuyu's chest glowed with a silvery light, the light on Su Chen's chest was blood red. Soon after, a panel appeared in front of the red spots that had just been touched. Virtual Real Fragment Collection 2/10 Projection Effect. Project Body Attributes Projection. Intensity 20%. When Su Chen saw the panel, he instantly connected it to the strange phenomenon happening to him in reality. Project Body Attributes? Did that mean changes in his body in the real world? 20%. So that meant his physical abilities in the real world would become 20% of what they were in the game. Looking at the 2 of 10 progress, Su Chen naturally thought of the virtual real fragments he had obtained earlier. This is... Su Chen took a deep breath to calm himself and asked Shui Yuyu. At that moment, Shui Yuyu looked up at Su Chen and a glow flashed by as her dress reappeared on her body. Then Shui Yuyu said lightly, as you can see, the spirit realm is a real world. I don't know how the spirit realm appears in your world, but clearly, your world has been drawn in. The virtual real fragments or world fragments are rewards given to you by the spirit realm's consciousness, allowing you to possess extraordinary abilities in your world. Naturally, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since you can obtain virtual real fragments, it means you are one of the chosen ones. Chosen ones? Su Chen repeated, slightly confused. Shui Yuyu pointed at Su Chen and then at herself, firmly stating, that's right, the chosen ones. You and I are both chosen by the spirit realm to represent humanity in the battle during the third cataclysm. Chosen ones? Third cataclysm? Representing humanity in battle? Wait, that's a lot of information. Su Chen made a gesture to stop digesting the news he had just received. I know you're still a bit confused right now. Let me put it simply, having this thing on your chest means that your body in another world will project corresponding strength. You understand that clearly, right? After hearing this, Su Chen nodded. He had noticed some changes in his body that morning. Then it becomes much simpler to explain. We can discuss the rest later. Let's focus on the key point, virtual and real fragments. Once you collect 10 virtual and real fragments, you will be able to unveil the true veil of the spirit realm. At that time, if you are still willing, I hope you will seriously consider joining me to venture into the world of all races before the awakening of the human race to increase our chances of success. This is my wish. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, weighing the pros and cons. Although he was unsure if the other party's goodwill was genuine, since he knew that virtual and real fragments could enhance his physical body in reality, collecting them had become a high priority goal for Su Chen. Moreover, this Shui Yuyu had at least not shown any malice towards him so far, and she was not the kind of annoying NPC. Well, it couldn't be called an NPC if what she said was true, and the spirit realm was a world, then calling her a native would be more appropriate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen nodded. I promise you, I will do my utmost to collect the virtual and real fragments. And when I really collect them all, I will seriously consider what you said. However, I want to know how to obtain the virtual and real fragments? Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Shui Yuyu visibly breathed a sigh of relief, her previously serious intense expression revealing a hint of gratitude as she slowly said, think back on how you obtained these virtual and real fragments. Su Chen slowly recalled, the first virtual and real fragment was obtained during the hidden class transfer, while the second was acquired after defeating a boss-level monster for the first time. Seeing Su Chen's eyes light up, Shui Yuyu understood he had figured it out and timely added, just like I said before, you don't need to specifically search for them. Try to complete various achievements and place in the top ranks of the large events held in the spirit realm. As long as you stay at the forefront of the human race, you will be able to obtain them. Suchen nodded. This was something he had been doing all along, so it wouldn't take much extra effort, which was good. After Shui Yu finished speaking, a notification sound echoed in Suchen's mind. Congratulations! You have completed the task. The Mystery of Fragments reward, upgrade of virtual and real fragments, 4-star skill book *1. Snow Yu gently waved her wand, and with her movement, a faint light shot out from the storage gem at the tip of the wand. This light quickly condensed into a spark in the air, then gradually expanded, eventually transforming into a 4-star skill book radiating a powerful aura. This is the reward you promised me. At your current level, the highest you can learn is a 4-star skill book. This book is one I've treasured for a long time, but unfortunately, it's not much use to me now, so I'll give it to you. As you can see, this is just a 4-star skill book, but I can guarantee that this is the strongest 4-star skill book, bar none. Suchen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised at such a confident statement. How could someone speak so boldly? He was curious about what kind of skill book was worthy of such praise. Just a cursory glance revealed that this 4-star skill book was significantly more advanced than a 3-star skill book. The 3-star skill books looked ordinary, merely resembling books, while this 4-star skill book emanated a halo, exuding an impressive presence. Suchen leaned in closer to examine the specific attributes of the skill book. Mirror. Technique applicable classes. All classes quality 4-star effect. When other units cast 3, 4, or 5-star skills in front of you, you can copy their skills and use them yourself. Supplement can store up to 1 skill, but can be reused. Supplement 2 for copied 3-star skills. Increase effect by 200% for copied 5-star skills. Effect reduced to 20%. To be honest, upon seeing the effects clearly, Suchen thought to himself that Snow Yu was indeed not exaggerating. This item could truly be called the strongest 4-star skill book. It could replicate a skill 100% and even copy 5-star skills. Suchen already found the 3-star skill, Explosive Arrow, quite powerful. How strong would a 5-star skill be? Then, Suchen recalled that he had just obtained the illusory weapon attribute. Skill damage could trigger attack effects. Suchen's thoughts gradually became clearer as he sorted them out. Attack effects also include additional true damage, meaning that the skill damage itself isn't as important. What matters is the range and frequency of effect. Moreover, the mirror technique's copying isn't limited by class. It can replicate skills from any of the 7 classes. But if we're talking about wide range and high frequency, then it must be the domain of the mage. With the true damage bonus, the actual damage becomes less significant. What's important is the range of effect. The higher the skill star level, the larger the range. So after considering, a 5-star large area spell is the best choice. With this in mind, he basically finalized his idea and turned his gaze to Snow Yu, who was standing beside him. A mage, wasn't there one right next to him? As a result, this one glance left Snow Yu a bit puzzled. What's going on? Why is he suddenly staring at me? A pervert? He didn't seem like one before? Then, under Snow Yu's puzzled gaze, Suchen spoke directly. How about we help each other out? Do you have any large area, multi-hit 5-star skills? Could you let me copy one? Suchen's words clearly caught Snow Yu off guard. Shui Yu reminded Suchen, I am a mage, and my skill effects are linked to spell attacks, but you are a ranger and have no spell attack attributes at all. If you want to learn, you can only deal damage based on your mental value. In that case, with such a significant reduction in damage, it really would be better to have a 4-star ranger skill that suits you. Suchen waved his hand in response. It's fine, my choice is naturally based on my own thoughts. Hearing Suchen say this, Shui Yu understood that further persuasion would only be a waste of effort. With a dull thud, a powerful energy spread out from the point where the staff struck, rippling rapidly outward. The surrounding space seemed to shatter, quickly transforming and reorganizing, and after 5 seconds, the scene around them had turned into a vast plain. Suchen was secretly shocked, feeling even more perplexed about Shui Yu's strength. Although he couldn't gauge her depth from her previous moves, he hadn't thought that this seemingly young girl was particularly strong, at most just 20 levels above him. But now it seemed he had guessed wrong, just from that display. The aura she emitted was something he hadn't felt even from the white-robed wizard before. This skill of mine is called Frost Snow. Pay attention, Shui Yu said lightly. She elegantly waved her staff, and suddenly dark clouds began to gather from all directions in the sky. Then, Suchen felt the temperature around him plummet, dropping from around 20 degrees to below 0 in the blink of an eye. Before long, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and they grew larger and larger. Since Suchen was marked as an ally, he didn't feel any damage even in the blizzard. But looking at the trees on the plain frozen into ice sculptures, he knew the damage was definitely not small. The blizzard lasted a full 30 seconds before it finally calmed down. After witnessing the entire blizzard, a prompt sounded in Suchen's mind. Mirror technique has fully recorded a 5-star skill. Would you like to keep it? Yes. With anticipation for the 5-star skill, Suchen checked the effects. Frost Snow, Mirror technique record, compatible class, mage quality, 5-star, effect, summons a massive blizzard lasting 30 seconds, dealing 100%, 0.2 effectiveness equals 20%, mental
Value spell damage per second. Supplement effective range radius 150 meters. Supplement 2 in the blizzard. Movement speed is reduced by 50% and after receiving damage 3 times will freeze for 1 second, triggering a maximum of once every 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. A simple yet powerful 5-star skill. One can imagine the immense damage a proper mage could deal with this skill. A massive area of soft and hard control with continuous damage for half a minute. It could almost secure victory in a battle with just one skill. However, this skill only had 20% effectiveness for Su Chen, and relying on his own mental damage bonus was of little use. But due to the existence of the illusory weapon, this massive area skill was actually more suitable for Su Chen. An hour ago, at the city gate, Wan Ban Fengchen met with Zhan Yu Guangshi. Is it you who came to find me? Zhan Yu Guangshi looked Wan Ban Fengchen up and down. From a rank perspective, this woman seemed unremarkable, the only highlight being her meticulously sculpted features and graceful figure. However, in the spirit realm, people can customize their appearance to shape their image, so merely being good-looking does not make her stand out. What truly made Zhan Yu Guangshi wary was not the woman herself, but the 100 or so people closely following her. These individuals stood in an orderly manner, moving in perfect formation, not a single one out of place, each firmly holding their position. Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhan Yu Guangshi even recognized some familiar IDs among these people's nicknames. For instance, the assassin named Rainy Knight with an umbrella but no knife had once ranked in the top 10 of the assassin leaderboard in another game due to his microsecond level skills. Then there was the engineer with the ID I'll Take Your Life 3000, who was a standout in shooting games. These people shared a common trait. They were all solo players, having never joined any guild or club, yet here they were, gathered together. If there were 1 or 2 repeated nicknames, it might be a coincidence, but with so many people together, it was a certainty that they had been specifically summoned. However, having the ability to gather so many renowned solo players meant that the power behind it was certainly not something to be trifled with. You are seeing the puzzled expression on Zhan Yu Guangshi's face. Wan Ban Fengchen slightly raised her head and replied with a hint of arrogance, "We are from the Yunshang Group, Yunshang Guild, under young Master Xiao." Zhan Yu Guangshi suddenly understood it was the large Yunshang Group. No wonder he had heard that Yunshang Group had entered the spirit realm. This was his first encounter. So it's the Yunshang Guild. A pleasure to meet you. May I ask what brings you here? Zhan Yu Guangshi smiled politely and inquired. Wan Ban Fengchen took 2 steps forward, puffed out her chest, and said in a tone of importance, "We from the Yunshang Guild are here to help you take down Zhan Yu. Have you checked the message your boss sent you? We need your Zhan Yu Guild's Fengyu City members to assist us in taking down someone." Although Zhan Yu Guangshi felt a bit uncomfortable with Wan Ban Fengchen's arrogance, the reputation of the Yunshang Group was too great to provoke, so he replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, our boss doesn't play in the spirit realm, so I really haven't received any message. Please wait, I'll check my phone." The next moment, Zhan Yu Guangshi logged off to check his phone messages, confirming the information with Li Xian Li before logging back on. As soon as he logged back in, it was evident that Zhan Yu Guangshi's mood had noticeably lifted. "You want to deal with Cheng Feng? Great, ha ha ha. Our Zhan Yu Guild will definitely not back down." Zhan Yu Guangshi had been worried if they couldn't take down Cheng Feng. Given the boss's attitude, he might not be able to stay in Zhan Yu any longer. Whether they could actually take down Cheng Feng was uncertain, and the money spent just to find people was quite painful. Now, a big spender had appeared, truly a blessing from above. However, I must speak frankly, although Cheng Feng is quite detestable, his strength is formidable. I can currently gather over 800 people in Fengyu City, and with your 100 or so people, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Zhan Yu Guangshi had already begun to calculate the combat power needed to deal with Cheng Feng. After the previous battle at Luochang Mountain, Cheng Feng had left a psychological shadow on him. The terrifying damage, the complex and varied strange tactics, oh, and that big rock monster blocking the road, just thinking about it was frightening. Wan Ban Fengchen snorted, Who said I only have 100 or so people? This time, I brought 700, each one a capable hand. And gathering 800 people? Too few, gather more. At least 1,500. Hearing Wan Ban Fengchen's words, Zhan Yu Guangshi showed a troubled expression. "Sister, the gathering cost within the guild is somewhat lower, but if we want to gather more, we can only recruit members from the guild's periphery. The strength of peripheral members is generally weaker, and they haven't signed contracts with us, so the cost is higher. In terms of cost effectiveness." Cost effectiveness? Our Yunshang Guild never considers cost effectiveness when acting, just recruit 2,000 people. Upon hearing this, Zhan Yu Guangshi secretly cursed. The rich really are rich, they don't treat money as money at all. But, this is good. With his support, we will definitely succeed this time. Thinking of this, Zhan Yu Guangshi couldn't help but feel delighted. He calculated in his mind, there are 700 experts from Yunshang, plus 800 capable members on his side, and nearly 1,000 peripheral members. Adding them up, there are almost 3,000 people. This time, we can definitely take down that guy Cheng Feng completely. Zhan Yu Guangshi excitedly rubbed his hands together, then shouted to his underlings behind him, "Hurry up and contact the other brothers. The funds are sufficient, find as many people as possible."
Everyone must gather at the designated location within half an hour. After saying this, he hurriedly left with a group of subordinates, starting to prepare for the upcoming battle. On Su Chen's side, after copying the skill, he did not immediately stop his actions. He took a deep breath and carefully unleashed the skill he had just obtained. A cold aura quickly spread out. Su Chen felt this aura and couldn't help but feel delighted, just as he expected, although the cold air at this moment was clearly not as fierce as before. It could even be said to be much gentler, but the range of effect was the same as the original. However, he didn't mind this at all. After all, he never intended to rely on this skill to deal much damage. For him, as long as he could successfully trigger the passive effect of the illusory weapon, that would be enough. Then, he slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Shuiyu beside him, and softly asked, "By the way, I still have some doubts about that illusory fragment." He paused, seemingly pondering how to express his question. This world, does it really exist? I mean, is it as real as the world I originally came from? An answer had already surfaced in Su Chen's mind, but he still hoped to get confirmation from Shuiyu. Shuiyu listened quietly to Su Chen's question, her eyes revealing a complex emotion. She nodded, then shook her head. "I'm not sure. This world is the same. For you and me, very real, but it's just a stage." Su Chen was puzzled, her words were ambiguous. Shuiyu continued to patiently explain, "You can think of it as a stage used to measure the development potential of all races. Beast race, demon race, dragon race, angel race, elf race, intelligent machine race, elemental race. All races compete, the victor survives, the loser perishes. This is the meaning of the existence of the spirit realm. Are you saying that this place is actually a cruel elimination ground? What will happen to the races that are eliminated?" After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of questions in his heart, and he quickly pressed on. At this moment, Shuiyu slightly lowered her head, and a hint of faint sadness appeared in her eyes. Shuiyu gently sighed and slowly said, "Every 1,000 years, a terrible cataclysmic era descends. This is a major reshuffling involving the races of various worlds, and no race can escape the judgment of this fate. In this cataclysmic era, all races will face unprecedented challenges and tests. Only by overcoming these difficulties can they possibly continue to survive. Those races that cannot cope are destined for extinction. To the victor go the spoils. The defeated races will have their worlds divided by other races, and the survivors of those races will either become the spoils of other races or be directly slaughtered. The world of my mother clan, the elves, was divided like this after the second cataclysmic era." When Su Chen heard this, his heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. He furrowed his brows and, after thinking for a moment, said, "Wait, what did you just say? The elves were defeated and divided? That can't be possible. Logically, your race should be much stronger than humans." He continued to question, "In the promotional video of the spirit realm, aren't the elves supposed to possess various magical affinities and special abilities? How could you be extinguished before humans?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shuiyu's eyes revealed a hint of determination as she shook her head. Races or forces that have survived the first two cataclysmic eras and passed down their civilization are definitely not weak. Although humans are somewhat weaker compared to other races, that does not mean you are completely at a disadvantage. In fact, there exists a particularly special civilization among you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately perked up, listening intently, and asked, "Civilization? What's civilization?" Shuiyu continued, "Well, according to your human terminology, it can be called Huaxia, which is the civilization you are in. However, I don't know the specifics, but as far as I know, this civilization called Huaxia possesses an extremely special ability that makes all races envious." At this point, a hint of envy appeared in Shuiyu's tone. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a strong curiosity rising in his heart. Special ability? What kind of ability? Shuiyu was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Luck, or as that old man Dao Huang would say, it can be called fortune." She paused and continued to explain, "Whenever a cataclysmic era arrives, the Huaxia civilization will give birth to several extraordinary new stars. They possess extremely powerful and unique talents, have perseverance beyond ordinary people, and more importantly, they have a fortune that other races cannot reach. In the early stages of the cataclysm, these new stars rise rapidly like the wind, leading the entire human race to achieve a qualitative leap in strength. In the end, they successfully kept all races at bay outside the barrier guarding the borders." Shuiyu's voice became solemn. "Those new stars who achieve such brilliant accomplishments are revered among humans as Emperor." Su Chen instantly grasped the key word. "Emperor? The Dao Huang you just mentioned?" Shuiyu nodded. "You should have noticed that there are 3 unopenable main cities in the Huaxia region, corresponding to the territories of the 3 human emperors. Other regions of the human race do not have such unopenable main cities. Dao Huang, a carefree and easygoing old man, was the one who told me about your situation. However, the old man usually enjoys riding cows and drinking, wandering around the mountains and rivers, leaving all the political affairs to others. Then there's the killing emperor, who oversees the soldiers. Although he has his own main city, he generally guards the borders and doesn't handle political matters. In fact, the one in charge of all political affairs is the book emperor, who has a more stable and reserved personality, speaks little, sometimes a bit rigid, but is a good person. Suchen silently took note of this. It was hidden background information about the spirit realm that might come in handy at any moment. However, this conversation left Suchen utterly shocked. Seemingly sensing Suchen's thoughts, Shui Yuyu smiled at him and said, "You don't need to worry too much about these matters. Before the boundary of the myriad races opens, this world is just an illusory existence for you. Right now, you just need to focus on the task at hand and do everything you can to accelerate your growth." Although Shui Yuyu said this, anyone encountering such a situation would need some time to adjust. It was a complete reconstruction of their worldview. Shui Yuyu handed Suchen a crystal ball, pulling his thoughts back to the present. "Here, a communication crystal ball. Hold it, and if you want to contact me, just speak into the crystal ball." Then, Shui Yuyu lightly touched the ground with her staff, and the surrounding space shattered, sending Suchen back to the entrance of the inn. "Alright, it's been a long time since I came out. I need to go do what I should do." Before Suchen could say anything, Shui Yuyu transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the inn. Is all of this real? Suchen looked at the crystal ball in his hand, lost in thought. He stood still for over a minute. Suchen sighed and put the crystal ball back in his backpack. Although he was still a bit dazed, he felt that Shui Yuyu was right. No matter what happens in the future, the most important thing is to do well in the present. As for the rest, the boat will naturally reach the bridge when it gets there. What needs to happen will happen, and thinking too far ahead only adds to worries. By the way, Shui Yuyu just said the illusory fragment has been upgraded, and he hadn't checked it yet. He looked around, ran to a secluded path behind the inn, ensured no one was around, then hid his protective gear and checked the fragment panel on his chest. Illusory Fragment Collection, 2/10 rank, 2nd rank. Projection effects, project body attributes, activated, project. Equipment not activated. Equipment activation conditions: collect equipment from 1000 adventurers, purchase, drop, trade. Projection intensity 20%. No way. There are activation conditions after leveling up? I thought I could use it directly. After seeing the activation conditions, Suchen felt a bit troubled. Collecting equipment from 1000 adventurers? Isn't that a bit too much trouble? Upon seeing this request, Suchen immediately thought of his old rival, the Moonslayer Guild. Speaking of which, it has been a while since he last saw the Moonslayer Crazy Lion, the little fortune bringer, and he actually missed him a bit. If he were to do business and purchase so much equipment, it would indeed be quite a cost, not to mention the time it would take. How about this? After the Moonslayer Guild is established, he could go and take advantage of the situation? This time, Suchen genuinely hoped that the Moonslayer Guild could develop a bit faster and complete the activation task soon. However, he didn't know if it was as Shui Yuyu said, but Suchen had a somewhat ethereal luck. Just when Suchen was feeling troubled, the little fatty and Shanglan Hongyan both sent him messages at the same time. Extreme domination, brother Qingfeng. Something happened. Recently, I heard some news that my brother seems to be taking some action. Extreme domination. He suddenly called Li Xinli. Oh, Li Xinli is the boss of Moonslayer. Extreme domination. Moreover, all the gaming experts my brother recruited with a huge sum of money have disappeared during this time. With Dad around, he doesn't dare to directly attack my Overlord Guild, but I'm afraid he might target you because you helped me. Based on what I know about him, it's very likely. Extreme domination, brother Qingfeng, they have the numbers, and although my Overlord Guild isn't large, none of us are cowards. Just say the word, and I'll bring my brothers to find you. Suchen then opened Shang Lan Hongyan's chat panel, and what she said was similar to what the little fatty had mentioned, except she provided an internal perspective from the Moonslayer Guild. Shanglan Hongyan, Qingfeng, there have been unusual movements in Moonslayer recently, and some people from the Yun Shang Guild are looking for your location. Shanglan Guild, these people are very strong and numerous. I'm afraid even you might find it difficult to deal with. Shanglan Hongyan, I didn't bring many people with me to Fingyu City this time. I suggest you use the intercity teleportation array to come to Yunming City. There are people from my Shanglan Guild here, and they won't dare to act. After seeing the messages, Suchen felt a stir in his heart. It truly was a case of finding something without effort. Just when he needed an opponent, the Moonslayer Crazy Lion had come together. Moonslayer Crazy Lion, oh Moonslayer Crazy Lion, I almost feel sorry for you, really, I'm crying to death. Besides that, both the little fatty and Shanglan Hongyan had a pretty good attitude this time, both willing to help him, although he didn't really need it. He replied to both of them, expressing his gratitude, and then said not to worry, he had his own plans and could handle it. Next, Suchen glanced in the direction of the bloodline in the eastern area of the city. Then Suchen did something that left the little fatty and Shanglan Hongyan dumbfounded. He opened the forum using the ID Qingfeng and directly posted a challenge to Moonslayer, setting the location right at the entrance of the public dungeon area in the eastern part of the city. The time was set for half an hour later. When his strength was insufficient before, he needed to use some tricks, but now, Suchen looked at his health points, which had already exceeded 10,000, and then at the newly acquired mirror technique skill. Now, he didn't need to think too much, they were just a bunch of insignificant players. This was the fastest way to gather those from Moonslayer. As for whether this would allow them to prepare in advance, Suchen thought, who cares?
In the face of absolute strength disparity, no matter how carefully they arranged their team, it would be meaningless. With such an arrogant attitude, combined with the name Qingfeng, which was well known in the spirit realm, the post's popularity skyrocketed instantly. Numerous players below were bumping the post and watching the drama unfold. Mr. Wrong, it really is the great Qingfeng. Master, please follow me back. Bumping the post. Unnamed little miscellaneous, let me see what's going on here. Oh, is the great Qingfeng declaring war on Moonslayer? Accidentally passing by? Oh, wow, today's biggest news in the spirit realm. At Game Observation Network, time to write some articles. Shajing, at Zhanyu official, Zhanyu, come check the forum, my brother Qingfeng is calling you. Juzi, bump the post. Eating melon. Watching the battle. Shi, who loves spicy lobster tails, interesting, on one side is the strongest solo player, on the other is an old guild. Qingfeng is really going to take Shanyu down hard. Shanyu AMU. I think this Qingfeng is a bit too arrogant, doesn't he really think Shanyu can't handle him? It's just that we didn't bother to deal with him before. And you, Omega? Hey, the Zhanyu clown upstairs, not bothering to deal with him? Last time, 400 or 500 people were almost eaten to death by the great Qingfeng. Ga bien tai, ha, the Zhanyu clown is still pretending. Don't let him end up crying for his mother. Zhanyu AMU, just wait and see, last time we were ambushed and not fully prepared, this time, I'll make sure he comes and never returns. Long Guguya, yo, right? Comes and never returns, can't wait to see the fun. Gosu, who likes the thorny flower, can't wait to see the fun +1. Ninhog, can't wait to see the fun +1. Unnamed Little, can't wait to see the fun +1. Juzi, can't wait to see the fun plus. During this half-hour preparation time, Suchin decided to take a look at the house that had been rewarded to him earlier. This house is located in a residential area, a standalone villa, 2 stories high, in a relatively secluded and quiet location, with a very pleasant environment and not much noise. Moreover, there is a large yard behind the house, with over 100 square meters just for the yard. He couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life and the uncertainty of the world. He hasn't even been able to own a property in the real world, yet he has obtained one in this spiritual realm. After identity verification, Suchen entered the house to take a look. The various furniture inside is fully equipped, although it doesn't have as many electronic products as in reality. It features magical energy lamps and spiritual energy refrigerators, which gives it a unique charm. Among the house's configurations, the most eye-catching are the beacon-shaped object and the row of incredibly heavy boxes in the inner room. As Suchen approached, an introduction panel appeared in front of him. Additionally, I hope everyone can comment more and interact more. You can also click on the free power for level right, the fan leaderboard. Doesn't need gifts or anything. Participating more in interactions will also increase your fan leaderboard value. In the future I will continue to find nicknames from the fan leaderboard. Thank you all for your support. Device name, Outpost Beacon Effect 1. After death, you can choose to respawn here, restoring 50% of maximum health and maximum mana. Effect 2 provides teleportation effect, chanting for 20 seconds. If not damaged during this time, you can teleport back to the location of this beacon. Description: O traveler returning home, please remember the direction of your home. It seems to be a bonus for having a house, not bad. It can provide a teleportation effect. Although there is some difference compared to the forced teleportation during battle with teleportation scrolls, it wins in being free. When encountering an unbeatable battle, I can use the invincibility effect of the swamp cloud and forcibly escape with the teleportation scroll. During normal times, I just need to wait 20 seconds after the battle ends to teleport. And that row of heavy boxes, Suchen checked, exactly 10. Device name, Spatial Storage Box Effect. A storage box with 500 slots connected to the spatial backpack when out of combat. Supplement: protected by city barriers. Outsiders cannot open it before the barriers are damaged, and protection disappears after the barriers are broken. Description: a sturdy safe box, a reliable guarantee for travelers on their journey. The effect is simple but powerful, equivalent to a safe box that can store items remotely. Just right. Suchen put back the materials he obtained from the Lord Boss into the box and took the opportunity to check the effects of these drops. Withering Grass, Moonlight Vine, these are all materials needed for potion making. I'll check if the Merchant Guild accepts these materials when I have time. Dragon Bone Stone, Flame Crystal, for forging equipment, but they all require corresponding equipment blueprints. Forget it, they're not very useful, let them gather dust. Huh, I didn't notice this before. What is it? While organizing his backpack, Suchen found a heart-shaped stone among the drops from the corpse dragon, which was neither marked as a potion-making material nor as an equipment-making material. Dragon Heart, Consuming. This will grant a massive experience boost to dragon-type creatures. Wow, good stuff. 4 mounts only. At this moment, Suchen glanced at the mount egg that was still hatching, which had now entered the countdown phase. The mount egg was much larger than a pet egg, standing as tall as a person. Suchen placed the mount egg in the yard to wait for it to hatch. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Congratulations! Your mount egg has hatched, and you have obtained the Lord Bloodline mount. Extreme Flame Dragon, please wait for the mount to break out of its shell just in time. Before dealing with those fools from Moonslashing, he could ride a new mount. Speaking of which, I wonder what the attributes of this mount with the Lord Bloodline are like.
After the prompt sound, accompanied by cracking noises, the mount egg, which was as tall as a person, gradually showed cracks. Bang! The shell broke open at the bottom, revealing 4 red legs, which then began to run around like a headless fly. Bang! The egg crashed into the wall and then fell over. Suchen immediately felt that this newly hatched mount seemed a bit dim-witted. He helplessly rubbed his forehead, wanting to walk over and help this idiot break the shell. Just as he got close, the egg suddenly flipped over and stood up by itself, breaking a small opening right in front of Suchen. Before Suchen could react, he felt a fierce flame burst out from within. Damn! You little beast! Suchen instinctively raised his arm to shield himself from the flames. However, because the mount egg had already recognized its master before hatching, Suchen did not receive any harm, but he did feel the scorching heat brought by the flames. Chirr! Roar! It seemed to mock Suchen's awkward appearance. The dragon egg let out a mocking cry. But in the next second, it couldn't laugh anymore. Suchen directly summoned the little titan in front of the dragon egg. The large little titan stood before the dragon egg like a small mountain, looking down at the tiny extreme flame dragon egg. Its enormous shadow completely covered the dragon egg, scaring the extreme flame dragon egg to sit down in the yard, lowering its head and no longer running around. You little rascal, think I can't handle you? Suchen walked over and patted the little titan's head, still a good little titan. Seeing that the extreme flame dragon egg had stopped moving, Suchen began to peel off the cracked eggshell piece by piece, revealing the extreme flame dragon lying beside it with drooping ears. Please name your mount. Suchen looked at this mischievous little guy and suddenly thought of a similar character from another game. The nickname slipped out. Little Fire Dragon. As a result, the little fire dragon still kept its head down, not daring to look at the little titan and Suchen. Suchen smiled slightly and took out a stone called Dragon Heart from his backpack space, waving it in front of the extreme flame dragon. Little fire dragon, be good, look at this. Sure enough, as soon as the little fire dragon saw the dragon heart, its eyes immediately lit up, staring at the dragon heart and drooling. However, due to its fear of the little titan, it only dared to drool and did not approach to snatch it. Little fire dragon, be obedient, eat this, and no more mischief, okay? Suchen said while gently stroking the little fire dragon's head. At first, the little fire dragon was a bit scared, shrinking its neck, but seeing that Suchen had no ill intentions, and due to their contract relationship, it inherently had a good impression of Suchen, so it gradually let down its guard. Suchen gently stroked the little fire dragon's head along the patterns, and the little fire dragon let out a comfortable purring sound. At this moment, Suchen climbed onto the little fire dragon's back, and seeing that it did not resist, he nodded in satisfaction. After stroking for a while, the little fire dragon had completely come to like this feeling, knowing that Suchen was genuinely good to it, and now it even rubbed its head against Suchen's body, the originally mischievous demeanor gradually disappearing. However, when looking at the little titan again, there was still a hint of fear. Suchen saw that the little fire dragon had fully accepted him before feeding it the dragon heart. The little fire dragon's eyes suddenly brightened. Crunch crunch. The little fire dragon seemed to have encountered an exquisite delicacy, chewing and swallowing it eagerly. In the next second, Suchen noticed the little fire dragon's aura rapidly increasing, and its size was also growing. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Suchen's ears. Your mount, little fire dragon, has devoured the dragon heart due to the Lord's bloodline, 100% inheritance of massive experience. The little fire dragon's level rose continuously from level 1 until it stopped at level 19. This astonished Suchen. He didn't expect this thing called dragon heart to be so powerful, directly feeding it to level 19. No, not just level 19. Suchen noticed that there was a bracket after the little fire dragons. Level 19, which read level 30, indicating that it was capped at level 19 due to Suchen's level. At this moment, the little fire dragon had transformed from being taller than a person to a juvenile giant dragon, now measuring 8 meters in length and 3 meters in height. However, from the little fire dragon's clear and innocent eyes, it was still evident that this little guy was the same little fire dragon as before, unchanged. Suchen looked at this imposing giant and checked its panel. Mount, Little Fire Dragon, Extreme Flame Dragon, Level 19 Health, 85,000 Physical Attack, 1900 Magic Attack, 1900 Physical Defense, 570 Magic Resistance, 570 Flying Speed, 2100 Land Speed, 1050 Skill 1, Dragon Breath, Spits Fire at enemies in front, dealing magic damage equal to 100% of magic attack per second range, 25 meters, cooldown, none. Skill 2, Dragon Flame Bomb, gathers 15 Dragon Flame Bombs, each causing an explosion with a radius of 5 meters upon impact, dealing magic damage equal to 80% of magic attack range, 150 meters, cooldown, 30 seconds. Talent, Lord Dragon Soul, each time a Lord's heart is devoured, it permanently grants the owner a Dragon Soul effect. Collecting 6 types of Dragon Souls will trigger the Dragon God Blessing, doubling all obtained Dragon Soul effects, and the talent will be upgraded. Activated Dragon Soul effect, Flame Dragon Soul, the owner's attacks and attack effects attach an additional 20%. Burn damage upon hitting, burning 5% per second for 4 seconds. This is a bit strong. Suchen was astonished by the attributes of the little fire dragon. Although the little fire dragon's health was only 85,000, which seemed weaker than the little titan was a tank. This little fire dragon had 2 top-tier output skills and was also quite tanky. The skill, Dragon Breath, even had no cooldown, just opening its mouth to spray, definitely a monster-clearing artifact. The subsequent Dragon Flame Bomb, with 15 bombs firing in succession, made Su Chen feel that with just this mount, it could probably take on those oddballs from the Moon Slashing Guild. Su Chen continued to look down the attribute panel, and when he saw the talent, his eyebrows raised in interest. From this effect, the first Flame Dragon Soul, while strong, only increased damage by 20%, which was somewhat lacking compared to the Little Titan's Heart-to-Heart. However, the key was that the Little Fire Dragon's talent effect was not limited to this. As long as it could continuously devour Lord's hearts, it could unlock new Dragon Souls. In that case, the strength would be completely different. One talent could equal 6 talents. Although this Little Fire Dragon had a big appetite and needed to be fed Lord's hearts to enhance its talent, its high potential was still quite good. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen reached out, and the Little Fire Dragon lowered its head, allowing Su Chen to pet it. After all, it had just been born into the world. Despite its large size, its mind was as innocent as a child. At first, facing a human like Su Chen, the Little Fire Dragon instinctively felt fear and resistance. However, after some time together, due to the intimacy brought by recognizing its master, it might have already regarded Su Chen as its mother. At this moment, Su Chen glanced at the time and realized that nearly half an hour had passed. He wondered to himself whether the people from the Moon Slashing Guild had all arrived. Logically speaking, a guild as arrogant as Moon Slashing would definitely not dare to avoid a fight if openly provoked. Otherwise, their reputation would plummet and their popularity would drop like a waterfall. Moreover, they originally planned to gather people to deal with him, so how could they back down from this opportunity that had come to them? Even if they did back down, it wouldn't be a big deal. The Little Fatty and Saint Lan Hongyan had insiders in Moon Slashing, and with the Little Fire Dragon, they could move quickly, at worst just running around to catch them. Little Fire Dragon. Let's go. Su Chen leaped onto the back of the Little Fire Dragon. Roar! The Little Fire Dragon let out a high-pitched roar, its voice echoing through the skies. It flapped its wings vigorously and began to take off rapidly. Su Chen tightly grasped the straps on the Little Fire Dragon, feeling a powerful force propelling him forward. Steady, steady, he shouted, but the Little Fire Dragon's acceleration was simply too fast, and Su Chen was violently jolted by inertia, nearly losing his balance. If it weren't for the strap securing him, this sudden acceleration might have thrown him right off the dragon's back. As the Little Fire Dragon soared higher, the city below gradually shrank into insignificance. In the city, people stopped to look up, curiously watching the flying Little Fire Dragon. Su Chen sat on the back of the Little Fire Dragon, feeling the wind howling past his ears. His heart was filled with excitement. Who doesn't love the feeling of flying? It was exhilarating. Looking down at the city, the sensation of soaring through the sky made Su Chen feel incredibly elated. Look, look! What is that? So big? Is a boss entering the city? Fool, look at the health bar's frame. It's the same as the Merchant Guild's undead horse. It's a mount, right? A mount. Such a cool mount. Wow. An 85,000 health bar. I'm so envious. Whose mount is this? So awesome. I can't even afford the lowest level undead horse, and someone is already riding a dragon. The gap between people is just sigh. Look, it's heading east towards the city. That direction is the public dungeon area. What do you think? Xing Feng, he posted a challenge to slay the moon on the forum before. Haha, that's right. Things are getting interesting. I have to go join the fun. There are always monsters around. If I don't watch this excitement, it'll be gone. Support you, bro. Wait a moment, I'm going to the Merchant Guild to buy 2 buckets of popcorn and roasted potato chips to watch the show. Wind Language City, East City. Ever since he learned about the relationship between Wanban Fengchen and Xiao Tianxi, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion had put away his temper and was flattering Wanban Fengchen with a fawning expression. Sister Fengchen, I've gathered all the people. What should we do next? I'll follow your instructions, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion said, nodding and bowing. Wanban Fengchen stood tall and ordered the Moon Slayer Mad Lion with great pride. With nearly 3,000 people, taking care of a small group of solo players should be a piece of cake, right? Of course, it would be even better to have more insurance. You fought against Qingfeng. What do you think is the best way to deal with him? The Moon Slayer Mad Lion rubbed his hands, trying to recall the scene from back then, and said, at that time on Falling Green Mountain, I never expected this. Kid would ambush me, and he had an item that could change his appearance, which was indeed very tricky. Also, it seems he has a very troublesome pet with thick health and high physical damage reflection, but it doesn't seem to reflect magic damage. Oh right, his attacks can create area explosions, so the team can't be too concentrated. Wanban Fengchen thought for a moment and finally made a battle plan. How about this? 10 people in a group, ensuring that everyone is familiar with each other to prevent Qingfeng from exploiting any gaps. And since there is area damage, each group should have a priest to provide timely shields and healing. Maintain a certain distance within the group to avoid being affected by the area damage. As for that pet that can reflect physical damage, I'll lead a special mage group, with all mages except for the priest, to eliminate it at the start of the battle. The Moon Slayer Mad Lion nodded repeatedly, giving Wanban Fengchen a thumbs up. Truly, someone from a big group, though a bit arrogant, had a solid plan. I'll follow your command. Just as the Moon Slayer Mad Lion was about to prepare to arrange things, he heard Wanban Fengchen call him back. Wait. I thought about it. Since we arrived here first, we should seize every opportunity. How about this? I'll send our 500 people into the instance hall to wait, in case of any unexpected situations. 2,200 people, enough to deal with Qingfeng. Although the Moon Slayer Lion was a bit arrogant and conceited, he was not foolish. After some thought, he quickly understood Wanban Fengchen's intentions. This woman clearly wanted the Moon Slayer's people to act as the first wave of filling line babies to reduce casualties on her side. However, after all, the other party was the financial backer and was spending a lot of money, so even though he knew her plan, the Moon Slayer Lion had no choice. Despite his dissatisfaction, he did not openly express opposition. On the contrary, while arranging tasks, he secretly instructed his trusted aides to pay special attention and let the peripheral members take the lead. After all, the compensation costs for those peripheral members were higher, and the Yunsheng Guild didn't seem to be short on money, so let them spend it generously. Thus, both of them harbored ulterior motives and began to organize and deploy their teams in preparation for Su Chen's arrival. Behind this seemingly cooperative action, everyone was calculating for their own interests. As for the final outcome, only time would reveal the answer. In the eastern instance area, this place was originally a bustling spot, but now it was particularly different. A massive team was marching towards this side, with nearly 3,000 people. Such a large formation naturally attracted countless gazes. The Moon Slayer and Yunsheng guilds were already arrogant and domineering on ordinary days. This time, they directly displayed a clearing stance, driving away all the other teams that wanted to level up in the public instance area. Clearly, their only purpose in doing this was to prevent Su Chen from mingling with the crowd. This tyrannical behavior immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the crowd. The players who were driven away began to complain, some even cursing loudly. However, faced with such a large number of enemies, they could only helplessly choose to leave. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any resistance seemed pale and powerless. Moon Slayer brought so many people? Looks like there are 2,000 or 3,000. Their sea of people tactic is really shameless. Shoo, be careful, don't cause trouble. If they hear us, we'll have to respawn at the fountain. Again. Sigh, I really hope the great Qingfeng can win and teach these guys a good lesson. Though I say that, but this number is a bit too much, it's a bit precarious. Looking at the players who had given up, the members of Moon Slayer and Yunsheng wore smug smiles. They seemed to have gotten used to showcasing their authority in this way, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. The massive team of 2,000 to 3,000 quickly acted upon receiving instructions. Dispersing in groups of 10, each occupying advantageous positions, they backed against the public instance area, facing Fengyu City, forming a solid defensive line. Among this crowd, there was a particularly eye-catching figure, Wanban Fengchen. She had somehow procured a chair, sitting confidently with her legs crossed, leisurely waiting for Su Chen's arrival. Meanwhile, more and more players gathered around, some had come specifically to join the excitement. After seeing the post, while others had been driven out of the public instance area, these people gathered together, all wanting to witness the fierce showdown between Qingfeng and Moon Slayer. For a moment, the atmosphere on site was tense and lively, with people discussing eagerly, waiting for the start of this great battle. Among this group of people, a player with only a level 10 stood out particularly. This person's ID was Observer Network Shaoli, who had been threatened by Zhan Yu. Such big news would naturally not be missed by the online game Observer Network, especially since Shaoli had a grudge with Zhan Yu and actively requested to come and livestream. Dear audience friends, what you are watching live is the online game Observer Network. I am Shaoli. As you can see, the current situation is a duel between the Lingjing god Qingfeng and the veteran guild Zhan Yu. It is well known that Zhan Yu, as a veteran guild in online gaming, is powerful, but Qingfeng, as the recognized number one in the Lingjing game, is equally formidable. In the past 24 hours, the conflict between the two sides has intensified from initial small-scale skirmishes to Qingfeng single-handedly battling 400 people. We can see the remarkable strength of the god Qingfeng. This duel was initiated by Qingfeng, and we do not know the purpose behind it. However, Zhan Yu has sent out more than 2,000, nearly 3,000 people to confront them, and forcibly expelled ordinary players from the dungeon area. As a reporter invited by the online game Observer Network, I strongly condemn this behavior. I hope Qingfeng can take revenge for us ordinary players. If you want to know how the situation develops next, please do not leave the livestream. Shortly, a great battle is about to unfold. He had already planned that if Qingfeng could gain the upper hand, he would belittle Zhan Yu to nothing, doing everything possible to suppress Zhan Yu's arrogance. However, he also knew in his heart that the chances of Qingfeng winning were not very high. After all, it was too difficult to fight against thousands with just one person's strength. If Zhan Yu were in a favorable position, he would widely promote the despicable tactics of Zhan Yu driving away ordinary players. Then he would focus on reporting the spectacular scene of Qingfeng facing many with few, bravely moving forward, creating an image of a hero who does not flinch even when facing thousands. At this moment, on the battlefield, Zhan Yu was on high alert. A gentle breeze blew, creating a truly tragic atmosphere reminiscent of the wind howls. The waters of the Yi River are cold. Look, over there. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke the silence, drawing people's attention. Everyone's gaze turned in unison towards the direction of the sound that was the location of Fingyu City. In the distant sky, a tiny black dot, as small as an ant, was gradually approaching. People widened their eyes, trying to see what that mysterious object was. In the distance, a little fire dragon, like a burning meteor, was racing through the clouds at an astonishing speed, charging towards the crowd. As time passed, the black dot grew larger and larger, and in just a few seconds, it was already within reach. At this moment, the only one daring to charge in so bravely was Qingfeng. Wanban Fengchen widened his eyes, pointed at Su Chen, and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Hit them hard." The Zhanyu Mad Lion immediately responded, shouting, "Rangers, get ready. When the enemy approaches, shoot arrows immediately. Mages, fireball spells on standby." As soon as the words fell, with a command from the Zhanyu Mad Lion, 220 groups quickly sprang into action. Each group had 10 people, including both mages and rangers. In an instant, more than 200 fireballs streaked across the sky like meteors, shooting straight towards the little fire dragon. In the sky, Su Chen was getting familiar with controlling the little fire dragon. After all, flying mounts were different from land mounts, requiring many operations that land mounts did not have, and Su Chen was still a bit unaccustomed. Little fire dragon, pull up! Su Chen tugged the reins back while transmitting his thoughts to the little fire dragon. Roar! The little fire dragon was too fast, over 200 fireballs couldn't keep up and easily dodged them. Su Chen circled above the enemies on the little fire dragon, aiming to assess the scale of the battlefield. Based on their distribution, they are roughly spread within a radius of 200 meters. Su Chen quickly calculated in his mind how to eliminate these people in one fell swoop. At this moment, he absolutely could not easily use the frost snow skill. After all, the attack range of frost snow was limited to 100 meters. If he acted rashly and startled the snake in the grass, it would be nearly impossible to catch all the enemies at once. However, it seemed that the little fire dragon he was controlling had some peculiarities. Every time it flew to a certain location, the local enemies would panic and flee in all directions. After the little fire dragon completed a circle, the distribution range of these people actually expanded significantly. Thus, he had to find another way to devise a proper method to lure these people to gather in one place. Since they were afraid of the little fire dragon, he might as well not ride it. With this thought, Su Chen controlled the little fire dragon to slowly descend, intending to deliberately show some flaws to draw the enemies closer to the center. Boom boom boom, more than a dozen fireballs struck the little fire dragon, dealing several -1 force damage. From this, Su Chen concluded that although this group had decent equipment and levels, they still posed no threat to him. However, he still made the little fire dragon deliberately appear unsteady and wobbly. Then, it stumbled and landed on the slope. It seemed as if any damage would affect the mount's ability to take off. At this stage, Su Chen was the only one in the entire spirit realm with a flying combat mount like the little fire dragon. Other non-combat mounts, like the Ice Flame Horse and Undead Horse, would become unstable if they took damage. Therefore, the Moonslaying Mad Lion and Wanban Fengchen easily believed this. Watching Su Chen land awkwardly, Wanban Fengchen's eyes were filled with mockery. What? A so-called Qingfeng god, nothing more. But the Moonslaying Mad Lion remained vigilant, knowing from their many encounters that this person was definitely not easy to deal with. Wanban Fengchen stood up from his seat and approached the slope under the protection of others. The Moonslaying Mad Lion glanced at Su Chen from a distance, feeling that getting closer would not lead to anything good. So, he stood still, even taking 2 steps back under the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Su Chen dismounted from the dragon and looked around from the top of the slope. Sure enough, after he came down, the group was gradually moving in his direction. At this speed, they would soon gather within 100 meters. You are Qingfeng? Just as Su Chen was waiting for the crowd to converge, he heard a voice full of arrogance. It was Wanban Fengchen coming before him. At the same time, Su Chen's line of sight was filled with players ready to strike, with shield guards surrounding him, warriors and assassins weaving among them, while players of other professions aimed and cast spells from behind, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Protected by the shield guards, Wanban Fengchen stepped out of the encirclement, crossing his arms and looking down on Su Chen. Speak, will you surrender to serve me, or will my army crush you into dust? As long as you turn over a new leaf and are willing to follow my young master, a one-time reward of 20 million. After that, an annual salary of 10 million. The situation on the battlefield was being live-streamed to the forum by the online Game Observation Network. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers surpassed 100,000. When the little fire dragon first appeared, the audience couldn't help but exclaim how cool it was. However, when they saw the little fire dragon stumble and fall to the ground, they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for Su Chen. What's going on? Why did it suddenly come down? It must be that the mount took damage and became unstable, so it came down to avoid falling. Wait, isn't this directly dropping into the encirclement? How can we fight like this? Look, the leader is coming over, looks like he's trying to persuade him to surrender? It seems like, no way, this is so cliché, starting high and ending low. If he really surrenders, I might turn from a fan to a hater. Shoo, everyone be quiet and watch how things develop. I absolutely do not believe that Master Qingfeng would surrender. In the city of Lielian, Xiao Tianxi was naturally paying attention to this battle. He sat in the shade of a tree, resting while watching the livestream through the forum panel built into the spirit realm. When he saw Su Chen come down, he gulped down the potion in his hand and chuckled, shaking his head. Qingfeng? Not that impressive. Challenging an entire faction on a personal basis, I can only say he really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. But that's fine, it saves me some effort. Next, let's see if he's willing to accept the terms. Qingfeng, I've given you a chance, don't be ungrateful. Su Chen glanced at Wanban Fengchen, and then at the gradually gathering team. At this speed, if he waited just one more minute, he could basically catch them all. Now he just needed to buy some time. On the slope, he looked down at the woman and coldly spoke. Your young master? Who is it? Wanban Fengchen looked up disdainfully and said, my young master is naturally the heir of Yunsheng Group, the president of Yunsheng Guild, and the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianxi. The young master thinks highly of you, and the offer he made is definitely not low. As long as you agree to distance yourself from the Overlord Guild and publicly announce your joining of our Yunsheng Guild, I guarantee you won't lose a single hair today. Otherwise, I can gather 3,000 people today, and I can naturally gather 3,000 more in the future. If you're unwilling, I can keep fighting until you are. Su Chen looked at the woman with a D-cup chest and silently complained. Indeed, it seemed that all the nutrients meant for her brain during development were taken by those two lumps. No, I want to complain. Are you recruiting or hunting down bandits? Can't we just talk nicely? Su Chen held back his speechlessness. If it were before, he would have shot this woman down with an arrow. But now it wasn't possible. The people hadn't gathered yet, so he had to hold on for another half a minute. He stiffly forced a smile and casually chatted. Young Master Xiao, I've heard a lot about you. But I want to ask, since you're sincerely recruiting, why doesn't he come himself? Wanban Fengchen frowned at Su Chen's words and directly reprimanded him. Who do you think you are? You want the young master to come personally? Do you think I'm not qualified? After saying that, she gave a look to the people around her, and the warriors all drew their swords, the sound of metal clashing echoing. Su Chen watched Wanban Fengchen perform like a clown while keeping an eye on the position of the team. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Alright, that's about it, time to act. This woman, I've had enough of this. In an instant, Su Chen drew his bow and knocked an arrow, releasing it in one fluid motion. 7 arrows shot forth, straight and true, piercing through the myriad of dust and chaos. 1561*7. Physical damage 1107*7. Additional true damage, whoosh boom, the 7 arrows streaked across the sky like shooting stars, accurately hitting their target and triggering a violent explosion. The power of this explosion was astonishing, not only shattering the shield guards around her but also unleashing a powerful shockwave. In the devastated area, fierce white flames burned brightly. This was the effect of the flame dragon's soul. Unfortunately, the opponents' health was simply too low, and they couldn't even see the damage effect from the flame dragon's soul. The sound of the explosion reached outside the arena, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning towards the center of the battlefield. What happened? I can't see clearly, just saw the explosion. Make way, make way. I bought a long-range crystal lens from the shop, let me get closer. At that moment, Shali from the observation network rushed up high, holding a cylindrical object, and aimed it directly at Su Chen's position. At this moment, both the viewers watching the live broadcast and those present at the scene began to stir, clamoring with questions. What exactly happened? Hurry up and tell us. Speak quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. Faced with the crowd's urgent urging, Shali from the observation network finally saw the scene before him clearly. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his voice trembling slightly as he said, Qingfeng God, he actually killed the leader. This statement was like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the entire scene. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The previously calm atmosphere turned chaotic in an instant as people began to whisper and discuss, utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Killed? Did you see it clearly? Really killed? No surrender? Absolutely true, the equipment dropped. Well done, Qingfeng God. I knew he wouldn't back down. Awesome. This group relying on the guild to bully others should be killed directly. Amidst the cheers, suddenly an older player stepped forward and shouted loudly, hey, young people are a bit reckless, what's the use of killing one or two to vent frustration? There are thousands of them. Can you kill them all? His voice echoed through the crowd, causing the previously excited people to fall silent. Everyone exchanged glances, a hint of worry rising in their hearts. Yes, after all, the opponent had thousands of people. Even if Qingfeng God was powerful, it would be difficult to take on so many alone. Moreover, once this battle began, there would be no turning back. Qingfeng God might not be able to escape unscathed. With this thought, the mood of the crowd grew heavy. Viewers, look up at the sky. What is that? Breaking the silence was Shaoli from the observation network, who noticed through the long-range crystal lens that Su Chen suddenly raised his bow. At the same time, dark clouds began to form in the sky, centered around Su Chen, creating a spectacular sight. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked up at the sky, and the viewers in the live broadcast also noticed this. The dark clouds spread rapidly, covering over 100 meters in just 3 to 4 seconds. They only stopped expanding after nearly covering all the enemies on the ground. To the enemies on the ground, they felt the air around them growing colder, as if their movements were being restricted. Those who could attack Suchun all began their assault, but unfortunately, in the face of Suchun's dual defenses exceeding 500 points, these attacks were futile, only inflicting a forced -1 damage. Moreover, due to terrain limitations, even if they were allowed to attack during the 3 seconds before the frost snow was released, Suchun only lost a layer of health. 3 seconds later, the frost snow officially formed. Pure white snowflakes began to fall from the sky. However, for those below, these snowflakes were somewhat deadly. -1 spell damage, -852 additional true damage, -1 spell damage, -852 additional true damage. Thanks to the powerful effect of the illusory weapon, every 0.5 seconds, the snowflakes would inflict an additional round of true damage. In an instant, the entire team fell into chaos. Although there were indeed some skilled players in the crowd who reacted quickly, immediately putting on shields and rushing towards the edges, unfortunately, the number of weaklings was simply too great. The scene was in complete disarray, and the path was completely blocked, making it impossible to escape. However, in reality, this was not too important, as the state of chaos among these people would not last long. Those with thick health bars could hold out until the third attack, but once frozen, it meant a direct death sentence. Whether releasing shields or implementing healing, all means had become ineffective. In a very short time, among the more than 2,000 people, except for a few near the edge, the rest had perished under the frost snow. Within 100 meters, the ground was littered with fallen soul, energy, and equipment. To be honest, Suchun had never fought such a wealthy battle. One must say, being a mage feels like one word: awesome. Shali from the observation network locked the live broadcast directly onto the distant crystal mirror, and everyone in the live room witnessed Suchun's feat. That figure, raising a bow and arrow to summon a heavenly phenomenon, was etched in their minds like a deity. In an instant, the entire live room was silent, with not a single comment. It wasn't until the enemies on the ground were nearly wiped out that someone finally regained their composure and made the first comment: awesome. Immediately, praises flooded in like a tide, almost covering the entire screen. What the hell? What's going on? Did it turn around so quickly? Weren't they just talking? Damn. Solved thousands of people in 10 seconds. Report to the spirit realm officials. I'm reporting someone for cheating. Qingfeng is amazing. 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 What's going on? Isn't Qingfeng a ranger? How could he have such a wide-range skill and such high damage? I can't believe it. Are we really playing the same game? It's only the second day since the server opened. I think I was a bit wrong to mock Zhenyu as a clown. Those who have the courage to oppose the great Qingfeng are not clowns, but warriors. In the city of Lielian, Xiao Tianxi stared intently at the projection screen in front of him, watching this thrilling live broadcast. To be honest, he felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. He, who always considered himself calm and wise, was now somewhat at a loss. He rubbed his eyes hard, secretly praying in his heart, this must be an optical illusion, right? How could that Qingfeng really take on 1,000 alone? However, no matter how he tried to convince himself, the facts were ruthlessly laid out before him. The brutal battle scene, the astonishing combat power, all made it impossible for him to ignore. But the facts were right in front of him. He couldn't help but believe. Xiao Tianxi's expression grew increasingly grim, and an endless regret surged within his heart. Had he known it would be like this, he shouldn't have provoked him. On the battlefield, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense, yet the Moonslayer Lion seemed somewhat different. Due to a deep psychological shadow associated with the words clear wind, when the encirclement operation began, he did not approach the core area like the others. Instead, he cautiously stood at the edge. Just moments ago, when Suchun suddenly launched a fierce attack on Wan Banfengchen, the Moonslayer Lion felt a roaring in his mind. An uncontrollable urge to flee surged within him. His heart raced and his breath quickened, as if the entire world was urging him to escape. Despite the strange looks from those around him, the Moonslayer Lion could no longer care about that. This psychological shadow had unexpectedly saved his life at a critical moment, allowing him to successfully escape the dangerous attack range before the storm descended. Seeing the corpses scattered like points of light on the ground, the Moonslayer Lion couldn't help but gasp, a wave of fear washing over him. He silently rejoiced that he had fled earlier, otherwise he would have likely become one of those points of light on the ground. He nervously swallowed, his gaze turning towards the direction of Clear Wind. A shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Clear Wind had actually remounted the fire dragon, hunting down the survivors. The people being chased frantically unleashed various skills in an attempt to counterattack, but these attacks were as insignificant as scratching the surface of the fire dragon. Moreover, the Moonslayer Lion noticed that even when the fire dragon was attacked, its flight trajectory seemed to remain unaffected. In that instant, a startling thought surged in the Moonslayer Lion's mind. Clear Wind had been toying with them from the beginning. This was a meticulously designed trap, and his initial goal was to use himself as bait to draw everyone closer. Realizing this, the Moonslayer Lion suddenly felt a chill run through him, his scalp tingling. He regretted immensely why he had provoked Clear Wind. As he saw Clear Wind riding the fire dragon slaughtering nearby, approaching his direction, he dashed towards the public dungeon area without hesitation. Yes, the dungeon hall. That's the safe zone. Players are prohibited from harming each other. As long as I can get there. The Moon Slayer lion stumbled towards the dungeon hall with the roar of the fire dragon and the crackling sound of flames burning behind him. The moment he entered the hall and saw the green outline around his health bar, he felt a wave of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Thank goodness. I made it. Just getting in is enough. However, when he looked back outside the dungeon hall, Clear Wind had already cleared all the scattered minions. Now, he had discovered the crowd in the dungeon hall, riding the fire dragon, slowly approaching like the Grim Reaper. Instantly, the public dungeon area erupted in chaos. Due to unbanned Feng Chen's selfishness, these 700 people hadn't even had the chance to enter, and those on the ground had already perished. They had witnessed Su Chen slaughtering thousands with a single skill like a deity. And now, it was their turn. How could they not be afraid? What to do? What to do? Can we run? How to run? There's only one entrance and exit to the dungeon hall. We can't lose a level. This damn game is so hard to level up. If we drop a level, it would take at least half a day to recover. That's a lot of wasted money. How about we just surrender? We're all hired. If we explain, maybe they'll let us go. The Moon Slayer lion heard the noisy voices around him and couldn't help but furrow his brow, especially when he heard someone suggesting surrender. His heart grew increasingly anxious. He knew that this group could show weakness and plead for mercy, but he absolutely could not back down. After all, he had provoked Clear Wind multiple times. How could the other party let him off easily? What to do? What to do? He had to think of a way. He anxiously looked around, but when his gaze swept over the high-level battle puppets patrolling the instance area, a brilliant idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Although he couldn't match Qingfeng's strength on his own, these battle puppets possessed combat power of up to level 40 or 50. They could do it. Even if Qingfeng was exceptionally strong, he couldn't possibly deal with so many high-level battle puppets. As long as he cleverly lured Qingfeng to strike first, he could use the power of the battle puppets to kill him. This was undoubtedly the key to breaking the deadlock. Zhan Yu Guangshi thought of this and couldn't help but feel his heart race. Even if it meant sacrificing the levels of 2,000 people, even including himself dropping a level, as long as it could lead to Qingfeng's demise here, it would all be worth it. He turned to the crowd behind him and shouted loudly, "Shu, don't panic. No matter how powerful he is, can he go against the rules of the game? We're in the instance hall. He doesn't dare to act." Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted, realizing that in their moment of impatience, they had forgotten this point. Now that they thought about it, no matter how strong Qingfeng was, he couldn't possibly act under the watchful eyes of these high-level puppets. They had just witnessed a passerby player who had attacked them while they were being chased, only to be shot through the heart by a patrolling puppet in an instant, dying immediately. If Qingfeng really dared to act, then his death would be imminent. Meanwhile, Zhan Yu Guangshi forced himself to calm down, contemplating how to successfully lure Qingfeng into action. At that moment, Su Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the instance hall. As expected, when Su Chen rode his little fire dragon to the entrance, the battle puppets immediately entered a state of alert. One of the puppets, clad in golden armor, issued a warning in a cold, mechanical voice. "You have entered the safe zone. Please put away your mouth/pet/summon to avoid accidental injury." Su Chen hovered in midair on his little fire dragon, witnessing Zhan Yu Guangshi step into the instance hall. He had never set foot in this area and knew nothing of its rules. However, after hearing the warning from the battle puppets, he roughly understood Zhan Yu Guangshi's plan. Could it be that he wanted to use the power of the battle puppets to protect himself? Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. If this were in the past, it might have truly allowed him to achieve his wish. But now, it only showed how naive he was. Using strength against strength? How naive. He had the PvP artifact. Blood kill order type, special item effect, mark a player, display their location. Killing that player will cause them to permanently lose 10% of their current attributes and drop one piece of equipment/material/item with 100% certainty supplement. The mark remains after the player respawns. Supplement 2. Players marked by the blood kill order will not enjoy the city protection effect. Su Chen specifically checked, and the protection effect in the instance area was indeed included in the city protection effect. This meant that as long as he marked the opponent with the blood kill order, even if he killed the opponent in front of these battle puppets, it would not provoke any hatred. Looking at Zhan Yu Guangshi, who was deep in thought, Su Chen's lips revealed a faint smile. "Zhan Yu Guangshi, oh Zhan Yu Guangshi, an old acquaintance, this time, I've finally caught you." Su Chen looked at the Moon Slayer lion, who cooperatively got off the little fire dragon and then recalled his mount. The people in the dungeon hall breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this situation. Thankfully, even if the opponent was strong, at least they were playing by the rules. So the worst-case scenario would be the loss of 2,000 outer members. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a dead Taoist. And these people would still be safe. The Moon Slayer lion naturally noticed this situation and became even more convinced of his thoughts. After Su Chen dismounted, the puppets that had gathered began to disperse and patrol, clearing a path for Su Chen. Then, Su Chen strode into the dungeon hall. In the distance, the observer Shaoli was live-streaming Su Chen's every move, and at this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 500,000. Even his own account was gaining followers rapidly, with attention skyrocketing. In just 1 minute, he gained 100,000 followers. His heart raced, and he suddenly realized something: this live stream might be one of the few opportunities in his life to directly advance. If he seized this wave of attention, who knows, his boss might even become his colleague, or even his junior. At this moment, Su Chen had already cleared all the enemies outside the battlefield and was preparing to enter the dungeon hall. His position was not far from the dungeon hall, and if he had the guts, he might even be able to live stream up close. However, the risk factor was also very high. If the great god Qingfeng continued to use the recent blizzard, he might not make it out alive. After thinking for a while, he steeled his heart. Damn it! High risk, high reward. If he died, he died. If he didn't follow up with the broadcast, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he directly summoned a skeletal horse, bringing the livestream camera straight to the dungeon hall. He kept chanting, "Dear viewers, this is the online game observation network Shaoli, and you are now watching the live broadcast of Qingfeng and the Moon Slayer Guild. Just now, the great god Qingfeng single-handedly killed over 2,000 people. He also wiped out the remaining soldiers. However, following our camera, we can see that there are still several hundred members of the Moon Slayer hiding in the dungeon hall. Are they intentionally hiding here to prepare for an ambush, or are they afraid of the great god Qingfeng's residual power?" At this moment, the great god Qingfeng is ready to enter the dungeon hall, and soon we will know the answer. Inside the dungeon hall, Su Chen looked with great interest at the 700 people in front of him, curious about how they would react. Opposite him, the Moon Slayer lion was shouting wildly, trying to provoke Su Chen into attacking, which would allow the patrolling battle puppets to kill Su Chen. "Qingfeng, do you think you're so great? Once you're in the safe zone, it's all the same, right? If you have the guts, go ahead and make a move. Come on, isn't your damage high? Hit me on the head. Come on." Among the crowd, some understood the Moon Slayer lion's intention. As long as they could force Qingfeng to attack the Moon Slayer lion, the battle puppets would then attack Qingfeng, allowing them to escape smoothly. Some of them chimed in, "Did you just use some high-level skill scroll? You don't have it now, do you? If you have the ability, come attack us. Is that bow and arrow just for show? Come on, if you have the guts, come at me." Su Chen looked at the Moon Slayer lion and his group as if he were looking at clowns. At this moment, the observer Shaoli was silently live-streaming everything at the entrance of the dungeon. The faces of the people from the Moon Slayer Guild were clearly displayed on the live broadcast, successfully inciting public outrage. What? Why is he so arrogant? Isn't he just relying on someone else's power? Bah! Trash! All he can do is talk big? If he has guts, come out of the safe zone and fight one-on-one. Is everyone in Moon Slayer like this? Heh, I've seen the world now. No, I heard through the grapevine that this group is actually from the Yunsheng Guild. I didn't expect them to be so despicable. Avoid them, everyone. Both Yunsheng Guild and Moon Slayer Guild are petty guilds. Sigh, but if this stalemate continues, there's nothing we can do. Those are battle puppets. Their combat power is surprisingly high, and they are fearless. Yeah, I've seen it before. A shield guard caused a ruckus in the city and was cut down by a battle puppet in one blow, instantly losing all health. Who can withstand that? Look, the great god Qingfeng has drawn his bow. He's going to attack. In the dungeon hall, Su Chen smiled silently, not annoyed by the crowd's clamoring, treating it as a clown performance. He had just tested and confirmed that the blood kill order could lock onto multiple targets simultaneously, and it was a reusable item rather than a one-time consumable. He locked the blood kill order onto the loudest target among the 700 people. As for the Moon Slayer's mad lion, no rush, the main dish would come later. Let him see for himself that his struggles are in vain. This process is quite interesting. Su Chen raised his bow, clearly surprising the others. However, except for the one being targeted, the rest in the dungeon hall showed expressions of delight. There were more than 10 battle puppets around. As long as this arrow is shot, that Qingfeng is done for. However, only Su Chen knew that enemies marked by the blood kill order would not trigger any protective mechanisms. Whoosh, an arrow shot out. 7 arrows flew in unison. That person fell dead on the spot. He even dropped his most precious bronze-level boots. The 700 people collectively breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Su Chen with a playful attitude. The Moon Slayer's mad lion had a grin that almost reached the sky, continuously mocking, "Ha ha ha, Qingfeng, you're finished." However, 1 second later, 3 seconds later, 5 seconds later, until half a minute passed, the battle puppets seemed to ignore Su Chen entirely, still patrolling without stopping. The smiles wouldn't disappear, they would only shift to others' faces. The smile of the Moon Slayer's mad lion instantly stiffened. Everything was beyond his expectations. What? How could this be? Why aren't they attacking you? You've clearly killed someone within the safe zone. Just then, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Su Chen had already aimed his bow at his head. You, what do you want to do? In an instant, the Moon Slayer felt a chilling coldness from head to toe. He really could kill someone right under the puppet's nose. whoosh an arrow and the Moon Slayer died on the spot. Even when he appeared in the Resurrection Spring, he still couldn't believe he had been killed directly in the safe zone. Meanwhile, the other 700 people in the instance hall were all extremely shocked. Suddenly, they were in a panic. Among them, one quick-witted person saw that Qingfeng had killed the Moon Slayer without facing any punishment, and he also wanted to attack Qingfeng in the safe zone. Taking advantage of the chaos, he secretly cast an ice spike spell. The ice spike hit Su Chen, causing only a bit of force damage. But in that instant, the battle puppet noticed the situation. The battle puppet clad in golden armor instantly moved to the player who had cast the ice spike, and pierced his chest with a sword. The people around were dumbfounded. This battle puppet was double standard. Why was it that Qingfeng could kill others without consequence, while they couldn't attack? They wanted to escape, but those few who managed to escape were easily burned to death by the little fire dragon guarding outside the instance hall. The people in the instance hall were in despair. This was just too unfair. The scene that followed would be a massacre. Su Chen, like the Grim Reaper, ruthlessly harvested the lives of these people with arrows. The patrolling battle puppets acted like Su Chen's personal bodyguards. Anyone who attacked Su Chen was instantly killed. In just over 5 minutes, all 700 players were killed. This scene was live-streamed on the forum. The shock it caused was no less than when Su Chen unleashed the blizzard earlier. I really have reason to suspect that Qingfeng is cheating. What kind of battle puppet is this? Double standard. But I like it. Let these people shout. Using the tiger's power? They must have been struck by lightning for showing off. Did you notice that every player killed by Qingfeng dropped something? The drop rate is a full 100%. Yeah. In a 500 square meter instance hall, there are over 700 pieces of equipment. If it were mine, I'd be rich. What are you dreaming about? Those are all. Qingfeng's, hurry and pick one. See if there's anything you like. In case Qingfeng sells it, just wait at the trading market to buy. In the distance, behind an inconspicuous tree, the chubby boy took off his mask. Fortunately, Uncle Wu, I didn't expect Brother Qingfeng could really handle all the enemies by himself. That scene was too shocking. Uncle Wu also took off his mask inside. Yes, young master, who prepared to rescue couldn't help at all. But, young master, why didn't you let Mr. Qingfeng know about all the preparations you made for him? The chubby boy scratched his head and smiled. Uncle Wu, I, Xiao Tianba, do things with a clear conscience. Besides, it hasn't been useless. If it really comes to it, Brother Qingfeng will naturally owe us a favor. Uncle Wu looked at the chubby boy and shook his head helplessly. How could this silly young master be like this? He had to know that this was risking being scolded by the master for internal strife. Sigh, being this foolish really worries me. How will he compete with the eldest young master in the future? Now that Brother Qingfeng should be safe, let them withdraw. The chubby boy chuckled and ordered those hidden among the audience to retreat. By the way, young master, how was your conversation with the career mentor at the job transfer temple? Just now? Seeing that the matter at hand had passed, Uncle Wu curiously asked the question. Master Dongfeng, oh, the shield guardian mentor, said my talent is quite good and my character is very pure, but my level is still not enough. He said to come find him when I reach level 15. He specifically reminded me and gave me a list of materials to search for, saying they would be very useful for the job transfer. Uncle Wu took the list given by the chubby boy and examined it carefully. Wandering spirit wood, Seatown stone, dragon scale steel, bone crystal, so many? Young master, although these items are precious and the quantity required is large, fortunately, most of them can be bought at the trading hall. But the price? I'm afraid it won't be cheap. It might cost tens of thousands of gold coins. The chubby boy nodded. Luckily, what we have the most is funds. During this time, I'll trouble Uncle Wu to gather the items on the list. As for the funds, there's no need to worry. Uncle Wu, you mustn't be stingy this time, the chubby boy reminded seriously. Uncle Wu quickly explained. Before, it was too wasteful to buy equipment for this old bone of mine. It wasn't necessary. How could I feel pain spending money for the young master? Su Chen checked around, ensuring there were no enemies left in the dungeon hall, before putting the equipment back into his backpack one by one. Fortunately, he had previously opened a space storage box, allowing him to directly send the excess equipment back. Otherwise, with just over 100 slots, it really wouldn't be enough. For the next half hour, Su Chen's main task was to collect soul energy and equipment from the dungeon hall and the battlefield outside. In the recent battle, due to the blood kill order, the dungeon hall dropped 700 pieces of equipment, while the battlefield outside, lacking a 100% drop rate bonus, still dropped nearly 500 pieces. In total, over 1,200 pieces, almost all of which were bronze-level equipment, with a small amount of black iron equipment and 5 pieces of silver-level equipment dropped by some unfortunate kid. The variety of bronze equipment was dazzling, and Su Chen even felt a bit numb from picking them up. At the current market price, each piece of bronze-level equipment could be exchanged for tens of thousands of dollars. It's no exaggeration to say that Su Chen could completely form an elite guild of 400 to 500 people with these equipment. Of course, Su Chen's talent was originally of a lone wolf nature, and he had no intention of forming any guild. He decided to store them for now. Who knows when they might come in handy later. Besides the equipment, the Emperor's banner also stored a whopping 135,000 points of soul energy. After seeing the number clearly, even Su Chen was startled by it. It could be said that he became rich directly from this battle. Adding to the original soul energy with over 140,000 points of soul energy, if he directly used the first activation effect, it would result in 14 million explosive damage. If he used the second or third activation effects, it would be almost endless. One must say, the moon-slaying Mad Lion was indeed his lucky star. He was originally considering whether to use the blood kill order to kill him back to the novice village, but now it seemed that such a talent must not be wasted. Let's keep him like this, a moon-slaying Mad Lion. Power bank. Whenever he runs low on soul energy, he will automatically gather a group of people to replenish it. As for now, a prompt had already appeared in his mind. The second stage of the illusory fragment had been activated. Just right, the dungeon hall is a safe zone. Su Chen directly chose to log off in the dungeon hall, and with battle puppets patrolling, there was no need to worry about safety. After exiting the spirit realm, Su Chen hurriedly relieved himself of the water he had been holding in. Then he washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. It seemed that due to the virtual fragments changing from one piece to two, meaning the projection intensity had increased from 10% to 20%, Su Chen clearly saw that his muscles had become denser in the mirror. Didn't they say I could project equipment? Where did the equipment go? With a thought, he touched his chest, and suddenly, a prompt panel appeared before him. Do you want to synchronize equipment? Yes. As Su Chen spoke, a faint golden light suddenly enveloped his body. This light initially seemed weak, but in an instant, it erupted, radiating an incredibly dazzling brightness that nearly blinded Su Chen. When the intense light finally dissipated, Su Chen was astonished to find that the t-shirt and shorts he had been wearing had vanished, replaced by a set of armor shining with brilliant golden light. In his hand, he was gripping the divine bow. It really worked. Su Chen's face revealed an uncontrollable excitement as he tightly clenched his right fist and then swung it out forcefully, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced. A surprising scene unfolded. The rag just a few centimeters away from his fist shook violently under the impact of his energy. It seemed that the projected equipment not only projected its appearance but also the attributes that came with it. Just testing the energy of his right fist had such an astonishing effect. What kind of power would it unleash if he went all out? Not satisfied with just a small test, Su Chen decided to further verify this discovery. He quickly walked into the tool room, searching for a suitable target. Eventually, his gaze landed on an old, discarded wrench. This wrench was made of pure steel, with exceptional hardness and toughness. Even if one were to place it on both ends and hammer it would require considerable effort to create a dent. However, at this moment, Su Chen effortlessly picked up the wrench and gripped it tightly with both hands. The next moment, something jaw-dropping happened. The incredibly hard wrench was actually twisted and deformed. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple bend, it was twisted into a tangle. The scene before him was so shocking that Su Chen's eyes widened, staring intently at the wrench in his hand, which had become unrecognizable as waves of astonishment surged in his heart. This kind of power was simply beyond the understanding of ordinary people. If before, Su Chen's physical strength was comparable to the strongest humans, now it had completely surpassed human physical limits. Twisting a wrench like this, how could a human accomplish such a feat? In that case, what about the bow and arrow? Su Chen swallowed hard, focusing his gaze on the bow and arrow in his hand. He couldn't wait to give it a try. He went to the living room and hung the kitchen cutting board on the structural pillar, while he moved back about 10 meters, running to the end of the study. Having never touched a bow and arrow in the real world, as soon as he grasped a divine bow, it felt as if he was in perfect harmony with it, smoothly drawing the bow and knocking the arrow in one fluid motion. Of course, the arrow was naturally generated energy arrows. Su Chen's eyes aimed at the crack in the center of the cutting board, and with a thought, he released his grip. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like lightning, and then came 3 consecutive sounds. Psh! Clang! Ding! The arrow pierced through the cutting board and into the structural column, getting stuck between the stirrups and the waist reinforcement inside the column. The tail feathers swayed left and right under the influence of inertia. Then, the energy arrow transformed into a point of light and vanished, leaving only a round hole in the cutting board and the column. Su Chen hurriedly approached to take a look. The arrow that had just been shot hit the target spot on, without deviation. The power of this shot made Su Chen gasp in astonishment. It was terrifying. The kinetic energy of this arrow was completely comparable to that of a bullet from an automatic rifle, capable of penetrating the concrete protective layer of the column. However, Su Chen also noticed a problem. This time there was only one arrow, with no parallel arrows. Could it be? Does the talent also need to be leveled up? Or is it that the number of virtual fragments is too few, not enough to project the talent? But Su Chen only pondered for a moment. He thought that when the boat reached the bridge, it would naturally straighten out, and he would know then. He removed the cutting board and covered the perforated column with a painting. After testing the attack power, Su Chen prepared to test the defense power. He picked up a fruit knife from the kitchen and scraped it against the armor, leaving no mark. He also tried stabbing and thrusting, but the armor showed no signs of damage. What about the exposed skin? The armor on his body was clearly made of metal, so it was normal for it to withstand a fruit knife. The key to defense was whether it could protect the weak points. He scraped the fruit knife against his skin and found that just as the knife was about to harm the skin, a faint light membrane appeared on the surface. This protective film, though thin, was very tough, completely blocking the damage. From the outside, scraping had no effect, but what about stabbing? Suchin steeled himself, gripping the fruit knife in his right hand, and directly stabbed it into his arm. A crisp clang echoed. His skin remained intact, but a white mark appeared where he had just been stabbed. Suchin carefully felt it and could still sense a slight pain. It seems that the exposed skin is still a bit weaker compared to the armor. But it's already very strong. At this moment, Suchin suddenly realized something. In the real world, aside from firearms, there was nothing that could harm him anymore. Just then, the doorbell rang. Suchin opened the door to find a delivery robot bringing the game pod he had previously purchased. Perfect, with the game pod, he wouldn't have to log off frequently to eat anymore. Suchin instructed the robot to place the game pod in the living room, connect the power, and then link up the two boxes of nutrient solution before signing for the delivery. This game pod indeed had a touch of science fiction, with a pure blue exterior and a transparent central pod that allowed a clear view of its internal structure. Following the instructional steps, Suchin changed into the specific protective suit, lay down in the game pod, and then automatically connected to the nutrient pipeline. In front of him, a countdown for logging out appeared, 11 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds, indicating that he needed to step out of the game pod every 12 hours. Within these 12 hours, there was no need to worry about physiological issues, which saved a lot of time, much more efficient than a gaming helmet. After a flash of light, Suchin returned to the spiritual realm. Now, without the annoying debris from the moon slashing, this moment was the perfect opportunity to grind for passives. Hundreds of red bloodlines were beckoning to Suchin. Just returned to the spirit realm, Suchin found himself surrounded by a crowd of players. Originally famous, Suchin had now become even more well-known due to an event that shocked the entire spirit realm. Whether they were genuine fans or just there to ride the wave of popularity, everyone was packed into the dungeon hall. Xingfeng, look at me, can we team up? I'm willing to pay 100,000. Xingfeng, can we be friends? Friends in the livestream, this is the dungeon hall of Fengyu City, and in the crowd is the one who can take on 1,000 alone, Xingfeng. Let's go in and take a look. Suchin was squeezed in by the crowd, feeling a bit troubled. It seemed that being too famous came with its own set of problems. Excuse me, please make way, Suchin forced his way to the entrance of the target dungeon. Confirming that the red line pointed to this dungeon, he chose to enter without hesitation. A flash of blue light, and Suchin arrived in the dungeon waiting space. At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The players outside didn't seem to have any malicious intent. They weren't attacking him, and Suchin wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. But it was indeed a bit bothersome. It seemed that in the future, he might have to use a secondary account to interact with others. In the dungeon waiting space, there were 4 doors in front of him, each corresponding to different difficulty levels. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. At this stage, the vast majority of players would choose easy or normal difficulty, while teams willing to take on a challenge would opt for hard difficulty. If the power coefficient for easy difficulty was 1, then normal difficulty would be 2 or 3, and hard difficulty would be equivalent to 10. As for nightmare, it was a whole different dimension. The monsters inside were of a higher level, and the boss would directly upgrade from silver tier to gold tier. Moreover, the most important aspect was that in nightmare difficulty, the dungeon took place at night, and all monsters received a nighttime frenzy boost, significantly enhancing their attributes, gaining special nighttime buffs, and becoming more aggressive and brutal. If one were to estimate a difficulty coefficient, it would be above 50, more than 5 times that of hard difficulty. Of course, correspondingly, the rewards for clearing the dungeon and the boss drops were incomparable to other dungeons. The bloodline pointed directly to nightmare difficulty. You have entered the dungeon, Despair Valley, difficulty selected, nightmare. Reminder, nightmare difficulty is extremely high, team play is recommended. Current status is solo entry. Would you like to recruit teammates? No. You have chosen enter solo. In the dungeon hall, the crowd that saw Suchin enter the dungeon couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Some had come just to watch, but many were still hoping to interact with Suchin once he came out. Shali from the online game observation network was one of these people, watching his skyrocketing attention with delight, feeling incredibly fortunate that his recent decision was right. In the current spirit realm, the name Xingfeng was synonymous with popularity. Just as he was considering how to write the next news article, a sudden exclamation rang in his ears. Look! Xingfeng has entered the dungeon. What happened? Look at the screen, it shows that Xingfeng is challenging nightmare difficulty. My goodness! Is Xingfeng not taking a break? He just went through a battle and didn't even return to the city to recover, and he's directly challenging nightmare difficulty? Little Lee from the observation network heard there was news and immediately stopped what he was doing, hurriedly setting up the live stream again to continue broadcasting. This was a mountain of traffic. Friends in the live stream, after a short break, I'm back. The great god Xingfeng of the spirit realm, after killing nearly 3,000 people in the slaughtering moon, is challenging the Nightmare level dungeon again. As we all know, the nightmare level dungeon is the highest difficulty among all dungeons, and no one from the Spirit Realm's strong team has cleared it. Can Qingfeng succeed in this challenge? We shall see. In the livestream, many netizens expressed their opinions. The great god Qingfeng is invincible. A mere nightmare dungeon. Just take it down. Has anyone gone to the nightmare level dungeon? Can you tell us what it's like inside? I bravely went in once. How was it? What was the difficulty? What are the boss's attributes? Don't say it, it's embarrassing. I just teamed up with a few buddies and went in. It was pitch black, and as soon as we entered, we were instantly killed by a small monster. Instantly killed by a small monster? Dude, I see your introduction. Aren't you a shield warrior? How could you get killed like that? It's embarrassing. Anyway, after they killed me, I won't go to nightmare difficulty again. That's not for normal people. Oh no, then the great god Qingfeng is just a ranger. Won't he also die in there? I don't know, let's wait and see. I think with the ability of the great god Qingfeng, even if he can't win, at least he should be able to exit normally. He shouldn't be instantly killed. Inside the dungeon, Suchen cautiously reached out his hand to touch the door that represented the nightmare difficulty. The moment his fingertip touched the door, it seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism, and it let out a soft creak sound, slowly opening inward. Immediately, an incredibly strong suction force burst forth from the crack of the door, and Suchen's body involuntarily leaned forward, dragged into the darkness behind the door by this mysterious power. Buzz, accompanied by a low buzzing sound, his feet finally landed on solid ground. However, before he could adapt to the surrounding environment, an inexplicable chill surged from behind him. Suchen's heart raced with alarm, and he instinctively rolled forward, his movements agile and swift. Almost at the moment he rolled to the side, a loud clang echoed from behind, a cold light flashed, followed by sparks flying everywhere. It turned out that a sharp long knife had struck the spot where he had just landed. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from all around. It seemed that there were other enemies hiding in the dark, and there were quite a few of them. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, Suchen summoned the little titan and cast a shield on himself. Clang clang clang, 3 strikes fell, powerful and heavy. Damage numbers appeared behind Suchen. -1. Shield resistance, -1. Shield resistance, -1. Shield resistance. The double resistance provided by the little titan's shield was so high that even facing nightmare-level monsters, it still couldn't break through the defense. At this moment, Suchen finally felt at ease. It seemed that this nightmare-level dungeon was a nightmare for others, but for him, it was just that. Seeing there was no danger, Suchen looked around. He saw hundreds of eerie red eyes flickering in the darkness, extremely terrifying. As Suchen's strength grew, he became less afraid of these ghosts and monsters in the spirit realm. If it were him who had just entered the spirit realm, he might have really chosen to exit. But now, what ghosts and monsters? How many arrows can they block? Suchen casually checked his attribute panel. Despair Corpse Puppet, Rage State, Level 20 Health 50,000, increased to 200% in Rage State, Physical Attack 1000, increased to 200% in Rage State, Physical Defense 350 Magic. Resistance 320 Speed 700, increased to 200% in Rage State. Skills: Corpse Poison, Chain Slash. Description: a corpse turned into a puppet possessing powerful physical attack capabilities and can inflict poison on enemies. Status description: in the Nightmare Dungeon, the Despair Corpse Puppet enters a rage state, significantly increasing its attributes. Speaking of attributes, they are indeed formidable, with an attack of 1000, a health of 60,000, and a speed of 700. If compared, it is more troublesome than an average low-tier boss. Moreover, the key point is that this is not just one. When this monster appears, it's dozens or even hundreds. One can only say that the nightmare difficulty truly lives up to its name. Fortunately for Suchen, this is not much different from other monsters. Furthermore, the large number of monsters presents both danger and opportunity, as the surrounding health targets add up to over 200. Clearing them all would yield 4 to 500 true damage layers. Each true damage hit is 852 points every 0.5 seconds, lasting for 30 seconds. That's over 51,000 damage, just enough. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suchen had an idea. He decided to first gather the monsters in the dungeon and then use frost snow to eliminate them all at once. Thus, he quickly devised a detailed battle plan. No hesitation, Suchen summoned the little fire dragon without a second thought and jumped onto its back, ready to start the monster drawing operation. The entire Despair Valley map isn't very large, with a radius of only about 1 or 2 kilometers. However, over 200 various monsters are densely distributed here. These monsters include melee-focused corpse puppets and other types that use spells and bows. But these monsters pose little threat to the little fire dragon. Firstly, the little fire dragon can evade most attacks while flying, and secondly, even if it gets hit once or twice, losing a few hundred health points is inconsequential. After all, it has 85,000 health points. In about 3 to 4 minutes, Suchen had gathered the majority of the monsters within a radius of 100 meters. Sitting on the little fire dragon and looking down, one must say, the scattered blood-red lights are indeed somewhat terrifying. But it's almost over. Suchen did not return to the ground but slightly raised the divine bow of fury while on the little fire dragon. He silently chanted, "Mirror technique, frost snow." In an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds and a fierce wind howled. Amidst the buzzing sound, countless ice crystals and snowflakes fell, bringing with them a bone-chilling cold. The corpse puppets, already in a state of despair and rage, completely lost their sanity at this moment. They charged towards Suchen recklessly, undeterred even after sustaining damage. However, this frenzied behavior would only hasten their demise. During the 30 seconds of the blizzard, Suchen did not pause in mid-air. He quickly switched to explosive arrowheads, continuously shooting downwards. Each arrow flew like a rocket, striking the targets with immense power and precision. With each loud explosion, the corpse puppets were blown to pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. 1161*7 physical damage -408. Flame Dragon Soul burning damage -1207*7. Additional true damage -422. Flame Dragon Soul burning damage. The sound of kill notifications kept ringing in his ears. You have killed Despair Corpse Puppet. Hunting Crown activated. True damage stacks +2. Maximum health +5. You have killed Despair Trickster. Hunting Crown activated. True damage stacks +2. Maximum health +5. You have killed Despair Prayer. Hunting Crown activated. True damage stacks +2. Maximum health +5. After just 30 seconds, the blizzard ended and Suchen looked at the number of stacks of the Hunting Crown. In this short minute and a half, Suchen had killed a total of 250 monsters. True damage stacks increased by 500 points. Health also increased by 1250 points. At the same time, Effect 2 had also reached its stacking goal. Effect 2, True Damage Stacks 1352/1000. Upon reaching full stacks increases range by *15m achieved. Suchen aimed to attack again and found that the range indicator had indeed increased significantly. Now his precise range had reached 65 meters. As expected, increasing range by grinding passives was much faster than training in the Job Change Temple. After that, the stacking effect of Effect 2 had refreshed. Effect 2, True Damage Stacks 1352/1500. Upon reaching full stacks increases range by *15m. Previously, he had been entangled in various tasks and hadn't had a good chance to grind passives. Now, with enough equipment and skills learned, grinding passives felt truly satisfying. Half a minute to stack 500 layers of true damage. Who could withstand that? The ground was littered with equipment and soul energy, but Suchen wasn't in a hurry to pick them up, because after clearing all the small monsters, the boss of the Nightmare Dungeon had already appeared. Moreover, the Hunting Crown this time was surprisingly user-friendly. The newly refreshed golden line marker was precisely the boss target. In the center of the Despair Valley map, in a gloomy and terrifying graveyard, a massive boss suddenly emerged. To be honest, if you compare it to monsters like the Soul of the Dead, which also belong to the undead category, the difference in appearance is like heaven and earth. This monster is extraordinarily ugly. Although it stands over 5 meters tall and is quite robust, it presents a bizarre hunchbacked posture. Its body is covered with all sorts of severed limbs, which are bony and constantly writhing, making one feel a chill down their spine, and just a glance could cause a significant loss of sanity. Limb King level 20 rank, gold tier BOSS health 3 million increased to 200% in berserk state, physical attack 3000 increased to 200% in berserk state, physical defense 600, magic defense 600, speed 900 increased to 200% in berserk state, skills chaotic slash, whale, scarab charge, chaotic slash. The Limb King controls 30 severed limbs to slash at enemies, each limb dealing 75% of physical attack damage. Attack range 5 meters, cooldown none. Whale, the many heads on the Limb King's body wail in unison, dealing 3000 points of magic damage to enemies, causing a 30% slow and silent status, unable to cast skills 4-5 seconds. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Scarab charge, the Limb King curls its entire body into a ball and rolls towards enemies, increasing its speed by up to 100%, and can still use chaotic slash during the charge duration 15 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Description: the final boss of Despair Valley, legend has it that it was transformed from a perverse ogre after death, obsessed with flesh and blood. For every enemy it kills, it connects their arms to its own flesh. This thing is indeed difficult to deal with. The attribute bonuses are too high, with physical attack and health nearly matching that of a platinum tier boss. However, it doesn't pose much of a threat to Suchen. All of the boss's skills are melee skills, and the only one that increases speed can only be used on flat ground. If that's the case, doesn't that mean it can be done without taking damage? Sure enough, flying mounts are indeed the most precious type of mount. Combined with Suchen's long-range capabilities, dealing with the boss is incredibly easy. Little Fire Dragon, fly high, 60 meters in the air. Roar, the little fire dragon raised its head and flew straight up upon hearing Suchen's command. Once they reached a safe altitude, Suchen began to attack from the back of the little fire dragon. Whoosh, sizzle, 1331*7 physical damage, 2230*7 additional true damage, -1246 burn damage, -1246 burn damage. Because he could receive a 65% damage bonus from being airborne, along with the Dragon Soul's damage increase and the recently significantly boosted true damage, each attack dealt terrifying damage, with a single hit approaching 30,000. The ranger's base attack speed is 0.5, and at this stage there is a 632% attack speed bonus allowing for 3 to 4 attacks per second while standing still. Calculating that, the damage per second is nearly 110,000. This is an extremely terrifying number. Human. Roar. I watch you dead. On the ground, the Limb King of the Undead was in a frenzy, standing directly beneath Su Chen and wildly swinging its attacks. Whether it was a strike or a skill, none of it had any effect on Su Chen, who was 60 meters in the air. Despite having 3 million health points, it could only last half a minute. After half a minute, a wail was heard. The Golden Tier Limb King of the Undead had perished. Congratulations, you have killed the dungeon boss. Limb King of the Undead dungeon cleared. Rewards will be distributed uniformly after exiting the scene and entering the dungeon preparation space. Congratulations, your level has reached level 20. All attributes increased by 10 points. Ranger class profession, strength and agility increased by an additional 5 points. Physical defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 5. You have gained 25 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Crown of the Hunt activated. Arrow rain plus 1, judgment effect increased by 1. As usual, Su Chen allocated the free attribute points to agility. After killing the Limb King of the Undead, Su Chen collected the soul energy dropped by the monster before leaving. He absorbed a total of over 2,500 points from the small monsters and over 1,500 points from the Limb King of the Undead. Now, he had more than 150,000 soul energy. After checking around to ensure nothing was missed, Su Chen stepped into the teleportation array. Entering the dungeon preparation space, a completion record panel and a huge golden chest appeared before Su Chen. You have completed the dungeon, Despair Valley, Nightmare level, rating level, SSS completion time, 00:04:31 record refreshed, current record holder, Qingfeng. You have obtained the Despair Valley chest. Huaxia server announcement. Congratulations to player Qingfeng for being the first to clear the Nightmare level dungeon, receiving the first completion reward. Please check your mail. Su Chen first checked his mail and claimed the first completion reward. It was a title called Dungeon Pioneer and a new illusory fragment. Shui Yu was indeed right. There's no need to specifically collect them, just stay ahead of all the players to obtain illusory fragments. With this illusory fragment, Su Chen now had 3 fragments. Additionally, he checked the Dungeon Pioneer title. Dungeon Pioneer, rare title, non-unique, achievement condition, clear any difficulty dungeon within 5 minutes. Effect: when wearing this title, automatically obtain a dungeon terrain map and monster distribution map within a radius of 2 kilometers upon entering the dungeon. Unlike the previous titles, this one was not unique but rather of rare level. However, its effect was practical, equivalent to having a mini-map upon entering the dungeon, making it easier for Su Chen to find and lure monsters. Next, Su Chen turned his attention to the dungeon chest. As soon as he approached, a prompt panel appeared before him. First-time players opening the Nightmare level chest will receive additional rewards. Oh, there are additional rewards? Such good benefits. Filled with curiosity, Su Chen opened the dungeon chest. You have opened Despair Valley treasure chest, Nightmare level. Congratulations. You have obtained Intermediate Health Recovery Potion *20, Intermediate Mana Recovery Potion *20, Absorbing Arrow, 3-star Skill Book, War Roar, Pet Skill Book, Extra Reward, Wailing Ring, Gold Tier, Resurrection Staff, Silver Tier, Blackstone Armor, Silver Tier. Oh, not bad. The dungeon treasure chest dropped a Gold Tier weapon, along with a Skill Book and a Pet Skill Book. Absorbing Arrow applicable class, Ranger, quality, 3-star effect. For the next 10 seconds, ordinary arrows are replaced with absorbing arrows. Each attack will restore 5% of the damage dealt. Supplement: the damage considered for absorbing arrows includes spell damage, true damage, and physical damage, but the efficiency for area damage is only 1/3 of the original cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost 100. Like the explosive arrow, this absorbing arrow is also a unique skill for rangers. In fact, for an average ranger, the strength of the absorbing arrow isn't very high. The healing effect is only 5%, which can be considered a drop in the bucket. However, for Su Chen, it's a different story. According to the previous calculation, in a stationary output state, Su Chen's damage per second can exceed 100,000, so even with the healing, he would recover over 5,000 health per second. In this case, the continuous activation effect of the Emperor's banner can be left to the Little Titan and Little Fire Dragon, while he only needs the absorbing arrow to ensure his survival. Besides the absorbing arrow, Su Chen then turned his attention to the Pet Skill Book. War Roar type Pet Skill Book effect generates a massive amount of threat in an instant, attracting enemies within a 1.5 kilometers radius to attack oneself. The threat attraction effect disappears after taking damage. Supplement has a lower effect on highly intelligent beings. This is simply an ultimate aggro skill. He never expected that this extra reward would be so good. It was beyond imagination. Although this skill has obvious drawbacks, losing aggro as soon as it takes damage, and it also has a limited range. But still, that's a radius of 1.5 kilometers. Compared to other skills with ranges of a few meters or dozens of meters, it's not even in the same league. If calculated carefully, that's a whopping 7 square kilometers of super large area. What more could one ask for? Whether used in conjunction with the explosive arrow or in coordination with frost snow, it is definitely an excellent artifact for clearing monsters. Suchen secretly rejoiced. With this skill, clearing monsters would be much easier. He summoned the little titan and had it learn this skill. Finally, there was a gold tier equipment, a wailing ring, that caught Suchen's attention. He eagerly clicked to check its panel attributes, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wailing ring, additional passive skill, Soul Devourer. When you use a damage dealing skill to kill an enemy, it will reduce the cooldown of that skill by 1 second. Wow, this thing is useful. Suchen's eyes lit up upon seeing the equipment effect. Killing resets the cooldown, which is useful at any stage of the game. With this, as long as there are enough enemies, explosive arrows and frost snow, such AoE skills are basically in a no cooldown state. This effect is much stronger than the armor breaking decay. Suchen immediately fused and replaced the additional effect. The godly ring has absorbed the wailing ring equipment, gains attribute boost, health plus 500, mana plus 500, physical resistance plus 50, spirit plus 25, mana regeneration plus 15 per second. Control reduction plus 2%. Equipment gains additional skill, Pain Devour. Current equipment upgrade progress 71/100. He left a few bottles of recovery potions, and for the other items, Suchen still tossed them all into his storage space, planning to find an opportunity to deal with them later. After organizing everything from the treasure chest, Suchen exited the dungeon space. Of course, this time he was experienced and transformed into an inconspicuous, fish-like appearance in advance. Just as he stepped out of the dungeon, he saw the dungeon hall bustling with noise and excitement. Prior to this, everyone had already heard the news of Suchen's successful first clear. At this moment, on the huge crystal in front of the teleportation array where Suchen entered the dungeon, his clearing details were clearly displayed. When people saw this information, the entire place erupted in an uproar. Wow! Look! The Great Qingfeng actually cleared it. Yeah, he really cleared the nightmare difficulty. Just now the system even prompted that it was a first clear. Of course, at this stage, besides the Great Qingfeng, who else has the ability to clear a nightmare level dungeon? Hey, can you focus on the main point? Look at his clearing time. What? 4.5 minutes? My god, is he even human? It takes me almost half an hour to clear a simple dungeon. The Great Qingfeng actually cleared the nightmare dungeon in just 4.5 minutes. Seriously, the gap between people can sometimes be even bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. What they didn't know was that the Great Qingfeng they were talking about was currently squeezed among the crowd, walking towards another dungeon. To be honest, Suchen really felt that the passive talent wasn't that hard to grind. The Crown of Hunting was very reliable, and the next target was set on another dungeon in the public dungeon area. At this stage, as long as the dungeon was normally open, regardless of the difficulty level or nightmare difficulty, it wouldn't be a challenge for Suchen. Suchen felt that his strength had entered a period of explosive growth. At this moment, Suchen arrived in front of another dungeon area, looking at the red line target and the gold line target both pointing to this teleportation array, and directly entered. You have entered the instance. Fallen Monastery. Difficulty selected. Nightmare level. Reminder: nightmare level is extremely high. It is recommended enter directly. Nightmare level instance. It feels like this. Not much difficulty. Far weaker than the corpse dragon. No need to recover. Suchen directly entered the teleportation array, ready to continue the challenge. With previous experience, as soon as Suchen entered the instance, he immediately summoned the little titan and added a thick layer of shield. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks from the surrounding monsters hit the shield, only showing a -1 effect. At this moment, Suchen summoned the little fire dragon to fly into the sky. Looking down, it was similar to the previous Despair Valley. A radius of 1.5 kilometers could definitely cover the entire instance map. Little Titan, war roar. Just the right opportunity to use it. The little Titan heard Suchen's command, raised its head, and let out a huge roar that echoed throughout the valley. At the same time, all the monsters that heard this roar went mad and rushed towards the little Titan. Over 200 of them. Any weaker player seeing this would definitely want to run away without a second thought. But for Suchen, these over 200 targets marked with red lines were not a flood or a beast, they were layers upon layers of true damage, also the fluctuating health points. Because the monsters in the Nightmare instance had greatly enhanced movement speed, in just over 20 seconds they had already gathered together to start attacking the little Titan. However, these monsters' attacks were merely tickles to the little Titan, only dealing -1 force damage. Seeing that they had gathered enough, Suchen directly released Frost Snow. A powerful chill erupted from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire fallen monastery. This time, the efficiency of the frost snow released was even higher than last time in Despair Valley. The originally added true damage of 852 points had now directly increased to 1352 points, an increase of over 50%. This terrifying increase greatly enhanced Suchen's monster farming speed. As the ice crystal snowflakes continued to fall, the temperature inside the fallen monastery plummeted, as if one were in a world of ice and snow. The monsters on the ground let out painful howls under the onslaught of the cold. The entire fallen monastery was dyed a snowy white, filled with endless chill. -1 force damage, -1352 additional true damage, -1 forced Damage minus 1352. Additional true damage. You have killed Fallen Nun. Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers plus 2. Maximum health plus 5. You have killed Fallen Monk. Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers plus 2. Maximum health plus 5. In less than 20 seconds, these redline targets had turned into light points and disappeared. A total of 230 redline targets were killed. Su Chen glanced at the attribute panel. True damage layers increased from 1352 to 1812 points. Additionally, the added health also rose by 1150 points. Effect 2. True damage layers. 1812/1500. Full layers can increase range by 15m. Achieved. Range plus 15m. Current range 80m. Effect 2 refreshed. True damage layers 1812/2000. Full layers can increase range by 20m. Seeing the continuously increasing layers, Su Chen's heart still held that one word. Exciting. At the same time, the little titan also leveled up under the massive experience boost. Moreover, due to the rings. Additional effect, after killing these monsters, the frost snow of the mirror technique had also refreshed. While the iron is hot, after resolving the red line target, it's time to deal with the gold line target in the dungeon. Su Chen followed the guidance of the gold line target to the courtyard of the monastery. He saw a group of nun souls praying in front of the statue in the center of the courtyard. Those souls continuously surged together, and soon they began to emit a purple-black light, starting to move. Su Chen rode on the little fire dragon, looking down at the vengeful spirits. Below, corrupted aggregation level 20 rank, gold tier BOSS health 2 million increased to 200% in rage state, spell attack 2700 increased to 200%. In rage state, physical defense 0, spell defense 600, speed 900 increased to 200% in rage state, skills, soul body, passive, soul whale, corrupted judgment description, the ultimate leader of the corrupted monastery, formed by the souls of many nuns who have fallen into darkness, immune to physical damage. Glancing at the data panel, it was significantly lower than the attributes of the previous Lim King, perhaps because this boss is a soul body that can be immune to physical damage. If there are no specific skills or items, it would be very difficult for physical classes to deal with her. However, for Su Chen, it didn't matter what kind of soul body it was, as long as true damage was maximized, that was enough. The other two skills posed no threat to him from 80 meters away. Seeing this, Su Chen began shooting directly from the sky. Whoosh 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 -0 physical damage immune -3624 8 additional true damage plus 80% sniper damage bonus plus 20% size difference bonus -1449 flame dragon soul burn damage -1449 flame dragon soul burn damage -1449 flame dragon soul burn damage. Although physical damage was ineffective against the corrupted aggregation due to the increase in true damage and the number of arrows, he was actually able to deal damage faster. The 2 million health of the corrupted aggregation was reduced to nothing in less than 20 seconds. Congratulations, you have killed the dungeon boss. Corrupted aggregation dungeon cleared. Rewards will be distributed uniformly after exiting the scene to the dungeon preparation space. Crown of the Hunt activated. Arrow rain +1. Judgment effect increased by 1. You have completed the dungeon. Corrupted monastery. Nightmare level. Rating level. SSS time taken to clear 00:01:26. New record set. Current record holder Qingfeng. You have obtained the corrupted monastery treasure chest. Su Chen skillfully collected all the soul energy and then entered the instance space. However, this time there was no treasure chest bonus, just an ordinary golden chest. Yet, when Su Chen stepped inside, he was astonished to find that the new red line target and the golden line target pointed straight to the next instance. No way? Do I have to do it again? He muttered to himself. Could it be that I'm having a stroke of luck today? Or has my luck been particularly good lately? While pondering and talking to himself, he glanced uncertainly at the instance teleportation array outside and then at the precious chest he had just obtained. In the end, he decided to store this valuable instance chest in his backpack space first. There was no rush to open the chest. After all, the monsters were not difficult to deal with now. Why not take this time to passively farm? Perhaps, as Shui Yuyu said, luck was coming during this period? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Su Chen changed his appearance and directly entered another instance teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the live stream room of observation network Shaoli, the popularity that had decreased after the battle ended surged again due to the recent announcement. Streamer, look behind you. Someone has cleared the nightmare level instance again. People in the livestream kept spamming the chat, reminding those still stuck at the entrance of the Despair Valley instance. After seeing the chat, Shaoli curiously turned around. As a result, this glance was astonishing. The nightmare level instance of the corrupted monastery had also been cleared. The crowd present also noticed this phenomenon and focused their attention on the crystal panel of the corrupted monastery. It clearly recorded Su Chen's clearing information. Quick, look at the display. It's the great god Qingfeng. No way? Didn't so many people notice? What are you thinking? If the great god Qingfeng wanted to hide, how could our little Kalami possibly know? But speaking of which, the great god Qingfeng just cleared it. Doesn't he need a break? How could he clear the next instance so quickly? Holy crap! Look at the clearing time. What the heck? Holy crap! 1 minute and 26 seconds? What the heck? 1 minute and 26 seconds? I'm full of question marks. Sigh, the world of the gods, we don't understand. Wait, look over there. Another instance shows it's currently being challenged. No way. The crowd seemed to realize something and instantly surged forward. While everyone was chatting in the instance hall, Suchen had already entered the third instance, Bone Sacrifice Tribe. As usual, he summoned the little titan, set up a shield, and flew into the sky on a dragon. Then he quietly waited for the little titan to attract the monsters. At the same time, Suchen focused on the movement distance of the bloodline target, preparing to use Frost Snow. At this moment, what constrained Suchen's clearing speed was not his damage but the movement speed of the monsters. At this time, Suchen sincerely hoped that the monsters could move a bit faster, so he wouldn't have to wait so long. After slowly waiting for about 20 seconds, once most of the monsters entered within 100 meters, Suchen immediately released Frost Snow. Meanwhile, he himself was in the sky, shooting arrows to kill the scattered monsters. Congratulations, you have killed Skeleton Warrior. The Crown of Hunting is activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed Skeleton Archer. The Crown of Hunting is activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. After clearing all the monsters, true damage increased by 500 points, health increased by 1250 points, and the range has successfully increased to 100 meters. Effect 2. True damage layers 2312/2000 upon reaching full layers can increase range by 20 m, achieved. Range plus 20 m, current range 100 m. Effect 2. Refreshed. True damage layers 2312/3000 upon reaching full layers can increase the sniper damage cap from 100% to 200%. At this moment, the dungeon boss crawled out of the ground. It was a huge skeleton wielding a large knife in one hand and a magic array in the other, a boss that mastered both physical and magical attacks. However, Suchen, in midair, couldn't even be bothered to look at the attribute panel. For him now, killing a gold tier boss was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Whoosh 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 boom 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 -1775*9 physical damage -5086*9 additional true damage sniper effect plus 100% giant killer plus 20% -3087 flame dragon soul burn damage -3087 flame dragon soul burn damage. Now Suchen's damage was extremely terrifying. Including burn damage, a single attack dealt 74,000. The boss of the Bone Sacrifice Tribe, Skeleton King, swung its large knife wildly, not hitting a single enemy, and was blown to bone dust by explosive arrows. You have killed the Bone Sacrifice Tribe boss, Skeleton King Nightmare. Level: Arrow volley count +1, judgment effect +1. Your pet little titan has leveled up, current level 20. This time, killing the boss took only 14 seconds, and the speed of clearing dungeons was getting faster and faster. If he were to encounter a corpse dragon now, he would definitely not give it a chance to escape. Continuing as usual, collecting soul energy, entering the dungeon preparation space. At this moment, the completion record finally came through. You have cleared the dungeon. Bone Sacrifice Tribe, Nightmare difficulty. Bone Sacrifice Tribe, Nightmare difficulty. Dungeon record has been refreshed. Completion time 1 minute and 3 seconds. Bone Sacrifice Tribe, Nightmare difficulty. Dungeon record holder Chingfeng. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bone Sacrifice Tribe treasure chest. At this moment, the previous speculation was confirmed. The new bloodline target indeed pointed to the next dungeon. Now, true damage layers have reached 2,312 points, talent health bonus is also 5,910 points, and the judgment effect has now reached 10% to trigger. The arrow volley count has also become 10 arrows. True damage, brush, health, brush, valley, brush, judgment effect, brush. These recent dungeons have been a blast for me. Suchen increasingly felt that, with the growth of his strength, the speed of monster clearing was skyrocketing. The talent was also skyrocketing. Since that's the case, seize the opportunity and continue advancing towards the next dungeon. The plot rhythm will be faster next, the time arrangement will be closer, and it can be considered as officially entering the main storyline. You have entered the instance, Scorching Desert, Nightmare level. Please proceed with caution. Confirm entry. After Suchen entered, he looked around. The place was crawling with bugs. Perhaps it was due to the insect-type monsters, but the number of monsters this time was unusually high. A rough glance revealed at least 300 to 400 of them, all marked with bloodlines. Summoning the Titan, activating the shield, flying, pulling monsters, and using Frost Snow all in one go, extremely skillfully. Congratulations, you have killed Desert Locust. Crown of Hunting activated. True damage layers +2. Maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed Desert Hopper. Crown of Hunting activated. True damage layers +2. Maximum health +5. After finishing the wave, Suchen's true damage layers stacked up to 2,980 layers. His health also increased by 1670 points. However, there was a slight difference. The golden tier boss in this instance, Desert Locust King, was also a flying type boss. If Suchen had challenged this instance for the first time, it might have taken some effort. But with Suchen's current attributes, he could basically stand and tank this boss. with 18,000 health and nearly 3,000 layers of true damage added. The judgment effect and the number of arrows fired had both reached 10 layers. A solid boss attribute panel. Facing the 3-meter-long giant locust, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement and wanted to test his current combat power. With that thought, Su Chen had the little fire dragon stop flying. Now, dealing with any golden tier boss only required him to stand and tank. Not far away, the desert locust king curiously watched Su Chen come to a halt. The little fire dragon's flying speed was much faster than its own. If it kept kite flying, it would have no way to deal with Su Chen and could only stand there and take hits. However, this human in front of it actually had the audacity to stop. Although the desert locust king wasn't very intelligent, it could see that this was a perfect opportunity to attack. It charged at Su Chen without hesitation. However, what awaited it was a rain of arrows. Whoosh, swoosh, 1754 10, physical damage 6556 10, additional true damage, giant slayer plus 20%, sniper plus 100%, minus 4155, flame dragon soul burn damage, minus 4155, flame dragon soul burn damage. Including the damage from the flame dragon soul, a single attack dealt 100,000 damage. With Su Chen's current attack speed, he could strike 3.66 times per second, calculating that the damage per second was 36,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. In a 100-meter distance, the desert locust king lost nearly half of its health just from approaching Su Chen. However, just as the boss got closer to Su Chen, preparing to exchange blood with him using its remaining health, Su Chen didn't rush to have the little titan activate the shield, taking 2 hits directly, losing over 1,000 health. Then, he activated Arrow Drain, and with 1 hit, the damage feedback restored his health, immediately recovering 5,000 points. The desert locust king's random attacks, even if it stood there and did nothing, couldn't inflict any damage on Su Chen. Su Chen even felt that not only these ordinary golden tier bosses, but even those lord-level bosses with millions of health he could handle. Another 10 seconds passed and the desert locust king's health hit 0, turning into light points and disappearing. Su Chen checked his talents. The number of arrows fired increased by +1, now allowing him to shoot 11 arrows with 1 attack, and the judgment effect threshold also rose to 11%. His level increased from 20 to 21. After distributing the attribute points as usual, the prompt for clearing the instance sounded. You have cleared the instance. Scorching Desert, Nightmare difficulty. Scorching Desert, Nightmare difficulty. Instance record has been refreshed. Completion time 0 hours 00 minutes 51 seconds. Scorching Desert, Nightmare difficulty. Instance record holder Qingfen, congratulations, you have received the Scorching Desert treasure chest. Su Chen finished organizing the soul energy as usual and returned to the instance preparation space. However, this time, the bloodline situation had changed somewhat. The bloodline target was no longer pointing at the instance but rather towards the entrance of the instance hall. Could it be because my level has exceeded 20? The opening of public instances is related to the average level of players, and at this stage, only the instance area for levels 11 to 20 is open. The subsequent areas will only open when the average level of the top 10% of players reaches level 20. However, Su Chen felt indifferent now. Even if the next bloodline target was not a public instance, he was very confident that with his current strength, he could easily handle any target he encountered. For now, Su Chen focused his gaze on the unopened chest, then placed the chest he had previously put into his spatial backpack alongside it, leading to the classic and thrilling chest opening segment. Corrupted Monastery, Bone Sacrifice Tribe, Desert Locust King, 3 golden tier chests to be opened together. In the instance hall, Su Chen's completion record was clearly displayed on the crystal corresponding to the teleportation array. Originally, when they saw the refreshed record, everyone would marvel at it. But when the 51-second completion record for the Scorching Desert appeared, everyone was already numb. They realized one thing. The Qingfeng Great God in the record was no longer on the same level as all the players. I originally thought that with my talent to increase healing effects by 100%, I might have a chance to team up with Qingfeng Great God, but now it seems this is nothing. Qingfeng and I are both rangers, but 1 minute, in 1 minute, my damage barely manages to kill a single monster. Qingfeng Great God, sigh. I can only worship. At this moment, Shanglan Hongyan entered the instance hall with several skilled members of the Shanglan Guild. She held a matrix cube in her hand, and this time, she was here for an appointment, ready to enter the hidden instance within the matrix cube with Su Chen. Having always paid attention to Qingfeng, Shanglan Hongyan was well aware of Qingfeng's combat power, but when she saw Su Chen's completion record, she was still secretly astonished. She was very clear about the difficulty of nightmare-level instances, which was not much less than the difficulty of the instance in her matrix cube. Qingfeng actually cleared it in 1 minute? It seemed that as long as nothing unexpected happened, the instance in the matrix cube could be easily cleared. In the preparation space for copies, Su Chen opened 3 golden tier treasure chests in succession. You have opened Fallen Abbey treasure chest, nightmare level, congratulations. You have obtained Intermediate Health Recovery Potion *10, Intermediate Mana Recovery Potion *10, Gold *200, Boots of the Fallen, Golden Tier, Book of Magic, Silver Tier, Hellwhale, Silver Tier. You have opened Bone Sacrifice Tribe Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, congratulations! You have obtained Intermediate Health Recovery Potion *10, Intermediate Mana Recovery Potion *10, Gold *200, Reward Amplification Scroll, Tier 3 Scroll. Giant Bone Bow, Golden Tier, Meteor Blade, Silver Tier, Aurora Flintlock, Silver Tier. You have opened Scorching Desert Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, congratulations! You have obtained Intermediate Health Recovery Potion *10, Intermediate Mana Recovery Potion *10, Gold *200, Shadow Recording, Mount Skill Book, Wings Emperor Armor, Golden Tier Equipment, Sar's Shield, Silver Tier. Suchen took a look at the items. He couldn't be bothered to examine the Silver Tier equipment and a bunch of materials. Among them, 3 pieces of Golden Tier equipment, a Mount Skill Book, and a Tier 3 scroll were worth noting. Suchen first checked the effect of the Mount Skill Book. Shadow Recording, type Mount Skill Book, effect, records up to 3 coordinate locations. When activated, it can immediately take the owner back to the recorded location with a maximum retrace distance of 2 kilometers. This is nice, a kind of long-range blink for combat. Useful for dodging. Skills. Just right, the little fire dragon had a skill slot available, so Suchen directly had it learn the skill. Then there was the Tier 3 Reward Amplification Scroll. Reward Amplification Scroll, Tier 3, can double the rewards from Golden Tier treasure chests. A standard reward scroll, single use. Suchen directly placed it in his backpack space to use later when the opportunity arose. Of course, the main attraction was still the 3 pieces of Golden Tier equipment. The Boots of the Fallen had an additional effect that created a patch of black mist behind the wearer, causing continuous damage, which wasn't very useful for Suchen. The Giant Bone Bow only increased attack power by 10%, which was less effective than the original Phantom Weapon effect. So, Suchen planned to absorb the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. Divine Mark Boots have absorbed Boots of the Fallen equipment attribute increase, health plus 500, spell resistance plus 60, movement speed plus 80, spirit plus 20, agility plus 20, control reduction plus 5%, current equipment upgrade. Progress 70/100. Divine Mark Bow has absorbed Giant Bone Bow equipment attribute increase, health plus 500, physical attack plus 200, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, critical damage plus 10%. Critical damage increases the critical multiplier during critical hits. Current equipment upgrade progress 71/100. The effect of the 3rd piece of golden equipment, the Wings Emperor Armor, was quite good. Winged armor. If the user is in the air, they can glide. The gliding state consumes 10 mana per second and allows for a slow descent, during which attacks can be made. Although Suchen now has a little fire dragon as a mount and can fly, having an additional means of flight is also quite nice. In case the little fire dragon cannot evade a skill, Suchen can directly disengage from mid-air and then glide slowly to attack. Wait, it seems the Divine Wrath Hard Armor is about to level up. It seems that I don't need to change the equipment effect. Suchen saw that the leveling progress of the Divine Wrath Hard Armor had reached 69 out of 100, estimating that as long as he absorbs it, he can transform from Gold Tier to Platinum Tier. He has never seen Platinum Tier equipment before. Thinking of this, Suchen immediately used the Divine Wrath Hard Armor to absorb the Winged Armor. Divine Wrath Hard Armor has absorbed Winged Armor equipment gains attribute enhancement, health plus 1000, physical resistance plus 60, magic resistance plus 60, agility plus 20, evasion plus 2%. Current equipment leveling progress 100/100. Do you choose to level up? Leveling up costs 560 gold coins. What? Leveling up costs gold coins? Suchen looked at the cost. The gold coins required for leveling up were indeed not low, a full 560. Most people really can't afford that. Moreover, even for Suchen, 560 gold coins is not a small amount. Now, due to the overall increase in player combat power, there are more people farming gold, leading to currency devaluation. But even so, 1 gold coin is still equivalent to 1,000 yuan. Converting 560 gold coins is equivalent to 560,000. Although Suchen is not very short on money now, just thinking about this expense still makes him wince. However, the money that needs to be spent must be spent. Just right, I originally didn't know what to do with those low-tier equipment. Now it's clear, I'll sell them all for gold coins. Suchen is not a miser. The money he has saved in reality is enough for him to live on. Since learning about the fragments of reality, Suchen also understands that the focus should still be on the spirit realm. 560 gold coins sounds like a lot, but being able to exchange for platinum equipment is still very worthwhile. Level up. You have chosen to level up. Divine Wrath Hard Armor has leveled up to Platinum Tier, base attributes doubled, and an additional effect slot gain doubled? Such a huge increase? Suchen quickly checked the effects of the Divine Wrath Hard Armor. Divine Wrath Hard Armor Tier, Platinum base attributes, health plus 8000, physical defense plus 540, magic resistance plus 540, strength plus 40, constitution plus 180, agility plus 40, special attributes, evasion plus 3%, control reduction plus 10%, critical resistance plus 2%, additional effect 1, lightness. Each normal attack increases movement speed by 1%, up to 15% movement speed, lasting until the end of combat. Additional effect 2, winged. If the user is in the air, they can glide. The gliding state consumes 10 mana per second and allows for a slow descent, during which attacks can be made. This money was well spent. Health directly increased by 8,000, both resistances increased by over 500. Platinum equipment truly lives up to its name. Su Chen couldn't help but turn his attention to the other equipment. If each of these pieces of equipment could be upgraded to platinum level, the attributes, I can hardly imagine. After the equipment was upgraded, Su Chen looked at the attribute panel he hadn't seen in a long time. Nickname Xingfeng level 21, class Hunter Judge, Ranger type, health 26880, mana 4580, physical attack 1767, attack speed plus 772%, physical defense 890, spell resistance 905, movement speed 1017, strength 396, constitution 428, agility 637, spirit 268, critical rate 13%, critical damage 210%, dodge rate 8%, control reduction 32%, physical penetration 25%, cooldown reduction 15%, skills hunting trap, evasion strike, spin return kill, eagle eye insight, explosive arrow, absorbing arrow, mirror technique, frost snow, equipment, divine rage heart armor, platinum tier, divine rage gauntlets, gold tier, divine rage bow, gold tier, divine rage ring, gold tier, divine rage crown, gold tier, divine rage boots, gold tier, talent, crown of the hunter, effect 1, stacking true damage 2980/3000, stacking health 9250, range 100 meters, sniper effect up to 100%, number of arrows fired simultaneously 11, judgment effect 11%, special items, faceless mask, reality fragment *3, human emperor banner 160840, soul energy, blood kill, order titles, lone pioneer, explorer, treasure hunter, giant slayer, dungeon vanguard, pet, titan, scarlet gold rock beast, mount, little fire dragon, extreme flame dragon. I have to say, just based on Su Chen's current attribute panel, anyone who sees it would have to exclaim, wow. This is only level 21. As a ranger with a health bar of 27,000, if those self-proclaimed pillars of the team, the shield guards, saw this, they would almost want to throw themselves against a block of tofu to die. After that, Su Chen closed the attribute panel, switched to the faceless mask, and walked out from the dungeon preparation space. As soon as he emerged from the teleportation array, he heard a series of gasps. The great Xingfeng has come out. Then, reporters from various news networks and people from different factions surged forward. Hello, I am a reporter from the Net Observer. The Moon Slashing Guild has just announced a willingness to reconcile. What are your thoughts? Great Xingfeng, I am from the Yaoyang Guild. I wonder if you have any willingness to collaborate? Great Xingfeng, the future leader of the Yunsheng Guild, Xiao Tianxi, has sent you an invitation letter inviting you to personally visit the Yunsheng headquarters in reality. What do you think? Nightmare level dungeon cleared in 1 minute. Do you have any tips to share? In the entire spirit realm, only Su Chen could clear a nightmare level dungeon in 1 minute. And everyone knew that Su Chen could change his appearance using the faceless mask. So, as soon as he came out of the dungeon teleportation array, he was immediately surrounded. Su Chen had a helpless expression, thinking about how to squeeze his way out. But at that moment, a voice rang out in the dungeon hall. Xingfeng, I have come as promised. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and it was Shanglan Hongyan. Shanglan Hongyan, the president of the Shanglan Guild? It seems she knows the great Xingfeng, a prestigious guild president, actually came in person. Fool! Who is the great Xingfeng? Taking on an entire guild alone is no problem. So what if she's a guild president? In front of the great Xingfeng, what's the difference from an ordinary player? What you said makes sense. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he saw the health target directly pointing at the cube in Shanglan Hongyan's hand. This is great. Saves me the trouble of looking for a target. It's just that, these reporters blocking the road. Su Chen and Shanglan Hongyan exchanged a glance, and the latter understood Su Chen's intention, sending the dozen or so people behind them to skillfully split the reporters to both sides. They had done this many times while following Shanglan Hongyan. However, unlike before, this time everyone's focus was on Xingfeng rather than their own president. At the same time, Su Chen switched back to his original appearance and squeezed out from the crowd that had been cleared. Xingfeng, you are level 21? Shanglan Hongyan saw Su Chen's level information, her eyes revealing 7 parts shock and 3 parts hesitation. She was shocked by the other party's leveling speed, which was indeed a bit outrageous. She was only at level 14 now, unable to even undergo the second-class transfer, yet the other party was already at level 21. Of course, if she knew that Su Chen needed 5 times the experience to level up, she would definitely question her life even more. As for the 3 parts of hesitation, it stemmed from the rules of the Matrix Cube. Matrix Cube item type, inheritance level, key description, a level left behind by the god of machinery and creation 0. Those who pass the test will receive generous rewards and an exclusive class transfer token for engineers. Supplement, a maximum of 5 people can form a team for the inheritance level, with a maximum level not exceeding 20 and an average level not exceeding 15. If the level limit is exceeded, the difficulty of the dungeon will increase significantly. Today, at least 3 updates, possibly 4, depending on whether the cafeteria ant serves 3 pieces of meat or 4 pieces of meat. The level requirements for the Matrix Cube are thus. Xingfeng is now at level 21, exceeding the limits of the Matrix Cube. When Shanglan Hongyan entered, she clearly felt the hidden dungeon.
Within the Matrix Cube, the difficulty comparable to a typical nightmare-level dungeon. Previously, when they entered, there was an introduction to the dungeon, stating that if one exceeded the level limit, all monsters within the dungeon would have their levels increased by 10, and during the final boss battle, a terrifying existence would awaken. As for what this terrifying existence is, Shanglan Hongyan did not know, but from this introduction, it seemed that if only the Shanglan Guild was involved, they would have little chance of winning. Beside her, Shanglan Meiying was also aware of the situation. She gently tugged at Shanglan Hongyan's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Hongyan, what should we do? Xingfeng's level exceeds the limit. If we team up with him, the dungeon's difficulty will increase, making it harder to clear." In front of them, Xingfeng did not care about the increased difficulty and simply said, "Are you ready? If you are, let's enter the dungeon, I'm in a hurry." Hearing Su Chen's words, Shanglan Hongyan could only sigh. Since they were already here, they couldn't just not let him in, right? After all, dying in such a hidden dungeon wouldn't cause a level drop. At worst, they would lose some equipment inside, so they might as well take a look. Xingfeng had always been a miracle worker. Who knows, they might actually clear it. Xingfeng, should we discuss the members for a 5-person team? I'm an engineer, I can be a secondary DPS, and Xiaoying is an assassin, she can scout the map. I think we should have a tank or a healer. Halfway through, Su Chen stopped himself. No need to complicate things, just follow me, I don't need any support. Just one thing, when I'm attacking, you all watch from behind, I want to solo this. As soon as Su Chen said this, Shanglan Hongyan hadn't said anything yet, but Shanglan Meiying instinctively wanted to complain. However, before she could speak, she was stopped by Shanglan Hongyan. Alright, Xingfeng, I understand. I will keep my people in check. Although she didn't know why Xingfeng had such a strange request, her intuition told her that when facing an incomprehensible strong person, it was wise to listen more and speak less. Yuner, Aman, you two come here. Shanglan Hongyan called over the tank and the healer from behind. These two players were at levels 13 and 14, and judging by their equipment, they should be quite capable. Especially the tank, whose health was nearly 5,000. Among all the tanks at this stage, he could be considered top-notch. Of course, Su Chen didn't care, he wouldn't need them anyway. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Shanglan Hongyan turned the cube in her hand. In the next second, the cube began to emit a faint blue light, floating into the air and starting to rotate on its own. With a series of cool clacking sounds, the cube finally stopped, projecting a light portal. Shanglan Hongyan exchanged a glance with the player named Shanglan Zuman, signaling him to enter the portal first. This teleportation array is quite special, Su Chen remarked with interest. After a dozen seconds, the voice of the tank came from within the portal. Come in, it's safe. Then, Su Chen followed the other three into the portal. As soon as he entered, Su Chen was captivated by the scene before him. It was a city, the ruins of a city. However, even from the ruins, it was clear that this city was completely different from Wind Language City. The ground was littered with broken skyscrapers, and in the distance, one could even see a sky track hundreds of meters high. These tracks crisscross like a spider web covering the city above. One can imagine that this city must have been very prosperous in its heyday. It resembles a scene from a sci-fi future world. However, it is unclear what it has gone through to end up in this state. Shanglan Hong Yen took 2 steps forward and said, "It's shocking, isn't it? It feels more technologically advanced than the real world." Su Chen nodded. Although he had long known that the spiritual realm had not only magic but also spiritual technology as its background, seeing it with his own eyes was still somewhat surprising. However, despite the surprise, it did not affect his monster farming. He was not just here to help Shanglan Hongyan clear the level, but also to farm for his own passive skills. With the Dungeon Pioneer effect activated, a dungeon map appeared automatically in the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision, showing within a 2,000-meter radius. The red bloodline marked all the surrounding monsters, and judging by the bloodline situation, they should be nearby and rapidly approaching. Sure enough, with a bang, more than 10 various beast-shaped robots jumped down from a nearby high-rise. There were wolf-shaped, monkey-shaped, elephant-shaped, a rich variety. Beast Shaper Wolf Form Level 25 Elite Health 100,000 Physical Attack 1,300 plus 50% equals 1950 Physical Defense 550 Spell Resistance 420 Speed 600 plus 50% equals 900 Skill 1 Beast Transformation. The Beast Shaper can transform its form into various shapes, gaining different enhancements. Current form, Wolf Form, increases physical attack and speed, gains Wolf Form skills. Skill 2, Bloodthirsty Bite, pounces on the enemy, dealing physical attack plus 150% physical damage, and increases the next 5 attack speed by 50%. Skill 3, Wolf Howl, increases physical attack and movement speed of friendly units by 10%. Base enhancement. Thanks to the great God dreaming of for the certification, and thank you to all the readers for your support. The enthusiasm for writing has surged. Because the levels of the 4 people behind hadn't even reached level 15, they naturally didn't know the specifics of their attribute panels. However, they had encountered beast masters before. Xingfeng, you really don't need help? This monster looks way stronger than the ones we faced before. Su Chen remained calm, stringing his bow as he said, "You all stay there and don't move, and
Definitely don't attack. Just watch me. Whoosh! 11 arrows shot out simultaneously, piercing deeply into the Beastmaster's iron shell. 2412*11 physical damage. 6109*11 additional true damage. Minus 4686 burn damage. Minus 4686 burn damage. The Beastmaster was directly punctured by this arrow, and the circuits inside crackled. Its health was completely depleted. One arrow, a direct kill. The pile of damage numbers exploded, leaving the four behind completely stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Shanglan Meiying calculated in her mind. This damage amounted to 100,000. The four couldn't believe it. Was this really damage that a person could deal? Also, this attack speed was ridiculously insane. 4 arrows in 1 second. The bowstring was almost sparking. 15 monsters, all killed in under 5 seconds? Shanglan Hongyan swallowed hard. She knew Qingfeng was strong, but she didn't know he was this strong. She suddenly began to understand. Zhan Yuquang sure. Previously, she had always thought of him as a useless person. Now that she thought about it, being able to relentlessly cause trouble for a monster like Qingfeng was, in a way, quite impressive. Hey, stop dawdling, we need to go. After clearing the monsters, Su Chen called out to the four from a distance. Oh, right. Coming. The four snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Su Chen. However, Su Chen was somewhat displeased that the monsters in this dungeon didn't drop soul energy or equipment. Each monster only dropped a piece of transparent crystal, which, upon inspection, was said to be able to repair equipment wear. But the wear on Su Chen's equipment hadn't even reached 5%, and he was about to level up. After leveling up, the wear would reset, making this item useless. Su Chen simply sold the crystal to Shanglan Hongyan at the market price. Unlike his previous trade with the chubby guy, this time Su Chen only accepted game currency, preparing for future equipment upgrades. Besides that, during the recent battle, he stacked true damage layers to over 3000, and at this moment, Effect 2 was refreshed. Effect 2, True Damage Layers 3010/3000 at full layers can increase the sniper's damage cap from 100% to 200%. Achieved. Effect 2 Refresh True Damage Layers 3010/3500 after reaching full layers. The Judgment effect will increase from the original 99999 damage to 9999999 damage. Oh, it actually increased the judgment damage? Let me count how much it is. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. WOC. 10 million damage. Because he had been spamming passives in the dungeon hall, the original 10,000 points of judgment damage didn't seem that significant anymore. But this time, the judgment effect had directly increased 100-fold. 10 million damage. This was ridiculously insane. Even Su Chen, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this number. Does this mean that for monsters with health below 100 million, in my eyes, they only have the remaining 89% health? Not right. Even if it's a monster with over 100 million health, it's just a matter of shooting a few more arrows. Su Chen closed the panel, harboring layered expectations, and walked leisurely deeper into the city ruins. While casually clearing monsters, he took in the scenery around him. He noticed that all the monsters appearing in this dungeon were, without exception, mechanical beings. This included the beast mimickers that appeared at the beginning, as well as the later appearing humanoids, mechanical warriors imitating various professions. In such a vast city ruin, there wasn't even a single proper organic biological remains. After finishing off all the bloodline targets in sight, his layers had stacked up to 3,300. At this moment, Su Chen discovered that the other red and gold bloodline targets were pointing underground. However, after wandering around, he found no entrance to go underground. Shanglan Hongyan? Su Chen slowed his pace, waiting for the others to catch up. I'm here, what's up? Being soft-spoken and humble, their team had made it this far all thanks to Su Chen alone. So Shanglan Hongyan naturally lowered her stance, like a little brother, and immediately ran over as soon as Su Chen had a question. This dungeon is considered an open dungeon, and there's no main quest. We can't just keep wandering around here. Only then did Shanglan Hongyan take out the matrix cube from her backpack and said softly, earlier, we were letting the cube guide us. The matrix cube flew into the air, projecting a ghostly blue 3D image. The green dots represented their 4 members, while the red dot below was estimated by Su Chen to be the enemies hiding underground. The yellow line indicated the path leading down. Seeing this scene, Su Chen facepalmed and said, Sister, why didn't you say there was a 3D map earlier? Shanglan Hongyan muttered softly, you were so excited about killing monsters. I didn't dare to make you stop. Seeing the marked path, Su Chen was no longer confused and walked straight ahead. The 5 of them followed the yellow line and found a vertically descending elevator. They took the elevator down. And as soon as the doors opened, the 4 people behind were instantly frightened, while Su Chen revealed an excited smile. In front of them was a golden tier boss with golden lines, accompanied by over 100 wandering red bloodline beast mimickers. Finally found you guys. Once I kill you, the judgment effect will rise to 10 million. However, if I don't post the 4th update today, there will be 4 updates tomorrow. In short, there will be a total of 7 updates over these 2 days. Thank you to all the readers for your rewards. Your support is my endless motivation. Clear Wind, Golden Tier Boss, do you need help? With a command from Shanglan Hongyan, the 4 prepared for battle while she took out 2 silver flintlock guns. No need. You all stay back. After saying that, Su Chen glanced at the boss's information. Mechanical Guardian level 25, rank Golden Tier. BOSS health 6000000 physical attack 2500 physical defense 800 magic defense 800 speed 500-800 skills laser sweep electromagnetic pulse self-destruct device. Laser sweep, the mechanical guardian fires high energy lasers from its eyes, dealing physical attack asterisk 100% damage to all enemies in a straight line attack range 20 meters. Cooldown 15 seconds. Electromagnetic pulse, the mechanical guardian releases powerful electromagnetic waves, dealing 2000 magic damage to all enemies within 10 meters. With a 50% chance to paralyze them, unable to move or attack for 3 seconds. Attack range 10 meters. Cooldown 45 seconds. Self-destruct device, the mechanical guardian activates its built-in self-destruct program when it receives fatal damage, dealing physical attack asterisk 1000% damage to all enemies within 30 meters, with a 100% chance to stun them, unable to take any action for 5 seconds. Description: the guardian of the industrial heart factory, the mechanical guardian possesses an advanced combat system and self-repair capabilities, making it a nightmare for any intruder. Legend has it that it is assembled from countless discarded mechanical parts, becoming stronger with each battle. Although it is also a golden tier boss, this robotic form is much stronger than the nightmare tier dungeon. With a physical attack of 2005, its health reaches 6 million. However, for Su Chen, it doesn't make much difference. Aside from the last self-destruct that needs to be noted, the rest is irrelevant. Standing still and fighting is fine with him. Detected enemy units preparing to eliminate the 3-meter-tall mechanical boss emitted a sound, leading 100 beast-like creatures charging forward. Su Chen prepared to attack while commanding the 4 behind him. You all step back, retreat into the elevator. Listen to Clear Wind, we'll go back, don't interfere with Clear Wind. Shanglan Hongyan pulled back Shanglan Meiying, who was eager to attack. Then, Su Chen summoned the little Titan, blocking the surrounding beast-like creatures from attacking the 4. Alright, with so many gathered, it saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Su Chen, with a high agility factor, easily climbed onto an iron frame in front of the factory. He then began to unleash a classic yet effective skill, Frost Snow. Above the underground space, cold air gathered into flurries of snowflakes. The people in the elevator watched in bewilderment. Although they had seen Su Chen use this move in a live stream before, it was still far from the real thing. The biting cold could be distinctly felt. Soon, they clearly saw that every snowflake that landed on the beast-like creatures dealt over 3,000 true damage. Moreover, every few seconds, these beast-like creatures would be frozen for a while. Such a high damage, large area control skill. It can only be said that Clear Wind truly lives up to its name. Sister Hongyan, look over there. The Saint Lan red smoke followed the direction pointed by the Saint Lan phantom and looked towards Su Chen. To her astonishment, Su Chen, as a ranger, stood there motionless, facing off against the mechanical guardian. He didn't even try to dodge. The 3-meter-tall mechanical guardian continuously attacked Su Chen with laser weapons and body slams, yet Su Chen remained steadfast, shooting arrows directly at the guardian's head. His health bar fluctuated like a disco, dropping by 3 or 4,000, only to be fully restored the next second. This is blood-sucking. What the hell? The Saint Lan phantom beside him had her mouth agape in shock. She prided herself on being a gaming expert, skilled in various movements, techniques, and combos. While she wouldn't say she was a master, she was certainly proficient. Especially since she had some martial arts background, her gameplay against bosses was fluid and visually impressive. In her eyes, fighting a boss required skill and concentration, especially for a ranger who should be kiting the enemy, right? What was this? Standing and taking hits? Each of Su Chen's attacks was accompanied by several thousand green healing numbers. The priest named Yuner turned red in the face and said, "No wonder the great Qingfeng doesn't need my support, this healing output. I can't compare at all." By calculating the ratio of lost health to total health, it could be inferred that Su Chen's health bar had likely exceeded 20,000, heading towards 30,000. The shield warrior in the team just chuckled awkwardly and retreated to draw circles in the corner. It was too unfair. A ranger could have nearly 30,000 health, and he, as a shield warrior, was completely useless. Meanwhile, the mechanical guardian, with 6 million health, hadn't even lasted 20 seconds before it was nearly depleted. Just as the guardian's health bar was about to hit 0, the lights on its entire body began to flash red. It was about to self-destruct. Here's the first update. More to come. Also, thank you all for your love and support. Love you all. Expel the outsiders, activate the hidden energy of the heart. Be careful. Shanglan Hongyan felt the violent energy fluctuations and heard the words of the mechanical guardian and immediately wanted to warn Su Chen. However, it seems Su Chen didn't hear her at all, still standing in place with not a single ripple in his gaze. In the next second, a roaring sound erupted. Boom! Shanglan Hong Yan and the others, though far away, felt the power of the explosion even without being harmed. The four looked up. The position of the mechanical guardian was now shrouded in smoke. The shield. Guardian swallowed hard and asked foolishly, LLL leader. Xinfeng God, are you okay? Shanglan Hongyan stared intently at the smoke and slowly said, it should be fine. With Xinfeng's thick health, he should be able to withstand it. But, with such a huge commotion, he must have been injured badly. Yuner, you go over and heal him later. Yuner received. Maybe he was a bit too young and reckless. In that situation just now, with his speed, escaping wouldn't have been difficult. However, as the smoke of the battlefield gradually dissipated, Su Chen reappeared. In the sight of the group. To their astonishment, Su Chen hadn't lost a single bit of health. In fact, he even had an extra half a health bar's worth of shield. Look at the pattern on this. Elemental shield, gold with red. Is this from that pet? The group turned their gaze to the little titan, gulping audibly. The little titan merely squinted at them for a moment before closing its eyes and pretending to nap again. Shanglan Yuner felt as if her own existence had become meaningless. A pet, clearly a defensive type and not a support type, with a shield so thick. Here. She was claiming to be the guild's top priest, and yet she couldn't even compare to a pet. On Su Chen's side, after defeating the boss and the beast mimic, both the number of arrows shot and the judgment effect increased by 1, reaching the 13th layer. The stacking also rose to 3,570 points, successfully unlocking the second effect's stacking target. From then on, the damage of the judgment effect increased from 99,999 points to 9,999,999 points. Effect 2, True Damage Layers 3570/3500. Upon reaching full layers, the judgment effect will increase from the original 99,999 damage to 9,999,999 damage achieved. Effect 2, True Damage Layers 3570/4000. Full layers increase range by 50 m, raising it to 150 m. Then, Su Chen saw the four people standing there in a daze and instructed, stop dawdling, pick up the items. Alright, Hong Yan will keep a record, just give me the gold equivalent for the dropped repair crystals later. Looking at the scattered repair crystals on the ground, Su Chen had no interest and turned his attention to the dropped treasure chest. Besides Shanglan Hongyan, the other three quickly responded with "Oh" and hurried off to collect the repair crystals. Shanglan Hongyan then opened the chest together with Su Chen. Su Chen initially wanted to use a reward enhancement scroll, but then thought it would be a bit of a waste to use it on an ordinary golden tier boss chest, so he decided to find a lord tier boss to kill and use it then. You have opened Mechanical Guardian treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained Mechanical Token 01 Sniper Rifle Gold Tier, Energy Composite Bow Gold Tier, Laser Dagger Silver Tier, 01 Sniper Rifle Gold Tier. Wearing requirements: Engineer class level 15 or above. Normal attributes: Physical attack plus 400, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 20. Special attributes: Physical penetration plus 30% increased. Precision range level *5 m. Note: outside of the precision range, attack damage will be significantly reduced. Additional effect: sniping. Attack speed fixed at 0.5 shots/second. Converts attack speed into attack power. Every 1% attack speed converts to 5 attack power. Energy Composite Bow Gold Tier. Wearing requirements: Ranger class. Engineer class level 15 or above. Normal attributes: Physical attack plus 300, attack speed plus 40%, agility plus 25, strength plus 25. Special attributes: range increase level *2.5 m, critical hit chance plus 5%. Additional effect: energy shot. Can switch to energy shot mode. In this mode, attack speed is reduced by 50%, but attack distance is doubled. Wow, not bad. There are actually 2 gold tier weapons. President Hong Yan, how do we divide the equipment? President Hong Yan? Turning around, Shanglan Hongyan was staring blankly at the panel of the 01 sniper rifle, her eyes not even blinking. It wasn't until Su Chen waved his hand in front of her eyes that Shanglan Hongyan came back to her senses. Oh, what's up, Xingfeng? Let's divide the equipment in this chest first, as we originally agreed, a 70-30 split. Shanglan Hongyan nodded. According to value, this one gold tier weapon is worth 30% of the treasure chest. Then, she looked at the remaining equipment and tentatively asked, Xingfeng, what is it? The remaining equipment in the treasure chest, are you selling it? Our Shanglan Guild is willing to offer a very sincere price. Su Chen glanced at the more than 20 pieces of silver tier equipment left in the treasure chest and replied to Shanglan Hongyan. Wait a moment, let me see if that friend is buying. After saying that, Su Chen opened the chat panel and saw that the chubby guy had also replied to him. The gist was that he was currently using funds and the gold he had collected to purchase some other materials and was a bit tight at the moment, only buying 80% of the equipment Su Chen had previously resold. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't hesitate. Since the chubby guy wasn't buying, it was better to sell the remaining equipment to Shanglan Hongyan rather than let the trading system take a fee. The two then quickly settled on a total price, selling the 20 pieces of silver tier equipment at 40 gold each, totaling 800 gold, which was quite a sum. Just right, once he absorbed the energy composite bow in hand, he would have enough energy to upgrade his weapon. Su Chen opened his backpack and chose to absorb the energy composite bow. Soon, a familiar prompt box appeared. Divine Edge Bow has absorbed energy composite bow. Equipment attribute enhancement: attack power plus 200, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, attack speed plus 20%, range increased 1.5 m/level, critical hit chance plus 3%, current upgrade progress 100 of 100. Do you choose to upgrade? Yes. You have chosen to upgrade. Divine Edge Bow has been upgraded to Platinum tier, base attributes doubled and gained an additional effect slot. Divine Edge Bow tier, Platinum base attributes: health plus 1000, physical attack plus 1800, attack speed plus 190%, strength plus 170, constitution plus 40, agility plus 130. Special attributes: critical hit plus 10%, physical penetration plus 25%, critical damage plus 10%, range plus 1.5 m/level. Additional effect 1, illusory weapon. All your damaging skills will carry attack effects. Trigger cooldown time 0.5 seconds. Additional effect 2. Energy shot. Can switch to energy shot mode. In this mode, attack speed is reduced by 50%, but attack range is doubled. Platinum tier equipment is just exhilarating. This physical attack, this attack speed, these additional effects, it would make other rangers envious. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He also really liked the additional effect of energy shot. With the 31.5 meters of range provided by the Divine Edge Bow, Su Chen's current range was already 156.5 m. If he activated energy shot, it would double to 313 m, which could be described as terrifying. Moreover, there was another benefit to energy shot. Su Chen's current attack range was still under 200 m, not fully benefiting from the sniper's bonus. However, if he activated energy shot, he could easily maximize the sniper effect's 200% damage increase. When calculated, even if the attack speed was reduced, the damage wouldn't necessarily be that low. Then, Su Chen handed the mechanical token from the treasure chest to Shanglan Hongyan as he had promised her. It was exactly the job transfer token she needed. As soon as Shanglan Hongyan received it, the matrix cube seemed to communicate with her and projected a portal. During this time, Su Chen noticed that the golden line target had refreshed again, but strangely, the place connected by this golden line seemed to be deep within the factory. Not the portal? After waiting for a while, once Shanglan Hongyan finished her communication with the matrix cube, Su Chen asked again, "What did you and the matrix cube talk about just now?" Shang Lan Hongyan paused for a moment before she began to speak. The matrix cube said, "I have passed the test and can transfer to a hidden class." But what? But this is not the final test, nor the only hidden class. It can only be considered a relatively rare class. However, I have already met the requirements. According to the matrix cube, because high-level players have entered, the final test has been upgraded to a golden tier lord-level boss. I'm afraid if I continue to challenge, it would be a loss, so I let the matrix cube open the portal and prepare to leave the dungeon. Although there was a hint of reluctance in Shanglan Hongyan's eyes, she could only sigh and explain the reasons to Su Chen in detail. But Su Chen immediately caught the key phrase, golden tier lord-level boss? Are you saying golden tier lord-level boss? Are you sure? Shanglan Hongyan was completely bewildered. Hadn't he just been unclear in his pronunciation? And why was this guy so excited after hearing that? In Su Chen's eyes, this was indeed a case of finding something without any effort after searching high and low. Given the nature of his talent, the target of the golden line was probably the lord-level boss that Shanglan Hongyan had mentioned. This was great. Although the treasure chest of a lord-level boss was large, it was still considered golden level, capable of using reward enhancement scrolls. Moreover, since it was already a lord level, it was quite normal to drop a few lord's hearts. His little fire dragon had only eaten a dragon heart since its birth and hadn't consumed any other lord's hearts. The last time the corpse dragon dropped a lot of good items, perhaps the lord-level boss was a threat in the eyes of others, but to him, it was a treasure. If he could get a few more pieces of golden equipment, sure, and it's right inside this factory gate. Alright then, let's not delay, let's go in. Su Chen excitedly waved to the other three, signaling them to come over and prepare to enter. Shanglan Hongyan was still a bit dazed, but seeing Su Chen's gesture, he nodded to the three. After all, the most important mechanical proof had already been obtained, and the matrix cube had been activated. Even if they encountered danger, they could directly activate the teleportation portal to leave. Exploring a bit wasn't a problem. Okay, then we'll continue to follow you. Before long, Su Chen and his group arrived at the factory's main gate. In front of them was an energy gate, its luminous energy shimmering like a layer of transparent gauze flowing lightly. Upon sensing someone approaching, they heard a buzz sound, and the factory's energy gate withdrew its protection to allow challengers to enter. Is the protection this weak? That can't be right. Logically, shouldn't it get harder the further in you go? Could it be that there are people manipulating things behind this? Su Chen heightened his vigilance and entered a passageway through the gate. The passage was pure white, filled with a sense of futurism and technological atmosphere, with complex and exquisite patterns carved into the walls. These patterns emitted a faint glow, giving the entire passage a mysterious and tranquil ambience. A layer of light blue mist permeated the passage, making the whole space appear hazy and ethereal. The ground was covered with smooth, mirror-like metal plates. reflecting the patterns and light on the walls, resembling a circuit board or the divine network of the human body. Yet, this seemingly tidy passage gave Su Chen an uncomfortable feeling. Although there were no red bloodline targets and the 3D map of the matrix cube showed no other red dots, Su Chen still did not let his guard down. He always felt that there was a thing watching him in this passage. As Su Chen walked forward along the corridor, he noticed that the patterns at both ends seemed to be continuously swirling with blue light. You all, be careful, there might be danger. With the enhancement of Su Chen's agility and mental value, he gradually realized that he seemed to have some special abilities. For instance, right now, he had an inexplicable sense of foreboding about danger. Just as Su Chen's words fell, a probe appeared from the patterns on both sides of the corridor ahead. A dazzling laser suddenly shot out from the middle, and with a whoosh, Su Chen instantly felt a powerful sense of danger coming from the side. Without hesitation, he executed a dodge and swiftly evaded the attack. However, the shield guard behind him was not so lucky. Zia, -1164. In an instant, the laser pierced through the shoulder of the shield guard, causing him to lose more than a fifth of his health. Seeing his pained expression, it was clear that this sensation was definitely not pleasant. Meanwhile, Shanglan Hongyan reacted and immediately began to arrange the battle deployment. Yuner, put shields on everyone. Then heal a man. After dodging the attack, Su Chen stood up again and looked towards the source of the attack. 3 new probes reappeared, charging up for an attack. He decisively switched to explosive arrows and fired 3 times in quick succession. Boom boom boom, the explosive power directly destroyed the probes. He turned to the few people behind him and instructed, move faster, this corridor is strange. There might be an ambush. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Su Chen. Thus, they walked for more than 10 minutes in the corridor. At this moment, Shanglan Hongyan also sensed something was off. Qingfeng, have you noticed? We've been walking in this corridor for so long, it feels like we're going in circles. After entering the corridor, neither the 3D map of the matrix cube nor Su Chen's instance map could display the internal routes of the factory. Su Chen nodded, he had also noticed this issue. The direction of the golden line target had suddenly changed, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was as if this corridor was alive. Boom boom boom, Su Chen cleared another wave of probes that were about to fire lasers. He took 2 light steps forward but suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at the wall. Not far away, where the probe that should have been intact now showed obvious signs of damage. What's going on? Su Chen furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. He carefully observed the surrounding environment, trying to find the answer. After some contemplation, he finally realized the problem. It turned out that he had been going in circles in this corridor all along. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Now that he knew the problem, he had to find a way to break this situation. Su Chen began to reassess the entire corridor. If that's the case, to break the deadlock, we can only blow up the corridor. Su Chen recalled the operation of using the Human Emperor banner to blow up the cave rocks at the Fallen Dragon Valley. Under these circumstances, the Human Emperor banner should also be effective. You all, get a bit closer, hold onto each other's clothes or hold hands, don't spread out, Su Chen instructed. Listen to Qingfeng and do as he says. Although Shanglan Hongyan didn't know what Su Chen was planning, it was always right to follow him. The few of them, somewhat bewildered, tugged at each other's clothes as they watched Su Chen take out a pitch-black flag from his spatial backpack. You have activated the Human Emperor banner. Please select the number of souls to consume. Tip: the consumption of soul energy is related to the range and damage. 1 soul energy equals 100 points of spell damage equals range radius 0.1 m selected 3000 soul energy, effective range, radius 300 m, spell damage 30,000. Su Chen, just in case it couldn't be detonated, chose 3000 points of soul energy at once. With an attack range of 300 meters, the total damage would be 300,000, which should be fine. He selected himself and the members of Shanglan as targets for damage immunity, then silently chanted to activate. Buzz. The Human Emperor banner floated in mid-air, and a mass of twisted souls surged out from it. This scene reflected Su Chen as if he were a demon god. The 4 members of Shanglan, especially the more timid Shanglan Yuner, turned pale with fear. The shocking effect of this scene was no less than that of a volcanic eruption. Soon, the souls filled the passage, pressing against each other, tearing and howling. In the next second, the souls rapidly expanded, instantly causing a massive explosion. Boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom. The flames from the explosion surged into the entire passage. Cracks gradually appeared at the edges of the passage and then the cracks grew larger until the entire passage was completely shattered. The 4 members of Shanglan felt a lightness beneath their feet and began to fall straight down. At this moment, Su Chen's previous command took effect. Although the 4 were falling, they were still together because they were holding on to each other's clothing corners. Little fire dragon, catch them. Su Chen summoned the little fire dragon. Then, he instructed the little fire dragon to grab hold of the 4 of them and control its descent slowly. Meanwhile, he opened his wing sheath to slow his fall. After about 10 seconds, Su Chen and the other 4 successfully reached the bottom The bottom was a vast underground space surrounded by various broken machines and equipment looking very dilapidated. Additionally, there were several humanoid corpses in lab coats, now reduced to bones. These corpses emitted a foul odor, making one feel nauseous. Su Chen cautiously approached the skeletons, carefully observing them. Compared to humans, these skeletons appeared much smaller, but their skulls were unusually large. Just as Su Chen was about to examine the details of the skeletons further, he suddenly heard a crackling sound. He looked up in surprise and found that the entire underground space began to flicker with red lights, as if awakened by some mysterious force. As the red lights flickered, a tense atmosphere spread. Immediately after, a loud sound of mechanical engagement and the rumble of friction echoed, deafening. Su Chen followed the direction of the sound and saw a door slowly opening in the side wall of the underground space. From that door, a massive figure gradually emerged, a gigantic mechanical octopus. This mechanical octopus was over 30 meters long, made of metal, emitting a cold sheen, and floated in the air, utilizing some unknown technology. Su Chen focused his gaze. This monster was the target of the Golden Line, a Golden Tier Lord level boss. Mechanical Octopus Lord level 30 rank, Golden level Lord tier BOSS health 55,000,000 physical attack for 500 energy, magic attack for 500 physical defense 1700 magic resistance 700 speed 1000 skills tentacle laser electromagnetic net core restart tentacle laser. Each tentacle of the Mechanical Octopus Lord is equipped with a high energy laser emitter capable of dealing 80% of energy. Attack as laser spell damage to a single target. Attack range 200 meters, cooldown 15 seconds per tentacle. Electromagnetic net. The Mechanical Octopus Lord launches an electromagnetic net to capture and restrict the movement of enemies, immobilizing captured enemies for 5 seconds and increasing the damage they receive by 20%. Attack range 100 meters, cooldown 60 seconds. Mechanical proliferation. The Mechanical Octopus Lord summons 100 mechanical flying insects from subspace to track and attack enemies, self-destructing upon approaching enemies, each self-detonation causing 2000 fixed damage. Mechanical insect speed 1200, cooldown 180 seconds. Core restart. The Mechanical Octopus Lord's ultimate skill. When health drops to 10% or below, it regenerates 5% of maximum health per second for 20 seconds. Doubles movement speed, doubles damage dealt, and each attack has a 100% lifesteal effect, lasting until the end of the battle. Cooldown 300 seconds. Description. The Mechanical Octopus Lord is the guardian of the Matrix technology ruins, created by the high technology of an unknown civilization, possessing self-repair and a highly intelligent combat system. Its body is composed of countless precise mechanical components capable of adapting to various combat environments, posing a significant challenge to adventurers. Indeed, it's a Lord-level boss. TSK. Its health and armor are quite thick. After seeing the Mechanical Octopus, Su Chen, unlike the panic of the 4 people behind him, showed a hint of excitement. Ever since the dungeon had been crazily layered, he had long wanted to try a Lord-level boss. Now, it was the opportunity. You can't interfere in this battle, just hide over there. Qingfeng, you be extra careful. Although Shenlan Hongyan was unclear about the specific attributes of a Lord-tier boss, just seeing that size made her realize that it was definitely not a battle that the 4 ordinary players could participate in. To prevent Su Chen from being distracted by taking care of them, they wisely hid behind a broken mechanical device in the underground space. They nervously watched Su Chen confront the Mechanical Octopus. The pressure from the Mechanical Octopus in front of them was even greater than that of the corpse dragon they had encountered before. Perhaps it was because this Mechanical Octopus was at full status. With 55 million health, its dual defenses and attacks were incredibly high. It was likely that normal players would need to be level 40 to team up to hunt such a boss. Who would have thought that a boss of this level would appear in a trial dungeon? Su Chen rubbed his nose and suddenly thought perhaps it was because he entered the dungeon that he needed to challenge this level of final boss. However, it seemed that this boss was countered by him. He focused on the boss's last skill. When its health dropped to 10%, it would heal significantly, double its damage and speed, and have 100% lifesteal? But, it seemed, he could take it down with a single arrow. With this thought, Su Chen had roughly planned his next battle strategy. So, he no longer hesitated. Whoosh! The tranquility before the battle was shattered by Su Chen's arrow. 3447*13 physical damage plus 165% sniper damage plus 50% giant slayer damage 7788*13 additional true damage plus 165% sniper damage plus 50% giant slayer damage minus 7320 flame dragon soul burn damage 967% speed, which means 5 arrows per second. That's over 800,000 damage per second. In just one encounter, the Mechanical Octopus Lord had already lost over 1,600,000 health. Su Chen smirked. In the entire spirit realm, there was probably no one else who dared to challenge a Lord-level boss alone at level 21. However, while strategically underestimating the opponent, he knew he had to tactically respect them. so Suchen was very clear that he could not underestimate a Lord-level boss. The mechanical octopus had 16 tentacles, and if they all attacked him at once with 30,000 health, he would be done for. Little fire dragon. First, leave a mark, then come pick me up. Roar. Perhaps due to his extremely high attributes, Suchen's combat quality was exceptionally strong. He executed a spinning slash beneath him, and with the force of inertia, he flew into the air, then used his sheath wings to climb up the nearby abandoned mechanical shell, quickly scaling a few meters before flipping and leaping. He landed steadily on the back of the little fire dragon. The entire operation was smooth and visually stunning. The 4 members of the holy wave behind the mechanical equipment were dumbfounded. Previously, whether watching videos or seeing Suchen deal with golden tier bosses, there was no skill to speak of. But now Suchen seemed like a different person, completing such complex movements in a short time. Even a gymnast would find it difficult. At this moment, the mechanical octopus did not sit idly by. It opened its massive claws and immediately shot out 4 beams of laser. Zing zing zing. These 4 lasers were as thick as a water bottle. If hit, it would surely hurt like hell. Now, activate the mark. Suchen remained calm, instructing the little fire dragon to use the previous mount skill. Mark type mount skill book effect records the coordinate position up to 3, can immediately take the owner back to the recorded location after activation with a maximum recall distance of 2 kilometers. Whoosh. Suchen and the little fire dragon instantly flashed to the place where the little fire dragon had left a mark. To be honest, this kind of teleportation skill was really useful with no delay at all. However, at that moment, Suchen did not expect that the mechanical octopus would react so quickly. Just as he finished teleporting, an electromagnetic net had already surrounded him, binding him in mid-air. At the same time, the mechanical octopus's body opened up, and a swarm of mechanical flying insects surged out. They were heading straight for Suchen. Suchen made a decisive move, first taking out the Emperor's banner and activating the third effect, breaking 10,000 laws. He selected a range of 200 meters, consuming 200 soul energy per second. The cooldown speed of all skills of the mechanical octopus lord was slowed down by 10 times. Meanwhile, its remaining 12 tentacles were charging up lasers. ZZZZZ. Although Suchen currently had 32% control immunity, he was still under control. 3 to 4 seconds. During this time, the laser attacks from the 12 octopus tentacles triggered instant damage, which even a small titan's shield might not withstand. At this moment, the effective King's Car exchange manifested. Swish. Suchen and the small titan transformed into 2 points of light flying towards each other. After 0.25 seconds, Suchen broke free. ZZZZZ. A blue laser shot out from the mechanical octopus's tentacle, striking the small titan directly. The small titan's originally shiny shell was instantly scorched by the high temperature, leaving several black charred spots that emitted a pungent burnt smell. Suchen's reaction was swift. Seizing this opportunity, he launched a frenzied attack during these 5 seconds. Damage per second was 900,000. In just these 5 seconds, he dealt over 4 million damage, causing the mechanical octopus lord's health to drop by nearly 1/10. Due to switching to explosive arrows, each of Suchen's attacks also had a certain knockback effect on the mechanical octopus lord. A series of dense explosive arrows rained down on the mechanical octopus, creating small dents in its hard shell. Each explosion kicked up clouds of dust and flames, causing the mechanical octopus lord's body to tremble continuously. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp sound emanated from the mechanical octopus lord's body, as if some gas valve had been opened. Immediately after, it quickly retreated, moving away from Suchen's attack range, and opened a huge hatch beneath its body. From the hatch, a swarm of mechanical flying insects poured out. These flying insects varied in shape, but all were made of metal, glinting with a cold sheen. They quickly flew towards Suchen, forming an impenetrable barrage, attempting to stop him from continuing to attack the mechanical octopus lord. Suchen's expression turned serious. Hundreds of mechanical flying insects, each explosion dealing 2,000 damage, could easily take him down if he wasn't careful. He initially wanted to summon the little fire dragon and see if he could kite while using explosive arrows to clear these flying insects. But then he thought, for such low health numerous targets, the Emperor's banner seemed to be a better choice. He switched again, activating the first effect. Selected soul count 1,000. At that moment, black souls spread out like ink, quickly enveloping all those mechanical flying insects. Then, a booming sound erupted, and the shockwave from the explosion swept around like a storm, raising clouds of dust that obscured the surroundings. As the smoke gradually cleared, the mechanical flying insects that had been circling in the air fell to the ground one by one. Some insects even emitted a sizzling sound due to their circuits being destroyed. Seeing all the mechanical flying insects eliminated, Suchen switched back to the breaking 10,000 laws effect. Then, he tightened his legs around the little fire dragon and turned to continue attacking the mechanical octopus lord. Although this breaking 10,000 laws effect consumed a lot of souls, the results were significant. The boss's skills had all entered cooldown, falling into an extremely long skill vacuum period. If it couldn't release skills, it could only attack with its tentacles or use small laser beams attached to its body. However, such attacks could not hit the fast-moving little fire dragon at all. Still crazy? Not so crazy now. Whoosh 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 boom boom boom. Su Chen's arrows surged towards the mechanical octopus lord like a continuous stream. Thanks to the precise range assistance skill, every arrow shot by Su Chen can accurately hit the target. He focuses his attacks on the hydraulic joints of the tentacles and the laser emission points. However, the mechanical octopus lord clearly will not sit idly by. In addition to the 16 exposed tentacles, it extends 2 thicker new tentacles from its body. This time, it no longer uses lasers for attacks but grabs scattered mechanical equipment from the ground and hurls them at Su Chen like stones. Su Chen is somewhat speechless. It seems that such a high-end mechanical boss resorts to such low-end attack methods, but he remains calm, commanding the little fire dragon to continue activating the shadowing skill, easily dodging the mechanical octopus lord's attacks. However, this lord-level boss is not lacking in intelligence. Realizing that long-range attacks are ineffective, it decides to engage in close combat. But it is not a boss known for speed, and when it comes to flying, it truly cannot compete with the little fire dragon. So, even as a lord-level boss, it can only watch helplessly as its health plummets. 80%, 60%, 40%. At that moment, the situation of attack and defense underwent a dramatic change. Su Chen transformed into the active attacker. Meanwhile, the mechanical octopus lord, realizing it had no chance of winning, chose to flee. Behind the dilapidated machine, Shanglan and the other 3 stared in astonishment at everything before them. This was simply unbelievable. Although they could not see the mechanical octopus lord's attribute panel, they could roughly estimate its health based on the damage values it was taking. Hundreds of thousands in damage could only reduce its health by less than 2%, leading them to deduce that this boss's health was at least several million. However, seeing the astonishing speed at which its health bar was dropping, they realized one thing: in just 1 minute, Su Chen had actually dealt tens of millions in damage. On the other hand, the situation for the mechanical octopus lord was completely different. Its body was on the verge of collapse, revealing crimson flesh and blood. It turned out that this boss was not just made of steel, there were also some biological active tissues within it. This gave it a certain level of self-awareness and vitality. At this moment, it was filled with despair and helplessness, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. Nevertheless, it was still unwilling to give up. The rage within it caused it to continuously spew propulsion flames, trying to escape Su Chen's pursuit, but it could never break free. In its mind, there was only one firm thought: as long as its health drops below 10%, both health recovery and speed damage would double, and then it could launch a counterattack and regain control of the situation. However, Su Chen was also waiting for the mechanical octopus lord's health to hit rock bottom. The judgment effect had stacked to 13%, and after that, each attack could trigger a killing effect of 9,999,999. 19%, 17%, 15%, 14%, 13%. At this moment, the boss's health had reached Su Chen's kill line. The mechanical octopus lord, seeing its health nearing the 10% threshold, no longer thought of escaping. It wanted to wait for the core restart to counterattack. It turned around, glaring fiercely at Su Chen with its half-flesh, half-steel eyeball. The battle system's processing results informed it that this human in front of it was stronger, but only to a limited extent. The human's health bar was still too low. It was just that the flying fire dragon was too fast to hit. As long as it could trigger the core activation, doubling its speed, dealing with a human would be a piece of cake. However, at that moment, Su Chen's arrow accurately struck the massive body of the mechanical octopus lord. In an instant, mysterious lightning marks appeared on the surface of the mechanical octopus lord's body, as if enveloped by a powerful force. At the same time, the mechanical octopus lord's battle warning system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, with red lights flashing incessantly, causing a heart-stopping sensation. It felt an unprecedented sense of unease, as if it were in an endless abyss. That feeling was like above the sky, a pair of terrifying death god eyes were staring at it, making it tremble uncontrollably. It quickly adjusted its combat visual system to look above its head. Sure enough, there, in the previously calm sky, a very fine crack had appeared. Even more bizarre was that this crack resonated wonderfully with the black lightning at its wound. Immediately after, a deafening roar echoed, and a thick black lightning bolt, as wide as a barrel, suddenly descended from the sky, striking the mechanical octopus lord fiercely. In just an instant, the mechanical octopus lord's health of 6 million vanished like bubbles. Boom! The giant mechanical octopus lord, dozens of meters long, fell heavily to the ground. Then, its entire body transformed into light points and disappeared, leaving behind a gigantic treasure chest taller than a person. Congratulations, you have killed Mechanical Octopus Lord. Golden Tier Lord level boss. Gained reputation *500. Obtained Mechanical Lord treasure chest. Single kill of Lord Tier boss. Gained experience bonus. Killing at level 9. Experience increased by 90%. Congratulations, your level has increased from level 21 to level 22. Congratulations, your level has increased from level 22 to level 23. Congratulations, your level has increased from level 23 to level 24. All attributes increased by 30 points. Ranger class profession. Strength and agility increased by an additional 15 points. Physical defense plus 30. Spell resistance plus 15. You have gained 75 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Crown of the Hunter activated. Congratulations, you have gained maximum health asterisk 500, volley arrow count +1, judgment effect cap increased by 1%, current maximum health increase, 12150, volley arrow count 14, judgment effect 14%. This time, the boss was soloed by Su Chen, gaining the experience bonus for a level up kill. In this wave, Su Chen's level jumped from 21 to 24, directly leveling up 3 times. It should be noted that the experience required for Su Chen to level up was 5 times that of others. If this experience were given to someone else, they could probably go straight from level 21 to level 30. One can only say that the Lord Boss truly deserves its title. Su Chen waved his hand, and the 4 from Shanglan timidly walked out from behind the mechanical equipment. President Hongyan, what about this treasure chest? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked Shanglan Hongyan. Shanglan Hongyan quickly waved her hand and said, this treasure chest is your loot. We didn't participate in a battle. Moreover, you helped me obtain the mechanical proof, so our transaction is already settled. She was very clear about what was more important, a couple of pieces of equipment or the goodwill of a strong person capable of dealing with a lord-level boss. Su Chen did not refuse and nodded. If Shanglan Hongyan insisted on taking something from the treasure chest, he wouldn't mind giving them 30%. After all, it was previously agreed upon. But at that time, he would definitely only consider the Shanglan Guild as an ordinary partner. Now, however, he had indeed recognized the Shanglan Guild to a certain extent. At the very least, this guild knew how to get things done. Su Chen rummaged through his backpack space and finally found the reward enhancement scroll that had dropped earlier. He took it out, gently placed it on the mechanical lord's treasure chest, and silently recited, use. At that moment, the reward enhancement scroll suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow light, which quickly merged into the treasure chest. Immediately, the chest began to change. It gradually grew larger, becoming a whole size bigger than before. Su Chen rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation. A lord's treasure chest after a reward doubling must contain a lot of good things. With a racing heart, Su Chen gently pushed the chest lid. Accompanied by a classic and beautiful creaking sound, the chest slowly opened. In an instant, a brilliant golden light shot out from the chest, illuminating the entire underground space. Wow, this is really going to make me rich. You have opened Mechanical Lord's Treasure Chest Enhanced. Congratulations, you have obtained Gold * 3000, Medium Health Recovery Potion * 100, Medium Mana Recovery Potion * 100. Lord's Heart, Lightning, Lord's Heart, Alchemy, Geek Evolution Factor, Pet Advancement, Space Leap Boots, Golden Tier, Space Storage Ring, Golden Tier, Head-Mounted Instant Combat Device, Golden Tier, 3-Dimensional Maneuvering Gauntlets, Golden Tier, Energy Wave Refraction Shield, Golden Tier, 3000 Gold. Now, upgrading. Equipment is no longer a worry, this is definitely enough. 12 pieces of Golden Tier equipment dropped. There are all sorts of them. The Corpse Dragon only dropped 6 pieces, it really doubled the rewards. Besides the gold, potions, and equipment that Su Chen was familiar with, there were also a few special items. 2 Lord's Hearts? And a Geek Evolution Factor? Su Chen curiously checked their effects. Su Chen held the Geek Evolution Factor in his hand and took a look. The test tube was transparent, containing a ghostly blue substance and a spiral DNA-like green fluorescent material, giving it a strong sci-fi vibe. Geek Evolution Factor type, Special Item, Pet Evolution, Grade, Unknown Effect, causes pets to undergo unknown changes, unlocks gene locks, enhances attributes, awakens new skills, and grants a unique evolution path. Used for pet evolution? The effect description was different from the previous Scarlet Gold Spirit Core and the Profound Heavy Heart, specifically mentioning unlocking gene locks and obtaining a unique evolution path. Quite mysterious. However, since it was something from a Lord's treasure chest, it couldn't be too bad. Su Chen directly fed the test tube to the little titan. Subsequently, the little titan, just like before, fell back into a dormant state and transformed into a pet egg. Your pet titan has devoured the Geek Evolution Factor and is evolving. Countdown 4 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Titan, Scarlet Gold Rock Beast, Geek Star Beast, Evolution Resource, Geek Evolution Factor, Evolution Direction, Unknown Description. After your pet devoured the Geek Evolution Factor, it gained an unknown evolution effect, and a power beyond the era seems to have awakened within. After retrieving the little titan, which had turned into a pet egg, into the pet space, Su Chen turned his attention to the 2 Lord Hearts. One was the Lightning Lord Heart, entirely made of metal, with electric sparks occasionally flashing through its blood vessels, giving it a punk vibe. The other was the Alchemy Lord Heart, which, compared to the silver blue tone of the Lightning Lord Heart, leaned more towards a fluorescent green, and it seemed to have flesh and blood pulsating inside, exuding a dark genetic technology feel. Su Chen thought of the little fire dragon's talent. Lord Dragon Soul. Each time a Lord Heart is devoured, it will permanently provide the owner with a Dragon Soul effect. After gathering 6 types of Dragon Souls, the Dragon God Blessing will be triggered, doubling all obtained Dragon Soul effects, and the talent will be upgraded. Just right, these 2 Lord Hearts could enhance the little fire dragon's talent. Little fire dragon, here's a treat for you. Su Chen was about to call out to the little fire dragon when he saw this greedy creature already drooling over the 2 Lord Hearts in Su Chen's hand. Alright, lower your head, I'll feed you. There are outsiders here, you can't be too domineering. Suchen sighed and smiled wryly as he fed the 2 Lord Hearts to the little fire dragon. Suchen initially thought the little fire dragon would, like the little titan, turn back into a mount egg and take some time to absorb it. However, to his surprise, as soon as the little fire dragon swallowed it, its entire dragon body began to tremble. Originally, as a blazing dragon, it had a typical winged dragon appearance, but now it had changed a lot on the outside. Dots of light swirled around its wings, legs, and body, transforming into a blue-silver metallic exoskeleton, and most unexpectedly, 2 rocket boosters appeared on either side of the little fire dragon's tail. Suchen guessed this was the effect of the Lightning Lord Heart. However, he couldn't discern the effect of the Alchemy Lord Heart until the little fire dragon, having completed its absorption, stomped its feet excitedly. The flames from its nostrils turned a ghostly green, and the blood flowing through its thick blood vessels also glimmered with green spots. Suchen then realized that the change in the heart of the Alchemy Lord seemed to be more of an internal transformation. With a heart full of anticipation, Suchen checked the attribute panel of the little fire dragon. Mount: Little Fire Dragon level 24 health 240,000 physical attack 4,800. Magic attack 4,800 physical defense 1,800 magic resistance 1,800 flying speed 2,400-3 600 land speed 1,800 skill 1 malicious dragon breath spits alchemical flames at enemies in front dealing spell damage equal to 300% of magic attack per second and applies a corruption effect that reduces the enemy's dual resistance by 30% range 35 meters cooldown none skill 2 S11 biochemical bomb gathers 15 biochemical bombs, each causing an explosion with a radius of 15 meters upon impact, dealing spell damage equal to 160% of magic attack, and adds a corruption effect that reduces the enemy's dual resistance by 30% attack. Range 250 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3 Tail activates the tail thruster, increasing its own movement speed by 100%. In this state, it increases linear speed but has a slower turning angular speed. Duration 60 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Talent Lord Dragon Soul 3/6 each time a heart of a lord is devoured, it will permanently provide the master with a dragon soul effect. After gathering 6 types of dragon souls, it will trigger the Dragon God Blessing, doubling all obtained dragon soul effects, and the talent will be upgraded. Activated Dragon Soul effect Flame Dragon Soul, the master's attacks and attack effects. Attach an additional 20% burn damage upon hitting, burning 5% per second for 4 seconds. Activated Dragon Soul effect Alchemy Dragon Soul, the healing and shield effects received by the master are increased by 25%. Activated Dragon Soul effect Lightning Dragon Soul, the master's attacks and attack effects gain a lightning chain effect, generating a lightning chain that can spread to a maximum of 15 units with each attack, dealing 30% physical damage and adding 100% attack effect. After devouring 2 hearts of lords, the attributes of the little fire dragon had significantly increased. Although it had not yet reached the health attributes of a boss, it surpassed in other aspects. Especially the 2 additional Dragon Soul effects brought great joy to Suchen. The effect of the Alchemy Dragon Soul was simple and direct, enhancing the shield and healing effects received, perfectly complementing the shield and life-giving effects provided by the little titan. As for the effect of the Lightning Dragon Soul, it would be average if used by someone else. After all, it only had a 30% physical damage effect. But for Suchen, it was different. Most of Suchen's damage relied on additional true damage attack effects, which essentially gave Suchen a powerful group attack capability. Suchen patted the little fire dragon's head with satisfaction, praised it, and then returned it to the mount space. Afterwards, he looked at several pieces of golden tier equipment suitable for him. Suchen filtered through the remaining golden tier equipment, and the most suitable pieces for himself were these few items. Boots of Spatial Leap equipment slot, boots wearing. Requirement, level 20 or above. Normal attributes, movement speed plus 120, physical defense plus 60, magic resistance plus 60, agility plus 40, constitution plus 20. Special attributes, evasion plus 2%, cooldown reduction plus 5% additional. Effect, gain the Spatial Leap effect, allowing instant teleportation to a target location, with a maximum teleport distance of 10 m and a cooldown of 15 seconds. Ring of Spatial Storage equipment slot, ring wearing. Requirement, level 20 or above. Normal attributes, health plus 1000, physical defense plus 40, magic resistance plus 40, spirit plus 40. Special attributes, mana recovery plus 10 per second. After exiting combat, recover 0.25% of maximum health per second. Additional effect, automatically collect dropped equipment within a radius, customizable collection grade threshold. Head-mounted instant combat device equipment slot, head-wearing. Requirement, level 20 or above. Normal attributes, health plus 500, physical defense plus 40, magic resistance plus 40, all attributes plus 20. Special attributes, control reduction plus 10%, reaction speed plus 10%, reaction speed, the speed of response in close combat in unexpected situations, 10 agility equals 1% reaction speed. Additional effect, gain a combat assistance system that can predict enemy attack trajectories and movement paths to a certain extent during combat, and connect to the Zero database, capable of detecting most object information. 3-dimensional maneuvering gauntlets equipment slot, gloves wearing. Requirement, level 20 or above. Normal attributes, attack power plus 200, attack speed plus 20%, strength plus 20, agility plus 20. Special attributes,
Evasion plus 2%, critical hit rate plus 5% additional effect. Gain a 3-dimensional maneuvering device that can shoot energy chains from the gauntlets to connect to anchored positions, then freely retract to achieve 3-dimensional maneuvering effects. Supplement, both hands can shoot energy chains, and during the retraction process, the energy chain can be cancelled, allowing the wearer to continue moving forward a distance due to inertia. With 4 pieces of equipment, all additional effects could be utilized, and Suchin directly absorbed these items one by one into the Divine Rage set. At this moment, the remaining 4 pieces of the Divine Rage set had all met the requirements for advancement. The total cost for the advancement of the 4 pieces of equipment was 2,200 gold coins. Fortunately, the Lord's treasure chest dropped a lot of gold, otherwise, it really wouldn't have been enough. Ding ding ding, 4 prompt sounds rang out, and the remaining 4 pieces of the Divine Rage set were all upgraded to Platinum. Divine Wrath Boots, Platinum level, equipment slot, boots normal attributes, movement speed plus 700, physical defense plus 270, magic defense plus 390, agility plus 170, constitution plus 110, special attributes, evasion plus 4%, critical hit chance plus 4%, control reduction plus 5%, additional effect 1, swift movement, after leaving combat for 10 seconds, increases movement speed by 500, can stack with mounts, becomes ineffective when taking damage or initiating an attack. Additional effect 2, spatial leap, can instantly teleport to the target location, maximum teleport distance 10 m, cooldown time 15 seconds. Divine Wrath Ring, Platinum level, equipment slot, ring attributes, health plus 4000, mana plus 3800, physical defense plus 240, magic resistance plus 240, spirit plus 210, special attributes. Control reduction plus 4%, poison damage increase plus 2%, mana regeneration plus 55 per second, health regeneration plus 50 per second, out of combat health regeneration plus 0.25% of maximum health per second. Additional effect 1, Soul Devourer, when you kill an enemy using a damage skill, it will reduce the cooldown of that skill by 1 second. Additional effect 2, Automatic Collection, automatically collects dropped equipment within your radius. Customizable collection grade threshold, Divine Wrath Gauntlets, Platinum level, equipment slot, gloves attributes, physical attack plus 700, attack speed plus 160%, strength plus 160, constitution plus 140, agility plus 40, spirit plus 40, special attributes, cooldown reduction plus 15%, evasion plus 3%, critical hit plus 3%, critical resistance plus 2%. Additional effect 1, Swamp Cloud, when your health drops below 1%. Instantly transform into a swamp cloud, entering an untargetable state for 2.5 seconds, during which you cannot attack and your movement speed is increased by 100%. Cooldown time 180 seconds. Additional effect 2, gain a 3D maneuvering device, which allows you to connect to an anchored position using an energy chain emitted from the gauntlets, then freely retract to achieve 3D maneuverability. Divine Wrath Crown, Platinum level, equipment slot, head wearing requirement, equipment bound to gentle breeze, cannot be dropped attributes, health plus 3200, physical resistance plus 160, magic resistance plus 160, strength plus 100, constitution plus 80, agility plus 60, spirit plus 140, special attributes, control reduction plus 17%, reaction speed plus 10%. Additional effect 1, Shock Roar, causes a continuous 1 second stun effect on enemy units within a 5-meter radius, cooldown time 180 seconds. Additional effect 2, gain a combat assistance system, which will predict enemy attack trajectories and movement paths to a certain extent during combat, and connect to the Zero database, capable of detecting most object information. The Divine Wrath set is now fully platinum. The attributes have increased significantly. Su Chen now has over 37,000 health, nearly 4,000 physical attack, and over 1,300 in both defenses. Attack speed is plus 1,372%, which means 7 arrows per second. As for movement speed, it has reached an astonishing 1822. When running at full speed, he is faster than an ordinary mount. In addition, since he had gathered 6 pieces of equipment, Su Chen also discovered that the Divine Fury set had unlocked a new set effect. Recommendations are needed for fantasy, no game no life, Lord of the Mysteries, and urban supernatural genres under one person, godslaying. Oh, I saw someone ask, so I'll mention that the author really likes the work No Game No Life, and a significant part of the background is referenced from its settings. In the next chapter, dear readers, you will see it clearly. Divine Rage Set 6/6 Activation Effect, Frenzied Ascension Effect. After activating Frenzied Ascension, the Divine Rage Set can absorb attributes from other equipment of the same tier and accumulate Ascension energy. Once fully accumulated, the equipment can ascend, improving its quality. Platinum Tier Effect, new, the wearer's critical hit chance is doubled. Any critical hit chance exceeding 100% will convert at a rate of 1% into 1% additional critical damage. This effect's calculation order is after all other critical hit chance modification effects. The effects of this set, while somewhat simple, are undeniably powerful. The critical hit chance is directly doubled. From the original 17%, it has been increased to 34%. Moreover, as Su
Chen's equipment gradually grows in attributes. The portion of critical hit chance exceeding 100% can be converted into critical damage, meaning nothing will go to waste. Su Chen satisfactorily closed the attribute panel. At this moment, due to the defeat of the tier boss, the matrix cube began to recombine and transform. Simultaneously, it projected a beam of light onto the mechanical proof in Shanglan Hongyan's hand. However, Su Chen did not pay attention to these. He noticed that since the instant combat equipment entry appeared on his helmet, a floating blue projection page had appeared in his left eye. A glance revealed that many items in his field of vision seemed to have many more viewable entries. For example, the dilapidated mechanical device beneath his feet, which Su Chen could not obtain any information about before, now allowed him to check its specific information simply by approaching it and focusing his thoughts. Scorpion-type combat robot damaged. Description: the Scorpion-type combat robot was once renowned for its ruthless attack power and agility, but with the erosion of time, this mechanical giant that once dominated the battlefield now lies in ruins, quietly recounting tales of past glory and destruction. At this moment, he recalled the suspicious skeletal remains he had seen when he first descended into the underground space. Su Chen instructed Shanglan Hongyan to stand by for now while he went alone to investigate the other corpses. In the dim light, the heads of two skeletons stood out prominently. They seemed to have once been scholars in lab coats, now reduced to mere skeletal remains. Goblin researcher, deceased, detected information, unknown key, dragging traces, weathered standard issue laser gun description, a senior researcher from the Goblin group conducting secret research. Danger level B, confidentiality level S.O, danger level B, confidentiality level S? This is quite mysterious. Not to mention, this goblin race seems to be the second alien race I've encountered besides the elves, and they are wearing lab coats. Surely these machines can't all be made by the goblins, right? Since the background story of the spirit realm only briefly mentions the myriad races, Su Chen was not very clear about the specific abilities of the goblins. However, based on the brief information, it is not difficult to deduce that the goblin race survives in the spirit realm through a combination of technology and magic. Su Chen bent down to search and found a set of square keys from the weathered skeleton, then used his head-mounted instant combat equipment to reveal the dragging traces, deciding to go take a look directly. Following the trail, Su Chen passed through the abandoned machinery and arrived in front of a large door made entirely of mechanical devices. Unlike the other doors in the factory, this one had almost no power, consisting only of a simple but enduring mechanical steel door. Su Chen suddenly recalled a line from other sci-fi movies which roughly stated that after the test of time, the more intricate the device, the lower the chance of it functioning, while the more primitive the device, the greater the chance of it working. He thought that the creator of this door must have realized this issue as well. Looking around, he found a square keyhole that seemed just right for the key on the researcher. Su Chen carefully inserted the key into the keyhole and gently turned it. Unexpectedly, a loud snap echoed as the key broke inside. Su Chen slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot about that. No matter what kind of metal the key is, after so long, it must be as brittle as a chocolate bar. With no other options, he had to force his way in. He knocked on the steel door, roughly assessing its durability. I estimate that using the 500 souls from the human emperor's banner would be enough to blow it open. Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. The human emperor's banner had been with him for so long, and its greatest use was not for killing monsters, but for demolition. Without hesitation, Su Chen pushed it aside, set the banner upright, summoned 500 dark, transparent souls, and commanded them to attach themselves to the door. Then, with a loud boom, the 500 souls exploded simultaneously, blowing the iron door and its connected machinery to pieces. Inside the opening, a room came into view, with walls embedded with flickering mysterious runes, complemented by high-tech displays and control panels, creating a strange atmosphere where technology and magic perfectly merged. Su Chen entered through the blasted hole and found the most eye-catching feature was a highly technological blue, ring-shaped device in the center. This device had a radius of over 1 meter and floated in mid-air above a dark blue cloud platform without any support. Just as Su Chen was about to approach, a red light suddenly flickered in his vision. Following the direction of the red light to the right, he saw two beams of deadly light, as thick as barrels, shooting straight at him. Damn! Su Chen quickly used spatial leap to dodge backward as the two beams penetrated the steel wall, burying themselves over half a meter deep. This was way more powerful than the mechanical octopus lord's laser attack. Su Chen estimated that if it hit him, he would lose at least 10,000 health points. He immediately took a combat stance and looked to the right, discovering a 2-meter-tall small mech had indeed appeared. This mech was armed with two extremely large laser cannons. Su Chen focused his gaze and noticed that this mech seemed different from the previous robots. Inside the glass dome above the mech, there appeared to be a living creature. You get out. The person inside the glass dome was an extremely old and hunched goblin. After he finished speaking, he continued to tremble as he controlled the mech's laser cannon, locking onto Su Chen's position. Su Chen squinted slightly, switched to explosive arrows, and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. He directly blew up a laser cannon in the mech's hand. The mech itself was knocked aside by the force of the explosion. Holding his bow and arrows, Suchen watched the mech's every move, only to see that the already unstable mech tried several times but couldn't even stand up. Finally, there was a loud bang, and black smoke billowed from the back of the mech, rendering it completely immobile. At the same time, the panel of the headset combat system updated. Guardian Robot Type 9 scrapped. Description: Standard Guard Robot, the most common single-soldier combat mech of the Goblin race, but due to years of disrepair, insufficient energy, and external attacks, it has completely lost its combat capability. Pilot Yuri, Goblin. Description: Human-Goblin joint researcher hibernating in the Goblin Research Institute, just activated and awakened, in the final stages of life, forcefully kept alive by adrenaline. Human-Goblin joint researcher? Is this still a friendly NPC? Damn, I hope he's not dead. Suchen cautiously approached the scrapped mech. With a sound of steam hissing, the top cover of the mech lifted. The old Goblin climbed out of the mech. Even so, he still held a wrench in his hand, glaring fiercely at Suchen. While waving the wrench, he kept muttering, "Remnants of the Black Abyss cult, I will not yield to you." Suchen was a bit confused and pointed at himself. Me? Remnants of the Black Abyss cult? He thought to himself, having killed so many people from the Black Abyss cult, how could he be considered one of their remnants? However, seeing the soul energy behind him, Suchen figured it out. It was probably because of the human emperor's banner. He looked up and down at the goblin's attire, and noticed a symbol of a stack of books forming a spiral tower on the upper left of his research suit. Suchen suddenly recalled that the White Tower's mark seemed to be the same, so he took out the White Tower's pass from his spatial backpack and waved it in front of the old man. The old man was momentarily stunned, but he still cautiously asked Suchen, "You have a White Tower pass, are you an adventurer?" Suchen nodded. "That's right, I am an adventurer. The energy you mentioned from the Black Abyss cult is this thing, right?" Saying this, Suchen took out the human emperor's banner and showed it. He then revealed his race information to the old man, and only then did the old man's vigilance lessen significantly. "No wonder you can wield the power of the Black Abyss cult." The wrench in his hand fell with a clatter. He slumped down, exhausted, on the scrapped mech, gasping for breath, looking somewhat drained. After resting for a while, the old man forced himself to stand up, bowed to Suchen with a semblance of formality, and apologized, thinking that the remnants of the Black Abyss cult had come again. Seeing this, Suchen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just killed the Lord-level boss guarding the place and even blew up their door, which was indeed a fact. Just as Suchen was about to ask the old man what was going on, he saw the old goblin suddenly spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, 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 cough. "Adventurer, I've been in hibernation for too long, my time is running out. I don't know if I should trust you, but I have no choice." He extended an arm, as old and withered as a dry branch, handing Suchen a very thin, blue-green square card. Before Suchen could speak, Yuri explained the purpose of the card. "This is my information certification card. With it, you can take the most precious thing in this city." After saying this, Yuri's gaze shifted to something behind Suchen. Following his gaze, Suchen looked back and saw a large circular ring with a radius of 1 meter. This ring twisted, connecting end to end. Suchen had seen this in a science video before. It was a Mobius strip. "I need you to deliver this to the management of the human race. They will pay you a very generous reward." At the same time, a prompt flashed in Suchen's mind. "Congratulations, you have triggered the World Lineside Quest Endless Ring quest content. Help Yuri deliver the Endless Ring to human race leaders of Lord level or above quest. Failure penalty, none. Quest success reward, unknown. Do you accept the quest? Oh, there's a hidden quest? And it's a World Lineside quest. Last time, the reward for Shui Yu's quest was a 4-star skill book. This hidden quest certainly won't be worse than the last reward. Moreover, Yuri seems to be on the same side as the human race, with no conflict of interest. So there's no need to think too much about it, just accept it and be done with it. You have accepted the World Lineside quest, Endless Ring." After that, Suchen was about to ask Yuri what this thing was when he noticed the old man had already coughed up blood, unable to speak. The projection interface in his view showed Yuri's life signs gradually weakening, and before long, he breathed his last, turning into a point of light and disappearing. Suchen shook his head and focused on the Endless Ring. It seemed this thing had extremely high confidentiality permissions. Even with his headset, Suchen couldn't access any of its information. Upon getting closer, he saw only rows and rows of question marks. He placed the identity certification card given by the old man into the card slot in front of the machine, and the massive ring before him began to rotate, extend, and compress, finally transforming into a ring the size of a book, landing in Suchen's hand. Just then, Suchen heard a rumbling sound throughout the underground space, accompanied by falling debris. The entire underground space and even the whole factory seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Suchen saw that the situation was not right, so he put away the Endless Ring and ran towards the cave exit. In the distance, Shanglan Hongyan also sensed the danger and was rushing towards Suchen with the other three. At the same time, the teleportation portal of the Matrix Cube had already been opened. "Hurry up, this factory is going to collapse," Shanglan Hongyan shouted anxiously. Hearing a series of cracking sounds, the iron ceiling above the underground space fell down, At this moment, Suchen was still over 100 meters away from the teleportation portal, and it was too late to summon the little fire dragon. He glanced at the energy emitters on both sides of his gauntlet and realized he could only rely on this. Suchen extended his arm and pointed at the walls on either side. Suddenly, there was a buzzing crack. The sound was crisp and loud, as if a thunderclap had exploded in the air. Immediately, two light blue energy chains shot out like lightning, accurately hooking onto the walls ahead. The two energy chains quickly retracted, pulling Suchen's body forward with astonishing speed. Whoosh bang! As the two energy chains approached parallel, Suchen swiftly controlled them to disappear. At the same time, due to inertia, his body continued to move forward. Just then, a loud crash came, boom. The iron ceiling suddenly collapsed. In this critical moment, Suchen narrowly avoided the crisis. I have to say, this thing is quite fast. Suchen calmed his mind and looked around at the gauntlet on his hand. When the energy chains tightened just now, their speed was already equivalent to 6,000 or 7,000. In some complex terrain situations, when he couldn't summon the little fire dragon, this three-dimensional maneuvering gauntlet was the best choice. Without further hesitation, Suchen and the four of them stepped into the teleportation portal of the Matrix Cube. As they entered the portal, their bodies gradually became semi-transparent, as if merging into the air. Then, they were lifted by an invisible force, rapidly ascending towards the sky. From this unique perspective, Suchen clearly witnessed the entire city collapsing and disintegrating. The original city streets and buildings instantly fell apart, turning into a wasteland. At the same time, the machines that had once been busy operating suddenly stopped, lifeless and motionless. The machines on the ground began to rampage wildly, moving uncontrollably and destroying everything in the city. Suchen swallowed hard, suddenly thinking of the endless ring in his backpack. Space. He silently cursed in his heart. Could it be that this thing is the energy source for the entire city? How much energy must that be? It seems this time he really came to the right instance. The more important this thing is, the higher the rewards after completing the delivery task. The four people beside him seemed to have noticed Suchen's slight changes, but they were tactful enough to know what to ask and what not to. They all pretended not to notice anything. As their field of vision continued to rise, when they reached the top of the sky, a flash of light passed before their eyes, and the five fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the five returned to the instance hall. At this time, Suchen noticed that everyone who had originally been in the instance hall had disappeared, leaving only a few scattered individuals tangled in which difficulty instance to choose. Looking up at the sky again, it had already darkened significantly, resembling evening. Suchen then glanced at the clock in the instance hall. It was already 7 p.m. Damn, I didn't expect this instance to have a hypnotic effect. It seems these eerie instances are not easy places. But fortunately, the rewards this time were quite generous, worthy of the time spent. He had made an agreement with St. Lan Hongyan to transfer 1 million through the official Lingjing account to his card. Afterwards, he sold some excess weapons from the Lord's treasure chest to the St. Lan Guild at 120% of the market price, totaling 1,500 gold coins. Of course, he kept the equipment suitable for the little fatty, as the cooperation with the St. Lan Guild was not prioritized over the Overlord Guild. Speaking of which, he wondered what the little fatty was up to lately. With his financial resources, could he still be short on money? The trading system showed he was frantically acquiring various materials. Could it be that he had his own adventure? Suchen shook his head, sent the information about the golden shield to the little fatty, and focused his gaze on the newly refreshed bloodline. This bloodline was quite special, pointing in 9 directions. Moreover, it varied in density and intensity, something he had never encountered before. I stroked my chin for a moment and suddenly realized that these 9 directions corresponded to the locations of the 9 main cities. I opened the map for comparison, and indeed it was. Since I'm here, I might as well go to Wine Whisper City to see what this bloodline is about and hand in the quest. After bidding farewell to the 5 from St. Lan, Suchen hummed a little tune as he walked towards Wind Whisper City. Along the way, he noticed that players' levels had generally increased, with most reaching level 13 and even some higher level players reaching level 15. It seemed that players had not been idle during this time. While walking, he suddenly spotted an old acquaintance ahead who was huffing and puffing while fighting a goblin. This person was none other than the Moon Slayer Lion. The Moon Slayer Lion darted behind a goblin, taking down a small monster with 3 quick strikes. He had to admit, his monster-slaying speed was quite impressive. However, unlike their previous encounter, the Moon Slayer Lion was now without a group of followers. After seeing the familiar face, Suchen wanted to go over and take a look. To be honest, he no longer held any hostility towards this person, as he had indeed been a good power bank, providing him with a lot of soul energy. However, to his surprise, upon seeing him, the Moon Slayer Lion timidly lowered his head and kept avoiding him, completely lacking the previous arrogance. At that moment, he overheard 2 passers-by whispering about the Moon Slayer Lion. Isn't that the head of the Moon Slayer Guild, the Moon Slayer Lion? Why is he out here fighting monsters alone? You don't know? It's because of a battle with the Qingfeng Great God a few hours ago. I've heard about it. Who in the entire Lingjing hasn't? Wasn't it said that all 2,000 members brought by the Moon Slayer Guild were wiped out, not a single one left? The investors of the Moon Slayer Guild handed overall leadership to the Moon Slayer Red Dragon. This Moon Slayer Lion only retained the most basic membership, and because he wasn't liked to begin with, the members banded together to kick him out, not even allowing him to stay in the Moon Slayer's leveling area. He can only come out alone to fight monsters. Suchen shook his head after hearing this and glanced at the Moon Slayer Lion, deciding not to bother with him anymore. It seemed that good and evil would eventually be repaid. He was just reaping what he had sown. Not long after, he arrived at Wind Whisper City. Outside the city gate, Xingyu was leaning against the city wall with her arms crossed, smiling as she waited for Suchen. Xingyu smiled and even waved at Suchen. Suchen looked at her with some confusion, thinking, I don't think I've received any tasks from her, right? However, since the mentor had come to find him, there must be something to discuss. So, Suchen stood up and quickly walked to Xingyu's side. He approached her with a cheerful smile, muttering, it's only been half a day, and Mentor Xingyu seems even more radiant. Xingyu pursed her lips and said, alright, enough with the chatter, I have serious business to discuss with you. Come with me to the City Lord's mansion. To the City Lord's mansion? Suchen was a bit bewildered, although he was indeed going to the City Lord's mansion. How did she know about it? Xingyu seemed to notice Suchen's confusion, her lips curling into a sly smile as she said mysteriously, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. She deliberately elongated her voice, piquing Suchen's curiosity. Don't ask so many questions, I'm taking you to meet a big shot. Xingyu raised an eyebrow and winked at Suchen. After saying that, she led Suchen forward. Suchen felt a tickle of curiosity from Xingyu's words, but he knew it would be futile to ask more. So, he sighed helplessly and followed Xingyu. Along the way, he kept guessing who this so-called big shot could be. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. The outer wall of the mansion was made of polished marble, smooth as a mirror, adorned with intricate reliefs that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. On either side of the door stood guards in armor, their gazes sharp, holding long spears. As for their ranks, Suchen could only see 3 question marks, but from their aura, it was clear they were far stronger than the patrol teens in the instance hall. After presenting the City Lord's order to the 2 guards, they were allowed inside. Upon entering the City Lord's mansion, the first thing that caught the eye was a spacious courtyard with a fountain in the center, water splashing and forming a beautiful rainbow in the sunlight. Various rare flowers and plants surrounded the area, emitting a faint fragrance, adding a touch of vitality to the solemn mansion. Amidst this spring-like scenery, Suchen spotted a familiar figure. Shui Yuyu, you're here too? Hearing Suchen's call, Shui Yuyu seemed unfazed and walked over gently. Upon seeing Shui Yuyu, Xingyu placed her hand on her chest and slightly bowed, showing respect. Wanderer Mentor of Wind Language City, also the deputy commander of the Wind Language City Guard, Xingyu pays her respects to Duke Linxue. Duke Linxue? Suchen was puzzled by this title, but upon seeing Xingyu's demeanor and recalling Shui Yuyu's strength, he quickly realized. He pointed at Shui Yuyu and said to Xingyu, the big shot you're talking about, it can't be her, right? Xingyu frowned slightly, gently swatting Suchen's hand that was pointing at Shui Yuyu, and quickly reminded him, this is a duke, on par with the city lord. Seeing Suchen still unmoved, she leaned closer to his ear and said, if this little lady wants to hunt you down, she could do it in the novice village. So be polite. Suchen was completely bewildered. Her? On par with the city lord? Is she really that powerful? Shui Yuyu, however, maintained her natural gaze, raising her left hand slightly, and a few light butterflies helped Xingyu to her feet. It's fine, I'm very familiar with him. Suchen thought to himself. How could they not be familiar? They had already been so candid. Slowly approaching Suchen, amidst their shocked gazes, she pulled open Suchen's collar to look inside. As a result, the divine armor was too tight and she couldn't see clearly. Pointing at Suchen's chest and saying, you, take off your shirt. You, what are you doing? Sister. In broad daylight, with so many guards watching, isn't this inappropriate? Snow Yuyu looked around and said, oh, then snapped her fingers, summoning an opaque magical shield that surrounded the 3 of them. Alright, now you can't see outside, you can take it off. Xingyu had a ghostly expression, but just for a moment. A flash of brilliance appeared in her eyes as she pieced together the situation. She silently muttered to herself, having guessed that this guy had a background, and now it turned out to be true. But she didn't expect the background to be so formidable. It was actually Duke Linxue. Everyone in the spirit realm knew that the figure behind Duke Linxue was one of the 3 emperors, the Tao Emperor. No wonder this adventurer was progressing so rapidly. It turned out he had the support of an emperor. Suchen felt a bit awkward. He naturally understood what Snow Yuyu meant, probably wanting to take a look at the virtual and real fragments he had just obtained. However, he also knew that it didn't matter to the naturally oblivious Snow Yuyu whether it was awkward or not. So, familiar with the process, he chose to hide the divine rage heart and revealed his upper body, exposing the fragment on his chest. Snow Yuyu lightly tapped it, and the fragment changed from red to bright. Then she nodded and said, the fortune-telling old man was indeed right to have 3 world fragments so quickly and to obtain the endless ring. You truly are the child of destiny for this great calamity. Moreover, your growth rate is too fast. It's only been 2 days. Suchen felt a bit puzzled. She knew about the virtual and real fragments, which wasn't surprising. But how did Snow Yu know about the endless ring that he had just obtained? Was that fortune-telling old man really that accurate? However, speaking of which, if Snow Yu was on par with the city lord, wouldn't it mean that the space ring could just be handed over to her? It seemed to validate what Su Chen said, as a task prompt appeared for the delivery of the space ring, marking a task above Snow Yu's head. Su Chen was happy to benefit from it. Less running around was a good thing, so he directly handed the endless ring from his spatial backpack to Snow Yu. This is from a researcher named Yuri, who asked me to give it to the human leadership. Xingyu said you are at the city lord level, so it should be fine for you, right? Snow Yu had already anticipated this, took back the space ring, and then handed Su Chen 3 mysterious golden spheres and a rolled-up note. Here, take it, task reward, the old man gave it to you. Su Chen curiously checked it out, and although the effect was just one sentence, it startled him. The key was that the effect was a bit too unbelievable. Longevity pill effect after swallowing can increase lifespan by 60 years. Description: a unique item refined by the Tao Emperor, possessing mysterious powers that all races covet. No way, is this for real? Longevity pill? Extend lifespan? This thing really exists in the spirit realm? Su Chen's heart raced. It was no wonder. Immortality had been humanity's dream since ancient times. Coupled with the many mysteries of the virtual and real fragments, he looked at the longevity pill in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. Who knows, this thing might really work. That was 180 years of lifespan. Su Chen could imagine that if the wealthy in the real world knew about such a treasure, they would probably go mad and throw all their wealth into the spirit realm. He calmed his mind and stored the 3 longevity pills in his spatial backpack, but he couldn't find the option to use them. At this moment, Shui Yu spoke up. Stop looking, you can only use them when you return to your own world. Su Chen asked in confusion, but I can't take things out, can I? Shui Yu pointed to Su Chen's chest. Why don't you take a closer look? Su Chen focused on the 3 glowing scars on his chest. Virtual and real fragment collection, 3 out of 10 rank, level 3 projection effects, project body attributes, activated, project equipment, activated, project backpack items, activated, projection item activation conditions, possess unique special items, 3/3, achieved projection intensity, 30%. It turned out that just now, the virtual and real fragments had already leveled up Su Chen. Alright, there's still an important matter. This scroll was specifically given to me by the old man to bring to you. Hurry up and open it. Hearing Shui Yu's words, Su Chen carefully unrolled the scroll in his hand. To be honest, the quality of this scroll was quite poor, crumpled, and even the string tying it was just a piece of cloth. Moreover, this scroll was soaked in a strong smell of fermented liquor, very intoxicating. Su Chen frowned slightly. Tao Emperor? Such a big name as the human emperor? Why did he seem so unreliable? When the scroll was fully unfurled, a burst of golden light emerged, drawing a rune in the air. Then, the shimmering golden rune did not pause at all and directly rushed into Su Chen's forehead. A prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Acquired. Tao Emperor's Heavenly Evolution Technique Talent Crown of the Hunt received enhancement new function. Bloodline targets will automatically appear on the map and provide true vision of the targets. Wow, this is amazing? It can directly enhance talents? Good. The human emperor truly lives up to his title, although he might be a bit careless in his methods. This reward is quite reliable. Originally, the bloodline target only had a general direction, and if you didn't get close, you wouldn't even know what the target was. If you were a bit farther away, to be honest, it was very hard to find. You wouldn't even know where the teleportation city would take you. Now, after the enhancement, it was much better. At least he knew what the bloodline target was. Thinking of this, Su Chen curiously opened the map to check the locations of various bloodline targets. He found that these bloodline targets were distributed in the 9 major secondary cities, just as he had expected. However, this time the refreshed bloodline targets were different from before. The vast majority were red bloodlines, with only 1 golden bloodline. These red bloodline targets were distributed across various main cities, but they were most densely packed in Lai Blade City and Saintbo City. Su Chen's gaze swept across the map, finally locking onto one of the red target points, and with a thought, he chose to view the details. A projection board appeared before him, displaying the bloodline target. However, what Su Chen did not expect was that this time the bloodline target was not a monster, but a player. Upon closer inspection, the marked person seemed to be from the Yunxing Guild. He switched through several targets and found that all the marked individuals were from the Yunxing Guild. What a stroke of luck. Last time, during the ambush around the dungeon hall, there were members of the Yunxing Guild involved. According to Su Chen's own thoughts, dealing with the Yunxing Guild members was just a matter of convenience. He wouldn't take extra time to deal with them. But the situation was different now. This bloodline target had come knocking at his door. In the spirit realm, killing players was much easier than killing monsters. The only troublesome part was that players could hide in the city, making it difficult for ordinary people to harm them. But with the blood kill order in hand, Su Chen didn't need to worry about that. No matter where the opponent was, he could eliminate them without a trace. Su Chen was curious about what the golden line target was. He clicked on the golden line target located in Liar City, and on the projection screen was the gloomy face of heavenly gifted royalty, also known as Xiao Tianxi. This kid, mysterious as ever, had gone to the northern trading post of Liar City, bargaining with a local merchant. However, since he could only see the image and not hear the sound, Suchen had no idea what he was actually doing. But this did not dampen Suchen's spirits. Killing such a character was much easier than taking down any lord or boss. No matter how he went about it, killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Suchen closed the map and let out a long breath. When he looked up again, he found that Shui Yuyu had already disappeared. This guy is still as elusive as before. He understood that this was just Shui Yuyu's nature, so he wasn't too surprised. Instead, it was Qing Yu who was looking at him with a very strange expression. It seemed to say, "You really are hiding deep, huh?" Having submitted the endless ring, the task was completed. After a brief farewell with Qing Yu, Suchen prepared to head towards the nearest red bloodline target. Although the red bloodline targets in Fengyu City were relatively sparse, there were still 200 or 300 of them. If converted into levels, that wasn't a small number. As he walked towards the red bloodline target, he browsed through the information on this red bloodline target. To his surprise, he actually encountered an acquaintance. Wanpan Fengchen. This old woman hasn't gone back yet? Well, tough luck for her, she'll be my target. To prevent the targets from escaping, Suchen deliberately changed into the appearance of an ordinary player, allowing him to get closer to the clustered bloodline targets. In just over 10 minutes of walking, Suchen saw the targets. At that moment, Wanpan Fengchen and her group of lackeys were haggling in front of the equipment shop of the trading post. Little did they know, the reckoning had already arrived. Wind Dust sister, didn't we agree on 5,000 each? Why has it turned into a piece of bronze equipment now? In today's market, bronze equipment isn't worth anything. Exactly, I brought my brothers. And we all lost a level. Some even had their attributes reduced by 10%. Wind Dust sister, the Yunshang Guild is so big, it doesn't lack this little money. Can we go back to what we originally agreed on? The crowd murmured, complaining to Wanban Fengchen. However, Wanban Fengchen snorted coldly, glancing at everyone with a mocking tone. Forget it, tell me what help you provided. I watched the live replay, you, and you. Be honest, did you take away even a drop of Suchen's health? The mage who was pointed out looked a bit awkward and muttered softly, we did take away a drop of health. After all, even if we didn't break the defense, there's still a mandatory deduction of 1 drop of health. Wanban Fengchen was almost furious. She was still worried about how to explain to Xiao Tianxi. Later, she knew Xiao Tianxi's methods well. He would definitely replace her. She had originally wanted to cling to the rich second-generation's thigh, but now such a good opportunity was about to disappear. Just then, Xiao Tianxi's video call came in. Wanban Fengchen immediately changed her demeanor, posing flirtatiously for Xiao Tianxi. Young master, you were looking for me in the video. Xiao Tianxi had a gloomy face, about to scold Wanban Fengchen. Before he could say anything, he sensed something was off. At that moment, a blood drop symbol appeared above Wanban Fengchen's head. It was Suchen's blood. Kill order mark. The next second, there was a whoosh. 14 arrows arrived in response. They shot 14 blood holes into Wanban Fengchen's body. Her health instantly dropped to 0, returning her to the fountain of life. The sudden turn of events left everyone around dumbfounded. Especially Wanban Fengchen's little brothers and the bystanders. None of them expected someone would dare to kill in the city. Soon, someone noticed the patrolling battle puppet nearby, completely ignoring the occurrence of this incident. Even the 2 guards at the entrance pretended not to see it. Among those who had just spoken with Wanban Fengchen, someone realized who the other party was. It's Cheng Feng. Run! Those who were still selecting bronze equipment took to their heels. But it was all in vain. Suchen's attack speed was a staggering plus 1,372%. This meant he could shoot 7 arrows in 1 second. Moreover, their movement speed couldn't match Suchen's. They couldn't fight back or escape. In less than 2 minutes, all 200 plus people died. Under Suchen's arrows, Suchen's true damage stacks successfully reached 438 layers. 438 layers, quite fitting for this old woman. Then, all the dropped equipment was automatically absorbed into his space backpack by the ring's absorption effect. No need to pick them up one by one, this is really satisfying. After killing these people, Suchen didn't waste any time and opened the map to look for the next city target. Following the route, next is Winter City. After saying that, Suchen headed straight for the intercity teleportation array in the city. Blade City. Merchant Guild, Underground Level 1. Xiao Tianxi witnessed his people being shot dead by Suchen. He was furious. He didn't care about Wanban Fengchen and her little brothers. He was angry that Suchen, alone player, dared to flaunt his power in front of him. Damn it! Damn it! He's just a waste who can only show off in the virtual world. If he dares to expose himself in the real world, I will make him kneel. Sooner or later. But, after his rage, he began to worry. The situation that the Yunsheng Guild is facing is exactly the same as that of the Zhanyu Guild. It's clear that Suchen is targeting the Yunsheng Guild. If we don't respond or fight back, our guild members will be killed one by one. The Zhanyu members had told him before that anyone killed by Su Chen in the protection zone would lose 10% of all attributes. That's not a small number. If it snowballs, the future impact could be huge. But if we fight back, we can't win. 2 or 3,000 players can be killed by him like bugs, and I've heard that Su Chen can kill golden tier bosses in less than 2 minutes. Xiao Tianzi's veins were bulging, but he still had no way to deal with Su Chen. Behind him, a short, shifty-eyed middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, grinning, as he offered advice to Xiao Tianzi. Hee, young master, don't be anxious. No matter how strong he is, he's just a lone player. I heard he was constantly selling things to the second young master for money. Before, I estimate that he's just a poor loser. How can he compare to you? You could crush him with just a tiny fraction of your resources. Listen to me, let's gather 10,000 gold coins and hire these NPCs from the Merchant Guild. 10,000 gold coins can hire 15 or 16 level 40 to 50 third-tier mages for a whole day. No matter how strong Qingfeng is, he's just a newly launched player. How can he fight against third-tier mages? Hearing this man's suggestion, Xiao Tianzi took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Uncle Lu, you're right. The spirit realm is a battlefield. We need to use our advantageous resources to target their weaknesses. However, it's also thanks to you for discovering that we can actually hire NPCs in the spirit realm. But just in case, let's continue to invest in exchanging for gold. Increase our efforts in other cities too. Use all the gold we exchange to hire high-level NPCs. When Qingfeng dares to come, we'll make sure he has no way back. After saying this, Xiao Tianzi stretched lazily, preparing to log off and rest. But at that moment, the man known as Uncle Lu chuckled sneakily, leaned in, and reminded him again. Young master, we don't necessarily have to hire NPCs from the Merchant Guild. The intelligence of Spirit Realm NPCs is very high. If we spend a bit more money, we can hire some NPCs from the City Guard. They don't need to be too high in level, just those low-level ones who can't beat Qingfeng. Think about it, players in the Spirit Realm have no roots. If he kills a local guard NPC, the result would definitely be very interesting. Xiao Tianzi couldn't help but glance at Uncle Lu, praising him. Uncle Lu, you are indeed much smarter than that rigid and inflexible Uncle Wu, and your methods are quite ruthless. I like it. Alright, let's do it your way. After Su Chen arrived at Winter City, he continued to follow his original plan, using the faceless mask to transform into an ordinary person, then approached the unguarded members of the Yunqing Guild. However, at this moment he discovered that the people of the Yunqing Guild seemed to be somewhat on guard. They realized that Su Chen might change into the appearance of others, so they continued the routine from before the battle in the instance hall, forming groups of 10 to identify each other. Moreover, they understood that staying in the safe zone was of no use. If Su Chen wanted to kill, he would kill. Instead, they were unable to fight back. As soon as they did, the patrolling puppets around would directly kill them. Now, this group of people simply clustered together outside the city, treating anyone who approached as an enemy and driving them away. It should be noted that Winter City was not like Wind Whisper City. The temperature outside Lindong City was below zero. Furthermore, their equipment did not provide warmth, and since the spirit realm could simulate skin sensations, these guys could also feel the cold and heat, freezing outside like dogs, shivering uncontrollably. Su Chen, 100 meters away, saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, 10 people in a group, just right for a chain lightning strike to take them all out. No need to activate explosive arrows, saving both effort and worry. He stood on a small mound 100 meters away, drew his bow, and aimed at the stronghold. Whoosh-5541, *14, physical damage, -6207, *14, additional true damage. An arrow shot out, and the leader fell on the spot. Following that, a series of blue lightning bolts slithered among the crowd like spirit snakes. And these lightning bolts flickered 14 times. This meant that each arrow shot could trigger an attack effect for damage. Such massive damage was something no player could withstand. They were all instantly turned to charcoal, disappearing into light spots. Enemy attack. 100 meters to the southwest. Quick, prepare to counterattack in formation. However, the members of the Yunqing Guild naturally knew the power of Qingfeng. Counterattack? What a joke! They could wipe out 3,000 people. Their little group of over 100 Karami was not even enough to fill the gaps. No one cared how the commander directed. They all ran in the opposite direction. Su Chen snapped his fingers and summoned the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon, go! Burn those fleeing people! Roar! The little fire dragon, possessing 3 Lord Hearts, was also very excited, eager to try. Su Chen, meanwhile, calmly dealt with small groups of people with arrows. As for those fleeing, their little few hundred points of movement speed couldn't compare to the little fire dragon. In an instant, the little fire dragon descended like a demon dragon, spewing bright green flames, and together with Su Chen killed the remaining 200 or so people. Thus, the layers stacked up to 4,430 layers. Effect 2. True damage layers 4430/4000. Full layer increases range by 50 meters. Achieved. Effect 2. True damage layers 4430/5000. After full layer, range increases by 50 meters because the little fire dragon's momentum was simply too great, and it was essentially Su Chen's signature mount. Its appearance immediately attracted the attention of passing players. Look, what is that? Hey, it looks familiar. Isn't that Qingfeng's mount? Wait, look ahead, someone is fighting. Qingfeng is the great god Qingfeng. Ha, a chance to gain followers is here. The great god Qingfeng is now the traffic password. Cut, do you need to remind me? I've already started recording and posting on the forum. As for Su Chen, he didn't linger, teleporting into the next city to continue his actions. On the forum, Su Chen's 2 recent actions naturally sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. Although the members of the Yunsheng Guild did not have obvious prefixes in their nicknames, some still recognized that all the killed members were from the Yunsheng Guild. Ha, now there's more fun to watch. Just finished dealing with the Zhanyu Guild and now he's going after the Yunsheng Guild. Impressive. Ah, what's going on? Why is the great god Qingfeng targeting the Yunsheng Guild? Haven't you heard the news? Wasn't it revealed that during the battle where Zhanyu surrounded Qingfeng, members of the Yunsheng Guild participated? Interesting, the Yunsheng Guild is different from Zhanyu. They have a solid entity group behind them. I heard they pour in millions and millions. Hee, what good is pouring in? Money? Haven't you seen the previous battles? The great god Qingfeng can take out thousands in a second. Even those who spend money can't compete with the ones who cheat. Damn, you guys look. Latest news, the Yunsheng Guild's base in Yunmeng City has also been taken out by Qingfeng. Guess which base will be the next to fall? At the Online Game Observation Network in the editorial department, editor Shaoli was sipping coffee while browsing the forum. In just half a day, they had nearly 500,000 fans. This made the department head so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He immediately raised Shaoli's salary by 1,500 yuan. He also told him that if he could grow the fan base to 1 million, he would promote him to deputy director. When he discovered Qingfeng's activities, his eyes lit up. He knew very well that the name Qingfeng represented traffic, it represented popularity. And judging by Qingfeng's momentum, it seemed he intended to wipe out the Yunsheng Guild completely. Perhaps ordinary players didn't know, but as a reporter, he was aware of some insider information. The current leader of the Yunsheng Guild, Tianci Wangquan, was in Liren City. As long as he went to Liren City and waited for an opportunity, he would definitely catch wind of Qingfeng's movements. He gulped down the rest of his coffee and hurriedly connected to the spirit realm, eager to follow Qingfeng's footsteps. Meanwhile, on Su Chen's side, clearing out these small karami had become second nature. However, these guys weren't stupid. They knew that gathering together would only lead to their demise at Su Chen's hands. So they simply ignored it and scattered in all directions. This was indeed a bit troublesome. After all, these people were much harder to catch than monsters. Some were so desperate not to lose levels that they had no shame. One particularly impressive guy hid in a dung pit outside the city and even found a dead angle, making it hard for Su Chen to shoot arrows. If he got close to attack, it would be too disgusting. If he didn't attack, the health target would slip away. In such situations, he could only grit his teeth and let the little fire dragon take care of it, turning him into barbecue. But the smell, one could only imagine. Su Chen didn't dare to get close. This was worse than real damage. Though little fire dragon, having seen too much, seemed a bit emo now and wanted to vomit at the sight. This poor kid had developed a rebellious psychology. He didn't want to go near the dung pit. This method, once they discovered it, significantly increased their survival rate, became popular among them, making Su Chen feel nauseous. Indeed, if a person didn't care about their face, they could really seem a bit invincible. Otherwise, let's go deal with the golden target first. In the city of Blade Edge, Xiao Tianci paced anxiously. Su Chen had already slaughtered 2 strongholds. No one knew which city he would attack next. Uncle Lu cupped his hands and advised, "Young master, there's no need to rush. Look at his movement trajectory. He is going from city to city, killing one by one. But, young master, we are far from Storm City. Storm City is at the far east of the map, while we are in Blade Edge City, the far west." Just then, a member rushed over in a panic. Taking a few deep breaths, he stammered, "Why, young master, it's bad. We found traces of Qingfeng outside Blade Edge City. In that direction, he's coming for you." Hearing this news, both Xiao Tianci and Uncle Lu were taken aback. They had no idea what method Su Chen used to pinpoint his location. What to do? The hired mage and mercenaries won't arrive for a few more hours. Uncle Lu thought quickly and said, "Young master, you should log off first. We'll buy some time, even if we die. Wait until the hired NPCs are in place before you log back on." Xiao Tianci glared in the direction of Su Chen, realizing that this was the safest method at this moment. "This is the first time I've been forced to log off. Qingfeng, oh Qingfeng, you can do it." With that, he hurriedly logged off. In Blade Edge City, Su Chen advanced towards Xiao Tianci's direction while killing all the members of the Yunsheng Guild that stood in his way. What's going on? Su Chen suddenly noticed that the golden bloodline had turned faint and its color had become translucent. He opened the map to lock onto Xiao Tianci's position, wanting to check with his vision. However, the projection panel only displayed a line of text, "Target has left the spirit realm." Damn, this guy didn't get scared and log off, did he? The young master of the Yunsheng group, is this all he can do? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. He had thought that the entire Yunsheng Guild, regardless of their combat power, at least had some style. But what happened? The members collectively jumped into a dung pit, and even the leader was scared off. Suchin then casually dealt with a few more members and discovered that the members of the Yuanshan Guild in Blade Edge City had also learned bad habits. Some were jumping into dung pits, some were hiding in NPCs' rooms, some were hiding behind the job change temple, and others were hiding in other guild strongholds. One had to admit the potential of humanity was truly limitless. They were coming up with all sorts of tricks. Not to mention Su Chen, even the little fire dragon was overwhelmed. Panting with its tongue out, it looked utterly disheartened. Su Chen initially wanted to pat the little fire dragon's head, but as he got closer, he caught a whiff of something and lowered his hand again. Sigh, forget it, you're tired too. I need to think of some other way. Su Chen took the little fire dragon to the riverbank to wash up, then pondered how to capture all these members in one fell swoop. He estimated that after killing those 2,000 or 3,000 from Zhanyu, even if the Yunsheng Guild was foolish, they wouldn't group up to deliver their heads anymore. He rubbed his chin and thought, gradually forming a plan in his mind. How about finding Xiao Tianxi first, then forcing him to gather all the members of the Yunsheng Guild? After all, the Blood Kill Order can track his position indefinitely. I could just kill him back to the novice village, not afraid if he disagrees. But it might be a bit troublesome if he logs off. Su Chen thought for a moment, preparing to ask the little fatty. The little fatty and Xiao Tianxi had always been at odds, and since they were brothers, he might know some insider information. Just as he was saying this, he had already opened the chat panel. Just as Su Chen expected, when the chubby guy saw the message about the golden level shield sent to him, he immediately offered a high price of 1 million. However, Su Chen still needed gold coins, so he let the chubby guy owe him 4. Now, planning to exchange it all for gold coins later. Qingfeng, are you short on cash lately? You can pay me back later. Heba Tianxia, yes, brother Qingfeng. You previously asked me to find the mentor at the job change temple, and that mentor told me to gather a lot of materials now, saying that this is the way to become a hidden class of shield guardian. Qingfeng, alright, sounds good. By the way, do you have any news about your brother? Heba Tianxia, my brother? I just mentioned him to you. According to what my spies found out, my brother hired a few level 40 plus sorcerers and teamed up with a captain of a defense squad from Flame Blade City, planning to encircle you. Heba Tianxia, these sorcerers are all NPCs, not to be underestimated. And that captain, although much weaker than the sorcerers, is still an official from the main city, so dealing with him could be troublesome. Heba Tianxia, I estimate they will all be in position in 2 or 3 hours. Brother, if it really comes to it, should we avoid the confrontation and retreat for now? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So this was the plan that Xiao Tianxi had in mind? No wonder he had been sneaky at the trading association before. However, to be honest, Su Chen glanced at his nearly 40,000 health points and the almost 5,000 layers of true damage he had stacked. He could even solo a lord-level boss now. Who knows who would win if he really fought those local NPCs? But that captain was indeed a problem. After all, he was from the main city, so caution was necessary. After that, Su Chen chatted briefly with the chubby guy before closing the chat panel. Well, 2 or 3 hours. I guess that's when Xiao Tianxi will log in. Su Chen yawned. It was getting a bit late, and he had been in the game pod for nearly 12 hours. His body needed to stretch outside the pod just in time to check on the situation with the ascension shards and the longevity pills. Su Chen stored the little fire dragon in his mount space and then chose to log off. He heard the pod door open. Su Chen unplugged the nutrient tube and stretched his limbs after exiting the pod. He looked down at his left wrist where a small package mark appeared. With a thought, the package panel in the game appeared before Su Chen's eyes. He swallowed hard, locking his gaze on the 3 longevity pills. How many people throughout history have sought after immortality? Really? Do they exist just like this? At that moment, Su Chen took another look at the information about the longevity pill. If I can take it out, I can swallow it. He took a bottle of ice dew from the corner of the sofa. Opening his mouth, he swallowed 3 longevity pills. In an instant, Su Chen felt a burning warmth rising within his body. His body trembled involuntarily. In a flash, this warmth transformed into a raging fire, beginning to scorch Su Chen's internal organs. Every cell seemed to ignite, burning with endless energy. The flames spread from the inside out, quickly enveloping his entire body. His skin turned bright red like a heated iron, exuding a scorching aura. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. However, this did not last long. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen's body finally calmed down. The intense flames gradually extinguished, and his skin slowly returned to its normal color. But at that moment, a strong sense of hunger suddenly surged in his stomach. Su Chen glanced around, his gaze landing on a piece of bread in the corner. Although this piece of bread could temporarily alleviate his hunger, Su Chen felt no appetite for it. Meat, I need to eat meat now. Su Chen stumbled down the stairs, heading straight for the braised meat shop. Boss, give me 2 pork knuckles, 10 chicken legs, and 2 pounds of red sausage. Su Chen quickly handed the boss 500 yuan, and amidst the boss's astonished gaze, he reached over and took the meat from the counter. Hey, you don't need 500. Wait a minute. I haven't given you change yet. Suchin paid no attention to the boss's last shout, and before leaving, he grabbed 2 heads of garlic and turned to head back. Before he even got home, half a pork knuckle was already down his throat. At this point, Suchen felt his body had somewhat recovered, and he was no longer in such a hurry to eat the rest. After more than 20 minutes, Suchen patted his stomach, finally feeling full. He sensed that every cell in his body seemed to feel rejuvenated. The little ailments accumulated during his senior year, like back pain and soreness, had all vanished. Looking at the scars left from falls in his childhood, he found that the scars on his legs had also disappeared, with no trace left at all. Although he wasn't sure if he had truly gained an additional 180 years of life, based on the current situation, it might really be possible. Besides that, it seemed that due to his own enhancement in the spiritual realm and the increase in the number of virtual fragments, Suchen clearly felt a significant boost in his physical strength. Just now, when he went up the stairs, he took 4 steps at a time. It was like flying over the eaves and walking on walls. Wait, the spatial backpack can use the items inside in the real world. Suchen thought of his precious items like the faceless mask, blood-killing order, and even the Emperor's banner. These things were all powerful auxiliary tools in the real world. Coupled with Suchen's body strength comparable to steel, he was probably truly unmatched in this world. He used to fear Shao Tianxi's revenge, but now? Not. Retaliating would be considered him being generous. Suchen took out the Emperor's banner and summoned a spirit. It really is true. Suchen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Not to mention anything else, just the Emperor's banner alone was comparable to a large-scale weapon of mass destruction. However, fearing it would make too much noise, Suchen ultimately did not detonate the spirit but casually dismissed it instead. After settling everything, Suchen began to ponder what to do next. Anyway, there were still 2 hours until Shao Tianxi came online, and since he had the game pod, he wasn't tired. He opened his computer and started browsing the forum and news. Once again, the familiar heat of the forum. Among the top 10 posts, 7 or 8 are all about Qingfeng besieging the Yunsheng Guild. Suchen casually flipped through them, finding nothing but praise and admiration for Qingfeng, and a stream of resistance against the Yunsheng Guild. No way? At least a real entity group wouldn't hire some water army. How could they be led by the rhythm like this? What kind of sin have they committed? He opened a post to take a look and found that the Yunsheng Guild had indeed resigned from HR, no longer handling personnel matters. At least the Zhanyu Guild still had some face as an old-school guild, even though they often robbed monsters and bullied casual players. But at least they officially resisted such behavior. The Yunsheng Guild, on the other hand, had suffered losses during the last siege against Qingfeng and was now in arrears with salaries. As a result, they were now encouraging players from the original guild to rob other casual players. The items they stole had to be handed over 20% to the Yunsheng Guild, referred to as the guild's pension. They even called this act of robbery survival of the fittest and wolf culture. They really had no shame, taking it to a new level. No wonder they could establish such a wealthy group, completely disregarding the law in the virtual world. Suchen sneered, wolf culture, huh? Just wait and see. I'll see if you can still be so wolfish. I just hope you won't be crying and begging for mercy by then. Looking at the other 7 or 8 posts, the general meaning was quite similar. Instead, it was the 10th hottest post that caught Suchen's attention. Exclusive reveal. Combat power soaring secret, no threshold. Come and watch. Combat power soaring secret? Did he discover a hidden profession too? But hidden professions aren't without thresholds. With a strong sense of curiosity, Suchen clicked into this post. Main text: Brothers, today I have some explosive news, absolutely something you wouldn't even dare to imagine. A guy discovered a hidden statue in the game, and it is said that as long as you find it, offer some gold or equipment, and mutter a few secrets of the main city, swearing loyalty to the Black Abyss, you can gain an incredible buff. Don't think I'm joking, this guy has already tried it, and his combat power jumped directly from LV12 to LV17, with attributes rising as if he had taken a booster shot, and the leveling speed was as fast as riding a rocket. This is even more impressive than those rich players who spend money. It's simply the springtime for us common players. However, this statue is well hidden and not easy to find. You also have to be careful when offering, or you might backfire and anger the statue, which would be a loss. Want to give it a try? Then hurry out of the city, wander around, and maybe the next one to explode in combat power will be you. Remember, this needs to be quick. Otherwise, if the GM finds out, this bug might get patched. Want to know the exact location of the statue? Then you'll have to pay attention yourself, explore more in the game, chat with NPCs, and maybe you'll find some clues. Or, you can also communicate in the forum to see if anyone has already found it. Hurry up and take action. Let's blow up those pay-to-win players. Hashtag combat power soaring, hashtag statue secret, hashtag Black Abyss gift, hashtag. Suchen's heart tightened upon seeing this. Black Abyss? There's actually this hidden operation? Level up 5 levels? I want to level up too. But then he thought, this thing seems very sinister, and how could something so sinister just give benefits for free? I just can't believe it. Moreover, the spirit realm is not just a game. Since it can connect with reality through virtual fragments, it's possible that actions in the game could also affect reality. Temporarily losing 5 levels is a small matter, but if it has some connection to the body and reality, then things could get serious. Su-Chen typed the word cautious in the forum's reply box, but after thinking for a moment, he deleted it. Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the heavens. This is the choice of these players, he doesn't need to interfere. Besides, it's also possible that he's overthinking it. He shook his head and set an alarm for 2 hours. Because he was in the game pod, he didn't feel any drowsiness. As for the physical fatigue, he had just exercised and relaxed while going up and down the stairs. During this time, he decided to take a break and read some web literature. Recently, he discovered an author named by Motian Xiang, whose writing was quite good, perfect for his leisure time. Since the server opened, it hadn't even been 2 days, and he had already experienced enough. It was time to relax a bit. Leisurely moments are always short-lived, and soon 2 hours had passed. Su-Chen stretched, moved his limbs, and heard a series of cracking sounds. Once he felt comfortable all over, he entered the game pod. Then, he returned to the spirit realm. As soon as he arrived in the spirit realm, a series of prompt sounds rang in his ears. Your pet titan has completed its evolution. Please check the detail attributes. Pet Titan Geek Star Beast level 24 health. For 80,000 physical attack, 2400 magic attack, 2400 physical defense, 4800 magic resistance, 4800 speed, 960 talent. Heart to heart transfers 30% of the damage taken by the owner to itself and restores 15% of the damage dealt by the owner as health. New talent Geek Evolution can accumulate geek energy when devouring equipment. Geek energy can be used to create skills for Titan as storable items for later use and can digest equipment to enhance its own attributes. Skill 1 Spiked Golden Armor increases its own physical defense and magic resistance by 50%, immune to continuous damage, and forces enemies within a 25-meter range to attack itself. When it receives a normal attack, it deals magic damage equal to its physical defense value to the enemy, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 45 seconds. Skill 1 Geek Enhancement Effect. Radiation Luring Puppet consumes geek energy *100. When you use this skill, you will be able to create a powerful mechanical puppet. Can store up to 5. The mechanical puppet has a 50-meter taunt range with the effect of Spiked Golden Armor. Skill 2 Crimson Gold Rock Shield summons the power of Crimson Golden Rock to provide a shield equal to 15% of the owner's maximum health, lasting 10 seconds. When the shield is not broken, the owner gains an additional defense value equal to 50% of their physical defense and additional magic resistance. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 2 Geek Enhancement Effect. Resonance Energy Shield consumes geek energy *200. When you use this skill, you will be able to create an energy shield device up to 10 stored, with the energy shield value increased to 30% of maximum health, lasting for 30 seconds. Skill 3 Crimson Rock Spikes. The Titan stops moving, summoning the power of Crimson and Rock to envelop itself, gaining a 100% reflection damage effect, lasting up to 15 seconds. When the effect ends, it will launch 36 crimson spikes from the rock towards the enemy, each spike dealing 100% of spell attack as spell damage, ignoring 50% of spell resistance. Attack range 100 meters, cooldown time 10 minutes. Skill 3 Geek Enhancement Effect. Death Ray Cluster Bomb consumes geek energy *1000. When you use this skill, you will be able to create a Death Ray Bomb that can unleash 36 beams of death rays, up to 1 stored. The Death Ray Bomb has no reflection damage effect, but each beam of death ray significantly increases damage, raising it to 200% of pet spell attack, and ignores physical defense and spell resistance. Pet Skill Book Skills War Roar. King's Shift Bloodline Quality Platinum. Su-Chen couldn't help but be astonished. First, he was amazed at how cool the little Titan looked now. The Titan now had a clear distinction from the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon merely added some tech-colored armor to its physical surface. However, the little Titan had completely transformed into a sci-fi creature that was half mechanical and half flesh. Although its main body was still flesh and blood, the armor and limbs displayed an alloy form, especially the edges of the armor, which shimmered with a bright blue light. In addition, its entire body had grown larger, now reaching a length of 10 meters. Secondly, he was astonished at the significant changes in the attribute panel. Moreover, the newly added skills on this panel were quite practical. To be honest, as Su-Chen's tankiness continued to increase, the little Titan's role gradually became less significant. Because his innate talent could stack health, combined with the defensive bonuses from equipment, attributes and level increases, he no longer needed the little Titan to help tank damage. But now it was completely different. The little Titan's 3 skills could be stored. The Radiation Induction Puppet was equivalent to an instant large-scale control skill. The Resonance Energy Shield could store 10, perfectly covering the skill vacuum period. Coupled with the little Titan's own shield, it could basically be said to be infinitely sustained. And the final Death Ray Technology Bomb, not only dealing 9,600 single damage but also 36 beams of death rays? Is this still a tank-type pet? This is an all-purpose pet. This means that the little Titan now not only serves as a tank but can also provide auxiliary control skills and massive shields. It can even provide large-scale destructive weapons. To be honest, Su-Chen felt that with just this Little pet, he could easily defeat a player group of 1,000. Of course, Suchun also noticed one last thing. The little titan could gain attribute enhancements by digesting equipment? Does this mean that his pet now also has unlimited stacking skills? Suchun took out a remaining silver tier equipment from his spatial backpack and tossed it into the little titan's mouth. He wanted to see what changes would occur. Although the little titan has changed its form, its essence remains unchanged. It opened its mouth and swallowed the silver tier equipment, and the patterns and lights on its body flowed, revealing a panel in front of Suchun. Equipment devouring equipment conversion efficiency 100% conversion complete. Energy gained 500. A piece of silver tier equipment can be exchanged for 500 points of energy, which is not bad. Although silver tier equipment is precious to other players, Suchun still has over 100 pieces stored in his warehouse, so he doesn't feel any pain in using them. After testing a few more times, he found that bronze tier equipment can be converted into 20 points of energy, while black iron can be converted into 5 points. He didn't test golden tier equipment. At this stage, the energy from silver tier equipment is sufficient, and he is waiting to sell the golden tier equipment. He continuously fed 15 pieces of equipment, directly converting them into 7,500 points of energy. When he tried to feed the 16th piece, he found that the conversion efficiency had dropped to 50%. At the same time, the little titan also showed signs of being full. It seems that too much feeding in a short time isn't possible. There is a limit to the conversion, but he doesn't know how long the digestion time is. However, for now, 7,500 points of energy is definitely enough. Filling all the equipment skills only cost 3,500 points of energy. With Suchun's speed of farming equipment, he doesn't need to worry, he can spend freely. The extra 4,000 points of energy he let the little titan digest on its own. At that moment, Suchun noticed that the little titan's attributes were slowly rising. As long as it devours energy, its attributes will increase. Although the increase isn't fast, with attribute points rising once every second or two, the most valuable part is the unlimited growth. As long as he feeds the little titan enough equipment, given time, its tankiness will surely be unmatched. Satisfied, Suchun returned the little titan to the pet space. However, before that, he naturally placed the converted devices into his space backpack for future needs. At this moment, Suchun opened the map, found the location of the target, and clicked view. Then, the movements of Xiao Tianxi appeared before him, and sure enough, he was surrounded by many players, even a few unfamiliar natives. Hiring a mage? And even got a city guard? He. Do you think hiring NPCs can save you? Let me show you what crushing means. Outside the city of Lielian, Xiao Tianxi was silently waiting for Suchun's arrival on the scorching plain. Although he appeared very calm, the trembling of his body indicated that he was definitely not as carefree as he seemed. Uncle Lu, is everything ambushed? Xiao Tianxi steadied his mind and asked Uncle Lu beside him. Young master, everything is arranged. This time we have invited several mages, all fire mages and earth mages. They will exert the greatest power on this scorching plain. In addition, the scorching plain itself has restrictions on flying. Flying here will increase stamina consumption tenfold. His flying mount will be useless here, he can only travel on foot. In that case, as long as he dares to show his face, with a dozen 4-star spells raining down, even if he is a boss, he will die here. Hearing this, Xiao Tianxi felt a little safer in his heart. That's right, no matter how strong Qingfeng is, he's just a player. It's only the second day since the server opened, and there's no way he can defeat an NPC. Today we shattered Qingfeng's undefeated myth. Compared to young Master Xiao, Qingfeng is nothing. As long as young Master Xiao makes a slight move, he can kill him like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. The younger brothers below also began to cheer in agreement. However, Xiao Tianxi's expression remained grim. Just now, Qingfeng's name had already reached his father's ears. After hearing that Xiao Tianba was closely associated with Qingfeng, he adjusted the company's resource allocation to the Overlord Guild and the Yunsheng Guild from the original 15 hours 85 minutes to 25:75. This is real money. Just thinking about this made Xiao Tianxi grit his teeth in anger. Why do you have to go against me? Since you're seeking death, then don't blame me. Suchun summoned the little fire dragon, charging straight toward Xiao Tianxi. This grand momentum naturally caught the attention of the observer Shaoli, who had been lying in wait. Here they come, observer. Shaoli stood up and dusted off his pants. He leaped onto the ice flame horse and ran on land in the direction of Suchun. This ice flame horse was specially assigned to him by the editorial department just for following Qingfeng. Of course, it wasn't just this one reporter who noticed the situation. Various reporters and spies from the guild all saw Suchun's mount and realized that a good show was about to unfold. The president of the Overlord Guild, Extreme Overlord, the president of the Holy Wave Guild, Holy Wave Red Smoke, the president of the Radiant Sun Guild, Radiant Sun My Heart, and even the current acting leader of the Moon Slayer Guild, Moon Slayer Red Dragon, along with many others from different guilds, all teleported to Flame Blade City with their trusted aides. The chubby guy in Holy Wave Red Smoke brought more people, ready to support Qingfeng at any moment. Radiant Sun My Heart also brought some people, but he did so purely to find an opportunity to attack Xiao Tianxi. After all, Flame Blade City was originally the territory of the Radiant Sun Guild and now the Yunsheng Guild. was dominating, so much so that they even prohibited the Radiant Sun Guild from farming monsters at various spots. This time, with an opportunity at hand, Radiant Sun My Heart wanted to take advantage of the chaos to suppress the Yunsheng Guild's arrogance. However, the Moonslayer Guild was different. Moonslayer Red Dragon didn't dare to bring too many people. He only brought 4, including Moonslayer Blue Fish, to join the fun. After all, everyone knew that Su Chen and the Moonslayer Guild had not been on good terms before. Although Moonslayer Red Dragon was now in power and didn't want to oppose Su Chen, he was well aware that if he didn't manage his subordinates properly, it could easily lead to trouble. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to keep a low profile. However, Moonslayer Red Dragon's purpose for coming this time was not just to watch the excitement. His real goal was to discuss a matter with Qingfeng. Could they really participate in the Black Abyss cult as mentioned in the previous post? This made Moonslayer Red Dragon feel very hesitant. He understood the complexity of this matter. If not handled properly, it could bring him great risks. Therefore, he hoped to explore a reasonable solution with Qingfeng. Thus, various parties, each with their own thoughts, gathered in Flameblade City. Su Chen, while flying on his little fire dragon, saw the scorching plains in the distance. The land presented a stunning sight, as if it were a world interwoven with desert and flames. The ground was reddened and heated by the high temperatures, emitting rolling heat waves and a pungent sulfur smell. The distant mountains also twisted and deformed due to the heat, resembling the remnants consumed by flames. However, as Su Chen prepared to approach, he noticed something was off. The little fire dragon's wings were clearly struggling, and its once light flight had become difficult and slow. Even its flying speed had dropped significantly, as if it were carrying a heavy load. Su Chen's heart tightened, realizing that the situation might not be good. He quickly looked down at his mount's attribute panel, his gaze landing on the stamina bar. He saw that the stamina bar was decreasing at an alarming rate. Seeing this, he immediately ordered the little fire dragon to land. You have arrived at Scorching Plains. Buff acquired. Earth/Fire attribute damage increased by 15%. Debuff acquired. Flight stamina consumption increased to 10 times the original. Ice/Water attribute damage decreased by 15%. Su Chen opened the map to take a look at Xiaotianxi's perspective. Seeing the color of the mage's robe behind him, he understood. Bright red and earthy yellow, it was clear that they were fire and earth mages. No great skills, just a bunch of clever tricks. Do they really think my frost snow deals damage with ice attributes? The more Su Chen looked, the more interesting it became. The struggles of the bugs were the most entertaining. Naturally, he looked down on the members of the Yunsheng Guild, but he had to pay attention to these few mages. After all, they were third-tier mages, and with a dozen tracking spells on him, Su Chen couldn't guarantee that the shield from Little Titan wouldn't break. However, the situation wasn't hard to resolve. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. The Scorching Plains seemed to be adjacent to a high-level monster area. Not far away, there was even a marked Lord-tier boss on the map. With this thought, Su Chen smiled silently. Since he wanted to play? Then let's play something interesting. He activated the faceless mask, changed his appearance, and took a detour to the back. 5 minutes later, Xiaoli from the online game observation network had also arrived at the Scorching Plains. Although he didn't see Su Chen's figure, he saw the members of the Yunsheng Guild standing ready in the distance, and he knew he had reached the destination. Hello, audience friends, this is the online game observation network bringing you a live broadcast. I am Xiaoli. As you may know, our esteemed Qingfeng god has been seeking revenge against the Yunsheng Guild during this time. I believe everyone is aware that the Yunsheng Guild is not only arrogant and tyrannical but also interfered with the fair duel between Qingfeng god and the Zhanyu Guild. What a shameful act. Qingfeng god represents justice, punishing the Yunsheng Guild, so let's cheer for him. In the live broadcast room, everyone was eager to see Qingfeng beat up the members of Yunsheng. However, time passed second by second. Su Chen still had not appeared. At this moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room began to shift. Where is he? Is he not coming? Is he scared? Although I don't really believe that the god of clear wind will back down, but why hasn't he shown up yet? At clear wind speed, he should have arrived by now. Could it be that he discovered something was off and ran away? What could be off? Isn't the Yunsheng Guild just over 30 people? It's nothing compared to the Moonslayer Guild. Fool! Take a closer look at the dozen or so people standing in the middle. Don't you find their clothes a bit familiar? Let me see. Damn! Aren't those NPCs? No wonder the King of Heaven's gift from the Yunsheng Guild dares to stay here. It turns out they have reinforcements. What the hell? You can even hire NPCs in this game? How come I didn't know? Upstairs, there's a hiring option on the first floor of the Merchant Guild. The crappiest second-tier mage costs 5 gold coins for a day. Is your family mining? Can you afford that? I hate this world is indeed a world for pay-to-win players. The onlooking guild leaders were also puzzled as to why Clear Wind had not yet appeared. Apart from the chubby guy who knew Su Chen well, Shang, Lan Hongyan, and Zhanyu Qilong, the other guild leaders had already started whispering among themselves. After seeing the discussions in the livestream, some people looked down on Su Chen, while others understood his choice. After all, having a player who just opened the server 2 days ago fight against a third-tier mage was indeed a bit excessive. On Xiao Tianxi's side, he also felt extremely strange. However, just then, he suddenly heard a roar coming from 300 to 400 meters behind him. This roar seemed to ignite a desire for battle in people, but it wasn't very strong. With enough willpower, it could be overcome with a little control. What's going on? Xiao Tianxi shook his head, suppressing the anger in his heart, and then asked Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu coughed lightly twice and said, "Young master, it should be Clear Wind's trick. He probably wants to incite internal strife among us. But don't worry, I just took a look, and this trick hasn't had any effect. It hasn't influenced the dozen or so hired mages at all." Just as Xiao Tianxi was puzzled about why Su Chen would make such a low-level mistake, a deafening roar suddenly came from behind, followed by a gust of wind that nearly blinded everyone. They turned around to see a massive cloud of sand rising in the distance above the desert, blocking out the sun, as if the entire sky had been dyed yellow. Within that cloud of dust, a gigantic figure was rapidly approaching. Su Chen, at the edge of the scorching plain, had used the war roar of the little titan to draw all the monsters and bosses within a 1.5 kilometers radius over. Looking at this horde of monsters, their levels were all quite high, between 30 and 35. The leading Lord-level boss had even reached level 39. And, most importantly, this Lord-level boss was of the Platinum tier. Rock Giant Lord level 37, rank, Platinum level Lord boss health 15 million, 150 million, physical attack 6,000, physical defense 2,500, magic resistance 2,500, speed 1,300, skills, Rage of the Rocks, Earthquake Impact, Rock Shield, Will of the Earth, Stone Shattering Rage of the Rocks. The Rock Giant Lord controls rocks with its mind, dealing physical attack * 120% impact damage to a single target, with a 30% chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. Attack range 500 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. Earthquake Impact. The Rock Giant Lord stomps the ground, causing a fissure that deals physical attack * 100% earthquake damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, with a 50% chance to slow enemies by 20% for 5 seconds. Attack range 100 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Rock Armor. The Rock Giant Lord summons a shield made of hard rock that lasts for 10 seconds. During the shield's existence, magic damage taken is reduced by 50% and physical damage taken is reduced by 75%. Cooldown 45 seconds. Will of the Earth. Passive. When the rock giant is on the ground, it can draw power from the earth, restoring 15,000 health per second. Stone Shattering. When the rock giant's health drops below 30%, it will transform into a second form with stronger attack skills. Description: the Rock Giant Lord is a guardian buried deep within ancient mountains, formed from the essence of the mountains and the power of the earth. Even Su Chen, who had seen many Lord-level bosses, was taken aback upon seeing this Platinum-level boss, mainly because its health was truly terrifying, 150 million. It was indeed possible to encounter a 9-digit health value. According to the instructions from the Spirit Realm, to challenge a Platinum-level Lord boss, at least dozens of third transformation players were needed to have a chance of defeating it. After glancing at its attributes, Su Chen felt this was indeed the case. He saw that he had already led the boss to the designated location, then recalled the little Titan into his pet space, lured a mechanical puppet to draw aggro, and then ran desperately to the side. When the puppet's time was up and it disappeared, the television giant looked around and saw that Su Chen was no longer in sight. So it focused its aggro on the nearest target, which was Xiao Tianxi and his group. Xiao Tianxi and Uncle Lu exchanged glances, momentarily confused about what to do. What's going on? I didn't find Su Chen, but this thing showed up. Uncle Lu shook his head, unsure of what to do either. Why isn't it following the script? Xiao Tianxi remained silent for a long time. Finally, seeing that the rock giant was getting too close, almost right in front of them, he blushed and managed to squeeze out a word. Run! Xiao Tianxi wasn't foolish. He ordered the hired sorcerers to turn and attack. The hired sorcerers then unleashed spell after spell at the rock giant. Minus 7,244. Minus 9,457. To be fair, these sorcerers had some skills. Each spell they cast wasn't particularly grand, but the damage was indeed not low, all around 10,000. If they were dealing with ordinary players, this round of spells would likely turn them to dust. Unfortunately, their opponent was not Su Chen, but a furious, fully stated Platinum-level boss. After this round of damage, the boss only lost a layer of skin. The rock giants summoned countless flying stones to attack Xiao Tianxi and the mages. Those hired mages, seasoned from countless battles, naturally had their countermeasures ready and had long since cast shields on themselves. As the employer, Xiao Tianxi was also under their protection, so one of the earth mages cast a shield on him as well. However, the other players, including Uncle Lu, were not so lucky. Those basketball-sized stones were lethal on impact and injurious even when grazed. Moreover, their own speed was not very fast and they couldn't dodge, so they could only take the hits. After just one round of attacks, Xiao Tianxi's team suffered heavy losses, leaving only a dozen mages and himself. Meanwhile, those watching from the sidelines were ecstatic. A Platinum-tier Lord-level boss. Some of them had never even seen a Gold-tier boss. And here was a Platinum-tier boss just popping up, and it was a Lord-level one. Among them, a keen observer noticed the damage the mages were dealing to the rock giant. Look, That group of mercenaries just dealt over 200,000 damage, but the boss's health only dropped by a little over 1,000. Damn, if we calculate that, this boss must have over 100 million health. As everyone realized this, their glee only grew. Just a moment ago, I saw someone leading the boss here. Thinking about it, that person can't be the great god Qingfeng, right? I think it must be him. Besides the great god Qingfeng, no one else would come here to join the fun. Haha, the great god Qingfeng is so wicked. I love it. Meanwhile, Suchen stood at a distance, watching the mages battle the rock giant. Xiao Tianxi knew he was a burden and had long hidden behind a rock, not daring to show his face. Accompanying him were only 2 or 3 remaining followers and a squad leader from the Flameblade City defense team he had hired to make up the numbers. In the distance, the rock giant roared and began to fight the mages. To be fair, the mages coordinated quite well. They grouped in threes, alternating between attacking and healing, and for a moment, they truly managed to suppress the rock giant's momentum. Although this method consumed health slowly, the rock giant's health was indeed decreasing steadily. Seeing this, Xiao Tianxi calmed his mind and revealed a smile again. Ah, this money is well spent. Indeed, NPCs are worthy of their name. If we can kill this big guy, we'll really hit the jackpot. Qingfeng, oh Qingfeng, I really have to thank you. However, at that moment, 300 meters away, a cold, gleaming arrowhead was aimed directly at him. Whoosh-6088*14. Physical damage-8860*14. Additional true damage. A sound of breaking air was heard as the arrow struck Xiao Tianxi's forehead, killing him instantly. As he transformed into a point of light and returned to the resurrection spring in Lijian City, Suchen's volley of arrows also turned into 15. As for his little brother beside him and that unfortunate defense squad leader, they were directly electrocuted by the effect of the lightning dragon soul. Suchen cancelled the long-range mode and put down the divine fury bow in his hands. To be honest, although the attack speed in long-range mode was reduced by 50%, the increased range was truly satisfying. Taking heads from 300 to 400 meters away was as easy as reaching into a pocket. Just now, while aiming, he casually added a blood kill order. He still had matters to discuss with Xiao Tianxi, so he needed to leave a trace. The onlookers, of course, also saw Xiao Tianxi's demise through various remote observation methods. There was even a live broadcast erupting in waves of exclamations. He's gone. Ha ha ha. That arrogant guy from the Yunsheng Guild was killed by the great god Qingfeng. Did anyone see what just happened? I didn't see anything. I saw it, it was just a moment, he was already dead on the spot. Great god Qingfeng, terrifying indeed. Xiao Tianxi was dead, and the most furious were naturally the hired sorcerers. They had signed a contract with Xiao Tianxi, guaranteeing their survival during Su Chen's attack. Only then could they obtain the remaining 50% of the payment. But now, their earnings were directly halved. Thus, they began to focus their attention on Su Chen in the distance. Xiao Tianxi had previously promised them that as long as they could kill this guy called Qingfeng, he would pay an additional 50%. It seemed that now, the lost money had to be recouped from this guy. You 6, hold the rock giant, the rest of you, come with me to take down this kid. The leader among the sorcerers, squinting his eyes temporarily, assigned tactics. They were all 4th transformation sorcerers above level 40. In their minds, although dealing with a platinum tier boss was indeed a bit tricky, dealing with a mere adventurer should be a piece of cake, right? However, things were not as simple as he thought. Su Chen switched back to long-range mode, aiming at the nearest sorcerer, calculating the distance in his mind. 700m, 600m, 500m, 400m. Now's the time. Su Chen saw the opponent enter his attack range and did not hesitate for a moment, shooting an arrow. A 3rd transformation sorcerer? I want to see what a 3rd transformation sorcerer is capable of. The arrow flew swiftly, and just as it was about to hit the target, a clang was suddenly heard. The arrow was blocked by a translucent shield. The first arrow transformed into an energy light point and disappeared, and the translucent shield showed a slight crack. Before the person could breathe a sigh of relief, in that instant, he saw the remaining 14 arrows lined up behind the initial arrow. At that moment, he suddenly realized things were a bit dire. Damn it! Don't! Before he could finish his sentence, dozens of arrows fell in unison onto the shield. After 3 more arrows disappeared, the shield shattered completely. The remaining 10 arrows directly hit the sorcerer, emptying his health. However, the natives were not players. When they died, they were truly dead, with no way to resurrect. At the same time, the resulting lightning chain also shattered the shield, killing the 2 people beside him. Because the magicians operated in a 3x3 formation, the other teams were scattered and did not suffer from the lightning's impact. At this moment, the squinting-eyed man instantly realized this adventurer not to be trifled with. After so many battles, he reacted quickly. From the recent lightning chain, he deduced that the opponent had area attacks. So, while chanting a spell to shield himself, he used a spatial spell to teleport back over 50 meters, simultaneously issuing commands. Everyone spread out, fall back first. Fire mages. Counterattack. Use instant spells. Don't charge. He's just a level 20-something adventurer, he can't withstand your damage. The remaining 4 fire mages in the team, upon hearing this, immediately expended their mana to unleash instant spells. Meteorites, fire rain, flame dragons. Suchen looked at this display and found it quite intimidating, estimating that these skills were likely all 4-star skills in terms of power. However, he remained calm, taking out an energy ball device from his backpack. It was the shield ball made from Geek Energy by Little Titan. 30% of Little Titan's maximum health, just right to test. Instantly, a large white shield appeared on his health bar, totaling 144,000 points. The high damage, wide-range skills of the 4 mages were hard to dodge. Each individual hit dealt nearly 20,000 damage. However, with the 4 damages stacked together, it only amounted to 80,000 points, far from breaking the shield. Suchen didn't indulge them. He didn't think about retreating at the first opportunity. And still wanted to counterattack? That was courting death. Even switching to long-range mode, Suchen's attack speed was close to 4 arrows per second. With 4 targets, they all met their demise in the northwest within a second. The entire process just happened in an instant. The chubby boy was genuinely happy for Qingfeng's escape from the trap. If he had fought those mages, their group wouldn't have been enough to serve as fodder. Saint Lan Hongyan admired and respected Qingfeng. She no longer viewed him as a competitor. To be honest, they weren't on the same level, so there was no need. Lastly, Zhanya Qilong was immensely relieved that he had chosen to befriend Qingfeng rather than become an enemy. If he had been an enemy, he would have been worried every day, unsure when an arrow might blow his head off. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Did the native get killed? No, that's a 3rd transformation mage. You need to be level 40 in the spirit realm to achieve 3rd transformation, which means Qingfeng can solo a level 40 powerhouse. You're wrong, that can't be called a solo kill, it's simply a massacre. The damage from 4 3rd transformation mages couldn't even break his shield, and Qingfeng resolved them all in 1 second. I estimate that with this kind of combat power, all the other players in the spirit realm combined might not even be a match for Qingfeng. With a loud bang, a rain of fire mixed with sharp blades of wind shot towards Suchen once again. The fire aided the wind's might, and the wind borrowed the fire's force, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Hiss, this attack could probably one-shot a golden-level boss. The onlookers gasped. Look, why isn't Qingfeng dodging? Is he scared? Following the direction of the person's finger, the crowd was once again astonished. Amidst the surging flames, Suchen stood firm, shattering his shield device, merely opening a layer of blue light curtain. The blue light curtain was transparent and smooth, appearing rather flimsy. 19,980, 22,200, 18,800. Bang bang bang. The powerful attacks landed on the light curtain, and Suchen's health bar instantly dropped by nearly half. In the eyes of the crowd, he remained standing steadily, the seemingly fragile light curtain only losing some of its glow, still unmoving. It seemed his estimation was correct. These mage attacks averaged around 20,000, which he could withstand. Retracting his gaze from the health bar, Suchen turned his attention to the remaining mages and smiled. The gentle smile made the mages, who had failed to attack, feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. Suchen picked up the divine Fury Bow and quickly switched to long-range mode. The attack speed was reduced by 50% and the range was extended, revealing a mix of shock, confusion, and fear on the mages' faces. Whoosh-6088*15 Physical damage-8861*15 Additional true damage. With the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, another mage fell instantly, an arrow embedded in him without exception. Terrifying. In just a few seconds, Qingfeng, once on the brink of being focused down, had turned the tables and killed this group of mages from 100 meters away. So strong. The chubby boy felt a surge of blood rushing from his chest, and Qingfeng's indomitable figure ignited a great passion within him. The moon-slaying red dragon was shocked beyond measure. Qingfeng's ability to take the head of a general amidst a sea of troops was miraculous, and he could not compete with it. Qingfeng, a hoarse and sinister voice rang out in front of the resurrection spring. Just emerging from the spring, Xiao Tianxi, upon seeing this scene in the live broadcast, was so furious he nearly spat blood. However, the next moment, his expression turned extremely grim. To his dismay, the remaining mages, upon witnessing Qingfeng's power, actually began to plead for mercy. They showed no regard for Xiao Tianxi's face or their agreement, now negotiating with Su Chen. So, you're asking me to spare you? Su Chen stroked his chin, looking at the remaining mages before him. My friend, both sides have suffered heavy losses in this battle, and we have paid a price. Continuing to fight will only lead to mutual destruction. Why not just call it quits? The leading mage's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly repeated himself. Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched suddenly. Goodness, how shameless could they be to say such a thing? Su Chen stared at the leading mage for a long time, who began to grow angry and embarrassed. Friend, I advise you to stop now, otherwise. The mage huffed a couple of times but did not finish, though the implication was clear. No more words. What answered him was an arrow gleaming coldly. Whoosh. -6088*15 Physical damage-8865*15 Additional true damage. This battle ended with the last mage falling to the ground. Qingfeng single-handedly wiped out the group of mages. Su Chen's actions had a Shocking effect, and those watching the live broadcast through various means were filled with excitement, discussing fervently. Su Chen ignored those people and turned his gaze to the rock giant lord, focusing his energy. This was the opponent worth his full effort. Little fire dragon. Roar! The little fire dragon responded and came forth. Su Chen landed steadily on the little fire dragon's back and launched an attack on the rock giant lord. 6088*15 physical damage plus 165% sniper damage plus 50% giant slayer damage. 8866*15 additional true damage plus 165% sniper damage plus 50% giant slayer damage minus 7320 flame dragon soul burn damage. The giant eyes emitted a tangible red light, and the rock giant lord immediately activated its defense system, charging toward Su Chen with its massive body. Rage of the rocks. Su Chen naturally dared not take it head-on, directing the little fire dragon to narrowly evade the attack. A fierce wind howling past him, he attacked the rock giant lord with all his might. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen's maneuvers were exquisite, and the little titan's taunt at a critical moment caused the rock giant lord's health to gradually decrease. If it weren't for the opponent's single attack method and defensive focus, the battle would be quite stalemated, Su Chen thought, feeling lucky. After all, it was a platinum-level boss. If other players were here, they might not be able to defeat this guy even after 100 years of standing still. Roar, roar! The rock giant lord gradually became a live target, unable to touch Su Chen at all, its massive and unwieldy body appearing somewhat cumbersome. I can't be seeing this wrong. Xingfeng can actually solo a platinum-level lord boss. The onlookers nearby were already in an uproar as Su Chen sat on the little fire dragon, agile and clever. The enormous rock giant lord couldn't even touch a hair on him, roaring in frustration, but utterly helpless. Xiao Tianxi, however, was filled with resentment, hoping the rock giant lord would suddenly erupt and take care of Su Chen. Ha! At this moment, the crowd following Su Chen's movements suddenly froze. They saw the rock giant lord suddenly stop moving, its massive body covered in a layer of gray-black armor, its health visibly rising. What is this? The combination of the skills Rock's Wrath and Earth Vein will created such a terrifying visual effect. Su Chen instantly assessed the situation of the rock giant lord, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Then, Divine Fury. Bow, cancel long-range mode. Attack speed surged again. Whoosh 6088*15 physical damage 8865*15 additional true damage minus 7320 flame dragon soul burn damage. A rain of arrows swept through the air, accurately embedding themselves into the rock giant lord's body. The health bar, which was about to recover to a green healthy state, finally began to slowly decline after a brief tug-of-war. 60%, 50%, 40%, 30%. Roar! The rock giant lord suddenly let out a furious roar, its already massive body swelling again. Crimson light swept back and forth, emanating a more dangerous and powerful aura than before. Second form? It's no wonder it's a platinum-level boss, it even has a second form. The onlookers gasped in amazement, their anticipation for the upcoming battle growing. Xingfeng, I wonder how you will respond this time. Zhan Yuqi long squinted at the figure that appeared so small before the rock giant lord. This was also the thought in the minds of most people. Under the second form, who is stronger, the rock giant lord or the current top player? Can Xingfeng create another first kill legend? Or will the rock giant lord end Xingfeng's tale? Su Chen, in the midst of his attack, noticed that the rock giant lord's health bar had turned gray and was no longer targetable. His attacks had no effect, like a mud cow entering the sea. The rock giant lord's transformation was still ongoing. Su Chen simply stopped his attacks, directing the little fire dragon to land steadily on the ground, seizing the opportunity to begin recuperating. Until a dozen seconds later, the rock giant lord suddenly roared, its immense pressure ebbing and flowing, countless rock fragments shooting towards Su Chen. Not good. Su Chen thought quickly and barely dodged this attack. Minus 4,313 minus 2,684. Glancing at his health bar, Su Chen's expression changed instantly. Although he hadn't been directly hit by the rock giant lord, the residual shockwave from that area attack had enveloped him. What terrifying attack power! Even with such divine equipment, the alchemy dragon soul, and the little titan's damage reduction, he still lost more than half his health. And that was just a graze. If anyone else had been there, they would have already respawned at the resurrection point. Seeing this, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. Why do I feel like the rock giant lord has become stronger? Isn't that obvious? Do you need to feel it? Did you see that? It looked like Xingfeng got hit. Can he still manage? Watching this scene, Xiao Tianxi's lips curled into a slight smile, his demeanor and composure seemingly returning to him. Yes, this is how it should be. Xingfeng must be killed by the rock giant lord. It would be best if he dropped his platinum set. With this thought, Xiao Tianxi signaled to a subordinate nearby who understood and left. Things were getting a bit tricky. Seizing the opportunity while the rock giant lord was attacking, Su Chen immediately launched a counterattack. He planned to attack instead of defend. The previous strike from the rock giant lord had shown a clear increase in power, speed, and reaction time compared to before. Therefore, Suchen knocked an arrow, the sound of the wind breaking as he released it. Whoosh 4625 15 physical damage 8865 15 additional true damage minus 15,240 flame dragon soul burn damage. Indeed, Suchen's eyes lit up. In its second form, the golden giant lord sacrificed defense for a boost in power. Suchen's damage had increased significantly, and the burn damage from the flame dragon soul had nearly doubled. Quick battle, quick resolution. Suchen made a swift decision, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Drawing the arrowhead, he activated lifesteal. Little Titan, activate spiked golden armor and taunt the rock giant lord. The rock giant lord, about to retaliate against Suchen, was instantly taunted by the Little Titan, allowing Suchen to only endure the splash damage from the area. Minus 2,899. Minus 3,210. Even so, Suchen's health continued to fluctuate. 4635 15 physical damage 8865 15 additional true damage minus 15,240 flame dragon soul burn damage. Without any worries, Suchen disregarded everything and shot a series of arrows at the rock giant lord. The rock giant lord's health bar visibly decreased 29%, 25%, 20%, 16% within the 30 seconds of the spiked golden armor. Suchen dealt tons of damage to the rock giant lord. Roar! As time was up, the crimson eyes of the rock giant lord locked onto Suchen again, and with a raise of its hand, it launched an attack. Countless stones, large and small, shot towards him. Suchen did not dare to be careless, constantly dodging and changing his position. Oh no! The density of the stones was even greater than before, and Suchen instantly calculated that he would have to endure at least a dozen attacks from the rock giant lord. With his current health, while he wouldn't be killed instantly, it could very likely put him in a dangerous situation, turning the tide of battle. Roaring shockwave. Without any hesitation, Suchen used the skill attached to the Crown of Divine Fury. It caused a continuous 1-second stun effect on units within a 5-meter radius. Although it was only for 1 second, it was enough for Suchen to evade this attack. During this time, the Little Titan's attacks all landed on the rock giant lord. 15% roar. An attack that seemed almost certain to succeed did not work. This insignificant human repeatedly infringed upon his dignity, and the golden giant lord attacked again in a flash. Stone shot out. Activate shield. Suchen decisively wrapped himself in a blue light shield. The stones crashed against the shield, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground, and the shield's health bar visibly decreased. At the same time, Suchen continued to shoot arrows at the rock giant lord, siphoning health and shield. Everyone's heart seemed to rise and fall with Suchen's health and the rock giant lord's health, the atmosphere tense. The only sounds echoing in the air were the howling winds of their back-and-forth exchanges. Qingfeng, you must hold on. The chubby boy clenched his fists unknowingly, murmuring as he watched Suchen's back. Time passed second by second, and suddenly the air became quiet. Fortunately, after reaching 15%, the judgment effect could be triggered, greatly increasing Suchen's damage. However, just as he was about to attack, an unexpected situation arose. A loud bang suddenly broke the balance of the battlefield. The shield that Suchen relied on for survival was unexpectedly shattered by the rock giant lord in such a short time. One could imagine how strong the opponent's attack was. The guild leaders who had just estimated Suchen's shield health, along with some high-level players, couldn't help but gasp. Qingfeng was strong, but the rock giant lord seemed even stronger. Little Titan, spiked golden armor. In a critical moment, Suchen commanded the Little Titan to release the taunt skill that had just cooled down, drawing most of the firepower from the rock giant lord. He then crushed the shield ball to restore his shield. Roar! Seeing that his attack was about to turn this foolish, ignorant human into dust, it ended up failing again. The rock giant lord was so anxious that it stomped and roared, but there was nothing it could do. It was already at the end of its rope, out of tricks. The judgment effect was triggered, and the rock giant's health could no longer withstand it. With only a sliver of health left, the rock giant lord was powerless to turn the tide, and the onlookers couldn't help but get excited. Suchen smiled and shot out the final blow with a wave of his hand. 6635 15 physical damage 8865 15 additional true damage minus 15,340 flame dragon soul burn damage 999999 judgment effect true damage 0% after triggering the judgment effect. The terrifying 10 million true damage instantly brought the rock giant lord's health to zero. In a roar of unwillingness, its massive body crashed to the ground. Thus, the platinum level lord boss, the rock giant lord, was defeated by Qingfeng. Friends in the livestream, what you are witnessing is a scene that will be recorded in the annals of the spirit realm. At the moment the rock giant lord fell, the smug face of Shaoli from the observation network appeared perfectly on the screen. The powerful rock giant lord ultimately could not withstand the might of the great god Qingfeng. After a fierce battle, the great god Qingfeng proved to be superior. The great god's back is solitary yet not arrogant, approachable and amiable. He is like a lighthouse, illuminating and guiding us ordinary players, punishing evil and promoting good, saving players from the flames of the Yunxing Guild. After Shaoli finished speaking, he skillfully adjusted the camera to focus on Su Chen. Under the vast sky, there stood one person and one beast. The once imposing and terrifying figure of the rock giant lord now appeared comically ridiculous. In contrast, Su Chen stood quietly in the field, unperturbed by honor or disgrace. Is this the true strength of the great god Qingfeng? Wrong, the great god's strength is unfathomable. Even a platinum-level lord boss could not force out all his trump cards. I feel like my little universe is about to explode. Watching this livestream felt like personally participating in the battle against the rock giant lord. Yes, I feel the same way. It's as if I stood beside the great god, cooperating with him to complete the battle, inexplicably filled with passion. A sense of pride surged within most ordinary players watching the livestream, and at this moment, Su Chen's image was solidified in their hearts. Those who like the great god Qingfeng, please follow and send small gifts. This livestream will focus on the great god Qingfeng, bringing you high-intensity coverage of the great god's livestream. Seeing the barrage of comments rolling frantically in the livestream, Shaoli couldn't stop smiling. This was countless shining silver coins for him. As soon as this was said, his back-end notifications kept coming in. Forum player Xiao Jiajie followed you, follower count +1. Forum player Hong Hong Huahua followed you, follower count +1. Forum player Zhanyu Jianren followed you, follower count +1. In just a few seconds, the number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 500,000. The follower count exceeded 200,000. Outside, it was a frenzy, but Su Chen had no time to pay attention to any of this. He was checking a series of system notifications. Congratulations, you have killed Rock Giant Lord, Platinum level. Lord Boss, gained reputation *1000, obtained Rock Lord treasure chest single-handedly killing a Lord level boss, gained experience bonus, killing at level 13 or above, experience increased by 130%. Congratulations, your level has risen from level 24 to level 28. All attributes increased by a total of 40 points. Ranger class, strength and agility increased by an additional 20 points. Physical defense +40, spell resistance +20. You have gained 100 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Your mount, Little Fire Dragon, has leveled up to level 28. Your pet, Titan, has leveled up to level 28. A treasure chest with an ancient style, radiating a faint glow, was held in Su Chen's palm. Open the treasure chest. With an expectant heart, Su Chen slowly opened the treasure chest in his hand. A white light shot up into the sky. You have opened Rock Lord treasure chest enhanced. Congratulations. You have obtained gold. *5000, medium health recovery potion *200, medium mana recovery potion *200, earth protection, ink meteorite, rock boots, platinum tier, rock ring, platinum tier, rock fist, platinum tier. A full 5000 gold plus platinum equipment. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just perfect for devouring the Divine Fury set? However, what was earth protection? Su Chen turned his gaze to where earth protection was located. A bound paper book lay quietly in the compartment, looking seemingly ordinary. Skill book? Could it be that skill? The scene from earlier flashed before Su Chen's eyes. The rock giant lord rooted in the earth, continuously siphoning health from the ground, had given him quite a headache with its hundreds of thousands of damage per second. Item name, Earth Protection. Item type, Skill book. Star rating, for stars. Class requirement, none. Earth protection, passive. When you stand on the ground with both feet, you can draw power from the earth's veins, restoring 1,500 health points per second. Description, the Mother of Earth protects you. She treats all living beings equally at all times. So, return to the embrace of the Mother of Earth. It really was that skill. Su Chen's breath quickened. During the earlier battle, the rock giant lord had nearly made him lose face with this sneaky trick. However, in the future, he would be the only one under heaven to possess this skill. Su Chen immediately chose to learn it, and the seemingly ordinary skill book, exuding a faint scent of grass and wood, instantly transformed into a burst of white light and vanished into the world. In Su Chen's skill bar, a new passive skill, Earth Protection, appeared. The skill icon was still glowing. At the same time, Su Chen immediately felt a surge of vibrant energy rising from the ground, flowing up through his feet. Su Chen felt refreshed, and the slight fatigue he had felt earlier was completely swept away. Ink meteorite, effect unknown. Note, do not underestimate this stone, it may save your life at a critical moment. What is this? Su Chen blinked. After thinking for a few seconds, he chose to place the gray-black stone in a corner of his warehouse. There was also a mountain lord's heart, but unlike before, this lord's heart was in a recovery state and needed to absorb the earth's veins for an hour to fully recover. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He put it back in his space backpack and would feed it to the little fire dragon once it was restored. Then, he turned his attention to the equipment. Ring of Rocks, Platinum level, equipment position, ring attributes, health plus 5000, mana plus 4800, physical defense plus 600, spell resistance plus 200, spirit plus 200. Special attributes, control, reduction plus 6%, rock attribute damage increase plus 2%, health regeneration plus 550 per second. Additional effect, generates a barrier in front of the chest, temporarily increasing defense by 200. Fist of Rocks, Platinum level, equipment position, gloves. Base attributes, health plus 1000, physical attack plus 2000, attack speed plus 150%, strength plus 200. Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 100 special attributes, Critical hit plus 5%, Physical penetration plus 25%, Critical damage plus 20% additional effect, attacks can deal extra damage equal to 3% of own health. Boots of Rocks, Platinum level, Equipment position, Boots normal attributes, Movement speed plus 500, Physical defense plus 300, Spell defense plus 300, Agility plus 150. Constitution plus 130 special attributes, Evasion plus 2%, Critical hit chance plus 5%, Control reduction plus 5% additional effect, consumes half of current health to summon a puppet with 1/10 of your attributes, lasting 30 seconds. It's a pity that these additional skills, while useful, either conflict with Su-chan's own attributes or he already has better ones. Without hesitation, Su-chan chose to absorb the attributes. With a few pleasant chimes, the refreshed panel of the Divine Fury set reappeared before Su-chan. Divine Fury boots have absorbed Boots of Rocks attribute increase, Movement speed plus 300, Physical defense plus 200, Spell resistance plus 150, Agility plus 70, Constitution plus 70 special attribute increase. Evasion plus 1%, Critical hit chance plus 3%, Control reduction plus 3%. Divine Fury ring has absorbed Ring of Rocks attribute increase, Health plus 1000, Mana plus 1200, Physical defense plus 200, Spell resistance plus 200, Spirit plus 50 special attribute increase, Rock attribute damage increase 2%, Control reduction plus 3%, Health regeneration plus 125 per second. Divine Fury gauntlets, Platinum level, attribute increase, Health plus 500, Physical attack plus 500, Attack speed plus 50%, Strength plus 70, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 50 special attribute increase, Critical hit plus 3%, Physical penetration plus 5%, Critical damage plus 10%. Absorbing equipment of the same Platinum level brought a qualitative leap in attributes. As Su-chan was experiencing the powerful attributes from the equipment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Great God, could you please give a speech about your solo kill of the boss this time? Observation Network Shaoli leaned over and said to the dazed Su-chan. Just as Su-chan was about to speak, he suddenly thought of Xiao Tianci at that moment. And the words he was about to say changed completely. He revealed a hint of a playful smile and slowly greeted the live broadcast camera. Hello, he had already planned to use the blood kill. Orders tracking to go directly to the resurrection spring and ambush Xiao Tianci. Observation Network Shaoli blinked twice, showing a polite smile. The greeting from the great god Qingfeng is indeed as gentle and approachable as I remember, without any airs at all. The live broadcast room was filled with echoes of agreement. Is this the great god Qingfeng? I, Wang, have become a fan today. The great god's smile is like a breeze blowing into my heart, tingling all over. Unlike that hypocritical scoundrel Xiao Tianci, the great god is truly down to earth. And that moonslaying mad lion, you can tell at a glance that he's not a good thing. Moonslaying mad lion. Wronged. I'm so mad. Just as he had calmed down and opened the live broadcast room, Xiao Tianci's expression suddenly darkened, and with a loud clap, he directly turned off the live stream. Young master, please calm down. It's not worth getting upset over Qingfeng and harming your health. Wanban Fengchen, with her slender waist and curvy hips, hurriedly approached Xiao Tianci. A pair of nimble hands took the opportunity to caress and pat Xiao Tianci's chest from behind. You are the young master of Yin Shang Group, destined to inherit the top position in the future. As for that Qingfeng, he won't be bouncing around for long. After enjoying the service for a while, Xiao Tianci's expression improved somewhat, but seeing Wanban Fengchen's increasingly forward approach, he disdainfully shook off her hand. Wanban Fengchen was not embarrassed at all, casually gathering a few strands of hair behind her head. Great God, may I ask you a few questions? After the commotion in the live broadcast room settled, Observation Network Shaoli spoke up again. Su-chan remained non-committal. He took the microphone himself and stood right in front of the camera. I have never been good with words. The great god is joking. Observation Network Shaoli smiled awkwardly. Could it be that the great god Qingfeng saw through his thoughts? Rather than talking, I prefer to do what I like. Su-chan succinctly finished speaking and handed the microphone to Observation Network Shaoli. Shaoli felt a wave of disappointment. It would have been better if Qingfeng had said a few more words. In just a short while, the popularity of his live broadcast room surged again. Su-chan's figure had disappeared. After leaving the scorching plain, he rode on the little fire dragon and soon appeared next to the resurrection spring. Qingfeng? Wanban Fengchen pointed at Su-chan, looking as if she had seen a ghost, her makeup almost scared off. Calm down. Xiao Tianci also noticed Su-chan at the first moment, constantly reminding himself that there was nothing to fear about Su-chan. This was a safe zone. With this thought, the long-cultivated aura of the young master returned to Xiao Tianci. Qingfeng, I admit you are very strong. Xiao Tianci spoke lightly, maintaining his composure. Su-chan said nothing, only grinned at the well-dressed Xiao Tianci, drew his bow, and aimed at Xiao Tianci. Lord Qingfeng appeared beside the resurrection spring. At this moment, Su-chan's whereabouts were also discovered. Shaoli from the Observation Network mounted a skeletal horse and galloped, muttering to himself, so that's what the Lord meant. Excitement ignited in his eyes. Looking at Xiao Tianxi, who firmly believed he was safe, Wan Ban Fengchen hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to speak. As far as she knew, Xingfeng seemed to have an item that could kill people regardless of the safe zone. However, after some thought, her rich life experience led her to choose silence. She turned her gaze to Su Chen. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Tianxi asked, somewhat uncertain. Su Chen did not answer Xiao Tianxi's question, and the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive and eerie. Xiao Tianxi couldn't help but shiver. Whoosh! Su Chen knocked an arrow. Whoosh! 6088*15. Physical damage 8902*15. Additional true damage -15,855. Flame Dragon Soul damage. Xiao Tianxi instantly transformed into a burst of white light, reborn in the resurrection spring a dozen meters away, astonished. Glancing at the character attribute panel, Xiao Tianxi was immediately filled with the urge to curse. Not only had he dropped from level 14 to 13, but his golden equipment had also dropped and his attributes had decreased by an additional 10%. Losing a level could be regained through practice, and equipment could be replaced with some effort, but losing attribute points was a permanent loss, destined to leave him far behind others. In that moment, Xiao Tianxi was filled with rage and various emotions intertwined in his heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing now is Xiao Tianxi being killed by Xingfeng once again, reborn at the resurrection point. Look at Xiao Tianxi's expression. Could it be that he dropped some golden equipment? Xiaoli from the observation network rushed to the scene without stopping, immediately beginning a commentary that aligned with public sentiment. "Well done, haha, this guy has his day now. When this guy relied on the Yunsheng Guild to oppress ordinary players, did he ever think of today's boomerang? This is a safe zone. Can you really kill in a safe zone? Upstairs, you are quite ignorant, let me tell you." The arrival of Xiaoli from the observation network snapped Xiao Tianxi back to reality. He took a deep breath, shook off the dust of the world, and looked at Su Chen. "Xingfeng, do you know that I am the young master of the Yunsheng group?" Su Chen curled his lip, too lazy to respond to such nonsense, but his hands did not stop moving. "Knowing you are unconvinced, then I will kill you until you are convinced." Whoosh! 6088*15. Physical damage 8902*15. Additional true damage -15,855. Flame Dragon Soul damage. Xingyi Xiao Tianxi's voice abruptly stopped, and the next second, the tail end of Feng echoed in the resurrection spring. His tone had already taken on a hint of ferocity. Su Chen once again killed Xiao Tianxi in an instant. Xiao Tianxi glanced at the panel, revealing an expression of extreme pain. He had dropped another level, his attribute points plummeting by another 10%, and another piece of golden equipment had dropped. A trace of barely perceptible fear flashed in Xiao Tianxi's eyes. He was truly afraid. In the game safe zone, with Su Chen being an expert archer, losing attributes permanently with each kill was a dire situation. Unless he logged off right now, there was no solution. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, if he did this, his reputation would surely plummet. If his father found out, the Yunsheng group would likely be handed over to his brother. He couldn't do that. "Xingfeng, do you really want to be enemies with the entire Yunsheng group? Please don't misjudge the situation." While guarding against the arrows from Su Chen, Xiao Tianxi spoke. "I have only one request." Looking at Xiao Tianxi's fierce yet weak expression, Su Chen slowly said, "What?" "Gather all the players of the Yunsheng Guild." Xiao Tianxi immediately understood Su Chen's intention. The other party was planning to catch them all in one go. His expression fluctuated between dark and light, hesitating. Whoosh! Xiao Tianxi died again in the resurrection spring, and the hesitation on his face was gone. "I agree." A quarter of an hour later, outside the Flameblade City, all members of the Yunsheng Guild had arrived. Seeing this, Su Chen prepared to use the mirror technique Frost Snow to catch them all at once. Under Flameblade City, a sea of heads surged. What's going on? Many people were confused. They had been summoned by Xiao Tianxi's death order and had no idea what was happening. "Shu, the president must have a big move this time. Maybe it's a siege on a lord-level boss," a person said mysteriously to his companion. "What? The president is going to lead the whole guild to besiege a lord-level boss?" This news spread instantly throughout the Yunsheng Guild, and for a moment everyone in the guild looked as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes shining as they looked at Xiao Tianxi. It turned out the president was preparing for battle. Countless familiar faces swirled in front of Xiao Tianxi's eyes, filled with hopeful expressions, making his face even darker, almost dripping with water. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but found he couldn't utter a word. "That person seems to be Xingfeng?" It was only then that the members of Yunsheng noticed a person standing prominently in front of the president. The person was wearing a shiny platinum set and riding a small fire dragon. Who else could it be but Xingfeng? The crowd began to stir. "Shut up." Noticing Xiao Tianxi's increasingly grim expression, Uncle Lu couldn't help but scold sharply. The authority of the second-in-command silenced the scene instantly. Except for one person. "This time, you did well." Su Chen looked at the densely packed red line targets in his sight and couldn't help but praise. Roughly estimating, if he killed all these people, he would easily stack over 1,000 layers of true damage. He had just been itching to do something. Mirror. Technique Frost Snow. With Su Chen's movement, countless pure white frost flowers fell from the sky, bringing a touch of coolness to the sweltering Flame Blade City. Why is it snowing? Congratulations, you have killed the player. Twilight Sky Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed the player. A man who doesn't play Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed the player. Wandering Drifter Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Just a moment later, Su Chen's surroundings transformed into a world of ice and snow, completely empty. The layers had also increased to over 1,300, successfully unlocking the second effect's layer target. Effect 2, True Damage Layers 5750/5000, full layers increase range by 50 meters, achieved. Effect 2, Refresh, True Damage Layers 5750/7000, full layers can increase the sniper's damage cap from 200% to 500%. Most people never understood what had happened until their deaths, blinking their innocent big eyes as they transformed into white light and were reborn at the resurrection point. A small number of informed individuals looked at Xiao Tianxi with eyes filled with resentment and confusion, along with a hint of disappointment. The instigator, Xiao Tianxi, was reborn at the resurrection point, his heart aching and bleeding. After this battle, his prestige had already lost more than half. In comparison, level attributes were secondary. Even if those ordinary players didn't understand now, they would eventually come to realize it upon reflection. It turned out the guild leader had intentionally given away kills. Not to mention, there was Qingfeng's assist. This guy clearly said it on purpose. Despicable, detestable. Xiao Tianxi clenched his fists tightly, a deep sense of powerlessness and desolation spreading in his heart. A big incident has occurred. Just now, the great god Qingfeng single-handedly killed all the players of the Yunsheng Guild in an instant. Follow this live stream for continuous updates on the great god Qingfeng. Shaoli from the Observation Network quickly made an advertisement and hurriedly shifted the camera to the resurrection spring. Countless dazzling white lights illuminated most of the Blade City within seconds. Haha, I didn't expect Xiao Tianxi to be ruthless not only to his enemies but also to his own brothers. Can you guess how those who know they were sold out by their guild leader feel? Their hearts must be cold. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't take this humiliation. Working hard for the guild day and night only to be handed over by the guild leader. This broken guild, it's better not to stay. Under Shaoli's incitement, the live stream's bullet comments began to scroll rapidly. In the next moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in Xiao Tianxi's ears. Player Twilight Sky exits the Yunsheng Guild. The rivers and lakes are vast. May we meet again by fate. Xiao Tianxi squinted his eyes, silently staring at the 4 characters Twilight Sky, as if he wanted to engrave them in his heart. After a few seconds of silence in the guild channel, it suddenly burst forth like a floodgate, ringing incessantly. Player Wandering Drifter exits the Yunsheng Guild. The rivers and lakes are vast. May we meet again by fate. Player Guild Leader as a San Coin exits the guild. The rivers and lakes are vast. May we meet again by fate. Xiao Tianxi felt his eyelids twitching, his steps unsteady, nearly falling to the ground. Struggling to steady himself, he took a deep breath. He opened the guild channel. Tianxi Royal Power exiting the guild now will be seen as an enemy of the entire Yunsheng to the death. His message was quickly drowned out by the rapidly scrolling exit notifications, having minimal effect. It wasn't until several seconds later that the speed suddenly slowed down, with only a few sporadic exit notifications popping up. Checking the guild information, Xiao Tianxi discovered that in that brief half-minute, over 400 players had exited the entire guild, nearly a third. Calm down, must stay calm. Xiao Tianxi repeatedly reminded himself that these people were merely the toxic blood of the guild. If he got angry, it would play right into Su Chen and the others' hands. Tianxi Royal Power, I will say this one last time. You can leave the guild, but you will be an enemy of Yunsheng. As soon as these words were spoken, the guild channel fell silent, and for a short time no one left or spoke. Wandering Dust, those who remain will have their benefits doubled. This is the answer given by Yunsheng. This woman was somewhat useful. Xiao Tianxi's expression lightened slightly as he cast an approving glance at Wandering Dust. Wandering Dust returned a seductive wink. With their back and forth, the guild's unrest finally calmed down. As for what they were thinking, in their hearts he did not know. Young master, quickly look at the forum. Uncle Lu sent Xiao Tianxi a link. This is Sacrifice. Black Abyss Cult can level up? As he slowly browsed through the posts, Xiao Tianxi's brows furrowed instead. His intuition told him that this matter was not as reliable as it seemed. Thinking of Su Chen's actions, Xiao Tianxi did not hesitate and made up his mind. Now that the overall strength of the guild had significantly declined, his level kept dropping and normal means could not catch up with others at all. Only by any means necessary, taking risks. That is how one becomes a hero. With this thought, a wicked smile curved at the corner of Xiao Tianxi's mouth. Uncle Lu, immediately take the guild to the place mentioned on the forum. I want to give Qingfeng a big gift this time. Yes, young master. Ha! The whole world became quiet. Su Chen let out a long breath and relaxed. Oh little Titan, devour these equipments. Looking at these relics, Suchen commanded. At this moment he noticed a message from the little fatty. Extreme domination, brother Qingfeng, the Platinum Lord boss has been taken down by you. That's too fierce. Qingfeng, need any equipment? I just happen to have a large batch that I don't need. Suchen raised his eyes to glance at the pile of shining equipment in front of him. Little Titan had already finished devouring and simply could not take in more. However, it had significantly increased some attributes. Extreme domination, as long as it's brother Qingfeng's equipment, I'll take as much as you have. Qingfeng, then you can bring people to Flame Blade City to collect the equipment just at market price. Extreme domination, thank you, brother Qingfeng, I'll have someone transfer the money to your account shortly. Suchen had always had a good impression of the little fatty. After spending so much time together, the other party's character had earned Suchen's respect. Moreover, these equipments were basically useless to Suchen, but for the little fatty who was establishing a guild, it was like sending charcoal in the snow. Suchen didn't mind doing this favor. Qingfeng, by the way, I want to ask about your brother Xiaotianxi's matter. Extreme domination, brother Qingfeng, thank you for your understanding. Let me clarify, I consider myself a competitor with Tianxi, vying for the position of the future power holder of Yunsheng Group. Near Flame Blade City, the little fatty looked at the message he had just sent, feeling deeply moved. In fact, he originally had no intention of competing for this position, as his father favored Xiaotianxi more than him. But after establishing a relationship with brother Qingfeng and with his father actively shifting resources towards him, he developed this thought. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Qingfeng, then I can rest assured. Closing the chat, Suchen found that the bloodline target had also refreshed. The target pointed to a certain dungeon. However, before that, Suchen took out the Mountain Lord's heart from his backpack and found that it had fully recovered, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Come, little fire dragon, devour it. Roar! The little fire dragon beside him was already eagerly waiting, jumping with excitement. I wonder what kind of talent will awaken this time. Looking at the little fire dragon's transformation, Suchen muttered to himself while stroking his chin. After swallowing the heart of the Mountain Lord, the entire dragon god of the little fire dragon began to tremble. On the dragon's body, surrounded by flames, faint dark green stripes started to appear, resembling the camouflage clothing Suchen had seen before. From now on, I'll have to call you Little Dark Dragon. In a good mood, Suchen teased. Roar! Actually, Suchen was just saying it casually because the few dark green stripes were hardly noticeable. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be seen at all. The stripes not only didn't seem out of place but also had a somewhat heroic aura. With anticipation, Suchen checked the little fire dragon's attribute panel. Talent, Lord Dragon Soul, 4 out of 6. Each time a lord's heart is devoured, it will permanently provide the master with a Dragon Soul effect. After gathering 6 types of Dragon Souls, the Dragon God Blessing will be triggered, doubling all obtained Dragon Soul effects, and the talent will be upgraded. Activated Dragon Soul effect, Flame Dragon Soul. The master's attacks and attack effects will attach an additional 20% burning damage upon hitting, burning 5% per second for 4 seconds. Activated Dragon Soul effect, Alchemy Dragon Soul. The healing and shield effects received by the master are increased by 25%. Activated Dragon Soul effect, Lightning Dragon Soul. The master's attacks and attack effects gain a lightning chain effect, generating a lightning chain that can spread to a maximum of 15 units with each attack, causing 30% physical damage but carrying 100% attack effect. Activated Dragon Soul effect, Mountain Dragon Soul. In a non-combat state, the master can additionally recover shield value equal to the current maximum health, which can stack with other effects. Good stuff. Suchen's eyes lit up. A shield equal to 100% of non-combat health. Doesn't this mean he effectively has double health? Although this part of the shield is consumable in battle, the increase in combat power is very real. Suchen now has nearly 50,000 health points. With the shield, it's nearly 100,000. If he were to face the rock giant lord now, he definitely wouldn't be as embarrassed as before. After another surge in combat power, Suchen, full of confidence, turned his gaze to the bloodline target glowing faintly with golden light on the map. It's you. This is, in the sea? To his sight, the golden line target was surrounded by a vast ocean. Little fire dragon, let's go. Suchen mounted the dragon's back and the little fire dragon flew towards the nearby teleportation point. 1 minute later, Suchen appeared in front of the teleportation point in the coastal city. Exiting the city, the mixed damp sea breeze hit him and Suchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The boundless blue sea, the sky, and water blending together looked like a painting. He suddenly began to understand the lifestyle player Shaoli from the observation network. After enjoying the natural scenery for a while, Suchen finally entered the water. System prompt: you are leaving the boundaries of the human race, where powerful alien races will appear. For your safety, please raise your level to at least 50 before coming. So this is the boundary of the human race. Hearing the system prompt, Suchen was slightly taken aback, but he didn't stop his steps and continued forward. The system reminded him 3 times in a row, and Suchen ignored them all. A few minutes later, Suchen discovered the entrance to the dungeon, a constantly rotating whirlpool of light. Enter the dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, a group of lobster-like monsters surrounded him, wielding their large pincers. Shrimp Soldier level 40 health 500 000 physical attack 3000 physical defense 2000 magic resistance 2000 speed 900 skills water play water impact whoosh 7088 *15 physical damage 9065 *15 additional true damage minus 12114 flame dragon soul burn damage. Congratulations, you have killed Shrimp Soldier. Crown of Hunting activated. True damage stacks +2, maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed Shrimp Soldier. Crown of Hunting activated. True damage stacks +2, maximum health +5. In just a moment, these monsters turned into a burst of white light, becoming Su Chen's experience. After easily dealing with this group of small monsters, Su Chen moved deeper into the dungeon. Soon, he encountered the second wave of monsters. Crab General level 40 health 550 000 physical attack 3200 physical defense 2500 magic resistance 2000 speed 850 skills claw strike domineering charge. The Crab General's attributes were slightly higher than the Shrimp Soldier, yet it was still indiscriminately killed by Su Chen. Congratulations, you have killed Crab General. Crown of Hunting activated. True damage stacks +2, maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed Crab General. Crown of Hunting activated. True damage stacks +2, maximum health +5. Su Chen glanced roughly, and the true damage instantly stacked over 200 layers, making him even more eager for the next monsters. Walking on the soft sand while admiring the seaweed and colorful shells scattered throughout the dungeon, Su Chen did not stop his pace. This is too dark. After walking for half a minute, the visibility in the sea suddenly dropped. Su Chen could only see a radius of about 10 feet in front of him. Beyond that, it was a pitch-black void. Nothing could be seen. Something was off. Su Chen slowed his pace, quietly alert to the unknown danger. Bang! Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the deep sea. Accompanying this sound, a fleeting flash of lightning flickered in Su Chen's vision. Boom! At a critical moment, Su Chen immediately deployed his shield, and the next second he felt something crash against it. Minus 4882. What the hell? Looking at the bright red numbers that popped up, Su Chen was momentarily surprised. What kind of monster is this? Why is the damage so high? And it's so fast. Clap, clap, clap. Soon, 3 more fleeting flashes of lightning danced and flickered before Su Chen's eyes. Little Titan, released the mechanical puppet. Su Chen made a decisive decision and ordered the Little Titan to expend energy to summon a mechanical puppet in front of him. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, just as the mechanical puppet released its taunt skill, it was hit by a 3-hit combo from the unknown creature. The unknown creature attacked 3 times in quick succession, each strike carrying immense power and a fierce offensive, forcing the mechanical puppet to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment also changed. In the originally calm space, dozens of lines flickering with electric lights suddenly emerged, intertwining like a spider web, completely surrounding Su Chen. Here it comes again? Thinking I can't see you, huh? A hint of mockery flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he silently chanted in his heart. Mirror technique frost snow. One force breaks 10,000 methods. I don't care what kind of monster you are, how fast you are, or how good you are at hiding. With one AoE, you all obediently stack up for me. 7088 *15 physical damage 9124 *15 additional true damage minus 12130 flame dragon soul burn damage. Congratulations, you have killed Black Bama. Crown of the Hunter activated. True damage stacks +2, maximum health +5. Congratulations, you have killed Black Bama. Crown of the Hunter activated. True damage stacks +2, maximum health +5. With the release of Frost Snow, this group of monsters instantly turned into white light, becoming Su Chen's stack count. Isn't this just an electric eel? Su Chen curled his lips, too lazy to look at the monster's attributes. After tidying up, Su Chen's vision gradually returned to what it was before. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, Su Chen noticed that the icon for the Explorer title in his vision began to light up. Explorer title judgment activated. There is hidden information around you. Location has been marked for you. Is there something good again? Su Chen's eyes brightened as he followed the direction indicated by the Explorer title and walked forward. However, after just a dozen steps, Su Chen had to stop. Why is there no path? Looking at the sturdy ancient tree in front of him, Su Chen frowned. Could it be that this tree is peculiar? With previous experience, Su Chen began to walk slowly around the ancient tree, searching for possible hiding spots for items. Sure enough, when he circled to the back of the ancient tree, Su Chen made a new discovery. A fruit the size of a longan, emitting a faint glow, appeared before him. Check attributes. Lifespan fruit effect. After swallowing, can increase lifespan by 20 years. Description: a mysterious fruit grown from the essence of heaven and earth. No living being can resist its temptation. It is said that the Tao Emperor refined the lifespan pill using it. Increase lifespan? Su Chen's breath quickened, eagerly cradling the lifespan fruit in his hands. He had previously consumed a lifespan pill, and the benefits were self-evident. Having tasted the sweetness, Su Chen certainly understood how extraordinary the effects of this seemingly ordinary lifespan fruit were. Even if it was only 20 years of lifespan, 1/3 of the lifespan pill, Su Chen would be satisfied. After all, this thing is hard to come by. He wouldn't sell it for any amount of money. However, after the surprise, Suchen raised an eyebrow, pondering the relationship between the Tao Emperor and the lifespan fruit. If the Tao Emperor really refined the lifespan pill using the lifespan fruit, Suchen contemplated for a moment and carefully stored the lifespan fruit in his backpack. He did not plan to swallow this lifespan fruit for the time being. With his speed of advancement, he would soon be able to enter the three major main cities. By then, meeting the Tao Emperor would not be impossible. Whether it was to present the longevity fruit as a meeting gift to strengthen his relationship with the Tao Emperor, or to invite the other party to help refine the longevity fruit into a longevity pill, Suchen felt confident in either approach. This trip to the dungeon, just the longevity fruit alone, had already exceeded Suchen's expectations. He tidied up a bit and set off immediately. After a turn, a bright palace suddenly appeared before Suchen. The crystal-clear palace was dreamlike, making one feel as if they might get lost within it at first glance. Two vividly colored, crystal-carved stone lions flanked the palace, while the dark entrance exuded a chilling aura that seemed to prey on the unwary. Suchen couldn't help but shiver, as if a cold wind had swept past his ears. Why does it look so eerie? At that moment, Suchen also noticed that the little fish and the changing corals that had been swimming around him were nowhere to be seen. It seemed as if only this strange palace remained in the world. I want to see what you're up to. Suchen's intuition told him that this dungeon might be somewhat special, with the longevity fruit being a prime example. Without much hesitation, Suchen maintained a steady pace and stepped into the darkness alone. Upon entering the palace, Suchen discovered that it was a different world inside, much larger than he had imagined. Doors were everywhere, and the corridors branched out in all directions, leading to deeper and darker areas. It resembled a large maze. Suchen chuckled. If it were someone else, they might indeed be captivated by this maze, but for him, as long as he followed the targets marked on the map, he would definitely not go wrong. However, what surprised Suchen was that the bloodline target pointed to a seemingly ordinary path on the far left, avoiding the lavishly decorated doors. With a mindset of giving it a try, Suchen casually pushed open a door. Unfortunately, the world behind the door was quiet, and nothing unexpected happened. Forget it, the main business was more important. Suchen took a deep breath to calm himself, then slowly continued down the corridor. His footsteps echoed in the narrow, dark passage, sounding particularly empty and eerie. Each step felt like treading on nothingness, lacking any sense of substance. When Suchen finally reached the end of the passage, the scene before him suddenly opened up. This place was no longer the luxurious palace from before, it resembled a deep cave. Instead, the cave was filled with an ancient atmosphere, with old paintings and writings hanging on the walls, and the ground covered in moss and dust. The entire space was suffused with a sense of oppression and heaviness, making one feel a bit breathless. At that moment, Suchen's gaze was drawn to an object ahead. He focused his eyes and saw a massive figure quietly sleeping in the center of the cave. This figure was enormous, towering several dozen meters high, giving an indescribable sense of pressure. Upon closer inspection, he realized, good heavens, it was another platinum-level Lord Boss. Suchen hurriedly checked the information on the other party. Deep-sea giant octopus level 40 rank, platinum level Lord Boss health 1,600,000,000, 160,000,000 physical attack, 6,500 physical defense, 3,000 magic resistance, 3,000 speed, 1,300 skills, tidal surge, tornado rain strike, water screen barrier, ocean overlord, passive, ocean's healing, tidal surge. The deep-sea giant octopus angrily swings its tentacles, causing the surrounding seawater to form a massive whirlpool, pulling players into the center and dealing 80% physical attack damage per second for 5 seconds. Attack range 200 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Tornado rain strike. As a marine Lord Boss, the deep-sea giant octopus naturally possesses the ability to control water. It shoots a column of water from its mouth, forming a water tornado in the air that tracks and attacks players, dealing 200% attack damage upon explosion, lasting 15 seconds. Attack range 500 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Water screen barrier. The deep-sea giant octopus summons a flowing water screen barrier that lasts for 10 seconds. During the existence of the water screen, magic damage taken is reduced by 50% and physical damage taken is reduced by 50%. Cooldown 45 seconds. Aquatic creature. Passive. As a marine Lord Boss, the deep-sea giant octopus's compatibility in water is increased by 30% and it regenerates 15,000 health per second. Its combat ability on land is reduced by 10%. Ocean's healing. When the deep-sea giant octopus's health drops below 30%, it will transform into a second form, entering a forbidden invincible state for 5 minutes during which it cannot attack. Description. The deep-sea giant octopus is the overlord of the ocean, once standing at the top of the food chain. Its attributes are slightly stronger than those of the rock giant lord, and it also has a second form. Suchen glanced roughly at the attributes of the deep-sea giant octopus and found that there was only one skill that required special attention: tornado rain strike. Long-range tracking, and it can explode. Suchen estimated that even with the mountain dragon soul shield, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. While he was pondering, the deep-sea giant octopus had already sensed Suchen's presence. Its massive body surged, and countless tentacles quickly extended in all directions. Little Titan, shield up. As Su Chen's voice fell, a layer of blue light screen immediately enveloped him. The little titan was already level 28 and had devoured a large batch of equipment in Blade City, significantly boosting its attributes. The current shield's health was quite substantial. If it weren't for dealing with this Platinum Lord boss, Su Chen would have long been invincible. Just then, Su Chen suddenly realized that his body was being pulled involuntarily towards the deep-sea giant octopus. This was the suction effect of tidal surge. Su Chen quickly reacted and shouted, "Little fire dragon!" Sitting on the dragon's back, Su Chen immediately felt the suction lessen significantly, becoming negligible. He hurriedly took this opportunity to increase his output. Whoosh-6088*15. Physical damage-9050*15. Additional. True damage -11,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon the deep-sea giant octopus's health dropped to 90%. The deep-sea giant octopus roared in pain, its deep, massive eyes fixed on Su Chen, this tiny human who had already provoked its wrath. Hiss. A column of water shot out from the deep-sea giant octopus's mouth, forming a water tornado in just 1 second, attacking Su Chen. Here it comes, the tracking explosion skill. Su Chen remained calm and composed, having already seen through the opponent's information, and this move was within his expectations. While instructing Little Titan to use its taunt skill, he also directed Little Fire Dragon to dodge left and right, trying to shake off the water vortex behind him. Truly a tracking skill. Su Chen clicked his tongue inwardly. That water vortex ignored Little Titan's taunt skill. No matter how Su Chen changed his position, it relentlessly pursued him from behind. Whoosh-6088*15. Physical damage-9050*15. Additional true damage -11,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage. Even while on the dragon's back, Su Chen did not forget to occasionally look back and aim at the deep-sea giant octopus to attack. Soon the 15 seconds passed and the water vortex formed by the vortex rain dissipated behind Su Chen. Little fire dragon, thanks to you this time. Su Chen gently stroked Little Fire Dragon's fluffy little head. Little Fire Dragon let out a groan, almost a whimper. What was going on? Su Chen quickly landed Little Fire Dragon on the ground and carefully observed its condition. At this moment, Little Fire Dragon's usually spirited face looked sickly, and its body emitted a sense of lethargy. That's it. Su Chen slapped his forehead, suddenly feeling a bit hot on his face. Little Fire Dragon was originally a fire-type creature, but now it had been soaking in seawater for half a day. How could it feel good? He really was careless. As Little Fire Dragon's owner, he hadn't noticed this. While Su Chen felt guilty, he also felt very sorry for Little Fire Dragon. Even though it felt so unwell, it had still dutifully carried him, helping him escape the deep-sea giant octopus's pursuit. Sorry, little guy. Su Chen squatted down and gently stroked Little Fire Dragon's head. Little Fire Dragon rubbed against Su Chen's palm, very obedient. At this moment, the deep-sea giant octopus's new round of attacks had already arrived. There was no time to dodge. Su Chen could only take this hit head-on. -12,999, just one hit, and Su Chen's health bar was already more than half empty. He suddenly frowned and looked around. His intuition told him that something was off. Hiss. The second wave of the deep-sea giant octopus's vortex rain had already formed a water vortex, attacking Su Chen and Little Fire Dragon. On! Little Fire Dragon cried out urgently, seemingly urging Su Chen to get on it and escape. But how could Su Chen do that? Emperor's Banner. Activate the third effect to break 10,000 laws, range 100 meters. Little Titan actively attacked the water vortex to weaken its power. At the same time, Su Chen also entered his strongest state. He needed to prevent the deep-sea giant octopus from releasing skills and force it out of its second form. Explosive Arrow. Absorb the arrow. Mirror Technique. Frost Snow. With Little Titan and the puppet actively weakening the attack, Su Chen took this hit. -25,934. Su Chen's face turned pale, but his hands did not stop moving. 60%, 50%, 40%, 30%. In a short moment, the deep-sea giant octopus, reduced to a live target, was forced out of its second form. Entering a 5-minute invincible state, its health slowly recovered. Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, turned to look at Little Fire Dragon, and seeing its expression improve, he felt reassured. Then, he shifted his gaze and used the detection skill attached to the Crown of Divine Fury. So that's how it is. Su Chen smirked and suddenly shot an arrow at a nearby shell. Bang! With the shell shattering, a graceful and slender figure appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. Her water blue hair cascaded down her back and a palm-sized shell enveloped the swell of her chest. Aside from that, she wore nothing on her upper body. At this moment, her dark, luminous eyes were fixed intently on Su Chen, filled with 4 parts wariness, 3 parts stubbornness, and 2 parts panic. What surprised Su Chen the most was that beneath the woman's slender, soft waist, she trailed a long fish tail. The tail swayed back and forth, showcasing the youthful vitality of a mermaid. Su Chen. After a moment of shock, he regained his composure and casually shifted his gaze away from her exquisite body. So this is what a mermaid looks like? Suppressing the myriad of chaotic thoughts, Suchen forced himself to calm down and carefully examine this creature's information panel. Luo Wei Race, Sea Tribe. Level 30 Weapon, Azure Wave Staff, Platinum Tier. Description: a princess of the Sea Tribe living in the deep ocean, embodying beauty and wisdom. It is said that if one can win her favor, they will have the chance to unlock treasures buried in the deep sea for thousands of years. A mermaid princess? Suchen raised an eyebrow and looked again at the beauty named Luo Wei, his gaze lingering on her in several places, revealing a hesitant expression. Originally, according to Suchen's thoughts, she was surely in league with the deep-sea giant octopus hiding in the shadows, preparing to ambush him. He naturally would not hold back. Especially when he first saw the shimmering platinum armor on her, Suchen wanted to directly eliminate her and absorb her equipment for himself. I don't care how beautiful you are, the prettier you are, the more satisfying it is to kill you. Just a pink skeleton. However, after reading the final description, Suchen vaguely felt that things were not so simple. A mermaid princess was unlikely to be allied with the deep-sea giant octopus. She was very likely a key NPC. How could she possibly be with a monster? Suchen had to admit that the words deep-sea treasure piqued his interest significantly. If he could establish a good relationship with her, it should bring great benefits. Looking at the charming figure before him, Suchen pondered silently. Die! With a sudden exclamation, Luo Wei raised her staff and lightly tapped it in the air, and in an instant, a surge of energy formed from seawater shot towards Suchen. Suchen? Suchen barely reacted in time, narrowly dodging the attack by leaning to the side. What a foolish woman. Did I provoke you? In an instant, Suchen nearly wanted to curse out loud, thinking of disregarding everything and eliminating this NPC. Where did her hostility towards him come from? Suchen believed he had only shot an arrow at her to force her out of hiding. Aside from that, he hadn't done anything at all. Moreover, shouldn't the deep-sea giant octopus be the enemy of the mermaid princess? He was helping to deal with it, yet this mermaid was hiding aside and plotting against him. What kind of situation is this? Suchen was genuinely angry. Little fire dragon, little titan, keep a close watch on her and make sure she doesn't escape. The two little creatures responded and immediately flanked the level 30 beautiful mermaid princess, cornering her. I'll deal with you properly later. Suchen glared fiercely at Luo Wei, and seeing her delicate body visibly tremble, he felt a bit of the pent-up frustration in his chest ease. However, in his line of sight, Luo Wei still stubbornly raised her head, her cold, guarded gaze unwaveringly staring back at Suchen. Crash! Just as Suchen was about to take the next action, the deep-sea giant octopus behind him had completely regained its state and entered its second form. Deep-sea giant octopus. Second form, level 40, rank, platinum level Lord BOSS health 18 million, 180 million, physical attack 7,000, physical defense 35,000, magic resistance 3,500, speed 1,300, skills, tidal surge, tornado rain strike, water screen barrier, ocean overlord, passive, ocean's healing. Fortunately, the deep-sea giant octopus's skills remained the same and had not received any additional enhancements. Suchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor's Banner, activate third form, breaking 10,000 laws, range 150 meters. Without any hesitation, Suchen immediately activated the Emperor's Banner. With the little fire dragon and little titan unable to assist, he had to confront the deep-sea giant octopus head-on. As soon as the Emperor's Banner was activated, it displayed immense power. Behind him, Luo Wei was also flashing with horror, anger, and fear, her eyes fixed on Suchen's actions. Roar! Just as the deep-sea giant octopus was about to unleash its most powerful skill, Tornado Rain Strike, to deal devastating damage to Suchen, it suddenly found that it could not use the skill. No matter how it waved and extended its countless tentacles, that innate skill engraved in its bones could not be used. Damn human! The deep-sea giant octopus instantly realized that it was this guy's doing again. Its massive dark body twisted as the deep-sea giant octopus roared and charged at Suchen. A toothless tiger dares to act wild in front of me. Suchen sneered coldly. Whoosh 6088 15. Physical damage 9050 15. Additional true damage minus 11,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage. Suchen knocked an arrow and continuously shot a series of arrows at the deep-sea giant octopus. In just a short moment, the deep-sea giant octopus's health dropped to 75%. Looking at the countless holes in the giant body of the deep-sea giant octopus and the series of bright red damage numbers shooting out, Suchen felt a surge of pride, thinking of the mermaid princess behind him. No matter how the deep-sea giant octopus flailed and struggled, it was destined to perish under my arrows. Just a stepping stone for my achievements. 50% 40%. Suchen dodged a normal attack from the deep-sea giant octopus with a swift movement and continued shooting at it. Whoosh 6088 15. Physical damage 9050 15. Additional true damage minus 11,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage 18%, approaching the execution threshold. Luo Wei stared blankly at Suchen's back, never expecting that a human could be this powerful. In just a few seconds, the deep-sea giant octopus, a powerful monster at the top of the deep-sea food chain that they usually dared not approach, was being overwhelmed. Even the strong ones in their clan did not possess such combat power. The mermaid princess covered her mouth lightly, her black and white eyes filled with disbelief. Then, as if thinking of something, she lowered her head in sorrow, her expression desolate. Young master, what was said on the forum is right here. Uncle Lu pointed to a cave in the dense forest ahead and said to Xiao Tianxi beside him. Xiao Tianxi nodded and began to carefully examine the cave before him. The cave was large, with a statue of the black abyss god embedded above, its expression a strange mix of smile and mystery. Young master, let's go in quickly. Wan Ban Fengchen squinted her phoenix eyes slightly, urging Xiao Tianxi beside her. She could hardly wait to enhance her strength. Then, she would have a chance to avenge the humiliation that Qingfeng had once brought her. Although she considered herself a person of the world, she would never allow others to label her as such. That was a different matter altogether. Xiao Tianxi remained silent, pondering the deep cave for a few seconds before slowly stepping forward. Halt! A ripple of water spread, and suddenly a figure appeared in the air, wearing a black hat and a black robe, with their entire face shrouded in shadow. Who are you? Wan Ban Fengchen raised her eyebrows and snapped coldly. The figure in the black hat said nothing, merely standing silently before them as if they hadn't heard. You! Wan Ban Fengchen exclaimed, taking a stance to attack. Wait! Xiao Tianxi immediately reached out to stop Wan Ban Fengchen's movement. He took a step forward and smiled, saying, Are you perhaps a follower of the Black Abyss cult? Indeed. The follower seemed to come to life, nodding. He then cast a cold glance at Wan Ban Fengchen, the meaning clear. He. Wan Ban Fengchen's face was filled with a false smile, and it was hard to tell what she was really thinking. This, esteemed one, I heard that you have a way to enhance levels here. Xiao Tianxi lowered his posture considerably, causing Wan Ban Fengchen's expression to pale again. That's right. Seemingly sensing Xiao Tianxi's good attitude, the follower's face, hidden in shadow, revealed a smile. He began to speak more. However, none of this is given for free. There must be a price, do you understand? Esteemed one, I naturally know this. We need to offer sacrifices to the Black Abyss statue. One must give to receive. Upon hearing this confirmation of his concerns, Xiao Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief and became even more respectful. The Black Abyss cult follower slowly nodded, looking at Xiao Tianxi with a very approving gaze. As long as you offer sacrifices to the great god of the Black Abyss, everything you desire will be fulfilled. The embrace of the Black Abyss god will open to any follower loyal to him. Esteemed one, this time we need to sacrifice quite a number of people. I wonder. Xiao Tianxi hesitated to speak. Unexpectedly, the Black Abyss follower became excited. How many people? About 100 or so, Xiao Tianxi replied, feeling a mix of hope and anxiety. These 100 were the elite of his guild, his most core team, and he had brought almost all of them this time. If he couldn't enhance their strength completely, that's great. The Black Abyss follower clapped his hands suddenly, his face already showing an impatient expression. They are over there. I can let you all go in right now. Young master, they are not far away. I will go call them. Uncle Lu volunteered, and after receiving Xiao Tianxi's approval, he left. Xiao Tianxi watched Uncle Lu's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. A few minutes later, Xiao Tianxi led Uncle Lu, Wan Ban Fengchen, and over 100 members of the guild into the cave of the Black Abyss cult. At this moment, Su Chen's battle had also reached its final moments. Su Chen knocked an arrow and shot his final arrow at the deep-sea giant octopus. Whoosh-6088*15. Physical damage -9050*15. Additional true damage -11,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage -9999999. Triggered judgment effect damage. The massive body of the deep-sea giant octopus immediately collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, then transformed into white light and disappeared. You have killed deep-sea giant octopus. Congratulations, you have killed deep-sea giant octopus platinum tier. Lord level boss, gained reputation *1000, received deep-sea giant octopus treasure chest. Single-handedly killing a lord level boss grants experience bonus. Killing above level 12 increases experience by 120%. You have killed a lord level boss outside the human territory, gaining an additional 50% experience bonus. Congratulations, your level has increased from 28 to 32. All attributes increased by a total of 40 points. Ranger class. Profession, strength and agility increased by an additional 20 points. Physical defense plus 40, magic resistance plus 20. You have gained 100 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Crown of the Hunt activated. Congratulations. You have gained maximum health *500. Number of arrows in volley plus 1. Judgment effect cap increased by 1%. Current maximum health increase 18,150. Number of arrows in volley 16. Judgment effect 16%. Your pet little fire dragon has reached level 32. Your pet little titan has reached level 32. Su Chen let out a long breath, picked up the treasure chest dropped by the deep-sea giant octopus, and finally had time to turn his head. He cast his gaze towards the mermaid princess Luoyar, who was surrounded by his 2 pets and still held hostility towards him. So, why did you attack me? At this moment, after the flurry of arrows against the deep-sea giant octopus, Su Chen's earlier frustration had long since dissipated. The mermaid princess did not answer. Ha! Suchen noticed that Luo Weier's misty eyes were fixed on the treasure chest in his hand. He casually stuffed it into his backpack. Patiently, he asked again, I didn't do anything to you, did I? A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Weier's snow-white face, followed by a wary expression as she looked at Suchen. Suchen felt speechless. You are a remnant of the Black Abyss cult, and everyone in the spirit realm must eradicate you. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly, her voice sweet and pleasant. However, to Suchen's ears, it sounded different. What the hell? Why is there another native who sees me as a villain, and she's a mermaid princess? Suchen secretly complained, showing an expression of helplessness. You're right, remnants of the Black Abyss cult should indeed be eradicated, but I am not one of them. After all this, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Suchen relaxed slightly and signaled Little Fire Dragon and Little Titan to also ease their guard against Luo Weier. I saw it with my own eyes, you can't deceive me. Luo Weier did not believe Suchen's words at all, her bright eyes still filled with vigilance and a hint of fear. You are definitely a remnant of the Black Abyss cult. Suchen suddenly stood up with a blank expression, causing the mermaid princess's human body and fishtail to tremble slightly. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Is this what you meant? After the white light dissipated, a flag appeared in Suchen's hand. He smiled wryly and said, I actually got this from a copy in a certain abyss earlier. It looked quite powerful, so I kept it. Is that really the case? Luo Weier blinked her eyes, scanning back and forth between Suchen and the human emperor's flag, weighing the credibility of Suchen's words. Little Fire Dragon, Little Titan, let's go. Suchen was too lazy to talk more with her. This woman was overly cautious. Roar! The two little ones responded and immediately released their blockade on Luo Weier, following Suchen as they left. As he walked forward, Suchen silently counted down in his heart. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Wait. Hearing the anxious, sweet voice of the mermaid princess, Suchen smiled knowingly, but his steps did not stop. Instead, they quickened. The mermaid princess's delicate face showed signs of struggle, embarrassment, and anger. She didn't expect Suchen to just leave without a word. All her previous assumptions seemed like a joke in front of Suchen's indifferent turn. Please wait, I believe you are not from the Abyss Church. You are capable of slaying the deep-sea giant octopus, the greatest warrior. Suchen stopped, grinned, and then slowly turned around, his face returning to the calm expression from before. Noble princess of the merfolk, may I ask what further instruction you have? Luo Weier's entire face instantly turned a cherry-like color. She could tell that Suchen was deliberately mocking her, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Her bosom, wrapped in colorful shells, heaved a few times as Luo Weier took a deep breath, her bright eyes fixed on Suchen, her tone unconsciously softening. Warrior, could you give me the breath of the sea god? I, the princess of the merfolk, will surely repay you well in the future. The breath of the sea god? Suchen raised an eyebrow, but was not particularly surprised. The merfolk princess herself had relatively low strength, yet she came alone to such a dangerous deep-sea lair. Her purpose was probably to obtain some treasure guarded by the deep-sea giant octopus. It was not hard to guess from her previous words and actions. Suchen also retreated to advance. He had deliberately turned to leave, and sure enough, the other party hurriedly called out to him and made her request. It's an item from the treasure chest of the deep-sea giant octopus. It may be of no use to you, but for me, it is a lifesaver. Our merfolk tribe has just gone through a great turmoil, and our wealth has long since disappeared. Currently, we truly cannot offer a reward that matches it. Luo Weier always believed that the value of life could not be simply measured. So that's how it is. Suchen curled his lips, non-committal. Want something? Either give a task or offer benefits. Wanting to take it for free is definitely impossible. With a thought, the treasure chest of the deep-sea octopus appeared in his hand. You have opened Deep-Sea Lord's treasure chest. Enhanced. Congratulations, you have obtained Gold * 5000. Medium Health Recovery Potion * 200. Medium Mana Recovery Potion * 200. Breath of the Sea God, Heart of the Ocean Lord, Treasure Map, Crown of the Giant Octopus, Platinum Tier, Guardian Armor, Platinum Tier, Whip of Judgment. Platinum Tier, Suchen immediately spotted the Breath of the Sea God that Luo Weier mentioned. It was contained in a delicate glass bottle, with a faint blue light swirling around the bottle, resembling the starry river in the night sky, very eye-catching. Breath of the Sea God contains vibrant life energy, can heal all injuries to the body, restoring 10,000 health points per second, with a 100% increase in effectiveness for sea tribes. Is this a large health pack? Especially the last sentence, it was simply tailored for the sea tribe, and Suchen immediately lost interest, turning his gaze to other items. Whip of Judgment Rank, Platinum Equipment Slot, Weapon Base Attributes, Health + 1000, Physical Attack + 2000, Attack Speed + 150%, Strength + 150, Constitution + 40, Agility + 120. Special Attributes, Critical Hit + 10%, Physical Penetration + 20%, Critical Damage + 10%. Additional effect, whenever you cast a skill, a small wave with 80% power will be generated, tracking and attacking enemies. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Crown of the Giant chapter rank, Platinum equipment slot, head attributes, health plus 3200, physical resistance plus 200, spell resistance plus 200, strength plus 80, constitution plus 80, agility plus 60, spirit plus 140 special attributes. Control reduction plus 15%, reaction speed plus 10% additional effect. Every 5 seconds, it will automatically restore the wearer 5000 health, stacking with other effects. Guardian armor. Rank, Platinum base attributes, health plus 8000, physical defense plus 600, spell resistance plus 600, strength plus 60, constitution plus 280, agility plus 50 special attributes, evasion plus 5%, control reduction plus 5%, critical resistance plus 2%. Additional effect 1. The wearer enters a hidden state for 3 seconds, during which attacks deal an additional 50% damage. Looking at these 3 shiny platinum pieces of equipment, Su-chan nodded in satisfaction. With this, the final piece of the platinum equipment puzzle was complete. Devour. Su-chan squinted and clicked the Devour button. Divine Edge Bow has absorbed the Judgment Whip attribute increase, health plus 500, physical attack plus 200, attack speed plus 100%, strength plus 50, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20 special attribute increase, critical hit plus 5%, physical penetration plus 10%. Critical damage plus 5%. Divine Edge Armor has absorbed the Guardian Armor attribute increase, health plus 2000, physical defense plus 100, spell resistance plus 100, strength plus 30, constitution plus 180, agility plus 20 special attribute increase, evasion plus 1%, control reduction plus 1%, critical resistance plus 2%. Divine Edge Crown has absorbed the Crown of the Giant chapter. Equipment slot, gloves attribute increase, health plus 600, physical resistance plus 100, spell resistance plus 100, strength plus 40, constitution plus 40, agility plus 20, spirit plus 40 special attribute increase, control reduction plus 5%, reaction speed plus 5%. After the absorption, Su-chan's attributes instantly exploded once again and his attack increased. Previously, his shooting speed was about 7 arrows per second. Now, it has increased by 100%, reaching 8 arrows per second. Su-chan happily looked at the attribute panel, completely leaving the mermaid princess behind. Now it's your turn. Su-chan looked at the heart of the ocean lord in the treasure chest. Little Fire Dragon. At Su-chan's command, the little fire dragon swallowed the magnificent and heavy heart of the ocean lord and completed its evolution. The little guy also seemed much more spirited. After the devouring was complete, the little fire dragon's flames had already taken on a hint of blue. As the flames flickered, they seemed to emit a more powerful aura and energy. Su-chan, filled with anticipation, checked the effect of the Ocean Dragon Soul at the first opportunity. Dragon Soul effect activated. Ocean Dragon Soul. When your enemy deals damage, you will continuously restore 10% of the damage dealt to your enemy. As health and shield value for 5 seconds, cooldown time 5 seconds, attack lifesteal and shield. After reading the description of the Ocean Dragon Soul, a smile appeared at the corner of Su-chan's mouth. Isn't this just perfect for a combination with the previous Mountain Dragon Soul? Dragon Soul effect. Mountain Dragon Soul. In a non-combat state, the master can additionally restore shield value, which is equal to the current health limit and can stack with other effects. The Mountain Dragon Soul provides a shield of 10% of health in a non-combat state, but once combat begins, this shield cannot be restored after taking damage. It's essentially a one-time thing, not useless, at least it raises the shield limit. But with the Ocean Dragon Soul, as long as the little fire dragon continues to deal damage, it can continuously restore shield value. This means that Su-chan's shields would completely convert into his health. His survivability had doubled again. With this in mind, the smile on Su-chan's face grew wider, and his mood became even more cheerful. Roar! The little fire dragon seemed to sense Su-chan's emotions and let out a joyful cry. After playfully soothing the little creature, Su-chan turned his gaze to another item in the treasure chest. Treasure map buried. With a huge deep-sea treasure, but it seems a special key is needed to unlock it. Want my wealth? Come and take it. Deep-sea treasure? It requires a key to unlock? Su-chan stared at these words, feeling a slight stir in his heart, lost in thought. After glancing a few times, Su-chan activated the detection skill of his helmet, targeting the treasure map. Instantly, new information appeared. It is said that the deep-sea treasure can only be unlocked with the bloodline of the Sea Clan royalty, and there seem to be very few who meet the criteria. The bloodline of the Sea Clan royalty isn't that. He silently put away the treasure map and then quietly stood not far in front of Luo Wire, lost in contemplation. After a moment, Su-chan walked up to Luo Wire, holding a small bottle containing the breath of the sea god, and shook it at her. I can give you this, but in exchange, you need to promise me one thing. You say it, as long as it doesn't violate the principles of my Sea Clan, I can agree to you. Seeing a turn of events, Luo Wire's face lit up with joy. Su-chan nodded and said, actually, it's not a big deal, just borrowing your royal bloodline to help me unlock a deep-sea treasure. At that time, our grievances will be cleared, you will no longer owe me anything, and I won't need any other return from you. Su-chan straightforwardly laid it out. This would better earn the other party's trust and greatly help the upcoming actions. He had figured out the mermaid princess's temperament. No problem, I agree to you. Then, this is yours now. Su Chen casually stuffed a small bottle into her arms. Thank you. Holding the small bottle, the mermaid princess looked as if she had found a treasure, raising her head to hurriedly thank Su Chen. Su Chen unfolded the treasure map, pointed to the destination on it, and said, "It's right here." Luo Wire understood Su Chen's meaning carefully, hid the breath of the sea in her only close place, and took the treasure map with both hands to examine it closely. "Ah, I know this place." After looking at the treasure map a few times, Luo Wire exclaimed, "Then, I'll trouble your highness to lead the way." Hearing this, Su Chen revealed a perfectly timed look of surprise, but in truth, he was not at all surprised. After just half a day of interaction, he could see that the mermaid princess was kind-hearted, hated evil, and was grateful. He had deliberately sent the sea god's breath first, aiming to win her favor and make her feel grateful. This way, she would naturally pay more attention to his matters. The sea princess, familiar with the environment surrounding the treasure map, was not unexpected for Su Chen. However, Luo Wire tilted her head, her expression somewhat hesitant. "What's wrong?" Su Chen hurriedly asked. At this critical moment, he did not want any mistakes to occur. "It's like this, esteemed warrior," Luo Wire continued, "the place on your map is too dangerous. We must have our clan's chief accompany us to ensure a safe arrival and to enter without any mishaps." She quickly added at the end, "But please believe me, I am absolutely not questioning your strength." Her delicate, fair hands waved in front of Su Chen as she nervously looked at him, afraid that he might develop some unnecessary emotions because of her words. "Oh, so that's how it is." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finding it somewhat amusing to look at the anxious and somewhat at a loss mermaid before him. "Lead the way, let's go to your clan's chief as you said. Please follow me." A minute later, the mermaid princess led one person and two beasts out of the original instance, swimming westward. The mermaid princess had graceful lines, moving through the water not only pleasing to the eye but also astonishingly fast. "How did I not notice this earlier?" Su Chen looked at the mermaid's figure 10 meters away, secretly complaining in his heart. Yet, he was calculating the possible events that might occur when they reached the mermaid clan. Unknowingly, he had fallen behind by quite a bit. Su Chen. 5 minutes later, the mermaid princess stopped in front of Su Chen, her hands clasped, explaining somewhat flustered. "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry to save someone and completely forgot about you." "It's fine." Su Chen waved his hand, pretending to be unconcerned. "Just right, I have some questions I want to ask you, so stay by my side for the next stretch." "Ah?" The mermaid princess was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted, her skin taking on a faint glow. "Warrior, please ask, I will definitely tell you everything." Saying this, she proactively moved to Su Chen's right side, making it easier for him to ask her questions. Although she could be foolish at times, her nature was still quite good. Feeling the youthful vitality emanating from her side, Su Chen silently made his evaluation. "First, please introduce yourself in detail." The reason Su Chen was so invested in this matter was due to another reason. His intuition told him that behind the mermaid princess, there might very well be a series of quests or hidden tasks. In recent days, forum posts have been continuously spreading. More and more people have learned about the sacrificial statue of the abyss. Countless adventurers have surged towards the abyss cave. According to incomplete statistics, over 1.5 million people have mobilized from just the city of Flameblade. At this moment, outside the abyss church cave, it was already a sea of heads, densely packed with people. "My strength has indeed skyrocketed." After undergoing the ritual baptism, Xiao Tianxi felt the overwhelming power surging through his body, and for the first time, his usually solemn face showed a rare smile. The next moment, Xiao Tianxi's brows suddenly furrowed. He keenly noticed that a faint black mist was swirling around his body, an indescribable eeriness. As the black mist rolled and surged, Xiao Tianxi felt an odd sensation. This black mist seemed to have a life of its own. "What on earth is this?" After checking his body and attribute panel, Xiao Tianxi found no issues. He looked up towards the area where the Abyss Church followers were intending to ask for clarification, but they were already surrounded by a throng of adventurers, completely unable to pay him any mind. "Young master, my strength has doubled compared to before." Wan Ban Fengchen twisted her waist and approached Xiao Tianxi with a flirtatious smile. A faint black mist also flowed around Wan Ban Fengchen's mature and alluring body, causing Xiao Tianxi's eyelids to twitch. Looking around, Xiao Tianxi's face suddenly paled. Those who had undergone the ritual were, without exception, shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, some even having their skin affected, turning dark. "This time, I can see clearly what that guy Xingfeng has to fight us with." At this moment, Lu Shu also walked over, his small eyes filled with a sinister smile. Xiao Tianxi remained silent, feeling inexplicably irritable, unable to suppress the unease in his heart. The dog-headed strategist and the beautiful woman exchanged glances, seemingly sensing something. "Ha ha ha." At a wild leveling spot, a wizard laughed heartily as he put away his staff, looking at the various sparkling equipment that had dropped on the ground. "These ordinary players really are no match." Beside him, a warrior sneered in agreement. In the sunlight, it was faintly visible that both the wizard and the warrior had a faint black mist swirling around their bodies. Such scenes were being repeated in countless places in the spirit realm. Meanwhile, Su Chen was unaware of all this happening. Along the way, Luo Wire exhaled a fragrant breath, gradually sharing her story with Su Chen on his right side. As the noble princess of the merfolk, she had come alone to confront the powerful deep-sea giant octopus solely to retrieve the breath of the sea god to save the leader of her clan. The sea tribe had long been occupied by the Abyss Church. The leader, being the strongest warrior of the merfolk, was on the brink of death, barely hanging on. He was just waiting for Luo Wire to return with the divine medicine. The merfolk were now at a critical juncture of survival. Hearing this, Su Chen began to understand the mermaid's previous actions a bit better. Another Abyss Church. Ha! Su Chen remained silent, and Luo Wire did not disturb him, quietly guiding him along the right path. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Wire bent down, parting a cluster of inconspicuous corals, revealing a dark cave below. The cave was just wide enough for one person to pass through. Luo Wire slightly lowered her head, her flexible mermaid body stretching and slipping into the cave. Su Chen followed suit, trailing behind her. After walking for several dozen meters, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing bright daylight. Following this, Su Chen gained a deeper understanding of the current situation of the merfolk. The number of merfolk in the clan was scarce, with a lack of warriors. In a humble palace, Su Chen saw the leader of the merfolk lying on the bed, barely breathing. Leader of the merfolk, near death, race, merfolk level? Description: the strongest combat force of the merfolk, loyal to the merfolk, but unfortunately, life has reached its end. Leader. Luo Wire gazed at the leader's merfolk head and couldn't help but call out softly. The leader's eyes were tightly closed, his face pale, seemingly unconscious. Taking out a small blue vial, Luo Wire supported the leader's head and poured the last drop of the sea god's breath into his mouth. Then, with eager eyes, she watched him, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her chest. Half a minute later, the leader coughed and opened his fish-like eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Chen, revealing a look of vigilance. Su Chen, it's like this. The mermaid princess hurriedly explained everything to the leader. Your Highness, how could you face the deep-sea giant octopus alone? The leader's fish eyes were filled with reproach and affection. What about those powerful individuals in the clan? How did they protect your safety? I'm sorry, but it has nothing to do with them. I went secretly by myself. Luo Wire lowered her head silently, feeling like a little girl who had done something wrong in front of the leader. Moreover, I don't trust others. This sentence seemed to touch on some past events in the leader's heart, and he let out a long sigh without speaking. The room fell into silence. Cough cough. Su Chen awkwardly cleared his throat. Ah! Luo Wire let out a startled exclamation as if waking from a dream, her crystalline skin flushing lightly. She almost forgot about Su Chen again. As a princess of the sea tribe, this was truly unacceptable. Leader, how has the merfolk fallen to this state? Su Chen also realized that this leader was likely the one truly in charge of the merfolk now. He decided to bypass the still inexperienced mermaid princess and speak directly to the leader. Warrior. The leader first thanked Su Chen for saving him and the princess before slowly beginning to speak. To be honest, there are traitors within the sea tribe, and that is why the Black Abyss sect was able to easily breach our seemingly indestructible defenses. Traitors? Su Chen's pupils constricted, momentarily finding it hard to believe. Then, the leader's deep voice revealed even more shocking information. Once one chooses to believe in the Black Abyss sect, they will gradually become blurred, and their temper will start to become irritable and restless. After a certain period, even their consciousness will completely change. They will no longer see themselves as part of the sea tribe, but as a completely new race. Thump thump. Su Chen felt his heart racing wildly, blood surging uncontrollably. He suddenly thought of that post on the forum. Su Chen immediately logged into the built-in forum of the spirit realm. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. At this moment, the topic regarding the statue sacrifice of the Black Abyss sect was prominently ranked first on the trending list. Below the post, countless comments revealed that many had gained substantial benefits from the statue. Aside from a very few skeptical voices, the rest were all praises. Su Chen glanced over and found that the number of comments had already exceeded 200,000 and was still growing. The spirit realm was likely about to undergo a change, Su Chen thought to himself. Warrior. The merman leader finished speaking and jumped off the bed, addressing Su Chen. Sorry to keep you waiting, we can set off now. Noticing the worried expression in Luo Wire's eyes beside him, he extended his arm, flexing his bicep. Under the glow of the underwater light, his muscles bulged and looked as hard as steel. Your Highness, look, I'm full of energy and have endless strength. Seeing this, Luo Wire gently patted her chest, feeling relieved. Su Chen had finally waited for this moment. The three of them set off immediately. The journey is long, so you'll have to endure a bit, Luo Wire said to Su Chen after discussing with the merman leader before they left. Su Chen was confused. The merman leader smiled without saying a word, turned and swam ahead, moving even faster than Luo Wire. Hold my hand. A slender, fair hand reached out in front of Su Chen, and he was taken aback. He looked up at the mermaid princess. She had her eyes tightly closed, her delicate body trembling, and her face flushed, as if she were enduring some kind of pain. If it's that painful, forget it, Su Chen said lightly. Ah, Luo Wire half opened her starry eyes, looking at the indifferent expression on Su Chen's face, and in an instant, it seemed she understood a lot. What to do? Should I tell him that as a princess it's my first time holding a man's hand? And it's a human at that. I'm not rejecting him. Luo Wire's expression kept changing and finally she stamped her foot, seemingly making a decision.
Taking advantage of Su Chen's still distant demeanor, she gritted. Her teeth suddenly grabbed Su Chen's hand and began to swim forward recklessly. The scenery rushed past them and the warm, smooth sensation in her hand took Su Chen a good 10 seconds to process.
Su Chen. There was no conversation along the way.
After crossing several mountains and rivers, the three finally arrived at their destination.
System prompt: you have entered the outer area of the deep-sea secret realm. It was actually the deep-sea secret realm.
After standing on the soft sandy ground, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He looked around, starting to observe the environment. It seemed to be a valley with walls on three sides. Upon reaching here, the path seemed to have ended.
There was no way to go down anymore.
He glanced at the merman leader and the mermaid princess, noticing they were also somewhat puzzled, clearly unaware of the true entrance. They were only familiar with the sea route. Knowing this was the deep-sea secret realm, Su Chen felt more relaxed. He took out the treasure map and began to search according to it.
If I'm not mistaken, the true entrance to the dungeon should be right here,
he murmured while comparing it to a stone wall.
This would be easy. I asked the great leader and the princess to stand back. I will blow open this cave next.
Oh, okay.
Luo Wire still felt a bit shy to look at Su Chen, quickly agreeing and then running far away.
The merman leader glanced at her, then at Su Chen, and after scanning between the two, he also quietly stepped back a bit.
Su Chen's mind was entirely focused on the upcoming dungeon, completely unaware of the subtle dynamics between Luo Wire and the merman leader.
He took out the human emperor banner and set the explosion target on the stone wall in front of him, then chose to
spend 500 energy souls. Bang!
After a loud explosion, the stone was suddenly shattered, flying out in all directions.
Su Chen and the others were well prepared and remained unscathed.
As the thick smoke dissipated, a vortex
appeared before everyone.
The vortex was covered with a thin layer of light, with various colors flowing continuously on the surface. System prompt: you have discovered the core area of the deep-sea secret realm.
I
never expected it, came the voice of the mermaid leader behind him, filled with amazement. I've lived around here for years and didn't realize there was a secret realm here.
If I'm not mistaken, there
must be incredible treasures hidden inside. Su Chen smiled and turned to make a gesture of invitation. With the great leader's good words, I will rely on both of you for the upcoming journey into the secret realm.
You are too polite.
After exchanging pleasantries, the three stepped into the core area of the deep-sea secret realm. System prompt: it has been detected that you are not entering alone. The system will dynamically increase the difficulty of the instance based on the number of entrants.
As soon as he entered the instance, Su Chen received a prompt from the system.
Ignoring this message, Su Chen looked around.
What came into view was a vibrant
coral reef
stretching endlessly. What is going on here? Su Chen was taken aback.
Warrior, please be very careful. Luo Wire and the mermaid leader took a defensive stance beside him, leaving Su Chen confused.
Ha! Su Chen
quickly noticed that the newly refreshed bloodline target was actually pointing at this group of colorful corals.
Because they were too dazzling, he hadn't noticed them at first. Could it be that these dense corals are all monsters? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but shiver.
He casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Coral Demon, level 50 rank, elite monster, health 5 million, physical attack 2000, magical attack 2000, physical defense 1450, magical defense 1350, speed 920, skills, tidal shield, coral bloom, tidal shield, opens a shield in a moment of crisis, reducing damage by 50%, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds.
Coral Bloom quickly attacks hostile creatures within a 100-meter range in front, dealing 200% physical damage per second, cooldown time none.
Description: they who deeply understand the secrets of ocean ecology often
make creatures let down their guard, turning them into their meals. Good heavens!
Su Chen was first startled, then filled with joy.
With so many coral demons, how many layers will they contribute to me? Without further ado, Little Titan, activate taunt to gather monsters. Little Fire Dragon.
Su Chen glanced at the little fire dragon and noticed that after swallowing the heart of the ocean lord, its mental state had been good, so he
continued to give orders.
Little Fire Dragon, attack in coordination with Little Titan. And Su Chen began to prepare to unleash his ultimate move, the Frost Snow of the Realm technique.
Let's catch them all in one net.
Great leader, your highness the princess, you don't need to take action just yet. Seeing the fishman great leader and Luo Wire both ready to attack, Su Chen quickly turned his head and shouted, "Warrior, why is that?"
The great
leader paused, looking at Su Chen with a pair of confused fish eyes.
Are you questioning my current strength?
The great leader seemed a bit displeased.
Luo Wire also pouted, showing a pitiful expression. Su Chen was there. Benefactor. After the great leader woke up, she secretly vowed to fulfill her promise to Su Chen and help him successfully unlock the secrets of the deep sea. Unexpectedly, Su Chen had now rejected her goodwill. How could she not feel wronged? The reactions of the two left Su Chen somewhat speechless. Where did this proud fishman guard and self-pitying fishman princess come from? He hadn't thought that much, he simply didn't want anyone to compete with him for layers. Great leader, your highness the princess, you misunderstand. Seeing the situation escalating, Suchen quickly withdrew his frost snow and glanced at the little titan and little fire dragon who were still holding up and continued, Great leader, you are powerful. These small minions naturally do not require you to take action personally. I hope you can conserve your strength and prepare for the critical moment when it will be the best time for you, a seasoned veteran, to take the field. And your highness the princess, I appreciate your goodwill and I see the changes in you. But now your level is slightly lower and as a noble lady your safety should come first. Warrior, you are right. The great leader was instantly delighted by Su Chen's words and his fish mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Meanwhile, Luo Wire, hearing Su Chen's acknowledgement and evident concern for her, had already shyly lowered her head, feeling weak and unable to muster any energy. Phew. It really isn't easy to stack layers, Su Chen sighed in relief. After settling the little emotions of the two, he hurriedly flew towards the little fire dragon and little titan while preparing his earlier ultimate move, Frost Snow. At this moment, countless coral demons had already gathered in one area, waiting for Su Chen to cast his net. Mirror technique, Frost Snow. With Su Chen's movement, countless pure white snowflakes fell from the sky, dyeing the group of coral demons in front of him the only white in the world. Whoosh-6088*15. Physical damage -9050*15. Additional true damage -11,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage. Meanwhile, the system prompts kept refreshing in front of Su Chen. You have killed Coral Demon, Hunting Crown activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. You have killed Coral Demon, Hunting Crown activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. With just one skill, Su Chen's layers surged by over 300 and his maximum health increased by 750 points. Little Titan, continue to draw aggro. Little Fire Dragon, coordinate. Looking at the remaining coral demons, Su Chen confidently issued the command. After 3 waves of drawing aggro and 3 frost snows, the entire world became quiet. Su Chen's layers had also increased by over 1,000 and his maximum health rose by more than 2,500 points. Truly impressive, great leader. You are indeed a warrior capable of slaying deep-sea giant octopuses. As Su Chen got off the little fire dragon, he heard the astonished voice from behind. Where? Su Chen waved his hand casually and said, these are just the first batch of monsters in the secret realm. The truly powerful ones are still ahead, so it's better to be cautious. The 3 continued to walk along the path. Not long after, another batch of coral monsters appeared, though there were fewer in number than before. Su Chen naturally crushed them with ease, and his layers increased by over 300 again. Su Chen's level also rose by 1, reaching level 33. Truly worthy of being a level 50 elite monster. Su Chen marveled inwardly, just a few hundred small monsters had allowed him to level up. It was simply a leveling paradise. As the 3 of them walked, they suddenly noticed a change in the scenery ahead. If the previous area was a coral sea, then now it was clearly an underwater world. Countless fish-like monsters gathered on their path, all without exception sporting sharp, powerful fangs that emitted a chilling light. Deep-sea dragon fish level 50 elite monster health. 500 000 physical attack, 2 500 magical attack, 1 800 physical defense, 1750 magical defense, 1 450 speed, 260 skills. Fang Soul Bite, abyssal stealth. Fang Soul Bite. The deep sea giant uses its sharp fangs to bite, secreting electricity to paralyze its prey, reducing the opponent's attack power by 30% and mobility by 30%, with a 50% chance to cause 5 seconds of dizziness. Cooldown 10 seconds. Abyssal stealth. The deep sea dragon possesses powerful mobility, increasing movement speed by 100% and attack power by 20% for 8 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Description: deep-sea fish are always fierce predators. If you see them in groups, it's best to stay far away. It seemed that from now on, the lowest level encountered would also be elite monsters. Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the information panel. As usual, Little Titan would draw the monster's attention and Su Chen prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Ah! At that moment, a small animal-like moan suddenly came from beside Su Chen. Little fire dragon, you. Su Chen turned his head to see the unharmed little fire dragon gazing at him with innocent big eyes. Damn deep-sea fishmen, they actually harmed Princess. An old fishman's furious voice came from behind Su Chen. Su Chen! A surge of energy suddenly exploded behind Su Chen and countless approaching deep-sea dragonfish were blown up, their bellies turning white as they vanished in a flash. Su Chen felt a strange pain in his heart. At that moment he understood what had happened. The mermaid princess's eyes were misty, her right hand clutching her left arm, fresh red blood seeping from her pale fingertips. It was the abyssal stealth skill. The mermaid princess was indeed at a lower level and had been caught off guard. These monsters were cunning, choosing not to attack him and the commander, 2 powerful forces, but instead targeting the mermaid princess. No, he couldn't let the commander take all the glory. These layers should all belong to him. Su Chen hurriedly instructed Little Titan to taunt the large group of deep-sea dragon fish that were about to be attracted by the smell of blood, preventing the commander from continuing to attack them. He activated the explosive arrow. increasing the area damage. Whoosh-6088*15. Physical damage -9050*15. Additional true damage -11,130. Additional Flame Dragon Soul true damage. Meanwhile, system prompts continuously refreshed before Suchen's eyes. You have killed Deep-Sea Dragonfish Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. You have killed Deep-Sea Dragonfish Crown of the Hunt activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Warrior, I come to assist you. The commander, who was in a fit of anger, was eager to kill this group of deep-sea dragonfish to vent his frustration. But no matter how long he waited, he did not see Suchen let any deep-sea dragonfish go. He simply could not wait any longer. With two palm-sized fins swiftly gliding, the commander rushed towards Suchen's location. Commander, please wait. Suchen's eyelid twitched. He glanced at the nearly 100 remaining deep-sea dragonfish and hurriedly quickened his movements. This was nearly 200 layers of stacking. What is it? The commander was somewhat puzzled, but his body did indeed stop no longer swimming towards Suchen. Your Highness the Princess, with your precious body, and now even injured, I ask the commander to ensure Princess Weir's safety. You're right, I almost forgot about this matter. The commander slapped his head in annoyance and hurriedly swam towards Luo Weir. Luo Weir opened her small mouth. In fact, she wanted to say that she was just slightly injured and it was nothing serious. There was no need to be so tense, but Suchen suddenly turned his head and smiled at her, causing her to lower her head again, unable to say the words that were on her lips. You have killed Deep-Sea Dragonfish Crown of Hunting. Activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. You have killed Deep-Sea Dragonfish Crown of Hunting activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Watching the last deep-sea dragonfish turn into layers on the panel, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This group of deep-sea dragonfish had given Suchen a total of 500 layers, with an additional 750 health points, which was quite good. Of course, if it weren't for the commander's strike, Suchen estimated that the layers could have increased by another 100 or 200, which was a bit of a pity. After automatically picking up the equipment, Suchen came to the two of them. Your Highness, how could you be so careless? Suchen stared seriously at Luo Weir's flawless face, his eyes filled with deep concern. Luo Weir's face flushed bright red. Various complex emotions, such as nervousness, shyness, guilt, and anxiety brewed and intertwined in her heart. Unexpectedly, Suchen suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Luo Weir's words. No need to say more, I already know. He turned to the commander. On the journey ahead, I ask the commander to prioritize the princess's safety. No matter what happens, do not take the initiative to deal with these monsters. The commander slowly nodded, but he felt something was off. When Suchen turned around and the three of them set off, the commander began to regain his senses. Wait, where is the princess of the sea tribe? As the commander, protecting the princess is an unquestionable duty. There was no need for Suchen to point it out specifically. Moreover, he and Luo Weir should be closer than with this human, right? Not long after they set off, Suchen encountered the third wave of monsters. Glowing Jellyfish level 55 rank, Elite Monster Health 6000000 Physical Attack 2000 Magical Attack 2500 Physical Defense 1550 Magical Defense 1850 Speed 1000 Skills Toxic Spray. Water Escape. The glowing jellyfish also had a displacement skill. This time, Suchen was more cautious, remembering that he must not let this group of monsters pass through his defense line. The commander and Luo Weir no longer mentioned taking action. One was vigilantly observing the surroundings, while the other appeared slightly awkward and shy. Suchen also let go of himself and began to slaughter this group of monsters. Although these monsters were elite, they were far too weak compared to Suchen's strength. Whoosh-6088*15 Physical damage -9050*15. Additional true damage -11,130. Additional Flame Dragon Soul true damage. Under the rain of arrows, it didn't take long for them to become Suchen's layers and experience points. You have killed Glimmering Jellyfish Crown of Hunting activated. True damage layers +2, maximum health +5. Killing monsters above level 18 increases experience by 180%. Killing monsters outside the human territory grants an additional 50% experience. You have leveled up to 34 as Suchen reached level 34. The Little Titan and Little Fire Dragon also leveled up to 34. What a holy place for leveling up. After checking the new attribute panel, Suchen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even if there were no small monsters later, just the bosses would be enough for him to level up several times. It's so cold. Luo Weir tightened her arms around herself, her delicate brows furrowed. Yeah, I feel that way too, the Grand Commander echoed. As they delved deeper, the temperature of the seawater became increasingly icy and chilling, as if it would freeze a person's blood. It seems we are getting close to our destination. Suchen squinted his eyes. You two hold on a bit longer. We'll finish the fight as quickly as possible. After walking a bit further, the coldness around them intensified, and Suchen felt his steps becoming sluggish. Even his speed was affected. At that moment, he spotted them. Abyss Dragon King level 55 rank, Dualborn Platinum Tier Lord Boss Health 2,200,000,000, Physical Attack 9,000, Physical Defense 3,000, Magic Defense 2,500, Speed 1,500, Skills, Life Drain Passive Phantom Clone Dualborn Dance Life Drain Passive. The Abyss Dragon King will drain 100% of the damage Delta's health with each hit. Attack range 100 meters, cooldown none. Phantom Clone. The Abyss Dragon King creates a clone with 50% of its own attributes. Attack range none, cooldown 60 seconds. Dualborn Dance passive. When health is below 30%, it will increase the attributes of the title Siren by 30%. Description: a powerful ruler of the deep sea, said to hide incredible wealth. Title Siren level 55 rank, Dualborn Platinum Tier Lord Boss Health 160,000,000, 160,000,000, Magic Attack 9,000, Physical Defense 2,000, Magic Defense 4,000, Speed 1,500, Skills, Ice Breath Frozen Domain Dualborn Dance Malicious Injury Frozen Domain. The title Siren shoots ice spikes forward, freezing enemies in the area for 5 seconds, dealing 100% magic damage. Attack range 100 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Ice Breath. The title Siren exhales a wave of cold air, dealing 150% magic damage and applying a 50% slow for 10 seconds. Attack range none, cooldown 60 seconds. Dualborn Dance passive. When health is below 30%, it will increase the Abyss Dragon King's attributes by 30%. Description: often appears alongside the Abyss Dragon King, suggesting a special agreement and trade between them. Malicious Injury boss attacks and skills will suppress 90% of healing effects. Goodness, Suchen exclaimed. It's actually a Dualborn Platinum Tier Lord boss. The Abyssal Dragon King has a higher health pool, but if we talk about threat level, the title Siren is far more dangerous, Suchen analyzed to himself. The Abyssal Dragon King has a single attack method, aside from a clone and 2 passive skills. It is hardly worth mentioning. Not to mention, one of those passive skills is a lifesteal ability. Although the 100% coefficient is somewhat high, if Suchen is not attacked, then that skill becomes largely ineffective. In contrast, the title Siren made Suchen's expression change. Aside from a dual birth skill, the other 2 are control skills. One freezes, the other slows, and its magical attack is terrifyingly high, reaching 9,000. The highest skill coefficient even reaches 150%. Moreover, it comes with a significant injury effect, suppressing the little titan's health regeneration. Based on this, Suchen devised a battle plan. First, take down the title Siren. Even if the Abyssal Dragon King's attributes increase by 30%, it would still be a large wooden stake. If he attacks the Abyssal Dragon King first, then the title Siren with its boosted 30% attributes would become exceptionally tricky. Commander, Your Highness the Princess, you two stay here and don't move, I'll be back soon. Turning around, Suchen said to the commander and Luo Wire. The commander nodded his fish head and said, if you find yourself in trouble, just let me know, I can support you at any time. Suchen responded vaguely. Noticing an increasingly intense gaze beside the commander, he quickly turned around. Little Fire Dragon, Little Titan, let's go. With a command, Suchen chose to engage the monsters. Little Titan cast spiked golden armor, target the Abyssal Dragon King. With a roar, Little Titan immediately attracted the Abyssal Dragon King's attacks with an invisible force. At the same time, Suchen felt a surge of cold energy. As a dual-birth platinum tier boss, once the Abyssal Dragon King is attacked, the title Siren will also enter combat mode, locking onto the enemy. This is the most challenging aspect of dual-birth bosses. Suchen remained calm, he had anticipated this. Sitting on the back of the little fire dragon, he seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks on the title Siren. Whoosh-7204*15. Physical damage -9060*15. Additional true damage -11,230. Additional Flame Dragon Soul true damage 97%, 95%. Ugh. After being hit by a punch from Little Titan, the title Siren trembled, clearly suffering significant damage. She opened her gaping maw and let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the sea. As she turned, her enormous eyes fixed intently on Suchen on the dragon's back, filled with rage and hatred. She seemed to realize that the real threat to her was not Little Titan, but Suchen standing at a distance. The pressure on Little Titan immediately eased significantly, allowing him to adjust his stance and prepare for the next wave of attacks. Seeing this, Suchen felt a slight relief. If the title Siren kept her focus on Little Titan, then even with attribute enhancements and shield protection, it would be difficult for him to hold out for long. Hiss! A large cluster of ice spikes, carrying a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing a person, shot out from the title Siren's mouth. Here it comes, the title Siren's freezing domain skill. Suchen did not dare to be careless and quickly commanded the little fire dragon to dodge this attack. Roar! The little fire dragon sensed the danger and flapped its wings with all its might. Under the influence of the bone-chilling cold, its movements were already affected. Suchen had anticipated this as well. He remained composed. Little Titan, use Crimson Rock Shield. Suchen decisively ordered Little Titan to use a defensive skill. At the same time, he himself received an additional 15% shield value from the Little Titan, as well as 50% extra physical and magical defense. As soon as the skill was unleashed, the little titan immediately shook off the signs of weakness and became steadfast. No matter how furious the Abyss Dragon King was, it was like a gentle breeze, brushing over the mountain ridge. Meanwhile, Su Chen here had only suffered a scratch from the title siren. -2589 -3241. Two bright red numbers floated away from Su Chen and the little fire dragon, and taking this opportunity, Su Chen quickly increased his output. Explosive arrows, siphoning arrows. Ugh! The title siren let out a piercing, heart-wrenching wail again, as if it were trying to penetrate Su Chen's eardrums. Su Chen endured the discomfort and continued to output without care. 90% 80% countless arrows exploded against the title siren's voluptuous and exquisite body, splattering numerous holes and bright red numbers. Whoosh-7204*15. Physical damage -9060*15. Additional true damage -11,230. Additional Flame Dragon Soul true damage. Su Chen's exhilarating output instantly brought the title siren's health from green into yellow. Behind him, the commander stared at this scene with his white fish-like eyes, momentarily unable to believe. Only now did he vaguely understand how heroic and imposing Su Chen, whom Lu Weier spoke of, truly was beneath the deep-sea giant. Lu Weier's eyes sparkled, following Su Chen's movements without blinking, her mind filled with unknown thoughts. Roar! Just as Su Chen was getting into the killing spirit, he suddenly heard a mournful cry from the little titan. Little titan, retreat quickly. Su Chen turned his head and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the Abyss Dragon King had already used his clone skill. He summoned a slightly smaller Abyss Dragon King beside him, inheriting 50% of its attributes. Under the dual assault, the little titan was simply no match. Perhaps due to the title siren being in a perilous situation, the Abyss Dragon King's attacks became even more ferocious. The little titan's health had already fallen to an unhealthy level. Moreover, once the title siren's health dropped below 30% again, the Abyss Dragon King's attributes would surge by 30%. At that time, the little titan would be unable to withstand such attacks. Su Chen made a decisive decision, changing tactics and ordering the little titan to retreat towards him. Ugh! At this moment, the title siren also cast her other skill, Ice Breath. Ice Breath not only carried a 50% slow for 10 seconds but also had a coefficient as high as 150%, meaning that once hit, Su Chen would fall into a very unfavorable passive state in the subsequent battle. Little titan, hurry up! Su Chen felt anxious inside, but on the surface, he remained calm, directing the little titan to speed up. At the same time, he also moved towards the Abyss Dragon King with the title siren behind him. Now's the time. Seeing the Abyss Dragon King and the title siren brought into the same area, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Mirror Technique Frost Snow. The spell was completed in an instant, and the title siren behind him and the Abyss Dragon King beside him were instantly frozen by the Mirror Technique Frost Snow. Two human-shaped ice sculptures stood quietly in the wind and snow. At this moment, the title siren's attacks were also significantly affected, slowed down by the icy breath. Su Chen barely directed the little fire dragon to dodge this attack. A good opportunity, now is the time for a powerful output. Su Chen's eyes lit up, calling for the little fire dragon and little titan to unleash all their skills, launching a devastating attack against the title siren. The siren's health was already poor, and now she was completely frozen. After countless attacks from one person and two beasts working together, her health visibly plummeted. 50%, 40%, crackle. At this moment, a fissure appeared on the surface of the ice layer covering the title siren. Su Chen, though startled, remained composed and increased his output once more. As expected, the title siren was a creature of the cold attribute, so the freezing effect of Su Chen's skills was significantly reduced against it. In contrast, the Abyssal Dragon King's astonished and furious expression was vividly frozen in place. 30% with a loud bang, countless shards of ice shot out in all directions, and the title siren was officially freed. At the same time, the title siren's dual skill reached its activation condition. When your health drops to 30%, the Abyssal Dragon King's attributes increase by 30%. Crackle! Like a fuse, the ice on the now enhanced Abyssal Dragon King began to shatter. The Abyssal Dragon King was about to break free. The situation took a sharp turn. 20% countless ice spikes shot out from the title siren's mouth, targeting Su Chen. Little Titan, use taunt skill, target the title siren. Su Chen ignored the attacks from the Abyssal Dragon King and the title siren, continuing to output heavily against the title siren. Now, it was a race against time for both sides. Bang bang bang. True to its high spell damage, the little titan was instantly turned into a frozen porcupine, and its health dropped again. Without the little titan's taunt, the title siren immediately unleashed another skill at Su Chen. A chilling breath with a coefficient of 150%. During the previous battle, Su Chen's shield had already been depleted by splash damage. The little titan, frozen, could not provide him with a shield boost again. Moreover, to maximize output, Su Chen had drawn the Abyssal Dragon King and the title siren close together, reducing the distance between them to a very short range. It could be said that this attack was certain to hit him. A cold, chilling breath spewed from the title siren's mouth shooting towards Su Chen, freezing everything in its path. Yet Su Chen seemed oblivious, continuing to output heavily against the title siren. The cold was less than 10 meters away from Su Chen. 10 meters was merely a moment, and the title siren's alluring lips curled into a wicked smile. At the same time, Su Chen smiled as well. 16% entering the execution effect kill range. Whoosh-6088*15. Physical damage-9050*15. Additional true damage -11,130. Additional Flame Dragon Soul true damage -9999999. Additional execution effect true damage. The title siren slowly fell, her enchanting eyes filled with disbelief. Su Chen's explosive power exceeded her understanding. The title siren transformed into a beam of white light, completely dissipating into the world. The Abyssal Dragon King had just broken free when he saw the scene and was nearly driven mad. The two Abyssal Dragon Kings, one large and one small, immediately rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen sat on the warm, furry back of the little fire dragon and gave a disdainful smile to the Abyssal Dragon King. Then he soared into the air. Without any ranged attacks, what could you use to fight me? The Abyssal Dragon King, in a fit of impotent rage, suddenly realized and turned his target towards the little titan. As a meat shield, the little titan was quite competent. Su Chen casually issued orders for him to use the shield skill that had just cooled down. The Abyssal Dragon King's skill attack hit the shield after damage reduction as if it were a joke. Full output. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful attack on the now helpless Abyssal Dragon King. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Su Chen's expression was relaxed, his movements fluid, killing the Abyssal Dragon King as easily as slaughtering a chicken or dog. The two people behind him were already so shocked they couldn't speak. The previous scene, in their eyes, was almost like a stroke of genius. 70% 60%. Once the little titan shows signs of being overwhelmed, Su Chen commands the little fire dragon to step forward and take over the aggro from the opponent. Even with double lifesteal, the Abyssal Dragon King cannot change the already one-sided battle situation. With the last unwilling roar, the Abyssal Dragon King's body transforms into a white light, following the title siren away. A treasure chest shining with deep blue light is left on the ground. Congratulations, you have killed Abyssal Dragon King Dual Platinum Tier Lord Level Boss, gained reputation *1500. Congratulations, you have killed Title Siren Dual Platinum Tier Lord Level Boss, gained reputation *1500. Congratulations, you have obtained the Dual Lord Treasure Chest. Single kill of a Lord Level Boss, gained experience bonus, killing at level 22 or above, experience increased by 220%. You have killed monsters outside the human territory, gaining an additional 50% experience bonus. Congratulations, your level has increased from 33 to 34. Congratulations, your level has increased from 34 to 35. Congratulations, your level has increased from 39 to 40. All attributes increased by 70 points. Ranger class, strength and agility increased by an additional 35 points. Physical defense plus 70, spell resistance plus 35. You have gained 225 free attribute points and 7 skill points. Crown of the Hunt activated. Congratulations, you have gained maximum health *500. Number of volley arrows plus 1. Judgment effect cap increased by 1%. Current maximum health increase 25,600. Number of volley arrows 17. Judgment effect 17%. Your pet little fire dragon has reached level 40. Your pet little titan has reached level 40. Hiss. Seeing that he suddenly reached level 40, Su Chen let out a refreshing sound, like taking a bite of chilled watermelon in the scorching heat. Riding the wave of excitement, Su Chen immediately opened the boss's treasure chest. You have opened Dual Lord Treasure Chest. Congratulations, you have obtained Gold *5000 Health Recovery Potion Medium *150 Mana Recovery Potion Medium *150 Silver Speed Dragon Soul Sea God Resonance Abyssal Scales Platinum Tier Pearl Tears Platinum Tier Title Dance Platinum Tier Heart of the Sea King Platinum Tier Dragon Breath Fury Platinum Tier Moon Tides Platinum Tier Deep Sea Scales Equipment Position Head Attributes: Health plus 3,500, Physical Resistance plus 200, Spell Resistance plus 200, Strength plus 120, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 60, Spirit plus 140. Special Attributes: Control Reduction plus 20%, Reaction Speed plus 10%. Additional effect: Attack Enhancement. Within 5 seconds, all your attacks are doubled. Cooldown time 600 seconds. Dance of the Tides Equipment Slot. Weapon Base Attributes: Health plus 2,000, Physical Attack plus 2,000, Attack Speed plus 230%, Strength plus 170, Constitution plus 40, Agility plus 130. Special Attributes: Critical Hit plus 8%, Physical Penetration plus 20%, Critical Damage plus 15%. Additional effect: Attacks may inflict a certain ice attribute effect, slowing by 20%. Tears of Pearl Equipment Slot. Ring Attributes: Health plus 4,000, Mana plus 3,800, Physical Defense plus 240, Spell Resistance plus 240, Spirit plus 210. Special Attributes: Control Reduction plus 8%, Water Attribute Damage Increase plus 2%, Mana Regeneration plus 40 per second. Additional effect: Health increases by an additional 10%, Damage dealt restores 1% of health. What a perfect match! Su Chen immediately set his sights on it. Su Chen's mood could not settle for a long time. If someone were to ask Su-chun what the most important attribute in playing online games is, he might have had two answers in the past. But since entering the spirit realm, only one answer remained in his mind. Attack power. The specific manifestation of attack power is output, commonly known as DPS. A player with high DPS is exceptionally sought after anywhere. In a team, there can be no tank, no healer, no buffer, but there absolutely cannot be a lack of DPS. If the DPS is low, they might not even be able to break the monster's defenses. Various mechanisms of monsters often lead to teams being stuck for hours, ultimately failing due to low DPS, resulting in a wasted effort. Su-chun had seen this happen countless times. In major guilds, it was a common occurrence. A tank player can hold the monster, but the monster won't just die without reason, and even if the healer overflows, they can't keep the monster alive. Only DPS can bring about a qualitative change. Just now, when Su-chun faced the dual-born boss alone, he felt this point more clearly than ever. So, it's decided. Su-chun's eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at the deep sea scale. Attack enhancement, within 5 seconds, doubles all your attacks, cooldown time 600 seconds. Although the cooldown time is a bit long, at a critical moment, Su-chun can unleash multiplied output. Without further ado, Su-chun immediately chose to devour the deep sea scale and replaced his original stun skill. The Crown of Divine Malice has absorbed deep sea scale attribute increase, health plus 1500, physical defense plus 100, spell resistance plus 100, strength plus 40, constitution plus 30, agility plus 20, spirit plus 40, special attribute increase, control reduction plus 4%, reaction speed plus 4% additional. Effect transformation. The original Rorschach skill is changed to attack enhancement skill. If the explosive arrow gave Su-chun the ability for area damage, then this attack enhancement skill filled Su-chun's biggest shortcoming: short-term explosive capability. It can be said that Su-chun's output increased by more than double. In a great mood, Su-chun hurriedly devoured the remaining pieces of equipment. The Divine Malice Bow has absorbed Tide Dance attribute increase, health plus 1000, physical attack plus 500, attack speed plus 50%, strength plus 50, constitution plus 40, agility plus 40, special attribute increase, critical hit plus 2%, physical penetration plus 5%, slow plus 4%. The Divine Malice Ring has absorbed Pearl Tear attribute increase, health plus 1000, mana plus 1200, physical defense plus 100. Spell resistance plus 100, spirit plus 50, special attribute increase, control reduction plus 3%, water attribute damage increase plus 1%, mana regeneration plus 10 per second. Looking at his increasingly powerful attributes, Su-chun nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the next item in the treasure chest. Silver Speed Dragon Soul. The last piece of the 6 dragon souls. Once gathered, the little fire dragon's strength will undergo a qualitative change. Talent, Lord Dragon Soul. Each time a lord's heart is devoured, it will permanently provide the owner with a Dragon Soul effect. After gathering 6 types of Dragon Souls, the Dragon God Blessing will be triggered, doubling all obtained Dragon Soul effects, and the talent will be upgraded. Little Fire Dragon, it's your turn. Su-chun smiled gently, instructing the little fire dragon that had been squatting beside the deep blue treasure chest. Roar! The little fire dragon's eager anticipation finally bore fruit, its big eyes sparkling and its moist tongue involuntarily sticking out. Su-chun picked up the Silver Speed Dragon Soul, which shimmered with a ghostly blue light, looking magnificent and mysterious. Your pet little fire dragon has devoured the Silver Speed Dragon Soul. What changes will occur? Su-chun secretly anticipated. It won't evolve into a fire tyrannosaurus, will it? Su-chun thought, carelessly pinching his chin. Eat. Suddenly, the little fire dragon in his view began to sway, as if it had drunk fake alcohol, and the next moment, it collapsed in front of Su-chun. Your pet little fire dragon has fallen into a deep sleep, 59 minutes and 59 seconds until awakening. After glancing at the system prompt, the heavy stone in Su-chun's heart finally fell. After settling the little fire dragon, Su-chun squinted his eyes and turned his gaze to the next item. Sea God Resonance. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the item related to the Sea God's secret treasure. Su-chun murmured, but one hand unconsciously opened the item bar. He took out a scalding hot item. Blood of the Divine Wrath. Item type, class change, token description: blood left on the earth during the Divine War, possessing immense power and hiding a rugged path to the peak. Supplement: after use, you will undergo the Ancient God's Trial. Successful completion allows you to change to a hidden profession. Since earlier, Su-chun had inexplicably felt that something in the item bar was subtly heating up against his waist. At first, he was completely captivated by the equipment attributes, so he didn't notice. Now, as Su-chun's gaze fell on the Sea God Resonance, the blood of the Divine Wrath emitted an astonishing heat, scorching his waist. It seems that the so-called resonance is the blood of the Divine Wrath. Su-chun's eyes narrowed, his lips parted slightly as he slowly said, blood of the Divine Wrath, choose to resonate with the Sea God. As Su-chun spoke, the blood of the Divine Wrath suddenly flew from his hand, and at the same time, the Sea God Resonance also flew out of the treasure chest. They tightly combined in mid-air, transforming into a stone. Immediately after, an incredibly brilliant beam of light shot up from the stone, soaring into the sky. The golden light surged, enveloping the entire underwater world in this bright yellow realm. A few seconds later, as the radiance Intensified, Suchen couldn't help but squint his eyes. Before him slowly appeared a resplendent golden temple. System prompt: you have been the first to unlock the sea god inheritance, gaining a fragment of reality and illusion. *1 bang 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 bang. At that moment, all Suchen could hear was the sound of his increasingly rapid heartbeat. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still so shocked that he couldn't speak, his heart filled with unparalleled joy. I'm rich. This was Suchen's first thought when he regained his senses. Just then, a voice from behind made him stop his next move. Princess Veer, am I seeing things? The Grand Commander desperately rubbed his large white fish eyes, which glistened with tears, his voice already choked with sobs. No, Grand Commander, everything you see is real. The prophecy that has always existed is true. The great sea god has not abandoned us. Luoweir's eyes were red, but she desperately held back the tears. Because Suchen didn't like that version of her, she had to change herself. What prophecy? Suchen turned his head, looking at the two fish in confusion. To awaken the sea god's heir is to fulfill the prophecy of the one who can lead the sea tribe to its peak. The Grand Leader's eyes were red and swollen, his tone filled with emotion. So that's how it is, Suchen thought to himself. He turned around again, gazing at the temple bathed in golden light for a few seconds before slowly taking his first step. He entered the light. In a picturesque landscape somewhere, an unkempt old man sat on a large stone under the shade of a tree, drinking by himself. A large gulp of wine was poured into his mouth, and during this, the liquid flowed down the corners of his mouth, dripping onto his tattered clothes, which he paid no mind to. He then sprawled out on the large stone. The aroma of wine wafted through the air, instantly attracting several monsters, the leader of which was a platinum-tier boss with the body of a monkey and the brain of a human. The monkey boss circled around the old man a few times, seemingly convinced that the old man's breath was weak and his strength low, and unable to resist the temptation of the fine wine, it launched an attack on the old man. The sound of wind breaking echoed. Yet the old man kept his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Just as the monkey was about to strike the old man patted the bull beside him and said lightly, noisy. In the next second, the bull beside him instantly surged up, knocking the monkey boss away, and within seconds, the platinum boss completely vanished into the horizon. Really, this old guy can't even have a good rest. He picked up his wine cup and casually took a sip, but suddenly flipped over to sit up, his murky eyes shining brightly as he looked towards the coast. There, a light soared into the sky. The old man calculated with his fingers a couple of times, then chuckled and said, I didn't expect this chosen one to grow so quickly. Even the sea god's legacy has already been awakened by him. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, there's no denying it. He sighed a couple of times, then patted the bull that had just displayed its might, casually saying, old buddy, let's go meet this little guy. The cold wind rustled the flags on the city wall, and Shueyu sat on the wall, gazing into the distance. The bustling sounds from within the city were a lively atmosphere that did not belong to her. In this vast city, she had always been alone. Shui Yu's gaze gradually became distant, and scenes from her hometown began to surface in her mind. Those simple, kind, lovable villagers, every strange yet familiar sight of her homeland made her a bit dazed. This land, she was familiar with, but only a few of the three emperors. Supporting her head with both hands, a figure once again appeared before Shui Yu. Xingfeng. He sat on the back of a dragon, drawing a bow and arrow full of vigor. Shui Yu shook her head vigorously, but suddenly saw a beam of light soaring into the sky by the coast. She inexplicably thought of the crystal ball she once gave to the person riding on the back of the fire dragon, closing her eyes to silently sense its location. In the same place. The wind drowned out Shui Yu's voice. Meanwhile, at the Black Abyss sect, Xiao Tianxi walked through the long corridor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In recent days, with his excellent eloquence and the support of his subordinates, he had successfully gained recognition from the higher-ups of the Black Abyss sect. Now, he was already a missionary within the sect. This time, he was to meet a mysterious figure of great significance within the Black Abyss sect. He couldn't help but hum a little tune, and after several dozen steps, he entered the secret realm of the Black Abyss sect. A mysterious figure wearing a mask sat in a chair, holding a crystal-carved teacup, squinting his eyes as he savored the tea. How's the situation? Upon seeing Xiao Tianxi, he was not surprised, put down the teacup, and asked casually. Xiao Tianxi's heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head to reply, our Black Abyss sect can now be said to be everywhere. A large portion of the adventurers in the spirit realm have already embraced our Black Abyss sect. The unification of the spirit realm is just around the corner. Not bad, you've done well. Once the task is accomplished, I will surely reward you handsomely. The masked man nodded in satisfaction, and Xiao Tianxi's heart finally eased a little. He suddenly glanced at the crystal cup, then showed a troubled expression, however. The masked man's brow furrowed slightly, and Xiao Tianxi immediately felt as if he were a small boat swaying in a storm. It's like this. Xiao Tianxi steadied himself and hurriedly said, there are still quite a few people unwilling to accept the Black Abyss sect's invitation, and some have even taken action against the Black Abyss sect, claiming they will not rest until we are dead. Such a thing exists? Yes. Xiao Tianxi cautiously glanced at the masked man, then tentatively said, the leader of those people is named Xingfeng. Xingfeng. The masked man repeated the name twice, then fell silent. The atmosphere in the secret realm became somewhat oppressive, and Xiao Tianxi wiped the beads of sweat that had unknowingly formed on his forehead, not daring to breathe. After a while, the masked man suddenly looked at Xiao Tianxi. "You are not a native of the spirit realm?" Xiao Tianxi nodded. "Then it gets interesting. Once you enter the Black Abyss sect, even in reality, there will be prompts." Halfway through his sentence, the masked man suddenly stopped, staring blankly in the direction of the coast. Xiao Tianxi pondered the uncompleted words of the masked man, his eyes growing brighter. This commotion, could it be that the sea god's legacy has been activated? Absolutely impossible. Our Black Abyss sect has laid such a large scheme among the sea tribe, and you tell me that someone has gotten there first? Bang! The crystal cup in the masked man's hand suddenly shattered into powder, and he glared at the trembling Xiao Tianxi, roaring, "Please, my lord, calm your anger." Xiao Tianxi, quick-witted, hurriedly said, "All of this was actually done by that guy named Xingfeng." The masked man shot a suspicious glance at Xiao Tianxi, who had suddenly spoken up. Xiao Tianxi forced himself to remain calm, striving to keep his tone steady. "I have news from my subordinates. This guy just left the human tribe a few days ago and went to the sea tribe." The masked man stared at Xiao Tianxi for a long time before finally looking away. "Forget it." He waved his hand and suddenly said, "In that case, I will show you what true power is. This is definitely not something that guy named Xingfeng can touch." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianxi's heart soared with joy, and he quickly lowered his head to express his loyalty. "Thank you for your grace, my lord. I, Xiao Tianxi, am willing to dedicate my life to the Black Abyss sect." The masked man snorted, non-committal. "Come with me." Saying this, the masked man walked directly toward the inner chamber. Seeing this, Xiao Tianxi hurriedly followed behind him. Upon entering the temple, the golden light vanished, and what Su Chen saw before him was an expansive, desolate ruin. A chilling, desolate aura rushed towards him. He strained his eyes and could vaguely see a massive statue of the sea god standing quietly in the center of the ruins. The statue had a dignified face and a solemn expression, exuding a mysterious and powerful charm. "What place is this?" Staring at the scene before him, Su Chen was momentarily speechless with shock. "This is..." Su Chen slowly crouched down and looked at a dark, stick-like object protruding from the ground among the ruins. It was slanted into the earth, and the exposed part had long been corroded by time, making it impossible to discern what it originally was. It seemed to be a trident. After much effort to identify it, Su Chen finally recognized its original form from the unique weapon style of the trident. The prongs of the trident were already enveloped in a layer of bronze-like rust, while the other end was slanted into the ground. A greater confusion arose within Su Chen. It was not strange to find a trident here, but the fact that the prongs had rusted to this extent surely meant it had existed for millions of years. In other words, this place must have existed for millions of years. Su Chen raised his head and once again discovered a shocking fact. In the ruins, countless dark, trident-like weapons, all covered in 1,000 years of rust, stretched endlessly like the ruins themselves. At first, Su Chen did not pay much attention, but now his face had turned pale. Could it be that this is the ancient battlefield of the sea tribe from millions of years ago? It was precisely because of this that countless various weapons were left behind here. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was clearly an ancient battlefield of the sea tribe. Realizing this, his breathing suddenly became a bit erratic. The treasure of the sea god, inherited for millions of years, must be extraordinary. Su Chen slowly stood up. He carefully navigated around the areas with broken weapons, stepping on the relatively flat ground, holding his breath, and slowly advancing step by step towards the central statue of the sea god. Opportunities often come with risks. Perhaps some strange treasure with lingering spirit might suddenly strike at the intruder Su Chen. Or it could be that super-ancient monster, still clinging to its last breath, waiting for Su Chen to approach and seize his body. Furthermore, some long-dead spirits that had become sentient might suddenly emerge to absorb Su Chen's essence, and he would not be surprised at all. The main goal of this journey was still the sea god's secret treasure. Besides that, he must not let anything unexpected arise. After solidifying his initial plan in his mind, Su Chen slowly stepped towards the central sea god statue. Silence enveloped him, with not a sound to be heard. The atmosphere was oppressive, shrouded in a gray mist, eerie and terrifying. Listening to his own footsteps, Su Chen gradually approached the massive statue of the sea god. The statue began to emit a glow. The light was gentle, carrying a calming power. After standing before the statue for a long time, Su Chen gently reached out to touch it. With his movement, a light screen suddenly appeared before him, and various images began to flash on the screen. The first thing he saw was a person in the image who looked exactly like the statue. "Is this the true form of the sea god?" Su Chen murmured. In the image, the sea god was holding a trident and fighting against a group of people. When he clearly saw the faces of those people, Su Chen's pupils involuntarily constricted. Those people were all surrounded by faint black mist, and their skin had turned dark. Why did the Black Abyss cult exist millions of years ago? The presence of the sea god statue here, does it mean that in this battle, the Black Abyss cult ultimately achieved victory? Then, how powerful must the Black Abyss cult have become after millions of years of development? Su Chen hesitated to Think further, his gaze fixed on the light screen, wanting to see who would win this battle. As time passed, the fighting strength on the sea god's side dwindled. On the other hand, the situation for the Black Abyss sect was equally grim. Under the sea god's might, countless followers had fallen. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. The sea god was too powerful. These Black Abyss followers were simply no match for him. Yet, these followers seemed almost impossible to kill. One would fall and another would emerge. Kill one and a group would rush in to support. Under the relentless onslaught of the Black Abyss followers, the sea god's defenses were retreating step by step, tightening with every moment. Su Chen's fists clenched involuntarily, hoping that the sea god could annihilate this group of Black Abyss followers right here. Whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the endless army of the Black Abyss sect, the sea god seemed to finally be unable to hold on, reaching the end of his strength. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with the trident's tip against the ground, his eyes radiating intense anger and a hint of helplessness. As he surveyed the group before him, was the sea god about to lose? Was this a battle to extinguish the gods? Watching this scene, Su Chen could only wish he could personally step in and lend the sea god a hand. Su Chen's gaze dimmed. The sea god's fate seemed already sealed. Wait, no, something was off. The sea god seemed to be preparing a big move. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, fixated on the scene in the light screen, not moving an inch. After saying a few words, the sea god suddenly stood up, throwing the trident aside. Su Chen instantly felt something was amiss. The trident, as the sea god's weapon, wouldn't be easily discarded. Did this mean that the sea god had no chance of winning with this move? Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Su Chen continued to watch. Bang! With a sound like a power outage, the image froze at the moment before the sea god unleashed his ultimate move, and Su Chen could no longer know who would win or what would happen next. Silently cursing, Su Chen suddenly noticed that after the light screen dissipated, a deep-sea vortex appeared before him. Was it another instance or something? Su Chen had mentally prepared himself before entering. There might be trials in the temple, and only by completing such trials could he obtain the divine treasure. There was a prompt nearby, and Su Chen hurriedly skimmed through. It's trial location. This trial is divided into 3 levels. Passing one level grants rewards. The more levels passed, the greater the rewards. Description: it is said that those who pass all 3 levels will receive a commendation from the sea god. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen firmly resolved that if he truly couldn't pass even one level, he would dig out the weapon that seemed to belong to the sea god's trident, which he had discovered at the temple entrance, and take it back for thorough identification and research. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, Su Chen's mood finally calmed down slightly, and he steadied himself. He stepped into the vortex trial. After the darkness faded, Su Chen found himself in a grand hall. In front of him was a medium-sized serpentine monster. Deep-sea electric eel, level 55 rank, elite monster, health 600,000, physical attack 2,000, magical attack 2,500, physical defense 1,550, magical defense 1,850, speed 1,200, skills, abyssal stealth, sonic shockwave, high pressure pulse, abyssal stealth. The deep-sea electric eel uses rapid swimming to approach enemies for a surprise attack, increasing speed by 100% and attack power by 50%, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, sonic shockwave. The deep-sea electric eel can emit sound waves, reducing enemy defense by 30%, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, high pressure pulse. The deep-sea electric eel uses powerful electric currents to instantly deal 200% attack power damage to enemies, cooldown 45 seconds. After reading the attributes of the deep-sea electric eel, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, appearing somewhat surprised. It was simply that this monster was a bit weak. Although it was much stronger than the black eel he encountered before, the 3 skills were all interconnected and coordinated. Weakening defense, increasing attack speed, and then an explosive skill. It could be said that if one hit landed, a large portion of health would likely be gone. But for Su Chen, it was still too weak. Su Chen took out his bow and casually shot an arrow. Whoosh 6580 17. Physical damage 9460 17. Additional true damage minus 12,430. Additional flame. Dragon soul true damage. In a thousandth of a second, the deep sea eel turned into a white light and vanished before Su Chen. Su Chen. The next moment, 2 identical deep-sea electric eels slowly appeared in front of him. Interesting. A gentle smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth as he knocked an arrow and shot at the 2 deep-sea electric eels. This time, however, he missed. The moment Su Chen attacked, they both activated the abyssal stealth skill, increasing their speed. One on the left, one on the right. Su Chen instantly spotted their tracks. They were only about 5 meters away from him. Whoosh whoosh, Su Chen shot 2 arrows, and immediately the 2 deep-sea electric eels turned into white light and disappeared. Following that, 4 identical deep-sea electric eels appeared in front of Su Chen. Little Titan, activate taunt. Skill. Being cautious, Su Chen had Little Titan take the lead. With Little Fire Dragon now asleep, Su Chen's combat power had actually decreased somewhat. Roar, Little Titan leaped up, instantly taunting 2 of the nearby deep-sea electric eels. The other 2 shot straight towards Su Chen, who was already prepared, and shot them down one by one. Then, with 2 more arrows, he killed the monsters on Little Titan's side. There should be another wave. Stroking his chin, Su Chen thought to himself, He silently activated the area damage of the explosive arrowhead while remaining vigilant. He aimed to deal devastating damage to the deep sea electric eels the moment they appeared. They came out. Suchen immediately released the bow, and the next second, the deep sea electric eels that couldn't dodge in time were caught in the explosion. Whoosh-6580*17. Physical damage-9460*17. Additional true damage -12,430. Additional flame dragon soul true damage. Just as Su Chen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that although the last arrow had activated the area damage increase of the explosive arrowhead, it had only wiped out 2 deep sea electric eels. The remaining 6 were still charging straight at him. Little Titan, taunt shield. Roar. At the critical moment, Little Titan taunted 3 of them, and the shield ensured Su Chen's safety. -6,882 -7,739 hiss. The moment Su Chen saw the damage, he couldn't help but gasp. With the deep sea electric eels skills combined, the damage was already approaching 5 digits, and let's not forget, this was after Su Chen had activated the shield enhancement. Taking advantage of the opponent's attack gap, Su Chen swiftly shot 2 arrows, eliminating 3 deep sea electric eels. Then, drawing the aggro of the Little Titan, he continued to use 2 arrows with explosive tips to finish off the remaining 3 deep sea electric eels. That should be it. The surroundings fell silent, and Su Chen remained alert for any potential movements, ensuring he could crush any threat in its cradle at the first moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. It seemed they wouldn't appear again. Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to call the Little Titan when he suddenly noticed a deep sea electric eel, several times larger than before, slowly surfacing in front of him. This should be the final boss of the level. Su Chen hurriedly checked the attributes of this deep sea electric eel. Deep sea electric eel level 55 rank, elite monster health 6,000,000 physical attack 4,000 magical attack 3,500 physical defense 2,050 magical defense 1,850 speed 1,800 skills abyssal stealth sonic shockwave high pressure pulse. Su Chen discovered that this was actually an elite monster. However, its health had increased nearly tenfold, and both physical and magical attacks had risen by over 1,000. Defense had also seen a certain degree of enhancement. When he saw the increase in speed, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. The speed had actually increased by 500. Coupled with the opponent's original skills, the battle would become somewhat unfavorable. Moreover, Su Chen didn't know if there would be other monsters after this one. After all, this monster's description still fell within the elite category. Su Chen felt he had to consider all possibilities to have the confidence to pass the trial. This was perhaps an aspect that the trial aimed to assess. Not good. The deep sea electric eel shot straight towards Su Chen, its speed so fast that he barely caught a glimpse of its shadow. -12,238. A huge red number popped up from Su Chen, and his health bar instantly dropped a segment. Such high damage, Su Chen silently exclaimed. Little Titan quickly taunted. Su Chen turned his head, only to find that the Little Titan had thrown a skill, but the opponent had actually dodged. What the hell? Was the opponent's speed this incredible? Su Chen frowned. No, he had to end this quickly. Delays could lead to changes. With that thought, Su Chen immediately decided to unleash his ultimate move. Mirror technique Frost Snow. As the snowflakes fell, a serpentine creature less than 2 meters in front of Su Chen was frozen into an ice sculpture. A great opportunity. Su Chen immediately commanded the Little Titan, and the 2 of them unleashed their full power against it. With a loud boom, the deep-sea giant eel fell into the icy wilderness. A passage slowly appeared before Su Chen. Congratulations, you have passed the first level of the trial tower and obtained the treasure chest of the first level. Along with the appearance of the passage, there was also the system's pleasant prompt. Su Chen, not in a hurry to go up, was quite curious about what the reward was. With a peculiar expectation, Su Chen opened his inventory and saw the treasure chest quietly lying there. Treasure chest of the first level of the trial tower. Sealed state description: a reward for the brave who pass the first level of the trial tower can only be opened after leaving this trial. They really don't leave any loopholes. Su Chen pouted. He had planned to open the chest on the spot and enhance his strength before heading to the second level. Given the matter of the sea god's secret treasure, he was being cautious. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He suddenly noticed the small text appearing on the swirling passage. Trial passage, the road to the second level. Please enter within 30s. Remaining time 4s. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. With no time to think of anything else, he immediately stepped into the passage. As he entered, the passage slowly dissipated. Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he felt the passage was swaying earlier. He hadn't expected this to be waiting for him. It seems this trial is quite strict and formal. Su Chen thought to himself, while also looking forward to the reward in his inventory. I wonder what kind of monster it will be this time. Looking around, the scenery before him was no different from the hall of the first level. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and quietly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, ripples spread through the air, and a rectangular pillar slowly appeared before him. Wooden stake 1, health 10 million, defense 0, attack 0. What is this? Su Chen's heart stirred, suddenly guessing a possibility, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The next moment, the system's pleasant prompt sounded. Please reduce the wooden stake's health to 0 within 5s, otherwise it will be considered a failure of this trial and you will be punished by being expelled from the trial tower. Just as I thought. Truly a blessing. From the heavens, Su Chen could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. This level was clearly testing the attack power of the trial taker. As for other attributes, Su Chen might feel a bit concerned, but when it came to attack, he had absolute confidence. Moreover, he had just obtained an attack enhancement skill. In 5s, the attack would double. If used well, Su Chen believed he could definitely get the best reward. Phew! As Su Chen's thoughts raced, he quickly raised his hand and shot an arrow, reducing the wooden stake's health to 0. With a bang, the wooden stake exploded and then dissipated into the air. Based on the first level's calculations, there should be at least 3 or 4 waves. Su Chen thought to himself, staring at the spot where the wooden stake had vanished. 3 seconds later, a brand new wooden stake appeared before Su Chen. Wooden stake 2, health 5 million, defense 0, attack 0. The system's prompt sounded in his ears again. Please reduce the wooden stake's health to 0 within 5s, otherwise it will be considered a failure of this trial and you will be punished by being expelled from the trial tower. Already prepared, Su Chen shot an arrow the moment the wooden stake appeared. Whoosh-6683*17. Physical damage-9450*17. Additional true damage -12,130. Additional flame. Dragon Soul true damage. The powerful damage per second caused the second wooden stake to meet the same fate. 3 seconds later, a wooden stake appeared in front of Su Chen. Wooden stake number 3, health 1,000,000. Defense 0, attack 0. Please reduce the stake's health to 0 within 5 seconds, or it will be considered a failure in this trial, resulting in expulsion from the trial tower. Su Chen frowned slightly. A damage output of 10 million per second was still manageable for him. What he was worried about was the health of the next stake, as it was nearing his limit. Lost in thought, Su Chen had already shot several arrows in quick succession. Su Chen's attack speed was about 7 arrows per second, with each arrow dealing approximately 280,000 damage. In other words, Su Chen's damage per second had already reached around 196, rounding up to nearly 2 million. Therefore, within the stipulated 5 seconds, the total damage Su Chen could inflict was over 10 million. If he pushed it to the limit. Su Chen had just estimated that there was a brief gap between the appearance of the stake and the system prompt starting the timer, which lasted about 2 seconds. If Su Chen could predict the moment the stake appeared and ensure that his first arrow hit it at that instant, his output could increase further, reaching around 14 million. Ha! Having reached this conclusion, Su Chen took a deep breath, focusing intently on the spot where the stake was about to appear. Theoretically, as long as the stake's health did not exceed 14 million, Su Chen could reduce its health. However, if it exceeded that, he would have only one option left: to instantly activate his skill, Attack Enhancement, to double his output within 5 seconds. Moreover, since there was a 2-second gap in the system prompt, the buff time for this 5-second attack enhancement would not be wasted at all. The surroundings were silent, and Su Chen could hear his own heartbeat. The air shimmered again, rippling like water. It appeared, wooden stake number 4. Wooden stake number 4, health 25,000,000, defense 0, attack 0. Su Chen's pupils constricted, and his bow immediately transformed into a streak of light, hitting wooden stake number 4 at the first opportunity. His worst fears had come true. Little Titan. Su Chen summoned the little Titan at once, while the little fire dragon remained asleep, unable to assist him. Without pausing, Su Chen shot arrow after arrow at wooden stake number 4, resembling an experienced hunter. Sweat beads had already begun to form on his forehead without him noticing. The system prompt sounded, and the 5-second countdown began. At the same time, Su Chen activated the attack enhancement buff. This health level should be the most extreme. With the buff, he could deal 4 million damage in the first 2 seconds, and with the buff active, for the next 5 seconds, he could deal 20 million. However, this damage had a margin of error and was merely theoretical. If Su Chen made a mistake at any point, he could lose everything he had worked for. Even so, he could only rely on the little Titan to make up the remaining damage. He could do it. Sweat rolled down Su Chen's cheek as he constantly reminded himself. 3 seconds left. At this moment, wooden stake number 4 still had 13 million health remaining. Quite the limit. I didn't seize the opportunity at the start, and I still haven't reached the expected damage. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, Su Chen's heart calmed down instead. Little Titan, activate the Death Ray Cluster Bomb. Su Chen instantly gave the command, feeling a bit pained about the 1000 geek energy. Roar! Little Titan instantly became fierce, its damage doubled from before. Countdown ones. The remaining health of the 4th wooden stake was 4 million. With a bang, the next moment, the 4th wooden stake vanished into thin air. Su Chen finally regained his composure and let out a long breath. What a pity, Little Titan was still more inclined towards taunting and defense. Although it could deal some damage compared to Little Fire Dragon, its output was somewhat lacking. Well, Su Chen was actually feeling the pinch over the 1000 geek energy. In fact, Su Chen had another option, which was to activate the Human Emperor banner. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Chen didn't want to use this item. Having learned from Luo Wire's previous experience, Su Chen had already taken the lesson to heart. The Black Abyss cult clearly had a deep-seated grudge against the Sea Clan with thousands of years of hatred. Now that he was in the Sea Clan's trial, using the Human Emperor banner would be akin to seeking death. After waiting a few more seconds, a dark passage finally appeared before Su Chen. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have passed the second level of the trial tower, and the chest you obtained has been upgraded to a second-level trial tower chest. Su Chen hurriedly opened his backpack to take a look, and sure enough, the chest had changed its description. Second-level trial tower chest, sealed state. Description: a reward for those who pass the second level of the trial tower can only be opened after leaving this trial. Not daring to linger, Su Chen quickly stepped into the passage. I wonder what kind of monster it will be this time. Please survive in the upcoming trial. The longer you persist, the more abundant the rewards. As the voice fell, Su Chen instantly found a group of skeleton monsters appearing before him. Skeleton monster, level 50, health 2 million, physical attack 2000, magical attack 2000, physical defense 1450, magical defense 1350, speed 880, skill soul bone arrow fires a bone arrow at the enemy in front, dealing 100% attack damage with no cooldown. If the second test was about attack power, then this level was a disguised test of defense, or perhaps survival and evasion ability? Su Chen speculated silently. However, the system did not indicate how long he needed to hold out to receive rewards. This was crucial for Su Chen in formulating his next tactics. This group of skeleton monsters was primarily fragile, likely created for the third level of the trial. For Su Chen, he could easily take down the opponent with a single arrow, which was much better than running around aimlessly or taking hits. He decided to observe the situation first. After making up his mind, Su Chen sidestepped to avoid an arrow shot by a skeleton monster. At the same time, Su Chen noticed a timer suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. 1s 2s. Whoosh-6683*17. Physical damage-9450*17. Additional true damage -12,130. Additional flame dragon soul true damage. Su Chen shot an arrow, taking down the foremost skeleton monster. I wonder if it will respawn? Su Chen stared intently at the group of skeleton monsters, watching to see if their numbers would increase. You have killed a skeleton monster. This skeleton monster is a special monster. You will not gain experience, and the skeleton monster will respawn within 0.1 seconds of being killed. So that's how it is. The number of skeleton monsters should be constant. In other words, it depends on how long I can hold out. Looking at the skeleton monsters closing in, Su Chen reached a conclusion. But I won't wait for you to come and kill me. That would be the most foolish behavior. Explosive arrow, activate. Su Chen did not hesitate and instantly activated the explosive arrow. The first batch of skeleton monsters instantly turned into white light and disappeared under his arrow, only to be reborn from afar. It seems this group of skeleton monsters respawns fixedly over there. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the best way to extend the time. As long as he kept killing this group of skeleton monsters, their time to surround him would be greatly delayed. More importantly, Su Chen's range was much farther than that of these monsters. A faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth, and at this moment, Su Chen appeared spirited. He focused on dealing with the skeleton monsters that could shoot at him, sending them all back to their home. The skeleton monsters moved slowly, often before they even reached his shooting range. They were killed by Su Chen. Those that could shoot at Su Chen were almost negligible. Even if Su Chen did not dodge, he could completely absorb the damage. 20s, 21s. Gradually, most of the skeleton monsters moved into range, and Su Chen's killing speed could not keep up with their numbers. Countless skeleton monsters knocked their bows and aimed at Su Chen. Mirror technique, frost snow. Su Chen chuckled lightly and completed the incantation for the spell. In an instant, a small portion of the skeleton monsters at the front were enveloped in a blizzard, turning into white light and respawning back home. 29s 30s, congratulations. You have received the first phase stock reward. You can choose to continue or leave. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit hesitant. If he left now, would it count as completing the trial and earn him the final prize? He felt it wouldn't, as it was a bit too easy for him. Choose to continue. Without much hesitation, Su Chen immediately chose to continue. Please note, from now on, the number of skeleton monsters will begin to increase continuously. 31s 32s. With the system prompt, the number of skeleton monsters visibly increased. Now, relying solely on Su Chen's output and his own evasion, he could no longer remain unscathed. Little Titan, activate taunt and shield. Without much hesitation, Su Chen immediately instructed Little Titan to activate taunt and shield. Most of the skeleton monsters' attacks were instantly drawn to Little Titan. 40s 41s. Oh no. Su Chen suddenly realized that the skeleton monsters were increasing in number, and even with Little Titan's taunt, he had to take several arrows every second. minus 2345 minus 2432. Fortunately, the reduction in health wasn't too much. Activate. Absorption arrow. As the absorption arrow was released, Su Chen's shield visibly began to recover. But just a few seconds later, the number of skeletons nearly doubled. Su Chen's lifesteal from attacks was starting to lag behind. 49s 50s. More and more skeletons appeared in front of Su Chen, and a dark cloud of arrows shot towards him. He unleashed his ultimate move again, Frost Snow. A large area in front of him cleared out. 50s AXS 57s. 2 seconds later, he was surrounded by skeletons both in front and behind. Su Chen saw the flickering ghostly flames dancing in the dark eye sockets of the skeletons. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen increased his output, desperately retreating to dodge the arrows from the skeletons. Perseverance is victory, Su Chen silently encouraged himself. 59/60s. The last 2 seconds felt as long as a cold winter. P.S. The last chapter of today may be a bit late, but it will definitely be 2 updates a day without fail. The time in the upper right corner paused at exactly 60 seconds. In the next moment, the skeleton monsters that had surrounded Su Chen suddenly vanished, as if they had never appeared at all. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Congratulations on passing the second phase of the third layer trial. You can choose to continue the challenge or leave. What? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this mean there is still a third phase? He still bore the residual damage from the previous skeleton monsters, and now he was being told there was a third phase. Su Chen fell into silence, hesitating for a moment. Choosing to continue could lead to a disastrous failure, losing everything he had gained. Choosing to leave, if successful, would surely yield rewards that would leave him overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, a resolute glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Since he had already started, there was no reason for him to retreat even a single step. Moreover, Su Chen felt he still had potential, as the little fire dragon's slumber was nearing its end. Once the little fire dragon awakened, its strength would undergo a qualitative change, and his own power would rise accordingly. Choose to continue. You have chosen to continue the trial of the third phase. Since the third phase relates to a certain secret, it will not take place within this trial tower. You can now choose to leave with the treasure chest. Su Chen blinked and looked at the treasure chest in his backpack, staring for a while before finally understanding what the system meant. I get it now. It means that the trial in this tower has been completed, and the rewards for the third layer have been obtained. As for the trial of the third phase, it should be open elsewhere due to its connection to the secrets of the Sea God and the Black Abyss cult. Having figured this out, Su Chen no longer felt conflicted. What he needed to do now was to leave this place, then happily open the treasure chest, devour the equipment, and wait for the little fire dragon's rebirth. At that time, his strength would reach new heights, surely astonishing the 2 fish accompanying him. With this thought, Su Chen stepped out of the trial's instance without any hesitation. Finally out, Su Chen's figure flashed and appeared in the place he had just entered. The surroundings were still oppressive and silent, and the statue of the sea god beside him continued to emit a faint glow tirelessly. Thank you for the gift, sea god. Su Chen did not rush to open the treasure chest but first approached the statue, giving it a very respectful bow. If it weren't for his earlier touch on the sea god statue, it was clear that this instance would not have opened so easily. The sea god statue might have a spirit. For some reason, a thought suddenly crossed Su Chen's mind, leaving him stunned. Su Chen began to sort through his thoughts. At first, the sea god statue did not emit light, it only glowed after he approached, revealing the secrets of the sea tribe. Then, the trial passage appeared. The glow of the sea god statue seems to be brighter than before. Once he had this awareness, Su Chen noticed the differences in the sea god statue again. The sea god statue before him was evidently brighter than when he had first entered the trial. A certain possibility crossed his mind, and Su Chen's breathing quickened. He decided not to rush to open the treasure chest, instead fixating intently on the glow of the sea god statue, trying to discern its intentions. 1 second. 5 seconds. The glow of the sea god statue remained unchanged, just as before. 20 seconds. The glow persisted, and Su Chen frowned slightly but still held his patience, observing every move of the sea god statue. 30 seconds. The light of the sea god statue flickered for a moment, and then Su Chen noticed that its brilliance had intensified. Indeed, Su Chen's pupils constricted. His guess was not wrong. The sea god statue was continuously growing brighter, and this was a fact. Could it be that it was reviving? At this thought, Su Chen swallowed hard. Even if that were not the case, it was undoubtedly a positive change. As someone who had just passed the trial, Su Chen felt that the sea god statue bore no hostility towards him, rather, it might even be more approachable. Within a few breaths, the light of the sea god statue grew even stronger. Unable to resist, Su Chen reached out and lightly touched it again. Slap! A familiar sound echoed, and Su Chen's eyes widened. In shock, he looked at the reappearing light screen, where images flickered. It seems to continue from before. Su Chen realized that the scene being played was the moment the sea god threw away his trident, preparing to unleash a powerful attack on the group from the Black Abyss sect. Could this also be one of the rewards of the trial? Only by passing the trial can one possibly see what happened next. suppressing the excitement that surged within him. Suchen continued to watch. Ha! The sea god suddenly let out a loud shout, and without any visible movement, a massive energy ball appeared before him, charging towards the group from the black abyss set. Immediately after, a loud bang sounded, and the explosion of the energy ball caused the entire screen to turn white. In the blinding whiteness, Suchen could see nothing. His expression changed. Although he had not experienced it firsthand, he could imagine that the power of that energy ball was extraordinary. After a while, the thick smoke finally began to clear, and Suchen hurriedly searched for the sea god's figure on the screen. Found it. The sea god was sitting on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the sea god had failed? No, Suchen shook his head. Because opposite him, where the black abyss sect had been, there was now no one left. However, it seemed the sea god had sustained serious injuries, and the situation was not optimistic. Just as Suchen was holding his breath and focusing intently, the light screen slowly dissipated. This time, Suchen knew that the screen had only recorded up to this point. It was truly over. I didn't expect that after all these years, the one who came here would be a human. A slightly hoarse voice echoed in the air. Who? Suchen jolted, unable to believe his ears. The air fell silent for a few seconds, and Suchen seemed to hear the other party's laughter. Am I not right in front of you? In front? Suchen slowly raised his head, and there stood a sea god statue before him. Are you the sea god? Suchen recalled a certain possibility, and his heart suddenly raced. No, the person said. Before Suchen could respond, the person suddenly added, to be precise, I am not the sea god. Because, at present, I am merely a remnant soul of the sea god from his peak period. Lingering soul? For some reason, a scene slowly emerged before Suchen's eyes, where the sea god pressed his hand to his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Did that battle ultimately end with the sea god's bitterness? At this thought, Suchen's face paled. What exactly happened afterward? Suchen steadied himself and raised his head to gaze directly at the statue of the sea god. A ripple stirred, and a blurry spirit slowly appeared beside the statue. Its body was nearly transparent, almost illusory, resembling the sea god statue by about 70 to 80%, with a face full of desolation and loneliness. Sea god. Seeing the once spirited and proud sea god now reduced to this ghostly semblance, Suchen felt a deep pang in his heart. He sincerely bowed to the sea god before him. Little one, what is your name? A gentle voice echoed in Suchen's ears, causing his body to tremble slightly. Xingfeng. The sea god nodded. Now that a great mistake has been made, my young friend Xingfeng need not grieve for me. Suchen remained silent, realizing that the sea god understood the situation better than he, an outsider. The sea god did not speak further, merely gazing at Suchen with those ethereal eyes, as if weighing something. After an unknown period, the sea god suddenly sighed deeply. After waiting so long, I still have not seen any sea clan, only a human. Forget it, forget it. The sea god shook his head and looked back at Suchen. Young friend Xingfeng, would you be willing to agree to one thing for me? Lord Sea God, please speak freely. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Suchen raised his head, promising to the nearly transparent, flickering figure of the sea god, as if it could vanish at any moment. Do not rush to agree. Let me first tell you what happened back then. If you find the matter too troublesome and feel your strength is lacking, you can simply refuse. Suchen said nothing, taking a deep breath. He felt that he would definitely help the seemingly dying old sea god fulfill his last wish. It was like this back then. The sea god began to recount slowly. That day was supposed to be my day of ascension, and the entire sea clan rejoiced at the news. Upon hearing this, Suchen's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the sea god's ascension ceremony was disrupted by the Black Abyss cult, leading to his eventual downfall? The sea god's voice continued, seemingly carrying a calming magic, gradually soothing Suchen's inner rage. That day, the sea anemones bloomed brilliantly, just like my mood at the time, a young man achieving fame, riding the spring breeze. Countless beautiful sea clan women, who usually never left their homes, all went to witness my ascension ceremony. Seeing their arrival brought me great comfort, and all I thought about was how to maintain the prosperity of the sea clan after becoming a god. The sea god cared for the sea clan, truly a rare and good deity. Suchen silently evaluated. But just as the ceremony reached its most crucial moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Black Abyss cult? Suchen blurted out. These three words seemed to touch the deepest memories of the sea god, who fell silent for a while before continuing. The deity of the Black Abyss cult, Void, somehow learned of my impending ascension. He disguised himself as a member of the Sea Clan and hid among the crowd. At the moment just before the ceremony was about to succeed, he launched a surprise attack on me. So did you succeed in the end, and where did that Void go? Suchen couldn't help but ask. Cough, cough. A weak cough echoed in the air, and the sea god's figure grew increasingly dim and illusory. The once nearly transparent form seemed to be fading little by little. Suchen realized something, and his fists clenched tightly. He had intentions while I was oblivious. Even if I had reacted immediately and struck him away, I ultimately fell into his trap. After that successful ambush, he didn't linger in battle but sent countless fearless subordinates to continue harassing me, preventing me from recovering and completing the unfinished ascension ritual. Later, as you saw, the final blow wiped out the remnants of the Black Abyss sect, but I myself fell into a severely injured state. The ascension ritual ultimately did not reach perfection. What does this mean? Su Chen blinked. Simply put, after my ascension, my strength was still inferior to those true gods, and I had no affiliated profession, making me the weakest of the deities, unable to protect the entire Sea tribe. As a result, later on, the Black Abyss sect launched a large-scale invasion of my Sea tribe, seizing our territory and causing my people to suffer. No wonder the Sea tribe was so easily invaded by the Black Abyss sect. It turned out to be like this. Su Chen fell silent. Later, I truly couldn't bear to watch any longer and wanted to perish together with the void to save my countless Sea tribe citizens. Unfortunately, due to the flaws in the ascension ritual, my strength was vastly inferior to that of the void, and I was ultimately killed by him. The sea god's tone was flat, but to Su Chen's ears, it was like thunder striking from a clear sky. The sea god had truly fallen. The sea god before him was indeed, as the other had said, not the true sea god, but merely a drifting, lonely soul. Now, this last remnant of a soul was about to vanish from the world. From then on, the entire sea tribe would have no sea god. Take this. A droplet radiating infinite vitality was gently cradled in the sea god's ethereal, wavering palm. Fountain of life, one drop. Description: a treasure that countless people dream of. It is said that swallowing a drop can prolong life and maintain youth. It seems there are also special uses beyond this. Su Chen did not hesitate or feign refusal. He graciously accepted the drop of the fountain of life. Thank you, sea god. You must have guessed what I am about to say next. Waving his hand, the sea god's voice seemed to weaken further. He gazed at Su Chen's face, his eyes shimmering with light. I hope that one day you can help me slay and eliminate that god named Void, saving my sea tribe from peril. Then I, the sinner of the sea tribe, can leave in peace. The Void could be called a deity, with strength at least on par with the three sovereigns. Encountering him now would be akin to seeking death, striking a stone with an egg. Even so, Su Chen still agreed without hesitation. You can rest assured. The sea god revealed a look of relief, as if he felt he had not misjudged him. A gentle breeze swept by, and with a smile, he slowly dissipated into the world. Su Chen stood quietly in the wind for a long time. Sea god, you may rest assured and go. After a long while, Su Chen finally came back to his senses from his sadness. The face of the mermaid princess, Lua Wire, and the somewhat comical fish-headed figure of the Grand Commander unconsciously floated before his eyes. I'm afraid these two still don't know that the sea god has fallen and are still foolishly waiting for his return. It's better not to tell them about this for now. After careful consideration, Su Chen felt that a certain restlessness in some place could no longer be suppressed. He slowly extended his right hand towards his waist, where a hot and burning object was constantly scorching his skin. It was unbearable. Su Chen held it in his hand and examined it closely. The blood of divine rage. He understood in his heart that it must be the blood of divine rage sensing the existence of the fountain of life, which was why it was reacting so violently for the first time. Ha! Su Chen took a deep breath, preparing to merge and absorb the blood of divine rage with the fountain of life. He wondered what surprise it would bring him this time. Su Chen held his breath and cautiously brought the blood of divine rage in his right hand closer to the fountain of life in his left hand. Watching the two marvelous substances slowly combine before his eyes, even Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. His lacquered pupils stared unblinkingly at the two, radiating an indescribable brilliance. Closer, just a little more. Su Chen felt his right hand trembling, just like his never-ending heartbeat. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in. Amidst the sound of breaking wind, a sharp attack mixed in. Su Chen's expression changed instantly. He had no time to defend himself. He only did two things. First, ensure the absolute safety of the fountain of life and the blood of divine rage. Second, instantly activate the shield of the Little Titan, gaining a defensive buff and extra health support. Minus 25,563. Su Chen let out a muffled groan as a portion of his health bar instantly disappeared. Such high damage. His eyelids twitched and he hurriedly looked towards the source of the attack. He saw another strike coming at him with a whistling sound. With his guard up, Su Chen merely dodged slightly and avoided the arrow. Then, he shot back an arrow, and with his super high attack speed, the opponent didn't even have time to react before their health bar was instantly emptied. Little Titan restrained the opponent. The Little Titan immediately complied, sealing off all escape routes for the one shot down by Su Chen, who was groaning on the ground. Su Chen looked down from above at the attacker lying on the ground, gazing back at him with hateful eyes. Sure enough, it was the Black Abyss sect. Su Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. The opponent was surrounded by a faint black mist that couldn't be dispelled, and their skin had turned dark, clearly a characteristic of the Black Abyss sect's followers. He speculated that the amount of black mist and the degree of darkness of the skin likely represented the strength of the incoming person to some extent. Tell me, what is the Black Abyss sect's intention? Su Chen viciously pressed his running shoes, which hadn't been changed for days, onto the chest of the Black Abyss sect follower. The follower let out a scream, his face turning pale, beads of sweat rolling down to the ground. However, he did not open his mouth to answer Su Chen's question, showing great spirit. Smack, the frustration of having a good thing ruined, combined with admiration and sorrow for the sea god, made Su Chen increase the pressure on his leg once more. This time, the follower's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Speak of your Black Abyss sect's current conspiracy, and I might consider. What is this guy doing? Su Chen saw that the Black Abyss sect follower suddenly stopped guarding against his attack and instead moved his dark lips slightly, seemingly chanting something. Straining to listen, Su Chen felt he heard a murky and complex series of syllables. Not a single word was understandable. He looked at the Black Abyss sect follower with some suspicion, uncertain of what the other party was trying to do. Just as the Black Abyss cultist recited to the end, he suddenly let out a strange and eerie scream, followed by a cry of agony, his body shuddering as he died right in front of Su Chen. Su Chen instantly felt a chill run down his spine. The bizarre nature of the Black Abyss cult truly left him defenseless. What a pity. Shaking his head, Su Chen sighed. The Black Abyss cult had now become his arch-nemesis. He knew he couldn't escape it. If he became stronger, he would inevitably encounter the Black Abyss cult, which had already devoured the entire spirit realm. The Black Abyss cult was an insurmountable mountain in front of him. Since he couldn't go around it, why not take the initiative to move the mountain? Ding, your item, the Human Emperor banner, has absorbed a special soul and is about to awaken its fourth effect. Awakening the fourth effect, Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. This was what it meant to see light after a dark path. He quickly took out the Human Emperor banner and found that the halo on the banner was constantly shifting and changing, clearly indicating that the Human Emperor banner was undergoing a transformation at that moment. But what exactly caused this awakening of the Human Emperor banner? While pinching his chin and watching the banner slowly transform in his hand, Su Chen couldn't help but ponder this. After a few seconds of contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, Su Chen noticed that the transformation of the Human Emperor banner was complete, lying quietly in his hand. Human Emperor banner, type, special item, master status, bound, Qingfeng, effect, after killing any unit, you can accumulate soul energy, no limit, which can be consumed at the right time to deal devastating damage to a wide range of enemies. Supplement 1 soul energy equals 100 points of damage. Damage range is related to soul energy. Supplement 2. The soul energy gained from killing units is related to the unit's combat power. Killing players will yield 10 times the soul energy. Second activation effect, Endless Life, converts damage into healing. 1 soul energy equals 100 life. Healing can be used on friendly units, can be used in fixed amounts, cooldown time 10 seconds. Third activation effect, Breaking 10,000 laws, activates soul energy, continuously affecting all surrounding enemies, increasing their skill cooldown time to 1000%. Supplement consumes 10 soul energy per second with an effective range of 10 meters radius. Range can be adjusted. The larger the range, the more soul energy consumed. Fourth activation effect, Seizing the heart and soul. After activating soul energy, you can read the residual information within the soul. Supplement, the consumption of soul energy varies based on the strength of the soul, with a minimum of 100 soul energy per second. Current soul points, 25,643. Description, a special banner containing destructive power. Listen, it is the sound of souls wailing. Seizing the heart and soul? Su Chen immediately spotted its effect among the dense small print. In other words, the soul energy I just absorbed from the Black Abyss cultist allows me to read the residual information within his soul? Understanding this, a sinister smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Su Chen activated the fourth effect of the Human Emperor banner. Heart snatching. As he moved, Su Chen instantly noticed that the Human Emperor banner appeared different in his sight. Countless transparent souls abruptly manifested on the surface of the Human Emperor banner. Most of them had blank expressions, standing foolishly, while only a few had slight expressions. Only one person in the corner had a vivid expression. Upon seeing Su Chen, the grayish eyes revealed an unmistakable look of horror and despair. This person should be the soul of the Black Abyss cult follower I just absorbed. After glancing at the Human Emperor banner, Su Chen immediately understood. Only when he targeted this Black Abyss cult follower did the confirmation button light up. If he targeted the others, the button remained in a gray locked state. With a thought, Su Chen initiated the soul-searching technique on the Black Abyss cult follower. Countless complex memory fragments surged into his mind through an invisible medium, causing Su Chen to let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. Damn Black Abyss cultist, pulling this on me. He cursed fiercely. It turned out that when Su Chen searched the others' memories, the lingering resentment, anger, and fear within the soul mixed together and surged towards him. Although this part of the spiritual power had become formless, Su Chen, in his carelessness, was still somewhat startled. If only I had a treasure to defend against soul power, he muttered while stroking his chin. As his strength increased, the enemies he faced would become stronger. They might attack beyond the physical level, directly targeting Su Chen's soul. The scene of the sea god's soul dissipating into the air still vividly lingered in Su Chen's memory. He activated the fourth effect of the Human Emperor banner again, fully prepared, before targeting the Black Abyss cultist. Perhaps due to the dissipating resentment. This time Su-chun was not attacked, allowing his consciousness to smoothly immerse into the various memory fragments of the other. Countless memory fragments slowly passed before Su-chen's eyes, and he felt as if he could see them directly. So fast, how am I supposed to see this? Su-chen pouted, but curiously, as he focused his mind, the memories that drifted past him began to slow down. Finally, the speed reached a point where Su-chen could see clearly. After the images slowed down, Su-chen could discern the information on them, but he found that most of the images were still blurry, with only a few being clear. It seemed that, as time passed, memories became increasingly vague. In the brightest and clearest image, Su-chen saw himself. He looked down at the camera, feigning a smile while viciously stepping on the lower half of the Black Abyss cultist with his foot. Tell me your current conspiracy of the Black Abyss cult, and I might consider. At that moment, the Su-chen in the image wore a smile so fake that even a 3-year-old could tell he was insincere. Su-chen couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a bitter laugh. No wonder that guy chanted a spell and committed suicide right after I said that. It seems I am ultimately pure-hearted and cannot do such deceitful things. Finding a grandiose reason to justify himself, Su-chen turned his gaze to another image. This place is. In the image, several hooded figures in black robes were patrolling back and forth. Su-chen strained to discern their appearances but could not see what they looked like. In the distance of the image, a massive building's outline was faintly visible, resembling a lurking giant beast, sending a chill down Su-chen's spine. This must undoubtedly be the stronghold of the Black Abyss cult. Su-chen struggled to identify the familiar references in the image, trying to figure out where they were. As the perspective of the image shifted, Su-chen noticed a splash of vibrant color appearing in the corner. Amidst the swaying colors, there were faint ripples of water. Wasn't that coral? And seawater? Su-chen suddenly understood. He finally had some impression of the place in the image. At the very least, he could go back and ask Luo Wire and the other two locals. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of fatigue washed over Su-chen, making him feel drowsy. Not daring to hesitate, Su-chen immediately stopped. The fourth effect that was overwhelming his heart. The scenery before him instantly returned to normal, the Emperor's banner still quietly resting in his palm, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Only one thing remained exceptionally hot. Good things take time. Su-chen promptly took out the blood of divine rage from his waist, along with a drop of the fountain of life given to him by the sea god at the end of his life. One was fiery hot, the other icy cold. One red, one blue. Under Su-chen's control, they quickly fused together in the air. The mixed droplets of liquid bubbled and boiled for a while, before gradually falling into silence. At the same time, a pleasant system notification sounded in Su-chen's ears. The blood of divine rage has fused with the fountain of life, activating a new job change direction. You can change your job to Windwalker at an NPC for a certain amount of gold. Windwalker sounds like a pretty impressive name. Waiting was worth it, the reward was rich, and Su-chen's heart was instantly filled with immense joy. Did he have to return to the main city NPC to change jobs? That was a problem, and Su-chen found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Now he was among the Sea Tribe and had just learned about the Black Abyss cult stronghold, so he naturally hoped to take advantage of the momentum and help the Sea Tribe destroy the Black Abyss cult's lair. After weighing various pros and cons, Su-chen decided to first return to the main city, to change jobs, enhance his strength, and then head to the Black Abyss cult. At that time, his chances of success would greatly increase. A sudden chill pierced through Su-chen's bones, and a feeling of being watched rose from the depths of his heart. Turning to the side, Su-chen's heart suddenly contracted sharply. Who was he? The murky old eyes scanned Su-chen back and forth, and the rough, wrinkled face bore a look of cunning and mockery. He wore tattered clothes haphazardly draped over him, and on his feet were a pair of straw sandals that looked like they had been worn for ages. One of the sandals had a large hole, exposing an ugly, dirty, big toe that occasionally twitched slightly. Behind the old man stood a bull that was more than half a person tall, its copper bell-like eyes looking down at him with an air of superiority. What was this thing? Su-chen instantly felt a chill run from head to toe, and he felt something was off. This script was wrong. He shouldn't be the only one here today, right? Why were all these strange people suddenly appearing one after another? Old man, what are you doing? Su-chen instinctively shrank back, looking at the suddenly appeared strange old man with a wary expression. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have any obvious characteristics of the Black Abyss sect, Su-chen would have almost wanted to eliminate him directly. Time and again, did he really think he was made of mud? You brat, what nonsense are you talking? The scruffy old man darkened his face upon hearing Su-chen's words and scolded him unkindly. Aren't you just an old fool? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be here to fight, Su-chen decided to reason with him. You've been staring at me, what exactly are you plotting? When a person gets old, they should accept their age, not stare at the young with such shameless eyes. Hearing Su-chen's series of remarks, the old man laughed instead. Interesting, really interesting. If my old friends knew I was treated this way, I wonder what their expressions would be. While speaking, the old man patted the bull's head beside him vigorously. Moo moo. The bull immediately called out twice, its hooves restlessly scraping the ground a few times, seemingly in agreement with the old man's words. Is this old man out of his mind? Why does he speak so strangely? Su Chen also laughed along, but as he laughed, he felt something was off. He couldn't laugh anymore. The place he was standing on was the interior of the temple, the space of the sea god's trial. Not just anyone could enter here casually. That sea emperor really is generous. He actually gave you that drop of the fountain of life. The old man stared at Su Chen for a while and suddenly said something that startled Su Chen. The scruffy old man didn't care about Su Chen's change in expression and continued speaking to himself. You should know that back then, I spent a huge price to exchange for this drop of the fountain of life. That sea emperor refused to agree, saying he wanted to keep it for a critical moment. Who would have thought that when we met again, he was already gone? The old man sighed with emotion, as if the sea god were an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Thump thump thump. Su Chen's heart raced violently and his blood began to heat up rapidly. He vaguely guessed the identity of the visitor, but the more he guessed, the less he dared to believe it all. Instinctively, Su Chen's expression and posture became respectful. Old sir, the sea god cared for the sea tribe until the last moment. He gave me the fountain of life to help me deal with the void deity of the Black Abyss sect. Void? The old man, unconcerned about Su Chen's change in attitude, raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With your little strength? The old man's condescension was unmistakable. If it were before, Su Chen would have definitely retorted, but now he held back. Because just now, Su Chen could no longer contain himself and used a detection technique on the man before him. Even though most of the results were question marks, it made him understand who this unremarkable old man really was. Tao Emperor, level unknown. Description: one of the 3 emperors in the spirit realm legend, usually enjoys wandering in the mountains and waters. I humbly request the old man to offer some guidance. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity, Su Chen saw no need to say it out loud. Achieving his goal was enough. You brat really knows how to take advantage of the situation. The old man laughed and scolded, showing no signs of anger. Su Chen felt a surge of joy inside, thinking there was hope. His right hand reached for the item pouch at his waist, fiddling for a while before Su Chen took out an item and placed it in front of the old man. If you don't mind, please accept this longevity fruit. I obtained this unexpectedly in a certain place. I intended to consume it on the spot, but thinking that the old man might need it as a medicinal material, I kept it. Now that I've finally found the opportunity, it can be considered as putting it to good use. Having learned from the previous lesson in front of the disciples of the Black Abyss, Su Chen spoke this time with a good measure of genuine emotion. Moreover, he had indeed considered this matter at that time, but the reason was simply to build a good relationship with the Tao Emperor. Therefore, saying it now, he felt justified and open. The fragrance of fruit filled the air, and before the old man could speak, the cow behind him couldn't hold back any longer. It mooed loudly, while vigorously scraping the ground with its hooves. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen noticed a small pile of dust had already formed behind the cow's rear. The old man, who was the Tao Emperor, turned to look at the cow beside him, and for once he showed a rare expression of helplessness. You glutton, haven't you just eaten this a month ago? What was that? Su Chen couldn't believe his ears. Are you telling me this cow has eaten the longevity fruit? And it was just a month ago? Su Chen suddenly felt unwell. He thought that by giving a great gift, the Tao Emperor would surely owe him a favor, and considering the other party's status and prestige, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to casually return something worth several times more than the longevity fruit. But now, Su Chen began to doubt the value of the longevity fruit in his hand. Isn't life supposed to be precious? The Tao Emperor didn't even value the longevity fruit, casually tossing it to the cow to eat. It was simply a waste of resources. Su Chen felt like cursing. Even someone's pet was living better than he was. How could the gap be so vast? Qingfeng, is it? The Tao Emperor didn't hesitate, taking the longevity fruit from Su Chen's hand. Su Chen could only watch as the Tao Emperor casually threw the longevity fruit to the cow. The cow's big mouth opened and closed mercilessly, and the longevity fruit was instantly splattered with juice, with plenty of pulp and juice spilling out as the cow chewed, making Su Chen feel a pang of heartache. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. Su Chen forcibly shifted his attention away from the cow, looking at the Tao Emperor with an expression of expectation. Ahem. It seemed that the Tao Emperor finally realized how impactful his actions were on Su Chen, a human, and he cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment. Now you have reached a crucial point for your second job transfer, right? The Tao Emperor looked at the pile of dirt that had been scraped up behind the cow, pondering for a moment before speaking. Old sir, you are correct. I am about to go to the main city for the job transfer ceremony. Su Chen's eyes brightened. The Tao Emperor's words were clearly suggestive. He must not take the initiative to ask, Su Chen constantly reminded himself in his heart. He needed the Tao Emperor to feel indebted to him so that he would give him the best reward. While thinking this, Su Chen's gaze unconsciously shifted to the cow, which was devouring the longevity fruit with delight. Under the display of genuine emotion, Su Chen quickly revealed an expression of extreme pain, but one that was necessary. This scene was immediately noticed by the Tao Emperor, whose small eyes sparkled with interest. What should he give him? His gaze kept darting back and forth between Su Chen and the bull's head, muttering some incomprehensible words that Su Chen couldn't make sense of. As time passed, Su Chen felt his expression freeze in place, unable to move. Got it. Just as Su Chen was about to lose his patience, Dao Huang suddenly clapped his hands together and his murky little eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Looking at Su Chen, he grunted a couple of times and muttered, "You're lucky, kid." "What did you say, old man?" Su Chen looked at Dao Huang in surprise, blinking. "Nothing, you're planning to change your job in the main city, right? No need to go, let me be the witness for you." Dao Huang waved his dry palm in front of Su Chen casually. Su Chen instantly lost his composure. "Is that it? Besides saving me a trip back to the main city, Dao Huang has done nothing at all. What use is such a reward to me? It's a waste of this longevity fruit. I might as well keep it for myself or give it as a favor. Not to mention, if I gave it to that little fatty, Su Chen was sure to win his unwavering loyalty. And you, as Dao Huang, are just this? Even a dog would shake its head." In his thoughts, Su Chen's face revealed a subtle expression of disdain, clearly telling Dao Huang that this reward was too meager and simple for him to value. "It doesn't even match the favor I owe you. Brother Nyo, seeing you enjoy your meal so much, I wonder how the longevity fruit tastes?" Su Chen pretended not to hear, bypassing the old man Dao Huang and directly addressing the bull's head, which had just finished eating and was now licking its thick, wet tongue around its mouth. The bull's eyes narrowed slightly, its expression quite content. The bull didn't speak, but its call said it all. Dao Huang understood immediately. Su Chen was calling him stingy, and he cursed inwardly. Dao Huang explained irritably, "Kid, the profession you're about to awaken is the Windwalker, right? What's wrong with that?" Su Chen didn't turn around, still gazing at the bull's head. "The Windwalker is indeed strong, but I can make an exception and let you change to another profession that's twice as powerful as the Windwalker." Dao Huang looked at Su Chen as if he had struck a great deal, and Su Chen instinctively turned to look at him, his tone taking on a hint of excitement. "Could it be a hidden profession? I've heard of such professions, there's several times stronger than those offered by NPCs in the main city." As he spoke, Su Chen's voice gradually faded. He noticed a mocking glint in Dao Huang's murky old eyes. Cough, cough. Even with Su Chen's temperament, he couldn't help but feel his face flush. It wasn't his fault, hidden professions were far too tempting for him. Among all the adventurers in the spirit realm, there probably wasn't anyone who wouldn't be tempted. Dao Huang didn't dwell on Su Chen's reaction, staring at him for a moment before continuing. "As for hidden professions, I suppose it counts. Anyway, it's much stronger than your so-called Windwalker. So, do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll leave right now, don't regret it." Saying this, Dao Huang reached out and patted the bull's head, pretending to walk away. "What are you talking about, old man?" After pondering for a few seconds, Su Chen saw that Dao Huang was really about to leave and quickly put on a smiling face, saying, "This should be the best and most suitable thing Dao Huang can offer me." Su Chen knew that Dao Huang must have many items of much greater value hidden away, but first, this was their first meeting, and they weren't very familiar. Secondly, his deliberate offer of the longevity fruit seemed a bit like trying to leverage a favor. "The Dao Emperor has become quite astute. He must have seen through my thoughts long ago. This is a display of magnanimity, not wanting to break the silence." Su Chen naturally decided to take the hint. With this in mind, Su Chen's smile became a bit more fervent. As the saying goes, a gift from the elder is not to be refused. "Since the old gentleman is willing, I naturally cannot ask for more. Please, old gentleman, elaborate on what hidden profession you can help me awaken." Looking eagerly at the Dao Emperor, Su Chen spoke rapidly in one breath. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, the Dao Emperor secretly nodded in approval. Only with such a character can one go further on the path of the chosen one. This guy should continue to give the Black Abyss a headache. "The name of the profession I will awaken for you differs from the original Windwalker by only one character. It is called Wind Whisperer." The Dao Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes rustling in the wind, exuding the demeanor of a transcendent figure, completely different from the disheveled old man before leaving Su Chen in a daze. "Wind Whisperer." Su Chen gazed at the Dao Emperor's back, savoring these three words. The Dao Emperor nodded slightly, paused, and continued, "It can enhance your current talents and maximize the effects of the Fountain of Life." Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. A quarter of an hour later, after the old man's guidance, Su Chen stared blankly at his talent panel. Profession: Wind Whisperer. Talent enhancement. Effect 1. Your current stacking effect is doubled. 1 layer can stack 5 points of true damage. Talent enhancement. Effect 2. Under the influence of the Fountain of Life, health stacking is multiplied by 10. New talent. Effect 3. Recovers a percentage of maximum health every second, with the recovery percentage equal to the number of arrows shot. At this moment, infinite brilliance shone in Su Chen's eyes. This is too powerful. He finally understood the Dao Emperor's earlier expression. Not only is the stacking effect doubled, but even health is multiplied by 10. More importantly, the percentage health recovery. What a concept! This is a growth talent. This means that whether in output or recovery, Su Chen can almost be considered without weaknesses. Immersed in immense joy, Su Chen hurriedly thanked the Dao Emperor. Turning around, he found the sky high in the clouds light, with not a single shadow in sight. "Ha! The golden line target has refreshed, and the target is actually this guy." Su Chen instantly confirmed the location of the other party. The game is about To undergo maintenance, you will be forcibly logged out in 10 seconds. 10-9. Su-chen cursed inwardly and chose to log out of the game. In the room, the game pod opened and Su-chen sat up with a beaming smile. At that moment, a line of text suddenly echoed in his mind. Virtual Fragment Collection for Tense Projection Effect. Projected Body Attributes Projection Intensity 40% Virtual. Fragments are about to unlock new functions. Unlocking, please wait. What a day of good fortune, one after another. Seeing this line, Su-chen couldn't close his mouth in disbelief. Su-chen hummed a little tune as he ran to the mirror, striking a handsome pose. The red scar on his chest became even more vivid and lively, just like Su-chen's current mood. A surge of vibrant life force coursed through his limbs, mixed with a powerful explosive energy. The life force must be the effect of the fountain of life, he calculated while waving his hands and feet in front of the mirror, stretching his muscles. He never expected that even the effects of the fountain of life could manifest in reality. This was the first time Su-chen felt such a magnificent, powerful, and resilient life force since he took the longevity pill last time. The effect of just a drop of the fountain of life was truly terrifying. His body was much stronger than the last time he left the game. After exercising for a while, Su-chen noticed this again. Moreover, this time he entered the game, not only did he level up significantly, gaining over 100 free attribute points, but he also changed to a hidden class under the guidance of the old Taoist. The increase was so immense that even Su-chen hadn't anticipated it. Right. Su-chen slapped his forehead and hurriedly checked the newly unlocked effects of the virtual reality fragments. Virtual reality fragments quantity for tense projection intensity 40% projection effects project body attributes activated project equipment activated project backpack items activated new effect you can project pets and mounts into reality and they will possess certain strength. What? Little fire dragon and little titan can also be projected into reality? Su-chen couldn't believe his eyes for a moment. The little fire dragon could burn everything with its fiery breath and had unparalleled talent for flying. This meant that in the real world he wouldn't need to take a plane, he could simply sit on the dragon's back and look down on the world? Imagining the scene of the little fire dragon carrying him, soaring high in the sky beneath the vast heavens, Su-chen felt an overwhelming excitement and satisfaction in his heart. Who says cars are a man's romance? Su-chen was the first to disagree with that viewpoint, those who said it simply couldn't fly and didn't have a little fire dragon. Cars were just a means of transportation after all. It should be flying that represents a man's romance. And then there was Little Titan, whose streamlined, diamond-like physique gave Su-chen an unparalleled sense of security and belonging. As long as Little Titan was by Su-chen's side, his health bar would inexplicably increase. Who would have thought? He danced around the room, laughing foolishly until a neighbor downstairs knocked on the door to complain about the noise Su-chen was making, at which point he awkwardly apologized. Closing the door, Su-chen took a deep breath. It was time to bring the little ones back to their real home. Unfortunately, the little fire dragon was still asleep. Logically, the little fire dragon should have woken up by now, but for some reason it hadn't, something Su-chen hadn't noticed before. Without further ado, he decided to project the little fire dragon and Little Titan over. Let's start with Little Titan. Su-chen tried to communicate with Little Titan through the virtual reality fragments in his chest, and after waiting a few seconds, a cheerful and lively consciousness responded to him. The consciousness was filled with deep affection and dependence, and Su-chen immediately confirmed that it must be Little Titan. He didn't expect the little guy to be so clingy, and a smile unconsciously spread across Su-chen's face. Wait, with Little Titan's size, would the room be able to contain it? Thinking of this, the once excited Su-chen suddenly felt a bit dumbfounded. Where could he go? Su-chen frowned, pondering to himself. If it wouldn't work at home, then it definitely wouldn't work in the downstairs community. He didn't want to become famous in such a way with a crowd of uncles and aunts watching. Where else was there that was a bit more spacious? The gym? Too many people. The school playground? Today wasn't the weekend. After thinking it over, Su-chen felt that he still had to go to the wilderness. Only by going outside the city could he let the little Titan be sent into reality without reservation. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about being caught on camera. Yeah. Su-chen suddenly noticed that a sense of urgent consciousness was transmitted from the little Titan at his chest. Su-chen had no idea what the other party was saying. However, after 5 minutes, Su-chen finally understood. It turned out that when sending the little Titan, it could be shrunk, and when encountering a battle, it could revert to its original form without any impact. Such an important matter. Why didn't you say it earlier, Little Titan? Su-chen rolled his eyes. All that effort before was wasted. Yeah. It seemed that the delay on Su-chen's side had been a bit long, and the little Titan began to urge him repeatedly. Silently reciting in his heart to shrink the little Titan to a pocket-sized version, Su-chen slowly opened his hand. A flash of white light passed, and a mini version of the mech appeared in front of Su-chen. From today on, I am also part of the figurine family. Squinting his eyes, Su-chen watched the pocket-sized little Titan bouncing around in his palm, feeling incredibly excited inside. In that moment, he suddenly understood those who were willing to collect various figurines at home. The sense of achievement was overwhelming. Moreover, my figurine can move on its own. Can yours move in the palm of your hand? After playing with the little titan for a while, Suchin placed it on his desk, folded a paper box in a few quick moves, and put the little titan inside as its temporary home. Unfortunately, the little fire dragon was still asleep. Choosing to shrink the little fire dragon to a cute pocket-sized version as well, Suchin slowly opened his hand. The next moment, as the white light dissipated, a warm, fluffy feeling came from his hand. The little fire dragon curled up its body, lying in his palm, sleeping peacefully and serenely. Dragon, you should rest well too. Suchin also walked to the desk, placed the sleeping little fire dragon into the paper box, and added a few cloth strips for padding. Then, Suchin sat at the desk, staring at the little titan while admiring the little fire dragon's sleeping face. A few minutes later, satisfied, Suchin opened his desktop computer and logged into the Lingjing forum. During this trip to the Sea Clan, he wondered how the Black Abyss sect was doing outside and what had happened to that guy Xiao Tianxi. And what about the little fatty? With these thoughts in mind, Suchin began browsing the posts on the Lingjing forum. Suchin noticed that most of the posts on the forum at that moment were basically about the Black Abyss sect. The hottest post among them was about the many benefits of joining the Black Abyss sect, which not only could enhance levels but also offered unknown surprises. A glint of sharpness flashed in Suchin's eyes. After searching for a while, he found a somewhat different post. It did not support the Black Abyss sect but instead condemned it. He clicked on the post. The people of the Black Abyss sect are truly despicable, actively targeting ordinary players. How is this any different from those guys in the Yunqing Guild? Suchin focused his gaze. Hey, the ID of the poster is actually a familiar face. It's that guy Shaoli from the Observation Network who had interviewed him before. Has the situation become this serious? Although Shaoli from the Observation Network is a casual player, Suchin now knows that he is among the hottest streamers in the spirit realm. Even when he goes out, players gather around him spontaneously, and his combat power is not to be underestimated. If even he can be killed by the followers of the Black Abyss cult, then the Black Abyss cult must be ruling the outside world by now, right? After closing the forum, the server time had not yet arrived. Suchin tidied up his room, went out for a big meal, and now that the server was open, he lay back down in the game pod. In the spirit realm, a white light flashed at the resurrection point in the coastal city. Suchin's figure appeared. He immediately opened private chat and sent a message to the chubby guy. Qingfeng, have you heard about the Black Abyss cult targeting ordinary players? The message was almost instantly replied. Heba Tianxia, brother Qingfeng, I've been waiting for you for so long. The Black Abyss cult is really too arrogant. I've been killed several times. Suchin raised an eyebrow and continued to edit. Qingfeng, aren't you the guild leader? The Black Abyss cult is attacking you? Heba Tianxia. Now most of the people in the spirit realm have become followers of the Black Abyss cult. Their strength is far superior to ordinary players, and regular folks are simply no match for them. Qingfeng, where are you now? I'll come over right away. Heba Tianxia, I'm in the Fierceblade city. The Black Abyss cult kills ordinary players on sight, so now hardly anyone dares to leave the city. Qingfeng, wait for me. Closing the chat channel, Suchin used the shadow technique to quickly appear in Fierceblade city. So many people. The number of players in Fierceblade city has increased 2 to 3 times compared to usual. Are these all ordinary players trapped inside by the Black Abyss cult? Suchin pondered silently. Following the coordinates given by the chubby guy, he crossed a street and entered a tavern. Brother Qingfeng, over here. The tavern was neither bustling nor deserted, with a few tables occupied here and there. The chubby guy and a middle-aged man, Uncle Li, were sitting by the window. Upon seeing Suchin, the chubby guy stood up and waved his hand vigorously. The table was filled with various snacks and drinks, but the three of them had their minds elsewhere. The usually carefree chubby guy had a hint of worry on his brow. What exactly happened? As the guild leader, the chubby guy was already quite powerful, not to mention he had a group of people under him. He shouldn't be easily killed, right? Brother Qingfeng, look at my level. The chubby guy forced a smile. He had dropped 2 levels. No, it was 5 levels. Shock, confusion, and anger intertwined on Suchin's face. Brother Qingfeng, this time the level advantage that the young master had built up has almost gone to waste. You must help him. We can't let him lose levels for nothing. Uncle Li had watched the chubby guy grow up, and seeing him like this made him very distressed. Finally unable to hold back and spoke up. Taking a deep breath, Uncle Li glanced at the chubby guy, then looked at Suchin and slowly said, it was done by Xiao Tianzi. So, Xiao Tianzi has joined the Black Abyss cult now? Uncle Li nodded gravely. Not only that, but now there are hundreds of people in the Yunsheng Guild, all of whom have become followers of the Black Abyss cult. Xiao Tianzi's status in the Black Abyss cult is not low. I've heard he has been recognized by the higher-ups and has become a minor official. He must be harboring resentment against you, knowing that the young master is close to you. Last time you killed him and made him lose levels. This time he took revenge on the young master. So that's how it is. Fatty, come with me, let's go meet this Xiao Tianzi. Now that he has the favor of the Black Abyss cult, let's see how powerful he has become. Suchin grinned. He knew that the little fatty still held some brotherly feelings for Xiao Tianzi. So this time, being killed by Xiao Tianzi at level 5 made him so despondent. The little fatty's body trembled as he looked at Suchin's hand resting on His shoulder, a warm current seemed to flow from his palm, cleansing the wounds of his soul. Yes, having brother Qingfeng is enough for me. Since Xiao Tianxi disregarded our brotherhood and attacked me, why should I leave him any leeway? Xiao Tianxi, from now on, you are unworthy of being my brother. The methods you used against me, I will return them all to you. The master of Yunshan Group, I am calm now. With the knot in my heart tied, the little fatty returned to his carefree and boisterous state. Brother Qingfeng, about 120 steps outside Liran City, there's a large group of people from the Black Abyss cult gathered there. The three of them arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the city gate was bustling, clearly more lively than inside the city. However, the desolation just beyond the city gate seemed to indicate something. Look, they seem to be leaving the city. The actions of Su Shen and the others walking straight out of the city quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding players. In this day and age, apart from those guys from the Black Abyss cult, there were hardly any solo players daring to leave the city. If they did, it was usually a large guild in a grand procession. Just 3 clueless fools. I bet they'll show up at the resurrection point in 5 minutes. I bet 3 minutes, and I'll give a piece of bronze equipment. Silver equipment, I bet 1 minute. Listening to the commotion from the crowd around them, Su Chen's expression showed no signs of fluctuation, while the little fatty began to grumble in dissatisfaction. These people deserve to be blocked by the Black Abyss cult at the city gate. A few seconds later, the three of them crossed the city gate, moving from the safe zone into the dangerous red-named area where killing was allowed. They really went out. One of them looks somewhat familiar, seems to be the great god Qingfeng. What? Upon hearing this news, Shaoli from the Observation Network, who was browsing the Spirit Realm forum, suddenly looked up, his face filled with surprise as he gazed at the trio's backs. That silhouette couldn't be mistaken. Ever since that day, it had appeared in his dreams from time to time. It was definitely the great god Qingfeng. Shaoli from the Observation Network stood up with a whoosh, starting his long-awaited livestream. Extra, the great god Qingfeng has returned like lightning. All viewers, please lock onto this livestream and follow the footsteps of the great god Qingfeng. Let's see how he creates a myth once again, facing the Black Abyss cult that covers the sky with one hand and saving the ordinary players from peril. With these 3 lines of news, both the atmosphere in the livestream and the atmosphere on-site were fervently stirred up. As he spoke, Shaoli from the Observation Network had already followed Su Chen and the others, stepping out of the safe zone he hadn't dared to leave for days. He aimed the camera at Su Chen. The Moon Slayer raised his hand and struck, and the elite monster before him fell in response. After the white light disappeared, several pieces of equipment exploded onto the ground. Glancing at these items, he immediately showed a look of disinterest and turned his gaze to the next elite monster. A faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. This was the first time he had shown a genuine smile since the last time he had trouble with Su Chen, only to be humiliated in return, nearly causing the guild to fall apart. The rituals of the Black Abyss cult are indeed mysterious and powerful. If I were to meet Su Chen now, the outcome might still be uncertain. Once again, he struck lightly and killed another elite monster. And the thing in his heart called confidence began to grow little by little. This guy hasn't shown up recently, he probably doesn't dare to come. The Moon Slayer glanced around the area, where a large group of Black Abyss cult members had gathered. Ordinary players would be quickly killed if they dared to show themselves. Against so many players after the Black Abyss ritual, the Moon Slayer didn't believe Su Chen had that capability. Qingfeng, one day, I will personally eliminate you and wash away my shame. After silently making this vow, the Moon Slayer suddenly heard a commotion around him. In just half a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream reached over 100,000 and was still rapidly increasing. When they heard that Su Chen was preparing to deal with the Black Abyss cult, they could no longer sit still. Has the great Qingfeng finally returned? That Xiao Tianxi's death is imminent. Great one, please be sure to kill Xiao Tianxi back to level 0. Xia, will kneel before you here. There were also a few people who were worried, expressing doubts about Su Chen's ability, especially since the Black Abyss cult was now unprecedented in scale. The Black Abyss cult has more than just one Xiao Tianxi. Can the Great One really do it? Everyone. Shaoli from the Observation Network was adjusting the camera while explaining the situation in the field. Look, the Great One has already encountered the first batch of Black Abyss cult members. Are these all players? Staring at the group of Black Abyss cult members before him for a moment, Su Chen felt a question arise in his heart. This was the first time he had seen players turn into followers of the Black Abyss cult. Su Chen noticed that these people were also shrouded in black mist, and their skin was darkening over time. Would the Black Abyss cult be so kind as to help players increase their strength? Was there some hidden danger he was unaware of? If that were the case, the consequences could be unimaginable. Su Chen's mind raced, and in an instant he thought of many things. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind rang out as a wind blade and a fireball struck Su Chen. -1290 -1420. No, are you all this impatient? Su Chen instantly understood the unreasonable nature of these Black Abyss cultists. He casually shot 2 arrows, and the sound of arrows echoed, causing several flashes of white light to appear on the other side. He is Qingfeng. Among the Black Abyss cult followers, someone shouted, and upon hearing this, the Moon Slayer's eyes lit up. It was time for his revenge. Since Su Chen dared to come, he must be prepared for disgrace. This time, the Moon Slayer would step on Su Chen to rise again and rejoin the upper echelons of the Moon Slayer Guild. Thinking of this, the Moon Slayer walked to the front of the crowd, appearing in the center of the live stream. Qingfeng, don't think that just because you have a higher level, you can do as you please. Today, under the city of Lyran, will be your burial place. The appearance of the familiar face of the Moon Slayer immediately caused a stir among the audience. Isn't that the Moon Slayer from the Moon Slayer Guild? Wasn't he severely beaten by the great Qingfeng last time? Did he decide to keep a low profile? How come he's back to life after a few days? Could it be that he really has some backing? Many people secretly speculated whether the Moon Slayer Mad Lion truly had the strength to challenge the Clear Wind deity. After all, the rituals of the Black Abyss sect were far too mysterious and powerful. On the other side, the Moon Slayer Red Dragon's expression darkened, nearly spitting out the tea he had just drunk. What was this guy up to again? His mind was clearly not right, going to challenge the Clear Wind deity. No, I need to quickly explain to the Clear Wind deity. Sweating profusely, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion swiftly issued a statement in the game. System notification. The Moon Slayer Guild has released a new announcement. The challenge by the Moon Slayer Mad Lion to the Clear Wind deity is purely a personal action and has nothing to do with the Moon Slayer Guild. Please, Clear Wind deity, do not hold back, just do as you wish. The eye-catching announcement was posted 3 times in the World Channel, causing a stir among everyone in the spirit realm, whether they knew about the matter or not. In the live stream of Observation Network Shaoli, the bullet comments were rolling in frantically. The Moon Slayer Mad Lion is off to a bad start. The Moon Slayer Guild has already cut ties with him at lightning speed and even told the Clear Wind deity not to hold back. If I were him, I would want to find a crack in the ground to hide in right now. I've seen clowns, but I've never seen one this ridiculous. If the Moon Slayer Mad Lion can't prove himself now, he will become the laughingstock of the entire spirit realm. I wonder what the Moon Slayer Mad Lion is feeling right now. I bet he feels completely cold. No one had high hopes for the Moon Slayer Mad Lion. Even without watching the livestream, he learned the ins and outs of the situation from snippets in the World Channel. The Moon Slayer Mad Lion's head buzzed, and he suddenly felt unsteady on his feet, the sunlight blinding him, making him dizzy. This time, he had truly lost face. Taking a deep breath, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion directly launched an attack on Su Chen. Here it comes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, not dodging the Moon Slayer Mad Lion's attack at all. Firstly, there were too many opponents for him to evade all of them, so he simply chose to counterattack. Secondly, he wanted to finish the Moon Slayer Mad Lion as quickly as possible. Within half a second, Su Chen raised his hand, aimed, and shot an arrow. Whoosh, 7088 17. Physical damage, 11050 17. Additional true damage, minus 14,130. Additional Flame Dragon Soul true damage. The Moon Slayer Mad Lion fell in response, his eyes filled with disbelief. Minus 2,450 at the same time, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion's attack nearly grazed Su Chen. What you are witnessing now is the Clear Wind deity striking first and taking down the Moon Slayer Mad Lion in one hit. Shaoli from Observation Network seized the opportunity and began to commentate in the live stream. The situation had reversed. In just half a minute, the Moon Slayer Mad Lion's life had undergone a dramatic change. The Moon Slayer Red Dragon watched the live stream, unconsciously patting his chest, his face filled with lingering fear. That was close. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, or else the relationship between the Moon Slayer Guild and the Clear Wind deity would have dropped to freezing point again. Unlike the Moon Slayer Red Dragon, other players were almost entirely in a state of enjoying the show, eager for chaos, constantly cheering in the live stream. I, the Moon Slayer Red Dragon, have been betrayed 3 times, one of which was by the Moon Slayer Guild. Is this the so-called Moon Slayer? I foolishly expected to have a fierce battle with Qingfeng, but I was truly blind. One round and I was instantly killed. Even the clown Zio Oceansi can only stay in the back row. Many players who previously supported the Moon Slayer, upon seeing him so easily defeated, angrily turned against him. It is said that the destructive power of true fans turning into haters is several times greater than that of bystanders turning into haters. In the live stream, the reputation of the Moon Slayer plummeted. Before today, in the eyes of some, he was not unlike the enduring Gojian, silently biding his time for a day of glory. But the Moon Slayer's pitiful combat power shattered their self-comfort, akin to a wake-up call from a dream. At the resurrection point in Lijian City, the Moon Slayer stared blankly ahead, his face filled with bitterness. Su Chen's arrow had completely stunned him. I finally understand why even someone like Zio Oceansi keeps suffering defeats at Qingfeng's hands. Zio Oceansi, I can't be bothered to get involved in this mess, you're on your own. It turned out that the Moon Slayer had no intention of joining the Abyss cult before, as the Moon Guild had previously issued an order prohibiting any members from joining the Abyss cult. However, with Zio Oceansi bringing a large group to coerce and entice him, and the Moon Slayer being in a low period, the guild had lost its real power and was frustrated, so he quickly struck a deal with Zio Oceansi and secretly joined the Abyss cult. Now it seemed like nothing more than a moment of impulsiveness. Taking a deep breath, the Moon Slayer looked up at the clear blue sky. I have opposed the decision of the Moon Red Dragon for half my life, but this time regarding Qingfeng, he was right. The Moon Slayer quietly found a secluded spot, brushed off the dust, and sat down. He opened the live stream, focusing on that figure in the distance. Everyone, let's go together. Qingfeng can't defeat us. A sudden voice broke the silence among the Abyss cult members, bringing them back from the shock caused by Su Chen. Su Chen raised his gaze and noticed that the black aura surrounding this person was clearly denser than that of the others, and his skin was darker. As soon as the words fell, the followers of the Abyss cult launched a series of attacks on Su Chen. A sky full of flames and wind blades rushed towards Su Chen, weaving into an extremely dangerous tapestry in the air. Damn, the Abyss cult people really have no shame. I died under their siege before. The great Qingfeng has started attacking too. Look. After awakening as a wind speaker, Su Chen's attributes had increased again, and he felt that his release speed had quickened a bit. Mirror technique Frost Snow. The spell was completed in an instant, and the sky in front of Su Chen suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow, affecting the attacks in the air. With a thought, the little titan instantly completed the taunt shield, boosting his health and defense. You have killed player Ni Suntian. You have killed player Yu Kaiyue Wan. A flurry of system notifications appeared in an instant. In just a moment, the Abyss cult followers in front of Su Chen were all reborn as white light at the resurrection point. Hiss! The air instantly fell silent. Even the barrage in the livestream paused for a moment before rolling in double time. These are the Abyss cult members. How is it that killing them is no different from chopping vegetables for the great Qingfeng? Have you noticed? In just a few days, Qingfeng's strength seems to have increased again. With a great god around, the Abyss cult definitely won't amount to anything. It wasn't just a feeling. Qingfeng had indeed become stronger. The Moon Red Dragon watched the livestream, silently evaluating. Qingfeng's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, defying all common sense. It turns out I didn't lose unjustly. The moon slaying Mad Lion slowly relaxed his tightly clenched hand, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Looking at the excited barrage of comments in the livestream, he suddenly felt the need to clarify his previous words and actions. Losing to Qingfeng wasn't due to his own lack of strength, but rather because Qingfeng was too strong. He finally couldn't help but send a comment in the livestream. Moonslaying Mad Lion, Qingfeng's strength is indeed extraordinary. I acknowledge you as my opponent. Ha! After completing this difficult yet necessary action, the moonslaying Mad Lion felt as if he had shed a heavy burden, letting out a long breath. Let this matter pass. Next time he sees Qingfeng, he would take a detour, resolutely avoiding appearing in the same place as him. That should make it so no one remembers. The moonslaying Mad Lion suddenly realized that things were not going as he had imagined. He didn't know who the sharp-eyed person was, but amidst the torrent of comments, someone had spotted his self-justification and reposted it. Dragon-slaying warrior at moonslaying Mad Lion, Qingfeng's strength is indeed extraordinary. I acknowledge you as my opponent. Immediately, it seemed everyone had discovered a new continent, and they began to copy this comment. In just a few seconds, the comments in the live stream all turned into this format. The moonslaying Mad Lion's vision went dark, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He knew this was the livestream's newly developed +1 feature, where users could copy another's comment by clicking +1 after it. At first, the moonslaying Mad Lion thought it was quite useful, but now he hated the person who developed this feature with a passion. Did they have to nail him to the pillar of shame and humiliate him so thoroughly? Slap. Unable to bear it any longer, the moonslaying Mad Lion feared he might have a heart attack from the stress and directly closed the livestream. He even felt the urge to run and cancel this account, never logging into the spirit realm again, letting those who laughed at him as the moonslaying Mad Lion regret it. But after much thought, he gave up. First, the spirit realm account was linked to his personal information. Second, the spirit realm was already deeply intertwined with reality, and the company people would definitely laugh at him. He ultimately decided to be an ostrich, hiding in his shell. Qingfeng bro, you should check the livestream. The moonslaying Mad Lion just called you out. While Su Chen was checking his attribute panel, the chubby boy shouted at him. With a hint of confusion, Su Chen opened the livestream and immediately saw the moonslaying Mad Lion's comment. What do you think, Qingfeng bro? The fact that the moonslaying Mad Lion can say such arrogant things means he hasn't been beaten enough by you. In my opinion, Qingfeng bro, you should give him a few more good thrashings until he submits. Forget it, let him be. Su Chen shook his head and said. A few seconds later, a unique comment suddenly rolled through the livestream. Qingfeng, it is an honor. After the incident, Su Chen learned of Su Qingquan's magnanimous act of slaying the moon-crazed lion and was moved to tears. He resolved to turn over a new leaf and repent for his past misdeeds. Do you know where your brother is? Ignoring the commotion in the livestream, Su Chen spoke to the chubby boy beside him. The chubby boy fell silent for a few seconds before naming a location. It turned out to be the same place as the target of the golden line. Su Chen instantly understood. Well then, let's catch them all in one go. Qingfeng, are you really going? The chubby boy's eyes widened as he saw Su Chen preparing to leave. Do you know that place is considered the stronghold of the Black Abyss sect? There are many more people than here. Now that Xiao Tianxi must have gotten your message. If he hasn't come yet, he's probably waiting for a chance to strike. Qingfeng, there's no need to go into that den of tigers and dragons because of me. The chubby boy said all this in one breath, but Suchin simply shook his head gently. I'm not doing this for you. Even if Xiao Tianxi sets a trap for me, I will still go. Now that Su Chen was a wind speaker, he had a terrifying recovery rate that restored a percentage of arrows shot per second, and he was just eager to test it out. The attacks from those people earlier had barely scratched him, not even breaking his shield. Alright, then we'll go together. The chubby boy referred to a patch of forest not far from the entrance of the Black Abyss Sect's cave. Su Chen would deal with Xiao Tianxi first, then look for the masked man from the Black Abyss Sect. The two figures appeared at the teleportation point on the edge of the forest, instantly noticed by those with ulterior motives. They were exposed in the live stream. Isn't Qingfeng going to the cave of the Black Abyss Sect? Is the master going to confront them directly? I bet Xiao Tianxi is scared out of his wits. Xiao Li, hurry up and follow the master, or I'll unfollow and watch someone else. Xiao Li from the observation network had been filming Su Chen well, but suddenly found him missing, looking dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and hurriedly spoke up to remedy the situation. Please wait a moment, this live stream guarantees you will see the first-hand live broadcast. While speaking, Xiao Li skillfully used the teleportation array to reach the edge of the forest. Then he mounted a skeletal horse and followed Su Chen and the chubby boy from a distance. Qingfeng has arrived. Xiao Tianxi, who had been watching the live stream closely, slowly stood up. Beside him were Wan Ban Fengchen and Uncle Lu. He really dares to come? Wan Ban Fengchen looked at Su Chen on the screen in surprise, feeling a bit unsettled. She had thought Su Chen wouldn't dare to come, but she didn't expect him not only to laugh and kill those ordinary followers of the Black Abyss Sect but also to come straight here. Uncle Lu, is everything arranged? Xiao Tianxi ignored Wan Ban Fengchen's murmurs and instead looked at Uncle Lu beside him. Young master, rest assured, all your orders have been carried out. I guarantee Qingfeng will come and not return. Hearing Xiao Tianxi's words, Uncle Lu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Good. Xiao Tianxi clapped his hands suddenly, his eyes shining with a fierce light. If this goes smoothly, I can fulfill the request you made last time. Thank you, young master. Uncle Lu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Young master, what about me? Wan Ban Fengchen, seeing this scene, also called out sweetly, her fair hands wanting to touch Xiao Tianxi. After hesitating for a moment, she stopped. You? Xiao Tianxi turned his head, staring at Wan Ban Fengchen as if assessing her value. Alright, I'll say this, for the first time Qingfeng comes, I'll double the rewards. I promised you. If he dies twice, the rewards will double again. And so on, with no upper limit. After saying this calmly, hearing the urgent and heavy breathing beside him, a ruthless glint flashed in Xiao Tianxi's eyes. The last battle with Qingfeng was regarded as a disgrace in Xiao Tianxi's life. Since entering the spiritual realm, Qingfeng marked the beginning of his battle with the sliding iron tiger, and the resources allocated to him by his father had inexplicably decreased significantly. How could he endure that? That foolish younger brother thought that by clinging to Qingfeng's thigh he could recklessly provoke me. This time, I will make him regret his previous actions and ensure he never dares to compete with me for the position of heir again. Su Chen and the chubby boy walked along a path in the jungle. The surroundings were silent, with only the occasional sound of falling leaves and their footsteps. As they walked, Su Chen slowly came to a stop. What's wrong? The chubby boy looked at Su Chen, puzzled. In the observation network, Xiao Li's livestream was also filled with a sense of confusion. What do you think? Why did the great god suddenly stop? Maybe they've reached their destination, but why is there not a single shadow? Xiao Tianxi wouldn't be hiding out of fear, would he? Xiao Li from the observation network began to explain just at the right moment. Oh, the great god Qingfeng suddenly stopped. Did he discover something? Just as Xiao Li finished speaking, countless sounds of arrows slicing through the air suddenly erupted in the jungle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows shot towards Su Chen and the chubby boy from all directions. Su Chen, though startled, remained calm and immediately generated a shield in front of him, actively blocking for the chubby boy. The chubby boy's eyes widened in disbelief. -1321 -897 -1344. After a flurry of arrows, Su Chen's health bar dropped significantly. However, his health was still in a healthy state and not in immediate danger. In contrast, the chubby boy, although most of the damage was blocked by Su Chen, only took a few arrows, yet his health bar was barely hanging on. Xiao Tianxi, that bastard. Coming back to his senses, the chubby boy quickly gulped down a health pack and cursed fiercely. Be careful. At the same time, the sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out again, accompanied by an even denser barrage of arrows than before. This is an ambush from all sides. Can the great god hold on? I think it's a bit precarious. The people on screen haven't even shown their faces, they can only passively take hits. Does Xiao Tianxi really not care about his reputation using such despicable means? Will the Yunqing group be handed over to someone like this? The second wave of arrows directly shattered Su Chen's shield. With the little fire dragon asleep, Su Chen summoned the little titan. Then, aiming at a certain spot, he knocked an arrow. Whoosh, you have killed player Yunqing. A prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Behind the bushes, an archer widened her eyes and turned into white light. She couldn't understand how Su Chen had discovered her With one hit, Su Chen showed no mercy. At that moment, the third wave of arrows came again. Mirror technique, Frost Snow. Explosive arrowhead, absorb arrowhead. Su Chen instantly activated his skill to counterattack. In an instant, Su Chen's immediate front transformed into a world of ice and snow. At the same time, the system's prompt sounds kept ringing in his ears. You have killed player Shang Shu as a dog. You have killed player encountering food. Countless remote archers and mages ambushed in the dense forest were caught off guard by Su Chen's sudden attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Chen did not pause for a moment, quickly drawing his bow and shooting arrows to the left and right where the blizzard had not yet enveloped. Just a few arrows, and many more fell to his hands in an instant. Su Chen's expression was casual, his movements fluid, but he did not realize how shocking this seemingly effortless counterattack was to the viewers in the live stream. Oh, what did I just see? The master not only thwarted Xiao Tianxi's plans but also turned the tables on them in an instant. It's simply textbook level. Operation. Whoosh, the sound of the wind breaking again echoed, and two arrows shot out from the dense forest, aimed directly at the chubby guy. Perhaps knowing they could not pose a threat to Su Chen, they focused their target on the chubby guy. Xingfeng Gu. The chubby guy spoke urgently, knowing that with his current attributes, he could not withstand these two shots. Su Chen snorted coldly, raising his shield to block the arrows. The arrows struck the blue shield, ultimately losing their strength and falling to the ground. The chubby guy patted his chest in lingering fear, but Su Chen's gaze flickered. That direction, that distance, clearly exceeded the range of his spells. In other words, these two archers had quite a long range. A skilled opponent. Su Chen instantly assessed the opponent's strength. Interesting, but still far from enough. Look, Xingfeng is drawing his bow again. Could the target be those two archers? The godly sharp bow switched to long-range mode. Su Chen grinned, then in the sunlight-dappled forest, locked onto a distant blackta, gently releasing the tension in his hand. Whoosh, the melodious kill prompt rang in his ears, but Su Chen did not pause, swiftly shooting another arrow in a different direction. In the next moment, another arrow flew, and another life was lost. The two archers fell under Su Chen's arrows, leaving only two bright red damage numbers and the white light of resurrection in the live stream's frame. Hiss. I didn't expect there to be someone hiding there. How did Master Xingfeng discover it? Xiao Tianxi seems to have lost again. The ambush he set up was no match for the master. I'm begging you, Xiao Tianxi, can you put in some effort? This is so unsatisfying to watch. The live stream was instantly filled with comments praising Su Chen and mocking Xiao Tianxi, creating a stark contrast. Bang! A fist struck heavily against the rough bark of a nearby tree, and Xiao Tianxi's face turned beet red. He was both angry and pained. Uncle Lu, is this the elite you arranged? Xiao Tianxi turned back, baring his teeth at the middle-aged man, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Young master. Uncle Lu was pale with fear. He had never seen Xiao Tianxi's face so dark and flushed. That Su Chen is just too strange. He seems to have become even stronger, which I did not anticipate. Su Chen had grown stronger again. Xiao Tianxi's eyelids suddenly twitched as he recalled the words exchanged with that mysterious man. Could it be that Su Chen really gained tremendous benefits from his trip to the Sea Clan? Otherwise, how could his strength have surged so rapidly in such a short time? He had thought that by allying with the Black Abyss sect he could rest easy, but now he found himself in a difficult position. Su Chen was coming. What to do? Xiao Tianxi now dared not engage Su Chen in close combat, fearing that before he even got close, Su Chen would spot him and kill him with a single arrow. Young master, I am willing to accompany you to the front lines to oversee the battle. I believe that with your brilliant and martial command, the situation will surely change. Her charming face wore a captivating allure, and after observing the surroundings, she smiled enchantingly. Xiao Tianxi remained silent, his heart pounding. If Uncle Lu wasn't lying just now, then the previous batch of people was already his elite. He had sent out all his elite forces, yet not only did he fail to kill Su Chen, but even Su Chen's younger brother who came with him was not dealt with, having fallen to become the second person after the moonslaying Mad Lion to be a laughingstock. In the spirit realm, how could he not be furious? If he went out again and was sensed by Su Chen's bow and arrows from 1,000 miles away, leading to his demise, Xiao Tianxi felt he would surely become the #1 joke in the spirit realm. Young master, you now have a bit of authority in the Black Abyss sect, right? Since our people are not capable, why not mobilize the Black Abyss sect members to ambush Xingfeng? Seeing Xiao Tianxi hesitating, Ban Fengchen narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and proposed a seemingly feasible plan. Don't blame me, Xiao Tianxi. On the surface, Ban Fengchen displayed a captivating smile, but in her heart, she had other calculations. To her, Xiao Tianxi could only lose, he must not win. Only then would her importance be highlighted, and Xiao Tianxi, abandoned by all, would remember her kindness towards him. Otherwise, on ordinary days, her flattery towards Xiao Tianxi was more often met with disdain than appreciation, and Ban Fengchen was certainly not someone to be trifled with. All right. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Tianxi glanced at the barrage of insults regarding his character and qualities in the livestream, and finally made up his mind. No matter what, he had to make Su Chen die once to drop a level. Send the order down, all members of the Black Abyss sect will follow me to ambush Xingfeng. In this battle, victory is allowed, but defeat is not. Xiao Tianxi issued the command with a cold face. Yes, young master. The beautiful woman and the middle-aged man responded in unison. We can go now. Su Chen turned to the little fatty and said. The little fatty hurriedly followed, asking, are they all dead? Most of them are dead, but I think Xiao Tianxi must have prepared other big gifts. The two of them hadn't walked far when they stopped again. This time, it was a voice. Xingfeng, do you know what you are doing? This voice was Xiao Tianxi? Interesting. A hint of mockery flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Was this guy coming to threaten him or to entice him? Throughout history, when two countries go to war, there are only three methods: showing strength, feigning weakness, and seeking peace. If you retreat now, I can treat this as if nothing happened and let it go. As soon as Xiao Tianxi said this, it was as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge uproar. Shali from the observation network was stunned for a moment by Xiao Tianxi's shocking words. In the live stream, the barrage rolled on endlessly. They're about to die, and Xiao Tianxi still cares about his face? He doesn't know he's wrong, he just knows he's going to die. Xiao Tianxi really was infuriated, saying such foolish things. It turned out to be a show of strength. Su Chen stroked his chin, instantly understanding the strategy in Xiao Tianxi's heart. However, this was just a facade. Didn't Xiao Tianxi realize that himself? Young master. Uncle Lu looked at Xiao Tianxi, who was filled with arrogance, hesitating to speak. Xiao Tianxi turned to look at him, his eyes red. What do you want to say? What a pair of eyes they were. Uncle Lu could even see the blood vessels surging in Xiao Tianxi's gaze, which startled him. And no, nothing. Uncle Lu hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Xiao Tianxi had already lost his mind. The myriad of worldly troubles coldly observed the Xiao Tianxi, who felt somewhat unfamiliar now, silently making a judgment in his heart. If he lost this time, it should serve as a lesson for him. It would also make him understand his mother's worth. Everyone, let's see how the great god Xingfeng will deal with Xiao Tianxi's schemes. Will he stop here and turn back, reaching a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Tianxi? Or will he ignore Xiao Tianxi's words, inevitably making the other party pay a price? All choices hinge on a single word from the great god Xingfeng. Let us wait and see. Shali from the observation network passionately concluded, raising the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a peak, casually shifting the camera to Su Chen. Su Chen's answer was, fatty, let's go. After saying that, Su Chen walked straight into the depths of the forest, heading towards Xiao Tianxi's lair, as if he hadn't heard Xiao Tianxi's declaration. Alright, brother Xingfeng. The chubby boy paused for a moment before coming to his senses, hurriedly following Su Chen. The two figures slowly elongated on the forest path. Xingfeng, since you refuse to listen to advice, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Tianxi's voice echoed through the forest, hoarse and sinister. Truly, a person without shame is invincible. Doesn't Xiao Tianxi know what he did before? The tactic of accusing the thief is not always effective. It's even less so against a more foolish thief. On this side, Xiao Tianxi parted his lips and finally issued the command. With his voice, a rain of fire and blades shot towards Su Chen and the others. But this time, Su Chen, in Xiao Tianxi's line of sight, suddenly looked up, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, causing Xiao Tianxi's heart to skip a beat for no reason. Divine Fury Bow has locked onto the target, Xiao Tianxi. Whoosh, in the midst of the rain of fire, Su Chen did not dodge. Instead, he drew back the bowstring and released the arrow towards a certain point. The arrowhead instantly grew into a black dot, and the next second, it struck Xiao Tianxi's throat. Ah! Xiao Tianxi's eyes widened in shock, his hands desperately clutching his throat, trying to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. He could only make futile choking sounds. Ultimately, he transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing from this place. Su Chen's actions, along with the white light, immediately drew the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. The person just shot by the great god Xingfeng couldn't be that Xiao Tianxi, right? If so, this would be quite the spectacle. No rush, let me check the leaderboard to see if Xiao Tianxi has dropped a level. Xiao Tianxi has long been killed and dropped off the leaderboard. You can't see his level at all. For some reason, the audience in the live broadcast room became very curious about the identity of the deceased, all trying to use their wits to verify whether that person was indeed Xiao Tianxi. I just added Xiao Tianxi as a friend, and he rejected me instantly. Does that mean Xiao Tianxi isn't dead yet? Not necessarily, he might have just revived. Everyone, the latest insider news from first-hand information of the Yunsheng Guild confirms that the person who just died is indeed Xiao Tianxi. The funniest part is, he didn't even understand how Su Chen locked onto him, leading to his sudden demise. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room was instantly thrown into an uproar. The one who had just died was none other than Xiao Tianxi. It turned out that Su Chen had never intended to play nice with Xiao Tianxi from the beginning. He was merely locking onto the opponent's position. Ordinary players had never seen a guild leader fall to such a miserable state, and they were in an uproar. In a certain unknown corner, Xiao Tianxi stared at the words internal traitor, and a flame began to burn gradually in his eyes. Internal traitor? What internal traitor? At this point, could there still be an internal traitor in the Yunsheng Guild? Xiao Tianxi did not believe it. The Yunsheng Guild had gone through the previous detoxification, and with Xiao Tianxi's improved
treatment, they had now joined the Black Abyss sect, resulting in a significant boost in strength. Xiao Tianxi had given them everything except for sending them wives. What more could they possibly be dissatisfied with? What else did they want him to do? Yes. The more Xiao Tianxi thought about it, the angrier he became. It must be that there were too many internal traitors in their guild, which was why the encirclement against Su Chen had been so easily resolved. By the opponent. You have killed Xiao Tianxi. Su Chen looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but grin. But this was far from enough. He had not forgotten about the seductive beauty and the sycophant beside Xiao Tianxi. Whoosh, he slowly knocked an arrow, once again attracting everyone's attention. Wan Ban Fengchen couldn't help but show a hint of panic in her eyes upon seeing this scene. The next second, she actually turned around and ran away, swaying her curvy hips. Uncle Lu was also quite clever. Seeing this scene, he understood immediately. He deliberately chose a different path from Wan Ban Fengchen and also took off running, like the wind. However, all of this was clearly seen by Su Chen, who had switched to long-range mode and had an expanded field of vision after his job change. He silently evaluated the movements of the two in his heart, and then a cold light sliced through the air. Wan Ban Fengchen's delicate body trembled violently, then slowly fell to the ground, following in Xiao Tianxi's footsteps. Immediately after, Uncle Lu also fell in response, turning into white light at the resurrection point. Thus, all three of the Yunqing three swordsmen were shot dead by Su Chen. The three of them looked at each other at the resurrection point, wide-eyed, and none of them broke the rare silence. Latest news on the internal traitor. Those two white lights just now were Xiao Tianxi's sycophants, Wan Ban Fengchen and Uncle Lu. This is too ridiculous. Is the news reliable? It came from the Yunqing Guild. Do you think it's reliable? Hiss. The fact that Xiao Tianxi and the others were killed by Su Chen and then reborn after losing levels quickly spread to the live broadcast room. Sho, my roommate is a founding elder of the Yunqing Guild. He has endured humiliation in the guild just for this moment. He just told me not to inquire about who he is, just let him quietly be a lone warrior in the darkness. Retrieving his gaze from the map, the golden target was constantly flashing. Su Chen already had a plan in mind. Xiao Tianxi stared blankly ahead, suddenly feeling as if he had made a mistake. If he hadn't gotten involved with Su Chen from the beginning, would the outcome have been different? If the person standing next to Su Chen now wasn't that useless younger brother but himself instead, how wonderful would that be? In that case, taking over Yunqing Group would surely be a done deal. Unfortunately, everything couldn't go back to the past. Turning against Su Chen might be the biggest mistake he ever made. Sigh. Regret fills my heart. A deep sense of remorse, sour and lonely, spread and grew within Xiao Tianxi, and he suddenly felt that everything in this world had become strange. The beautiful woman beside him thought she was hiding the faint smile in her eyes well, but Xiao Tianxi, having interacted with people since childhood, could easily see through such small thoughts. And then there was the middle-aged man, Uncle Lu, whose attitude towards him was clearly no longer as respectful as before. Did he have the guts to act like this in the past? Perhaps he had already colluded with that useless younger brother behind the scenes. What ability did that brother have besides good luck? The world before him was shrouded in darkness, the future path obscured by fog, and Xiao Tianxi suddenly felt a bit lost. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a bubble with ellipses floated onto the panel. This was a private chat feature unique to the spirit realm, allowing players to communicate over long distances. However, Xiao Tianxi had no intention of opening it. It was probably someone wanting to see him make a fool of himself. He had failed time and again, and he had no desire to pretend that nothing had happened and force a smile. Ding ding ding. It seemed that Xiao Tianxi had not replied to the person's message for a long time, prompting the other party to send a new message. Xiao Tianxi frowned. They were being too presumptuous. Ding ding ding. The sound rang out repeatedly, and Xiao Tianxi finally couldn't hold back anymore. Did they really think he had no temper? If he couldn't deal with Su Chen, could he not deal with you? He urgently needed a venting outlet, and you just happened to be in the line of fire. Suppressing his anger, he opened the window and immediately typed out a message with muscle memory, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Bid, what did you say? The other party's reply came quickly, but it was clear they did not understand the true meaning behind Xiao Tianxi's message. It was actually him. At that moment, Xiao Tianxi finally caught sight of who was messaging him. It was the masked figure from the Black Abyss sect in front of the cave, who was now considered his direct superior. The abilities Xiao Tianxi possessed now could be said to be granted by him, and his eyes suddenly lit up, his spirit lifting as if he had grasped a non-existent glimmer of hope. My lord, I was praising you. I urgently need your help. Xiao Tianxi changed his previous attitude, becoming gentle and humble. I am aware of your situation. No outsiders are allowed to run rampant in our Black Abyss sect's territory. The other party's message immediately made Xiao Tianxi feel as if he had come back to life, radiating boundless joy. My lord must help me take revenge. He dares to repeatedly attack me, which is the greatest disrespect to you. Even if I kill him down to level 0, it would not be excessive. With a certain ulterior motive, Xiao Tianxi quickly edited and sent this message. He deliberately mentioned killing Su Chen down to level 0, hoping that the masked figure would take action. As for the idea that the other party couldn't defeat Su Chen, he didn't even consider it.
Let's see how it goes. The masked figure's next words made Xiao Tianxi feel a bit disappointed. Everything will be decided by you, my lord. Xiao Tianxi continued to flatter, at this moment mirroring Uncle Lu's previous attitude towards him vividly. After a while, the masked figure's message finally came through. This time, you have put in great effort to protect the territory of the Black Abyss sect, and the sect has been watching closely. After this matter, the organization will reward you greatly. What kind of great reward? Xiao Tianxi's breath caught, his tone trembling. You'll know when the time comes. This should be the place. Su Chen and the chubby boy walked through the long tree-lined path and finally arrived at their destination. In front of him stood a building. It resembled a fortress, but as Su Chen looked around, he couldn't see a single person. The live stream was filled with discussions. Why is there no one here? Is this Xiao Tianxi's base? Why did he come here like a turtle withdrawing its head? Maybe he knows he can't win and thought it better to sneak away than face Qingfeng's arrow. Su Chen said nothing, just gave a glance to the chubby boy, signaling him to be on guard. The chubby boy nodded, aware of his own weakness, not wanting to become a burden to brother Qingfeng. The golden target was just 50 meters ahead, inside this fortress. Was the other side planning to keep the doors closed? Su Chen pondered. If that were the case, it would be a bit troublesome. Su Chen took another look at the fortress. Its surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, clearly built from a very hard material, making a forced entry impossible. Zzzzzzzzz. Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, the chubby boy was on alert, and the live stream was buzzing with discussions. Xiao Tianxi was anxious. The silver-white fortress door slowly opened. A pair of feet stepped out, followed by a body hidden in a black robe, and finally, a figure wearing a mask under the hood. The golden target had appeared. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the figure and immediately checked their information. Cultist of the Black Abyss, level 50. What? Su Chen's eyes widened in shock as he activated his reconnaissance skill on the masked figure hidden beneath the black robe. However, the result was still as pitifully sparse as before. Was it a special trait of the Black Abyss, or did he possess a treasure that concealed his information? Regardless, it made Su Chen instantly alert. The unknown is the most terrifying. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. That person seems to be the black-robed figure in front of the Black Abyss statue. He is the one presiding over the Black Abyss ritual and is currently the spokesperson for the Black Abyss. There are video materials of this person on the forum. Those who haven't seen it can go take a look. If we kill him, can the Black Abyss be destroyed? That's unlikely, but it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the current Black Abyss, and no one would preside over the terrifying Black Abyss ritual anymore. No one would become a follower of the Black Abyss again. In that case, brother Qingfeng, please make sure to eliminate him and bring a clear sky back to the spirit world. In the live stream, voices rose in an instant. Su Chen squinted his eyes, had the chubby boy stand in a safe place, and looked again at the masked black-robed figure. Can I ask you a question? Looking at the figure in the black robe and mask, Su Chen did not act immediately but suddenly spoke up. The masked figure seemed not to hear, remaining non-committal. Su Chen did not care about the other party, and continued speaking to himself. Once you join your Black Abyss sect, is there a way to leave? After saying this, Su Chen fixed his gaze on the other person, waiting for a response. He had seen the strange behaviors of those players earlier, especially those who suddenly attacked ordinary players without explanation. They clearly had issues. Therefore, he had to ask this question. Silence. A long silence. The wind howled past, leaves danced and swirled, eventually settling to the ground. It seemed the other party could not communicate. Well then, let's just kill him. Just as he thought this, a hoarse and weary voice suddenly spoke up. The Black Abyss sect teaches and enlightens all beings. Once you join, no one would want to leave voluntarily. Ha! Su Chen's spirit lifted, and he quickly continued. You just need to answer, yes or no. The truth is not determined by your Black Abyss sect. That kind of thing does not exist. The masked figure waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. Doesn't exist? Su Chen felt a wave of disappointment. No, it might not be true. This guy could be deceiving him. If only that old man Dao Huang were here, he would definitely know. With this thought, Su Chen no longer felt so urgent. Inside the livestream, the conversation between Su Chen and the masked figure had already caused an uproar. Is it really irreversible? Then my friend has no chance of coming back. What should we do? Even at this point, Lord Qingfeng hasn't forgotten to save those misguided players. Truly a person of great wisdom, courage, kindness, virtue, and righteousness. I admire him. Sigh, as the saying goes, once you enter the Black Abyss, it's as deep as the sea. From now on, Xiao Lang is just a passerby. So Xiao Tianxi is already a person of the Black Abyss sect in life and a ghost of the Black Abyss sect in death. What the heck? Seeing a few sudden comments pop up in the livestream, Xiao Tianxi, who had been closely following the developments, felt his mouth twist in anger. Why is the topic turning to me? I haven't even made my appearance yet. And what's with that couplet? Trying to show off your literary talent, huh? Xiao Tianxi felt his temples throb, blood surging wildly in his bulging veins. He fixed his gaze on the ID that sent the comment, deeply engraving it in his mind. You better not let me run into you, otherwise, your fate will be miserable. If it weren't for the cautionary tale of the moon-slaying mad lion, Xiao Tianxi would have wanted to jump into the fray and confront the person directly. Even if he couldn't, he could always create a secondary account. Sneaking around with a secondary account, hiding in the shadows and directly spouting off, what a satisfying feeling that would be. He certainly wouldn't be like someone who couldn't even handle something as simple as creating a secondary account, only to be exposed online and turned into a complete joke. At this moment, Xiao Tianxi could only lament that the spirit realm was bound to one account per person and there was no such thing as creating a secondary account. In that case, the choice is summon monsters. Su Chen's eyes were sharp as knives as he instantly summoned a little titan, then knocked an arrow and shot the first arrow at the masked figure. Whoosh! Suddenly, more than a dozen skeletons appeared around the masked figure, who clearly had not yet reacted. Just a moment ago, they were chatting happily, and the next moment, Su Chen was out to take his life. What a ruthless person. Anger blazed fiercely, and the masked figure immediately waved his hand, sending a mass of swirling black mist shooting toward Su Chen. Little Titan, withstand this damage. Not knowing the masked figure's true capabilities, Su Chen dared not take this hit. He did not want to end up like some of the Black Abyss followers, becoming neither human nor ghost. Silently, the black mist collided with the little titan, then suddenly dissipated. Ha! Su Chen, who had been closely watching this scene, suddenly furrowed his brows. Something was off. The black mist had not dissipated but seemed to have entered the body of the little titan in an instant. However, Su Chen looked around the little titan and found no signs of injury until he saw the little titan's status panel. Little Titan, corrupted state. What is this? Su Chen clicked on the description of the corrupted state and his expression changed dramatically. Corrupted state. All attributes decrease by 1% every 10 seconds, duration 200 minutes. Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. What a domineering skill, harming invisibly. Unknowingly falling into the trap, gradually losing status and then being killed by the opponent. Is this the strange and powerful aspect of the Black Abyss sect? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At this rate, the little titan's attributes would drop by 6% every minute, and after 200 minutes, the little titan's attributes would have already reached zero, equivalent to having no combat power. A quick resolution was necessary. Attack enhancement, activate. Su Chen silently chanted, then desperately output towards the masked black-robed man. His DPS doubled completely. Combined with the powerful class attributes of the wind speaker and increased attack speed, Su Chen's killing speed had reached a terrifying level. 95%, 92%, 88%. The masked black-robed man's health bar was almost plummeting, unable to hold on. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. That was the most powerful spokesperson of the Black Abyss sect. How could he seem like an ordinary small boss in Su Chen's eyes? The masked black-robed man also sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly switched from defense to offense, launching 2 more balls of black mist. One of them came towards Su Chen, who, having learned from previous experience, merely dodged slightly to evade this attack. The other ball headed towards the little titan, but this time the little titan also did not take any damage. It was simply because Su Chen was too afraid that this effect would stack. If that were the case, as long as he took a few more hits from the opponent, his chances of winning would be almost zero. Perhaps this was the true terrifying aspect of the Black Abyss sect. 65% just by activating the attack enhancement. Within 5 seconds, the masked black-robed man's health had dropped to this level. It was truly shocking. Xiao Tianxi watched the scene, and unknowingly, his expression changed. Su Chen was dodging the opponent's attacks while continuing to output. When the opponent's health dropped to 50%, Su Chen suddenly noticed that he was enveloped in black mist. Is this a defensive skill? Su Chen looked at this scene, feeling somewhat uncertain, and temporarily stopped his attack. It wasn't that he was afraid. He was simply wary of the Black Abyss sect's strange tactics. The current battle situation was already very clear. As long as he proceeded steadily and gradually expanded the advantage he had established, the black-robed man was almost certain to die, like a fish in a barrel. Conversely, if Su Chen pressed too hard, he couldn't guarantee that the opponent wouldn't resort to desperate measures. Su Chen still understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy. Under the shroud of black mist, the masked figure in the black robe was slowly recovering its health. Su Chen's brow twitched. He could not allow the opponent to heal so comfortably. Attack enhancement. Without hesitation, Su Chen activated the already cooled attack enhancement skill again, instantly doubling his DPS. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A rain of arrows shot out in a continuous stream from Su Chen's hands, creating a whistling sound as they turned the masked figure into a porcupine. 48%, 46%, 44%. Perhaps due to the mutual cancellation, Su Chen's output did not produce such a shocking effect this time. However, the visual effect was still impressive, and the viewers in the live stream were thrilled. Once upon a time, when they saw this masked figure, it was always high and mysterious. Seeing it so helpless now was incredibly satisfying. Great Wind God, keep up the strong output and let the black-robed man know your prowess. Wrapped in swirling black mist, the masked figure seemed to vanish from sight. If it weren't for Su Chen being able to see its health bar, he might not have known what tricks the opponent was up to. Something was off. The more Su Chen attacked, the stronger his ominous premonition became for some reason. It was simple. The black-robed figure seemed to be weakening. Aside from being a bit strange, it appeared to have no other powerful means left. Could it be that he was too strong? While continuing to output, Su Chen began to doubt himself. Whoosh, 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 the black mist surged and rolled faster, and Su Chen's attacks became increasingly fierce, urging the little titan not to hold back energy and deliver devastating blows to the masked figure. 17%. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. In the next moment, the masked figure's health instantly dropped to 0. The powerful judgment effect dealt 999,999 damage, which even the opponent could not withstand. Thus, the viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene. Clearly, there was still a small amount of health left, but Su Chen performed a disappearing health bar trick, causing the masked figure's health to drop to 0 completely, sparking a commotion in the live stream. The systems prompt sounded in his ears. In addition to gaining extra health, the number of arrows Su Chen could shoot had remarkably increased to 18. The judgment effect and percentage health recovery also rose to 18%, truly a rising tide lifting all boats. Is that it? Looking at the masked figure in the black mist, Su Chen ignored the uproar in the livestream and merely curled his lip. Xiao Tianxi clinging to a powerful figure. Wasn't enough for me to kill? Ha! Why hasn't this guy turned into white light and disappeared yet? What about the kill treasure chest that was supposed to drop? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. What on earth was the abyss called up to? He. A chilling voice came from the opponent, causing Su Chen to shiver and stare unblinkingly at the masked figure. The mist around it was gradually dissipating. You don't know, you have made a grave mistake. Killing one of me is of no use. The abyss cult will surely dominate the entire spirit realm. He. With the opponent's harsh, hoarse laughter, Su Chen seemed to see a creepy, eerie smile beneath the mask, making him shudder involuntarily. You supernatural trickster, no matter how many of you abyss cult members come, I'll kill them all. Su Chen showed no fear. Soon after, the masked figure slowly transformed into black mist before him, which then gradually dissipated into the world. The masked figure had fallen. Hiss. Xiao Tianxi, who had been intensely focused on the livestream, closely watching the battle, felt as if the sky had fallen on him. Why give me hope only to let me down? Xiao Tianxi clenched his fists tightly. It would have been better not to give him hope at all. When he saw the black-robed figure's health drop to 0, Xiao Tianxi was momentarily stunned. The masked black-robed figure did not die immediately. Instead, he was still able to threaten Su Chen, which revived Xiao Tianxi's spirits, but in the end, the result was still the same. Where was the promised grand reward? Xiao Tianxi's heart was bleeding. If the masked black-robed figure was so weak, he might as well die, but he should have given me that grand reward first before dying. Sigh. Xiao Tianxi's head hung low as he sat helplessly on the ground. With a buzz, a ripple spread out, and suddenly a mass of black mist slowly emerged in the air before Xiao Tianxi. The black mist swirled and grew larger, and then a figure began to appear within it. Young master. Uncle Lu beside him couldn't help but tug at Xiao Tianxi's sleeve. Seeing Xiao Tianxi's face turn pale as he looked up, Uncle Lu instinctively pointed ahead. Xiao Tianxi suddenly turned his head, and when he saw what was in front of him, his eyes burst with brilliance. My lord, I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated. Is that so? I just seemed to hear you say that if I was so weak, I might as well die. A hoarse and weathered voice rang in Xiao Tianxi's ears, making him shiver. Absolutely not, my lord, you must have misheard. Xiao Tianxi wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly defended himself. The masked black-robed figure snorted coldly, as if a heavy hammer had struck Xiao Tianxi's chest, leaving him breathless. Fortunately, the other party did not dwell on the matter, and Xiao Tianxi's heart finally began to relax. You should know that the Black Abyss sect can influence reality. Unexpectedly, the masked black-robed figure said such a thing. Xiao Tianxi speculated about the other party's intentions and quickly nodded. The sect leader told me last time. The masked black-robed figure's expression and voice showed no fluctuation as he continued to speak words that made Xiao Tianxi ecstatic. That person called Qingfeng, our Black Abyss sect, can help you find out his real-world location. Is this really true? Xiao Tianxi's mood today was like a roller coaster, one moment plummeting to hell, the next soaring to heaven. He could hardly believe his ears. Is there any doubt? For the Black Abyss sect, this is merely a matter of raising a hand. Hearing the masked black-robed figure's confident response, Xiao Tianxi had no more doubts and began to ponder information about Su Chen. That guy Qingfeng had been a lone wolf since entering the game, with no other friends or subordinates. In fact, he even had to rely on selling equipment to earn money, which further proved this point. In reality, Qingfeng would definitely not be a wealthy or influential person. Conversely, this meant that in reality, Qingfeng was just an ordinary person. Ha ha. The more Xiao Tianxi thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. If I can't defeat you in the spirit realm, can I not handle you in reality? A broken game, and you still act so proud. Qingfeng, let me show you the dimensional strike from the young master of Yuncheng Group. At that time, if you are sensible and choose to submit to me immediately, I might consider letting you off the hook. Imagining Su Chen seeing him in reality, scared to the point of trembling and wetting himself, Xiao Tianxi couldn't help but feel a thrill. The best way was still to make Su Chen submit to him and become his subordinate. This way, he could walk freely in the spirit realm. And that little fire dragon and the pet resembling a little titan. Xiao Tianxi had long coveted them. He would have Qingfeng sign a transfer agreement and Xiao Tianxi would be overjoyed. As Xiao Tianxi's thoughts raced, he imagined countless scenarios of Su Chen kneeling before him, bowing and submitting, and his heart swelled with delight. Meanwhile, Su Chen was completely unaware of this. My lord, I don't know what I should do to find that guy's exact location in reality. Xiao Tianxi quickly raised his head, his eyes filled with fervor and excitement. Take this. The masked figure in a black robe pulled out a dark black orb, which shimmered with a halo, seemingly a treasure. I have infused this with the person's information signature. The closer you get to him, the stronger the orb's response will be. The masked figure recalled the recent battle with Su Chen, a sinister smile creeping onto his shadowed face. It turned out that his earlier confrontation with Su Chen was not merely for the sake of battle. The true purpose was simply to extract the information signature from Su Chen. It was truly shocking and, upon reflection, terrifying. The three of them, including Xiao Tianxi, felt a deep sense of fear and caution in their eyes. How ridiculous that Qingfeng was still in the dark. Thank you, my lord. Holding the orb, Xiao Tianxi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Although he hadn't been directly told Qingfeng's exact address, with this black orb, it was just a matter of time. Spending a little more time, Qingfeng would only be able to dodge for a while longer. Xiao Tianxi had endured for so long, he didn't mind this little extra time. The masked figure slowly dissipated before the three of them. Log off immediately and come with me to find Qingfeng's location in reality. Once found, do not act rashly. Investigate his detailed information, and after I review it, we will formulate a foolproof plan. Xiao Tianxi said to Uncle Lu and Wan Ban Fengchen. This time, he had learned to be clever. As the young master of Yunshin Group, Xiao Tianxi was certainly not brainless. He planned before acting, as long as he clarified Su Chen's background. If the other party had money, he would use power to suppress. If the other party had power, he would use beauty and schemes to frame them. Xiao Tianxi did not believe the other party would have no dark history. Once he uncovered it, everything would be under his control. As for Qingfeng, who had neither money nor power, Xiao Tianxi found him even easier to deal with. He only needed to consider the reputation of Yunshin Group in reality and his father's instructions. With thorough consideration, Xiao Tianxi transformed into a beam of white light and slowly logged out of the spirit realm. Wan Ban Fengchen and Uncle Lu exchanged glances and also logged out of the game. Zila. In a luxurious villa, a streamlined gaming pod slowly opened, revealing a young and handsome face. However, the youth's eyes held a rebellious and disdainful look. This person was none other than Xiao Tianxi. Beside him, there was also a gaming pod, which opened the next second. A charming woman sat up. Just catching a glimpse of the woman's upper body revealed her alluring figure, and her eyes were filled with countless charms. This person was Wan Ban Fengchen, even more enchanting than in the game. The woman lazily stretched, her curves unmistakable, instantly filling the room with springtime allure. Yet, Xiao Tianxi, who was used to delicacies, had no intention of appreciating her. He simply slowly opened his hand. There lay an orb, shimmering with a halo. Even though Xiao Tianxi already knew about the power of the Black Abyss sect, he was still so shocked at this moment that he couldn't speak. The actions of the Black Abyss sect were nothing short of miraculous. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The two hurriedly changed their clothes and got up. Young master, should we call someone to have Uncle Lu take his men to find Qingfeng's location? Your esteemed self, let me serve you to rest first, and then we can do some things we enjoy. With a flirtatious glance, Wan Ban Fengchen couldn't help but say to Xiao Tianxi. To be fair, Xiao Tianxi did have a somewhat handsome appearance. Even Wan Ban Fengchen, who was used to younger men, would occasionally feel moved by him, not to mention his status, wealth, and position. As she spoke, Wan Ban Fengchen's delicate, fair hands began to knead Xiao Tianxi's shoulders. Her nimble fingers applied a gentle pressure, and Xiao Tianxi immediately closed his eyes in comfort. The worries from being repeatedly killed by Qingfeng in the game gradually dissipated under Wan Ban Fengchen's superb skills. However, unexpectedly, as she continued, Wan Ban Fengchen's hands began to become restless. They were about to slip under Xiao Tianxi's thin shirt for the next move. Wait. Looking out at the luxurious villa's landscaped garden through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xiao Tianxi reached out to stop her actions. What's wrong, young master? Wan Ban Fengchen frowned inwardly. Hadn't they already not had deep communication for several days? Why stop now? Your skills are very good. Xiao Tianxi said something that left Wan Ban Fengchen puzzled. What did that mean? I hope. Xiao Tianxi turned his head, revealing a sharply defined profile in front of Wan Ban Fengchen. His eyes held an undeniable intensity as he calmly said, You can treat Qingfeng the same way. What? Wan Ban Fengchen's body trembled slightly. The beauty trap should be the most effective for a man like Su Chen at his age. I hope this matter can be resolved as quickly as possible. Ignoring Wan Ban Fengchen's pale face, Xiao Tianxi continued, speaking to himself. If sacrificing one Wan Ban Fengchen could bring him a devoted subordinate like Qingfeng, then this deal would be a huge profit for Xiao Tianxi. Although he felt a bit regretful inside. After all, women like Wan Ban Fengchen, who were skilled and understood the nuances of warmth and cold, were indeed rare. Those younger women might be beautiful, but they were too willful and spoiled. Xiao Tianxi wouldn't indulge them. Young master, can you really bear to do this? Wan Ban Fengchen bit her lower lip lightly, her dark, enchanting eyes shimmering with mist, staring at Xiao Tianxi as if she had suffered a great injustice. Just do as you're told, you've done it before. Xiao Tianxi seemed not to notice the beauty's tearful, pitiful expression and spoke with a stiff attitude. A cold glint flashed in Wan Ban Fengchen's eyes before quickly disappearing. All right. Xiao Tianxi suddenly turned around, reaching out to gently stroke the delicate and smooth face of Wan Ban Fengchen. In a soft voice, he said, that Gai Qingfeng, you can see his strength for yourself now. Even if you sleep with her for a night, it would be your honor. After saying this, Xiao Tianxi disregarded Wan Ban Fengchen's reaction and turned away, laughing heartily at the sky. Was Xiao Tianxi really not afraid of losing both the lady and the soldiers? Wan Ban Fengchen narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, beginning to ponder her own little schemes. It was clear that Xiao Tianxi did not regard her as his woman, but rather as a bargaining chip, which left Wan Ban Fengchen's heart feeling thoroughly cold. She was no longer young and could not act as capriciously as a young girl, crying and throwing tantrums. She had thought that if she worked hard for Xiao Tianxi, he would provide her with a good future, making her body worth it. Spending the latter half of her life giving birth to a lovely little girl like Jade Snow for Xiao Tianxi, then being a good wife and mother, living harmoniously as a family of three, what a warm scene that would be. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tianxi treated her as if she could come and go at will. Now he even wanted her to flirt with other men. A hint of mockery appeared on Wan Ban Fengchen's charming face as she thought of a good way to take revenge on Xiao Tianxi. Along the way, she had figured out Xiao Tianxi's capabilities. While he wasn't completely useless, he was certainly not of great use. It would be better to take this opportunity to abandon Xiao Tianxi and cling to that Gai Qingfeng, completely turning to the light. If the spiritual realm could truly communicate with reality, then Qingfeng might also learn of this news, or have similar abilities. If she really crashed into it like Xiao Tianxi, it was very likely he would add another mark to his own pillar of shame. Moreover, Xiao Tianxi himself had said that if she went to sleep with Qingfeng, the other party wouldn't mind, and it would be a big profit for her. Since that's the case, Xiao Tianxi, let this prosperous world be as you wish, and may you get what you seek. Underestimating me, Wan Ban Fengchen, and abandoning me, the man should receive such retribution. Bah, I was truly blind to have liked you in the first place. Continuously considering how to act after meeting Qingfeng, on the surface, Wan Ban Fengchen hesitated for a moment before finally reluctantly agreeing to Xiao Tianxi's proposal. Then when I come back, you must treat her well. Wan Ban Fengchen pouted slightly, speaking in a delicate tone. The fragrant breeze brushed past her ear, and an indescribable tingling and emptiness began to grow deep within Xiao Tianxi's body. Little enchantress. He cursed fiercely in his heart, then said, of course, when the time comes, rewards will be given based on merit, and you will be the #1 contributor. Take this. Saying this, Xiao Tianxi hurriedly handed over the bead in his hand, which Wan Ban Fengchen reached out to take. Standing at the entrance of the villa, Wan Ban Fengchen took one last slow look around the luxurious and grand house for a long time, then suddenly turned around. As long as I serve Qingfeng well, he can give me everything. You, Xiao Tianxi, treat me as an object, but there will be men who treat me as a treasure to cherish. I have never lacked suitors. Meanwhile, Su Chen had finished eliminating the masked black-robed man and was preparing to head towards the open door of the bunker. From the outside, the inside of the door was dark and hazy, as if it were a giant mouth ready to devour. Su Chen slowly moved his feet, heading towards the door. In the live broadcast room, the audience had not yet recovered from the shock of Su Chen easily eliminating the masked members of the Black Abyss sect and began to discuss fervently. Could it be that the great god Qingfeng is really going to venture alone into this fog-laden bunker? This should be considered a stronghold of the Black Abyss sect, right? Is the great god really just going in casually? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be a trap set by Xiao Tianxi? Absolutely not Xiao Tianxi. He's already been driven offline by anger. Shaoli, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and follow the great gods. Livestream, give our viewers the best experience, or I'll unfollow you. Oh, now you're threatening me. Observer Wang Shaoli curled his lip, feeling somewhat unconvinced. After all, he was now a big streamer with millions of views. It was one thing to call him by name. Even if you unfollowed, where else could you see the great Qingfeng's heroic figure? Wang Shaoli felt dissatisfied and deliberately stalled for a moment, waiting until the livestream started with good words, even calling out to Li Yi before he decided to stop. It seemed he would have to train this group of viewers well in the future so that the title of Li Yi would be as deeply ingrained as that of the great Qingfeng. With this thought, Wang Shaoli hurriedly followed Su Chen, and the live stream's camera closely tracked Su Chen's figure. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Look at that fortress, someone in the live stream exclaimed. The next second, the fortress, which had previously been completely sealed except for the main gate, suddenly opened countless small windows. Countless arrows gleaming coldly shot out from these small windows, targeting Su Chen in the arena. Danger! Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He had never anticipated this. Little Titan, shield. Ping ping pong pong. Countless arrows, accompanied by the sound of wind, struck against Su Chen's shield, then fell powerless. In a short moment, the thickness of the shield was reduced by more than half. However, the next second, Su Chen's powerful recovery ability restored the shield's health completely. Is that all? Su Chen's mind involuntarily recalled the dying words of the masked black-robed man. If this was all the tricks they had, then today, this stronghold of the Black Abyss sect would be subdued by him, Su Chen. After the rain of arrows, the fortress showed no further movement. After waiting for a moment, Su Chen stepped forward again, walking towards the interior of the fortress. Eventually, he entered the darkness inside, with observer Wang Shaoli and the chubby guy closely following. This direction feels the strongest, it should be right. Wan Ban Fengchen held a small bead in one hand while gazing into the distance. At this moment, she was only 200 or 300 meters away from the community where Su Chen lived. It must be said that this mysterious bead indeed had its unique qualities. Wan Ban Fengchen immediately took out her phone and began searching for nearby communities. Not bad, there's only this one community nearby, established over 20 years ago. It's been around for a while. While silently reading the information about the community on her phone, Wan Ban Fengchen carefully pondered. Judging by the old condition of the community, Qingfeng could not possibly be a wealthy person. He was basically an ordinary person without a doubt. With this in mind, Wan Ban Fengchen felt a bit more assured. She even sensed a strange heat rising from somewhere. Wandering through the bustling world, Wan Ban Fengchen tried to calm the heat in her body, contemplating for a moment before not heading directly to where Su Chen was. Instead, she turned around and headed towards a shopping mall. From her demeanor, it seemed she intended to buy a few pieces of clothing. Today, Wan Ban Fengchen was wearing long denim jeans and a casual t-shirt. Although this highlighted the beauty of her legs and her voluptuous curves, it was not convenient for her purpose. Wan Ban Fengchen had a plan for a one-time effort. If she truly wanted to succeed, she had to make Su Chen feel her charm the moment they met. Phew! Some images flashed before her eyes, and a faint blush appeared on Wan Ban Fengchen's delicate face. She shook her head and stepped into the clothing sale mall. 10 minutes later, Wan Ban Fengchen emerged from the mall wearing a white dress. Her entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. If before she was enchanting and charming, now this white dress made her look exceptionally pure and graceful. Beneath her pure and beautiful face was a high, alluring bust that supported a wonderful curve, along with a pert and enticing backside. She was like a little seductress. Who would have thought Wan Ban Fengchen could possess such beauty? One wondered if Xiao Tian Ci had ever enjoyed such service. Feeling the fiery gazes around her, Wan Ban Fengchen's lips curled into a pure smile. Then, she gently moved her steps, the white dress hugging her voluptuous figure, her movements elegant, and her demeanor ethereal. If Xiao Tian Ci were here, he might comment, "How come I don't recognize you in this outfit?" No, it's that I don't recognize you after you changed clothes. Calmly enduring the attention from those around her, Wan Ban Fengchen swayed her hips and twisted her waist, finally stopping in front of the entrance to the community where Su Chen lived. At this moment, she felt the small bead in her hand responding. At its peak, this should be the residence of Qingfeng. Now, the next step was to find out which building, which unit, and which apartment he lived in. Arriving at the community square, Wan Ban Fengchen found some uncles and aunts chatting and dancing, then described Qingfeng's appearance and inquired about his residence. "I'm his friend, specially here to find him today. There's an urgent matter," Wan Ban Fengchen said anxiously to a kindly-looking old lady. "You must be his girlfriend." The old lady immediately smiled knowingly. "Ha!" Wan Ban Fengchen was about to refute, but then thought that this might be better. She felt relieved. If she hadn't changed into this white dress, she might have been mistaken for a woman of special profession by this group of aunts. Wan Ban Fengchen was aware of this. Who would have thought that she still had her voluptuous figure? Wan Ban Fengchen felt a surge of joy and quickly perked up her ears to listen to what the old lady would say next. "You must be talking about that kid Su Chen, right?" "Su Chen? Qingfeng? Qingfeng Su Chen, calm as water?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wan Ban Fengchen's phoenix eyes. Who would have thought that this Qingfeng was also a poet with refined tastes? Who would have thought that I, Wan Ban Fengchen, would know this phrase? Too? After all, I had studied hard in high school but later went astray. Sigh. The past was hard to look back on, and a nostalgic expression appeared in Wan Ban Fengchen's eyes. Suddenly, a line of poetry inexplicably popped into her mind. "I was born before you, and by the time you were born, I was already old. If only I had become Su Chen's confidant earlier, how wonderful it would have been. I can only blame myself for not meeting the right person. That pure and innocent self is gone forever, lost in the flow of past years." Wan Ban Fengchen inexplicably felt a tinge of sadness and hurriedly shook her head vigorously. After asking and winching for Su Chen's home address and door number, Wan Ban Fengchen continued to stride forward with her long, graceful legs towards Su Chen's house. At this moment, Su Chen was completely unaware of all this. Xiao Tian Ci had also logged back into the spiritual realm and was watching Su Chen's current actions through the built-in livestream. When he discovered that Su Chen was actually going to storm that fortress alone, a gloating smile appeared on his face. "Qingfeng, you refuse to take the path to heaven, yet you insist on breaking into hell. Now I want to see how you plan to survive inside that fortress." At this point, Xiao Tian Ci seemed to remember something and showed a look of deep emotion. I really envy you. Soon Ban Fengchen will be throwing herself at you. This time, I've even given you my woman. Playing a game and then playing with women, it's not an exaggeration. To say it's a heavenly life. Xiao Tianxi's mindset had changed. Ever since he obtained the small pearl, he no longer viewed Su Chen as a rival. Instead, he looked down on Su Chen's every move from a high vantage point. Su Chen was weak, so he could take the opportunity to eliminate him and make a beautiful comeback, and afterward, he could say whatever he wanted. If Su Chen was strong, then he could recruit him to his side. Even someone as powerful as Su Chen would have to obediently be Xiao Tianxi's lackey, and just thinking about this scene brought a sinister smile to the corner of Xiao Tianxi's mouth. He had long grown tired of Ban Fengchen, and since she was quite scheming, Xiao Tianxi was not entirely at ease. It was simply convenient to have her help him deal with Su Chen, killing two birds with one stone. Xiao Tianxi had never admired his own cleverness as much as he did today. He had never considered the possibility that Ban Fengchen would betray him and be in cahoots with Su Chen. Squinting his eyes and humming a little tune, Xiao Tianxi shifted to a comfortable position and continued to watch Su Chen on the live stream. It's you! Su Chen stared intently at the masked figure in a black robe before him, momentarily unable to believe his eyes. What was going on? Wasn't this guy killed by him? Did he not die at the beginning, or had he resurrected? Su Chen felt uncertain. After all, the Black Abyss sect was too bizarre. With doubts in his heart, Su Chen cast a reconnaissance spell on the figure across from him. But the result was the same as before. Could it really be the same person? Bang! The masked figure raised his hand, and black energy shot towards Su Chen. Su Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged, countering with a sword strike. Sizzle! With Su Chen's attack, the masked figure's form burst like a balloon, exploding and dissipating into the air. Before Su Chen could react, another identical masked figure appeared right in front of him, playing tricks. Su Chen continued to attack, and the black-robed figure shattered again, only to slowly reappear a few seconds later. Could it be that the opponent was immortal? I don't believe it. There can't be a monster that can't be killed. Su Chen was skeptical. As soon as the figure of the opponent appeared, he immediately waved his hand and shot two arrows. The arrows flew out, and the person died, just like before. Su Chen's brows gradually furrowed. This was definitely not a solution. Moreover, he had a premonition that the opponent seemed to be stalling for time. If he continued to waste time, it was very likely that he would fall into the opponent's trap. At that time, things could happen that Su Chen could not foresee. He had to end this quickly. What kind of monster is this? How can even the great god not kill it? The Black Abyss sect loves to play tricks and act mysterious, not realizing that it only exposes their own emptiness. Xingfeng, I have a plan. Don't bother with that masked black-robed person's endless clones, just go directly to kill Xiao Tianxi. I guarantee he knows the inside story. Kill Xiao Tianxi? After reading the comments in the live stream pointed out by the chubby boy, Su Chen smiled and shook his head, dismissing the idea. He had already noticed that as time passed, the time and speed at which the masked black-robed person reformed had slowed down significantly. This indicated that his attacks were effective. Since that was the case, there was no need to seek distant solutions. Today, Su Chen would settle this Black Abyss sect stronghold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Su Chen crazily shot for another 5 minutes, the figure of the masked black-robed person finally disintegrated under his onslaught, never to reform again. He let out a sigh of relief, and the live stream erupted in cheers. Su Chen had actually killed the masked black-robed person again, leaving Xiao Tianxi speechless in shock at the scene before him. Although he knew that this masked black-robed person was most likely a clone, it was still quite shocking. After the shock, Xiao Tianxi instead began to laugh. Well done, my dear minister. Later, I will reward you greatly. For now, I'll give you a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake as a meeting gift. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianxi laughed wildly, startling the birds into flight, yet he couldn't stop. Knock, knock, knock. Ban Fengchen stood at Su Chen's door, her hands clasped in front of her white dress. At this moment, her mood suddenly became very anxious for some reason. It was as if she had returned to that afternoon of her youth, mustering the courage to confess to the boy she loved. The nervous anticipation of waiting for a response was sweet and sour. But things had changed. There was no response. Ban Fengchen looked up to confirm the door number and knocked again on Su Chen's door. The corridor was empty and silent, echoing only the sound of her knocking. It was as if her heartbeat was resonating at that moment. In the spirit realm, Su Chen suddenly stopped. He seemed to have heard the sound of his door being knocked. Who is it, so blind? To play this spirit realm game, Su Chen had long since declined all social interactions, and the only good friend had been informed in advance. During the time he logged into the spirit realm, he should not disturb him, otherwise he would handle it himself. With that said, his friend would definitely not come to bother him. Since that was the case, Su Chen felt there was no need to pay attention. It was probably someone checking the water meter or inspecting the gas, most likely a scammer. Su Chen didn't want to seek trouble, he still had plenty of dungeons to clear. Knock, knock, knock. This time, Su Chen heard it more clearly. It really was his door being knocked. Looking at the dark, deep corridor that extended into the unknown, Su Chen felt an inexplicable annoyance. It seemed he had no choice but to go out. He had to scold the person properly, making them remember not to knock on his door while he was playing games next time. What bad luck! Extremely bad luck. Fatty, wait a moment, I'm going to open the door. Suchin quickly said something to the chubby boy, and before the other could respond, he transformed into a white light and vanished from the spot, leaving the chubby boy stunned in the wind. Xingfeng, we're in the Black Abyss Sect's stronghold right now, how could you? As he spoke, the chubby boy couldn't help but smile wryly. Suchen had long since stopped hearing his words. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream saw Suchen disappear and immediately erupted in chaos. Wait, where did the god go? Where did he go? Can anyone explain what happened? Tell me what's going on with the god. Calling the insider, report quickly, what happened to the god? It seems he logged off. After a commotion in the livestream, someone finally weakly pointed out that Suchen had logged off. This immediately sparked even greater speculation. What urgent matter could have caused Suchen to stop playing the dungeon, leaving behind hundreds of thousands of viewers, and log off directly? In other words, what could be more important than the attention of hundreds of thousands of people? Xiao Tianxi's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that Wanban Fengchen had already arrived at Suchen's home. Otherwise, Suchen would never log off. He wondered how far they had progressed. Were they enemies meeting with hostility? Or were they in perfect harmony, inseparable? Or was it a deep and tender exchange of feelings? In any case, Suchen was definitely in for it this time. Who is it? Suchen frowned slightly, filled with resentment, as he walked toward his front door. He was coming, Xingfeng, Suchen. Wanban Fengchen's heart raced like a startled deer. She took a deep breath, determined to use her unique feminine charm to win over Suchen. Suchen liked purity, so she would be coy. Suchen liked passion, so she would be bold and uninhibited. Suchen liked directness, so she would pretend to trip. Who are you? Suchen opened the door and saw a girl standing there, looking delicate and charming, her brows slightly furrowed with shyness, which instantly dampened his anger a bit. However, this person looked very familiar. Suchen, I have nowhere to go right now, can you take me in? At some point, Wanban Fengchen's starry eyes had already misted over with tears, and her pleading tone made her seem so helpless and pitiful. What the heck? Suchen was taken aback. Was this beauty trying to throw herself at him? No, something was off, there must be a catch. Suchen's heart, which had just softened, hardened again. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Wanban Fengchen, looking as if he had seen a ghost. You are Wanban Fengchen. Hearing Suchen's words, Wanban Fengchen pinched the hem of her dress, revealing an extremely shy expression, and gently nodded, confirming Suchen's words. Suchen felt as if his worldview had been violently shaken. The person before him was actually Wanban Fengchen? In Suchen's memory, Wanban Fengchen, as her name suggests, is a thorough woman of the world. She is tainted with the alluring scent of the streets and the heavy fragrance of makeup, which makes Suchen feel nauseous. He can't understand why Xiao Tianxi would be attracted to such a woman. Yet, the Wanban Fengchen before him clearly looks like a graceful and elegant young lady, with no connection to the world of vice. No, there is still some connection. Wanban Fengchen's feigned shy gestures are awkward and unskilled, making her appear very stiff, as if she is deliberately performing for Suchen. Yes, it is a deliberate act. Suchen's eyes lit up, and his mind became as clear as a mirror. This Wanban Fengchen is probably going to play the beauty trap from the game again. Knowing that he dislikes vulgarity, she puts on a pure appearance to entice him. But what she doesn't know is that no matter how many outfits she changes or how ethereal and graceful she tries to appear, the lewdness in her nature cannot be hidden. She still wants to seduce me? Let her play on. With this thought, Suchen prepared to close the door. However, Wanban Fengchen suddenly reached out a delicate white hand and placed it on the back of his hand resting on the doorknob. A wave of cool, soft sensation rushed over him, startling Suchen, who quickly pulled away from her touch. Does she really think that being a woman and using beauty tricks will always work? She should take a look at who Suchen is. Suchen, I've been kicked out by Xiao Tianxi and now I'm broke. Please have some pity on me. Look, I scraped my leg just to find you. As she spoke, Wanban Fengchen gently lifted her white dress, revealing a pair of long, fair, and perfectly rounded thighs exposed to the air. They were also exposed to Suchen's view. Suchen was stunned for a few seconds. Wanban Fengchen felt a surge of joy. This scummy man is still under my skirt. However, the next moment, Suchen suddenly took advantage of her distraction and slammed the door shut. Bang! The loud sound echoed in Wanban Fengchen's ears, startling her. It took her a few seconds to regain her composure, and she became furious. Has he been toying with her all along? No, she had already exposed herself to him. She couldn't let him take advantage of her for nothing. With this in mind, Wanban Fengchen began to knock on the door again recklessly. What the hell? Suchen, who was preparing to dive back into the game, felt a surge of anger. Does she think I'm a fool? How could this guy possibly find my address? He must be in cahoots with Xiao Tianxi, trying to pull some trick on me again. Moreover, Suchen had already seen through her obvious seduction. Hey, is this the demon spirit? There's a lady at my door who keeps trying to do business with me, forcing me into a deal. Yes, the address is. Wanban Fengchen widened her eyes in disbelief, clutching her skirt, and fled from Su Chen's doorstep like the wind. Su Chen, just wait for me. It's fine, let Xiao Tianci and you fight it out like dogs, and I'll seize the opportunity when the time comes. Once she reached the bottom of Su Chen's building, Wanban Fengchen immediately dialed Xiao Tianci's number. Young master, how did it go? Did Su Chen make you experience the joys of being a woman? Xiao Tianci, in a good mood, couldn't help but joke. He truly didn't believe that Su Chen wouldn't fall for Wanban Fengchen's charms. After all, he had tasted the sweetness of her allure back then, which was why he kept her around. He was just bored with her now. Bored and then discarded. That's the way of the young master of Yuncheng Group. Young master, there's been a change. Wanban Fengchen carefully chose her words, trying not to touch on Xiao Tianci's bad mood. Speak. Su Chen took advantage of me, used me up, and then turned his back on me. Wanban Fengchen narrowed her phoenix eyes, putting on an extremely aggrieved expression. What? On the other end of the phone, the sound of something shattering was heard. Wait for me, I'll be there immediately. This time, Su Chen must pay the price. Death is not a pity. Anger burned within Xiao Tianci, and he could no longer hold back. Su Chen actually did this. You used your beauty to seduce him and then turned your back, right? Then don't blame me, Xiao Tianci, for not recognizing you either. It was strange. Clearly, it was Xiao Tianci who had Wanban Fengchen set Su Chen up, but when he heard that Su Chen really did it, it made him furious. Of course, one could not overlook Wanban Fengchen's instigation. A smile blossomed at the corner of Wanban Fengchen's lips. This feeling of controlling a man and making him jealous was truly delightful. The more powerful and high status the man, the more fulfilled she felt. Lying down in the game pod, Su Chen immediately logged into the spirit realm. Look, the great god is back. Someone with sharp eyes immediately spotted Su Chen. Thanks, fatty. Nothing happened, right? Su Chen said to the chubby guy. No, but just now you. The chubby guy blinked. Let's talk about it later. Maybe you'll help me out. Su Chen waved his hand, appearing unwilling to say more. The chubby guy was also quite clever and instantly understood Su Chen's meaning. Alright, now let's shine the spotlight on the most dazzling Qingfeng god in the center of the stage. Shaoli from the observation network saw Su Chen and immediately jumped up 3 feet high, excitedly reciting the commentary. The reason was that during the time Su Chen was absent, he had been playing advertisements in the live broadcast room. Although the income was considerable, the popularity of the live broadcast room had plummeted, leaving him in a state of both pain and pleasure. It seemed it wasn't yet time to sell products. The fan base wasn't solid enough, so he could only take on some commercial orders to make do. In any case, monetizing traffic was the way to go. While calculating in his heart, Shaoli from the observation network adjusted the camera, locking it onto Su Chen in the center of the stage. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved. However, the next moment, Su Chen's figure abruptly disappeared from the camera again. Shaoli had just barely settled into his seat when he hurriedly jumped up. Where's the great god? No, where's my money tree? The live broadcast room instantly fell into a chaotic state, even deeper than before. The chubby guy's words were drowned out in the barrage of comments, and no one noticed. Extreme domination. Qingfeng god said he went to open a door. Yes, Su Chen went to open the door again. He was so angry inside. Why couldn't Wanban Fengchen just leave him alone? I don't like your type. Even if it were a night of spring, I would still find it distasteful. What do you even like about me? Why do you keep clinging to me? Can't I change? With a belly full of resentment, Su Chen quickly ran to the front door and opened it. With a click. Just as he was about to curse, he froze again. The person in front of him was not Wanban Fengchen. Wanban Fengchen was standing behind, this person was in front. This person was none other than Xiao Tianci. Time seemed to freeze in an instant, and it felt as if only Su Chen and Xiao Tianci remained in the world. Su Chen stared intently at Xiao Tianci, feeling a tingling fear, a sense of dread and shivering as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake. Xiao Tianci looked down at Su Chen with an air of superiority, and in that moment, his sense of superiority was unparalleled. Behind them, Wanban Fengchen, caught in the whirlwind of emotions, glanced back and forth between Su Chen and Xiao Tianci, his expression shifting unpredictably. What do you want? After experiencing the initial shock and helplessness, Su Chen had calmed down. In broad daylight, even if you, Xiao Tianci, had the backing of Yuncheng Group, did you really think you could engage in illegal activities? Moreover, this guy clearly came prepared. If he ignored him, it would only escalate the situation. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to deal with these two troublesome people once and for all. His little titan and little fire dragon were not to be trifled with. With this thought, Su Chen felt a sense of determination. So what if he was a rich second generation? This was my territory, and I call the shots. Oh, isn't this little guy? In the tense and heavy air, Xiao Tianci suddenly chuckled, his gaze playful and mocking, as he fixed it on Su Chen. Little guy? Su Chen was taken aback, quickly realizing that this was how Xiao Tianci referred to him. He not only found out his address but also knew his real name. His words were brazen and fearless. Su Chen remained silent, merely looking coldly at Xiao Tianxi, his icy and profound gaze making Xiao Tianxi feel a bit uneasy. He pretended to look around, avoiding Su Chen's eyes, trying to regain his sense of superiority. I didn't expect the famous Qingfeng in the spirit realm to live in such a rundown old community. By the way, I heard that houses like this are filled with all sorts of spiders and centipedes, and there are frequent power and water outages. Little guy, your life must be very tough. Now I understand why you're so short on cash. My useless brother must have spent a lot of money buying you equipment for this reason. If you're short on money, just say so. As long as you ally with me, Xiao Tianxi, I have plenty of money for you to spend. Saying this, Xiao Tianxi took out his phone, opened his Yui Bao, and pointed the screen at Su Chen. Look at this is just a part of my assets, but it's something you'll never get even if you work your whole life. On the phone screen, the number reached into the tens of millions, causing Ban Fengchen beside him to gasp in shock. Who would have thought Xiao Tianxi was so wealthy? Su Chen was just an ordinary person who got lucky in the spirit realm and obtained a good talent. He couldn't compete with Xiao Tianxi. Thinking of this, Ban Fengchen hurriedly moved closer to Xiao Tianxi, her ample and proud bosom lightly brushing against his elbow. In contrast, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, showing no emotional reaction to Xiao Tianxi's actions. Are you done? If you're done, please leave. Otherwise, I will call the police and report you for trespassing. To be honest, Xiao Tianxi indeed had a lot of assets, but so what? The money in Su Chen's card was already enough for him to live a luxurious life. As long as he didn't lose his mind and buy a plane to be a sycophant, he could never spend it all. Moreover, he would never submit to anyone, let alone someone like Xiao Tianxi. Even with the little fat guy, Su Chen would only cooperate with him. Little guy, go ahead and call the police. Xiao Tianxi looked at him with confidence. You must have forgotten who owns this place, haha. As he spoke, Xiao Tianxi viciously slapped Ban Fengchen's peach-like bottom, warning her with a sharp gaze not to make any small moves. So that's how it is. Su Chen put down his phone and decided not to rush into the game. He simply lay down on the sofa, wanting to see what this Xiao Tianxi would do in the end. Su Chen, would definitely repay him tooth for tooth tenfold. Xiao Lizi, I'll ask you one last time. Xiao Tianxi walked in front of Su Chen, looking down at him sprawled on the sofa with an indifferent expression, speaking in a hoarse and menacing tone. Submit to me, and this woman behind me, Ban Fengchen, will become your woman from now on. You can have your way with her. Or you can choose to refuse me, and what you did to this woman before is enough to get you locked up. Once you're in, getting out won't be so easy. Xiao Tianxi said pointedly, his tone dripping with threat, his eyes icy. What? Su Chen frowned. What did I do to Ban Fengchen that would land me in jail? Su Chen felt confused. He had no idea what Xiao Tianxi was talking about. Wait. Su Chen suddenly called out. A smile crept onto Xiao Tianxi's lips, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Ban Fengchen gritted her teeth, and when she looked at Su Chen, again, her eyes were filled with springtime warmth. If she couldn't get close to the rich second generation, then she'd settle for the first generation. Sigh, I'm getting old and losing my looks, otherwise I could still make Xiao Tianxi lose his mind over me. But it's fine if I can't deal with Xiao Tianxi. Charming an ordinary man like Su Chen, who hasn't tasted the pleasures of life in 3 months, should be more than enough. You just said, what did I do to Ban Fengchen? What did I do? Su Chen looked bewildered, and the faces of Xiao Tianxi and Ban Fengchen instantly turned cold. You don't want to turn your back on me, do you? I, Xiao Tianxi, have 100 ways to make you suffer. You, how can you say that? The words from both of them made Su Chen realize that he seemed to have overlooked something. He began to carefully recall what had happened back then. Smack. Su Chen pulled out the surveillance footage captured by the camera and threw it in front of them. See for yourself. However, to Su Chen's surprise, after watching, the two of them had no special reaction, as if they found it completely normal and unremarkable. Xiao Lizi, you really are naive. You don't think this proves anything, do you? As long as I make Ban Fengchen insist that you did something to her, you think you can stay out of it with this? You're dreaming. Xiao Tianxi's words made Su Chen instantly realize that the other party's power was greater than he had imagined. In that case, don't blame me. Get out of my house within 10 seconds. The cold voice echoed in the room, and Xiao Tianxi and Ban Fengchen could hardly believe their ears. Before they could say anything, Su Chen had already started the countdown. 10, 9. Su Chen's serious demeanor made Xiao Tianxi feel uncertain, and he began to feel a sense of dread. With the black abyss sect behind him, Su Chen was so powerful, what could be behind him? Xiao Tianxi did not dare to gamble. He couldn't gauge Su Chen's background. At this moment, he regretted immensely why he had listened to Ban Fengchen's words and hadn't brought more people along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so passive. But to let himself be threatened by Su Chen and back down, Xiao Tianxi felt unwilling. Not to mention that the beautiful woman Ban Fengchen was still watching. He couldn't afford to lose face. He hesitated, and Su Chen's countdown quickly came to an end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up. Su Chen grinned, revealing a gentle smile. Can one really count down like this? Ban Fengchen's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but look at Xiao Tianxi. At the same time, Su Chen suddenly said softly, get lost. The sound of wind broke out as Suchen suddenly reached out and slapped Xiao Tianxi hard across the face. Bang! Xiao Tianxi was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing out of Suchen's front door and heavily hitting the stair railing. Young master, Wan Ban Fengchen hurriedly rushed forward to check on Xiao Tianxi's condition. Suchen glanced over. Xiao Tianxi lay on the ground, his lips pale, his face dark, completely motionless. A chilling sense of dread crawled up Suchen's spine as he stared at the scene. No way, no way. Xiao Tianxi couldn't have just died like this. He hadn't used much strength. How could this guy be so fragile? Wasn't he supposed to be the young master? Who would have thought that the Xiao Tianxi, lying on the ground just minutes ago, shouting and boasting, had now turned into a dead dog? Su Chen, you've caused a big mess. As Xiao Tianxi's body swayed without waking, Wan Ban Fengchen instinctively checked for his breath, only to feel as if struck by lightning. Coming back to her senses, Wan Ban Fengchen looked at Su Chen, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Dog bites dog, she had really done it. Not only was Xiao Tianxi dead, but Su Chen was also finished. The script had truly developed in the direction she had envisioned. Help me deal with this. Su Chen's calm voice rang in Wan Ban Fengchen's ears. What does that mean? Wan Ban Fengchen looked at Su Chen, realizing he showed no fear or panic after killing someone, let alone that the one killed was the young master of the Yinsheng group. Even more absurdly, he casually asked her to handle it, to deal with Xiao Tianxi's body, to help him cover it up? In that moment, Wan Ban Fengchen found Su Chen adorably foolish. Why should she help him do this? Did he really think she was at his mercy, that she was his servant? Wan Ban Fengchen casually dropped Xiao Tianxi from her arms, slowly standing up, and looked at Su Chen. You seem to not understand the current situation? Su Chen now had a handle on her. As long as she made a phone call, Su Chen would definitely spend the rest of his life in prison. No, he might not even live that long, he could end up dead. Su Chen, I'm a woman and I don't ask for much. I know you look down on me, so I won't flatter you. As long as you promise me that in the spirit realm, for any equipment you obtain, you give me half, I can keep this secret to myself. Wan Ban Fengchen said all this in one breath, feeling she had Xiao Tianxi under her thumb and a beautiful life was beckoning her. Although she had lost a man, as long as she had a handle on Su Chen, she could easily keep a few young lovers, rotating them daily, which was much better than the likes of Su Chen and Xiao Tianxi. Clap, clap, clap. Su Chen clapped his hands, looking at Wan Ban Fengchen as if he were meeting her for the first time. If Xiao Tianxi knew from beyond the grave that the woman he cherished treated him this way while his body was still warm, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Su Chen, don't think you can change the subject. Xiao Tianxi is already dead, his heart has stopped beating. All kinds of worldly troubles say this on the surface, yet I still couldn't help but glance at Xiao Tianxi lying on the ground. Seeing him still motionless, I finally felt a bit relieved. My conditions, will you agree or not? Sigh. Su Chen suddenly sighed. You two dog men and women, your way of threatening others is exactly the same, utterly unoriginal. I still suggest you lock it down. Su Chen, watch your tone, or I will call to report you. Wan Ban Fengchen raised the phone in her hand. Su Chen said nothing, just shook his head. In the next moment, he suddenly erupted, rushing in front of Wan Ban Fengchen, firmly gripping her with his large hands. Ha, now you tell me, who really doesn't understand the situation? His throat felt as if it were gripped by iron pincers, unable to breathe. Even a bit of fresh air, the feeling of brain hypoxia made Wan Ban Fengchen instantly aware of the fear of death. As long as Su Chen exerted a little force, she would follow in Xiao Tianxi's footsteps. Please, let me go, let me go. She began to sob. Su Chen, seeing the situation was favorable, also released his hands. After all, he was not an executioner. If you want to live, you must keep this matter buried in your stomach. Forever. I will never speak of it. Wan Ban Fengchen hurriedly nodded, her hair sticking to her forehead, no longer the elegant beauty from before. Soon, she realized that merely saying it would not convince Su Chen. Su Chen pondered for a moment and chose to call the little fatty. Fatty, I need you to help me with something. Xingfeng Ge, you. The little fatty was so surprised he couldn't speak. It's like this. I want you to arrange Wan Ban Fengchen's future. Su Chen got straight to the point. The little fatty was puzzled but still tried to think. Suddenly, Uncle Wu beside him brightened up. Young master, I want that woman. Uncle Wu said softly, his old face full of embarrassment. Uncle Wu? Su Chen's mind conjured the image of that middle-aged man, looking at Wan Ban Fengchen with some pity. What? Wan Ban Fengchen also heard the voice on the phone, realizing that Su Chen wanted to give her to Uncle Wu. How could this be? At the very least, she should be with a young master like Xiao Tianxi, if not the eldest young master, then the younger one would do. Uncle Wu could be her father. Xingfeng Ge, anyway, I don't fancy her, letting her be with Uncle Wu is fine. The little fatty said. Young master, it's not like that, it's my son. Uncle Wu fidgeted for a while and finally said, you know, my son has issues in that regard and has never been able to marry, the family is worried about this. So that's how it is. The little fatty suddenly felt relieved, thinking Uncle Wu wanted to be a sugar daddy. Su Chen also understood instantly. Meanwhile, Wan Ban Fengchen fell into even greater anxiety. What? They actually want her to marry Uncle Wu's foolish and impotent son? That meant she would never again experience the joys of being a woman. But how was she supposed to live the rest of her life? Had she known this would happen, she should have agreed immediately when Uncle Wu suggested what he wanted. At least she could have tasted what it was like to be pushed around by an old man. Sigh. Wanban Fengchen let out a soft sigh and her eyes suddenly brightened. That man was foolish, which meant she could completely control him, right? If that was the case, her married life would be whatever she wanted it to be. With this thought, Wanban Fengchen shyly agreed. I have no problem here. Su Chen looked at her with a playful smile. Surprised. He didn't expect Wanban Fengchen to be so reasonable. This made Su Chen feel somewhat indebted to her. After all, that was a woman's happiness for the rest of her life. She agreed. Power, you all must treat her well. Of course, please rest assured, Xingfeng. I, old Wu, will treat her like my own daughter. Uncle Wu, who was beside the chubby boy, immediately rejoiced and spoke up. Seeing this, the chubby boy felt much better. Xingfeng, I'll send someone to bring Wanban Fengchen back to you soon. You should log into the game. The live stream is going crazy, and that Xiaoli from the observation network is crying in the live stream. Thinking of how Xiao Li had been playing the victim in the live stream earlier, the chubby boy found it quite amusing. After about 10 minutes, the person the chubby boy sent finally arrived. After Su Chen exchanged signals with them, he handed Wanban Fengchen over. Be a good person. After saying this, Su Chen slammed the door shut and hurriedly logged into the spirit realm. Su Chen's figure slowly appeared in the world of the spirit realm. It was dim all around, with only one road extending into the distance, just as it had been before he logged off. Xingfeng is here. Instantly, someone in the livestream started to cheer, and the bullet comments flew past Xiao Li's forehead. Dear audience, what you are about to see is Xingfeng Dishan bravely venturing into the Black Abyss stronghold. Can he uncover the Black Abyss sex conspiracy? Let's wait and see. Xiao Li quickly put away his pitiful expression and confidently introduced the situation to the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream. Xingfeng, you finally made it. I can hardly hold on, the chubby boy said to Su Chen with a somewhat pitiful tone. After Su Chen left, facing hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream made him a bit nervous. Just follow me and don't take unnecessary risks. Su Chen patted the chubby boy's shoulder and said, let's go. The chubby boy obediently walked behind Su Chen. Knowing his own limitations, he wouldn't help Su Chen, but at least he wouldn't cause trouble for him. The two walked in silence while the livestream was buzzing with discussions, speculating about what kind of monsters they would encounter next. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, and suddenly Su Chen stopped. He raised his hand to stop the chubby boy. You don't need to walk the next part. Watch your health bar. Su Chen's words made the chubby boy realize something. He had not noticed that his health was gradually decreasing. What was going on? The chubby boy hurriedly checked the system messages. You have entered the outskirts of the Black Abyss, health -1. You have entered the outskirts of the Black Abyss, health -2. You have entered the outskirts of the Black Abyss, health -3. Hiss. It turned out that he and Su Chen had already entered the outskirts of the Black Abyss earlier. As they entered, his health was continuously dropping, and the further they went, the greater the loss of health became. At this rate, the chubby boy wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Xingfeng, then I wish you a triumphant return. I'll wait for your good news outside. The chubby boy said, then turned and left, his health still decreasing. At this moment, everyone in the live stream also noticed this scene. Damn, this map actually has an automatic health drop debuff. It's the first time I've seen this. Not only that, but the two of them, Xingfeng Dasha and Heba Tianxia, the deeper they go, the more health they lose, and it's increasing. The Black Abyss cult is too strange. Basically, no one can survive to see the final boss. Have you seen the great god Xingfeng? His health bar is still green, much better than the little fatty's half health. Everyone, I think Li is starting to struggle a bit. Yes, at this moment, the observer network Xiao Li, in order to capture better footage, was closely following Su Chen. However, he was ultimately just a casual player, with levels and health far inferior to Su Chen, let alone the little fatty. He was actually the first to notice his health declining. For a fragile player like him, the importance of health was self-evident. Xiao Li, what's wrong? Why is the camera not moving? Keep filming. Yeah, didn't you say you wanted to capture first-hand footage of the great god? Now you're just showing me this. The great god is almost out of sight. Do you know that? Does calling you Li Yi still matter? Just show me the great god. I'll call you Li Yi as many times as you want. The viewers in the livestream quickly noticed that Su Chen had already walked quite a distance, while the observer network Xiao Li was still standing still, and they became dissatisfied. Xiao Li looked at Su Chen's back, unsure whether to follow or stay. His forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat, caught in a mental struggle. What to do? If the great god could deal with the Black Abyss cult and it could be streamed live, the effect would definitely be substantial. This live stream could bring him at least hundreds of thousands in revenue and countless fans. But he really couldn't take a single step. Since earlier, Xiao Li had been using potions to maintain his health, barely keeping it at a relatively healthy level. If he followed Su Chen, he would surely be done in just a few steps. Watching Su Chen
Walk further away, and the live stream's comments growing increasingly resentful. Xiaoli suddenly perked up and thought of a good idea. Great God, great God. Xiaoli shouted desperately. What is Xiaoli trying to do? The viewers in the live stream began to speculate. At that moment, Su Chen turned around and looked at this casual player. It's like this, great God, could you please clip this camera to your collar? That way, your hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream can see your heroic stance against the Black Abyss cult. After understanding Xiaoli's intention, the live stream began to urge him continuously. Great God, just give in to him. Great God, today is my birthday. My birthday wishes to see you bravely tackle the Black Abyss dungeon. Is one enough? Looking at Xiaoli's face full of hope and desire, Su Chen almost unconsciously said such a thing. Whoa, the Great God is so understanding, even more than my girlfriend. It turns out the Great God has always considered us, the viewers in the live stream, such a small matter, and he has thought of everything. It's so touching. This guy Qingfeng, Zhan Yu. Guangshi felt a bit teary at this scene. Had he been too narrow-minded in judging others? Why did Xiao Tianci have to provoke Qingfeng? He must have been incredibly unlucky. Speaking of which, why hasn't Xiao Tianci logged in yet? Where could he be at such a crucial moment? Seeing that Xiao Tianci's avatar in the friend list was still blacked out, Zhan Yu Guangshi couldn't help but wonder. The key was that it had already been over an hour. Didn't Xiao Tianci see Su Chen as a thorn in his side? How could he pass up such a good opportunity to study his opponent? The Observer Network Xiaoli gratefully helped Su Chen adjust the camera, tidied up his outfit, and then watched Su Chen leave with tears in his eyes. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -21. Su Chen glanced at the system prompt and found that his health was now decreasing by 21 points per second. Most people would have long since been unable to withstand it, but for him, with his powerful recovery ability, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Su Chen disregarded it and continued to stride forward. He walked and walked. His health continued to decline. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -25. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -30. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -41. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -47. Su Chen noticed that as he continued to delve deeper, his health was now plummeting at a terrifying rate of -47 per second. No wonder he hadn't encountered a single person so far. Could it be that even the followers of the abyss feared this kind of buff? Su Chen pondered to himself. Perhaps ordinary followers would be afraid of this debuff, but the bosses of the abyss surely wouldn't be affected by the negative effects of the buff. He held his breath, endured the pressure, and continued to move forward. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -58. His health was still declining. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -71. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -101. You have entered the outskirts of the abyss, health -668. Finally, when his health dropped to a reduction of 668 points per second, a deep and eerie water curtain passage appeared before him. You have discovered the main base of the Black Abyss cult. This area is a high difficulty zone, and it is not recommended for players below level 70 to enter, nor is it advisable to go alone. So that's it. Seeing the system prompt, Su Chen instantly felt relieved. No wonder he had been losing health so drastically before. This was merely a temporary outpost of the Black Abyss cult. Now everything made sense. It turned out that this place was connected to the Black Abyss cult's lair. Although the live stream couldn't display the system prompt sound, everyone was speechless, shocked by the scene before them. There's actually a hidden passage in the Black Abyss cult's fortress. Where could it lead? Did you not see? The amount of health the Great God is losing has already reached 600 and counting. This is outrageous. My health is only about 2,000. Standing there would mean dying in just 2 or 3 seconds. I'm a tank with a bit more health, and even with various buffs, I barely have over 5,000. I wouldn't last 10 seconds there either, but the Great God seems completely unfazed. It's terrifying and powerful. Sigh, at this moment, I feel the need to sincerely apologize to Teacher Lee from the Observation Network. I just insulted him without thinking. Even if I were given the chance, I wouldn't last 2 seconds standing there. Me too, I apologize. As well. Teacher Lee from the Observation Network looked at the bullet comments and suddenly felt a bit teary. He turned his head and gently rubbed his eyes. Looking at the cave before him, which led to an unknown destination, Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly stepped inside. What Su Chen didn't know was that the moment he entered the main base of the Black Abyss cult, several places in the spirit realm reacted. In a picturesque landscape, an old Taoist riding an old cow and dressed in tattered clothes squinted his eyes while holding a wine gourd. Hey, I just helped him change his class to Wind Whisperer, and now this kid has found the lair of the Black Abyss cult. I'm quite looking forward to what will happen next. And that kid doesn't even know that the Wind Whisperer class, once it encounters the Black Ha. After muttering a few words, the Taoist suddenly broke into a grin. Shui Yuyu held a glowing orb in her hand, her face filled with surprise. Ever since she thought of Su Chen last time, she had developed a habit of sensing him with this orb at a fixed time every day to
See what he was up to. Little did she expect that he had just left the Sea Clan yesterday and today had entered the lair of the Black Abyss cult, leaving Shui Yu momentarily stunned. He seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Shui Yu had the thought of wanting to meet Su Chen. Forget it, next time. A deathly silence, not a sound to be heard. All was darkness and one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Su Chen felt as if his body was continuously falling, the wind howling past his ears. You have entered the main base of the Black Abyss cult. Health minus 890. His health continued to decrease rapidly and Su Chen frowned. The live stream was filled with discussions. Why can't we see anything? What corner has the great god entered? Can anyone tell me? I suspect this should be the true stronghold of the Black Abyss cult, pretty much guaranteed. I agree with this viewpoint, and I want to add that this place must be hiding a huge secret, one that only the great wind god can unravel. But why does it seem like the great god is falling? He's been dropping since he entered. How far could that be? Hiss. The discussion in the livestream instantly ignited the atmosphere, especially those who had accidentally entered the Black Abyss cult or had friends and family involved with it. Their eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the live stream, afraid to miss any moment. The wind continued to blow, and Su Chen was still falling, yet he showed no signs of panic. He was silently calculating the time in his mind, straining to discern his surroundings. It seemed that his eyes could finally begin to see some things around him. A dim starlight coming from who knows where illuminated this world. The grayish sky appeared rather strange. It was unclear how long had passed, but it seemed that the momentum of his fall had finally stopped. At this moment, Su Chen glanced at the system prompt. You have entered the main camp of the Black Abyss sect. Health minus 2,321. Hiss. The health is now decreasing by 2,000 per second, a terrifying number indeed. Even with Su Chen's temperament, he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief at this moment. If it weren't for that old man, the Tao Emperor, awakening the Wind Whisperer in him, he probably wouldn't have even made it to this place. What kind of place is this? Su Chen began to survey his surroundings in the dim light. Ahead was a gray haze, with indistinct outlines rising and falling in the distance, making it hard to see what they were. The ground beneath his feet was barren and lifeless, a hard texture transmitting a solid feeling through the soles of his feet. Well then, let's keep moving forward. The great god fell for a minute and finally reached the bottom. Is there anyone who can calculate just how deep this place is? I don't know either. I returned everything I learned in high school to the teacher. Anyway, this place is very deep. Let's just say it's the 9 nether. My niece in middle school said she could solve this problem. Here are her exact words. Assuming the great god is in free fall in the abyss, we can directly apply the formula h equals 1/2 gt superscript 2. Here, h represents the distance fallen, g represents gravitational acceleration, and t represents the time of fall. The time of the great god's fall is 60 seconds, and the gravitational acceleration at the Earth's surface is 9.8 meters per second. According to the formula, the depth of this abyss is 1/2 times 9.8 times 60 squared, resulting in 17,640. The conclusion is that this abyss is nearly 20,000 meters deep, which is terrifying. Indeed, the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. I didn't expect the great god to be 20,000 meters away from us, reminding me of the tale of 20,000 leagues under the sea. As soon as the little prodigy spoke, the live stream erupted in applause. There were also those who couldn't stand it and raised objections. My grandson said that when the great god fell, he had an initial velocity. Only by considering this initial velocity can the conclusion be correct. By the way, my grandson won first place in the national math competition last year. So what if he won first place? Miney said that the great god's initial velocity can be ignored, and the result is still pretty much the same. That statement is wrong. My grandson also said that over such a long time, the great god's initial velocity would be a small error, leading to a huge mistake, and the result would be far off. You're just quibbling. The atmosphere in the livestream was about to distort. At this moment, a massive mountain suddenly loomed in front of Su Chen. The mountain blocked his path, leaving him nowhere to go. No way out? Su Chen pondered as he slowly approached the steep cliff of the mountain. Suddenly, a light screen appeared before him. Detected Black Abyss stone. Do you wish to mine? What is this? Su Chen was taken aback, scanning the light screen back and forth. Oh, Black Abyss stone. What is this? Buried 20,000 meters underground. One can imagine it must be something valuable. The great god has struck it rich. This mountain must have at least 1 million Black Abyss stones. Even if one is worth just 1 gold coin, 1 million would be 1 million gold coins. Converted to RMB, that hiss. Can it even talk? Clearly, it's us who have struck it rich. Do you think the great god can use all those stones by himself? It's not like he won't benefit us ordinary players. That's right. Whoever is friends with the great god, hurry up and reserve some Black Abyss stones. I'm sure they must be treasures. Treasures? Zhang Yuqilong looked at the screen filled with Black Abyss stones falling into deep thought. He was a friend of Su Chen. As long as he sent a message, Su Chen would likely do him a favor and trade some Black Abyss stones with him. Although it can't compare to the relationship between that little chubby guy and Su Chen. For a moment, Jianya Qilong couldn't help but envy the little chubby guy. What a fool has his fortune, huh? Sigh. Their guild really is unfortunate, having someone like Zhan Yu Guangshi who lacks insight and offended the great god, causing the reputation of the Zhan Yu guild among ordinary players to plummet. The number of new members has also significantly decreased. If only he had seized the opportunity back then to build a good relationship with the great god, he would be the one reaping the benefits now. Choose to mine. Without much hesitation, Su Chun chose to mine the Black Abyss stone in front of him. You have chosen to mine the Black Abyss stone. Mining in progress. With a series of clinking sounds, a smooth, transparent stone appeared in Su Chen's hand. The visible black mist continuously swirled within the transparent stone as if the stone were alive. You have obtained Black Abyss stone *1. Check the attributes of the Black Abyss stone. Suppressing his emotions, Su Chen examined the attributes of the Black Abyss stone. Description: a stone produced in the endless abyss. It can transform ordinary people into followers of the Black Abyss sect through a special ritual. Supplement: if a follower of the Black Abyss sect holds the Black Abyss stone, they will gradually have the Black Abyss power within them absorbed, returning them to normal. Hiss. Even with Su Chen's temperament, seeing the attributes of the Black Abyss stone made his heart race. So the Black Abyss stone is the key for ordinary people to become followers of the Black Abyss sect. It is precisely because of this thing that the Black Abyss sect continues to thrive. However, this item is excessively powerful and has a fatal weakness. That is, once it is touched by a follower of the Black Abyss sect, after a period of time, they will gradually return to being normal people, making it a double-edged sword. If used well, it can rid the world of followers of the Black Abyss sect. If used poorly, then the entire spirit realm will be filled with them. No wonder this place doesn't even have an ordinary follower of the Black Abyss sect. It seems the higher-ups of the Black Abyss sect also don't want them to know about this place. Fortunately, among all of humanity, only he has safely reached this place, others cannot. This fundamentally prevents any players colluding with the Black Abyss sect from secretly holding rituals in the future. Su Chen decided to take out a portion of this item first. No matter what, he must let those ordinary people recover. Of course, the quantity must be strictly controlled, and the first batch must be held by trustworthy individuals. With this in mind, Su Chen pointed the camera at himself. The function of the Black Abyss stone is to revert players who have joined the Black Abyss sect back to ordinary players, no longer under the control of the Black Abyss sect. As soon as Su Chen said this, the entire live stream room erupted. What? Didn't they say that once you join the Black Abyss sect, there's no turning back? This Black Abyss stone is indeed a good thing. My girlfriend is saved. So, does that mean my son can return to normal? Ever since he joined the Black Abyss sect, he has become abnormal in reality, which has worried us greatly. Lord Qingfeng, you are like my reborn parents. Lord Qingfeng, I kneel before you here. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. This thing ultimately belongs to the Lord, and with so many people, the Lord can't possibly give it away for free, right? Let's see what the Lord has to say. As this comment appeared, the viewers in the livestream who were overly excited suddenly became much more sober. Indeed, the Black Abyss stone ultimately belongs to Lord Qingfeng. Moreover, with hundreds of thousands of players in the Black Abyss sect, the Lord only has one Black Abyss stone in hand. Although there are endless Black Abyss stones to be mined later, it still requires the Lord's personal effort. Why should they demand the Lord to do this? Faced with the overwhelming barrage of comments, Su Chen simply smiled. Everyone, there's no need to rush. I will not take a single cent for the Black Abyss stones. I will give them all away for free. Lord, even if you say that, there are more monks than porridge now. You give it away for free, but others can sell it for a sky-high price once they get their hands on it. Yeah, those family members who have fallen into the Black Abyss sect can only hold their noses and eat this loss. The live stream immediately saw comments questioning this. This was indeed a problem. Su Chen fell into contemplation, and everyone held their breath, waiting quietly. How about this? Regarding the Black Abyss stones, I will do my best to mine them, ensuring that everyone can use a Black Abyss stone so that no one in the spirit realm will suffer from the enslavement of the Black Abyss sect. As for the agency use of the Black Abyss stones, I will hand it over to the little fatty, that is, Jibatian, who has full authority. If anyone wants to use the Black Abyss stones, just go find him. Jibatian had been with Su Chen just now, and everyone already recognized him. The little fatty's round face showed a look of gratitude and surprise. In that brief moment, countless players had already privately messaged him, their tones extremely flattering and humble. Although the Black Abyss stones were free, this good name was clearly given to him intentionally by Brother Qingfeng, obviously taking care of him. With this good name, it was easy to imagine that their guild would qualify to be the top guild in the future, with a vast and continuous reserve of positions, never lacking elite players. Brother Qingfeng had given him a tremendous gift. Thinking of this, the little fatty was immediately moved to tears. Beside him, Uncle Wu couldn't help but clench his fists. Following the little fatty and the Lord, his quality of life had improved countless times. Even his son's lifelong major event had been settled. After sending a private message to the little fatty, Su Chen turned around and began to slowly mine this Black Abyss stone vein. You have obtained Black Abyss stone *1. You Have obtained Black Abyss Stone *1 lucky trigger. You have obtained Black Abyss Stone *2. Gained mining proficiency +5 lucky trigger. You have obtained Black Abyss Stone *5. Gained mining proficiency +10. Su Chen mined while watching the system prompts. There was even a lucky mining feature, allowing him to obtain up to 5 Black Abyss stones at once. This would save quite a bit of time. Unfortunately, Su Chen had not practiced mining skills, otherwise he could mine even faster. The main reason was that mining proficiency only increased when lucky triggers occurred, making it relatively difficult to practice. Should he practice this type of skill? Su Chen pondered, thinking he should find an opportunity to ask his mentor when he returned to see if there were any shortcuts in this area. Su Chen continued to mine. Lucky trigger, you have obtained Black Abyss Stone *2. Gained mining proficiency +5. Suddenly, as Su Chen struck down with his pickaxe, a grayish monster appeared before him. Wrapped in black mist, it looked like a black furball. Su Chen immediately checked the information about it. Spirit of the Abyss, level 60 description. A creature living in the Abyss Stone Mine, continuously emitting abyssal power, which is the main factor in the formation of the Abyss Stone Mine. Such a small thing is actually the source of abyssal power. I feel like my worldview is collapsing. I don't think we can blame it. It's the people from the Abyss cult who have used it for evil. Just a monster, and you're talking about humanity. Hurry up and see how the master deals with it. How to deal with it? Su Chen already had a plan in mind. This was his long-desired, hard-searched redline target. After his job change, Su Chen's stacking ability doubled and his life stacking increased tenfold, resulting in a total life stacking increase of 20 times. In other words, previously when Su Chen killed a monster, the system prompt was like this: you have killed a monster, stacking +2, maximum health +5. Now it should change to, Su Chen raised his hand and shot an arrow. The spirit of the abyss didn't even have time to dodge and turned into a white light before the eyes of the crowd, dissipating into the world. You have killed the spirit of the abyss, true damage stacking +4, maximum health +50 huff. Su Chen grinned, such stacking was truly exhilarating. Before, he had to kill 10 monsters to gain 50 health points, but now he only needed to kill 1 monster to gain 50 health points. More importantly, his talent percentage for health recovery would also continuously increase due to the rise in his health limit. Su Chen glanced at the system prompt again. You have entered the Abyss Cult's main camp, health-2765. Although his health had dropped and was nearing 3000, Su Chen was not the least bit flustered. As long as he kept killing monsters, he could continuously increase his health limit. Looking at the Abyss Stone Mine before him, Su Chen suddenly felt invigorated. Bring on more spirits of the Abyss, don't let me down, Abyss Cult. The master killed the spirit of the Abyss in an instant. I can't be mistaken, this is a level 60 monster. Sigh, I just reached level 30 and was feeling proud, and the master gave me a big slap in the face, making me realize that there are always people stronger than you. The master has surpassed the gods, we mortals cannot compare. Has Su Chen grown to this extent? Shanglan Hongyan widened her beautiful eyes, staring unblinkingly at the figure working with its head down on the screen, momentarily finding it hard to accept. Recalling the past, she had stood on the same starting line as Su Chen, the strongest in the guild, but now she couldn't even touch a monster that Su Chen killed in an instant. At this moment, Shanglan Hongyan felt a sense of despair. This man was too powerful, she could no longer muster even a shred of courage to compete with him. The long pickaxe swung down repeatedly, striking heavily against the Black Abyss Mountains, the clanging sound echoing loudly in this quiet area. Phew, I've mined 1,000 blocks already. Glancing at his backpack, the stack of Black Abyss stones had reached 1,000. It seemed this thing could stack at least up to 9,999. However, Su Chen was feeling a bit overwhelmed. His right hand had never done such monotonous, labor-intensive work, and he felt utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to sit down and take a break, Su Chen suddenly sensed something was off. He furrowed his brows and decided to stop his movements to carefully feel everything around him. At that moment, he detected a slight vibration coming from the ground, rhythmic and patterned. What the hell? Did I dig out the foundation of the Black Abyss Mountains? Is the mountain collapsing? That was Su Chen's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Hey, look! The entire Black Abyss Mountain seems to be undulating continuously. Let me see, it really does look like it. Did the Black Abyss Mountain have an earthquake? Damn, I noticed it too, and the intensity of the vibrations is increasing. What on earth is going on? Don't panic, let's see how the great god handles this. He looks confident, and surely can turn danger into safety. What is this? Su Chen's eyes slowly narrowed. Unlike the viewers in the livestream, he could directly feel the shock coming from beneath his feet. It was indeed getting stronger, as if the source of the sound was approaching him. It's coming for me. Su Chen understood immediately. However, he was unsure of the opponent's intentions, hesitating whether to leave and avoid the confrontation. Soon, he wouldn't have the chance to make a choice, because a tall figure, almost as high as the mountain itself, appeared in his line of sight. The boss has appeared. It's my favorite Qingfeng God's boss fight segment. Is this big guy the strongest being in the Black Abyss? He looks a bit weak. If you think he's weak, you probably wouldn't last a second in front of him. Just one breath from this giant could tear your body apart. This guy. Su Chen immediately cast a reconnaissance spell on the unexpected guest. Warning, due to the influence of the Black Abyss, this reconnaissance can only obtain partial information. King of the Black Abyss level 70 description. The King of the Black Abyss clan, said to have existed for over 10,000 years, no one knows his origins or existence. Seeing the system message, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. No way, are you serious? The Black Abyss cultists didn't show me all the information before, but that was fine. After all, the opponent was just a bit tricky with skills, and with Su Chen's full firepower, he could easily eliminate them in no time. But now, standing in front of him was a boss, a level 70 boss. System, are you messing with me? Su Chen focused all his attention, warily watching the King of the Black Abyss before him. He was entirely composed of stones, specifically Black Abyss stones, which made Su Chen initially fail to recognize him. It was only when the figure moved that he barely noticed. It's his, roughly estimating, this boss should have at least 500 million health. At least, not less. Even if he just stands there and lets me hit him, I wouldn't be able to kill him in 10 days and nights. Do you think the Great God can defeat him? I doubt it. Don't forget, the Great God has a health debuff on him. Sigh, yeah, the Great God is in serious trouble now. A level 70 monster must be at the level of the 3 sovereigns, not to mention that it's from the Black Abyss, which is stronger than the monsters of the same period. Ha, I want to see if you're really as powerful as you claim in the livestream. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to engage the boss. The reason was simple, the golden line target had just marked this boss in front of him, which meant that if Su Chen killed it, he would gain an increase in arrow count, reaching a massive 18. This temptation was too much for Su Chen to resist. Whoosh, 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 Su Chen knocked an arrow, and the bow and arrow in his hand shot towards the enormous King of the Abyss like a barrage, piercing it with countless inconspicuous little holes. 98%. Su Chen glanced at the boss's health bar and let out a long breath. With this, he could definitely kill it. Hopefully, it wouldn't pull any strange tricks. Attack enhancement. Su Chen immediately activated the attack buff. For this big guy, he was practically a natural target. If he didn't increase his output now, when would he? The King of the Abyss seemed to finally react, extending a massive hand towards Su Chen with a roar. So slow? After his second job change, Su Chen's reaction speed had improved significantly. The King of the Abyss's enormous body looked like a giant turtle crawling in his eyes. Time to output. Su Chen unleashed another round of vigorous attacks, and at this moment, the King of the Abyss's health had already dropped to 70%. Roar. After all, it was the King of the Abyss. It suddenly let out a furious roar, and then stones all over its body cracked open, with countless fuzzy monsters splitting out from within. This is the Abyss Spirit. Su Chen watched this scene unfold in front of him, feeling unexpectedly delighted. The reason was simple, these Abyss Spirits all had red line markers on them, just as he expected. Phew. Even with Su Chen's temperament, seeing the Abyss Spirits spread across the mountains made him swallow hard. How many layers would this be? This big guy really had given him a great gift. Mirror technique, Frost Snow. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately used his prepared area attack skill. As countless crystalline snowflakes fell from the sky, turning the world into a blanket of white, the system notifications in front of Su Chen refreshed faster than the comments in the livestream. You have killed an Abyss Spirit, true damage stack +4, maximum health +50. You have killed an Abyss Spirit, true damage stack +4, maximum health +50. Looking at the clumsy King of the Abyss, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. A quick glance revealed that his true damage stacks had already increased by over 2,000 layers, and his maximum health had risen by a staggering 25,000. The increase was so significant that Su Chen almost felt reluctant to harm it. In the livestream, some sharp-eyed viewers immediately noticed Su Chen's changes. Did you notice? Under the powerful bleeding buff, the S health cap actually increased. This is too outrageous, it exceeds my understanding. I heard the awakened a hidden class. Is that the reason? At this moment, I finally understand why I can never catch up to the whoosh 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 whoosh, you big fool, take an arrow from me. In an instant, he stacked over 2,000 layers, and his life limit increased by several tens of thousands of points. With a great mood, Su Chen simply began to engage in a tug-of-war. He was truly looking forward to this big fool unleashing that move again, allowing him to stack layers to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the dark pupils of the King of the Abyss scanned back and forth as if he had discovered Su Chen's intentions, yet he refused to use that move. Since that was the case, he was no longer of any use. Su Chen immediately showed no mercy, activating his attack enhancement skill, and the King of the Abyss's health visibly plummeted. Hiss. With a wave of his hand, the King of the Abyss sent several clouds of black mist rushing towards Su Chen. In Su Chen's eyes, the opponent's movements were as slow as a turtle, and he easily dodged this attack. No matter what attack method the King of the Abyss used, he was helpless against Su Chen. As an archer, Su Chen inherently countered these slow-moving bosses, not to mention that his talent points were now in speed. The old man Dao Huang was right, the Wind Whisperer is indeed much stronger than the Windwalker. If it were the Windwalker, it would definitely not be so effortless, and it would have been a tough battle. Su Chen pondered while in his hands, arrows flew out like a machine gun without mercy. the live chat began to discuss. Is the King of the Abyss really going to die at the hands of the Great God? The Abyss cult has covered most of the spirit realm, committing countless evils, even enslaving and tempting ordinary players to join them. Are they finally going to be destroyed? The Great God is indeed the Great God. This action is immensely virtuous. I propose we build a shrine for the Great God. What do you think? Are you out of your mind? Shrines are for the deceased. Are you cursing the Great God? Everyone should follow my example. If you want to be grateful to the Great God, just keep him in your heart. There's no need to make a big fuss. I think the Great God wouldn't like that either. Su-chen not only disliked this, he was utterly disgusted by it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the little fatty handle the matter of the Abyss stones. After all, Su-chen was most afraid of trouble. In his subconscious, women were the biggest trouble, which led him to reject countless female players' confessions, and he remained single. Boom! The massive body of the King of the Abyss finally fell slowly to the ground, and the entire Abyss mountain range instantly collapsed like an avalanche. Countless Abyss stones shot out like a snowstorm, scattering around Su-chen. Hiss! A sound of people swallowing saliva echoed in the live chat. Su-chen found it somewhat amusing. He never expected that the Abyss stones he had mined for so long would now automatically fly out, turning into something he could easily collect with just a thought. In the next second, the Abyss stones around Su-chen appeared in his backpack, and the stack of Abyss stones had astonishingly reached 900,000. This mine actually contained 900,000 Abyss stones, and even Su-chen, who was usually calm, couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. After the astonishment came joy. With this, the sky of the spirit realm was finally going to clear up. Su-chen took a deep breath, feeling in high spirits. System announcement: Player Qingfeng has killed the level 70 King of the Abyss for the first time. It was a first kill announcement. At the same time, Su-chen also received a private system notification. You have killed the King of the Abyss and received a reward. Virtual fragment *1. Please check your mail. Another virtual fragment in hand, Su-chen was instantly filled with joy. This meant he could unlock a new function in reality, and the game's projection of reality attribute had increased by 10%. Moreover, Su-chen had leveled up to 60 by defeating monsters beyond his level, and the number of stacked arrows had increased by 1, reaching a total of 18, making his strength unprecedentedly powerful. Why do I feel like I'm cultivating immortality? Su-chen stroked his chin, suddenly having this realization. The livestream was already in an uproar. Hey, did you see that? That pile of Abyss stones just disappeared. That's thousands of lives. It must have been taken by the Great God. How could you not see that? I wonder if the Abyss cult has been wiped out and there won't be any new followers born. It should be the Abyss mountain mine that produced the Abyss stones has collapsed, and the Abyss King is dead, so they can't create new followers. I still feel a bit unsatisfied. The Abyss King's strength was too weak. I didn't get to enjoy the show. That's because the Great God is too strong, making the opponent seem weak. Has the Abyss cult really vanished without a trace? This was a question in Su-chen's mind. For some reason, he felt that the Abyss cult had not been destroyed, but had chosen to disappear. For instance, the Void God he had heard about before, Su-chen was sure that the entity still existed somewhere. As long as the Void God was not destroyed, the Abyss cult would not perish. In fact, Su-chen leaned towards the idea that the Abyss King was created by the Void God as a disposable pawn for him. In this way, the Abyss cult could take the opportunity to disappear from the public eye, recuperate, and then slowly plot their return. Su-chen felt a sense of caution in his heart. A ripple spread, and the space in front of Su-chen suddenly became blurry, then slowly revealed a figure. Young friend, long time no see. Unkempt old man slowly walked out of the vortex, followed by a mooing sound as an old cow wagged its tail and walked out behind him. The person standing before him was none other than the Tao Emperor and his companion, the Bullhead. Hello, Tao Emperor. Su-chen hurriedly greeted the Tao Emperor, then turned to the Bullhead and said, Brother Bull, it's been a while, how have you been? The Bullhead merely wagged its tail, continuously mooing. Seeing this scene, the live stream's comments were rolling in frenzy. Holy cow, what am I seeing? A cow can actually understand human speech. Can you all comprehend my current feelings? I understand, I'm just as confused as you are. When did cows get to sit at the table? Hey, you guys are missing the point, didn't you notice? The Qingfeng god seems to be calling the old man in front of him Tao Emperor. Tao Emperor? Is he one of the 3 emperors of the human race? You just realized? Let me tell you, the Tao Emperor appearing here must have important matters to discuss with the Great God. I didn't expect the Great God to have reached such heights. Thank you, Great God, for allowing me to see this living immortal in my lifetime. Truly extraordinary. I have no regrets now. Su-chen stared unblinkingly at the Tao Emperor, waiting for him to speak. The King of the Black Abyss has existed for 10,000 years, yet I never expected he would meet his end at your hands. Young friend Qingfeng, your growth surpasses my imagination. The Tao Emperor, while surveying the surroundings, sighed with emotion. This is all thanks to your guidance, Tao Emperor. Without you, I would have surely faced a bitter battle today, and the outcome would have been uncertain. Su-chen immediately flattered him lightly. And upon hearing this, the Tao Emperor revealed a hint of a smile. Su-chen began to appear increasingly agreeable to him. Tao Emperor, has the Black Abyss sect truly been destroyed? Seeing that the Tao Emperor had not issued any tasks or shown any intention of rewarding him, Suchen secretly looked down on him, while on the surface he respectfully inquired. This guy is also one who won't act until he sees the rabbit. Last time I gave him a longevity fruit, but this time I have nothing to offer him. Besides, the things I have wouldn't even catch the Tao Emperor's eye. I can only see what the old cow needs. Am I very old? The Tao Emperor suddenly shot Suchen a sideways glance. Somewhat displeased, Suchen was momentarily taken aback, unable to say another word. What the heck? You clearly look like a scruffy old man. If I don't call you old, sir, should I call you old man? After a moment of internal complaint, Suchen quickly changed his tone, saying, Tao Emperor, you are mistaken. How could you be old? You are in your prime. No, I mean at the height of your power. The future of the entire human race relies on you. Moreover, old sir is just a term of respect, indicating that you are the highest in seniority among the human race. Suchen carefully observed the Tao Emperor's expression while organizing his words, finally bringing a smile back to the Tao Emperor's face. I understand your meaning. The Tao Emperor nodded slowly, then looked at Suchen seriously. However, I must correct one point. The one with the longest seniority among the human race is not me. There are 2 other emperors. Suchen quickly adopted a look of being taught, lowering his gaze to listen quietly. This scene greatly shocked the players in the live stream. The Tao Emperor is so shameless. How did I not notice before that he not only looks scruffy but also likes to act young? Of course, you wouldn't know. The Tao Emperor is elusive, and many players only know his name but not his appearance. If it weren't for the great Qingfeng, even if you stayed in the game for 10 years, you wouldn't see the Tao Emperor. Sigh, it's true, these days, even the Tao Emperor is playing the contrast game. Public figures really do differ from our imaginations. Indeed, contrast is the key to traffic. Damn. Observing Wang Shaoli looked at the barrage, his eyes nearly popping out. What a saying, hearing you speak is better than reading for 10 years. No wonder he had no traffic during his previous streams. It wasn't until he locked onto the great god that things improved. It turns out contrast really does attract traffic. Is this what they mean by masters among the people? Observing Wang Shaoli silently noted. The player who made that comment, such talent must be kept close. This time, I'll be the one to recognize talent. Just as Suchen frequently nodded in agreement with the Tao Emperor's words, the Tao Emperor finally began to slowly speak about the matter Suchen was concerned about. The Black Abyss sect. The Tao Emperor slowly raised his head to gaze at the dim, gray sky. Suchen quickly perked up his ears, listening intently to the Tao Emperor's next words. The Black Abyss sect does not actually belong to this world. The Tao Emperor's voice was not loud, but it struck Suchen's ears like thunder on a clear day. What? Is this true? The live stream was in an uproar. I didn't hear wrong, did I? The Black Abyss sect isn't from our world. Could it be some outer evil? I think it should be called an outer celestial demon. Isn't that how many novels describe it? Is it possible? So aside from the spirit realm, this game has another worldview? It feels like it's getting a bit more interesting. I don't think it's the outer demons, that would be too cliché. The Tao Emperor will definitely provide a different explanation. After all, he is one of the 3 emperors of the human race. Beneath the Black Abyss, the Tao Emperor slowly spoke. The first person of the Black Abyss sect is, in fact, an outer demon, commonly referred to as an outer demon. Suchen, the audience in the live stream. I know it's hard for you to accept at first. When I first learned about this, my feelings were the same as yours. Glancing at Suchen, who was too shocked to speak, the Tao Emperor chuckled lightly and continued. Suchen pouted. Was that hard to accept? It was clearly your statement that was too much. Forget it. Suchen shook his head, not wanting to dwell on this matter. So, is the first person of the Black Abyss sect referring to the deity called Void? Suchen hurriedly asked, still remembering the Sea Emperor's dying wish. He couldn't let down such a towering figure. No. The Tao Emperor's answer left Suchen somewhat disappointed. The Tao Emperor continued. After the first person of the Black Abyss sect came from the outer realm, he was already severely injured, and the aura of the spirit realm itself is contrary to that of the Black Abyss sect. To survive in this place, the price he had to pay was beyond your imagination. He exhausted every means, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. The first person of the Black Abyss sect is dead. In the livestream, so the Black Abyss sect originated from the outer demons. This is truly a huge secret. Is this secret something I can hear? Wouldn't it be better for the great god to mute the mic? Don't overthink. Since the great god hasn't turned off the camera, there must be considerations on their part. Perhaps the great god intentionally let us see this, to understand this hidden truth. What happened next? Suchen asked. Logically, if the first person of the Black Abyss sect is dead, then the rise of the Black Abyss sect would also be a baseless matter. After the first person of the Black Abyss sect died, his body did not vanish into thin air. Instead, it transformed into countless Black Abyss stones, which are the Black Abyss veins you see. What? The Tao Emperor's words once again shocked Suchen. It turned out that the Black Abyss stones were formed from the death of that person, which completely overturned Suchen's imagination. In the live stream, wait, it can be like this? Dying and turning into stones, then giving birth to the Black Abyss sect. This plot sounds a bit familiar to me. I also feel like I've heard this before. Isn't this just Pangu creating the world? Don't glorify the Black Abyss sect. It's not Pangu. In my opinion, it's just a Kwafu dying while chasing the sun. What Pangu and Kwafu? That's too much praise for the first person of the Black Abyss sect. At most, he's just a long-lasting clown. In the exchanges of the live stream, the first person of the Black Abyss sect was instantly given a final verdict. Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled, but what about the god of nothingness? Doesn't that mean it has nothing to do with him? Indeed. If the Black Abyss stone left by the first person of the Black Abyss sect created the Black Abyss sect, then wouldn't it have no relation to nothingness at all? Su Chen couldn't help but feel confused. The Tao Emperor suddenly turned his head, looking at Su Chen with a mysterious smile. What are you smiling about? Stop keeping me in suspense. Su Chen cursed inwardly, but on the surface he respectfully bowed and then asked, may I ask, Tao Emperor, what exactly is going on here? The Tao Emperor gently nodded, seemingly acknowledging Su Chen's courtesy, and then slowly said, have you seen those Black Abyss spirits? Black Abyss spirits. Immediately, images of those entities wrapped in black mist resembling fur balls floated before Su Chen's eyes. These creatures were all blatant true injuries layered upon one another. How could Su Chen forget? He remembered it vividly. He nodded at the Tao Emperor while his mind began to ponder. The Tao Emperor paid no mind to Su Chen and continued to narrate. After the first person of the Black Abyss sect died, the Black Abyss stone he left behind was the purest, untouched by the corruption of this world. In that situation, the deity called Nothingness was born. At first, he looked just like the other Black Abyss spirits, with mediocre strength, weak and easily defeated. But later, as the Black Abyss veins grew stronger, a complementary cycle formed between him and the Black Abyss veins. He could accelerate the formation of the Black Abyss stone, and the formation of the Black Abyss stone, in turn, helped him refine his body. This continued for an unknown amount of time, until the god of nothingness finally came into existence in this world. The Tao Emperor finished his slow narration, and the oppression in Su Chen's heart was beyond words. He suddenly thought of a possibility and looked up at the Tao Emperor. So, if the god of nothingness is not dead, does that mean that even if the Black Abyss stone veins are completely destroyed, the Black Abyss sect will rise again? Looking at the Tao Emperor, Su Chen's heart raced. If that were the case, then the Black Abyss sect could be said to be like weeds that grow back after being burned. Su Chen was genuinely afraid of the other party's insidious methods. Perhaps one day he would wake up to find that even his friends had become members of the Black Abyss sect. He really didn't want to see such a scene. What the great deity said makes sense. The Black Abyss sect is indeed insidious, exploiting people's greed, making it easy for someone to fall into their trap. The great deity's concerns are my concerns. At this moment, I finally understand what it means for heroes to see the same thing. Is the next plot going to be about slaying a god? Just thinking about it excites me. Shaoli, you must keep an eye on the great deity 24/7. I must witness what slaying a god looks like. Wow, to actually see the battle of slaying a god. I've decided, from now on, I won't leave my computer for a moment. If I'm hungry, I'll have the delivery guy bring food to my computer. I'll skip the bathroom and just use the diapers I've treasured for years. My wife really understands me this time. Computer? Who still uses a bulky computer to watch live streams these days? My phone is much better. I can take it anywhere without any hassle. I can even slack off at work and still get paid. Can you do that? Nothingness is indeed not dead. Su Chen was not surprised by what the Tao Emperor said. I know what you want to say. I came here for this matter. The Tao Emperor raised his hand to stop Su Chen, who was about to speak, and continued to slowly narrate. Su Chen was anxious in his heart but couldn't show it, only resenting how slow the Tao Emperor was in speaking. If you need, I can take you to where the god of nothingness is at any time, but after that battle, I will be powerless. Why? Su Chen looked at the Tao Emperor with a puzzled expression, and the Tao Emperor continued, that nothingness is called a god, so naturally, he possesses the strength of a god. I won't hide it from you, I have fought against him before. What? As soon as the Tao Emperor said this, everyone was left speechless in shock. The Tao Emperor said he fought against the god of nothingness. Who won in the end? Is the Tao Emperor stronger than a god? The one standing in front of you is the Tao Emperor, so it must be that the Tao Emperor won. But that doesn't seem right. The god of nothingness isn't dead, which means the Tao Emperor didn't gain the upper hand. If the Tao Emperor couldn't defeat him, then he had to rely on the great god to fight. Doesn't that seem a bit? Back then, the sea god of the Sea Clan was ambushed by that nothingness. I also went to the Sea Clan once, and after learning about this, I took the initiative to declare war on the god of nothingness. The Tao Emperor was unaware of the discussions in the live stream and began recounting the events of that year. And then? The god of nothingness is indeed a seasoned powerhouse who has already become a god. His strength is quite formidable. Even though I was extremely cautious, my youthful arrogance still led me to fall short. Let me continue. Seeing Su Chen hesitating to speak, the Tao Emperor waved his hand again and said, at that time, I was proud and would not easily admit defeat, so I fought with injuries, determined to completely slay the god of nothingness. But the god of nothingness was simply too powerful. We fought for 3 days and nights, and I was still at a disadvantage. In the end, at the cost of my lifespan, I finally managed to inflict some serious injuries on the nothingness. However, at that moment I was completely unable to strike again, and the god of nothingness took that opportunity to escape. In the live stream, to sum it up, the Tao Emperor lost lifespan when he was young, injured the nothingness, but the opponent escaped, and that's how the Tao Emperor became like this now. So, the Tao Emperor isn't pretending to be young, he really was young, but because he lost lifespan, he ended up looking like an old man. I'm sorry, Tao Emperor, I apologize here. It turns out you sacrificed so much for the spirit realm and I misunderstood you. I'm really not human. The Tao Emperor is so noble. If it weren't for him, the Black Abyss sect would have probably already occupied the entire spirit realm. The Tao Emperor's sacrifices exceed your imagination. So the Tao Emperor isn't just playing with contrasts. Observing. Wang Xiaoli silently saw this and suddenly opened his follow list, found the person he had just followed, and quietly unfollowed. In the 5 minutes from following to unfollowing, it did not attract anyone's attention or stir, but people would never know that observing Wang Xiaoli had reached the realm of seeing the mountain as just a mountain. Let this talent be for someone else. Tao Emperor, so you were injured. Su Chen's heart sank. The Tao Emperor is the pillar of the human race. If he is injured, it would be a disaster for the entire human race. After this, perhaps no one would stand up for the human race like this again. First, there was the sea god, then the Tao Emperor. Glancing at the barrage in the livestream, Su Chen instantly understood that the Tao Emperor had once been young. No, he was a young man. It was just that in order to guard the territory of the human race, he had sacrificed his lifespan and appeared aged. In that moment, the image of the Tao Emperor grew infinitely tall in Su Chen's mind. It's all just old stories. The Tao Emperor waved his hand dismissively, which only deepened Su Chen's admiration for his demeanor. Tao Emperor, back in the day, you stood up for the human race, ending up in this half-human, half-ghost state. Now, I, Xingfeng, am also willing to take up this great banner and follow the Tao Emperor to guard the human race and repel the Black Abyss sect. Su Chen felt the blood in his heart burning, regretting that he couldn't follow the Tao Emperor to fight the Void God back then. Hiss, does the great deity also want to fight to the death for the human race like the Tao Emperor? The human race has 3 emperors, and the first among them after the 3 emperors is the great deity Xingfeng. I understand. Great deity, go for it. When you battle the Void God, remember that behind you stands a group of people supporting you. Why are you being so sentimental? I'm about to cry. Great deity, I only have one request. Make sure to live stream the battle with that Void God. That Void God is probably also severely injured now, just hanging on. The Tao Emperor looked at Su Chen and said slowly, with your current abilities, you are already qualified to fight him. If it really doesn't work, I'll shamelessly ask the other 2 old fellows. It's about time they shed some blood too. The Tao Emperor's casual words were like unexpected joy to Su Chen. The other 2 old fellows. Could it be that the Tao Emperor was referring to the other 2 emperors of the human race? Goodness. Indeed, only the Tao Emperor had the right to call them that. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. As fellow 3 emperors, they must at least be of the Tao Emperor's caliber. Whatever they brought out would surely not be too shabby, at the very least starting with something like lifespan fruits. Upon this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling immense anticipation for the other 2 emperors of the human race. Damn, I just met the Tao Emperor, and now I'm going to meet the other 2 emperors' magnificent faces? What kind of divine day is today? What kind of divine livestream is this? I'm so excited. By the way, what are the names of the other 2 emperors? Are they male or female? If female, are they beautiful? I bet one of them is the human emperor. If the human emperor doesn't show up, who can compete? The human emperor is the cornerstone of the human race. He can't possibly not exist. The other one, I guess, is the heavenly emperor. As the saying goes, humanity follows heaven, the way follows humanity, the way follows heaven and humanity are one. What nonsense! Just because you learned a bit of nonsense doesn't mean you can embarrass yourself. I bet it's called the Pen Emperor. Humanity is about putting people first, which is essentially about putting the people first. The way definitely refers to the Tao Te Ching, and the pen is an important tool for passing down human culture. Without the pen, there is nothing. Please lead the way, Tao Emperor. I want to quickly take down that Void God. To avoid prolonged dreams. Su Chen respectfully bowed deeply to the Tao Emperor. He was worthy of such respect. Very well. The Tao Emperor nodded and continued. Since you insist on this, I will take you to meet those 2 old fellows. After saying this, the Tao Emperor waved his hand, and a dark, deep cave immediately appeared before him. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. This was a divine skill. No wonder the Tao Emperor could find this place even 2,000 miles underground. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen followed behind the Tao Emperor and slowly stepped into the dark cave. Just as Su Chen stepped in, the cave slowly dissipated into the void as if it had never existed. Su Chen first felt a slight dizziness, his vision darkening, and then he felt solid ground beneath his feet. He began to slowly survey his surroundings. What he saw seemed to be inside a grand hall. Under the golden dome, several crystal pillars embraced by people stood in a row, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an extraordinary elegance and nobility. Where is this? By the way, the people in the live broadcast room also saw the appearance of this grand hall through Su Chen. What is this place? I've been in the spirit realm for so long and have never seen such a luxurious and magnificent hall. I guess this should be the meeting place of the three human emperors. They are likely discussing various secrets here, deciding the fate of humanity. Hiss. Could it be that we are fortunate enough to participate today? What a pleasure. Senior, where is this? Su Chen turned to look for the Tao Emperor's figure, only to find that he had disappeared at some point. Shaking his head, Su Chen simply found a chair and sat down. As soon as he sat down, a tempting fragrance wafted directly into Su Chen's nose, stirring his appetite. So fragrant. Su Chen looked at a cup of tea on the table. The water inside was clear and bright, and he even saw his handsome face reflected in it, along with his astonished expression. Gulp. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow. He wanted to pick up the fragrant cup of tea, but being new to this place, he couldn't just take it without saying anything. That was Su Chen's principle. Young friend, you've come from afar, don't be polite. The tea on this table is meant to welcome you. Just as Su Chen was anxiously torn between the tea and his saliva, he suddenly heard a voice like heavenly music. Su Chen turned to look. He saw a scholar, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, walking towards him. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he hurriedly stood up, bending almost 90 degrees at the waist. Qingfeng pays respects to the human race's book emperor. The book emperor smiled gently, his tone as warm as jade. Young friend Qingfeng need not be so formal, please rise. So the last of the three human emperors is called the book emperor. Who just said it was the heavenly emperor? Step forward. I didn't expect my random guess to be right. Sigh, it's so hard to guess wrong. Hey, you guessed it wasn't the pen emperor, that's a world apart. Can you have a little more dignity? By the way, the book emperor is so handsome, I just regret that my daughter isn't of age yet. Young friend, please drink this cup of divine nectar. The book emperor smiled lightly, pointing with his fair, slender finger at the cup of tea on the table. Divine nectar? For a moment, Su Chen couldn't believe his ears. So this cup of tea is actually celestial tea. With this thought, Su Chen no longer hesitated, thanked the book emperor, and, under the envious gazes of the people in the live broadcast room, drank the entire cup. The cool and sweet tea carried a tremendous vitality, dispelling Su Chen's fatigue while also allowing him to hear the pleasant notification sound from the system. You have consumed divine nectar. Your attack power permanently increases by 100 points, your defense power permanently increases by 50,000 points, and your maximum health permanently increases by 50,000 points. Hiss. Just hearing the first two sentences, Su Chen felt as if he were on cloud 9, somewhat unable to believe this was real. Your talent receives an additional boost, the number of hunting arrows increases to 30, and your true damage stacking increases by an additional 10,000 layers. What? Su Chen's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled. The effects of this divine elixir were simply astonishing, not only greatly enhancing his various attributes but, more importantly, directly amplifying his talent. Since entering the spiritual realm, he had relied on nothing but this unique talent. Now, with a tremendous boost, it had directly become 30%. Coupled with the miraculous effects of the Fountain of Life, one could say that as long as Su Chen was not instantly killed, he was almost invincible. Hiss. Su Chen took a deep breath. This book emperor, no, this book monarch had given him a great gift. This was a gift he simply could not refuse. With this thought, Su Chen hurriedly tidied his clothes and expressed to the book monarch, "Thank you for your great kindness, book monarch. If there is anything I can do, I will not hesitate." "No need to thank me," the book monarch said with a smile, looking at Su Chen and slowly saying, "You eradicated the Black Abyss sect and established great merit for the human race. This is what you have earned." Su Chen felt a pang of shame. He had only been after the rewards for killing the golden target. In front of the book monarch, his little thoughts were not worth mentioning. The live stream had long since begun to discuss. Both are emperors, but why is there such a big gap between the book monarch and the Tao monarch? What are you talking about? If the Tao monarch hadn't suffered setbacks in his youth, could he have become like this? Stop arguing. Maybe the Tao monarch and the book monarch have a good relationship and share the same pair of pants. After a brief conversation, the Tao monarch finally arrived with the human monarch. "Sorry to keep you waiting, I was just handling some matters." The human monarch appeared to be a middle-aged man with a resolute face and showed goodwill upon seeing Su Chen. There are three emperors of the human race, the Tao monarch, the human monarch, and the book monarch. Everyone, who do you think is more handsome? No need to say, it must be the book monarch. A person with knowledge naturally exudes elegance. The book monarch's scholarly aura is undeniable. Next is the human monarch. Although he's a middle-aged man, at least he's better looking than the Tao monarch. What a pity for the Tao monarch, he should have been the one with the best foundation. How is the situation? After the initial pleasantries, the book monarch turned to look at the human monarch with a solemn expression. Not optimistic. The human monarch slowly shook his head, and his words shocked Su Chen. Standing before him were the supreme combat powers of the human race, the three emperors. If even they said it was not optimistic, how serious could the situation be? Sigh, this is also unavoidable. The Tao monarch sighed, a rare look of worry appearing on his once youthful face. "May I ask the three emperors what you are discussing?" "I can't understand a word," Su Chen said, looking at the three men in confusion, feeling somewhat lost. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. In the vast palace, silence descended, and Su Chen felt his heart pounding wildly. The livestream was also filled with various speculations. What exactly happened? It can't be related to the survival of the human race, can it? If even the three emperors find it difficult, it probably isn't a small matter. Could it be that the void gods are up to something? Suchen suddenly raised his head and asked the three emperors. You guessed half. Right. The voice of the book emperor broke the silence. He paused for a moment and continued. Just now, the Tao Emperor has already told you that the Black Abyss sect does not belong to the spirit realm, but comes from another place, right? Suchen gently nodded. Then think about it, since he can come, can't other races and beings from other worlds come as well? You must know that, for them, the spirit realm is the best living environment. Suchen furrowed his brows and analyzed. Your Majesty the Book Emperor, do you mean to say that at this moment, other races and beings from other worlds are invading the spirit realm? Is it really that easy for the spirit realm to be invaded? Suchen was somewhat confused. It's still the work of the Black Abyss sect. The human emperor took over the conversation and began to explain. Back then, the first person of the Black Abyss sect was that outer world demon. After countless years, he finally opened a black hole at the weakest point of the spirit realm, allowing him to enter freely. Under normal circumstances, there would be no invasion from other races. So, you're saying that the black hole from back then still exists, and for thousands of years, powerful foreign races have been continuously invading the spirit realm? Suchen began to understand. It turned out that although the first person of the Black Abyss sect had died, the black hole and the Black Abyss sect continued to cause immeasurable damage to the spirit realm. Alas, the space of the spirit realm is inherently easy to destroy but hard to repair. Over the years, the three of us could only guard that black hole, preventing powerful foreign races from invading the spirit realm. That's all we could do. So that was it. The people in the live broadcast room immediately began to discuss. I've seen what it means for good people to have short lives and for calamities to last for 1,000 years. In that case, the first person of the Black Abyss sect is simply evil to the core, beyond redemption. No wonder the three emperors are always elusive. It turns out they have been guarding the spirit realm and fighting against powerful foreign races all these years. As a human, I feel so ashamed. Yes, regarding the Black Abyss sect, I initially had some grievances against the three emperors, wondering why they turned a blind eye to the other party's development to such an extent, which would surely chill the hearts of the human race. It turns out they weren't doing nothing, they had more important things to attend to. I was just a small-minded person judging the three emperors. I've made up my mind. From now on, every year during the festivals, I won't worship the kitchen god or Guan Yu, but I will worship the three emperors of the human race. Suchen's expression shifted as he looked at the three emperors and slowly asked, you said that destruction is easy but repair is difficult. There must be a way, right? It just might be a bit hard. That's right. The Tao Emperor's gaze was piercing as he stared at Suchen. In the live broadcast room, damn, why does it feel like he's about to receive a divine mission? Woo-woo, I love this plot development, it completely outshines those melodramatic banquet dramas by 1,000 miles. But don't be too optimistic. If the three emperors say it's difficult, isn't that harder than reaching the sky? Ha, what the three emperors are entrusted with is essentially like mending the sky. Isn't mending the sky inherently harder than reaching the sky? The Tao Emperor asks you to elaborate. I, Xingfeng, am deeply grateful for the great kindness of the Tao Emperor, the Book Emperor, and the Human Emperor. Now, I have no way to repay it. If there is anything I can do, I will not hesitate. Seeing the Tao Emperor's scrutinizing gaze, Suchen's heart stirred, and he quickly expressed his stance. I told you, Tao Emperor, you are overthinking it. Young friend Xingfeng is certainly not the kind of person you imagine. Upon hearing Suchen's promise, the Human Emperor immediately patted the Tao Emperor's shoulder and laughed heartily. What's going on? Suchen looked at the Tao Emperor with some suspicion. What is this guy up to? He had just spoken ill of himself to the Human Emperor a moment ago. Even with the Tao Emperor's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush under Suchen's unwavering suspicious gaze. He chuckled awkwardly and said, of course. Something feels off. Su Chen frowned. The Tao Emperor had never been this agreeable or shown such an expression before. There must be a huge secret here. Thinking of this, Suchen quickly raised his head and asked the Human Emperor, what exactly did the Tao Emperor say just now? Can you tell me? The Human Emperor glanced at the Tao Emperor, whose expression was not quite right, and, suppressing his laughter, said, it's like this, wait. The Tao Emperor suddenly interjected, interrupting the Human Emperor and causing Suchen's perked ears to return to normal. Tao Emperor brother, you're doing well, right? The Human Emperor suddenly winked at the Tao Emperor. The Tao Emperor squinted his eyes and said fiercely in a tone only the other could hear, a month stationed at the black hole. Deal. The Human Emperor turned to Suchen with a satisfied smile. Young friend, actually, the Tao Emperor was just telling me that this mission is solely yours, and the future of the human race must be entrusted to you. We old fellows are finally getting old. Suchen. The live stream was already in chaos. Why does it feel like the Tao Emperor is acting a bit strange? The great image he just built in my mind has quietly shattered. Sigh, it's true what they say, one's appearance reflects one's heart. The Tao Emperor looks this way for a reason. Forget it. The Tao Emperor must have bled a lot. Let's not argue with an old man. Why is it always Qingfeng the Great who gets hurt and me supporting the Great? Young friend Qingfeng, if you want to repair that black hole, you must meet 4 conditions. The book emperor, seeing the atmosphere in the room about to turn sour, quickly jumped in to smooth things over. I wonder what those 4 conditions are. Su Chen perked up his ears again. First, the book emperor turned around and looked outside through the door. You must have the spring of life. The spring of life? Su Chen's pupils constricted upon hearing this. As far as he knew, the last drop of the spring of life seemed to have been used up when he changed jobs. So isn't that unsolvable now? He hesitated and looked at the book emperor. Book emperor, as far as I know, that last drop of the spring of life was originally in the sea emperor's hands, after the sea emperor gifted it to me. I consumed it during my job change. Isn't there no more spring of life in the world now? After Su Chen finished speaking, the 3 emperors exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Su Chen was left bewildered. What was wrong with these 3? Did he say something wrong? Kid, let me tell you. The Tao Emperor, after laughing, felt his mood finally lighten a bit and found Su Chen more pleasing to the eye again. You fused with the spring of life, so your blood naturally contains the effects of the spring of life. We had already considered this. So that's how it is, Su Chen thought to himself for a moment. What about the other 3 conditions? Su Chen continued to ask. Though they are called 3 conditions, they are actually quite similar. Looking outside, the book emperor's voice rang in Su Chen's ears. You need the blood of 3 races, and among them, there must be the chosen one of the human race. If I'm not mistaken, this blood must have certain conditions, right? Su Chen raised his eyes, looking at the tall and straight back of the book emperor. Exactly. The book emperor nodded slowly and continued, the human race already has the best candidate. The destined person is you, my young friend Qingfeng. Based on this, the chosen blood of the alien race must have a certain connection to you, and it must be from a female. Moreover, these 2 alien females must have a slight affection for you. Just a hint will do, more than that is of no use. What? Su Chen was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. It had already been mentioned that Su Chen thought women were nothing but trouble, to the extent that he had rejected countless females and remained single to this day. Now, the book emperor was directly telling him that to find the blood of a woman, it had to be from an alien race and, crucially, she had to have a bit of fondness for him. Where was Su Chen supposed to find that? Su Chen felt as if he were calling out to the heavens and receiving no response. Book emperor, you are making it difficult for me. The blood of alien women might be easy to find, but how can they develop even a hint of affection for me? Su Chen said with a bitter face, showing a look of confusion and helplessness. What you need to do is make them develop a hint of affection for you. Only then can the yin and yang be harmonized in conjunction with the spring of life to carry out the act of mending the heavens. Otherwise, this heaven cannot be mended at all. Don't be ungrateful. The most important parts, the spring of life and the blood of the destined person of the human race, have already been resolved. The rest can only be considered a minor setback. The book emperor's voice dispelled the last bit of Su Chen's hope. He said with a mournful face, but I've never been in a relationship. Inside the live broadcast room, the barrage was unprecedentedly lively. This is a complete change of pace. Who knew mending the heavens required such materials? I am truly ignorant. Why does it have to be the blood of an alien? As an independent woman of the human race, I can definitely help the great Qingfeng. I've long been enamored with him. No, I've been deeply in love with him for a long time. Don't panic, Great One, I have a plan. I wonder if everyone remembers that mermaid princess Luo Wire? Isn't she a perfect alien female and she has a connection with the Great One? Luo Wire? I don't know her, but the mermaid princess sounds familiar. She's that exceptionally pure-looking yet extremely alluring mermaid, right? Strong on the outside, fragile on the inside. She left a deep impression on me. That's right, Luo Wire must have feelings for the Great One. After all, the Great One helped him eliminate the Black Abyss sect and even saved that fish person. Ding ding ding. A pleasant sound rang out, and Su Chen noticed that the chubby guy had sent him a private message. Extreme domination, Brother Qingfeng, the barrage strategist suggested voting for Luo Wire. I think it's feasible. Luo Wire? Su Chen's eyes lit up. How had he not thought of this? Mermaids have 3 good qualities. Suddenly, the graceful and delicate curves of that girl appeared before Su Chen's eyes, followed by her youthful and beautiful face, and his heart filled with wild joy. Yes, she must be one of them. Have you thought of a suitable candidate, young friend? Dao Huang asked with a smile, a hint of mischief hidden in his eyes. Under the unwavering gaze of the 3, Su Chen felt his face burning, but he still slowly nodded. I have one for now. I knew it. With someone like you, a dragon among men, how could there not be a beautiful woman who favors you? Ran Huang clapped his hands, and the sound echoed throughout the vast hall. Even the usually serious Shu Huang couldn't help but tease Su Chen. That's right. Women aren't something you have to actively pursue to win over. Ha! Su Chen looked at Shu Huang, who had been instilling his views on love, and felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Shu Huang chuckled and said, young friend Qingfeng should just focus on becoming stronger and more excellent. When the time comes, women will naturally come to you, and it will be 100 or 1,000 times better than if you pursued them actively. Hiss! Su Chen gasped in surprise. Thinking carefully, what Shu Huang said made sense. It is said that scholars are romantic, enjoying the beauty of flowers and the moon, and Shu Huang truly understands this, making Suchen see him in a new light. The live stream room was buzzing with excitement. I always thought Shu Huang was as gentle as jade, but I didn't expect him to have such deep insights into love. How will those love experts survive after hearing this? Love experts could definitely live better. After all, if they repeat this line, it becomes theirs. Everyone, don't forget that saying in books, there are beauties like jade. Shu Huang must be a master in this regard, which is not surprising at all. I see, thank you, Shu Huang and all the seniors for your guidance. I'm currently in the 3rd grade of elementary school and, after listening to you, I'm preparing to study hard for 10 years before considering love. The second candidate, however, left Su Chen in a dilemma. What should he do? If you can't think of one for the time being, why not take a break? The primary task now is to eliminate that void, Shu Huang reminded Su Chen, noticing his furrowed brow. Right, the 3 of us old bones are still strong. That black hole, even if it's open, won't cause any trouble for a while. You can take your time to think, we'll give you enough time, Ren Huang added cheerfully. So it's not you who will go. Beside them, Dao Huang suddenly muttered. He had just made a promise to help guard for the next month, meaning Ren Huang didn't need to personally guard that black hole. Su Chen was afraid he would have finished his task long before a month was up. The favor was on the other side, but the burden was indeed his own. Even so, for the sake of humanity, Dao Huang gritted his teeth and said, young friend Xingfeng, just go ahead and do it. If the sky falls, I will catch it for you. Su Chen looked at the 3 emperors before him, their sincere and honest expressions moved him. Thank you for your kindness, I will not fail your expectations. You should rest in the side hall for now. After days of battle, you must be exhausted. It's better to conserve your energy and deal with that void god later, that is the best strategy. Su Chen was led to a bedroom. Is this a bed made of jade? Su Chen looked at the bed in surprise. It was actually a piece of jade emitting a faint chill, completely pure and white. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the jade, and a refreshing chill immediately spread through his body along his fingers. Your health limit +1 at that moment. A system prompt suddenly rang in Su Chen's ears, making him widen his eyes, his gaze bursting with surprise. Sure enough, it was the 3 emperors of the human race, and their first move was something great. He had only seen such a bed in advertisements before, but Su Chen could never afford it. He never expected that today the 3 emperors would make his dream come true. The live stream was also in an uproar. Woo, I really want to lie on that bed and spend the long, cold winter nights with the great god. My dad often told me that if he had a jade bed, his herniated disc wouldn't hurt so much. Seeing this scene, I suddenly felt so sorry for him. After the stream, no matter what, I will use my little savings to buy him a jade bed. From killing monsters to increasing health limits to drinking tea to increase health limits, now I actually see that lying down can also increase health limits. I understand now, lying down is the irreversible trend of the future. Thanks to the 3 emperors for the request and the great god for the heartfelt performance, I have realized this truth. For the rest of my life, I will lie down for you. Su Chen naturally did not see the barrage in the livestream. At this moment, he was already comfortably lying on that jade bed. A coolness slowly seeped into his limbs from his back, the air was refreshing, and the pleasant notification sounds of the system filled his ears. Your health limit +1, your health limit +1. Your health limit +1. It was all about comfort. Simply delightful. Su Chen simply closed his eyes and began to ponder. If he kept lying down like this, lying until the end of time, would he become an invincible existence? Hiss. Just thinking about this possibility made Su Chen instantly feel wide awake instead of sleepy. Theoretically, it was indeed possible. As long as he lay down, he could increase his health limit, and Su Chen had no cost at all. However, the only problem was that this jade bed only increased the health limit by 1 point per second. 60 points in a minute, 3,600 points in an hour. Su Chen felt that, even with his limited lifespan, it was very likely that he couldn't outlast this jade bed, even with the lifespan pills he had consumed. Forget it. Su Chen felt a bit disheartened. Health was something that could only be said to be enough. If he really wanted to kill monsters, he still needed to increase his attack, right? If this jade bed increased attack, that would be too outrageous. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chen finally forced himself to suppress the impulse to get up and ask the 3 emperors to change it for an attack-increasing jade bed. After all, he couldn't lie down for too long. Su Chen comforted himself like this. With that thought, Su Chen closed his eyes again. Inside the live stream, suddenly thought of a question. The great god isn't going to live stream sleeping, right? Isn't it obvious? The great god isn't going to live stream sleeping. He is already live streaming his sleep. Damn, a certain streamer live streaming their sleep actually has 1 million viewers watching. The gap between people is just too big. My sister dances in the live stream every day, and after a year, she only has 10,000 viewers. The next morning, Su Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. In fact, he had already woken up early, but he was dawdling in bed and refused to get up, causing the 3 emperors to wait in the great hall, staring at each other, waiting for Su Chen to arrive. Ultimately, they still did not wait for Su Chen, so they had no choice but to knock on his door themselves. Young friend, did you sleep well last night?
The Book Emperor stood at the door, knocking while speaking. Hearing the knock, Su Chen knew he could no longer procrastinate. The increase in his health limit could only stop here. However, even so, Su Chen just glanced at his health and couldn't help but feel delighted. The time spent in bed was indeed worth it. He could recover 3,600 health points in an hour. And yesterday he lay down for almost 10 hours, increasing his health by over 36,000 points, his health bar almost increasing by a large chunk out of nowhere, plus Su Chen's shield percentage recovery, which instantly elevated his strength to a new level. How could he not be happy about that? Thanks to you, I slept very soundly last night. Opening the door, Su Chen respectfully bowed to the Book Emperor. In that case, let's head to the Great Hall. The three of us old friends have prepared a surprise for you, the Book Emperor said with a light laugh, speaking mysteriously. Su Chen raised his eyes to look at him. What? A surprise? Su Chen instantly perked up. The little bit of drowsiness he had vanished into thin air. When the three emperors made a move, one could tell whether it was good or not. Whether it was the previous divine nectar or the jade bed afterward, they had all deeply pleased Su Chen. In the live broadcast room, ding, this live broadcast room reports the time for you. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning in the spirit realm. The great god has already woken up early, truly worthy of being a great god. Everyone watching on the computer, quickly return to your computers. Those on mobile, cancel the background. In short, we can happily watch the untold stories between the great god and the three emperors again. Is it morning so soon? I wanted to stay up all night with the great god, but I didn't expect the rooster to crow and put me to sleep, and I just fell asleep, feeling like I missed the only highlight moment of my life. As for the Night Watch champion, it has to be me. I haven't slept for a full 36 hours. As long as the great god doesn't go offline, I won't log out of the game. Hey, the focus now is, what surprise did the three emperors prepare for the great god? I guess it's a level up elixir that can directly raise you to level 100 after consuming it. Just thinking about it feels great. I guess it's a very flashy archer equipment with guaranteed hits, critical hits, and attributes that enhance the great god's talents. A few minutes later, Su Chen was stunned. He stood at the entrance of the great hall, staring blankly at the scene before him, unable to believe it for a moment. Inside the great hall, an alien woman had suddenly appeared at some point. To be precise, she was a beast-eared girl. The key was that every time Su Chen's gaze fell on her, she would shyly lower her head, revealing a very embarrassed expression. What the hell? Su Chen's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. He suddenly remembered the conditions for mending the heavens. Now that Luo wire had been confirmed, they were naturally still lacking the blood of an alien woman. Were the three emperors trying to match him with this seemingly adorable beast-eared girl? So, how is it, young friend Qingfeng? Do you find our choice suitable for your taste? The Tao Emperor chuckled, winking at Su Chen. Su Chen felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. To be fair, the three emperors did have good taste. This beast-eared girl had a charming figure, a captivating physique, and a delicate face that made one feel pity. But Su Chen, on one hand, did not know her, and on the other hand, he was inclined to reject any involvement with an alien. With that thought, Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at the three emperors, saying, Your Majesty, a forced relationship is never sweet. How could it be? The Book Emperor looked at Su Chen with some confusion and then seemed to remember something as he said, as the saying goes, which young man is not sentimental, and which young woman does not yearn for spring? Young friend, at this tender age of yours, you and this young lady are indeed a perfect match, a pair made in heaven. Su Chen. The barrage in the livestream was in an uproar. So I only guessed the beginning, but never the ending. Damn, the three emperors really don't treat the great god as an outsider, but it's a pity that the great god doesn't like this type. The great god doesn't like it, but I do. Speaking of which, I've recently been reading a book called Guide to Evaluating Otherworldly Women, and at this moment, I only wish I could take the great god's place. What a pity. For this beast-eared girl, I wonder who will hold her hand in the future. After much back and forth, Su Chen finally explained to the three emperors that he truly did not want this beast-eared girl, and only then did they reluctantly give up. Once the matter was settled, the expressions of the three became serious, their eyes fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen also realized that something was about to happen. It was like the clouds gathering before a storm. I am ready. Su Chen took a deep breath, showing no signs of fear. This journey will depend solely on you. We three old fellows cannot intervene. The human emperor looked at Su Chen, his expression grave. Su Chen nodded lightly. All right, then go. Suddenly, the Book Emperor reached out and patted Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen felt a sudden pull in the air towards him, and this pull grew stronger. He knew that this was likely the Book Emperor using his power to send Su Chen directly to that void. Su Chen's gaze darkened as he mentally prepared himself. Young friend, regarding the matter of otherworldly women, we three will definitely pay close attention during your absence, striving to find you a satisfactory mate, no, a woman who can merge bloodlines. Unexpectedly, the Tao Emperor looked at Su Chen and said this. Su Chen's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly interjected, absolutely, unfortunately, just. As he uttered those two words, Su Chen felt his body being forcefully pulled, and then darkness enveloped him. In the void, Su Chen shouted the last three words at the top of his lungs. Don't! Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the Book Emperor looked at the Tao Emperor. Tao brother, did the young friend Qingfeng just say not to?
The Book Emperor's face was filled with confusion, his gentle and jade-like features showing a look of bewilderment. No. The Tao Emperor shook his head, speaking with conviction. Brother Book, you must have misheard. The young friend Xingfeng must have said to definitely find him an otherworldly woman. The Book Emperor fell into contemplation. If you don't believe me, ask the human emperor. Did he not hear the words definitely not? The Tao Emperor added. At this, the human emperor was left stunned, blinking in surprise, because he hadn't heard clearly just now. The human emperor replied while secretly glancing at the Tao Emperor. After all, he had just received benefits from the Tao Emperor, and he couldn't afford to ruin the other's mood. What if he pushed the other party too hard and his good fortune slipped away? It was hard-earned to have a month of rest. He had to take this time to reward himself properly. Catching a glimpse of the Tao Emperor making faces behind the Book Emperor, the human emperor immediately understood, and his tone shifted from hesitation to unwavering determination. Book Emperor, what I just heard is definitely these few words. Are you sure? The Book Emperor looked at the human emperor, who had just appeared confused and helpless. How could he suddenly become so resolute? He thought of something and turned to glance at the Tao Emperor behind him. Seeing this, the human emperor quickly drew the other's attention, saying, Book Emperor, I can't guarantee anything else. Once he saw the Book Emperor turn back to him, the human emperor slowly said, but the word definitely I heard was clear and unmistakable. So, that was it. The Book Emperor nodded lightly, then slapped his forehead and smiled wryly. It seems I misheard. The young friend Xingfeng must indeed prefer the daughters of other races, which is very good, very good. Upon seeing this, the human emperor let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his face, and thought to himself how close he had come to disaster. He certainly didn't want his hard-earned vacation to fly away just like that. By the way, there's something I must tell you. After accepting reality, the Book Emperor's expression became serious and solemn, surprising the other two emperors greatly. What is it? You say. Although there is a temporary remedy for that black hole, the number of foreign races coming from outside has been increasing lately, and I can't handle it alone. The Book Emperor's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in the ears of the other two emperors. Has the situation become this urgent? The human emperor frowned, and the Tao Emperor also looked deeply troubled. After all, the three of them had guarded the black hole for 100,000 years, and they were well aware of the situation. So, for the upcoming defense of the black hole, I think one person may not be enough. We must work together to ensure everything is foolproof. The Book Emperor expressed his thoughts. What the Book Emperor says is absolutely right. Right now is the critical moment for that young friend Xingfeng and the void to battle. If we guard the black hole well, first, we can prevent foreign enemies from invading and coordinate with the void. Second, we can prevent the void from escaping before its death, ensuring it falls in the spirit realm and is completely eradicated. Upon hearing this, the Tao Emperor quickly agreed. The human emperor stared blankly at the Tao Emperor, suddenly feeling something was off. The Tao Emperor's strong insistence on the three of them guarding together meant that the vacation he had just fought for would turn into a mirage. Not only that, but the two of them would also have to accompany the Tao Emperor to guard the black hole, leaving the human emperor feeling extremely frustrated. Let's do it this way. The sound of the human emperor's weak voice echoed in the hall, followed by the concerned voice of the Book Emperor and the Tao Emperor appearing confident. Stepping onto the solid muddy ground, the scenery before him gradually became clear. So dark. This was Su Chen's first impression. So fragrant. This was Su Chen's second impression. It was so strange, it was as if he had returned to the black abyss, a desolate and silent place with a deep and dark environment. Su Chen strained his eyes but could only see the faint outlines of buildings in the distance, rising and falling in the deep mountains. The live stream room also began to discuss. It's just like before. This must be the lair of the void. Definitely, but it's way too dark. I had my daughter set the resolution to the highest and I still can't see clearly. Laughing, clearly you need to adjust the saturation to make the image clearer. You actually adjusted the resolution. You should hurry and have your daughter find you a pair of reading glasses. Isn't it just adjusting the contrast? I pulled the contrast to the maximum and I can see every stubble on the god's face clearly. Shaoli from the observation network looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, feeling somewhat speechless. It was simply because there were too many people in the live broadcast room, leading to viewers of all ages coming to watch. You can never know who is on the other side of the screen, whether it's a young kid pretending to be mature or a middle-aged woman in her 30s acting all innocent and cute. In short, Shaoli had witnessed the diversity of the internet. Following this mountain road, I should be able to reach that void's lair. Su Chen looked around and found that there was only one path ahead. Thinking of the three emperors, they must have arranged everything, so he shouldn't overthink it. Sometimes stepping on dry branches and fallen leaves, sometimes on thick, soft soil. Su Chen walked forward. Then, a temple appeared before his eyes. Two large red lanterns hung high on the temple, their flames flickering gently in the night breeze, and apart from that, it was eerily silent. Su Chen gathered his spirits, heightened his vigilance, and slowly stepped into the already dilapidated temple. Looking up, he saw a statue that seemed to be smiling at him. Su Chen's heart tightened. It seems you are the fated one chosen among the human race by those three emperors. A strange and unpleasant tone came from the statue. The statue spoke? Suchun instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, Suchun tried to maintain a calm tone. Are you the god of void? God? The voice seemed to chuckle, then continued. Who told you that? It wouldn't be those 3 emperors, would it? What do you mean? Suchun stared unblinkingly at the statue that seemed to smile, waiting for a response. So-called gods are merely stronger beings. I, Void, have never been a god, nor would I claim to be one, because I feel I am unworthy. Suchun raised an eyebrow. The tone and attitude of Void were somewhat unexpected. The live broadcast room erupted in laughter. Void doesn't think that just because he doesn't call himself a god, the great god and the 3 emperors will let him off, right? Who knows, but there's a high possibility. That Void knows he's going to die, so he's just stalling for time here, trying to survive. Could it be that Void has helpers coming? This guy is hiding his true self, too afraid to show his real face. In my opinion, he must be a cunning and fickle little man. Great God, please don't be fooled by him. Isn't the Black Abyss cult founded by you? Isn't the suffering of all beings in the spiritual realm caused by you? Suchun said. The Abyss cult. The statue seemed to fall into memories, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking. What a good name, I almost forgot it myself. I can only say that the original Abyss cult was indeed founded by me, but later I completely distanced myself from the Abyss cult and have not concerned myself with worldly matters for many years. The Void voice carried a sense of nostalgia and sadness, as if the Abyss cult had stirred up his inner pain. So, are you still innocent? Suchun coldly laughed, feeling that the Void was too good at shirking responsibility. Human, if you take a good look at my current state, you will know whether what I say is true or false. The voice suddenly sighed, a strange weariness creeping into its tone. Suchun's heart tightened. He immediately cast a detection spell at the statue, but it only displayed a few sparse pieces of information. Damaged Buddha statue description. An unremarkable damaged Buddha statue. What is this? Suchun felt no information regarding the Void, not even a hint. What is going on? He clearly heard the voice coming from this damaged statue, but why was there no clue now? Bang bang. His heart suddenly began to pound violently, and Suchun felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. As if something was squeezing his heart, making it hard to breathe, as if he could die at any moment. Huff huff. Suchun hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look at the statue any longer, but he truly had no way to refute what the Void had said. This statue indeed had a ghost. The live stream was filled with discussions. Great God, since the system can't find anything, why not just split this statue in half? I want to see if the Void will still make a sound from the statue. The Abyss cult is indeed powerful, but some believe that their greatest vulnerability lies in the strange. Because of the strange, even with great strength, they could easily fall into the opponent's trap. So great God, you must be cautious of the other side. What the Void said doesn't seem unreasonable. What if he really is innocent? Don't be fooled by the Void. Wanting to be compared to the 3 emperors, the Void is still far off. The 3 emperors have 10 victories, while the Void has 10 defeats. I wonder if you could explain which are the 10 victories, and which are the 10 defeats. I just want to ask you one thing. Were you the one who ambushed the sea god back then? Suchun simply stopped looking directly at the statue, glancing at the live streams. Comments about the 10 victories and 10 defeats while asking. As soon as he said this, the Void seemed to be caught off guard by Suchun's question, remaining silent for a long time. The air grew increasingly quiet, only the sound of the wind howling in from outside the temple, as if someone was crying in the darkness. Suchun also remained silent, watching the rolling comments in the livestream while secretly guarding against the other party. What happened back then was indeed my doing. The hoarse and unpleasant voice of the Void finally reached Suchun's ears. Suchun couldn't help but grin. Was this an admission? Then killing. You wouldn't be unjust. At that time, it was not my intention. I was tricked by an opponent. What the Void said made Suchun furrow his brows again. It was like this. He made me misunderstand the sea god. And because of this misunderstanding, I had to take the risk and act during the opponent's ascension ceremony. In fact, this was quite dangerous because at that time, countless Sea Clan powerhouses and allies from other races were watching. Doing so was akin to seeking death. The Void said slowly. I wonder what evidence you have. Just saying this, I cannot believe you. He. Void suddenly laughed, paused for a moment, and continued. Smart people often deduce the process from the results. Look at this battle. Aside from leaving both me and the Tao Emperor severely injured, is there any other benefit? Suchun's heart stirred, and he spoke up. Did you not say that the murderer wanted to guide the battle between you and our human race so that they could reap the benefits? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became a bit anxious. Great God, please don't believe Void. I'd rather trust those 3 old men than someone who hides their intentions. I guess the Great God has long seen through Void's scheme. He must have his own considerations, which is why he is slowly playing along. Do you think the Great God is thinking of us, letting us watch the live stream a little longer, so he is doing this on purpose? I think the Great God might have a talent for performance. Looking at it from another angle, could it be that what Void said has a bit of truth? After all, we have seen the results of the prevalence of the Black Abyss sect, but it seems that Void currently has no combat power at all. Ha 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 ha. Suchun suddenly laughed out loud, leaving Void somewhat puzzled. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing. Su-chen finally managed to. Stop laughing, you don't really think I believe your words, do you? Words without proof mean nothing, bring out evidence and then I'll believe you. Void fell silent again and after a while he said, whether you believe it or not, I did not harbor ill intentions towards humanity back then. Although I am a member of the Black Abyss sect, I have been in the spirit realm since birth and have never had the thought of invading the spirit realm. All I seek is to live a stable life. Su-chen snorted coldly. He wanted to see what kind of grandiose claims the other party would make. You are right about one thing. Seeing Su-chen's unyielding demeanor, Void suddenly let out a long sigh, the sound echoing in the small space. The live broadcast room quickly filled with real-time comments. Damn, has the fox's tail finally been revealed? Whatever. The great god says next, don't believe it and don't agree, that way you can remain invincible. Why not guess how the other party will try to whitewash themselves? What a poor attempt at a cover-up. Is the map a bit short? Back then, the Tao Emperor and I fought to the death. I was severely injured, and the Tao Emperor overnight became a being that was neither human nor ghost. If there was no hatred between us, that would be impossible. If it weren't for the Tao Emperor, I would have long been among the top gods. I could even leave the spirit realm and go to a larger, broader world. But because of the Tao Emperor, I will be trapped here for life, accompanied only by coldness and solitude. So, at this point, I only need you to help me with one thing, and I will give you the treasured items I have kept for many years. Oh, I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Su-chen's eyes flickered, but he did not look at the statue. Instead, he was gazing at a certain spot to the right of the statue. Then why don't you tell me first what kind of price the Tao Emperor gave you? I, Su-wu, can offer you double. Su-wu did not directly state his conditions. For him, the most important thing now was to persuade Su-chen. He did not need to pay a high price, just slightly more than the Tao Emperor, enough to tempt Su-chen into taking a risk. Everything in the world has its value. As long as there is value, there is room for negotiation. Su-wu had long understood this principle in his long life. To persuade someone, one only needs to keep raising the price, and there is no such thing as whether or not. Su-wu had a strong grasp of human nature. He hid in the shadows, watching Su-chen, a chilling smile forming at the corner of his illusory mouth. Upon hearing Su-wu's words, Su-chen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. This Su-wu, could it be that he really intended to tempt him? What a pity! What a pity! After pondering for a moment, Su-chen raised his voice. The Tao Emperor once gave me a longevity pill, allowing me to complete my job change and double my strength, not to mention the countless intangible benefits. The Tao Emperor is indeed generous. Su-wu did not seem surprised by this, as if he had anticipated it, which made Su-chen feel something was off. I can give you 2 longevity fruits first, as long as you convince me to teach the other party a good lesson. I will definitely have other rewards for you afterward. As he spoke, a hazy white light suddenly flashed before Su-chen's eyes, and 2 fruits the size of longan appeared in front of him. The cabinet emitted a rich fragrance. It was indeed the longevity fruits he had eaten before. Su-chen's heart tightened. It seemed that Su-wu had quite a few good things on him. You are quite generous. Su-chen casually accepted the 2 longevity fruits and suddenly smiled mysteriously. He spoke to a certain spot to the right of the statue. Having hidden for so long, you should come out now. Upon hearing Su-chen's words, not only Su-wu but even the livestream was instantly shocked. After a brief pause, the comments began to scroll wildly. What is the great deity saying? I can't understand a word. Can someone translate? What does this sentence from the great deity mean? Could it be that Su-wu is not in the so-called statue but in another place? But at the beginning, wasn't it the statue talking to the great deity? How can it be said that Su-wu is not inside the statue? I think the great deity must have his own considerations for doing this. Perhaps he already knows where the real Su-wu is hiding. And just now, when he was pretending to negotiate with Su-wu, the great deity must have had some ulterior motive. He wasn't just being led by the nose by Su-wu. After all, he is the great deity I admire. I won't do anything to the Tao Emperor. With the longevity fruits already in pocket 1, Su-chen had no more concerns and directly spoke to the darkness where Su-wu was. Forget it. Upon hearing Su-chen's words, Su-wu shook his head and suddenly said, all you need to do is tell the Tao Emperor not to guard the black hole and let me leave the spirit realm freely, then I will give you the next reward. After thinking for a moment, Su-wu revealed his true purpose. So that's how it is. You were just waiting for me here. In the end, you just want to save your own life, so you kept deceiving me. With this thought, Su-chen suddenly felt enlightened. Since you are unwilling to come out directly, then don't blame me for forcing you to reveal yourself. Looking around the dilapidated temple, Su-chen said meaningfully, interesting, truly interesting. Boyd seemed to be shocked by Su-chen's words, and after a while, he finally returned. But his tone seemed to carry an inexplicable tremor. The live stream was filled with voices of agreement. Great God, have you ever heard the saying, those not of my kind must have different hearts? Even if the Tao Emperor lets him go this time, won't Void come back again? By then, what we might have to deal with could be more than just a Black Abyss cult. Void, this guy is so secretive. Could it be that he doesn't have a physical form at all? That's why he's called Void. Hiss, I didn't expect this guy Void to be able to produce such a heaven-defying thing as the lifespan fruit. Suddenly, I'm a bit envious of the great god. If I got the Lifespan fruit, I'd definitely eat it all at the first opportunity, then bury the seeds in the ground, waiting for them to take root and sprout next year. I'm dying of laughter. What are you saying? Things like the lifespan fruit, those treasures of heaven and earth, aren't something you can just grow. But if there's a chance, I'd like to try too. How about later, let the great god livestream eating the lifespan fruit, and after eating it, let the great god livestream planting the lifespan fruit? After all, everyone has to die eventually. If we can unravel the mysteries of life and death, then surely many troubles in this world would be lessened. Suchen raised an eyebrow. He wasn't listening to Void's nonsensical talk but instead knocked an arrow and shot it directly at the broken statue. The arrow was sharp, and in the next second, it pierced the statue, the force penetrating through and turning the statue into a hedgehog. Seeing this, Suchen's gaze sharpened, but his hands did not pause, as countless arrows flew out towards the statue. It is worth mentioning that Suchen's number of arrows had now reached 30 per shot, so this broken statue did not last long. It exploded in the air with a loud bang, and the shattered metal fragments shot out in all directions. Suchen deftly dodged the dense fragments of the statue with a few movements, coming away unscathed. Indeed, Suchen felt a secret joy in his heart. Drinking that cup of divine nectar had not only given him the superficial boosts written by the system, but his reaction speed, agility, and other aspects had also seen significant improvements. Today, Void was destined to be unable to escape. The surroundings fell silent, as if Void had vanished from the world along with the shattering of the statue, and the live stream was in an uproar. Where's Void? Wasn't he hiding inside the statue? Damn, Void can't be dead just like that. That's too suffocating. I bet Void definitely isn't dead. Maybe he'll pull something big in a bit. What kind of talk is that? Pull something big for you to taste? Suchen sneered, his arrows unceasing, aiming at the incense burner beside the statue. That was emitting wisps of green smoke. He had talked with Void for so long, first to find out who was behind him and to see the truth of the other party. Second, it was indeed to confirm the other party's true position. Bang! Suchen's arrow only reached halfway up, but the incense burner exploded first. Countless hot, scalding ashes accompanied by sparks rushed towards Suchen, just like the audience in the livestream. Master, quickly! Dodge, it's a trap! Oh my, it turns out the place of the Void isn't that Buddha statue, but the incense burner beside it. How did he manage that? Thanks to the Master's cleverness, otherwise everyone in our live stream would have been left dumbfounded by this guy and we wouldn't even know how he died. It's simply impossible to guard against. But how did the Void manage to do it? His body is in the incense burner, yet his voice is inside the Buddha statue? Isn't that simple? Everything unexplainable can be attributed to the strange nature of the Black Abyss cult. The so-called transformation of the Black Abyss cult is just a shift from Void to Void. I see now, I've learned something. Gray smoke spread around, the strong scent of breath constantly invading Suchen's nose. Suchen forced himself to hold his breath, remaining alert to the movements around him. Because in that moment, he hadn't seen the Void at all. How did the Void hide in the incense burner, and how did it conceal itself within the statue? For the first time, Suchen, who had always believed that having powerful DPS would make him invincible, encountered a setback in front of the Black Abyss cult's strangeness. A faint sense of defeat began to grow and spread in Suchen's heart, especially with hundreds of thousands of viewers watching the live stream, making his face feel a bit hot. However, it was fortunate that the night was deep and there was no light source in the dilapidated temple. Additionally, with the cover of the ashes, the crowd couldn't see Suchen's expression in the shadows. The barrage in the livestream was filled with countless praises, showing no signs of blaming Suchen, which made him feel a bit ashamed. You trickster, show yourself. Suchen suddenly shouted, his voice piercing through the smoke ahead and sending it far away. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and in the distance, Suchen's shout echoed, as if the Void had vanished in that instant. The discussion in the livestream also began. How strange, where did that birdman of the Void go? Did he ascend? Maybe he really did ascend, killed by the Master in one move. Can you not ascend? I think otherwise. The reason the Void is called Void is that he can't be seen or touched, right? Could this be the strange power of the opponent? Yes, the Void is likely hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack. Now the Master's vision is almost completely obscured, which is precisely the best time for the Void to strike. If he misses this opportunity, it will be hard for the Void to find such a good chance again. As if to confirm this speculation in the live stream, a sudden wave of breath came from the smoke, followed by a mass of black mist breaking through the layer of smoke, rushing towards Suchen. Suchen was already prepared, so although startled, he remained calm. He calculated the timing and skillfully dodged this attack, his body moving gracefully in the darkness like a poised leopard. Smack! The black mist brushed past Suchen, and he could even feel the wind grazing his skin. Suddenly, the black mist exploded, splitting into 6 smaller clouds of black gas, scattering in all directions. It was clearly trying to block Suchen's escape route. At that critical moment, Suchen had no choice but to summon the little titan to block this deadly blow, then turn to look at the position where the black mist had been. After the black mist dispersed, it seemed to have lost some of its momentum, dissipating into the air in just a moment. Void, what will you do? If you have the ability, just come out and spar with me directly. No need to hide in the dark and use such tricks. Or are you indirectly admitting that you have Been deceiving me from the beginning to the end? Suchen focused and remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any movements.
Little Titan, leaning against Suchen, was also on guard, following Suchen's lead to be wary of potential attacks from the shadows.
The live stream room was in an uproar. It's here. My absolute favorite Super Saiyan Little Titan, I want to check in for you. The beautiful person upstairs, the CP of Little Titan and the great god is simply going to kill me. Just imagining it makes my body heat up, I can't help it, it's like my mind is being controlled by something.
Damn. I feel the same way. One is a handsome youth, the other is a heroic mech. If there's no tragic fate, why did I meet him in this life? If there is a tragic fate, then it really is a tragic fate. What the hell, why do? I feel like some unknown creature has mixed into the live stream. I think we should show some respect and understanding, after all, they have the right to love, right? You can't take that away from them. Hello, is there anyone willing to leave their contact information? I'm currently looking for a partner, I have a car and a house, just missing you. All you need to do is move in with your belongings. What the hell, how did this turn into a matchmaking scene? The vibe is all wrong. And stop jumping to conclusions, can you not be like the great god who avoids women and has some class? As a man, I look down on you. Suchen had no idea that by accidentally releasing Little Titan, the live stream room had started to spark arguments. His mood was quite heavy at the moment. Void. At this moment, Suchen finally understood the true meaning of the other party's name. Perhaps the other party was indeed the Void, which had led Suchen to passively endure their attacks without seeing even a hint of their form. But that wasn't right. Suchen's eyes narrowed as he suddenly recalled what he had seen in the past during the Sea God's Ascension ceremony, the true face of the Void. Although at that time, the other party was still wrapped in a long robe, their face obscured by shadows, they did exist in a tangible form. No wonder they had become even stronger, to the point of achieving the form of the Void. At this moment, Suchen suddenly felt a bit regretful. What exactly was the Void? It was a deity, not some random creature. It was a powerful god. He should have asked the Tao Emperor clearly what the Void was, what special attacks and concealment methods it had, and what its ultimate moves were. At that time, he had just drunk the divine nectar and slept on the jade bed, feeling completely ethereal, eager to find an opponent to practice his archery. He never expected that a moment of carelessness would lead him to this awkward situation. And what could he do about it? Suchen's gaze lingered on a comment in the livestream. The other party had indeed deeply understood Suchen's current thoughts. Suchen had been placed in a high position, and it was difficult to get down. Void, don't you want your lifespan fruit anymore? In the dim, dilapidated temple, Suchen remained vigilant against the threats surrounding him, speaking out to the Void where the entity known as Void resided. You've started talking to me so much, does that mean you've given up on the chance to live? Suchen shouted into the night. The cold wind howled as it pushed against the broken door, creating an eerie and oppressive atmosphere in the silence. The live stream was also affected by this ambience. It's getting cold, I think I should put on another layer. What cold? I see you're not cold, you're scared. Kids shouldn't try to watch horror movies like adults. If you can't handle it, hurry back home to your moms. Speaking of which, as a young man in my 20s, I also find this a bit creepy. If my mom weren't right beside me, I would have closed the live stream. Alright, stop being dramatic. Everyone should pay attention to how the master deals with this predicament. Take notes for the upcoming exam. He. It felt like a long time had passed, or perhaps just a moment. In the pitch-black night, the strange laughter of Void finally echoed. I've seen many things in my life, but this is the first time I've met someone who can be so happy after losing 2 lifespan fruits. The diversity of species I, Suchen, have truly witnessed. Why bother? The voice of Void finally resonated in the darkness, accompanied by a soft sigh that seemed to convey a sense of helplessness. Suchen quickly perked up his ears, observing his surroundings, determined to locate the source of the voice at the first opportunity. Most of my life, I, Void, have spent here. All I seek is to live the coming days in peace. The Black Abyss has long since relinquished power. They don't even know I exist, not even as well as you opponents do. Is this insignificant wish to live peacefully something that the self-proclaimed righteous human emperors must strip away? I, Void, ask myself, aside from that one time, have I ever harmed the human race? Can the human race truly not tolerate other species? Is there no room for others in the hearts of humanity? To Suchen's surprise, Void, who had been silent, now spoke words that left him speechless. Is Void truly not deserving of death? Has Void really not persecuted the human race? Has the Black Abyss truly severed ties with him? Do the 3 emperors know all of this? Does the Tao Emperor know all of this? For a moment, Suchen found himself at a loss. The bullet comments in the live stream began to refresh rapidly. Master, how can I say this? At this point, it's a matter of life and death between you and Void. You don't need to consider who they are, what they've done, or what they want. Even if you kill him, it won't go against your conscience. Void is just using this to manipulate you. Void doesn't realize he's wrong, he only knows he's about to die. Given time, if Void regains his strength, he will surely return. I think so too.
As the saying goes, when in power, one must govern. When in dire straits, one should focus on self-preservation. When successful, one should help the world. Once Void has the opportunity, he will strike at humanity. Not to mention him, even in the human world, when the weak are just starting out, those unscrupulous media and people pretend to be so virtuous and innocent. Once they exploit others' sympathy to grow strong, they will no longer adhere to their original intentions and serve those they should serve. I also vote for Void's inevitable demise. Su Chen inadvertently glanced at the bullet comments on the virtual screen and found he could not look away. He meticulously pondered each line and word, repeatedly validating his actions, and finally found peace. Su Chen's lips slowly curled into a faint smile, which grew wider until he burst into laughter. Everything, all that mattered, was to remain true to his heart. He didn't need to think too much. Nowadays, pondering the void only led to a downfall. With this thought, the gloom in Su Chen's heart instantly dissipated, and clarity washed over him, even clearing the stuffiness in his nose that had been blocked by smoke and dust. With each breath, he inhaled the cool scent of the moonlit night outside, elevating his state of mind. Su Chen exhaled deeply. He had almost been led astray by the other party. As the saying goes, the one involved is confused, while the observer sees clearly. Su Chen, being in the dilapidated temple, could feel everything here more vividly than the longtime viewers in the livestream, and he was more susceptible to the bizarre void. In contrast, the viewers in the livestream looked at the problem from another angle, giving Su Chen an instant sense of clarity. That was good enough. With a cold expression, Su Chen used for the first time a powerful move he had never employed before in this broken temple: Frost and Snow. You think you can hide in the void? I want to see if you will reveal your true form under my indiscriminate area attack skill. Inside the live stream, the audience was even more excited at this scene. The great god finally unleashed a big move. Now even the void has nowhere to hide. The void is just a clown. In the end, it will still be dealt with by the great god. That little titan's move is so cool. The moment he knocked the arrow with the great god is frozen on the screen. It's simply too good to ship. I'm going to die from shipping. Meanwhile, outside the human realm, in the crystal palace of the Sea Clan, Lua Wire lowered her head, her enchanting water-like eyes fixated on her delicate white palm spread out on her knee, her expression focused and her gaze dreamy. Behind her, the old fisherman leader sighed deeply at this scene. Ever since that day, when Su Chen single-handedly summoned the temple, both Lua Wire and the leader understood that the destined person of the Sea Clan, who would lead the entire clan to glory and save them from peril, was none other than the young man Su Chen before them. The mindset of Lua Wire and the old fisherman leader underwent a dramatic change. Previously, the old fisherman regarded Su Chen as a savior from a different race. He would be grateful but would never reveal the clan's secrets. However, afterward, the old fisherman leader only hoped that Su Chen could replace the sea god and lead their clan forward. But as the mermaid princess, Lua Wire's transformation left the old fisherman feeling troubled. Lua Wire had been making this gesture for a full hour, and recently her frequency of doing so had increased. Even during her daily tasks, she would often space out, lost in thought. This worried the old fisherman. The gap between them was too vast. If it were before, the old fisherman would definitely have looked down on a human. Even if Su Chen had saved his life, the old fisherman would only have felt grateful in his heart. He would never have done something like handing over the Sea Clan princess. But ever since Su Chen's sudden departure that day, the old fisherman's thoughts have changed. Now, it is they, the Sea Clan, who cannot reach Su Chen, rather than Su Chen being unable to reach them. How could the old fisherman not notice the changes in Lua Wire these days? He had watched Lua Wire grow up and naturally knew that this little girl had secretly fallen in love. But what could he do? Should he, an old man, leave the Sea Clan territory, enter the human realm, capture Su Chen, and force him to marry Lua Wire, becoming a son-in-law of the Sea Clan? If it were before, the old fisherman might have had such thoughts, but now he didn't even have a hint of such ideas. Princess Wire, from childhood to adulthood, you have not suffered much hardship, and in matters of love, you are like a blank sheet of paper. Now I cannot help you. The only one who can help you is yourself. As long as you get through this hurdle, everything afterward will be vast and boundless. If you cannot get through this, then it is very likely that you will live the latter half of your life in Su Chen's shadow. Because that great person will ultimately not be content with mediocrity, his name will eventually resonate throughout the spirit realm continent. And in the long, cold years to come, every time the mermaid princess hears news of Su Chen, she will love him even more, while also understanding that the gap between them is such that they can never be together. There is a saying, although you stand before me, there is an invisible, enormous chasm between us. This is what is called the greatest distance in the world. The old fisherman once loved a fish person in his clan to the point of madness, making vows and promises under the flowers and the moon. He has experienced everything he could, and the things he could not experience were also made to be felt by that fish person. It can be said that at that time, the old fisherman believed he was the happiest fish person in the world, and their love would last until the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, unwavering and steadfast. But later, when the old fisherman thought of this, he felt a faint pain in his heart. Later, the one who accompanied him to sleep every night was not the fish person who had promised to grow old with him. The world changes like the vast sea and fields. At that moment, the old fisherman grew up. He understood that some things cannot be sought after, nor can they be loved. Even if they are deeply engraved in the heart, they will eventually fade away. With the passage of time, the current Luo wire lacks the time of fading away. Light shone in from outside, illuminating the old fisherman's dead fish eyes and also shining on Luo wire's skin as white as jade. In a golden glow, she seemed like a fairy about to ascend to the heavens, dignified and untouchable. The more so, the more the old fisherman felt heartache. Such a noble, elegant, pure, and strong mermaid princess is she really going to wash her face with tears, spending the latter half of her life alone under the cold moon and dim lamp? Alas! A long sigh escaped from the old fisherman's mouth, echoing in the palace. Bang bang, bang. Luo wire's heart could not help but beat wildly in her chest. Did the Grand Commander see everything just now? What does his sigh mean? Does he completely know what I am thinking now? Gee, Grand Commander. Luo Wire tried to maintain a calm tone as she turned to the Grand Commander and said, "Is there something you need?" "Your Highness, I have something I want to tell you," the old fisherman said seriously, his gaze piercing as he looked at Luo Wire. Luo Wire's heart skipped a beat. "What is it?" "Your Highness, you have now grown up, and the entire sea tribe is leaderless. I hope that you can find a suitable partner in the shortest time possible so that both sides can unite. If that happens, our merfolk will have a new leader and you won't have to handle everything personally, exposing yourself." The old fisherman's tone was calm, but it struck Luo Wire's ears like thunder. "No, it's not a problem." Luo Wire hurriedly waved her hands and said with slightly parted lips, "I can still manage all the affairs of the sea tribe. Right now, the Black Abyss tribe is severely weakened and the sea tribe is in dire need of revival. As the princess of the sea tribe, I should set an example and take on my responsibilities." After saying this, she noticed the old fisherman looking at her with deep meaning in his eyes, and she couldn't help but feel that he had seen through the secrets in her heart. But since she had already spoken, she could only slightly turn her head to avoid the old fisherman's gaze. "Princess Wire, you should forget about that gentleman." Seeing Luo Wire in her current innocent demeanor, the old fisherman sighed deeply and finally mustered the courage to speak. Rather than dragging things out, it would be better to cut ties with Su Chen, which was far better than living a life of tears for the rest of her days. Luo Wire was taken aback, her clear eyes shimmering with tears. Under the old fisherman's watchful gaze, she silently lowered her head, and after a long time, she slowly began to speak. "Wire has never dared to harbor any thoughts of coveting that gentleman, nor has she ever dared to dream of being with any gentleman. Wire only wishes, in her heart, to silently pray for him, hoping that he lives a little better. Just this way, Wire is content." As she said this, she lifted her head again, tears glistening on her long eyelashes, looking delicate and endearing. The old fisherman felt a pang in his heart, a mix of bitterness and pain churning in his chest. Silly child. He reached out his hand, wanting to wipe away the tears on Luo Wire's delicate face, but halfway there, he seemed to think of something and stopped. In the end, he lowered his hand. He had thought that Luo Wire had fallen for Su Chen and surely wanted to be with him forever, growing old together, but he hadn't expected that her feelings were so pure that it pained him. She was merely silently praying for Su Chen, completely considering him, without a thought for herself. Because of this, the old fisherman felt even more heartache. In this unexpected love, only Luo Wire would end up hurt. How could he bear to see that? Watching Luo Wire, who was like a daughter to him, once pure and joyful, now with red-rimmed eyes and a tear-streaked face, the old fisherman felt increasingly distressed. "No, I must go seek justice for you. I want to ask that human boy named Qingfeng what he is really thinking." The old fisherman strode purposefully towards the palace, determined to ask that human what he was thinking. "Commander!" Behind him, Luo Wire hurriedly ran, holding up her skirt. "You mustn't go, or I will be too ashamed to face anyone. If that lord finds out my little thoughts, I. Luo Wire repeated "I" several times but still couldn't form a complete sentence. Seeing this, the old fisherman stopped, his expression solemn as he looked at her. "I wonder if the princess has heard a saying." "What saying?" Luo Wire stared blankly at the old fisherman, knowing he possessed the wisdom of the fisherman and was always clever, someone she could trust for advice. At this moment, he had stopped moving, wanting to see what insight he had. "If there is no honeyed intent, do not climb the flower branches." The old fisherman gazed at Luo Wire's exquisite and ethereal face, slowly speaking to her. "What does this mean?" Luo Wire murmured repeatedly, yet still couldn't grasp it, ultimately looking up at the old fisherman, waiting for him to explain. The old fisherman sighed deeply, his expression becoming somewhat sad and perplexed. "That human lad, he just up and left without a word, leaving you here to grieve. Don't you think he's a scoundrel?" "Ah, Commander, what do you mean? I still don't quite understand. What happened to him? What wrong has he done?" Luo Wire looked at the old fisherman in confusion, not understanding why he would say such things about Su Chen. Hadn't he always respected the lord? The old fisherman looked at the innocent Luo Wire with a hint of indulgence, took a deep breath, and began to speak slowly. "He clearly has no feelings for you yet. Time and again he draws close, teasing you, making your heart race, capturing your spirit. When you have completely fallen for him, when your heart is filled with thoughts of him, he says nothing and just leaves. Don't you think that's scoundrel behavior?" After finishing in one breath, the old fisherman looked at Luo Wire, who seemed on the verge of tears, and ultimately couldn't bring himself to deliver a final blow. No, I don't think he's that kind of person. Luo Weir shook her hands repeatedly. Commander, you must be misunderstanding. He has never done anything to me, nor has he ever led me to misunderstand. He has feelings for me, but it has all been my one-sided affection. What came to her mind was her desire to offer herself in exchange for his saving the commander's life, but the Lord had never looked at her, only taking what he deemed necessary. So from beginning to end, Luo Weir never thought Su Chen had teased her, leaving her in a state of uncertainty before walking away. You are still too young. Regardless, Princess Luo Weir, you have now fallen for him, enchanted by him. The old fishman shook his head, not agreeing with Luo Weir's words. I know you. If that human lad hadn't actively pursued you, you definitely wouldn't have developed feelings for him. I've watched you grow up. Do you really lack this kind of insight? No. Luo Weir shook her head firmly. I don't really like him. I merely admire him. Commander, please don't go. Aren't you making it difficult for me? I'm sorry, Princess Luo Weir. After hearing this, the commander instead apologized and then continued, this matter concerns your lifelong happiness. I will definitely seek justice for you. With that, the commander no longer heeded Luo Weir's objections and walked out of the Crystal Palace, leaving behind her sobs. 5 minutes later, the commander looked at the human before him, furrowing his brow, and asked suspiciously, Who are you, and how did you come to my sea tribe's territory? In the outer heavens, at the thinnest barrier of the spiritual realm, a black hole, about 5 meters in diameter, abruptly spans this space, with dark mist swirling within, exuding a desolate and lifeless aura that continuously rolls and dissipates. 3 humans stand at the 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock positions of this enormous black hole. Their expressions are focused and solemn, their gazes firmly locked onto the black hole, their breaths attuned to everything around them, ready to crush any crisis in its cradle at the slightest sign of disturbance. These 3 are none other than the 3 emperors of the human race, the human emperor, the Tao emperor, and the book emperor, who had left Su Chen not long ago. After an unknown amount of time, one of them suddenly began to mumble. I wonder how that kid is faring against the void. The speaker was none other than the human emperor. At this moment, the human emperor should have been sipping fine nectar, comfortably lying on a jade bed, watching the clouds roll by. But unexpectedly, things had turned out this way, leaving him filled with frustration, unable to find peace for even a moment. Especially upon seeing the Tao emperor, who looked smug as if he had gained a tremendous advantage, the human emperor felt a surge of irritation. Needless to say, he must be suppressing that old thief of the void. I haven't seen much, but that kid's strength is still clear as day. Hearing the human emperor speak up, the Tao emperor squinted and quickly chimed in. His mood was currently quite pleasant, so he paid no mind to the human emperor's miserable expression. It's hard to say, after all, that void is a deity, a fully realized god, not like those monsters he faced before. Can he handle it? The speaker was none other than the book emperor. Although he was confident in the fine nectar he had personally brewed, he still felt uncertain since he hadn't seen Zhao with his own eyes. The book emperor was fine when he was silent, but once he spoke, the Tao emperor suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! What happened? What's wrong? The 2 looked at the startled Tao emperor, their faces showing confusion. At this critical moment, nothing must go wrong. The Tao emperor, seeing their gazes, couldn't help but feel his face flush, unusually showing a hint of embarrassment. As he awkwardly replied, I forgot to tell that kid about a special aspect of the void. Tao emperor, you fool. Seeing the Tao emperor's expression, the human emperor suddenly became interested, sternly criticizing him for a moment before asking, What exactly did you forget to say? It can't be that, right? At this point, the human emperor suddenly fell silent, clearly having thought of something. Meanwhile, the book emperor, whose face had originally been as warm as beautiful jade, turned somewhat pale. Such an important matter, and you didn't tell our young friend Xingfeng. What have you put him in? I'm just busy guarding the black hole, you know. Looking at his 2 friends with expressions of pity for their lack of ambition and anger at their misfortune, Dao Huang slightly lowered his proud head and spoke somewhat sheepishly. This is going to be difficult. If our friend Xingfeng can't see through that void's trickery, he might very well fail at the last moment. Seeing Dao Huang like this, Ren Huang felt particularly vindicated. Especially as Dao Huang hung his head, not daring to refute his words. Ren Huang smiled and continued, If we don't completely eradicate the Black Abyss sect this time, you, Dao Huang, will become a historical sinner of the human race. Do you understand? Ren Huang looked at Dao Huang with a look of disappointment. That can't be true, Dao Huang said, feeling embarrassed by Ren Huang's words, finally raising his head to counter. I just failed to mention a key piece of information to him. Besides, that kid didn't even ask me, so it's not entirely my fault. As he spoke, Dao Huang became more assertive, repeatedly telling himself that he was not wrong, and that he could not back down at this critical moment, otherwise he would just be waiting to be controlled by Ren Huang. That young friend has never fought against the void, nor has he even seen its true form. How could you expect him to ask the right questions? Hearing Dao Huang's words, Ren Huang calmly began to argue back. Don't forget, among the 3 of us, the only one who has fought against that void, aside from the late sea god, is you. If you don't speak up, no one else will know about this matter and take the initiative to mention it. In ancient times, this kind of thing would be considered a crime of concealment. I really need to give you a good talking to. Ran Huang had Dao Huang at a disadvantage, effortlessly citing various historical examples, leaving Xu Huang beside them somewhat surprised at his eloquence. All right, Dao Huang waved his hand, rolling his eyes in annoyance. I know, Ren Huang, you were an emperor in the past, with thousands of beautiful women in your harem, wielding life and death power, and ruling over half of the spiritual realm. But that was all in the past. There's no need to bring it up every few days. Besides, the reason I forgot to mention this matter is precisely because I was busy with another important task, which is definitely as important as this one. As if recalling something, Dao Huang became more assertive. What is it? Dao Huang, please tell us quickly. Seeing that Ren Huang was about to continue with his banter, Xu Huang hurriedly stopped him, speaking up before Ren Huang could. Ren Huang huffed a couple of times at being interrupted but ultimately chose not to continue, clearly showing respect for Xu Huang. The sea princess that young friend mentioned. I have already sent someone to invite her. Dao Huang's small eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. What? Xu Huang and Ren Huang were immediately taken aback by Dao Huang's words. Dao Huang, are you serious? You really went to invite that sea princess? Isn't that a bit too abrupt? Xu Huang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, still feeling that it would be better for Su Chen to go personally, otherwise it might come off as imposing and overstepping. Not at all, Xu Huang, you're overthinking it. Dao Huang said with a smile, winking at Ren Huang, and continued, as long as our friend Xingfeng defeats the void god of the Black Abyss sect and sees the charming sea princess eagerly waiting for his return, do you think he won't be happy? Moreover, by doing this, our friend Xingfeng will surely be grateful to the three of us for helping him foster a beautiful romance. Don't you think that's the case? Even I, with this old body of mine, can't help but feel excited inside. The Dao Emperor rubbed the calluses and dead skin on his hands, smiling as he spoke. Dao Emperor. Brother, are you popping a pimple? Suddenly, the human emperor blurted out such a sentence. Damn, the Dao Emperor instantly understood that the human emperor was alluding to his expression just now, and he felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to retort, he heard the cold voice of the human emperor, as if it were striking at his chest. The question now is, did our friend Xingfeng return after defeating the void god of the Black Abyss sect, or did he return after being defeated by the void god of the Black Abyss sect? What do you mean by that? The Dao Emperor furrowed his brows, momentarily confused. Instead, it was the human emperor who understood first. He let out a bitter laugh before explaining. Dao Emperor brother, what the human emperor means is that now our friend Xingfeng lacks the key information you provided, and it's very likely that he did not defeat the void god of the Black Abyss sect, but rather was defeated by the void god of the Black Abyss sect. After pondering it twice, the Dao Emperor finally grasped the meaning behind his two old friends' words. So, they were blaming him for not informing that young friend of the key information. What can be done? The matter has already happened. The Dao Emperor puffed out his chest, wearing an expression of indifference, which left the two of them both amused and exasperated. Well, after all, we are not in a position to go there. It all depends on that young friend's fortune now. In the end, the human emperor slowly spoke, delivering the final verdict on the matter. What, you mean to say you were sent by the Dao Emperor, one of the three emperors of the human race? The old fishman leader looked at the plain-looking young man before him, unable to believe his eyes and ears. The young man in blue slowly nodded. In fact, he was also in a state of confusion at that moment. He had been walking along the road when he suddenly encountered a strange old man who asked him to help with something, promising benefits upon completion. Naturally, the young man in blue did not believe him, but later, the old man casually displayed a skill that convinced him. So, he carried the old man's will and went to the sea tribe, meeting a creature he had never seen before, a monster with a human body and a fish head. Moreover, this monster could speak human language. Forcing down the fear in his heart, the young man in blue began to converse with the old fishman leader. You mean, the Dao Emperor wants our Princess Lu away to go to the human race? The young man in blue nodded, indicating his agreement with what the other had said. What for? The old fishman leader frowned, his mind beginning to churn with doubts. Speaking of which, the Dao Emperor was no longer young. He had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Why would he suddenly want the Sea Tribe's princess to go to the human race? Could it be that the Dao Emperor was smitten, wanting to pursue a young maiden? At this thought, the old fishman leader looked at the young man in blue as if he were a thief. The young man in blue was at a loss, as the old fishman with his dead white fish eyes stared at him unblinkingly, his vigilant expression completely unmasked. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the frustration of being misunderstood while doing a good deed. As he noticed the old fishman's wariness intensifying, he forced a bitter smile and began to explain. I heard it was for the destined child of the human race. Xingfeng, that old man said it to me, right? The young man in blue paused here, suddenly scratching the back of his head, looking as if he wanted to say something but wasn't sure. Who would have thought that the old fishman's reaction would completely catch him off guard? You mean Xingfeng, the human Xingfeng? The old fishman suddenly grabbed the young man's collar, spitting as he spoke, one droplet of saliva landing right on the young man's face, releasing a strong fishy odor unique to fishmen. This made the young man furrow his brows. How come you know more than I do? And why are you treating me like this? Do you know that a guest has come from afar? You don't even offer a proper welcome, and now you treat me with this attitude? If I had known, I might as well not have come to this godforsaken place. The young man in blue extended his hand, disgustedly wiping the fishy saliva off his face, and then, taking advantage of the old fishman's inattention, he wiped it onto the old fishman's pants. I guess this counts as taking from the people and using it for the people. He silently mocked himself, but then he noticed something was off with the old fishman. He was still tightly gripping the young man's collar, repeatedly muttering 2 words, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be Qingfeng again. Good heavens! Who exactly is this Qingfeng? Now, even the young man in blue felt curious about him. Could it be that he has some connection with that sea princess? Or perhaps the sea princess accidentally got pregnant with his child and is now in a hurry to marry him in the human realm, which is why she sent him to deliver the message? But even if it's a marriage, there's no red envelope, no tea served, and instead, he finds himself face to face with an ugly fishman having a fit while he had been hoping to catch a glimpse of the sea princess's beauty. After all, she is a mermaid, and he was more curious about how a mermaid would go about the final step if she truly had a close relationship with the human race. Unable to make sense of it all, the young man in blue decided to let it go for now. He would take it one step at a time. The most important thing was that his task seemed to be complete, and it was time to go back for his reward. You wait for me. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. He looked up in surprise, only to find that the old fishman seemed to have come to his senses, his face filled with a mix of emotions and perhaps even a hint of glee. Yes, glee. The young man in blue confirmed this before daring to believe it. Could it be that they had reached some kind of agreement that he was unaware of? At this thought, the young man felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been sold out. He felt like a bodyguard escorting a shipment. But this shipment was no ordinary thing. It could lead to many unforeseen changes. It turned out he was the one kept in the dark, standing anxiously at the edge of the fishman territory. It wasn't long before the young man saw the old fishman swimming over with a beautiful mermaid. Hiss, what a stunning scene of a mermaid playing in the water. The young man's eyes immediately widened, his gaze fixed on the mermaid, as if he wanted to engrave every one of her movements deep in his heart. At this moment, the young man in blue suddenly felt an imbalance in his heart. Why should such a beautiful mermaid not belong to me? Why should that guy named Qingfeng be able to have the mermaid that I cannot obtain? If I can't have her, then I will destroy her. A voice inside him kept shouting, urging him on. The young man in blue watched as the mermaid Luoweir, graceful and enchanting, moved closer to him, finally standing right in front of him. He seemed to catch a whiff of a fragrance like orchids and musk, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wine does not intoxicate, but people do. Lord Qingfeng, what's wrong with him? As soon as the mermaid approached him, she asked with an anxious expression, her voice melodious and sweet to the ear. The young man in blue immediately shivered, waking from his earlier fantasy, feeling a wave of self-reproach. How could he harbor such thoughts towards a mermaid so pure and kind-hearted? With this thought, his guilt deepened, and when the beauty inquired, he simply blurted it all out. It's like this, actually I don't know what's wrong with Qingfeng either. I'm just acting on someone else's request. They said if you still care about Qingfeng, then you should go to the human realm. If you don't care about Qingfeng, and he has never been a part of your life, then just follow your heart and refuse this journey. After saying this, the young man in blue anxiously looked at the stunning sea princess Luoweir before him. So that's how it is. Luoweir gazed at the slightly awkward young man in blue, and her heart suddenly felt steadied. She turned around, her bright eyes fixed unwaveringly on the old fishman leader, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. The old fishman sighed deeply before slowly speaking. Your Highness, have you truly made your decision? Luoweir gently nodded, brushing her hair back behind her ear before speaking. Following my heart has already given me the answer. The only concern I have now is your attitude, great leader. Since your Highness has made your decision, I won't say much more. You can go with peace of mind. This time, I won't go. I will take care of all the matters in the sea tribe during your absence, so you won't have to worry. The old fishman made his decision and felt a sense of relief. With the princess's charm, that human would surely comply. After all, the human before them, displaying such infatuation, was a living example in front of the old fishman and Luoweir. I entrust the princess to you, the old fishman said to the young man in blue. Soon, the two set off on their journey to the human realm. As they walked, the young man in blue looked at the graceful and pure Luoweir, feeling his heart stir. Unknowingly, a line suddenly came to his mind. Once you have seen the vast sea, no other water can compare. Apart from the peaks of Wushan, no clouds are the same. Perhaps you will be the vast sea and the peaks of Wushan for the rest of my life. The young man in blue gazed at the graceful figure of Luoweir swimming ahead. She moved with a delicate elegance, her entire being as pure and flawless as a falling snowflake. Gradually, it seemed as if the world around them had quieted down. The entire universe appeared to consist solely of the breathtaking mermaid princess Luoweir. Every gesture she made seemed to tread upon the softest part of the young man's heart, etching itself into his memory. A gentle, alluring smile danced at the corners of Luoweir's lips, a smile that only a girl in the throes of love would display. Sweet and intoxicating, it illuminated the young man's otherwise dreary world. Unaccountably, feelings of jealousy and anger surged within him. Why should such a woman not belong to him? Why should she smile so joyfully at the thought of meeting another man? All of this should have been his. The voice within him screamed desperately as the flames of jealousy and desire burned fiercely in the depths of his heart. He considered giving her one more chance to ask if she would be willing to give up the other or else simply take her away. If she resisted, then he would destroy her. A tragedy, after all, is to obliterate such beautiful things for the world to see. Just thinking of that so-called gentle breeze when she met the beloved, she would already be on the brink of death, forever separated from the world. When the two could only say their final goodbyes, the young man in blue suddenly felt a switch within him flick on. What are you thinking? Why? Aren't you leaving yet? A soft, sweet voice rang in his ears, and through the mist, a lively and enchanting mermaid figure suddenly appeared. It was Luo Weir. The young man in blue jolted, the mixed flames of the 7 deadly sins in his chest slowly fading away just as he was about to speak. Luo Weir suddenly extended her delicate, pale hands and waved them in front of his eyes. In the breath of a moment, a faint, elegant fragrance wafted from her. Are all humans this dull? Seeing that the young man in blue still had no reaction, especially after her gesture, he looked utterly dazed. She suddenly placed her finger on her chin, tilting her head slightly, as she murmured. It was no wonder Luo Weir thought this way. Every human she had encountered had been captivated by her beauty, leaving them timid and inept in her presence. In contrast, Suchen was the exact opposite. His demeanor was worlds apart from those who had come before her. One must ask, would a mermaid princess prefer someone who could barely speak in her presence, or someone who could converse freely? There is a saying that what one cannot have is the best. For the young man in blue, whose behavior was even beneath that of a sycophant, the mermaid princess, being inherently kind-hearted, would not look down on him, but it was evident she would not come to like him either. Yet, there are always some sycophants who enjoy playing the self-pitying game, clearly seeing that the other does not care for them, yet still deceiving themselves into believing their actions are worthwhile. Even if the other merely smiles at them, even if it is a mocking smile, they feel it is worth it, worth expending countless efforts. This cost would only grow as the other's threshold increased, ultimately leading to being firmly ensnared, living humbly in the other's world. The final outcome is all too clear. In contrast, Suchen was much more astute. He clearly expressed his lack of interest in the mermaid princess, which instead made her see him in a new light, sparking her curiosity. No, I'm not. The young man in blue snapped back to reality, suddenly so flustered that he could not even complete his sentence. Luo Weir found it amusing. Her good upbringing preventing her from laughing out loud, a faint smile blooming on her snow-white face, further causing the young man in blue to lose his composure. The young man in the blue clothes did not know that his performance had deepened Luo Weir's feelings for Su Chen, because Luo Weir began to understand how graceful and composed Su Chen had been when he first met her. In the icy world, Su Chen scanned every inch of land back and forth, while the little titan beside him peeked around, searching for any possible appearance of the void. Inside the live broadcast room, chaos had already erupted. Oh my, speaking of which, the great god and the void have fought for 300 rounds back and forth, and yet there is still no clear winner. Truly a battle for the century. This ticket was worth it. What nonsense are you talking about upstairs? Can't you see the beads of sweat on the great god's forehead? It's obvious he's under pressure, okay? I want to see just how far the void can push the great god. Hiss, just thinking about seeing the great god's trump card today makes me indescribably excited. Do you understand? The great god is clearly sweating profusely while the void has been hiding and showing its head. It fits that saying, once it appears, it's a certain death. All along, Su Chen had relied on the mirror technique, frost and snow, this indiscriminate AoE spell, to help him solve many tricky problems, and it had repeatedly saved him from dire situations. But unexpectedly, today this infallible spell had suddenly failed. Su Chen's heart sank. In the entire icy world, there was not a trace of the void's presence, not even a hint of breath seemed to exist. After all, the mirror technique, frost and snow, was not a demon-revealing mirror, or had the void transcended the realm of monsters? Su Chen did not know, but he understood. This battle should be fought sooner rather than later. The three emperors were still waiting for him to return and perform the sky repairing technique. Without his own blood, the black hole in the spirit realm could never be filled, and thus the spirit realm would forever suffer from invasions by external enemies. Wait. At this thought, Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, and his heart stirred as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the void was deliberately avoiding battle with him, not only because it had no significant chance of winning, but also to buy time? As long as it kept him here, countless enemies would come to invade the black hole outside the spirit realm. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At that time, the void would only need to coordinate with the enemies. The entire spirit realm might be on the verge of a change. Hiss. With this thought, Su Chen could no longer sit still. He absolutely could not fulfill the other party's wishes. If he continued to waste time here, it would be exactly what the other party wanted. It would be better for him to turn around and leave, find the other alien girl, and then merge the blood of the three of them to fill the hole in the sky first. By then, a small void would be like catching a turtle in a jar, waiting for the rabbit to come. In the live broadcast, Su Chen suddenly put away his bow and arrow and made a magnificent turn. In a place beyond the heavens, the human emperor kept scratching his ears and cheeks, unable to find peace for even a moment. He glanced at the Tao emperor beside him, then at the book emperor, and finally, couldn't help but speak up. What on earth is going on with that kid? Why do I feel so unsettled? The Tao emperor rolled his eyes, coming back to his senses as he replied to the human emperor, what are you so anxious about? We'll find out soon enough. Moreover, I think I sensed the presence of an alien race just now, rapidly approaching S3. I advise you to behave yourself at this critical moment, otherwise, if something happens, humph. The Tao emperor finally seized on a mistake made by the human emperor, returning the unbearable words he had previously said to him, word for word. Sigh. The book emperor shook his head at this, wondering why these two grown men were acting like a pair of rivals. It was unnecessary. He furrowed his brows in deep thought and finally said, well then, let's see what kind of situation our young friend is in now. The Tao emperor's eyes widened as he looked at the book emperor and said, brother book emperor, what do you mean? Are we going somewhere? Didn't we agree that this place is the focus now? The human emperor also looked at the book emperor in confusion. Although he and the Tao emperor were somewhat at odds, the human emperor naturally understood the gravity of the situation. This was not the time for the three of them to leave. But then, the gentle and jade-like book emperor smiled lightly and said to the two who were stunned, no worries, just watch my methods. After saying that, the book emperor suddenly pulled out a silk handkerchief from his wide sleeves under the watchful eyes of the two. Hey, brother human emperor, isn't this the handkerchief that girl gave you before? What's going on now? Are you going to pass it on to Fong Han? Become a matchmaker? The Tao emperor, quick to speak, hurriedly said to the book emperor, no way, I've already arranged for him to have a C-clan princess. The charm of an alien woman is not something a mere human woman can compare to, even if it's a connection made by you, book emperor. Hearing this, the human emperor began to agree, even if our young friend is formidable, dealing with one alien woman is enough, adding another might overwhelm him. What are you two thinking? Seeing this, the human emperor could only shake his head and let out a bitter laugh, then unfolded the silk handkerchief in his hand. Suddenly, the handkerchief flew up into the air and a scene appeared on it. Upon closer inspection, it was remarkably similar to the place where Su Chen was. Brother book emperor, you really have your ways. The human emperor quickly praised him without reservation, as this solved his urgent problem and alleviated some of the frustration in his chest. However, brother book emperor, isn't this image a bit small? My old eyes have been dim for years, making it hard for me to see the content clearly. The Tao emperor chimed in with a laugh. That's easy. The book emperor suddenly extended a finger and pointed at the space, softly calling out, enlarge. The silk handkerchief suddenly grew inexplicably larger, instantly occupying half the sky. Now you can see it clearly, right? The book emperor smiled faintly, feeling a bit proud inside. Just moments ago, those two old fellows had said they wanted to give this handkerchief to that kid. What a joke. This was given to him by his most beloved concubine when he was the Yellow Emperor. Although at that time, he favored the Empress more than the concubine, even neglecting the concubine for several months, effectively banishing her to the cold palace, she remained loyal to him and made this handkerchief for him. Later, when he lost her, the book emperor held the gradually cooling body of the favored concubine in his arms and realized what he had missed. Since then, he had kept that handkerchief by his side, as if the other person was always with him. How could these two who didn't even know what love was understand all of this? Seeing Su Chen effortlessly perform a magnificent turn on the screen, the audience who had been lurking and watching the livestream finally couldn't hold back and rushed to the surface to catch their breath. Is there something wrong? The void hasn't died yet. Why does the great god suddenly look like he's about to leave? How can I bear this? How can my grandson, who has been clamoring for the great god's autograph, bear this? Should I tell him that the great god is about to flee? How do you know the great god is fleeing? Why do you like to define others without permission? People like you should go back where you came from and not pollute the livestream. In my opinion, the great god is definitely not fleeing. The great god is taking a step back to advance 2 steps. Even the great Red Gumin family from years ago said to take a step back to gain 2 steps forward. The great god is young but has such insight. Do you understand? Who wants to bet with me? I guess the great god is definitely not fleeing. The bet is the piece of underwear I'm wearing right now, still with my scent. What the hell? The smell is too strong. The great god is not a god. Even if he turns around or runs away, he is still the great god. Su Chen naturally wouldn't know what kind of uproar his turn had caused in the live stream. The entire live stream seemed to boil over, dividing into 2 factions, one unconditionally supporting Su Chen, believing his departure was right, and the other thinking Su Chen was wrong, showing cowardice, and that they had misjudged him. Meanwhile, on the side of the 3 emperors, they were also watching Su Chen slowly step away from the lair of the void. Why is this happening? The human emperor no longer had the grace and composure of that day. Seeing this scene, his mouth opened wide, as if he could swallow a peeled egg. What else is there to say? The Tao emperor curled his lip, certain that the kid had taken down the void and was now rushing back. I don't think so. The book emperor slowly shook his head, denying the human emperor's answer. Look closely, young friend Qingfeng's pace is slower than usual, and his expression is serious, his breath barely locking onto his surroundings. I'm afraid he hasn't killed the void yet. In the end, the book emperor made his own judgment. Then why is he turning to leave instead of facing the challenge? The Tao emperor opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Then we have to ask someone else. The human emperor raised an eyebrow, the meaning clear. Why are you bringing this up again? Didn't we agree not to mention it anymore? Upon seeing the expression of the human emperor, the Tao emperor immediately felt displeased and pretended to be angry as he spoke to him. Of course, we cannot mention it. The human emperor, noticing the Tao emperor's demeanor, knew he had hit a sore spot and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Seeing that his words had captured the Tao emperor's attention, he slowly drew a smile and said lightly, even if I don't bring it up, when Qingfeng returns, he will naturally mention it. He will ask you about your encounter with Xuhua back then, what kind of skills you were using. Poof. At this, the Tao emperor suddenly snorted coldly, if you don't mention it and I don't mention it, we can just find some excuse to brush it off. Do you think that kid will come looking for trouble? Don't forget, I am his mentor. The Tao emperor's shameless tone made the human emperor and the book emperor exchange glances. The book emperor couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly, but he had to maintain the demeanor and grace of a scholar, so he could only tremble his shoulders, trying hard not to laugh out loud. The human emperor, however, had no such reservations. When did you become his mentor? Don't think I don't know. During your first meeting, you extorted a lifespan fruit from him. The human emperor curled his lips, looking at the Tao emperor with disdain. Ah, the Tao emperor was stunned by the human emperor's words. What was going on? Wasn't this something only he and that kid knew? That kid shouldn't have mentioned it, and besides, he had been with the human emperor since they met, so he definitely had no chance to tell the human emperor about this. How did the human emperor know about this? Now he had one more stain on his record. The Tao emperor's stammering did not deter the human emperor from pressing on. After admiring the human emperor's expression for a moment, he slowly spoke again. Are you curious about how I know? Upon hearing this, the Tao emperor's confusion only deepened. Yes, how did this guy know? However, if he were to ask or show any sign of doubt, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting that he had extorted a lifespan fruit from his junior? Where would he put his face? So the Tao emperor remained silent. The book emperor, however, looked at the human emperor with great interest and said, Brother book emperor, since this is the case, please elaborate on how you came to know. And you mustn't use hearsay or baseless rumors to slander Brother Tao emperor. If that's the case, I, book emperor, will be the first to object. As he spoke, the book emperor glanced at the Tao emperor, paused for a moment, and continued, Brother Tao emperor, don't worry, with me here to oversee things, no one will be able to harm or slander you with such shameless actions. I will definitely ensure you receive justice. The Tao emperor forced a smile, showing goodwill to the book emperor. Deep down, however, he had already cursed the other party 1,000 times. This guy, why hadn't he shown such enthusiasm before, now acting as if he were upholding justice? All I want is to brush this matter aside, can you not complicate things? However, the concern expressed by the book emperor was something the Tao emperor had no choice but to accept. If the book emperor were to harshly reprimand him, he could certainly retort, but that would just be a denial. Yet the book emperor was in a position of moral high ground, using his concern for the Tao emperor to clear his name, naturally taking charge of the situation. If the Tao emperor opposed him, he would be seen as an ungrateful wolf, effectively admitting to his actions. Moreover, he had no justification for his actions, and doing so would only create animosity with the book emperor. At the same time, he would also offend the other two emperors, which made even the Tao emperor feel uneasy. He even doubted whether the book emperor had said that on purpose, wanting to see his own joke. After all, the three of them were too familiar with each other. At this moment, the human emperor began to slowly recount how he knew about this matter, and the Tao emperor, filled with confusion, couldn't help but perk up his ears to listen carefully. If he were to find out who leaked the secret, he would definitely make that person pay later. Grinding his teeth and thinking about how to torment that person, the human emperor's voice finally began to resonate slowly. Actually, the answer is quite simple. The human emperor smiled meaningfully, his gaze revealing a sense of mischief and amusement, glancing at the Tao emperor while observing his reactions. The Tao emperor was anxious in his heart, almost pulling his hair out, but on the surface he couldn't show it, only revealing a disdainful expression, proudly raising his head, indicating that he, the Tao emperor, was not interested in hearing your explanation. I, the Tao emperor, am open and aboveboard, the heavens can witness, and the sun and moon can testify. That person is none other than. At this point, the human emperor paused, and the air was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. It is the cow nose that you, Brother Tao emperor, raised. As soon as these words were spoken, the Tao emperor's heart plummeted from heaven to hell. He couldn't help but envision that cow nose wagging its tail, eating the bribes from the human emperor, and then telling the human emperor everything that had happened between him and Su Chen. The Tao emperor's heart was bleeding. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't maintain his composure at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had sworn that he hadn't done anything and challenged him to find evidence, and now he was being betrayed by his own people. At this moment, the Tao emperor's heart felt completely cold. Brother Tao, you actually did such a thing to the young friend Qingfeng. The Book Emperor, seeing the Tao Emperor silent and hanging his head, also realized that this matter was indeed true. At this time, the human emperor couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling that the sky was just right and all the pent-up anger in his chest was released. That kid insisted on shoving it to me. If he hadn't given it to me, would I have taken it? Besides, I didn't awaken his hidden profession for him. The Tao Emperor finally couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere and muttered softly, "Just because he gave it to you, you had to take it? And that hidden profession, how can you even mention it? That was something he was supposed to get?" The human emperor used the Tao Emperor's own words to counter him, leaving the Tao Emperor speechless. If Su Chen were here, he would definitely be shocked into silence. It turned out that he had given the longevity fruit but had not received even the slightest gift from the Tao Emperor. Because he was already the destined person of the spirit realm, this hidden profession would awaken for Su Chen when the time was right. Even if the Tao Emperor hadn't actively sought him out, Su Chen would still be able to awaken a profession as powerful as the Wind Whisperer with just a little more effort. Why are you all looking at me like that? I can't do it. When he comes back, I'll compensate him with something good. The Tao Emperor's face couldn't hold its composure, and he hurriedly said. Seeing this, the human emperor no longer pressed the Tao Emperor, choosing to take the opportunity to withdraw. Now that he felt refreshed and clear-headed, he naturally didn't want to argue with the other party. Quick, look at how that young friend Qingfeng is doing now. The three of them turned to the silk handkerchief that emitted a faint fragrance. The Tao Emperor suddenly sniffed and looked at the Book Emperor with suspicion. Why do I feel like the fragrance of this handkerchief is getting stronger? Really? The Book Emperor blinked innocently at him. Brother Human Emperor, what do you think? Seeing the Book Emperor's demeanor, the Tao Emperor instinctively asked the Human Emperor. Just now, the Book Emperor had deliberately intervened in his affairs with a concerned attitude, and the Tao Emperor felt that the Book Emperor was basically trying to see him make a fool of himself, which made him somewhat displeased. The Human Emperor, now in a good mood, took a deep breath and said, "It does seem to be a bit more fragrant than before. Brother Book Emperor, what is this?" The situation in the room suddenly took a sharp turn. From the earlier confrontation between the Book Emperor and the Human Emperor against the Tao Emperor, it shifted to the Tao Emperor and the Human Emperor confronting the Book Emperor together. However, the Book Emperor, being an old hand in the flower garden, remained unfazed, smiling without speaking under their gaze. In the end, the two could only reluctantly withdraw their gazes and turn their attention to the silk handkerchief screen, watching the same scene as the audience in the live broadcast room. Su Chen appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, he was secretly alert to everything around him. In this gray world, everything seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist, making it hard to see clearly. He slowly began to walk back along the path he had come, step by step, on the dry branches and fallen leaves. In the oppressive and silent atmosphere, his movements stood out particularly clearly. If I'm guessing correctly, if the void wants to stop me from leaving, it will definitely show itself at this moment, Su Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he continued to walk towards the path he had come from. This should be the most dangerous moment. Su Chen felt that the air around him seemed to have grown a few degrees colder, and there was a faintly eerie feeling in the air. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Su Chen walked slowly in the dilapidated temple in the deep mountains, and just as he was about to exit the temple, the audience in the live broadcast room dared not even breathe. They widened their eyes, staring intently at any possible corner of the screen. It was as if the void could appear at any moment. Damn! Why do I feel like I'm watching a horror movie? Hey, I'm clearly playing a game, okay? This atmosphere is all wrong. This is even scarier than a horror movie. At least in a horror movie, it's on the other side of the screen. But think about it, aren't you now in the same world as the Great God, both belonging to the world of horror movies? You didn't say anything, but now that you mention it, I feel goosebumps all over. How am I supposed to continue watching the live broadcast? Just as Su Chen was about to step out of the dilapidated temple, he felt a chill rapidly approaching from his left side. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen instantly activated the shield from the little titan, achieving the best defensive state in a fraction of a second. Bang! Su Chen's whole body was struck as if hit hard, thrown far away, crashing into a pillar of the dilapidated temple and then slowly sliding down the void. Su Chen immediately rolled on the ground, alertly sensing the movements around him. The void had indeed made a move, which proved that his thoughts were correct. The void chose to act the moment he was leaving the temple, possibly for 2 reasons. First, Su Chen boldly speculated that the void's body of nothingness might have some limitations, that is, it only exists within a certain range and for a certain period of time. The dilapidated temple is likely within a certain range, so once I leave, he will panic and attack recklessly, even at the cost of exposing himself. Secondly, this proves that the void indeed wants to delay me here. Following this line of thought, it's very possible that outside, the void has set up some kind of conspiracy, which is why he is desperately trying to buy time. With this thought, Su Chen suddenly felt a chill in his heart and dared not stop for a moment. Inside the broken temple, the oppressive silence remained, and after the void executed this move, there was no further sound, as if it had never existed at all. So that's how it is. Su Chen suddenly understood, the void probably does have certain limitations, and now it's just a facade, all show and no substance. With this In mind, Su-chen immediately got up and continued walking towards the temple exit. You can stop me for a moment, but can you stop me for a lifetime? Today, I will leave this broken temple. In just a few steps, Su-chen arrived again at the spot where he had been attacked earlier, and he quietly focused and remained on guard. Sure enough, the next second, a sharp killing intent surged from behind. This time, Su-chen did not suffer an attack, he simply jumped out and deftly dodged the assault. At this moment, one of Su-chen's feet had already stepped out of the door. Woo! Su-chen felt the wind howl, and the void's attacks from behind became increasingly fierce, as if it was getting anxious. Su-chen disregarded everything and continued walking forward, and the next foot also left the confines of the broken temple. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire world seemed to become tranquil. It was a feeling. The sky was still. The same sky, the scenery was still the same scenery, but Su-chen had a sense that the void could not come out, that the void could only be trapped within the broken temple. Otherwise, suddenly, a ripple appeared before Su-chen's eyes, and a figure emerged in the space. The figure was wrapped in a long black robe, making it impossible to see its true face, yet Su-chen's heart skipped a beat. There was no mistake, this person was the embodiment of the void he had seen during the Sea Clan's ascension ceremony, within the light curtain of that battlefield. This person was undoubtedly the void. Even after all this time, Su-chen recognized him at a glance. His plan had now achieved unprecedented success. Su-chen, as usual, cast a reconnaissance spell on the figure, but this time, not even the most basic information was provided to him. Meanwhile, the live stream was already in an uproar. The void actually revealed itself. I thought it would never appear again. Sigh, why did the void have to show up? I wanted to see it love and kill the great god. If it dies, how can I learn to ship this CP? What are you learning? You don't learn the good stuff, only the bad. There are quite a few kids in the livestream. If you lead them astray, let's see if their parents will deal with you. What does it have to do with me? I didn't start it, and clearly, I'm the victim, okay? What the hell? I can somewhat understand shipping the god and the little titan, but to think there are people who ship the void and the god, it's simply blinding to my eyes. I regret watching this bullet screen even more, and I regret sending this bullet screen even more. Damn, just imagining that scene makes me feel like my pure and innocent heart has been polluted and hit with 1,000 crits. Hey, who on earth is shipping the void and the god? Who is supporting them? Yeah, can the shippers please know when to stop? It's one thing to ship in private, but to ship the god and the void in public, even I can't bear to watch. Shippers, beware of that stingy guy upstairs. He's the one who just mentioned looking for a partner. I thought he respected women, but it turns out he won't even give a betrothal gift. Shippers, be careful not to let him take advantage of you. No, I didn't say I wouldn't give a betrothal gift. That's not how you slander someone. I already said, I have a car and a house, you just need to move in with your belongings. Plus, I will give an extra 200,000 as a betrothal gift. Stingy guy, don't try to argue. Can 200,000 even be called money? Without a 500,000 betrothal gift, how is it worth my youth for the rest of my life? I must have been blind to listen to your nonsense. Thanks to the shippers for avoiding this poor and ugly man. He doesn't even take a look in the mirror to see what he's like. A toad wanting to eat my swan meat. Bah, I won't even let you smell it. I finally understand a saying from the old man at the village entrance, that being a simp leads to a bad end. Today, speaking up for you all, I must have been blind. Bro, don't believe their nonsense. They just want to suppress you and sell themselves for a good price. After all, in a few years, they won't be able to sell themselves anymore. The live chat was in chaos, but Su-chen was unaware of all this, and neither was San Huang. The young man in blue and Luo Wei walking on the road were even less aware of it. The young man in blue walked beside Luo Wei, his gaze wandering, his soul not at peace. Every time Luo Wei moved, a fragrant breeze would waft past him, blowing into his heart. So much so that he walked very slowly, so slow that he didn't even notice it himself. He wasn't in a hurry. Luo Wei's heart had long flown to Su-chen. For some reason, Luo Wei didn't initially want to see Su-chen that much, nor did she have such a strong desire to express her feelings to him. But now that someone had actively invited her to the human race, Luo Wei felt a strong desire to express her feelings to Su-chen, and she was even more eager to see him, wanting to convey all her tender feelings to him. May I ask how to address you, big brother? After holding it in for a long time, Luo Wei finally couldn't help it. At this speed, if she wanted to see Su-chen, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. How could she endure that? So, a charming smile blossomed on Luo Wei's snowy face as she stopped and looked at the young man in blue, wanting to subtly remind him to speed up. The beautiful face of Luo Wei was right in front of the young man in blue, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and in her bright starry eyes sparkled emotions that the young man in blue couldn't comprehend or express. This left him momentarily stunned, and after a while, he finally came back to his senses and awkwardly said, "I'm flattered, Your Highness. My surname is Sima, and my given name is E." Sima. E? Luo Wei silently repeated the name a couple of times in her heart, feeling that it sounded somewhat familiar, and she blinked her captivating eyes. On the surface, Luo Wei continued to smile sweetly and said to the anxious Sima, "Brother Sima, are you tired? Would you like to take a break before we continue?" After all, she was an understanding and intelligent mermaid princess. Even her way of urging others to hurry was so gentle. For a moment, Sima Yi did not catch the underlying meaning in Luo Weir's words, thinking she was simply concerned for him, and his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Looking at the lively and bright Luo Weir, his gaze grew bolder and more passionate. He actually called me brother. Such a noble, pure, and graceful mermaid princess would call me brother Sima. This was something he would never have dared to imagine before. Although Sima Yi still felt a bit regretful that the term brother was too old-fashioned and not intimate enough, he thought that if it were changed to older brother, he would feel that even if he had to die for this charming girl in front of him, he wouldn't blink an eye. In fact, Sima Yi felt that if this could make her remember him, then sacrificing his life would be worth it. With this thought, Sima Yi waved his hand grandly in front of his beloved girl, showing a generous and carefree demeanor, and said, "Your Highness, I accept your call of brother, so I will shamelessly call you little sister." As soon as Sima Yi said this, he felt refreshed. He was no longer alone in this world but had family, which gave him a newfound confidence. Even though Luo Weir had guessed Sima Yi's reaction 1,000 times in her heart, she was still momentarily stunned by his words. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiled sweetly, and said, "Brother Sima, please feel free." Deep down, Luo Weir felt something was off. She secretly complained about Sima Yi and continued to look at him, waiting for him to say more. However, Sima Yi only called her little sister a couple of times, completely forgetting the question Luo Weir had initially asked. Luo Weir patiently asked again, "May I ask, brother Sima, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while?" "Of course not, little sister," Sima Yi replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting Luo Weir's graceful figure under the clear blue sky. Luo Weir was instantly speechless. How could this guy be so oblivious? She had to harden her resolve and said tactfully, "Then let's speed up a bit, otherwise we won't find a place to stay tonight." This statement was straightforward enough, and the young man in blue finally reacted. Just as he was about to respond, in the next moment, the originally black eyes of the young man suddenly became eerie, a faint black mist swirling over his skin, which dissipated into nothingness moments later. The young man in blue was taken aback. He felt as if something had controlled him for a moment. "All right then," the young man in blue replied, and this time he no longer felt the mood to admire the beauty. Luo Weir received the answer and did not pay attention to the strange state of the young man in blue. Turning around on her own, twisting her supple waist and gliding forward. Behind Luo Weir, the young man in blue's eyes and the skin beneath his clothes once again showed a scene of dark energy surging. He spoke slowly in a barely audible voice. "Although he is not that human brat but a princess of the sea tribe, with pure and noble bloodline, if the master absorbs her, his injuries will surely recover significantly." Poof. After thousands of years, the master has finally caught a glimpse of the mystery due to the intrusion of an outsider, allowing him to find me. At this point, the young man in blue stopped speaking and quickened his pace towards Luo Weir, a fervent and intoxicated look flashing in his eyes. Luo Weir hummed a tune, completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind. After all, in her eyes, the young man in blue was merely the lowest tier of sycophants, unable to articulate his thoughts. How could such a person have the courage to act against her? Even if he wanted to, he would only think about it in his heart, and it was impossible for him to take action. The young man in blue, Sima Yi, approached Luo Weir and could already smell the faint, elegant fragrance emanating from her, catching sight of her swan-like neck and the enchanting curves of her figure, making it even harder for him to control himself. "Ah!" With a startled exclamation from Luo Weir, the young man in blue, Sima Yi, had already firmly grasped her delicate, snow-white neck in his large hand. Who are you?" Luo Weir struggled to push away Sima Yi's hand with both of hers, her small face turning crimson as she finally managed to spit out some words from her throat. Sima Yi smiled without speaking, merely looking at the woman before him with the gaze of a predator toying with its prey, a wave of exhilaration surging within him, connecting to the ultimate pleasure in his brain. "You are from the Black Abyss sect." Luo Weir finally understood, fear flashing in her starry eyes, unable to maintain her earlier composure, which only made Sima Yi feel even more refreshed inside. "Please bear with it for a moment, Your Highness. Once we reach our destination, I will naturally let you go." Sima Yi did not deny her words nor confirm them, but Luo Weir knew she was likely doomed this time. She had been captured by someone from the Black Abyss sect. An indescribable fear and dread surged within Luo Weir's heart, and a stream of clear tears slowly flowed down her smooth, tender cheeks, dripping onto Sima Yi's hand. The young man in blue seemed not to notice any of this, showing no compassion, his attitude a stark contrast to the one who had previously dared not speak to her. Thus, the young man in blue firmly grasped Luo Weir's lifeline and walked towards his intended destination. At the place where the three emperors were, at this moment, the Tao Emperor suddenly shivered and shouted, "Not good." This made the Book Emperor and the Human Emperor look at each other in surprise. "Tao Emperor, why are you so startled? Isn't the young friend still safe?" The Tao Emperor's expression rarely turned serious, and he slowly shook his head in their gaze, then spoke, "I can't say for sure, but I just have a feeling of unease." "So, Tao Emperor, you are not certain about this matter?" The Human Emperor raised an eyebrow, looking quite surprised. "In that case, let's not worry about this for now. It's more important to focus on the battle between the young friend in that void. Beside him, the Book Emperor suddenly shook his head. Brother Dao, we must not be careless. At our level of cultivation, everything is already entangled with a thread of unseen cause and effect, allowing us to avoid danger and seek fortune. Since Brother Dao has this feeling, something must have happened. It's better not to pretend we haven't seen it. Hearing the Book Emperor's words, Dao Emperor shrugged and said, though that may be true, we are certainly unable to leave now. Even if something happens, knowing it won't change anything. For now, we should see if our young friend can bring that void into reality. What Brother Dao says is very true, so let us three focus on the situation of our young friend Xingfeng. The Book Emperor shook his head, feeling helpless. The Human Emperor echoed, I hope our young friend Xingfeng can see that the one before him is not the true form of the opponent. With this, the three fell silent, concentrating on the scene within the brocade handkerchief. Whoosh, 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 Su Chen knocked an arrow and attacked the suddenly appearing void. This guy had finally revealed his true form, and Su Chen naturally seized the opportunity without hesitation, unleashing various skills upon him. Countless blood holes appeared on the void's body, especially the feeling of hitting the target with every arrow, which eased Su Chen's heart and thrilled the audience in the livestream. Once upon a time, I would secrete dopamine just from watching the great god kill monsters. Now, just seeing the great god's arrows pierce the void makes my brain uncontrollably secrete dopamine. Me too. My brain is also secreting dopamine, making me want to keep watching to see how the void dies under the great god's arrows. What dopamine? I've never heard of it. I only know about endorphins. Let me tell you, endorphins can help me run up 5 flights of stairs without feeling sore or out of breath. I suggest young people stop chasing dopamine and pursue endorphins instead. What the old man upstairs said is very true. As an expert in emotional hormones, I also think endorphins are a bit better than dopamine. What is this? Am I in biology class? But my mom is a biology teacher. He just said to pursue these instead of serotonin and oxytocin. What is going on? This is a game. Please don't bring the atmosphere of biology class into the live stream. It's hard enough to get rid of a bunch of shippers, and now we have a group of biology enthusiasts. Su Chen naturally didn't know that the discussion in the live stream had gone off track. He still felt a bit uncertain because, although he had seen the void get injured, he hadn't seen any health bar from the opponent. Where did the opponent's health bar go? Su Chen secretly speculated whether this meant that the opponent was invincible, just like the elder of the Black Abyss sect he had encountered before. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen immediately activated his attack enhancement skill. His DPS doubled in an instant, and Su Chen aimed to eliminate the monster before him in the shortest time possible. At that point, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeve, Su Chen could respond with all his might. Countless holes suddenly appeared on the figure of the void, accompanied by numerous arrows and blood. With a wave of his hand, 5 clusters of black gas surged towards Su Chen. As the black gas passed, it seemed to corrode the air, leaving Su Chen in awe. He must not be hit by the opponent's attack. He must not take this blow head-on. Su Chen focused all his attention on the 5 clusters of black gas. Whoosh, 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 the black gas brushed against Su Chen's body and shot out, then directly collided with the hill behind him. At first, Su Chen didn't pay much attention, but when he looked up, his eyelids suddenly twitched. The reason was that this cluster of black gas not only corroded the air it passed through, but the small hill behind Su Chen had silently vanished under the attack of the black gas. As the black gas gradually exhausted its energy and dissipated, the area behind Su Chen became empty, appearing desolate and eerie. The viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still upon witnessing this scene and began to flood the screen with comments. Damn, what is this thing emitted by the void? It's 100 times stronger than concentrated sulfuric acid. My major is in chemistry, and I can prove that the corrosiveness of this black gas from the void indeed exceeds any substance currently known. So this is the so-called power of the god of the void? It's really hard to imagine that if such an attack landed on oneself, one would be reduced to ashes in milliseconds, without even a chance for reincarnation. I think it's time to start worrying for the great god. As we all know, the great god's strength lies in his attacks, and defense relative to the great god's attacks can be considered a weakness. So how can the great god fight against the opponent? Hey, don't be so narrow-minded. Do you really have to attack the void strengths with your own weaknesses? Even Tianji knew how to race horses, letting inferior horses face the opponent's superior horses, medium horses against inferior ones, and his superior horses against the opponent's inferior ones, winning 2 out of 3 rounds. I think you're just being naive. The void is not a horse. He won't give up his strengths to let the great god attack his weaknesses. That's hard to say. After all, the void is a deity. On the other side, the 3 of them, the Tao Emperor and his companions, were also shocked by the scene of the black gas corroding the small hill, their expressions grave. Tao Emperor, you fought against the void in the past. Did he ever use similar techniques? If he did, then can you deduce how the void's current state differs from that of the past? Seeing this scene, the Book Emperor furrowed his long brows and asked the Tao Emperor beside him. The Human Emperor nodded in agreement. Although the 3 of us are emperors of the human race, our combat power can only somewhat match those who have become deities. At this point, the Human Emperor shook his head and sighed before continuing, but we are ultimately not deities. It must be understood that the birth of any deity requires a grand ceremony to attain divine status and recognition. Only then can one be considered a true deity. The void is not the sea god. The sea god barely succeeded in becoming a deity, and his strength is among the weakest of deities, so it's only natural that he would eventually fall. But the void is a legitimate deity with divine status and recognition. What could happen is truly uncertain. After the human emperor finished speaking, the other two emperors fell into silence. Indeed, the human race has no deities. The highest combat power of the human race has always been just emperors. Although the combat power of these three sovereigns can already be compared to the gods of other races, the fact remains that the human race has no gods. Whenever the three of them mention this, a wave of sadness washes over them. That void indeed used this move in front of me back then. The Tao sovereign rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before slowly speaking. However, back then, he didn't feel as powerful to me as he does now, and his moves weren't as fierce. As soon as these words were spoken, the human sovereign and the book sovereign exchanged glances. The book sovereign let out a bitter laugh. As expected, gods cannot be compared to mortals. Over the years, although Void has suffered serious injuries, his divine power has been continuously evolving on its own, and now it has already taken shape. I'm afraid, my young friend Xingfeng, that this battle does not bode well. The war against the gods is still too much of a stretch. At this moment, the human sovereign suddenly sighed deeply, his expression becoming desolate and lonely. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me back then, our human race would have already produced a god, and no other races would dare to bully us, nor would there be a void and a black abyss cult still alive today. Brother human sovereign, this matter is in the past. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to bring it up again. The Tao sovereign waved his hand and spoke to the human sovereign beside him. No, I must say it. This time, the human sovereign's attitude was particularly resolute. His gaze swept over the Tao sovereign and the book sovereign, pausing for a moment before continuing. Back then, the only opportunity for the human race to become a god was given to me by you, but I let down the trust you placed in me, let down the trust of all the human race, leaving me with no face to face the world, not to mention still bearing the title of human sovereign. The human sovereign smiled bitterly. Human sovereign, sometimes when you call me by this name, I truly feel ashamed. What qualifications do I have to be the sovereign of the human race? What have I brought to them? I have brought them nothing. On the contrary, I have caused the human race to lose a powerful god that should have existed. For these thousands of days and nights, every time I think of this matter, I can't sleep, tossing and turning, wishing I could return to those years and rewrite history with my own hands. Yet I know, this is ultimately just a fleeting fantasy that exists only in my imagination. The tone of the human sovereign became choked with emotion, making it hard to imagine that a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, a sovereign who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, could reveal such a sorrowful and painful expression. Brother human sovereign, it wasn't just your fault back then. Seeing the human sovereign in this state, the Tao sovereign felt particularly uncomfortable, a mix of bitterness and pain surging in his chest, tears unknowingly blurring his vision, making the human sovereign appear as several overlapping shadows. The Tao emperor continued, back then, after my battle with that void deity, my lifespan was diminished, which meant I had to bid farewell to the path leading to a higher realm in this life. In other words, the opportunity to become a deity for someone like me, a useless person, would be a waste of heaven's gifts. If we talk about past mistakes, I, the Tao emperor, can say I am even more at fault than you, the human emperor. The one who should feel guilty is me, not you, my human emperor brother, the Tao emperor said, tears streaming down his face. Tao emperor brother, please don't say that. Your talent is undoubtedly the best among the three of us, and your combat power is the highest. Back then, you were still young, yet you were already one of the three emperors of the human race. Although you were the youngest among us, you were indeed the most gifted, a young hero. The human emperor shook his head and continued, at that time, you clearly took the initiative to relinquish the qualification to become a deity. You must know that if you, Tao emperor brother, could become a deity, not only could you restore your youthful appearance, but you could also reclaim all the lifespan you had lost. But Tao emperor brother, you were selfless, and even knowing this, you still gave up that opportunity. Human emperor brother, it's easy for you to say that. The Tao emperor sighed deeply, his tone filled with emotion, his gaze becoming distant as if he were transported back to those days. Back then, he had achieved fame as a youth, basking in the spring breeze and the favor of beautiful women, but unexpectedly, after battling the void, he returned with hair as white as snow, now resembling an old man. How could he feel good about such a stark contrast? I know that by then, my talent had already diminished. If I were to become a deity, the chance was simply too slim. It would be better to let this opportunity go. Having it with me would just be a waste. The book emperor, watching the two who had just been bickering, now seemed to be arguing over past responsibilities, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. Tao emperor brother, human emperor brother. The book emperor seemed to have thought of something and finally spoke to the two before him. Now, that void has already become a deity. Although he is currently severely injured, becoming a deity means he possesses a divine essence. At this point, the book emperor paused, glanced at the two again, and then continued, as long as our friend Xingfeng can kill that void, the divine essence may drop. Once that divine essence falls into Qingfeng's hands, we can exchange it, and thus Tao emperor brother, you still Have a chance to restore your youthful and elegant appearance. After the book emperor finished speaking, the air fell into a long silence, and for a moment no one spoke. Easier said than done, the Tao emperor sighed deeply and continued, Book emperor brother, your thoughts are good, but first, the void has been injured for many years, his divine essence may have shattered long ago and may not even exist. Moreover, even if it does exist now, the chance of our friend Xingfeng killing him and obtaining the divine essence is only 50-50. Furthermore, if the void were to self-destruct before dying, then nothing would be gained. Lastly, even if our friend Xingfeng obtains the divine essence, while it may not be enough to directly become a deity, absorbing its essence energy would significantly enhance his strength, greatly benefiting his future growth and path to becoming a deity. Why would the void willingly hand over such a precious treasure to me, this old man? As he spoke, the Tao Emperor's tone grew increasingly somber, clearly lacking hope. Tao Emperor brother, it's all about human effort. The book Emperor looked at the Tao Emperor, his tone more resolute than ever. Once our friend Xingfeng obtains the void's divine essence, I will ensure that he willingly exchanges it. Because, at this point, the tone of the book Emperor also became wistful, as if his thoughts returned to the time when the opportunity for the human race to become divine had arrived. Among the three emperors, I have always been one to dabble in literature, spending half of my effort on these literary pursuits, and my strength has always been the weakest. Back then, I did not take on the heavy responsibility of the human race becoming divine, and when Tao Emperor was in despair, I could not step forward. I also felt a sense of guilt. Although neither of you has ever blamed me, I just can't get over this hurdle. It's settled. As long as my young friend Xingfeng can obtain that elusive divine position, I will pay any price to exchange for it. At that time, Tao Emperor, you will be able to regain your appearance. Tao Emperor hesitated, then continued, but if that divine position is used to heal me, it would mean that the human race would lose one divine being. Hearing this, the human emperor could no longer hold back. He waved his hand and said, Tao Emperor, you are overthinking it. The current human race is no longer the same as the one we three were part of back then. Think about it, as long as you regain your youthful appearance, your innate talent and potential will return as well. Don't forget, you were the one with the greatest hope of becoming divine among our human race. It's no exaggeration to say that if you regain your youthful looks, we can secure a divine being for the human race. The human emperor became more and more excited as he spoke, his complexion gradually turning a bit rosy. Moreover, that's not all, you know. You two old fellows, take a look. The human emperor pointed at the scene on the brocade handkerchief, where Su Chen was engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the void of the black abyss sat. Look at my young friend Xingfeng. He is still young, even younger than you were back then, Tao Emperor, and he is already able to fight with a divine being to this extent. It can be said that my young friend Xingfeng will surely rank among the divine class in the spirit realm in the future, perhaps even becoming divine before you, Tao Emperor. I agree with this. Tao Emperor nodded and continued, with such talent, my young friend Xingfeng probably won't need any external assistance to become divine, he just needs to rely on his own strength. Thinking about it this way, the divine position might not be of much use to my young friend Xingfeng. After all, what suits him best is what is best for him. If my young friend Xingfeng can spontaneously comprehend the talent belonging to the Path of Arrows and achieve the divine position of the Path of Arrows, that would be much stronger than us old fellows. Not only that, even among those old divine beings, my young friend Xingfeng would be outstanding. As Tao Emperor spoke, his murky eyes gradually brightened, filled with beautiful imaginations and hopes for the future of the human race, silently gazing at the figure of Su Chen within the brocade handkerchief. I really look forward to this little guy growing up quickly. After all, the human race still has many enemies. Su Chen's left hand moved slowly, dodging a light, airy attack that came from the void. In the next moment, a mass of black energy shot towards Su Chen from a diagonal rear, its size and power several times more formidable than the previous strike. Su Chen understood, the first attack from the void was merely a test, intended to distract him with a feigned assault. The real killing move was this attack. However, Su Chen had long been on guard, constantly wary of the void, and in an instant, he twisted his body to evade this meticulously planned lethal technique. What a void! So it was waiting here. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the livestream were once again shocked by the void's sinister ruthlessness, and the three emperors gained a deeper understanding of the void's current strength. Strange, it doesn't make sense. Dao Huang shook his head and suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of Xu Huang and Ren Huang beside him. Dao Huang, what's wrong? Did you discover something? Ren Huang asked hurriedly, as he was quite concerned about the ongoing battle. Hearing Ren Huang's words, Dao Huang furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, if the void truly has regained its divine power and has made progress, then Xingfeng wouldn't be able to handle it so easily. Could it be that the void is still severely injured, which is why it appears so weak? As for the transformation of divine power, that's another matter, Ren Huang mused for a moment before speaking slowly. Hard to say, Dao Huang said with a serious expression, gazing at the scene before him, continuing, I always feel like the void is hiding some kind of killing move. Ren Huang and Xu Huang exchanged glances, remaining silent as the three continued to watch. Swish, 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 Su Chen continuously shot arrows at the void, and from earlier until now, he had fired at least 10,000 arrows at it. However, the void remained unaffected in both form and movement. In fact, Su Chen even sensed that the opponent's speed seemed to be subtly increasing. During this time, it was necessary to end this quickly. Just as Su Chen thought this, he suddenly saw the void stop not far in front of him, standing upright, and he could even see the void's face beneath the hood. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the void suddenly extended both hands forward, appearing particularly eerie and terrifying in the silent night. As the opponent moved, a thick, dark substance slowly emanated from the void's hands. In just a brief moment, the world before Su Chen was enveloped in endless darkness. If before he could still discern a thing or two by the dim starlight, now, it was as if he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. The cold air pressed down on Su Chen's body. He could feel his heart pounding incessantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead without him realizing it, and under the cool breeze, his body even trembled slightly. Accompanying the cold air was a suffocating, viscous killing intent that made Su Chen shiver involuntarily. "Little Titan," Su Chen whispered in his heart. Now, he couldn't see, and Little Titan surely couldn't see him either, but through their bond, Su Chen could still clearly sense Little Titan's consciousness. That consciousness was filled with anxiety and restlessness, mixed with concern for Su Chen. It was undoubtedly Little Titan. "With me here, Little Titan doesn't need to worry." Su Chen continuously reassured Little Titan in his heart, and its consciousnness began to stabilize gradually, though Su Chen could still sense a hint of tension from it. In the live stream, viewers were also guessing and speculating upon witnessing this scene. Has my computer gone black? Why can't I see anything? Think about it. You must know it's not your computer's problem, but rather that the camera of observation network Shaoli has malfunctioned. Damn, at this critical moment, we were just about to see the battle between the great god and the void, and now this happens. Observation network Shaoli, come out. Where did you buy this shoddy camera? What are we supposed to watch now? Yeah, we have hundreds of thousands of viewers in our livestream. Each one of us could drown you with a spit. Observation network Shaoli, you better come out and explain, or you won't be able to bear the responsibility. I was watching so intently, my grandson was even trying to learn from the great god, and he could brag about being the great god's disciple. But what is this now? Shaoli, you don't need me, a half-buried person, to personally ask you to come out. Ever since the screen went pitch black and nothing could be seen, the people in the livestream began to denounce Observation network Shaoli, blaming him for buying such a poor quality camera that left hundreds of thousands of viewers staring at a black screen. It shouldn't be like this. Observation network Shaoli was equally bewildered. He had spent a fortune in gold coins to buy this camera in the main city of the spirit realm, and when he purchased it, the seller had sworn that even if the camera's owner died, the camera would not suffer any damage. The camera had a property of never wearing out, rarer than platinum equipment, and was sold in the store because it was related to daily life. Even so, the price was still not cheap. Could it be that the seller had deceived him? As Observation network Shaoli recalled that scene, he suddenly felt a sense of realization. No wonder he always felt the seller looked at him with ill intent. Everyone, please calm down. The camera I bought is never wearing, so it shouldn't break. Before Observation network Shaoli could finish, he was drowned out by countless barrage comments. Until someone in the live stream noticed something was off. Listen carefully, although we can't see any images, we can still hear the great god's breathing in footsteps. After this comment, many others quickly followed suit, saying they could hear sounds. I guess the great god must have been hit by some trick from the void. Don't miss this moment, or you'll regret it later. Exactly, since we can't see the images, we can listen to it as ASMR. The great god personally featured ASMR. Just thinking about it is exciting. With such comments, everyone quickly shifted their attention back to the screen. Meanwhile, on the side of the three emperors, it was a different story. Could it be some kind of domain? The human emperor pointed at the pitch-black screen and spoke to the other two, his tone filled with disbelief. The Tao emperor furrowed his brows. Today he had frowned more than he had in the past several decades. I don't think it resembles a domain. The Tao emperor shook his head and turned to the book emperor beside him, asking, Brother book emperor, you have read extensively and seen much. What do you think this void technique is? Is it really the domain that brother human emperor mentioned? The book emperor nodded. The void is originally a deity, so if the opponent can use a technique like a domain, I wouldn't be surprised at all, because once one becomes a deity, most deities can use a domain. However, once you enter the opponent's domain, it means you have handed your life over to them. Losing the initiative, whether you live or die, is entirely at the whim of the domain's master. But I feel that what the void is using is not the so-called domain that only deities can comprehend, but something else entirely. In the end, the book emperor slowly expressed his insights. Seeing the puzzled looks from the two, the book emperor continued to explain. At first, the void did not use this technique, which indicates that it has a cost and burden for him. Secondly, when the opponent used this technique, the posture of their body was somewhat strange, not resembling the true form of a domain. Thirdly, our friend Qingfeng is still perfectly fine within it, having suffered no harm so far, only unable to see, so this should not be a domain, but merely a means. Of course, even so, we cannot be careless. Hearing the book emperor say this, the two finally felt a bit more at ease. Su Chen moved forward in the darkness, hearing only the sound of his footsteps and heartbeat, nothing else. After walking For about a minute, light gradually appeared ahead, and it seemed that voices were also emerging in his ears. I want to see what this place really is, Suchen thought as he looked at the distant light, slowly pondering. Since he had just entered and walked for this time, Suchen no longer believed he was still in the open space outside the dilapidated temple. In other words, this place must not be the space Suchen was in earlier. Although he did not know what tricks and schemes the void was using, Suchen understood that he had now entered a certain place. Thinking of this, Suchen gradually approached the light. He could see countless fish and fine stones swirling in the water curtain before him. Could this be the Sea Clan? Suchen thought. The sounds in his ears grew louder, seemingly the cheers of countless people, causing Suchen to raise his eyebrows in surprise. This place seems to be the Sea Clan? Looking at the somewhat familiar scene before him, certain fragments of memory gradually awakened in Suchen's mind. He surveyed the scene again, confirming that what he saw was indeed the Sea Clan without a doubt. How did I end up in the Sea Clan? Suchen was puzzled, wondering why the void used that technique to bring him to this place. Was it a scheme on their part, or did they want him to see or encounter something here, or perhaps the void actually had a significant connection with the Sea Clan? Wait! Suchen suddenly recalled the incident from years ago when the void successfully ambushed the sea god during the sea god's ascension ceremony. Could it be that this was why he ended up in the Sea Clan? Suchen took his first step toward the bright world ahead. The noisy cheers became clear and audible, and Suchen's vision caught faint figures moving in the distance. They were huddled together, seemingly cheering for something. These people mostly had human forms, but carried some characteristics of the Sea Clan. It was indeed the Sea Clan without a doubt. Seeing this, Suchen had no more doubts in his heart, but at the same time, a greater confusion arose within him. Why was he appearing in the Sea Clan? And why did the Sea Clan before him feel somewhat different from the Sea Clan in his memories? But Suchen couldn't quite say what was different. He could only continue to step forward. Everything felt quite real. The ground beneath his feet was soft sand, and occasionally he would step on seaweed, with fish swimming just a yard in front of him. Gradually, Suchen approached the group of people, and he finally saw their faces clearly. At the same time, Suchen discovered a shocking fact: an unexpected person appeared here. The sea god. The young sea god. He wore a blue robe, holding the sea god's trident in his hand, his gaze sharp, his posture relaxed, and in his glances there was an air of carefree nonchalance. In a moment, he noticed that the people around were clearly congratulating the sea god, celebrating the sea god about to become divine, about to ascend to the position of the sea god, about to lead the sea tribe towards prosperity. Something was off, something was definitely off. Everything here felt wrong. According to Suchen, the sea god was already dead, and before the sea god died, he had entrusted his fountain of life to him. The life force of this fountain now surged and flowed in Suchen's blood. The person before him should not be the sea god. Was he an imposter? No, that was not right. Suchen immediately dismissed this thought. The sea god he saw was real, but whether it was real or not was another matter. Everything Suchen saw before him should be false. Although it had truly happened, it was merely something akin to an illusion. None of this should exist here. What on earth was that void guy trying to do? Did he want to show him how he plotted against the sea god? With this thought, Suchen remained silent and did not approach those people, instead observing the situation from a distance. It seemed those people did not see him either, which further solidified his belief that everything before him was absolutely an illusion created by the void. In the live broadcast room, someone recognized the sea god. That man, from his attire, looks like the sea god of the sea tribe. I heard the sea god is already dead. How could he appear here? No, how could the great god appear here? How did we suddenly arrive at the sea tribe? What on earth is the void doing? Meanwhile, on the side of the three sovereigns, the Tao sovereign suddenly withdrew his gaze from the scene before him and looked at the two people beside him. Tao sovereign brother, human sovereign brother, I think I know what trick the void just used. As soon as he said this, the Tao sovereign and human sovereign perked up, turning to look at the book sovereign and asking, Book sovereign brother, quickly tell us, what trick did the void use to create this scene? The book sovereign nodded, and under the gaze of the two, he slowly began to speak. You both must already know that the sea god is no longer in this world, his divine rank shattered, his divine position fallen. The book emperor said this, looking at the Tao emperor, raising an eyebrow and asking, Tao emperor brother, back in the day when you faced that void, do you know what kind of divine power they cultivated? What kind of laws? As soon as the book emperor spoke, the Tao emperor's expression froze, and he fell into deep thought. Clearly this question was quite tricky for him as well. The book emperor did not urge him, just quietly waited for the Tao emperor's answer, while the human emperor beside them became somewhat restless, rubbing his hands vigorously and occasionally pacing back and forth, as if this could slightly alleviate the anxiety in the other's heart. Time passed second by second, and the world around them grew increasingly silent. The Tao emperor's brows unknowingly tightened. To be honest, after an unknown amount of time, the Tao emperor suddenly raised his head, looking at the book emperor and the human emperor, and spoke to them. The two immediately perked up their ears. Although the three of us are emperors, we are still a step away from the divine. This step may seem short, but in reality, it is a chasm for us. How many talented and extraordinary individuals have been trapped at this step for their entire lives, only to die with regrets, without ascending to the divine? position in cultivating one's own divine persona. It is difficult to truly understand what kind of laws and divine powers a deity practices just by observation. I can only say that I have a few answers in my heart that are relatively close, but I cannot guarantee they are 100% correct. After all, we are merely bystanders. At this point, the Tao Emperor let out a long sigh, his gaze inquiring about the two's opinions. Tao Emperor brother, feel free to speak, I will come to my own conclusions later. The Book Emperor nodded, and upon receiving the signal, the Tao Emperor no longer hesitated and slowly began to express his deductions. If the void can appear and disappear at will, I deduced that they may be cultivating the path of the void. As soon as this was said, both the Human Emperor and the Book Emperor showed thoughtful expressions. The Tao Emperor continued, it is said that if the path of the void is cultivated to the highest level, one can freely transform their form, changing into various illusory appearances that are indistinguishable from reality. Sometimes, even if they are also deities, if they have not cultivated the path of the void, it is difficult to discern whether the void before them is the true body. However, I personally deduce that if the void has truly cultivated this path, then they likely have not reached the highest level yet. Otherwise, Xingfeng would have no way to compete with them, as he wouldn't even be able to locate the true position of the void. Tao Emperor brother makes a valid point. The path of the void is also something I have considered, the most likely path the void has cultivated. However, later when the scene of the Sea Clan appeared, I naturally denied it in my heart. The Book Emperor took over the Tao Emperor's words and began to elaborate on the reasoning. To create such a realistic scene of the Sea Clan, relying solely on the path of the void may not be sufficient. After all, this void only targets itself. At this point, the Book Emperor also frowned and fell into contemplation. Therefore, I have a second hypothesis. The Tao Emperor's voice suddenly became loud, looking at the Book Emperor, he slowly began to speak. And this explanation can also, to some extent, clarify the previous domain issue. Tao Emperor brother, please do not keep us in suspense, quickly elaborate. The Book Emperor clapped his hands, while the Human Emperor's eyes were fixed on the Tao Emperor, not blinking for a moment, afraid of missing any word from him. In that case, I will speak plainly. Seeing the two in such a hurry, the Tao Emperor rarely smiled, then began to speak. Actually, you will know if you look further. Tao Emperor brother, you. The Book Emperor looked at the Tao Emperor with some exasperation, wondering why at this age he was still playing such tricks. It's not that I don't want to say. The Tao Emperor shook his head and said, you may not believe what I say, so it's better for you to continue watching. In due time, everything will become clear. During this period, I will naturally explain things to you. With the Tao Emperor's consent, the Book Emperor and the Human Emperor fell silent, their gazes firmly locked onto the colorful silk scarf floating in mid-air. Su Chen extended his finger and gently touched the vividly colored coral before him. A cool sensation with a slight prickling came from his fingertip. He took a deep breath, the salty and damp scent of the sea filling his nostrils. It was a scene that felt incredibly real. If reality were to be considered 100% real, then Su Chen felt that the spiritual realm had about 80 to 90% realism, which was quite remarkable for a game. Yet now, standing in the territory of the Sea Tribe, he felt an experience that was even more real than the spiritual realm, even more real than reality itself. This left him bewildered. Su Chen sensed that everything had surpassed certain logical boundaries and could not be viewed through the lens of common sense. Struggling to calm the restlessness within, he thought that since he was already here, he might as well accept it. At this moment, he could neither find the void nor see through the other party's schemes, so it would be better to observe the history of this place up close. Perhaps he could discover unexpected information, such as various attack methods of the void. With this thought in mind, Su Chen no longer resisted. He slowly walked over to the long table set up by the Sea Tribe. The table was adorned with various fruity snacks and fine wines in celebration of the sea god's grand hall, and the aroma wafted through the air, reaching Su Chen's nose and stirring his appetite. Without hesitation, Su Chen picked up a banana, peeled it in a few swift motions, and opened his mouth wide, biting down on the previously intact fruit. After chewing a couple of times, he swallowed it down. He then picked up a white pineapple, wiped it on his clothing, and felt his mouth water. He then bit down hard, leaving a mark on the fruit. Soon, a feeling of fullness washed over him, which made Su Chen chuckle in disbelief. He noticed that the Sea Tribe members around him seemed to ignore him completely, as if they couldn't see him at all. At first, Su Chen thought he was in a different space from them, so he deliberately tested the fruits on the table, but the result left him dumbfounded. It seemed he truly existed in this scene, yet why did these people act as if they couldn't see him? Su Chen was puzzled, and at that moment, the noise grew louder. He looked up to see the sea god being surrounded by a group of people.